On the playground of a high school, a huge crowd gathered around the playground, and a group of security guards were guarding the playground. The school was heavily guarded, impenetrable, because today was a crucial day for all the senior high school students in Jiangbei City to awaken. This is the age of universal lords. Anyone can attempt to become a lord during their senior year of high school. Those who successfully awaken will receive exclusive territory granted by the supreme will, becoming a respected city lord. The lord who successfully awakens will also gain an exclusive talent ability. Today is the awakening day, and the students are also very nervous and uneasy. At this moment, a resounding voice suddenly rang out from the awakening platform. The next awakener is Fu Shaoxi from Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School. As soon as the words fell, a young man with a proud expression walked onto the awakening platform. Fu Shaoxi placed his hand on the awakening stone, and suddenly a brilliant light emanated from it. In an instant, everything around him was illuminated. As the light faded, several golden characters appeared on the awakening stone. Fu Shaoxi has awakened successfully, possessing A-level innate beastman bloodline. The awakening instructor read out. The audience was filled with noise, but more of them were filled with astonishment. At this moment, a handsome young man in the crowd was gazing at the awakening stage with an indifferent expression. A handsome young man named Su Zhe is a traveler from the Blue Planet. He traveled to this world due to a car accident a month ago. However, this month had finally allowed him to understand the order of this world. If he wanted to stand out, today's awakening day was his last chance. Su Zhe took a deep breath, but at this moment, several shocked voices suddenly came from the front. Hearing the discussions around him, Su Zhe looked over curiously. On the awakening platform, a beautiful girl with long black hair stood there quietly, her body radiating a faint golden light. The dazzling golden light fell from the sky, making Su Biyu look incomparably holy. It was like an angel descending to the earth. Just by standing next to Su Biyu, everyone could feel a gentle energy fluctuation that was very comfortable. Several instructors in the distance looked over and nodded in appreciation. Just when Su Zhe was stunned, the voice of the awakening instructor suddenly called him. Next, Su Zhe. Su Zhe took a deep breath and walked towards the awakening stone with his fists clenched. The classmates' eyes immediately gathered around him, looking at Su Zhe expectantly. Su Zhe placed his hand on the awakening stone. The next moment, a dazzling light burst out, instantly engulfing Su Zhe's body. Light surged from the awakening stone, followed by several large white characters. The awakening instructor glanced at him and announced calmly, Su Zhe has awakened successfully, a D-level talented farmer. As soon as the words fell, there was a burst of laughter from the audience. Su Zhe could hear all the whispers. He frowned slightly, but said nothing. At this moment, another voice came from his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has become a lord. Your talent ability has been upgraded. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining SSS-level talent. God-level entry, God-level entry. For every level increase in lord level, you will get a chance to draw an entry. Item levels from high to low: white, green, blue, purple, orange, gold, red. Good luck. Glancing at the talent effects, Su Zhe's heart was suddenly filled with excitement. Awakening complete. After stepping down from the awakening platform, Su Zhe couldn't wait to close his eyes and enter the territory. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in a desolate open space. A golden energy ball was suspended beside him. It was the Lord's heart. Su Zhe looked around. The ground was overgrown with weeds and looked desolate. Beyond the territory lies a pitch-black void. The initial territory is 100 square meters, and you can expand it by upgrading the main city or acquiring special items. Su Zhe looked around, then placed his hand on the Lord's heart as instructed in the book. In an instant, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from the Lord's heart, enveloping Su Zhe's body. At this moment, a majestic voice sounded in Su Zhe's ears. Congratulations! You have successfully signed a contract with the Lord's heart and officially become a lord. Here you will undergo a 30-day lord trial period. Persevere to the end and pass the test to become a true lord. Ding! Detected the first awakening of an SSS-level talent, a God-level entry. One lucky draw entry. Ding! A novice lord has been detected. A novice lord gift pack has been sent to your backpack. Ding! Countless dangerous monsters roam outside the darkness of nothingness. They can invade your territory at any time. Once the Lord's heart is broken, the trial will fail, and you will permanently lose the qualification to become a lord. Please take this seriously. Ding. The personal information panel has been successfully opened, and the territory attribute panel has been activated. As the voice appeared, countless pieces of information flooded into Suja's mind. He paused for a moment, then immediately began extracting entries. Start extracting entries. As soon as he finished speaking, a lottery panel appeared in front of Suja. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the only red entry. Extraordinary evolution. Suja immediately checked the entry's ability with a smile. Extraordinary evolution. Red entry, all the Lord's arms and barracks can evolve to the extraordinary level again, gaining mysterious and powerful strength. Suja's face lit up with joy. This is a treasure. It's worthy of being the top-level red entry. The effect is awesome. Afterwards, Suja opened his personal information panel. Name, Suja, level 1. Territory level 1. Talent, extraordinary evolution, red entry. Suddenly, Suja remembered the new Lord's reward he hadn't opened yet. He couldn't wait to open the warehouse and found the Lord's gift pack. Open it. Ding. Congratulations on successfully obtaining 10 gold coins. Ding. Congratulations on successfully obtaining a low-level random barracks card. Randomly obtain any barracks from levels 1 to 3. Ding. Do you want to use the random barracks card immediately? Use. Suja took a deep breath and looked at the random barracks card with anticipation. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the 3rd-level barracks. Spirit Pavilion Faction. Eldar Army. Eldar Warrior. Suja looked towards the Spirit Pavilion. The next second, a notification sounded. Ding. Detection. Lord has acquired a barracks. Transcendental evolution has been activated. Ding. Congratulations. Your level 3 barracks Spirit Pavilion has successfully evolved into a God-level barracks. Immortal platform. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the God-level barracks. Immortal platform. God-level barracks. Suja nodded in satisfaction. After a dazzling flash of light, an ancient building filled with the aura of immortals immediately appeared before him. Build immortal platform. Level 1. Barracks rank. God-level. Faction. Immortal clan. Army type. Random immortal clan hero. Recruitment cost. 1 gold coin. Trial period. Suja was stunned for a moment, then immediately said, Recruit. Golden light emerged in the sky, and fairy air filled the air. Then, a figure wearing a white gauze dress, with a slender waist and long flowing hair appeared in front of Suja. She held a silver-white rapier in her hand, her eyebrows pierced by a sword, and her beauty could be described as stunning. At first glance, she looked like a fairy descending from the mortal realm. Greetings, Lord. Suja was quite satisfied. He immediately checked the other party's information panel. Name, Red Moon Fairy, manhwa loyalty, 100, unyielding and unyielding, never lowered. Rank, godly. Quality, immortal hero, the only hero-level unit. Race, immortal talented skills, supreme sword intent. A gifted swordsman who can comprehend all sword intents on his own to improve his own strength. Red Moon in the sky, summons a red moon, which will evolve and gain greater power as its strength increases. Description. The strongest swordsmanship genius in the fairy world in the past 3,000 years, possessing a swordsmanship talent that even the fairy emperor is amazed. Companion weapon. Fairy sword Red Moon. My lord, manhwa is willing to fight for you. Manhwa looked at Suja with a determined look and volunteered. Very good, I like subordinates like you. Suja replied with a smile. He knew that in this world where millions of lords were fighting, a good start was crucial. Often, a single step behind meant a series of subsequent setbacks. If he could seize the initiative, he could reap greater benefits, and seize the initiative. As the two were talking, the void space at the edge of the territory suddenly moved. Are monsters invading? Suja stared at the edge of the territory in confusion. There lies the endless darkness of the void, and it's also the source of the monster invasion. As the name suggests, a monster invasion is an attack on the territory by monsters from the void. Their sole goal is to destroy everything. Monster invasions are inevitable for every lord, and they will be with them for the rest of their lives. The only difference is the intensity of the invasion. At this moment, a deep voice rang out. Ding! Monster invasion detected. After destroying all invading monsters, you will receive gold coins and various random resources. The monster invasion is about to begin. Please select the difficulty of this challenge. E, D, C, B, A, S. Suja's expression hardened as he began to think seriously. The higher the difficulty, the greater the reward, and early resources were crucial for the development of a territory. Choose S-level difficulty, Suja said in a deep voice without hesitation. Since manhwa is a god-level hero, there's no reason for him to choose a lower difficulty level. Ding! The final difficulty level of the monster invasion is S-level. The invasion is about to begin. Lords, please prepare for battle. Roaring roars echoed from the void, and a group of pitch-black wolf-like monsters emerged from the void. Their gazes were cold, and their sharp fangs were stained with blood, making people shudder. The wolves were rapidly approaching. However, Suja remained calm. Although the monsters had the advantage in numbers, the one before him was a god-level immortal hero. While he was thinking, manhwa swung his sword. With a flash of sword light, dozens of the charging black-fanged wolves were instantly chopped into pieces. Scarlet blood splattered everywhere, and in just a few seconds, the wolf corpses piled up in front of Suja. The rest of the black-fanged wolves were frightened and fled in all directions. But how could they escape manhwa's pursuit? Manhwa's figure flashed, and the sword flashed like the wind, and the remaining black-fanged wolves fell to the ground one after another. Ding! You have successfully killed the black-fanged wolf and gained 1 experience point. Ding! You have successfully killed the black-fanged wolf and gained 1 experience point. Ding! You have successfully killed the black-fanged wolf and gained 1 gold coin. A few minutes later, all the black-fanged wolves were eliminated, and the notification beeps in her ears barely stopped. The S-level black-fanged wolves were nothing to manhwa. The battle was a complete one-sided crushing defeat. Ding! Your experience points have reached 100. Do you want to level up? Huh. The experience points are full so quickly. Suja was stunned when he heard the notification tone. He looked at the newly emerged black-fanged wolves. This S-level isn't that difficult. Let's upgrade. He chose to upgrade without hesitation. A warm current flowed through Suja's body, and he felt a mysterious energy surge into his body. Ding! Congratulations on your level up to level 2. Ding! You have a chance to draw an entry. Do you want to draw now? As soon as the message popped up, Suja decided not to draw yet. He looked at manhwa, who was still fighting in front of him. More and more black-fanged wolves emerged from the void, and the corpses in front of manhwa almost piled up into a small mountain. But these monsters still could not withstand her sword for long. Finally, the last black-fanged wolf fell to the ground. Suja immediately checked his loot. 20 pieces of common loot, 500 gold coins. Ding! Congratulations on successfully completing the S-level monster invasion test with an S-level combat rating. Ding! Received an S-level difficulty special reward, a diamond treasure chest, which has been sent to the Lord's backpack. Diamond treasure chest? Holy crap, it took off. Suja smiled and checked his personal information panel. Name, Suja experience value, 50 out of 500 level. Level 2 a small level up, not bad. Then, Suja's eyes fell on the pile of black wolf corpses. Although they were low-level monsters and not worth much, they could still be decomposed. He chose to decompose them without hesitation. Ding! Do you want to decompose 200 black-fanged wolf corpses? Yes, decompose. Suja nodded slightly, and the corpses disappeared in an instant. 20 trophies and 500 gold coins are indeed a bit too little. He looked at the loot and gold coins in the territory warehouse, put all the gold coins into his backpack, and took out the loot. The territory warehouse would expand as the territory level increased, and only the Lord could use it. 200 black-fanged wolves only dropped 500 gold coins. Now I can only hope for these 20 spoils. Suja looked at the 20 treasure chests in front of him and made a silent plan in his mind. Lord, I'm back. manhwa returned from the front line. After killing so many black-fanged wolves, her level was raised to level 2. manhwa, you're back. It's a good opportunity for us to open these loot boxes together. Suja looked at manhwa and said. Manhwa looked at the treasure chests, her eyes full of curiosity. Okay, Lord. manhwa smiled and nodded, then reached out and opened one of the treasure chests. The next second, a card emitting white light appeared in her hand. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained a wood resource card. Use it to obtain 1,000 units of wood. Suja looked at the timber resource card in manhwa's hand and smiled. A 1,000 unit timber resource card? That's not bad. This resource card was very important to him. Currently, his territory had no resources other than weeds. Stone and wood cannot be mined, so the early resource cards are crucial for Suja. Let's continue. Suja looked at Manhwa, and together they opened all 20 loot boxes. In the end, they harvested 5 1,000-unit wood resource cards, 4 1-ton fresh meat resource cards, 2 100-unit iron or resource cards, 6 1,000-unit stone resource cards, and 3 50-cubic meter water resource cards. In summary, it can be said that the harvest was quite fruitful. All resource cards, really good. Suja looked at the resource cards in his hand, feeling very happy. Now, he had all the resources, almost nothing was missing. Then, he took out the diamond treasure chest he had won through rewards. Ding! Open the diamond treasure chest. Open. Suja took a deep breath, his eyes fixed on the treasure chest in front of him. This was a diamond-level treasure chest, especially since it could be obtained on the first day. Few people could do that. Most lords need to accumulate a variety of powerful troops and complete defensive structures before they dare to challenge the S-level difficulty to obtain the diamond treasure chest. Suja was able to obtain the diamond treasure chest on the first day, which is a rare achievement. Ding! You obtained a level 1 blueprint, a common well. Ding! You obtained 10 spirit ores. Ding! You obtained a first-level barracks, prayer barracks. Ding! You obtained a first-level blueprint, log cabin. In total, you obtained 2 building design blueprints, 10 spirit ores, and 1 first-level barracks. These spiritual ores, like gold coins, are hard currency in the early stages and are in high demand. Whether it's building or upgrading buildings or troops, spiritual ores are indispensable. Prayer barracks? That name sounds familiar. Suja frowned, recalling the information about this unit. The Wishers were a unit with limited combat capabilities, practically worthless. However, they possessed a special ability. They could grant bonuses to all plants within their territory and had a chance to transform them into higher-level plants. Although the chances of this happening are low, this ability is rare among low-level soldiers, so petitioners are still very popular. First, draw the entries, then set up the barracks. Suja pondered for a moment and decided to draw the entries first and then make arrangements. Begin drawing the entries. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the gold entry. Bless land, gold entry. After using this, your territory will gain the ability to evolve. As your territory expands, various spiritual herbs and spiritual minerals will automatically grow. Your territory can also devour items to accelerate its expansion. Holy crap! Suja was shocked when he saw this entry. This can actually make the territory evolve and generate resources. Too domineering. Ding! Do you want to bind Futian Baudi? Then why hesitate? Bind immediately. Suja bound this powerful entry without hesitation. This ability was simply amazing. Other lords had to spend a lot of resources to improve their territories, but he could not only automatically generate resources, but also speed up the expansion of his territory. Ding! You have successfully bound the golden entry. Blessed land. Ding! The blessed land effect has taken effect, and your territory has gained the ability to evolve. Suja looked at the system prompt and breathed a long sigh of relief. Then, he turned his gaze to the nearby prayer barracks. Ding! Detected that the Lord has obtained a barracks, and the extraordinary evolution ability has been activated. Ding! Congratulations on your first-level barracks, the prayer barracks, successfully evolving into a god-level barracks, the divine source temple. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the god-level barracks, the divine source temple. Holy temple of the divine source. A hint of curiosity flashed in Suja's eyes. He had never heard of this kind of barracks. So, he directly checked the detailed information of the Holy Temple of the Divine Source. Holy Temple of the Divine Source level. Level 1 barracks rank. God level faction. God clan. Army type. Random Protoss hero. Recruitment cost. 1 gold coin. Trial period. Materials required for upgrading. Gold coins X 1000W. Fairy Jade X10. Fairy Origin X1. Barracks introduction. Protoss Barracks, the resting place of the gods, the altar for recruiting powerful Protoss heroes. Seeing the information about the Divine Source Temple, Suja took a deep breath. Sure enough, it's another god-level unit. This time, it's the Protoss. He was even more curious about what kind of Protoss hero this Divine Source Temple would summon. But before that, his eyes turned to the 2 Tier 1 architectural blueprints. Without a second thought, Suja chose to study. Swoosh! As the white light merged into Suja's body, a new construction blueprint attribute appeared on his attribute panel, including the 2 architectural blueprints he had just learned. Once these basic building plans are learned, they can be built infinitely. However, some building plans with special effects can only be built once and are unique. Materials required to build a cabin: 100 wood, 100 stone. Materials needed to build a regular well: 100 wood, 100 stone, and 1 spirit mine. The wooden house can be built later, as water resources are more pressing. Manhwa, follow me, Suja said, turning to Manhwa. Manhwa nodded and followed Suja outside. Suja immediately opened the territory construction plan, and after a quick scan, he built the Divine Source Temple on the right side of the center of the territory, right next to the Immortal Creation platform. These 2 divine-level barracks, one on the left and one on the right, perfectly protected the Lord's heart. In the blink of an eye, a magnificent temple appeared in Suja's territory. The Divine Source Temple was primarily golden, and its style resembled the great temples of ancient Greek mythology. Although the temple appeared small, it still exuded a solemnity and sacredness that filled one with awe. The top of the temple is inlaid with countless gems that shine like stars. The starlight shines down and spreads over the entire territory, adding a touch of mystery. Chapter 5. Reward you. I'll go recruit them later. Suja didn't rush into action. His eyes first fell on the golden Divine Source Temple, and then he immediately called up his territory attribute panel. Level 1 area, 100 square meters building, none barracks. Immortal platform, God level. Divine Source Temple, God level. Entities, extraordinary evolution, red. Blessed land, gold, upgrade requirements. Wood 1,000, stone 1,000, population unit 100. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in his ears. Lord, please name your territory Radiant. Suja thought for a moment and came up with a name. He hoped that this territory would shine like the sun, becoming the foundation that protects everything he has. Are you sure to use the territory name? Radiant. Confirmed. Suja locked onto the name without hesitation. Congratulations on the successful naming. Please upgrade your territory as soon as possible to successfully pass the Lord trial period. Suja glanced at the current territory panel. The materials were sufficient for now, but the problem lay with the population unit. These 100 population units were definitely not enough. A few recruits would probably run out. Others are short on resources early on, but I'm short on manpower. He gave a wry smile, feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, he quickly returned his attention to the Divine Source Temple, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. I want to see what kind of troops this God-level temple can recruit. The golden temple stood majestically, ablaze with light. Above it, a vast sea of stars shone brightly like a dream. Suja and Manhwa stood beneath the starlight, gazing silently at the mysterious temple. Start recruiting, the familiar prompt sounded again. Begin 10 consecutive draws. Suja said calmly. Consume 10 gold coins to start 10 rounds of recruitment. The next moment, pillars of starlight erupted from the temple, descending from the sky like a celestial god about to appear. Among them, a pillar of moonlit light, soft and white like snow, instantly caught Suja's attention. Completely different from the other divine pillars, its light was like the moon's rays pouring down, gentle and sacred. Manhwa raised her head slightly, a strange look flashing in her eyes. She could sense that the aura hidden within that pillar of light was extraordinary. It was a being on par with her, a god-level unit, but she wasn't afraid, instead showing a hint of interest. As the only hero-level unit, Manhwa naturally took notice of a being of this level. Just then, a voice like a spring breeze drifted from the air. Moon Goddess Amaya, I pay my respects to the Lord. Before she had finished speaking, a bright full moon suddenly rose above the temple, casting a silvery light, a sacred presence in the tranquility. As the moonlight fell, a tall, graceful figure emerged. Her figure was strikingly curvaceous, her long, black hair falling to her waist, her white dress flowing like snow. She wore crystal-high heels, her slender fingers complemented by a gentle smile, making her look like a fairy on earth. Suja froze at the first sight. This woman was incredibly beautiful. As expected of the moon goddess, she truly was on another level. Amaya, in turn, was sizing up Suja and Manhwa. Both were associated with the moon, yet their styles were distinct. Manhwa was beautiful, but also possessed a more commanding presence, like a red moon general on the battlefield. Amaya, on the other hand, was completely different, gentle and graceful, like a girl next door, evoking a sense of calm and reassurance. This is in line with her identity as the moon goddess. Suja suppressed his amazement and immediately called up Amaya's profile. Name: Moon Goddess Amaya Loyalty. 100 unwavering and unyielding. Never lowered level. Level 1 quality. Protoss Hero, the only hero unit. Race: Protoss talented skills. Light of the Moon. Divine Moon's Descent companion weapon. Moon Goddess artifact. Purifying Heart Light of the Moon. Clears all status effects on the target. Divine Moon's Descent. Summons countless moonlight beams to attack the enemy, dealing a devastating blow. Amaya, this is manhwa. From now on, your family, Suja introduced with a smile. Understand, Lord, Amaya replied softly. manhwa simply nodded, her eyes indifferent, her temperament noticeably colder. The moment their eyes met, sparks seemed to ignite in the air. Suja sensed a hint of tension. He immediately understood. Although both of them were related to the moon, they were not from the same tribe after all. Their personalities and temperaments were very different, so it was normal for them to have some friction. He sighed, feeling a little headache, and then said seriously, "You two come here." manhwa and Amaya exchanged a glance and walked over to Suja in tacit understanding. Suja didn't say anything else, simply reaching out his hand. Pa. Ba. 2 pats landed. The 2 beauties were each patted lightly on the back, perhaps in less than ideal areas. Amaya and manhwa's faces instantly flushed, as if they could be squeezed to make water. Almost at the same time, they shyly glanced at Suja, their eyes filled with a bit of complexity. Suja, however, said seriously, "Since you are all here with me, you are family. A family must be united against the outside world, understand? I don't care what you think, but when you go to the battlefield, you must trust each other and have your backs to each other." These words were spoken forcefully, without a trace of joking. "I understand, Lord." Amaya nodded softly. "I understand, too," manhwa said coldly, but she didn't object. Suja nodded with satisfaction. "Very good. You guys get along well in the future, and I will reward whoever performs well." As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere that had been slightly relaxed became subtle again. Amaya and manhwa looked at each other almost simultaneously, and then secretly glanced at Suja. A faint blush appeared on their faces, and the same question flashed through their minds. Isn't the reward that the Lord mentioned a bit too serious? Chapter 6 Construction Maniac. manhwa, take Amaya to patrol the border. After Suja gave the order, he added, "You should also take this opportunity to get to know each other. After all, you'll be fighting side by side in the future." After hearing the order, the 2 looked at each other. Although they did not communicate in words, they nodded slightly, and then quickly left the temple of divine source. Suja finally breathed a sigh of relief after the 2 god-level soldiers disappeared from his sight. Fortunately, these 2 were extremely loyal to him. Otherwise, if it were another lord, they would have quarreled over racial differences and even fought each other. If a real fight breaks out, loyalty will plummet like a slide, and that's no joke. On this continent, the rise of a lord depends largely on the strength of his troops. Without powerful troops, a lord is nothing. Racial conflicts between military branches are extremely common, especially among high-ranking troops. Those minor racial conflicts can directly evolve into full-scale internal strife. Suja was able to remain so calm because of the absolute loyalty bestowed by the system, which saved him. After all, the Lord's starting talent basically determines their development direction. For example, some orcs and elves have talents that clearly favor their own type of troops. Therefore, most lords will choose a single type of troops for stable development. This not only reduces internal friction, but also keeps loyalty high. This is a problem all junior lords must face. Managing the relationships between military branches is a key factor influencing future development. "Let's build a well first," Suja pondered as he opened the territory map and carefully planned the construction location. He chose a location not far behind the Divine Source Temple, making it convenient for supply without taking up core space. "Do you want to consume 100 wood, 100 stone, and 1 spirit, or to build a well build?" Suja decisively gave the order. A flash of blue light passed, and an ordinary-looking well appeared before his eyes. He immediately stepped forward to check the properties. Well grade, white water storage, 20 tons. Not bad. Suja nodded, looking at the new well. While it's only white quality, it's sufficient for the current stage. Remember, even powerful troops still need water and food. Even god-level soldiers aren't completely detached from the mundane world. As for the cabins, let's wait. Suja turned around and looked around, mentally calculating the space allocation. The territory was currently limited in area, and building too many cabins would affect the layout. It would be better to expand after the upgrade. With 5 days left until the territory upgrade, he needed to gather enough population units to meet the requirements. He opened the system panel and discovered that the live broadcast and trading functions were still disabled. This was an arrangement of the Supreme Will intended to eliminate all possibility of cheating through external forces and ensure fairness during the trial period. The purpose of the trial period was to select potential lords who truly built their empire through strength, rather than relying on connections accumulated through resources. If these two systems were opened, the lords of the great clans would be able to freely mobilize high-level troops, gold coins, and spiritual ores, leaving ordinary lords with no chance of survival. Therefore, during the trial period, no real-world resources could be brought into the territory, nor could they be traded. These were the rules set by the Supreme Will himself, solely to create a truly fair competitive environment. Otherwise, the trial would become a game of capital, leaving those commoner-born lords completely without a chance. Suja opened the chat channel, and as soon as he did, the message notification was already 99+. Hedgehog soft armor. Guys, I'm going crazy. Are the first wave of monsters this freaky Snow White dumpling? What's going on, Pink Pom Pom? Don't worry about him. This guy starts out as a dream girl, a succubus. Do you think he can handle a Hedgehog soft armor? I haven't slept in 3 days. I've been working so hard from start to finish. I can't take it anymore, guys. Crocodile's dominance. How about returning to reality first, taking some medicine, and then coming back to fight motherly Sanyam? No matter how many blue pills you take, it won't save you. A soldier like the Dream Girl will drain you dry. While Suja was scrolling through the chat history, he silently lit a candle for the unfortunate fellow. The Dream Girl type of soldier was powerful, but the cost was outrageous, draining you dry in a matter of minutes. He also saw many novice lords posting about recruiting high-level soldiers, such as the 5th-level Royal Griffin, the 6th-level Thunder Giant, and even some claiming to have drawn a 10th-level Phoenix. Whether this was true or not was hard to tell, but what was certain was that there were definitely more than one lord with such incredible luck. Looks like I can't let my guard down either. Suja closed the chat channel, his expression growing more serious. The trial period was only 30 days long, and at its conclusion, a server-wide ranking would be determined. The higher the ranking, the more luxurious the rewards, and one could even receive rewards bestowed personally by the Supreme Will. This is a chance to change your destiny. If you miss it, you might miss it forever. After closing the channel, Suja's gaze turned to the distant void boundary. It was like a bottomless abyss, full of opportunities but also hidden dangers. Now is not the time. Steady and steady is the right way. He whispered softly, then walked in the direction where Manhwa and Amaya had left on patrol. Chapter 7. I really can't take it anymore. My legs are going to break. Night fell quietly, and Suja's territory seemed particularly peaceful under the embellishment of the stars. At this moment, he sat by the campfire with the bright moon on one side and Amaya on the other, and the two goddess-level beauties sat on either side. The two of them fed Suja a barbecue, one mouthful at a time, until he burped repeatedly, his face full of helplessness. Suja glared at them, and the two guys seemed to just react and stop awkwardly. He looked at the stars in the sky, suddenly turned around, and asked, "Why don't you eat something for yourselves?" Manhwa frowned and said with a pout, "I don't like to eat greasy food." Amaya smiled and explained, "I'm not suitable for eating too much. If I eat too much, I will consume energy to break it down, which will affect my condition." Suja nodded gently, "EC." Unexpectedly, Manhwa snorted coldly and curled her lips, saying, "Humph. I think she's just afraid of getting fat and afraid that the Lord won't like her." Amaya still smiled gently and replied, "If you're not afraid, then keep eating." A trace of anger flashed in Manhwa's eyes, and just as she was about to fight back, Suja quickly interrupted, "All right, it's time to rest. Stop arguing." Although the two of them wouldn't actually fight, Suja still felt a headache from the sharp words. When Manhwa heard Suja say to rest, her eyes suddenly lit up and she showed a well-behaved look. "Then I will accompany the Lord to rest." Amaya also stood up. Although her tone was gentler, she looked at Manhwa with a look that was obviously unable to contain herself. "Lord, I'm coming too." Suja looked at the two, his mind full of questions. What are they doing all of a sudden? Why are they so aggressive? He rubbed his temple and casually reminded them, "Okay, but don't do anything fancy. We're just sleeping." Although his physical condition was much stronger than before, facing two god-level soldiers, no matter which one came at him, he might not be able to withstand it. Besides, today's attack was double critical. Understood, Lord. Manhwa licked her lips, her eyes like a kitten staring at a fish. Amaya also nodded, her face slightly flushed, and said nothing more. Under the cover of night, Suja chose to stay in the territory and did not return to the real world. Time passed quietly, and soon it was late at night. Fuck, Manhwa, what are you doing? Don't take off my clothes. Amaya, don't mess with me either. You don't even let go of my underwear. No, don't come up here. Can't I take it off myself, huh? Spare me, I really can't take it anymore. This is the third time, ladies. In the early morning, sunlight streamed down the territory. The moment Suja opened his eyes, he felt as if his lower body was no longer his own. He struggled to sit up, feeling as if his bones were about to fall apart. Dark circles were visible under his eyes, as if he had just returned from siege. Manhwa approached with a grin, her face full of anticipation. Amaya's cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head in silence. Is this what you call a good night's sleep? Suja's face darkened. Although last night's experience was quite wonderful, he was now completely exhausted. Despite his mixed feelings, as a lord, he still had to put on a stern face and teach these two naughty kids a lesson. My lord, I was wrong. Manhwa immediately bowed her head and admitted her mistake, looking pitiful like a kitten. She appeared aloof, but in fact she understood Suja's character best and knew when to give in. Amaya also apologized obediently, looking adorable. Suja sighed inwardly. Okay, this won't happen again. With that, he stood up and, with all his might, walked towards the barracks behind him. He had to continue recruiting today. He first came to the Immortal Creation platform and stared at the immortal statue in the center. 10th round of recruitment, begin. Ding. Consume 10 gold coins, recruitment successful. 10 beams of immortal light flashed, and those who landed were all ordinary cultivators, with no special characters appearing. Suja, slightly disappointed, turned and handed over the troops to Manhwa. You will be responsible for training these men. Got it, Lord, Manhwa replied with a smile, her manner obedient. Without stopping, Suja immediately took Amaya to the Divine Source Temple. 10 more times. Ding. Consumed 10 gold coins, recruited successfully. 10 rays of divine light descended from the starry sky, landing upon the Protoss soldiers clad in silver armor. Again, no special units were present. This batch is up to you, Suja said, looking at Amaya. She nodded and immediately began arranging the new recruits. Suja stood in the center of the territory, gazing at the surrounding buildings, a solemn expression on his face. With over 20 population units already in place, and with the addition of buildings like the Immortal Platform and the Divine Source Temple, the territory was already running low on space. If I keep going like this, it'll be incredibly crowded. He pondered whether to expand or wait for the territory to upgrade. For now, however, he could only hope for a turnaround from the monster invasion, perhaps unlocking new resources or space for expansion. Just as he was mulling over this, a system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! The second day of the Lord Trial Period's Monster Invasion Challenge has officially begun. Please select your difficulty level, S, A, B, C, or D. Note, today's invasion difficulty is double that of yesterday's. Please choose carefully. Susenadith, completely predictable. It was normal for the system's difficulty to increase on the second day of the trial period, given that most lords had doubled their troop counts. Overall, the difference in challenge intensity between today and yesterday wasn't significant. As long as they hadn't lost any troop types the day before, they could probably handle it. Chapter 8 S-level difficulty, territory expansion. I challenge the S-level difficulty, Suja said firmly, without any hesitation in his eyes. With 2 god-level, hero-level soldiers, he had no reason to choose a conservative tactic. He looked at Manhwa and Amaya and said seriously, the rest is up to you. Don't worry, Lord. Manhwa smiled confidently, her gaze fixed on the edge of the territory. Space was distorting there, and a powerful aura was gradually emerging. Amaya nodded gently. Understood, Lord. She also looked toward the border, then stood on either side with Manhwa, ready to meet the enemy. Suja said nothing more. Although the two women usually disliked each other, they still had a tacit understanding when fighting. Outside the territory, twisted black shadows emerged from the void. They were corrupted demons, ugly in appearance and foul in breath. Suja immediately called up the attribute panel of these monsters to check. Corrupted Demon Rank. Level 2 to 4 Race. Demon Skill. Charge. Description: a lower-level demon troop found in the void, with strong vitality and incredible fertility, typically used as cannon fodder. While these creatures may be considered inferior in the void, they still pose a significant threat to novice lords. Especially for lords with weaker armies, encountering a corrupted demon would result in serious injuries at best, and even immediate death at worst. Suja glanced at the stats and had a rough idea in his mind. This level of monster wouldn't threaten him, so he casually opened the chat channel. Lone Ranger, I'm done, brothers. I can't handle this wave. Wind Hunter, what's going on? What difficulty level are you challenging? Lone Ranger, 2nd level Wind Blade Hunter, challenging A rank. I'm seeing stars now. Wind Hunter, you're a true warrior. But hold on a little longer, maybe you can make it through. Suja flipped through the pages and saw that most people had chosen C or D rank, with B rank being a minority and no one had chosen S rank yet. At that moment, a roar echoed, and he immediately looked towards the battlefield. Manhwa gently raised her jade hand, and a vast expanse of silver-white moonlight poured down like a torrent, instantly engulfing the horde of monsters. Meanwhile, on Amaya's side, blood flowed like a river, and the moon blade flew across the sky, severing demons in every direction it touched. As the kills continued, Suja's gold coin count rose rapidly, and a system prompt sounded. Ding! Experience points have reached 200. Do you want to upgrade? Upgrade. Suja confirmed immediately, and a warm current quickly surged through his body, as if his meridians were being cleansed. Manhwa and Amaya's experience points were also rapidly increasing. Manhwa had reached level 3, and Amaya had reached level 2, and they were still reaping rewards. Suja began to observe their fighting styles. Manhwa focused on unleashing pure moonlight to strike the enemy, her attacks sharp and continuous. Amaya, on the other hand, excelled at materializing moonlight into weapons, each strike possessing immense, penetrating power. The two forces of the moon, one soft, one hard, complemented and synergized, perfectly controlling the rhythm of the battlefield. Ding! Experience points reached 400. Continue leveling, level up. Suja's eyes lit up. Leveling up twice in one go was a truly rare experience. As the battle drew to a close, the last corrupted demon fell, and the system notification followed. Ding! The monster invasion on the 2nd day of the trial period has ended. It took 1 hour and 20 minutes, and the evaluation was S-level. The reward is 1 S-level diamond treasure chest, which has been stored in the Lord's backpack. Another diamond treasure chest. Suja's mouth curled up. He hoped to open a new barracks this time. That would make him rich. This battle wasn't slow, but it took so long because the monsters spawned so slowly. Killing them quickly wasn't enough. Waiting for them to spawn was the main reason for the delay. Post-battle statistics showed Manhwa had successfully reached level 4, and her cultivators had also reached level 3. Amaya also reached level 3, and the Protoss warriors under her command also broke through to level 3. Amaya started a bit later, having missed the first battle yesterday, so it's understandable that she's a bit behind. Suja himself was now a level 4 lord. However, his attention was quickly drawn to the corpses of corrupted demons strewn across the ground. There were over 500 of them, nearly filling the small territory. He immediately checked the panel. Name: Suja level. Level 4 territory level. Level 1 experience points. 160/800 territory area. 100 square meters talent. Extraordinary evolution red. Blessed land gold coins. 1,470 skills/items. None devouring. Suja activated the domain ability of Blessed Land without hesitation, and in an instant, the 500 corpses were absorbed. Ding! Blessed Land activates. The territory evolves, expanding by 100 square meters. He looked at the ground in surprise. A large area of land had indeed appeared out of thin air. Not bad, really good. Suja couldn't help but sigh. He had originally intended to clean up the corpses, but he had unexpectedly expanded his territory. But it's only an additional 100 square meters. This place is still too small. The current 200 square meter territory can only barely accommodate the existing buildings and troops. Further development will be stretched. He couldn't help but think of those lords who had territories less than 100 square meters, but were trying to cram hundreds of troops into them. The scene was so crowded he couldn't even think about it. He'd have to walk close to the wall, taking tiny steps. Right, he then counted his gains from the battle. Plus 1,000 gold, plus 30 pieces of ordinary loot, 500 monsters, and only this much the drop rate is too impressive. Suja couldn't help but complain. The pile of corpses just now could have formed a small hill, but the reward was so meager that it made people question their lives. And this was still the S-level difficulty. If others challenged the lowest difficulty, the reward, I'm afraid they wouldn't even be able to get a sip of hot water. Those people will probably only get some crappy melons and dates. Chapter 9. Comprehensive Upgrade, a Rich Reward. Suja stood before the treasure chest, a slightly bitter expression on his face. After opening 15 loot chests, he was left with a mixture of laughter and tears. They were all resource cards. 7 were wood resources, and 8 were stone resources, all common materials, with not a single decent reward. Am I just such a mediocre person? He muttered, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Even if he couldn't count on a high-level unit, at least a building blueprint would be fine. Even a white barracks would be acceptable. But after 15 consecutive attempts, not a single capable unit had appeared. Suja wondered if he was being targeted by the system. Looking at the pile of basic resource cards on the ground, he fell into deep thought. This probability was too outrageous. At this moment, Manhwa noticed that Suja's expression was not right. She walked over with small steps and said in a gentle voice, "Lord, what's wrong with you? Nothing." Suja forced a smile and casually took out the most important reward, the diamond treasure chest. Now this was his last hope. He looked at the treasure chest, then suddenly turned and walked towards the well. "Let me wash my hands." He not only washed his hands, but also washed his face, as if to wash away bad luck. This action left Amaya and Manhwa confused, completely confused about the sense of ritual their lord was using. "Do you want to open the diamond treasure chest?" "Open." Suja stared at the treasure chest, and the system prompt popped up. You get the construction blueprint, city wall, white. You get a soldier recruitment refresh scroll X1. You get a level one-dimensional space key X1. Suja blinked, a mixture of surprise and disappointment. Even though he didn't get the barracks, the reward was still quite useful. The refresh scroll resets the barracks recruitment count. While it can only be used on one, it's still valuable in a critical moment. The city wall blueprint is a white building, but it has upgrade potential and can effectively enhance territory defenses. That's a good blueprint. Suja's expression softened considerably. His territory was now completely open, and with the city walls, he could establish a basic defense. Finally, there was a shimmering key, a level one-dimensional space key. Using it would open a random alternate world passageway, lasting 24 hours. It was a rare opportunity. However, Suja didn't use it immediately. He knew that exploring another world was no easy task, even at the lowest level, level 1. Furthermore, the time limit meant they had to act quickly. If they didn't make enough progress, the entrance would close. Put down the backpack first, and we'll talk about it later. With stability in mind, Suja put the key away and then turned his attention to the city wall blueprint, choosing to study. A system prompt then appeared. City wall construction, white special building, upgradable. Construction cost, 1,000 wood, 1,000 stones. Suja opened the construction panel and quickly circled the building area, outlining the wall framework around the existing facilities. Confirm construction, confirm. A short while later, a notification came. Construction successful. Suja walked out of the Divine Source Temple and looked at the 5 or 6 meter high wall rising from the ground before him, and couldn't help but nod slightly. Wall level white. Upgrade requirements. 10,000 wood, 10,000 stone, 10 spirit stones. Description: an upgradable special structure with defensive properties. Although it's just a white blueprint, the wall is a special structure with huge upgrade potential. Suja looked at the wall surrounding the entire territory with a sense of relief. It finally looks like a territory. Next, the highlight of the day. As a lord with dual red and gold attribute talents, he can draw an attribute with every level he gains. He gained 2 levels today, so naturally, he had 2 chances. Start drawing attributes. Congratulations on obtaining the blue attribute, Spiritual Power Replenishment. Spiritual Power Replenishment. The Lord can restore the spiritual power of his troops through close contact. Suja was stunned for a moment, his eyes suddenly becoming subtle. This effect, why does it feel a little off? Although the description was concise, there was something between the lines that made people think deeply. Just as his face was flushing, Manhwa suddenly poked her head out. "Lord, why are you blushing?" Suja's mind flashed to her charming smile, and he felt a surge of heat. "It's okay, don't ask anymore." He quickly waved his hand, forcing himself to calm down. Bound entry. Spiritual power replenishment. Viewable in the personal panel. One more entry. This time, his eyes were particularly serious. "Congratulations on winning the unique red entry. National beauty and heavenly fragrance," Suja gasped, his eyes filled with disbelief. National beauty and heavenly fragrance, the only red entry effect. The charm of female soldiers in the territory is greatly increased. No more male soldiers can be recruited. The damage of female soldiers is increased by 20. This entry is too powerful. A 20 damage increase is a game changer for God level and higher units. While there are limitations, no more male units, it doesn't affect Suja that much. After all, his core combat power currently consists of Manhwa and Amaya, and he's leaning towards a female general strategy in the future. Not to mention that the charm bonus can also affect the quality and loyalty of recruitment. This is simply tailor-made for him. From now on, my place has completely become a land of women. Suja imagined the beautiful women soldiers in his future territory, and his mouth was almost grinning from ear to ear. Damn, just thinking about it makes me feel so good. Chapter 10. Ice Shadow, Shirley. Suja looked at the only red entry, National Beauty and Heavenly Fragrance, and smiled heartily. His luck today was simply amazing. He got a red entry on his second draw. He was truly the chosen one. Including the previous extraordinary evolution, he now had 2 red entries. This luck was simply outrageous. But just as this excitement was building, Suja suddenly realized something. Could it be that all my luck was wasted on drawing the new entry? This new entry had a side effect. Female soldiers became significantly more attractive and more attractive to the opposite sex. The problem was, he was the only male in the territory. Suja's scalp suddenly tingled. Why do I suddenly feel a chill in my waist? He turned to look at Manhwa and Amaya, then reflexively touched his own waist. I should be able to hold on. He thought about it, but he wouldn't miss this red entry. Bind. National Beauty. Bind successfully. Entry effect takes effect immediately. Viewable in the Territory Attributes panel. Suja quickly opened Manhwa and Amaya's attribute panels, paying particular attention to the potential column. He squinted his eyes and took a closer look. The system then refreshed the notification. Manhwa's potential had been promoted to Saint level. So the level above S level is Saint level. Suja muttered to himself. He had not previously understood this information. Does that question mark mean there are higher levels above Saint level? He stroked his chin, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Manhwa and Amaya also sensed the change in their own strength. The surge in power was palpable. "Lord, I feel my strength has increased." "Did you do something?" Manhwa asked with a piercing gaze. Amaya remained silent, but her eyes were clearly filled with inquiry. Susenadif. These reactions were a manifestation of the effectiveness of the national beauty and heavenly fragrance. When potential increases, strength naturally rises as well. This is perfectly normal. Among ordinary soldiers, the potential of immortal cultivators has also increased to D level, while that of Protoss warriors has reached C level. However, Suja noticed that the male soldiers undergoing upgrades hadn't received any bonuses. I don't think they'll survive the next few invasions, he thought to himself. His future territory would likely be staffed entirely by female soldiers. With a sigh, he opened his territory dashboard. Name, Radiant level, Level 1 area, 200 barracks, Immortal Platform God level, Divine Source Temple God level buildings. Well white, City Wall white, Evolvable population, 40 items. Extraordinary Evolution red, National Beauty red, Blessed Land gold, Spiritual Power replenishment blue. He still had a soldier recruitment refresh scroll in his hand and was debating which barracks to use it on. Both the Immortal Creation platform and the Divine Source Temple were God-level barracks, differing primarily in their race. Use it on the Immortal Creation platform first. Next time I get it, give it to the Divine Source Temple. We'll do it in order to avoid hesitation. Suja made up his mind and walked towards the Immortal Creation platform. Do you want to use the recruitment refresh scroll to refresh today's recruitment? Yes. As soon as the system prompt sounded, Manhwa and Amaya appeared beside him at the same time. Suja looked at them speechlessly. You two are too synchronized. A bad feeling struck her. The two of them appearing together meant a fight was likely. Sure enough, manhwa spoke first. It seems the Lord favors us immortals. Her voice was gentle and full of laughter, but it pierced Amaya's ears like a needle. Amaya immediately clenched her fists and glared at her. If Suja hadn't been there, the two would have likely already started fighting. Don't get me wrong, there's only one scroll. I'll definitely give it to the Divine Source Temple next time I have one. Suja quickly explained to prevent the situation from getting out of control. Although Amaya didn't say anything, her dissatisfied eyes continued to stare at manhwa. Manhwa, on the other hand, was beaming as if she had won a game. Do you want to spend 10 gold coins to recruit 10 times? Yes. A flash of white light appeared, and 10 figures appeared before Suja. The most eye-catching was a tall, silver-haired woman with ice-blue eyes, a cool dress, and a cold aura. I shadow Shirley. I pay my respects to the Lord, she said with a firm expression. Suja knew at first glance that this person was extraordinary, so he immediately checked his attributes. Name, Shirley Loyalty, 100 level 1 race, Celestial class arms, Frost Warrior rank, Godly talent, Ice Shadow concealment skill, Ice Shadow assault companion weapon, Ice Shadow blade. Potential, S rank Saint rank blessed by national beauty and heavenly fragrance description. Frost assassin type soldier, excels at stealth and surprise attacks, with a flexible and high burst combat style. Another god level immortal hero, Suja's eyes lit up. Shirley was clearly different from manhwa. Manhwa is more of a frontal warrior, skilled at crushing enemies with force. Shirley, on the other hand, is a stealthy assassin, agile and possessing high burst damage. With these types of troops, the tactical approach is significantly more multifaceted. The more Suja thought about it, the more satisfied he became, and he was already looking forward to the upcoming battle. Chapter 11. Someone is getting anxious. I won't tell you who it is. Get up. Suja looked at Shirley and said softly. Shirley stood up. Her long silver hair reflected the sunlight. Her ice-blue eyes were naturally cold, giving people a sense of distance at first glance. Like Amaya, she possessed an outstanding appearance and figure, but her temperament was completely different. She wore a minimal white dress that barely covered her essentials, revealing a large expanse of her white skin. The lines flowed smoothly, creating a visually striking effect. Suja was stunned. It must be said that Amaya and manhwa were both very beautiful, but compared to Shirley, their appearance and aura were indeed a few points behind. Especially that aloof yet seductive aura that made people want to conquer them. Surely, these frost warriors will be under your command from now on. Suja withdrew his gaze and returned to a serious tone. I understand, and I will definitely fulfill my mission. Shirley spoke respectfully, her expression calm and resolute. Suja nodded and introduced the two people next to her. This is manhwa. You should have heard of her. This is Amaya. Shirley nodded to manhwa. Greetings, Red Moon Fairy. Then, she nodded slightly to Amaya, polite but silent. You two need to get along well, Suja reminded her, then said he had to return to the real world to take care of some business. manhwa, Amaya, I've given you access to the warehouse. Take whatever you need. The two nodded in agreement, watching Suja's figure gradually fade from the territory. In the real world, Suja opened his eyes and appeared in the bedroom. He stood up from the bed and breathed a sigh of relief. He had spent almost the entire day yesterday in the territory, eating, drinking, and defecating without leaving. Now that the monster wave had passed, and there wasn't anything major to deal with in the short term, it was a good time to come back and take a break. He planned to research the market for resource cards. After all, he still had to put those rewards to good use. Opening his phone, Suja entered the Lord Mall, the official virtual trading platform for all awakeners. The mall was overflowing with resources, but hoping to use them to buy troops forget it. Troop resources were extremely scarce, and even if they were available, they were snapped up the moment they went online, leaving no chance for ordinary people to purchase them. A timber resource card costs 100 gold coins. Suja raised his brow, staring at the page in thought. If it was something even rarer, like mithril or crystal, the price would double. Even more surprising was the appearance of some mechanical soldiers on the list. These were mechanical races, independent of conventional civilizations, ready to use once activated, and possessed extremely powerful combat capabilities. But the prices are staggering, with even the most basic harvesting robots starting at 1,500 gold coins. Combat robots are even more expensive, unaffordable for the average person and reserved for the elite. Of course, the current trial period restricted the purchase of items, but the sell function was still open. However, how could most novices have extra resources to sell? After understanding the market situation, Suja exited the mall and opened the class group to casually browse the messages. Wang Chong, squad leader, this C-rank difficulty is ridiculous. My troops can't handle it anymore. Zhao Yiya, don't you have a lava giant? Why can't you hold on? Wang Chong, sigh, food is running low, morale is low, no one listens to me, and we're completely out of control. Lu Hao, lava giants, who feed on energy, are in trouble without food. You're already strong if you can hold on. Just as they were discussing this heatedly, the squad leader suddenly at him. Wang Chong, huh? At Suja, tell me how things are going over there. Suja was stunned. He didn't expect to be sniped as soon as he came online. Suja, not bad, just came back from the territory. Zhao Yiya, what's your rank? Lu Hao, same question, curious +1. Suja hesitated for a moment and replied. Suja, a second-tier unit. Zhao Yiya, that's quite normal. I'm also a second-tier unit. I just need to be steady in the early stages. Wang Chong, that's right. Being an ordinary little lord is also quite good. Just when the atmosphere was still quite friendly, a discordant voice suddenly emerged. Sun Yu. Tisk, what's there to be proud of, little lord? As soon as Sun Yu's name came out, the atmosphere in the group changed immediately. Wang Chong. No one would think you were dumb if you didn't speak. Given your condition, it's doubtful you could even survive the trial period. Zhao, yeah. Even if we're just small lords, we're still better than someone who rebelled against the army. Suja was completely bewildered when he heard this. What's going on? Why are you yelling? Sun Yu was a well-known member of a lord family in the class. His family had multiple high-ranking lords, and he was incredibly popular at first. Zhao Yiya, you don't know, Sun Yu chose S-level difficulty on the first day and showed off to everyone. As a result, most of his troops died, and he only got a D-level rating in the end. He's probably out today. Zhao Yiya, his family is powerful, but he's a complete loser, still shouting about it. I'm not afraid of him. Does he really think the whole world has to give in to him? Does he deserve it? After reading this, Suja suddenly understood. It turned out that Sun Yu was too arrogant in the early stages, and now he's back on track. He's so angry that he's biting people and is being mocked by the whole class. At this moment, the squad leader jumped in to add insult to injury. Wang Chong. Hey, someone's defense is broken. I won't say who it is. Zhao Yiya. So anxious. I'm cursing like crazy, Suja laughed. This group is too cheerful. Chapter 12, The Mysterious Businessman. Suja looked at Zhao Yiya's reply. No wonder Sun Yu was so angry and embarrassed, and his true colors were revealed. It turned out that he knew he couldn't pass the novice trial period, so he just gave up. Zhao Yiya, at all members, everyone, be careful. That bastard Sun Yu won't make it past the novice trial period. Be careful, he'll kill you all. It's best not to return to the real world unless you have anything else to do. Sun Yu. Zhao Yiya, you bitch, just wait for me. Zhao Yiya. Sun Yu, you useless piece of shit. You think I'm afraid of you? Others may not know, but I do. Your family doesn't care about you anymore. You piece of shit, go home and farm. Suja watched the heated arguments in the chat group. Fortunately, I saw the news in time. If that bastard Sun Yu had dragged me down with him, it would have been terrible. There are many people like Sun Yu every year. Because they cannot pass the trial period, they seek others to die together with them. It is simply revenge against society. But there's nothing you can do about him. After all, some people will deliberately hide their thoughts and come after you, catching you off guard. Fortunately, I checked the group messages today, otherwise I would not have known about this. Suja looked at the chat group and felt secretly relieved. It seems that we must be well prepared for defense. Suja's expression became solemn. If the Lord wants to summon troops to the real world, they must reach at least level 30. There's also a limit on the number of summons. To fully summon your own troops, you must reach level 60. Of course, as the Lord's level increases, his own strength will also increase. But the Lord's own strength has never been the key. Lords without military protection are vulnerable. After all, no matter how strong the Lord's physique is, he can never defeat high-level soldiers. Hold steady. Once I reach level 20 or so, ordinary weapons won't be able to hurt me. Suja thought to himself as he looked at the chat group. There were many people like Sun Yu who were seeking revenge against society. People like Sun Yu are everywhere in this world. The children of noble families who have become psychologically distorted due to failure in the novice lore trial period are by no means isolated cases. Sun Yu is not the first and will not be the last. There was once a news report that shocked the whole country. A young man from a noble family failed a trial, so he concealed the news, held a class reunion, poisoned the food, and killed all his classmates. Although he himself died, others were buried with this crazy guy. It seems that I have to be on guard now. Until I have the ability to protect myself, I will definitely not attend any gatherings. Suja secretly reminded himself. However, it is not easy to kill a lord, even if he is just a novice lord. The lord can return to the territory in a moment. In a vast and endless void space, there are as many territories as stars, and it is impossible to find the other party's territory without special means. So the lord is relatively safe, but this is only relative. This is also the reason why poisoning was used in a previous news incident. Because the poison is colorless and odorless, ordinary killers can't do anything to the lord. The lord can return to the territory instantly when encountering a crisis. So basically, as long as the blow is not fatal and the lord has no time to react, he will basically not die. Poison is an excellent way to deal with the lord. Of course, it is not an ordinary poison, but a poison secreted by some soldiers with poisonous properties. Ordinary lords cannot withstand it all. For those children from aristocratic families, it is not difficult to obtain this poison. You also have to pay attention to food. It's better not to eat in the real world recently. Thinking of this, Suja became alert instantly. Sun Yu is definitely not the only one with a twisted mind. There are other people who failed the trial. It is hard to guarantee that there won't be someone who wants to drag the novice lord down with him and make big news. Suja turned off his phone, and after finishing his personal business, he hurried back to the territory. His life was at stake. Keep a low profile first and don't touch anything that is potentially dangerous now. This is the safest approach. Who knows what crazy actions Sun Yu will take in desperation. My lord, a fragrance came, and manhwa hugged Suja lightly. Shirley and Amaya also appeared in front of Suja. Suja enjoyed the softness on his cheek and looked at manhwa helplessly. Nothing major happened in the territory after I left, right? Suja looked at manhwa and asked. Yes, manhwa said softly. She hugged Suja tightly, as if she wanted to merge him into her body. Huh, what's the matter? Suja looked at manhwa curiously. A guy who calls himself a mysterious businessman has come. He is still in the territory. We didn't think he posed any threat, so we didn't drive him away. We thought we would wait until you come back. manhwa said softly. Suja's pupils shrank after hearing this. Mysterious businessman? Where is he now? Suja asked excitedly. My lord, I will take you there now, manhwa said, leading Suja to a figure covered in a black robe. Respected lord, hello. Guided by the supreme will, I came to your territory. This must be our fate, the mysterious businessman said to Suja. Suja looked at the mysterious businessman. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The mysterious merchant is no secret in the Lord's world, but most people have only heard of him. Legend has it that as long as you have enough gold coins, you could buy anything you want from the mysterious merchant. Let me first see what goods I can afford, Suja said to the mysterious businessman. Of course, the customer is king. What's more, Suja is the one favored by the great will. Honorable lord, the mysterious merchant immediately opened his shop. What comes into view is a pile of basic resource cards, each priced at 100 gold coins. But for Suja, there is no need to buy these at all. Suja still has a lot of basic resource cards in his hands that he has not used. Suja looked at the mysterious businessman. Do you accept basic resource cards? Mysterious businessman. Who is the seller after all? I'll take it, but only at half price, the mysterious businessman said after a moment's silence. Suja curled his lips, then immediately gave up the idea. Selling it at half price was impossible, not in this lifetime. Is there a barracks? Suja looked at the mysterious businessman expectantly. The mysterious businessman waved his hand, and all the resource cards in front of Suja disappeared, replaced by a pile of barracks, but the number did not seem large. Level 8 troops, Frost Dragon. Level 8 troops, Flame Phoenix. Tier 9 troops, Cyclops. Suja's eyes suddenly lit up, but when he looked at the price, he fell silent. An 8th level soldier costs 10 million gold coins, which is simply robbery. Do you think my family runs a bank? Chapter 13, The Elemental Workshop, evolves into the Elemental Holy Tower. Suja glanced at the mysterious businessman, then turned to look at manhwa and Amaya, his eyes suddenly turning red. This appearance made the mysterious businessman feel creepy. For some reason, he suddenly had an inexplicable, foreboding premonition. It was as if he was being targeted by some terrifying existence. But looking at Suja's mediocre strength, he probably thought he was overthinking it. Suja continued to stare at the barracks. The mysterious merchant doesn't have many types of barracks on hand, but most of them are high quality. Suja looked at it carefully. First level barracks. Elemental workshop. Price is 1,000 gold coins. Element workshop. Suja's eyes suddenly lit up. The elemental workshop of first-level barracks can recruit first-level elemental apprentices. Although they do not have direct combat capabilities, they're the core branch of the elemental race and are proficient in various elemental spells. And the elemental workshop can be advanced. However, the conditions for advancement are extremely harsh, and for many lords, the input and output are not proportional. However, Suja doesn't care about these things. The advancement conditions are not a problem for him. I want to buy the element workshop, Suja said to the mysterious businessman. Okay, my lord. The mysterious businessman waved his hand, and a miniature workshop barracks appeared in his hand. Suja immediately traded 1,000 gold coins. Trading with mysterious merchants is allowed and does not violate the rules. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the first-level barracks. Elemental workshop. Can I buy on credit? Suja looked at the mysterious businessman and asked shamelessly. Mysterious businessman? Is this human language? Sorry, our small business does not accept credit. The mysterious businessman said with a slightly helpless tone. Suja smacked his lips, his face full of regret. Really? It's okay to lend money at high interest rates. 8 out of 12, interest compounded. I can accept that. Suja looked at the mysterious businessman eagerly, wanting to make one last attempt. The mysterious businessman glanced at Suja, then disappeared in front of Suja without saying a word. What a pity. Suja looked at the direction where the mysterious businessman left, and a hint of fanaticism flashed in his eyes. Mysterious merchant. Level 60. Race? Talent. Skill. Apart from the level, Suja could not see any other information, but this did not prevent Suja from having some bold ideas in his mind. Next time I must not let him get away like this. Suja licked his lips and thought to himself, My lord, were you really planning to take out a loan just now? Manhwa asked Suja curiously. Yeah, what's the matter? Suja admitted it straightforwardly. Then how are you going to pay back the money? Manhwa looked at Suja curiously. Pay back the money? Pay back what money? I borrowed it with my own ability. Why should I pay it back? Suja looked at Manhwa righteously. Manhwa, unfortunately, this guy didn't take the bait. Next time, if this guy comes again, I hope you can reach level 60. Suja said with a gloomy expression. Amaya looked at Suja, her eyes full of confusion. This guy has a lot of good things. They all belong to me, but unfortunately he has taken them all. We must get them back next time. Suja said without blushing. Manhwa. Amaya. Surely. It's only 1,000 gold coins, not a loss at all. Suja looked at the elemental workshop in his hand. Although the elemental workshop is only a first-level military barracks, due to its special nature, it can be upgraded. As the core branch of the elemental attributes and the key barracks of the elemental race, its potential cannot be underestimated. The only pity is that advancement requires a lot of resources, training is extremely difficult, and it also depends on the leader's talent. This is also the reason why the price of the elemental workshop is relatively low. It is not difficult for high-level leaders to advance by simply piling up resources. The difficulty lies in the fact that the leader's talent must include top-level talent of elemental affinity, which is the key. But Suja doesn't need to worry about these. Ding! First-level barracks detected. Elemental workshop. Evolution begins. Ding! You have obtained the God-level barracks. Elemental Holy Tower. Suja looked at the Holy Tower model in his hand. Compared with the Temple of Divine Source, it also emitted a dazzling and brilliant light. But the Elemental Holy Tower is even more mysterious. It is surrounded by various elemental forces, and the phantoms of countless elemental elves are jumping on the Holy Tower. A huge elemental crystal is embedded on the top. From a distance, this Holy Tower of Elements looks majestic and mysterious. Holy Tower of Elements. Level 1. Rank, God level. Class, Elementalist. Recruitment, 10 out of 10 daily. Crystal coins, 1 gold coin / 1 time, 20 W / 1 time. Upgrade, 1000 W crystal coins, Elemental Heart X1, Chaos Crystal Core X1. Introduction. The miracle holy tower that gathers the power of elements is born for a special reason. It is a miracle barracks that only produces female elementalists who are proficient in elemental spells. Suja took a deep breath, then summoned the territory plan, moved the temple of divine origin behind the Lord's heart, and placed the holy tower of elements to the left of the Lord's heart. It is exactly symmetrical with the Zaixiantai on the left and right. One is the power of elements. The other is the power of the moon goddess. They complement each other. Suja looked at his gold coins and found that he had 460 left. This immediately drained his energy. The basic recruitment has been able to be maintained in the past few days. But he also had to find a way to get some gold coins, otherwise he would go bankrupt. Suja walked straight towards the holy tower of elements. "This smell is really disgusting," Manhwa said with an unhappy look on her face. The immortals seem to have a natural aversion to things like elemental magic. In the eyes of the immortals, elemental magic is an unrecognized power. It is also because in ancient times, the ancestors of the immortals had conflicts with the elementals. So this hostile relationship has continued to this day. To be honest, Suja was also in a difficult situation. The palm and the back of the hand are all made of flesh, so it is not easy for him to favor anyone. There is also Amaya from the Protoss here. It can be said that none of his troops like each other. Suja's eyes went dark. He suddenly felt that it was not easy for him to gather such a group of people together to fight for him. Fortunately, everyone's loyalty is high enough, so there won't be any trouble. Suja looked at Manhwa and felt a headache. Fortunately, Manhwa is 100% loyal to him. If it were any other immortal soldiers, they would probably be on the verge of rebellion at this moment. Maybe the elemental holy tower will be demolished on the spot. "We are all family," Suja said to Manhwa with a smile. "I understand, my lord." Manhwa smiled and took Suja's arm, and together they walked into the holy tower of elements that was emitting elemental light. Chapter 14, Elementalist Isabella. Inside the holy tower of elements, the power of elements surges wildly. Manhwa didn't have any other extreme reactions except for the disgust on her face. For other immortals, this rich elemental power had an extremely strong suppressive force. The two restrain each other. People of the elemental race are also extremely hostile to the immortal race. But for Manhwa, it was just disgust. To put it in an exaggerated way, as the darling of the new generation of the immortal race, Manhwa was instinctively disgusted by this elemental power. This is the natural hostility between power attributes, nothing else. It has been like this for thousands of years. Shirley still looked calm, as if she was not affected by this aura. Amaya was looking with interest at a statue of an elementalist in the holy tower of elements, which was surrounded by colorful elemental light. He held an elemental staff in his hand, and the crystal on the top of the staff shone with a mysterious luster. As a member of the God clan, Amaya had no resistance in her heart. "Ding! Do you want to spend 10 gold coins and recruit 10 times? Recruit." Suja looked at the elementalist statue in front of him. This was the top existence among the elementalist troops. The majestic elemental force filled the entire space. Manhwa subconsciously wanted to release the power of moonlight to resist, but after looking at Suja, she held back, staring at the surging elemental force with disgust in her eyes. The elements shine brightly. A graceful female elementalist descended, with 4 elemental wings on her back, flashing with 4 kinds of light: fire, water, wind, and earth. She held an elemental staff tightly in her hand, wore a light blue robe, and had soft silver hair that fell to her waist. The eyes on the delicate face were closed. After a moment, a pair of eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything opened, and the eyes flashed with the light of the elements. "Elementalist, Isabella, I pay homage to my lord. May the rhythm of elements be eternal, and may the light of elements illuminate the world." Isabella knelt on one knee, her voice clear and pleasant, with unwavering loyalty. "Get up first," Suja said to Isabella. Isabella stood up and guarded Suja like a loyal guard. Suja looked at Isabella, then turned his gaze to the other 9 elementals. Isabella is a god-level elementalist with 4 elemental wings, the highest level, while other elementalists only have 2 elemental wings. Subject Isabella attributes. Name: Isabella. Experience value: 0 out of 100. Level 1. Rank: God rank. Race: Elemental. Class: Hero, Elementalist. Isabella. Talent: Elemental Affinity. Skill: Elemental Storm. Companion Weapon: Great Element Staff, Mingyuan. Potential: S-level, Saint-level, entry bonus. Introduction: The legendary Elementalist, due to a special opportunity, has greatly enhanced his potential, possesses absolute loyalty, controls extremely pure elemental power, and can harness the power of elements to change the world. Saint-level. Suja looked at Isabella and couldn't help but think of Manhwa. I originally thought that Isabella and Manhwa were the same level, but now it seems that they are still a little bit inferior. Manhwa is indeed a unique existence. After all, she is the first god-level hero born. The Elementalist is already the top soldier in the elemental camp, but Isabella can hardly compare with Manhwa's potential. It only means that Yu's potential is beyond Suja's imagination. Suja looked at the other 9 ordinary elementalists with dual element wings. Without the bonus of terms, their potential could only reach the ability of a single elementalist. Now, with the bonus of terms, all of them have been upgraded to elementalists with dual element power. However, this does not fully represent strength. Some types of troops can achieve self-breakthroughs after experiencing many battles. Any type of troops has unlimited possibilities. The only difference may be the upper and lower limits. It is not uncommon for ordinary soldiers to evolve into heroic soldiers. Moreover, the elementalist itself is an evolvable type of soldier. It is not impossible to evolve from 2 elemental wings to 3 or 4, especially under the leadership of Suja, the Special Lord. The probability of them evolving will be higher. These ordinary elementalists also have companion weapons, elemental staffs, and their talent is elemental control. Although it is slightly inferior to Isabella's elemental affinity, it is also quite good. Isabella, the Elemental Legion will be under your command from now on. Suja said to Isabella, "Always follow the will of my lord." Isabella responded solemnly, "Isabella, don't be so serious. I'm easy to get along with. This is Manhwa, this is Amaya, and this is Shirley." Suja looked at Isabella and introduced her. Isabella looked at Manhwa and Shirley, a hint of vigilance in her eyes. Instead, she nodded friendly to Amaya. As a person who upholds the order of elements, Isabella just watched Manhwa and Shirley with vigilance in the face of the strong fairy aura and did not take action immediately. This was already out of consideration for Suja's face. After all, in Isabella's eyes, Manhwa and Shirley's immortal aura was fully exposed. However, Manhwa became interested. "What are you looking at?" Manhwa raised a provocative smile and looked at Isabella. "The remnants of the immortals will be punished by the elements." The elemental wings behind Isabella shone brightly, and the power of elements surged around her. The holy light instantly illuminated the entire space. "Then come and try it. You look so serious, and it's really annoying." Manhwa looked at Isabella, and her white dress instantly turned into a thin red gauze. Next moment, a blood-red full moon appeared behind her. Her eyes also turned blood red, and the bright moon in a red veil looked particularly charming and attractive. Manhwa appeared in front of Isabella as the Red Moon Fairy with a strong aura. "Suse." "Pa." 2 crisp sounds were heard. Amaya looked at Manhwa and Isabella with a smile on her face. Isabella's face suddenly flushed, and she looked at Suja shyly, while Manhwa covered her buttocks with grievance and looked at Suja pitifully. "We are all one family. Stop doing things that destroy unity. If anyone does this again, I won't be polite," Suja said with a dark face. "These guys are going too far. They almost started a fight right in front of me. If I weren't there would be a real fight. This won't do. This must be rectified. This is no small matter, and Suja must deal with it seriously. You are all mine." Internal conflicts can be resolved in other ways, but internal fighting is absolutely prohibited. Suja looked at Isabella and Manhwa and said, Chapter 15, Lord's Combat Power Ranking. If any other lord faced such a situation, he would have been overwhelmed long ago. Suja was able to suppress the conflict without any worries because Manhwa and Isabella were both extremely loyal to him and would not waver. However, if other lords were so tough, they would probably be in danger in an instant. Suja looked at the population units in his territory, which had reached 60 units. 30 units of immortal cultivators and Protoss warriors, 20 units of frost warriors, and 10 units of elementals. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have rushed to use the recruitment refresh scroll. Who would have thought that I would meet a mysterious merchant in the novice stage? Suja thought to himself. It would be great if I could get a recruitment refresh scroll tomorrow. Suja's eyes showed a hint of anticipation. If he could really get another one, he could upgrade his territory level in advance. Time passes quietly. Night falls. Inside the Holy Tower of Elements, Isabella was leading other elementalists in elemental meditation. However, the noise coming from next door made Isabella frown slightly. What a disgusting aura. Isabella looked at the immortal platform next to her with some disdain. A new day is coming. Suja stood up from the pile of delicate bodies with full energy and rubbed his sore waist. Oh, I still need to exercise more. Suja muttered, then put on his clothes with great effort and walked out of the immortal creation platform. The elemental guards were patrolling the territory, and the fire spirits were hovering in the air, emitting a fiery light. The frost warrior hid in the shadows of the territory, vigilantly gazing at the surrounding void space. Everything seemed to be in order. Suddenly, Suja realized a key issue. Besides Manhwa, Amaya, and Shirley, who else was here last night? Suja fell into deep thought as he looked at the patrolling Protoss warriors. It was too dark to tell the difference, so he simply stopped worrying about it. After all, they were all his people and no one would suffer. A new day means new recruits. Suja looked at the few gold coins left. There are 450 gold coins left. Then he started recruiting Manhwa, Amaya, and Isabella to follow Suja from the immortal creation platform. Unfortunately, I was unlucky and all I recruited were ordinary soldiers, no heroic units. Hero units: Red Moon Fairy, Manhwa, Moon Goddess Amaya, Ice Shadow Assassin, Shirley, Elementalist, Isabella. The remaining common arms will not be counted in detail for now, and will be subdivided when complete Legion attributes are available. Just then, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Today is the third day of the Lord trial period. The battle power rankings are now open, as are the territory level rankings. Hearing the prompt, Suja was slightly stunned. The combat power list and territory level list will be open to novices on the third day, and other lists will be opened in the future. These lists are settled daily, and you can get rewards if you're on the list and remain on it for 24 hours. There are only 10 places on each list, which is designed to help novice lords grow faster. This is the benefit and help given by the Supreme Will, and it is also the reason why the Supreme will close the trading module and live broadcast module. If these two modules are not turned off, ordinary lords will have no chance of being on the list, let alone expecting these benefits. The list will basically be monopolized by the children of aristocratic families. Ding! You have successfully reached the top of the battle power ranking. Do you want to use your real name? No. Sucedi fused decisively. There were too many strange and bizarre abilities in this world. As far as he knew, some types of soldiers had the ability to deduce. Knowing the name could help them figure out the identity and even find the territory. Before he has enough strength, Suja does not want to expose himself completely. This is not because he's trying to be low-key, but because there is indeed danger. There are truly extraordinary and powerful people in the real world. It's always better to be safe than sorry. It's always better to be cautious. Suja would rather deal with potential threats with the worst-case scenario plan. Ding! Please choose a nickname as your name in the Lord's world. Lord of Chaos, Suja said after thinking for a moment. Ding! Are you sure? Chaos Lord, as the name of your Lord world. Once confirmed, it cannot be changed. Yes. Suja confirmed without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations on reaching the top of the Lord's battle power ranking. If you remain on the list for 24 hours, you will receive a mysterious prize. Suja opened the Lord's combat power list without saying a word. A list suddenly appeared before his eyes. First place, Chaos Lord, combat power, 350,000. Second place, Dark Messenger, combat power, 15,000. Third place, Storm Master, combat power, 12,000. Second place is only 15,000. Suja was stunned when he looked at the combat power list. However, this is only the third day of the Novice Lord trial period, and having an overall combat power of 15,000 is already quite good. At least it shows that this person has good talent. The chat channel was already in an uproar at this moment. Dark Messenger, am I seeing correctly? Is the combat power of this first-place person achievable by a human? Dark Knight Little Reptile? Holy shit, I pay my respects to the second-best boss on the battle strength list. Boss, please help me fly. Storm Master, no way, are these rookies this outrageous? On the third day, they already had a combined combat power of 350,000. While these numbers don't represent absolute strength, the discrepancy is ridiculous. Ice and Snow Fairy. The bosses are all alarmed. Who is the first place? Which faction is so powerful? Dark Knight Reptile. You seem to have overlooked one thing. Today's monster invasion hasn't arrived yet. If it were to arrive and level up, the stats would be even more outrageous. Dark Messenger. Outrageous. Hurry up and grow. Storm Master. +1. On Suja's side, he immediately opened the territory ranking list. First place, Glorious Sanctuary, level 3, area 3,000 square meters. Second place, Shadow Realm, level 3, area 2,500 square meters. How do these people upgrade? Suja looked at the territory rankings, his heart full of doubts. Territory upgrades not only require resources, but also population units. The population unit requirement for a level 3 territory is 600. Could it be because of talent? Susigist. This was the only reason that made sense. Of course, it was also possible that he was extremely lucky. If you awaken a talent related to territory, then expanding your territory will definitely be much easier. Just as Suja awakened his evolutionary talent, it was quite easy for him to recruit powerful troops. However, territory expansion is a very obvious shortcoming. The speed of his territory expansion can be said to be quite slow. It has only increased this little in several days. The first place on this list has reached a terrifying 3,000 square meters. The gap is quite big. Chapter 16, Primary Spirit Crystal Vein. It seems that tomorrow's combat power settlement rewards are worth looking forward to. The reward for the first place will definitely not be bad. Suja thought to himself, "Ding! The monster invasion is about to begin. Please choose your challenge difficulty." Choose S-level. Suja did not hesitate at all. There was no reason not to choose S-level difficulty. His troops urgently need to be upgraded, and he also needs more gold coins and resources. Although the difficulty of a monster invasion on the third day will increase further, it is not a difficult task for Suja. He has 3 god-level troops under his command. If he can't even pass this, then no one else can. Whether it is the development of the territory or the need for resources and gold coins, S-level difficulty is the only choice. Ding! S-level difficulty confirmed. Please be prepared, Lord. Manhwa, Isabella, Amaya, Shirley, the chaos invasion is coming. Be prepared. Each of you will be responsible for the defense in one direction. Suja said to Manhwa, Isabella, Amaya, and Shirley. Yes, my lord. The invasion of monsters is no joke. Even if they are not afraid, it is better to be safe than sorry. The slightest mistake will lead to big trouble. They are fully aware of the pros and cons, so they're all taking it seriously at this moment. In the void space outside the territory, hideous monsters emerged one after another. Suja looked at the monsters that invaded today, and his expression became solemn. Void Shadow. Level 3 to 6. Race Void. Skill Curse of the Void. Introduction. The terrifying existence in the void world, the culprit of countless collapsed worlds. If you can successfully resist the attacks of these void demons, you will receive rich rewards. Oh my god! Suja looked up at the sky and couldn't help but complain in his heart. Oh my goodness, the one coming is the Void Demon Shadow, which is the most dangerous creature in the void world. The Void Demon Shadow in front of us is only a small part of it. Although they're only a small part of the branch, these void phantoms are also extremely threatening. Suja immediately opened up his full area vision and took command in the Holy Tower of Elements. One after another, void demon shadows emerged from the empty space, and then rushed towards Manhwa and others like a tide, with low roars rising one after another. Roar! 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 The Frost Warriors instantly transformed into frost forms, with an extremely cold aura lingering around them. The sharp blades in their hands flashed with a faint light, and their agile figures shuttled through the shadows. The fire elementals were surrounded by raging flames. The weapons in their hands were wrapped in flames, and every movement brought out a wave of hot air, as if to burn everything around them. The other elementalists stood behind, chanting ancient spells. The power of various elements gathered in their hands, turning into powerful spells that blasted towards the demon shadow. Isabella guided the majestic power of elements. The elemental wings shone brightly, and various elemental spells fell like raindrops, causing violent explosions among the group of demon shadows. Boom! 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 Relying on his agility and superb assassination skills, manhwa shuttled through the group of void demon shadows like a ghost, and the immortal sword, Red Moon in his hand, stabbed out continuously, and each strike accurately hit the vital points of the void demon shadow. Shirley led the Frost Warriors to set an ice trap on the edge of the battlefield. The Frost Warriors hid in the ice fog, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Once the void shadow stepped into the trap, it would be subjected to their fierce attack. On the other side, the moon goddess Amaya also joined the battlefield. Go ahead, everyone. As soon as she finished speaking, the Protoss warriors under her command rushed out in a swarm. At this moment, several rays of bright moonlight suddenly appeared in the hands of the moon goddess Amaya. The silvery moonlight shines down, lighting up everything around. In an instant, call out, call out. The moonlight in Amaya's hand transformed into several sharp moon blades that shot out. Crack, crack. In an instant, most of the charging void demon shadows were destroyed. Rays of moonlight descend from the sky. Any demonic shadow in the void that was illuminated by the moonlight was destroyed almost instantly. Not to mention getting close to the city wall, these void demon shadows were killed just a few steps away from the void space. Suja's army blocked their way forward. It's impossible to get any closer. Ding, experience points +1. Ding, experience points +3. Ding, experience points +2. The system prompt sound kept ringing, but Suja didn't pay too much attention to it. Experience points are relatively easy to increase in the early stages, but will become much slower in the later stages. Often, after a large-scale battle, one can only be promoted by one level. Ding, your experience value has reached 800. Do you want to level up? Upgrade. Suja decisively chose to upgrade and was promoted to level 5. Suja checked the experience points required to upgrade to the next level, which was 1,000. It seemed that this monster invasion should allow him to upgrade again. Over time, an hour and a half passed. The last void demon shadow dissipated in Isabella's elemental storm. Suja looked at his territory and saw that the ground was already filled with the corpses of void demon shadows. Suja's level has also reached level 6, and the next level requires 1,200 experience points to upgrade. There are 2 more chances to draw entries, so keep them for now. Suja took a deep breath. He looked at Manhwa's levels. Alice had reached level 6, Amaya had reached level 5, and the rest of the soldiers, including Shirley and Isabella, had reached level 4. Ding! Congratulations on passing the Monster Invasion Challenge. It took an hour and a half, 0 casualties, and an S-level rating. Congratulations on receiving a diamond treasure chest. Another diamond treasure chest, not bad. Suja was in a good mood as he looked at the diamond treasure chest in his backpack. What comes out of this diamond treasure chest depends on the Lord's level when he obtains the treasure chest. The higher the level, the better the reward. Of course, if you want to bypass the bug and open it when you reach a higher level, that won't work because the final reward is determined by the level at the moment you get the treasure chest. Swallow. Suja directly activated his territory ability. In an instant, the corpses of those void demon shadows were all devoured and absorbed. Suja's territory expanded rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ding! You've activated your Lord's power. Your territory has increased by 300 square meters. Ding! Your territory's blessed land attribute has been activated, creating a primary spirit crystal vein. Primary spirit crystal vein? Suja opened the territory attribute panel with doubts and searched for information about the spirit crystal vein. Spirit crystal vein. Level, beginner. Production, 10 pieces per day, 20 pieces per day over the limit. Introduction, primary spirit crystal vein. 10 spirit crystals can be mined per day, and 20 spirit crystals can be mined per day if the limit is exceeded. Note, exceeding the limit will cause the spirit crystal vein to dry up, so it is recommended to mine reasonably to avoid exhausting the resources. Suse, why does this system feel like another vaccination? His first thought was indeed to mine day and night. But since there are restrictions, then it's better to mine reasonably. He doesn't lack this time. Chapter 17, Enjoy the Spoils. 10 spirit crystals a day. This free income is not bad. Suja thought to himself. As for excessive mining, that is indeed unnecessary. He is not that stupid. If the mine is exhausted, it will be too late for him to regret. Everything requires a steady and long-term approach, and Suja understands this principle. The current daily output is able to meet the current demand, so we should not be too greedy. After closing the information panel, Suja began to count today's gains. 4,000 gold coins, 30 common loot, 4 rare loot. Open. Suja looked at the 30 ordinary trophies and chose to open them without hesitation. 10 basic wood resource cards, 10 basic stone resource cards, 6 basic meat resource cards, and 4 basic iron or resource cards. The harvest is not bad. Suja looked at the basic resource cards that were opened and felt quite satisfied. There are 4 rare loot chests left, which are of higher quality than ordinary loot chests, and the items inside are naturally better. Unfortunately, there are only 4 of them. Suja opened them one by one. Advanced wood resource card. Open it to get 1,000 pieces of advanced wood. Advanced stone resource card. Open it to get 1,000 advanced stones. Gold resource card. Open it to get 100 pieces of gold. Mithril resource card. Open it to get 100 pieces of mithril. I made a fortune. Suja took a deep breath and looked at the 4 advanced resource cards in his hand. High-level ore and high-level wood are essential resources for building high-level buildings. Gold and mithril are special resources needed to create special equipment and construct special buildings. These resources are very important to the Lord, and you can never have too much of them. Suja wishes there were as many as possible. It's only in the novice stage that these resources can be obtained so easily. Suja couldn't help but sigh. Whether it is gold or mithril, these resources are hot-selling hard currencies in the market. The value of any resource card cannot be less than 10,000 gold coins. Next is today's big shipment. Suja took out the diamond treasure chest, his eyes full of anticipation. Don't be in a hurry. Go wash your hands first. As soon as he walked to the well, Suja saw a group of white figures laughing and playing while washing their bodies. They were the Frost Warriors, led by Shirley. There was a sea of white in front of him, which almost dazzled Suja's eyes. It's so exciting that people can't help but stand up in broad daylight. My lord, would you like to join us? A brave Frost Warrior invited Suja with a charming smile. You guys wash first. I'll let you go this time. Suja pretended to be serious and said this, but when he was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something. 3 cards appeared in Suja's hand. Basic water card. Obtain 30 tons of pure water after use. Shirley, this is for you. If you don't have enough water, just use one. Suja said to Shirley. Most of the beautiful girls here are Frost Warriors led by Shirley. What they like most is to take a bath to relax their body and mind after the battle. Shirley gave a charming smile, then walked in front of Suja with her hips swung. Her skin is white and smooth, and her hot body is extremely attractive. With neat short ice blue hair and a playful smile on her face, Shirley directly took Suja's arm and said, Lord, are you really not going to bathe with us? It will be very interesting. Temptation. This is blatant temptation. Suja smelled the faint fragrance and felt the softness in his arm, which made him feel a little moved. But he still managed to stay calm. Forget it this time, but next time, I will definitely do it next time. Suja quickly broke free from Shirley's arms, turned around, and left. Shirley looked at Suja's hurriedly leaving back with a faint smile on her face. I have to take it easy. If I continue to indulge myself like this, even the strongest body won't be able to bear it. So se mater softly. As soon as he turned around, he was faced with a difficult decision. Manhwa standing at the door of the immortal creation platform, Amaya standing at the door of the holy temple of divine origin, and Isabella standing at the door of the holy tower of elements. The 3 men looked at each other with eager eyes, as if they were about to eat Suja up. You can see that they are a little hungry. Forget it. Let's just sit on the grass. Suja glanced at the 3 of them. It wouldn't be appropriate to go to any of them, so it would be better not to go anywhere. It would be painful to go there. He doesn't want to die young. Suja sat down on the grass. Manhwa and Isabella looked at each other, and the air was instantly filled with gunpowder. Amaya came to Suja with a gentle smile on her face. Suja glanced at Amaya, then looked at Manhwa and Isabella who were arguing with each other. Suja simply opened the diamond treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 15 spirit crystals. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 1 soldier recruitment refresh scroll. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 1 soldier recruitment refresh scroll. 2 scrolls for refreshing recruitment of military units? Suja's eyes suddenly lit up. What he lacked most now was the props for recruiting soldiers. This couldn't come at a better time. There are exactly 2. If each of us gets 1, there's nothing to fight over. Suja thought to himself. For other lords, the troop recruitment refresh scroll may not be considered a top reward. But for Suja, this is the best thing. The scroll of refreshing the recruitment of troops may have little impact on other lords. But it is completely different for Suja. Each of these troop recruitment refresh scrolls means 10 powerful troop types to him. This is a real improvement in combat power. It also saved him a lot of resources. Perhaps this is not the top-level item that can be obtained in the diamond treasure chest, but is the most suitable one for Suja. Let's go and recruit first. Suja looked at Amaya and said. Amaya smiled and nodded, following Suja obediently. Manhwa and Isabella watched Suja and Amaya walk towards the Temple of Divine Origin and followed them silently. The two were still fighting, and even when they walked together, neither of them gave in. Amaya was very sensible and gave up her seat, allowing Manhwa and Isabella to follow Suja on his left and right. Amaya, come here, Suja said to Amaya, then looked at Manhwa and Isabella who were arguing with each other. Manhwa and Isabella looked at each other, and their expressions became even uglier. The look in their eyes seemed to say, "It's all your fault." Amaya obediently came to Suja. Suja took Amaya and walked into the Temple of Divine Source first. Ding, do you want to use the troop recruitment to refresh the scroll? Use it, Suja said in a firm tone, looking at the dome of the temple that was burning with flames. Ding, the daily recruitment times have been refreshed. Lords can recruit again. Recruit. Suja looked at the endless shining light with anticipation. Chapter 18, Luna, the Star Guide. The brilliant golden light bloomed dazzlingly, and a star like a golden sun hung high in the sky. In the blazing golden light, a pair of brilliant golden eyes slowly opened, like two suns that never go out. After the light gradually dissipated, a figure appeared in front of Suja. She had long golden hair, and every strand seemed to be emitting star-like light. Unlike Isabella's golden hair, this figure was surrounded by a vast and mysterious aura. A pair of huge star wings stretched out behind him, with a hint of ethereality in his golden eyes. He was wearing silver-white armor dotted with stars, holding a spear in his hand, the tip of the spear flashing with cold light, and the spear body was engraved with mysterious runes. She has a tall and graceful figure, and her beautiful face has a kind of otherworldly indifference. Star Envoy, Luna, greetings to the Lord. Luna knelt on one knee, and 9 figures emitting soft starlight behind her also knelt on one knee at the same time. Unlike the lively elemental light of the elemental elves, the light of these 9 figures was deeper and more mysterious. Everyone get up. Suja looked at Luna and said. Luna stood up calmly and stood in front of Suja. Amaya looked at Luna, her eyes full of surprise. Sister, you are finally here. Sister. Suja looked at Amaya, then turned his gaze to Luna. My lord, she is really my sister. How about we serve you together at night? Amaya whispered softly in Suja's ear. Suja swallowed and said, well, let's talk about this tonight. Luna's attributes. Although Luna and Karina had similar names, their personalities were very different. Name, Luna. Experience value, 0 out of 100. Level 1. Rank, God level. Arms, Hero Luna, the Star Guide. Talent, Star Guidance. Skill, Starfall. Companion weapon, Star Lance. Potential, S-level, Saint level. Spiritual Charambonus. Introduction. A messenger from the depths of the stars, born in the miracle of the stars, with the ability to control the power of the stars. When he reaches level 40 and possesses the moon goddess Amaya at the same time, he will unlock Star Flame Resonance. Star Flame Resonance? What is this? Suja looked at Luna's introduction curiously, and then looked at the troops behind Luna, the Star God. The Star God is Luna's soldier. It is also a powerful soldier that controls star energy and has extremely strong single-target burst capabilities. The destructive power of that attack that gathered the power of the Star God was still quite terrifying. Star Gods also belong to the Protoss, so their attributes are not much different from those of Protoss warriors. Their talent is Star Body Protection, and their potential has reached the Platinum level, just like Protoss warriors. Their companion weapon is Star Staff. Suja also discovered the characteristics of the Temple of Divine Origin. If the hero unit of this type of troops is not recruited, it is impossible to recruit this type of troops. For example, if Luna has not been recruited before, you cannot recruit the Star God. Amaya, please tell Luna about the situation in the territory. Suja said to Amaya. Okay, my lord. Amaya responded with a smile. Then Suja went to the Holy Tower of Elements. As soon as I walked out of the Temple of Divine Origin, I saw Manhwa and Isabella fighting with their eyes. The two of them walked the whole way without stopping to make eye contact. Suja walked up and patted each of them lightly on the buttocks. Stop making trouble, Isabella, and come with me to the Holy Tower of Elements. Suja said, Okay, Lord. Isabella glanced at Manhwa with a hint of pride in her eyes, and then followed Suja. Manhwa glared back fiercely, not willing to be outdone, and followed Suja and Isabella to the Holy Tower of Elements. Ding! Do you want to use the troop recruitment to refresh the scroll? Yes. Suja directly used the last troop recruitment refresh scroll. It seems that the Lord still values our elemental clan more. Isabella looked at Suja, her eyes full of passion. Humph! I just recruited soldiers from my barracks last time. Manhwa immediately retorted. Isabella. Ding. Do you want to spend 10 gold coins to recruit? Yes. Suja simply ignored the bickering between the two. After a flash of light, the recruitment was completed, but no new hero units appeared. There are still ordinary two-winged elementals, and there are no special new types of soldiers. It turns out that recruiting new soldiers is not that easy. Isabella, these elementals are left to you. Suja said to Isabella. Yes, my lord. Isabella responded seriously. Then Suja walked out of the Holy Tower of Elements. He opened his territory panel and looked at the upgrade conditions for the territory. The upgrade conditions for territory are 1,000 stones, 1,000 wood, and 100 population units. Suja has no shortage of stones and wood now. As for population, now Suja has 40 immortal soldiers, 40 god soldiers, and 30 elementals under his command. The total population units have reached 110, which has met the requirements for upgrading. Ding! Territory population detected. 100. Territory upgrade requirements met. Do you want to consume 1,000 stones and 1,000 wood to upgrade the territory? Upgrade! Suja directly took out 2 basic resource cards, 1 stone and 1 wood. The blue and white light instantly enveloped Suja's territory, and the territory began to expand continuously. Amaya, Shirley, Isabella, Manhwa, and Luna appeared beside Suja. Lord, what is this? Amaya looked at Suja with curiosity. Our territory is being upgraded, Suja said with a smile. As the territory continued to expand, Suja's eyes were full of anticipation. When the light fades, Suja looked at the changes in the territory. First of all, the 3 god-level barracks had obviously become much larger, from the original 2-story buildings to the size of a large villa. In addition, the heart of Suja's territory was finally protected by a small house. An exquisite stone house appeared next to the heart of the territory. This was Suja's lord's mansion. This is also the reason why Suja did not build a house to protect the heart of the territory before. As the territory upgrades, the lord's mansion will automatically appear and will be upgraded with the territory upgrade. Suja walked into the stone house. The stone house had 2 floors. The first floor had a living room, bedroom, and bathroom. Although not luxurious, it has complete facilities. The second layer houses the heart of the territory. Not bad, not bad. I finally have a decent place to sleep. Suja looked at the comfortable bed. Before, he always rested in the hall of the barracks. In comparison, it is much better now. It must have been so uncomfortable to sleep on that broken wooden bed before. It also greatly affects his performance. Although the stone house is a bit simple, the bed is quite soft and very comfortable to sit on. Chapter 19 Upgrade to Level 2 Territory. At the first level of the territory, the heart of the territory is placed outside without any cover. It's like being exposed naked. When you reach the second level territory, there will be a lord's mansion to protect you. Although it is just a stone house, it can at least protect the heart of the territory, just like covering the exposed key parts with a layer of cloth. It is not very useful, but at least it is useful. Suja directly clicked on his territory panel. Name, Radiant. Level 2. Area, 1,500 square meters. Barracks, Immortal Platform, God level. Divine Source Temple, God level. Elemental Holy Tower, God level. Buildings, well, white. City Wall, white can evolve, Lord's Mansion. Mineral Vein, Primary Spirit Crystal Mineral Vein. Population, 110, 40 Immortals, 40 Protoss, 30 Elementalists. Items, Extraordinary Evolution, red. National Beauty, red. Blessed Land, gold. spiritual power replenishment blue. Upgrade, 5,000 wood, 5,000 stone, population 500. Has the area reached 1,500 square meters? Suja was slightly shocked when he looked at the area of the territory. It seems that after the upgrade, just now, the territory area has increased a lot. Now, Suja looked outside the city wall, and the territory had indeed become much wider. This is because of the bonus of some blessed land attributes, which is why his territory has become so large. If other lords upgraded and expanded their territories, they would definitely not have the same effect as him. Only lords with special abilities can quickly expand the territory. Just like the lords on the territory area ranking list, they must have some special talents or items that allow their territories to expand so fast, even faster than a cheat king like Suja. It doesn't take much thought to guess that these lords must be specializing in the area of territory. As the territory size increases, they can build more buildings to help development. Although their troops may not be strong, they can continue to develop if they expand their numbers without thinking. The most difficult problem at the moment is still the population issue. Suja thought to himself as he looked at the territory panel. For other lords, resources are usually the biggest problem. But for Suja, it is just the opposite. Population is his primary problem now. Because the current troops are all recruited from the God-level barracks, the daily recruitment limit is only 10. The number of recruitments can only be increased by upgrading the barracks. However, for Suja, upgrading the God-level barracks is unlikely in the short term. He couldn't afford the upgrade materials, not to mention the materials he had never seen before. It would be more realistic to hope to obtain more scrolls for recruiting and refreshing soldiers than a hope to upgrade the God-level barracks. The former is just daydreaming. Like ordinary soldiers, for example, before the Shadow Assassin evolves, the daily recruitment limit of the third-level Shadow Assassin can reach 150 times, and the upgrade conditions of the third-level barracks are far less harsh than those of the God-level barracks. So generally speaking, population units will not become an obstacle to the early upgrade of the Lord's territory. But for Suja, the situation is completely reversed, and the population unit has become the biggest problem in upgrading the territory. This is so fucking uncomfortable. Suja closed the territory panel helplessly. He then opened the floor plan of the territory. The locations of the buildings within the territory were clearly presented before him. Suja's gaze immediately turned to the city wall. The city wall is a special building and can also be upgraded. He directly used the power of the Lord to expand the city wall outward by hundreds of meters, leaving only 500 meters as a buffer zone between the territory and the void space. The city wall towers above the earth. Inside the wall is Suja's core territory, and outside the wall is the buffer zone between the void space and the territory. Suja looked at the territory map. A large territory certainly has great advantages. It has ample space and more abundant resources that can be grown in the future. But there are also disadvantages. Compared with small territories, large territories require a wider area to be defended and more manpower is needed. This also increases the population requirements of the territory. Suja checked the upgrade conditions for the city wall: 10,000 stones, 10,000 wood, and 10 spirit crystals. Suja subconsciously looked at his backpack. There are 19 basic wood resource cards, 21 basic stone resource cards, and 19 spirit crystals. Some stones and wood were consumed when building the well and the city wall, but the miscellaneous items were not counted in detail. A basic resource card contains 1,000 units of stone or wood. Upgrade, city wall. Ding. Do you want to consume 1,000 stones, 10,000 wood, and 10 spirit crystals to upgrade the city wall? Yes. Suja took a deep breath. Suja felt a tremor coming from the territory, and a roar sounded. A faint light enveloped the city wall, and the original city wall was wrapped in the light. Ding. Upgrade successful. You can check the specific properties of the city wall yourself. The light dissipated, and the original city wall was covered with a layer of faint light, standing like solid obsidian. The height of the city wall reached about 15 meters. Suja checked the properties of the city wall. Blackstone walls. Grade black. Upgrade, 1000 ironore, 100 mitrid, 1000 copperore. Introduction. The upgraded Blackstone wall can resist attacks from low-level creatures and has a certain degree of immunity to elemental spell damage. Suja looked at the attributes of the Blackstone wall in front of him and breathed a sigh of relief. This upgrade was worth it. After all, it consumed so many resources. It can resist attacks from immune low-level creatures and has a certain effect of resisting magic damage, which is quite good at the current stage. The safety of the territory is now more guaranteed. The bottom line is that the population units in Suja's territory are too small. After the territory expanded, the defense area increased, and the number of monsters that invaded by chaos each time was not small, but there were not many people in his territory who could defend it. This is very embarrassing. As the saying goes, don't be afraid of 10,000, just be prepared for one. Missing even 1 or 2 monsters could lead to big trouble. Although Suja believes in the strength of manhwa and the others, he still has to be cautious. It is better to be prepared than not to be prepared. Suja also didn't want any flaws or accidents to occur. He couldn't accept such an outcome. Moreover, Suja did not feel bad about the consumption of these basic resources, but he felt a little pain in the face of the consumption of spirit crystals. Fortunately, there are now primary spirit crystal veins, and 10 spirit crystals can be mined every day. As long as the mining limit is not exceeded, it will not be a problem to continue to obtain them. Today's spirit crystals have not been mined yet. After mining, the spirit crystals consumed today will be replenished. This is not a loss. Suja thought to himself, and then closed the territory map. Looking at the black stone wall in front of him, the development of the territory finally began to get on track. Then Suja opened his attribute panel again and looked at his talents with anticipation. I leveled up twice today and can now draw new entries. Suja was quite looking forward to what powerful entry he could draw today. Chapter 20 Golden Entry, Invincible Golden Body. Extract the entry. Suja looked at his talent with anticipation. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the golden entry, Invincible Body. Invincible Golden Body, gold item after using this skill. The Lord's physical fitness will be greatly enhanced, and his endurance and stamina will be comprehensively increased, etc. After Suja finished reading the entry for Invincible Golden Body, his face suddenly turned red. There was a hint of doubt in his eyes. Why do I feel like this entry isn't that serious? This description is so obscene. If you're a man, you should be able to understand what it describes, which is to strengthen your ability in that area. However, what made Suja curious was that there would actually be such an entry. Moreover, this is a golden entry, and the grade of this entry is not low. Suja touched his chin. But if the ability described is truly useful, then it could be worth a gold quality. Moreover, this entry is perfect for someone like Suja, who is surrounded by beautiful women. This term is not only useful in that matter, but can also be useful in daily life. After all, it is the ability to enhance physical fitness. In that case, I'll gladly accept it. Bound, Unbeatable Golden Body. Ding! You have successfully bound the entry, Unbeatable Golden Body. Lords can view it in the personal attribute panel. After successfully binding the entry, Suja instantly felt his body filled with strength, as if he had endless energy. My waist is no longer sore, and all the fatigue has disappeared. This effect came too quickly. Suja's eyes were full of surprise. Go on, draw entries. Suja looked at his talent again. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the blue entry, Demon Slayer. Demon Killer, blue item after using this skill. The Lord's troops will deal an additional 20% damage to demon creatures. That's a bit rubbish. Suja frowned slightly after reading the entry introduction. It only has a 20% damage increase effect. Although it looks good, this damage increase effect can only be used against demon creatures. It's a bit rubbish. This means that when fighting monsters of other races, this entry will have no effect at all. But it's better to have it than not. At least when facing demon monsters, this entry is still useful. Just make do with it. Suja looked at the entry in front of him. Bound, Demon Slayer. Ding! The blue entry has been successfully bound, Demon Killer. The attributes of this entry can be viewed in the territory attributes. Then Suja opened his property panel. Name, Suse. Experience value, 0/12,000. Level, 6. Talent, Extraordinary Evolution, red entry. Powers, Global Vision, Territory Map, Devour, Automatic Collection, Decomposition. Territory, Level 2. Skills, none. Items, Invincible Golden Body, gold. Demon Killer, blue. Suja directly closed the attribute panel and stretched his body. Why are you looking at me like that? Suja asked Manhwa, Isabella, and others who were around him. He also touched his face. Was his face not clean? They are staring at themselves? My lord, You were smiling one moment, and then your face looked very bad the next. Are you feeling unwell? Luna said expressionlessly. Suse? Manhwa? Isabella? Amaya? Is my sister so brave? Aren't you afraid that the Lord will be petty and vengeful? In the temple of God's origin, after an intimate exchange, Luna became deeply aware of her own recklessness. Suja walked out of the temple of divine source in high spirits. This invincible golden body is really powerful. Suja breathed a sigh of relief, and Luna and Amaya followed him out with blushing faces. He didn't feel tired at all, even after doing it several times just now. If these two girls couldn't bear it anymore, Suja really didn't want to stop. This is the life I should enjoy. Suja sighed in his heart. Then he remembered something else. That is, after being on the Novice Lord list, no matter which list you are on, you can go to the school to report and certify to obtain the school's subsidy resources rewards. Forget it, I won't go now. After thinking about it, Suja decided to give up. After all, his ranking on the battle power list is really amazing. Suja just checked the latest situation of the combat power list. Not only did he remain at the top of the list, but his combat power had soared to 500,000 at this moment, which was really outrageous. But if you think about it carefully, it makes sense. When the battle power list was first opened, the third day of monster invasion had not yet begun. Now that the monster invasion has ended, the levels of Suja's troops have generally been upgraded by 1 level, and Isabella and others have even been upgraded 3 levels in a row. In addition to the newly acquired troop recruitment refresh scroll, 30 new units of God-level troops have been added, as well as heroic units such as Luna. So much combat power bonus. It makes sense that the combat power has increased so much. The combat power of the second place has just reached 20,000. The gap is like heaven and earth. Then open the chat channel. He glanced at the private messages. For a moment, Suja thought he had seen it wrong. This 99 plus private chat prompt really surprised him. Suja subconsciously clicked on it and saw that most of them wanted to add friends. Of course, there are also some messages that are inconsiderate or even a little brain-dead, such as the private message he is seeing now. Lord of the Heavenly Realm, I will give you a chance to follow me. I am the legitimate son of the Li family, a prominent family in Tianjin City. Suja's face turned dark, and then he replied with 2 words, idiot, then block in one go. In a void space, in a level 1 territory. Li Haoyang looked at his territory irritably. As a big family in Tianjin City, although his family could not be called a top family, it was also a second-rate family with many high-level lords among them. However, his journey as a novice lord was extremely bumpy. His novice troop is a first-level slime monster. So far, it has only survived 3 normal-level monster invasions, which are the lowest difficulty invasions. This resulted in him being unable to even meet the daily expenses of recruiting soldiers, let alone other resources to upgrade, build, and develop his territory. Therefore, the territory is still at level 1. The only thing to be thankful for is that although the slime monster is a first-level soldier and is not very powerful, it has stickiness and special physique, and general physical attacks are ineffective against it. The difficulty of monster invasion in the early stage was not high, so he could barely survive by relying on the slime monster. The daily recruitment limit for slime monsters is 400, but he cannot even reach this basic recruitment amount. The rewards for ordinary level monster invasions are too small. Li Haoyang knew clearly that his trial period was basically wasted, and he was thankful that he could safely survive these 30 days and become an official lord. He dared to send such a message to Suja because he had inquired about the same batch of novice lords in the second generation of Tianjin City, and found that no one was named Radiant. Chapter 21, The Church of Truth. Wang Yu falls into darkness. This is also the reason why he is fearless. As for the rich second generation outside Tianjin City, in his eyes, those were all country bumpkins who were not up to par. Even though Suja had high combat power, he didn't take him seriously. In his opinion, as long as he survives the trial period and becomes a true lord, catching up with Suja was a piece of cake. After all, the resources and high-level troops provided by the family were not at the same level at all. By sending a message to Suja, he felt that he had given the other party enough face. But now, Li Haoyang looked at Suja's reply with a gloomy expression, and his heart immediately exploded with anger. This guy is so fucking insulting. As the young master of the Li family, when had he ever suffered such injustice since he was a child? Good, very good. A trace of resentment flashed in Li Haoyang's eyes, and then he closed the chat panel. He sent a message to Suja. intending to win him over. He thought that if he revealed his identity as a member of the Li family in Tianjin City, Suja would flatter him obediently, but he did not expect that the response in the end would be like this. Not only did the other party not lick his boots, but he was also scolded. How could he not be angry? But Li Haoyang also understood that getting angry at this moment would be useless except making himself more embarrassed. Li Haoyang left the territory directly. Apart from returning to the territory to recruit soldiers every day, he would not stay in the territory until the monsters invaded the next day. Because it was so smelly here, he couldn't stand the smell. On Suja's side, he directly set it to refuse everyone from adding him. Seeing the red dot disappear, Suja suddenly felt much more relieved. This was simply a blessing for people with obsessive-compulsive disorder. But, speaking of which, are those guys from Tianjin City here this year too? Suja pondered in his heart. Tianjin City, the core area of China, gathers the top lords in the entire China and has resources that are rich beyond imagination. Compared with Tianjin City, Beihai City is like a remote little village, the kind that was beaten in all directions. This description may not be very appropriate, but the second-rate family forces in Tianjin City are top-notch in other places. This is the foundation of Tianjin City. It seems that I need to accumulate more resources and combat power during the novice trial period. Suja thought to himself. During the novice trial period, everyone starts from the same starting line and cannot rely on external forces. They develop their territory entirely by their own abilities, but once the novice trial period is over, the second generation will truly show their talents, relying on the resources and troops provided by the family. Their growth rate will be beyond ordinary people's imagination. Resources that are difficult for ordinary people to obtain can be easily obtained by them, and there is no limit to them. Suja knew very well that this was an unavoidable fact. In this world, because of the existence of lords, class differentiation was more serious than in his previous life. The strong get stronger. This is the eternal law of this world. A black key appeared in Suja's hand. This is the key to the ruined bronze world. You only have 12 hours to explore a ruined bronze-level world. Should I try it now? Suja was a little hesitant. If you only have 12 hours, you definitely won't be able to explore the entire world, and you may not be able to obtain the resources inside. If we can't return with a full load and take everything, then this opportunity will be wasted. Let's wait a little longer, until there are more population units. After thinking about it, Suja decided to postpone it. The population problem is still the biggest challenge Suja faces at present. In the main world, Suja stretched his body and just picked up his phone when he saw the message from the chat group, 99+. Suja clicked in to take a look. Lin Xiao at all members, pay attention. Wang Yu's territorial ambitions have been shattered. Be careful. His whereabouts are unknown. Everyone, please be vigilant. A striking red bold message was pinned to the top of the chat group. Is this guy going to take revenge on society? Suja thought to himself as he looked at the content in the chat group. If a rich second-generation kid like Wang Yu fails to become a lord, he will definitely be abandoned by his family. His family is not stupid and would not waste resources on someone who cannot become a lord. Missing. Suja's expression froze. This was not a good sign. It meant that no one knew where Wang Yu was at the moment and what he was going to do. But it shouldn't be a big problem. Suja thought for a moment. To be precise, this matter has little to do with him. He has always been as low-key as a transparent person in the class, so he shouldn't be in too much trouble. Suja returned to the main world, originally wanting to see if there was any news in the class group and to take care of his personal physiological needs. After reading it, Suja disappeared from the room and returned to the territory again. This is an abandoned apartment building in a remote old apartment in Beihai City. A group of people in black robes were gathering here. Among them is Wang Yu, who has disappeared. Young Master Wang, are you really planning to join our Church of Truth and serve the Supreme Being? The leading black-robed man looked at Wang Yu and spoke slowly. Do I have any other choice now? Wang Yu's eyes were full of resentment. An impulse ruined his future. If he still had the chance to choose, how could he be willing to join this so-called Church of Truth? But you should know the price of joining the Church of Truth. The man in black robe stared at Wang Yu and said in a deep voice, Of course. Wang Yu responded calmly. Very good. Then go ahead. We'll wait for your news. The man in black robe said in a low voice. Wang Yu nodded, took a deep breath, and then walked out of the abandoned apartment building. Looking at the endless darkness behind him, does he have any choice? No, he would either go back and be used as a reproductive tool by his family, mating every day like a boar, or they will be completely abandoned and never be able to return to the family. From being the high and mighty Wang Xiao, he has fallen to being a useless person despised by everyone. Such a huge gap is enough to make a mature person collapse, let alone a young master like Wang Yu who has been pampered since childhood. A lord's heart, Wang Yu muttered to himself as he looked at the night sky. This is a token of allegiance, and it is also the inevitable path for Wang Yu to fall into depravity. He has no choice. Within the territory, Suja just returned to the territory. Amaya and Isabella came over to greet them. I just left the territory. Nothing happened, right? Suja looked at Amaya and Isabella and asked. Although it is unlikely that creatures other than monsters will invade the territory during the novice period, no one can predict such things. Although the probability is extremely small, it has happened. There have been precedents in the past where lords returned to the main world, but their territories were stolen by monsters. Nothing happened, my lord. Amaya replied with a smile. Where are Mingwe and Luna? Suja asked curiously. They're on patrol now. Our territory has expanded a lot, and we have agreed that each of us will take turns leading a patrol. Now it's their turn, Isabella explained. Chapter 22 Use first and enjoy first. Susenadif. By the way, Lord, all the spirit crystals have been mined, Alice said to Suja. Suja checked and found that the number of spirit crystals had returned to 19. Well, not bad. Suja looked at his territory and then drew a floor plan of the territory. He stared at the territory, stroking his chin and thinking. For his territory at the moment, building a log cabin seemed like a good idea, but it didn't seem to be that necessary. What is needed is that the cultivators and elementalists need a place to rest. But there is no need because wooden houses are of no use to the Protoss warriors and star gods. Then what should we build now? It's a pity that we can't go out and buy high-end house blueprints. Suja looked at the Lord's floor plan in front of him with some worry. Low-end wooden houses do have limited uses when built. Mingwe, Isabella, do you need a wooden house to rest? Suja turned and asked the two of them. My lord, don't you already have a room? Mingwe said, licking her lips lightly. The meaning of her words was very clear. Suja's room was her room. My lord, I can meditate day and night and don't need to live in a wooden house, Isabella said to Suja. Suja looked at Mingwe and Isabella. If he had known this would happen, he would not have studied the wooden house blueprints. I can sell it when the time comes. Even though it won't fetch much money, it would be a waste if I learn it but can't use it. As for Amaya and Luna, they don't need it even more. Whether they are Protoss warriors or star gods, they don't need a wooden house to rest. If it weren't for the sake of fairness, there would be no need for cultivators and elementalists to patrol the territory. Because Protoss warriors and star gods are absolutely the perfect soldiers for patrolling territories. When a star god is resting, he will turn into a star. Basically, no one would have thought that the star emitting starlight in the sky is actually a military force. And it is a very powerful branch of the army. Who could have predicted this? It was for the sake of fairness that Suja arranged rotation patrols. Meditation? Mingwe smiled. She looked at Isabella and then walked to her side, put her face close to her ear and whispered, What are you meditating on? Are you meditating on the Overlord doing unspeakable things to you? Mingwe had a mischievous smile on her lips. Isabella's pupils shrank slightly, and an unnatural blush appeared on her face. She said, Whatever the Lord requires of us, we will do. His will is our will. Really? Mingwe's smile deepened. Let's go together tonight. Mingwe's words instantly made Isabella's face turn completely red. You. Isabella was so angry that she was speechless and didn't know what to say for a moment. Didn't you say that you're willing to do whatever the Lord wants? Then what's with that expression on your face? Are you unwilling in your heart? Mingwe looked at Isabella with a smile. Isabella was stunned for a moment, then looked at Suja. As long as the Lord agrees, I can do it. Suse? Is there such a wonderful thing? Suja looked at Mingwe and Isabella, who were blushing. One is charming, the other is holy. The charm of these two people combined is irresistible to everyone. If that's the case, then we'll have to have a good fight tonight. Suja subconsciously touched his waist, thinking that he would have to sacrifice a lot of elite soldiers tonight. Let's talk about this tonight. Since you don't need the wooden house, I won't waste resources building it. Suja said slowly, and then took out the key to the bronze ruins. This is the key that can open the door to the bronze ruins. It can open a bronze-level incomplete world that lasts for 12 hours. Do you think it is better to go now or later? Suja looked at Mingwe and Isabella and asked, My lord, Your will is what we will follow. Isabella said seriously. This sentence translates to, it's up to you to decide. You can go if you want. We have no objection. Suja looked at Manhwa again. That depends on what you think, Lord. Manhwa looked at Suja with a smile. What do I think? Tell me. Suja looked at Manhwa curiously. If the Lord wants to obtain all the resources, I suggest you wait for a while. If you just want to plunder first, you can go now. Manhwa said slowly. Then what do you think is better? Suja looked at Manhwa. My opinion is that it's better to go now. Manhwa said firmly. Why? Suja's eyes were full of curiosity. From the perspective of benefits, after a period of time, Suja's troops will increase, and 12 hours will be enough to sweep across this broken bronze world. The benefits will definitely be much greater than going now. My lord, when we have the ability to sweep across this world, the resources here may not be so important to us. At that time, this world will be dispensable to us. It is better to go now. The resources here are very useful to us at the moment. Although we may not be able to take all the resources away, it is better than letting them become useless later. Minga analos to Suja. Suja was stunned at first, then he reacted immediately. What Manhwa said was absolutely correct. He fell into a misconception, and perhaps he would be able to take over all the resources in the world later. But as Manhwa said, by then the resources of the bronze world will have little significance for the development of the territory. Might as well go now. Although there is now a 12-hour time limit. But the resources obtained from it are the most suitable for him now. Resources are most valuable only when you can use them. It would be a waste to keep them if you can't use them. Moreover, bronze-level resources have limited value, and in the bronze world, only silver-level resources appear at most. It is basically impossible to go further up, not to mention that this is still an incomplete bronze world, and it is uncertain whether there are any resources. Thinking of this, Suja looked at Manhwa and Isabella. Manhwa, Isabella, go and gather the troops, and notify Amaya and Luna to come over. Suseordev. Manhwa and Isabella immediately went to gather their troops. Suja's eyes flashed as he stared at the key in his hand. I hope this world is not too big. A broken world shouldn't have too many problems. Suja said in a low voice, his eyes full of expectation. Soon, Manhwa and Isabella gathered the cultivators and elementals. Amaya and Luna also rushed back. Amaya, Luna, Manhwa, Shirley, Isabella, this time we're going to bronze incomplete world to explore resources. We need to leave some people here to guard the territory. Who of you is willing to stay? Suja looked at the 5 people and asked. I'll stay and leave this matter to my frost warrior, but it will be my turn next time. Shirley stood up carelessly. Chapter 23 opened the portal to the black iron world. Suja looked at Amaya, Luna, Manhwa, and Isabella, then nodded. Shirley, that territory will be handed over to your frost warrior. Suja said to Shirley. Shirley's frost warriors currently number 10 people, including herself. But at this stage, 10 people are enough. Get ready to go. Suja looked at Manhwa, Isabella, Amaya, and Luna, and said, Ding, do you want to use the random incomplete bronze world key immediately? Use it. Suja looked at the key in his hand. The key slowly rose and merged into the space, and a bronze-colored space-time gate appeared in Suja's territory. A vortex swirled in the middle of the tall space-time gate. Across the vortex is a bronze-level world. Ding! The bronze space-time gate opens. Duration, 12 hours. Let's go, Suja said to Manhwa, Isabella, Amaya, and Luna. My lord, please let me in first. A staff appeared in Isabella's hand, and the elementals behind her were on full alert. Suja nodded in agreement. Isabella led the elemental troops to enter the gate of time and space first. After all, it cannot be called a legion now. Then Manhwa led the cultivators in, followed by Suja, with sisters Amaya and Luna beside him, as well as the remaining Protoss warriors and star gods. They all walked into the gate of time and space together. When Suja opened his eyes again, he was immediately shocked by the scene before him. A deserted fantasy ancient city with broken walls and ruins everywhere, and the once magnificent buildings are covered with strange vines. The system prompt sounded. Ding! This is an abandoned world. A mysterious disaster has struck, and no normal life survives. Please proceed with caution. This world contains dangerous, mysterious forces and mutant creatures, as well as hidden treasure chests. Ding! Detected that the Lord has entered the bronze world. Quest generated. Ding! Explore the source of this world's disasters. Do you want to accept this mission? Mission reward. Get rewards based on your score. Ding. Clear 10,000 mutant creatures. Do you want to accept this mission? Mission reward. Receive a silver treasure chest. Ding. Clear 1,000 bronze cataclysm creatures. Reward. Receive a bronze treasure chest. Ding. Clear 10,000 bronze cataclysm creatures. Reward. Get a silver treasure chest. A series of prompt sounds rang out one after another. Suja rubbed his brows and said, "This temporary bronze world can actually trigger the mission system of the Supreme Will. In addition to tasks that need to be actively claimed, there are also achievement tasks that do not need to be claimed. You can get rewards as long as you complete them. Explore the source of the disaster. If there were no time limit, Suja wouldn't mind trying it. But time is running out now, so forget it. If you accept a task issued by the Supreme Will but fail to complete it, you will be punished. The content of the punishment can only be seen after accepting the task, so Suja does not plan to accept the active task easily. However, there is an active task that overlaps with the achievement task. Maybe we can give it a try. But can we really eliminate 8,000 bronze disaster creatures within 12 hours? Suja's eyes were full of doubt. If he had enough troops, Suja would naturally not worry. But now, apart from Shirley and others who stayed in the territory, there are only 100 units coming to this world. Hunting down 10,000 units within 12 hours is not an easy task, so it is better to be cautious. Otherwise, who knows what kind of punishment will be meted out if you accept a task and fail to complete it. My lord, a creature is approaching. At this time, Mingyue's voice suddenly came. Suja looked up and saw a black fog surging in front of him, from which a figure vaguely emerged. Suja narrowed his eyes slightly and watched the scene. Mingyue, Isabella, Amaya, Luna, get ready to fight. Suja ordered in a low voice. At this moment, silver-white moonlight power suddenly surged around Mingyue's body, and moonlight wings spread out behind her. She held the immortal sword, Red Moon, and appeared beside Suja in a fighting posture. "Leave the safety of my lord to me," Mingyue said firmly. The elemental wings behind Isabella shone with brilliant light. The staff in her hand was surrounded by surging elemental power, and the blazing elemental fire was burning fiercely, able to burn away all evil. The star wings behind Luna spread out, shining like the vast stars, and the star spear in her hand burst into brilliant starlight. Silver moonlight appeared on Amaya's body, and the aura of the moon goddess instantly filled the air. She held the moon goddess's magical weapon, Qingxin, and a huge moon phantom appeared behind her. In the sky, elves shining with flames and starlight were circling and dancing, and the fire elves and star elves were on full alert. Elementalists were floating in the air, surrounded by elemental light. On the ground, the cultivators were also ready for battle, standing in front of Suja to protect him. Suja looked at the dark fog. Next second, suddenly, a group of creatures emitting a bronze luster walked out of the black fog. They had different shapes. Some looked like humans, and some looked like animals. What was the same was that these creatures all had strange purple eyes, and their bodies were covered with bronze scales or shells. Bronze cataclysm creature? A hint of surprise flashed in Suja's eyes. They are coming. Suja finished speaking. Isabella's eyes flickered with elemental light. On the elemental wings, the eternal elemental holy fire is burning like a gorgeous meteor across the sky. Blasphemer, unforgivable. The ancient and majestic elemental mantra sounded. Purification. The brilliant elemental holy fire descended from the sky. Endless elemental holy fire is burning. Suja looked at these catastrophic creatures in the black mist. Name, Bronze Cataclysm Creature. Level, 2 to 10. Race, Chaosborn. Skill, Corrosion. Introduction. A descendant born from a trace of power accidentally leaked by an ancient chaos god when he passed through this world. That ancient god seems to have encountered some changes. Perhaps this is an opportunity. Suza's pupils suddenly shrink. Descendants? These guys didn't become like this because of a disaster, but they are descendants of an ancient chaos god. Suja took a deep breath, his eyes full of caution. It seems that this active mission is a complete trap. Exploring the source of the disaster is no different from seeking death. Suja looked at the mission issued by the Supreme Will. Suja looked at the ground beneath his feet, and the vigilance in his eyes became even stronger. Every ancient god of chaos stands at the pinnacle of the multiverse. Damn. Suja quickly shut his mouth. The act of muttering his real name was simply courting death, especially when he thought about it in his mind and then said it out loud. It was very likely that the ancient god would sense it. Mentioning it unintentionally might not cause trouble, but doing it intentionally is a completely different matter, although that ancient god might really have a big problem. Chapter 24 challenged the Black Iron World, but he just had a problem, not died. If he is targeted, it will be a big trouble. Ding. Experience +1. Ding. Experience +1. Ding. Experience +1. The system prompts keep ringing, and you can also gain experience points and gold coins by fighting in other worlds. But in this way, there's no way to find the treasure chest in this world. A trace of disappointment flashed in Suja's eyes as he looked at the army of catastrophic creatures that were surging like a tide. Or the number of military units is too small. If there are enough, we can assign some people to search for treasure chests and harvest resources. Now it can only be used as a place to level up, and at most you can get some gold coins. But if we continue like this, it seems that we can still accept the mission. Suja looked at the catastrophic creatures that were like a tide in front of him. Ding. Accept. Clear mutant creatures x 10,000. Accept it. Suja said decisively. Ding. You have accepted the mission to eliminate mutant creatures x 10,000. Mission reward. Silver treasure chest. Mission penalty. Receive a random negative soldier debuff, lasting 2 days. Suja looked at the task penalty, a random negative debuff, which was relatively light. He accepted this task because it had the same conditions as an achievement task. Although one was a mutant creature and the other was a bronze catastrophe creature, there was no essential difference. Completing one was equivalent to completing two, so he had no reason not to accept it. Ding. Experience +1. Ding. Experience +1. Ding. Experience +1. Suja took a deep breath and watched his experience points continue to rise. As time goes by, the number of bronze cataclysm creatures gradually decreases. After all, it is an incomplete world, and even if there are monsters, their number is not endless. However, this also allows Suja and his troops to reap a lot of rewards. Ding. Your experience value has reached 1,200. Do you want to level up? Upgrade. Ding. Your experience value has reached 1,400. Do you want to level up? Upgrade. Ding. Your experience value has reached 1,600. Do you want to level up? Upgrade. Suja looked at his level. He was promoted 3 levels in a row. Except for Shirley, who stayed behind, all other units under his command were promoted to level 9. Among them, manhwa was even upgraded to level 10. Is this the power of world resources? Suja took a deep breath. The upgrade speed was indeed astonishingly fast. No wonder the levels of those rich second generations are rising so quickly. Suja muttered to himself. Those rich second-generation families are not short of such resources. Not to mention the Bronze world, they also control a lot of silver and gold worlds. Besides, Suja came to a broken Bronze world. If it were a complete one, he might be able to break through to more than 10 levels. What a pity. Suja looked at the time. 6 hours had passed. During these 6 hours, manhwa and others have been fighting with all their might without stopping for a moment. Although I'm not physically tired, I am mentally exhausted. It's time to go back. The Supreme Will is being settled. Suja looked at the Supreme Will and said, Ding. Counting. Ding. Bronze cataclysm creatures killed. 10010. Ding. Congratulations. You've obtained 1 bronze treasure chest, 2 silver treasure chests, and 10,010 gold coins. Suja immediately took manhwa and others back to the territory. Although it was only 6 hours, it was enough. 6 hours of continuous fighting had pushed manhwa and the others' physical strength to the limit. If it continued, Suja would be heartbroken if a unit was lost due to an accident. These are all his treasures, and he is reluctant to lose any of them. After returning to the territory, manhwa and the others finally relaxed. It seemed that going on adventures to other worlds was not something that ordinary people could bear. The main reason was that there were too few troops, and even rotation was impossible. Thank you for your hard work, Suja said to manhwa, Isabella, Amaya, and Luna. Your Excellency, there's no need to be polite. Our strength has also improved a lot. Although we are a little tired, we have no choice but to do this for you and the development of the territory. manhwa smiled, though her smile could not hide her fatigue. Okay, let's go and rest, Suja said to them. Manhwa and the others did not refuse. They nodded and went to rest. Fighting for 6 hours straight was not only physically exhausting, but also mentally exhausting. After all, Manhwa and the others have not yet broken through to level 10. It is normal for them to feel tired after experiencing such a long battle before they have grown up. Although I only stayed there for 6 hours, I gained a lot of resources from the other world this time. The level upgrade and gold coins have also increased a lot. Now Suja's gold coins have reached 14,512, breaking through the 10,000 mark. It can be said that the harvest is huge. In addition, there is a bronze treasure chest and 2 silver treasure chests. One of the silver treasure chests is obtained by completing the task, and the bronze treasure chest and the other silver treasure chest are rewards for completing the task. My lord, Shirley came to Suja. Yeah, Susenadif. Shirley sat down beside Suja casually and looked at him curiously. Why are you looking at me? Suja asked Shirley curiously. I thought the Lord would not come back until the end of the 12 hours. Shirley said with a smile. Hearing Shirley's words, Suja smiled and said, I'm not a black-hearted boss. How can I exploit you like this? You are all my treasures. Suja's words made Shirley laugh, and then she hugged Suja and held him tightly in her warm arms. Lord, we all understand each other. I know I'm just a soldier, but lords like you are really rare. Shirley said slowly. Suja's heart moved, and he understood the meaning of Shirley's words. It is almost a common phenomenon that many lords only regard their soldiers as tools. They regard their soldiers as slaves. This is also the reason why it is difficult for many lords to improve the loyalty of their soldiers. In the eyes of these lords, their soldiers are no different from slaves, but they ignore the fact that soldiers are also individuals with emotions. Although they are recruited, they also have their own thoughts and emotions. Okay, if you're touched, come sleep with me at night, but let me go now. I can't breathe. Suja pushed Shirley away in annoyance. Her strength is too strong, and it is really difficult to hold her in your arms. Shirley grinned and let go of Suja carelessly. Suja rolled his eyes at her. Without the Lord, there would be no us. We are all very grateful to you. Shirley hugged Suja in her arms again. Suja looked at Shirley and didn't expect that she, who was so carefree, had such a warm side. Suja stopped struggling, leaned on Shirley, and then took out 3 treasure chests. Let's start with the bronze treasure chest. Suja looked at the treasure chest in front of him. Ding, do you want to open the bronze treasure chest? Open it. Suja looked at the bronze treasure chest in front of him with anticipation in his eyes. Shirley held Suja and stared at the box with the same curiosity. Chapter 25, Low-Level Wonder. Heart of the Elements. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the Watchtower Blueprint, White. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining Spirit Crystals. 10. Ding. Congratulations. You've obtained Soldier Recruitment Refresh Scroll X1. Another scroll for refreshing military recruitment is a timely relief for Suja. Suja looked at the scroll in his hand, although this thing might be just the most ordinary reward for other leaders. After all, what they lack is not the types of soldiers, but the resources to upgrade the territory. But for Suja, this is undoubtedly the best thing. What Suja lacked was exactly military units. Then Suja looked at the Watchtower Blueprint. Watchtower, White Special Blueprint can be evolved. 100 ore, 100 wood. Suja learned directly that watchtowers like city walls are defensive buildings of the territory and are special buildings that can evolve. Spirit crystals are also very good. High-level buildings require spirit crystals, and they will also be needed for future territory upgrades. Although Suja already has primary spirit crystal veins, you can never have too much of this thing. Suja had a smile on his face and gently rubbed Shirley's chest. This made Shirley angry. Ding, do you want to open the silver treasure chest? Open. Suja looked at the silver treasure chest with anticipation. Ding, you obtained the low-level wonder, Elemental Heart Blueprint. Ding, you received 100 spirit crystals. Ding, you get the blueprint for the Phantom Sword Blue. A wonder. A hint of curiosity flashed in Suja's eyes as he looked at the wonder that appeared. Suja knew about the wonder. It was a special kind of building with extremely magical powers. A crystal model emitting elemental light appeared in Suja's hand, the Heart of Elements. Heart of Elements, a low-level wonder, a one-time blueprint that can gather the power of the elements of heaven and earth, provide life recovery effects for all soldiers in the territory, and can remove all curse effects on the target. Spirit Crystal X100, Element Crystal X10, Prerequisite building. Well, X1. Provide life recovery effect and remove curse effect on the body. Suja looked at the Heart of Elements blueprint. The Wonder blueprint was different from ordinary architectural blueprints. It was disposable and could only be used once and could not be reused. So we can only build a Wonder. This has a bonus effect on all types of troops, which is quite good. Suja put it away directly. It would be even better if you could get the blueprints of top-level Wonders, especially those that have powerful benefits for all types of troops. However, Suja was already very satisfied to have a low-level spectacle. Phantom Sword, blue blueprint, weapon design, can be used to cast blue quality weapons requirements. Intermediate casting proficiency can be learned. Intermediate casting mastery? Suja shook his head helplessly. It seemed that he could only sell it for money. His own troops did not need any weapon for the time being. If it was a blueprint for protective gear, Suja might be able to find a way. But most of the time it won't be used. After all, he doesn't have any soldiers who are good at casting. Continue. Suja looked at the last silver treasure chest. Ding. Do you want to open the silver treasure chest? Open it. Suja looked at the last silver treasure chest with anticipation, his hand habitually placed on Shirley's mountain. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining. Soldier recruitment refresh scroll. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining. Second level barracks. Shadow Archer. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining 100 spirit crystals. Another scroll to refresh recruitment of military units? That's awesome. Suja looked at the scroll in his hand and put it directly into his backpack. Then his gaze turned to the second-level barracks, Shadow Archer. The Shadow Shooter barracks can recruit two types of soldiers, Shadow Shooters and Shadow Assassins. Among the second-level soldiers, its combat power is quite considerable. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Suja looked at the sky. It was already late at night, and he felt very tired. He would deal with the remaining things after recruiting tomorrow. Shirley, come back to the house with me. Suja looked at Shirley with a smile. Shirley stood up from the ground carelessly. My lord, do you need to call anyone else? I'm a little tired today. It's better for you to be alone. Suja said to Shirley. Shirley nodded and returned to the lord's mansion with Suja. The next morning, Suja got up from bed and Shirley had already gone out. He stretched. Suja walked out of the lord's mansion and simply went to the well to wash up. Then today's recruitment began. First, build the Immortal Platform, the Temple of Divine Origin, and the Holy Tower of Elements. Suja directly handed over the 30 additional ordinary units to manhwa, Isabella, Amaya, and Luna. Look at the remaining 2-troop recruitment refresh scrolls. After thinking for a moment, he used one card on the Elemental Holy Tower and recruited 10 more elementalists. In this way, the number of military units under his command was balanced. Immortal Cultivators, 50 gods, 50 elementalists, 50. Unfortunately, no new hero units were recruited this time. There is still one troop recruitment refresh scroll left, and Suja plans to use it on the new barracks. Suja directly took out the Shadow Archer barracks. manhwa, Isabella, Amaya, Luna, and Shirley all gathered around and looked at Suja at the same time. Why are you looking at me like that? Suja asked everyone curiously. My lord, do you have any new partners? Alice asked Suja. Susenadif. Ding. Second-tier Shadow Archer barracks detected. Extraordinary evolutionary talent is evolving. Ding. You've obtained the God-level barracks. Star Temple. Suja looked at the Star Temple with curiosity. Temple of Stars. Level 1. Race Protoss. Arms, Star Shooter. Recruitment, 20/20ths daily. Cost, 1 gold coin / 1 time. 50,000 / 1 time. Upgrade, 500W gold coins, 1 star crystal, 1 spirit crystal. Introduction. You can recruit the God-level soldier Star Shooter, a unique soldier that evolved from a special type. Suja looked at the Star Temple and found that the daily recruitment number was 20 times, and after the novice benefit period, it only required 50,000 crystal coins, which was much cheaper than the 3 barracks he had obtained before. Is there really a gap between the God-level barracks? Suja couldn't help but think. Thinking about the differences between manhwa and others, it seems to be true. manhwa's potential is obviously higher than other types of soldiers, and the same is true for cultivators. Let's try recruiting first. The monster invasion trial is about to begin. Suja did not waste any more time. He opened the 3D floor plan of the territory, then checked the territory layout and placed the Star Temple not far below the Elemental Holy Tower. A magnificent palace rises from the ground. The Silver Palace has a futuristic technological style. The walls of the building are engraved with some star patterns and agile star shooters. Chapter 26, Star Arrow God Lena. My lord, is this the barracks of our new companions? Manhwa asked, looking at the star temple in front of her. Susenadif. Then he walked straight in. Manhwa, Isabella, and others followed in, wanting to see what their new partner looked like. Ding, do you want to spend 20 gold coins for daily recruitment? A reminder sound rang in my ear. Recruit. Suja was also curious about the difference between Star Shooter and Manhwa, Isabella, and others. The soft starlight shines. One after another, agile figures stepped on the starlight and walked steadily out of the light curtain. They appeared in the hall in an orderly manner. The leader was a star archer, wearing light blue star armor, with a stern face and silver hair fluttering in the wind. He carried a longbow emitting star power on his back, and several starlight arrows were floating beside him. Lena, pay your respects to the Lord God. Lena knelt on one knee and bowed to Suja. Get up first. Suja looked at Lena and said slowly. Lena stood up, and the other star archers also stood up. Suja Cheklanesa attributes. Name, Lena. Experience value, 0 out of 100. Level 1. Rank, God level. Faction, neutral. Arms, hero, star, arrow God Lena. Talent, star blessing. Skills, starburst arrow, starfall, arrow rain. Companion weapons, star bow, star arrow. Potential, S-level, saint level. Spiritual charm bonus. Introduction. A neutral faction soldier with unique star power. As long as the leader's psychic energy is continuous, they can use the star power to quickly recover injuries and psychic energy within a certain range. After reading the information panel, Suja's eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked at Lena again. Perhaps Lena's strength is not as good as Manhwa and others at the moment, but in terms of potential, after the addition of entries, Lena's potential has reached the saint level. Ordinary military units, such as immortal cultivators, can reach the saint level after being blessed, and ordinary units of other military units can also reach the saint level after being blessed. Therefore, in terms of potential, the troops summoned by the Star Temple are slightly inferior to those summoned by other barracks, especially in terms of strength. But they have abilities that other arms do not possess. That is, as long as Suja does not die, these star shooters will be able to use the power of the stars to quickly recover from their injuries and come back to life. In other words, as long as Suja is still there, they will not truly die. These star shooters can constantly be reborn with the help of the power of the stars. In this respect, the star shooter is quite practical. Suja looked at the other ordinary units of star shooters again. After being enhanced by the entries, the potential has reached the saint level, which is no different from ordinary elementals, fire elves, and star gods. Talents are also blessed by stars. Lena, this is Manhwa and Shirley. This is Isabella. This is Amaya and Luna. We are all family from now on. Suja introduced to Lena. Lena nodded. Her personality seemed a little reserved, quite different from Luna's calm and ethereal personality. Then a scroll for refreshing military recruitment appeared in Suja's hand. Ding, do you want to refresh the daily recruitment? Refresh. Suja directly used the daily recruitment refresh scroll. The bright stars light up again. 20 figures appeared in the hall. They're all ordinary star shooters, and no heroic troops appear. Lena, the star shooter will be left to you to lead. Suja said to Lena. Okay, Lord God. Lena nodded in response. Then Suja left the Star Temple and brought others outside. Shirley, take the companions you recruited today and Lena to deal with today's monster invasion. Suja said to Shirley and Lena. Shirley and Lena nodded. Also, just call me Lord from now on. Suja looked at Lena and said slowly. Okay, my lord. Lena responded seriously. Manhwa, Isabella, Amaya, and Luna, don't interfere with today's monster invasion. Suja looked at the four people and said, I understand, Lord Su. Manhwa replied with a smile. Then she looked at the cold Lena, her eyes full of curiosity. In yesterday's Bronze World, Shirley did not bring her Frost Warrior Legion to participate, and her level was already a little behind. In addition, the newly recruited military units today are all level 1, and so is Lena. Suja was not worried about leaving today's monster invasion to them. After all, they were all god-level soldiers. As long as the soldiers were not one major level higher, they could deal with it, even if they were one major level higher. It's not that there is no chance of winning, but the efficiency will be greatly reduced. The types of troops under Suge's command now are cultivators, 50 units Protoss, 50 units elementals, 50 units and star archers, 40 units. The strength is steadily improving. By the way, there's still a combat power gift pack that I haven't claimed. Supreme Will, I want to receive the Lord's combat power gift pack. Suja said in a deep voice. Ding. Testing. Ding. Congratulations on reaching the top of the Lord's battle power ranking for 12 consecutive hours. You receive 100 spirit crystals. 100 spirit crystals, that's pretty good. Suja smiled and glanced at the combat power list. First place, Radiant, combat power, 1.05 million. Second place, Lord of Darkness, combat power, 30,000. This guy's combat power increased very quickly. His combat power increased by 20,000 in half a day. Suja looked at the Dark Lord who was in second place. Could this guy's army be from the Dark Camp? Why is he given such a name? Suja muttered to himself. In the chat channel, snails slowly crawling. Brothers, this is too outrageous. The number one on the battle power list is simply inhuman. 1.05 million battle power. Is this something a novice lord can achieve? Marshmallow sweetheart, brother, take it easy. We can't catch up anyway, so just watch the fun. Objective evaluation. Objectively speaking, if you were to be this powerful in real life, you'd be quite impressive. But if you were to be this powerful online, I'm sorry, you still need to work harder. Rational analysis. The objective evaluation makes sense. It's only 1.05 million. Once the novice trial period is over, those second-generation rich will unleash their power, and their combat power will be truly terrifying. Rainbow candy flavor. The two above are so jealous. Is it so hard to admit that others are better? To be honest, it is indeed difficult, especially online, where it is even more difficult. Ding! The monster invasion is about to begin. Please select the difficulty level. S, A, B, C, D. Choose S difficulty. Suja said slowly. Ding! The S-level monster invasion is about to begin. Lords, please be prepared. Shirley, Lena, get ready for battle. Suja said to Shirley and Lena. Shirley and Lena nodded firmly. Lena turned over and rode on a unicorn shining with starlight. The unicorn neighed, and its four hooves stepped out of the starlight, turning into a stream of light and rushing towards the sky. Chapter 27. Sure enough, I still need to take a step back. Shirley turned her head and looked behind her at the cultivators, gods, warriors, and elementalists that Suja had newly recruited today. I never thought that I would have the chance to lead so many powerful companions in a battle. Shirley's face was filled with smiles. An ice shadow blade appeared in her hand, and ice wings spread out behind her. Follow me, don't fall behind, Shirley said loudly, turning into a blue stream of light and flying towards the border of the territory. Can I do it? Manhwa walked to Suja and asked softly. Just pay attention to it, and don't worry about anything else. Suja replied with a smile. During this monster invasion, Suja planned to level up the newly recruited soldiers. Manhwa, take me to the city wall, Suja said to Manhwa. Manhwa smiled and hugged Suja. She pushed hard with her feet and easily brought Suja to the top of the city wall. There's only a 500-meter buffer zone between the city wall and the void space. Suja is now level 9. After several enhancements, he can already clearly see the scene 500 meters away. Although he's not as strong as his own troops, Suja is already very strong compared to ordinary people. Suja stood on the black stone city wall, looking at the boundary between the void space and the territory. The black fog rolled around, and strange creatures crawled out of it. Chaos Shadow. It's them again, but this time there are probably more of them. Suja thought to himself as he looked at these evil shadows. The last wave of monster invasion was also caused by these evil shadows. Now it is the 4th day, and the difficulty has increased. The Supreme will want to select elite lords, so the difficulty of daily monster invasions will definitely increase, and it is not judged based on the lord's overall strength. It is simply impossible to just muddle through and get through the novice trial period. Even if you become a lord by chance, if you miss the benefits of the novice trial period, subsequent development will be difficult. Of course, this refers to ordinary lords, excluding those rich second-generation lords. Compared with ordinary lords, the second-generation rich lords have more tolerance, as long as they pass the novice trial period. Regardless of their early development, once they officially become lords, they will be able to obtain resources from their families and rise rapidly. But ordinary lords from ordinary families do not have such treatment, so they must seize every opportunity. The novice trial period is the best opportunity for them to narrow the gap with the rich second-generation lords, and the only chance for them to make further progress. The novice trial period at this moment is just a small matter, and the real career of a lord has not yet begun. Shadows flicker, elemental light overflows, star power blooms, and flames burn fiercely. When Suja saw this scene, he felt a little relieved. Facts proved that his decision to use the Bronze World Key yesterday was correct, otherwise he would not have been able to obtain new soldiers. Alas, it is indeed difficult to upgrade without resources. Suja shook his head helplessly, looking at his experience points which had not increased at all, even though many demon shadows had been killed. But I didn't gain any experience. The reason is very simple. Suja is now level 9, while the invading phantoms are only level 7 at most. This is because of the S-level difficulty. Otherwise, the levels of these phantoms would be even lower. Even after killing these evil shadows, Suja could not gain any experience points. Therefore, resources are of vital importance to the lords, no matter what kind of resources they are, even the experience brought by monsters. Although there is no experience value, you can still gain some gold coins. This made Suja feel a little better, but not much. After all, upgrading experience points is more important to Suja now. It should be noted that the gold coins in the Bronze World do not have the double benefit for novices. Time passes slowly. After 2.5 hours of fierce fighting, Shirley was upgraded to level 8, Lena was upgraded to level 6, and the other newly recruited soldiers were upgraded to level 5. Swallow. Suja directly used his power to clean up all the corpses. Ding! You've activated your devouring power, triggering the attribute of the Blessed Land entry. Your territory expands by 500 square meters. Good. Suja looked at the expanded territory. Although no other effects were triggered, the expansion of the territory alone was already a good deal. Then Suja checked the harvest. Although the level did not increase, the gold coins were quite abundant, with 8,000 gold coins received, which means that 4,000 Chaos Phantoms invaded this time. In terms of resources, there are 60 common loot and 10 rare loot. The following items are found in ordinary loot chests. Basic wood X11, basic stone or X8, basic meat X12, iron or X4, copper or X10, fine steel X10, silver or X5. Basic copper mine card. Basic resource card contains copper or X100. Basic fine steel card. Basic resource card contains fine steel X100. Basic silver mine card. Basic resource card contains silver mine X100. The harvest is not bad. Suja looked at the resource cards with satisfaction. Basic meat resource card, which is used for consumption. In Suja's army, in addition to cultivators, star shooters are also needed. Suja currently has only 20 meat resource cards in his hand, and some of them have been consumed by the cultivators before. There's only 1 ton of meat in a meat resource card, which is not a lot. Suja is not sure how long it can last. After all, the population units under his command are increasing every day. Then Suja looked at the rare loot chest. His eyes were full of anticipation. There are 10 in total, and the drop rate has increased compared to before, but it is still not high. It takes 4,000 phantoms to drop 10 rare loot chests, and this is because the benefits for novices are doubled. Otherwise, the drop rate would be even more touching. I hope I can get some good stuff. Suja looked at the 10 rare loot chests in front of him. Suja placed 10 rare loot chests in front of him. Open. Suja opened the first treasure chest with great anticipation. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining spirit crystals. 10. No way. Suja looked at the first ball of light that appeared. There were only 10 spirit crystals. Isn't this too ordinary? Then Suja continued to open the remaining 9 rare loot chests, and his face gradually became ugly. Mithril crystal cards X2, gold resource cards X2, and the rest are all spirit crystals plus 10. Forget it. It's okay to have a guaranteed return, and the spirit crystals are quite useful. Suja comforted himself and then put away all the gains. Then he took out the diamond treasure chest that was a reward for completing the game. Suja naturally passed this monster invasion with an S-level score. If you want to get an S-level score, the conditions are not complicated. Just choose S-level difficulty and pass the level with 0 casualties. Suja looked at the 6 hero units standing beside him. Manhwa, Isabella, Amaya, Luna, Shirley, and Lena. Then he patted Manhwa's big bear gently. I hope it could bring me good luck. Open. Suja then looked at the diamond treasure chest. Chapter 28 Red Entry. Immunity to Bad Luck. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining Spirit Crystals. 21. When Suja saw the first thing that came out, he was speechless. Why was it another Spirit Crystal? Could it be that these demon shadows grew up eating Spirit Crystals? Is there only Spirit Crystal left in the stomach? Ding. Congratulations on getting 1,000 gold coins. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining Elemental Crystals X10. Huh. Suja's eyes lit up as he looked at the elemental crystals that appeared in the treasure chest. Can we now build the wonder Heart of Elements? Suja opened the blueprint of the Heart of Elements curiously. Heart of Elements, Spirit Crystal X100, Element Crystal X10, Prerequisite. Well, X1. I have a well and enough Spirit Crystals. Add to that the elemental crystals that have just been opened, and there will be no problem. Suja immediately looked at the well not far away. This is also a good thing. Let's go, Suja said to manhwa and others beside him, and took them to the well. Then he took out the blueprint of the Heart of Elements. Ding. Consume 100 Spirit Crystals, 10 Element Crystals, 1 well, to build the low-level wonder, Heart of the Elements. Yes. Suseke enferm disaisibly. Soft starlight shrouded the well. The starlight continued to spread. Suja led manhwa and others to retreat. After leaving enough space, the starlight gradually dissipated. A crystal tower emitting starlight appeared in front of Suja. Shining starlight continued to emerge from the top of the crystal tower and fell into the star spring below. The star spring is octagonal in shape, with a diameter of about 15 meters. Suja walked forward and looked at the clear water flowing in the star spring. Well, it would be nice if this could be transformed into an open-air bath. Suja looked at the star spring in front of him, and this idea immediately emerged in his mind. If it could really be realized, Suja's eyes involuntarily looked at manhwa and others beside him. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This star spring has a restorative effect. If I could do my work here, then I won't feel tired at all, right? This is so cool. My lord, have you thought of something happy? manhwa looked at Suja with a smile. Suja looked at manhwa. I have thought of some ideas, but I don't have any drawings yet, so I can't realize my ideas. Blueprints for bathhouses and the like are not expensive. Ordinary ones can be bought for 1 gold coin, and advanced ones are only 10 gold coins. Unless it is a bathhouse with special effects, they are very cheap. Mainly for lords, buildings such as bathhouses are basically for enjoyment. They have no bonus to the territory and are relatively useless buildings. Suja looked at the Heart of Elements. Heart of the Elements. Level: low, intermediate, high, legendary, unique. Ability: it can gather the power of the elements of heaven and earth, provide life recovery effect for all soldiers in the territory, and can remove all curse effects on the target. Features: never run out. Introduction: a low-level wonder building, very helpful for novice lords. That's right, and it also has the characteristic of never running dry, so there's no need to worry about the water supply problem. Suja thought to himself, my lord, this elemental power is so strong that I feel my whole body is full of strength, Isabella said, reaching out and gently touching the water in the star spring. This is the Heart of Elements. It can gather the elemental energy of heaven and earth, provide life recovery effects for all soldiers in the territory, and can remove all curse effects on the target. Suja explained to Isabella and others. Isabella and the others' eyes flashed with surprise. For them, although they have not been injured in the battle so far, this is undoubtedly an extra layer of protection. These are mainly the troops under Suja. There are currently no auxiliary healers. The Elemental Holy Tower can recruit relevant troops, but it is not known when. Most of the elementals Suja recruits now are combat type. There is currently no auxiliary elementalist. Suja was also curious about whether there were any auxiliary healing troops in the Temple of Divine Origin. As for the Immortal Platform and the Divine Source Temple, it is unlikely to recruit auxiliary troops. Okay, now the highlight is here. Suja rubbed his hands excitedly, sat cross-legged on the ground, and opened his attribute panel to check the attributes. Apart from the level being raised to 9, there aren't many other changes. Then Suja looked at his information panel talent, God level entry. I still have 3 chances to draw entries. Extract the entry. Suja muttered to himself. Ding. Congratulations on drawing the only red entry. Misfortune Immunity. Misfortune Immunity. A unique red entry. After using this, you will be immune to any misfortune and curse abilities. This is a Lord-exclusive entry. Immune to all curse effects. Suja's expression froze. This is actually a red entry, although the description of the entry effect seems simple and clear. But the ability to be immune to curse effects is really good. In the later stages, there are many monsters with curse skills. This kind of curse skill is quite insidious. If you're not careful, you may be affected by it, and it is also very difficult to remove. If you're not careful, you might get caught. But now with this misfortune immunity item, you don't have to worry about stepping into traps. What a shame. This entry is only effective for lords. It would be great if all soldiers could gain the curse immunity effect. Suja felt a little regretful. But it's not bad. Bound. Immunity to doom. Ding. Bound. Misfortune immunity. A unique red entry. After using this, you will be immune to all misfortune and curse-related abilities. Exclusive to lords. Suja took a deep breath, looked at his talent, and continued to draw. Ding. Congratulations on drawing the golden entry. Overlord. Hegemon. Gold item. Once activated, your troops' overall attributes will be increased by 20% during combat. Duration. Until the battle ends. We're taking off. Suja looked at the attributes of the tyrant entry and could hardly contain his excitement. From a certain perspective, this is undoubtedly the top combat enhancement attribute. Especially when the troop level is relatively low, the 20% attribute bonus may not have a significant effect. But once the troop level is advanced to a high level, the improvement that this 20% combat attribute bonus can bring is very terrifying. Bind, Overlord. Suja gave the order in a firm tone. Ding. Bound entry. Overlord. Effect activated. Lords can view details of this entry in the territory properties. There is only one last chance to draw. Suja turned his attention to his own talent. Then he moved to the star spring, scooped up a handful of spring water to wash his face, and then sat down by the star spring. Chapter 29 Purple Entry, Invisibility. Suja looked at his talent. Draw it immediately. Ding. Congratulations on drawing the purple entry. Invisibility. Invisibility, purple item. After using it, the chance of your territory being detected by void monsters will be reduced. A hint of curiosity flashed in Suja's eyes. He didn't expect that there would be such an entry attribute. Although the invisibility attribute does not have any combat power, its effect is quite powerful. Invisibility can reduce the chance of your territory being discovered by void monsters, which is a pretty good effect. You must know that after the novice trial period, in the vast void space, you may be attacked by void creatures at any time. With this entry, the risk of the territory being attacked can be effectively reduced. After all, in the void space, there are many kinds of void monsters, not just some low-level minions. There are also terrifying creatures such as chaos beasts, evil spirits, ancient demons, and ancient demon gods in the void space. Ding. Bound entry. Invisibility. Lords can view the attributes of this entry in the territory attribute panel. Finally done, Suja breathed a sigh of relief and then opened his information panel. Name, Suse. Experience value, 0/1800. Level 9. Territory, Level 2. Skills, none. Items, immunity to misfortune, red. Invincible body, gold. Devour, blue. Blueprints, well, white. Wooden house, white. City wall, white upgradable. Watchtower, white upgradable. Suja closed the property panel with satisfaction. Then he checked his own resource card. Wood X20, stone X20, meat X30, iron or X10, copper or X10, silver or X10, spirit crystal X420, mithril X3, gold X3, high-grade wood X1, gold coins. More than 23,000. These are all the territory resources that Suja currently owns. Among the group of novice lords, he could be said to be the richest. At present, no one should be able to surpass him. It is worth mentioning that today's spirit crystal mine has been mined, so there are only 420 spirit crystals. You guys go and rest first, Suja said to Manhwa and others beside him. Manhwa and others nodded in understanding. They knew that Suja was going to start planning the territory construction next. Suja immediately opened the 3D floor plan of the territory. Looking at the territory in front of him, a smile appeared on Suja's face. Now the diameter of his territory has reached 2,000 meters. Thinking of this, Suja then opened the territory level ranking list and took a look. It's a pity that he didn't make the list, and he's still some distance away from those on the list. But this was within Suja's expectations. After all, some lords have talents that are of great help to the development of their territory. In comparison, Suja's territory is indeed not particularly outstanding. But even so, Suja is already quite satisfied with the current situation of the territory. Suja stared at the 3D floor plan of the territory in front of him, and then he focused his gaze on the city wall, which was the black stone wall. He directly expanded the black stone city wall outward by 500 meters, leaving 500 meters of territory bordering the void space as a buffer zone, which was enough. Let's build 10 watchtowers first. After thinking for a moment, Suja took out 2 basic resource cards, 1 Earth card and 1 Wood card. Each basic card has 1,000 resource units, which is just enough to build 10 watchtowers. The resources required to build a watchtower are 100 ore and 100 wood. Ding! Do you want to consume 100 ores and 100 wood to build a watchtower? Yes. Suseke enfermo desaisibly. He performed the operation 10 times in a row and successfully built 10 watchtowers. Suja looked at the 3D floor plan in front of him and placed the watchtower next to the black stone wall to guard the wall. However, when he saw the scene after the placement, Suja's face suddenly became ugly. Fuck, what's going on? Because the watchtower was actually shorter than the black stone wall. This is a bit embarrassing. Suja couldn't help but complain. He looked at the shorter watchtower with a depressed look on his face. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. In desperation, Suja checked the properties of the watchtower. Watchtower. Grade white. Upgrade. 1. Primary element tower. 2. Primary laser tower. Introduction. Primary watchtower with monitoring and simple early warning functions. There are 2 upgrade routes. One is more inclined towards magical elements, and the other is more inclined towards technology. Suja looked at the upgrade options of the watchtower, and then thought about what to choose next. Suja looked at these watchtowers and knew that he had to upgrade them now. It's even shorter than the city wall. How can it attack enemies outside the wall? If it is placed outside the city wall, won't it be easily destroyed by monsters? If they are placed inside the city walls and not upgraded, they will become useless decorations. The black stone wall is 15 meters high, and these watchtowers are 12 meters high. They're placed on the inside of the black stone wall and cannot observe the situation outside the wall at all. That won't do. I'd better choose the route of upgrading the elemental tower. The technological route requires psychic machinery. I don't have the resources in this area at the moment, so I don't know where to start if I want to upgrade. Suja thought to himself. He then checked the upgrade requirements of the primary element tower. Primary element tower, wood X1000, stone X1000, spiritual or X10. The upgrade cost is still within an acceptable range. Fortunately, it is not very expensive, otherwise it would be a bit unbearable to upgrade 10 watchtowers at once. Suja took a deep breath. To build 10 primary elemental towers, all you need are 10 basic wood cards, 10 basic stone cards, and 100 spirit ores. It was completely within Suja's tolerance. Suja waved his hand and directly upgraded all 10 watchtowers. In the blink of an eye, black elemental towers stood beside the black stone city wall, reaching a height of 17 meters. At the top of the element tower, there's a crystal that sparkles with colorful light. Next to the crystal, there's a guard post for people to stand guard. The attack target of the element tower can be manually controlled. Suja carefully checked the properties of the primary element tower. Primary element tower level, level 10. Attack method, automatic attack. Attack, elemental cannonball. Frequency 1s/1 time. Upgrade route, primary flame tower, primary ice tower, primary thunder tower. Introduction. A primary elemental tower with the ability to automatically absorb magic power to recharge and can fire a magic bullet once per second. Not bad, not bad. My materials were not wasted. Suja looked at the 10 elemental towers and felt quite satisfied. This thing is not indispensable to Suja, but he has always been accustomed to making preparations in advance. In case the territory is attacked, there are still these elemental towers in the territory as a defensive force to delay time and wait for the return of the main force for support. Chapter 30 Primary Element Tower. If there's no elemental tower defense and the monsters march straight in, that would be a real loss. Besides, the value of resources can only be reflected when they are used. What's the point of keeping more in the warehouse? Even if these resources were sold, they wouldn't bring in much profit. It should be fine now. Suja nodded with satisfaction. In this way, the territory no longer needs to expend manpower on patrolling. There are star gods patrolling the sky day and night. There are black stone walls on the ground. And with these 10 primary elemental towers that can attack automatically, the entire territory is fully armed. Then Suja closed the 3D floor plan and opened the territory attribute panel. Name, Radiant. Level 2. Area, 2,000 meters in diameter. Barracks, Immortal Platform, God. Divine Source Temple, God. Elemental Holy Tower, God. Star Temple, God. Buildings, Lord's Mansion, Blackstone Wall, Primary Elemental Tower, 10. Wonder, Heart of the Elements, low level. Units, 190 population, Immortal Cultivator. 50, Protoss. 50, Elementalist. 50, Star Archer. 40. Items, Extraordinary Evolution, red. National Beauty, red. Blessed Land, gold. Overlord, gold. Misfortune Immunity, purple. Spiritual Power Replenishment, blue. 2 red and 2 gold. 1 purple and 1 blue. The attributes are fully matched. In a sense, even if it continues to develop according to its current properties. Suja also has a bright future and a smooth journey ahead. Of course, the development speed may be slow in this case, especially after the novice trial period is over. At that time, you will need to explore the vast and boundless world of nothingness by yourself, and no one knows what you will encounter there. Therefore, it would be wise to cling to the thighs of the strong and develop in a low-key and modest manner. Comfortable. Suja lay comfortably on the grass, looking up at the sky. The twinkling stars were transformed from the Protoss warriors and star gods, and his face was filled with a smile. If this trend continues, wait until the novice trial period is over. He will definitely be able to finish the Novice Lord's test with the first place. I just don't know what kind of reward the Supreme will give at that time. Lord, are you done? Just as Suja was lying on the ground daydreaming, Amaya appeared in front of him with Luna. Luna still had that expressionless look on her face, while Amaya had a smile on her face. It's done. Aren't you going to play? Suja looked at Amaya and Luna and asked, I'd rather stay with the Lord. Amaya said with a smile. Hearing Amaya's words, Suja smiled slightly and did not expose her little thoughts. Why expose something that is beneficial to you? Luna, come here and give me a hug. Suja said to Luna with an expressionless face. Luna looked at Suja, then lay down beside him obediently. It smells so good. Suja took a deep breath of Luna's scent. My lord, you can't be partial. Amaya had a gentle smile on her face, but there was a hint of resentment in her tone. After hearing Amaya's words, Suja knew in his heart that she was the character that was really not easy to deal with, and she was also a Yandere. On the surface, she seems to be a gentle older sister, but in reality, Amaya's nature is even more terrifying than Luna's. This little girl is very cunning and has more thoughts in her mind than anyone else. Once you provoke this girl, it's no joke. God knows what she will do. If it weren't for the soldiers' absolute loyalty to him, Suja would not dare to provoke Amaya easily. Maybe at this time, she has already attacked other companions. Don't think that Yandere is a beautiful attribute. In fact, they're all paranoid mental patients. Just like now, Suja is holding Luna, and Luna is Amaya's biological sister. Suja could clearly feel that Amaya was emitting an almost tangible resentment. Although her tone of voice was still gentle, there was nothing gentle about her actions. Suja looked at Amaya helplessly. Amaya, we are all family. We should be more tolerant and not be so stingy. Suja said slowly. But I just can't help it. Amaya looked at Suja pitifully, with a weak and aggrieved expression on her face. This little girl is not easy to fool. Okay, but we are all family, so don't do anything out of line. Suja said to Amaya seriously. Amaya nodded seriously and obediently. She understood that Suja was serious. Okay, I'm going back to the main world. Suja said to Amaya and Luna. My lord, I want to go too. Amaya looked at Suja eagerly, and even Luna looked at him expectantly. Not yet. If I want to take you back, I have to wait until I reach level 40 or above. Suja said slowly. When I reach level 40, I will definitely take you to the main world. I'll go back first, and we'll be back soon. After Suja finished speaking, his figure disappeared in the territory. In the main world, the morning light shines through the gap in the curtains and quietly falls on the bed. Suja woke up slowly, reached out for the phone beside his pillow, and subconsciously clicked on the group message. A striking red, bold message instantly caught my eye. Tang Lily at all members, according to reliable intelligence. Wang Yu has embarked on a path of depravity. Everyone must be careful. If you find him, kill him on the spot, and you can also claim the bounty from the Law Enforcement Bureau. Suja couldn't help but take a breath and thought to himself. Although he knew that Wang Yu was not a good person, he never expected that he would go down this path of no return. The so-called road to corruption is actually a corruption ritual led by the heart of the official lord. To be precise, it requires the use of specific sacrificial methods to establish contact with evil gods or unknown entities in the darkness. They can still become lords, and their troops will be more powerful than ordinary lords. Fallen lords are different from ordinary lords. The troops of the fallen lords are, to be precise, troops, but they are somewhat different from the traditional troops. These troops of the fallen lord are basically monsters from the void space. Unlike other ordinary lords, these monsters in the void space have neither the concept of loyalty nor the division of ranks. As long as the fallen lord's own rank is high enough, he will be able to recruit more powerful high-level monsters from the void space. It can even cooperate with some powerful natural disaster forces and secretly collude. From a certain perspective, the fallen lord seems to have broken free from many restrictions. They don't need to worry about complicated matters, such as military units and resources. Chapter 31, The Fallen OP, The Evil Wang Yu. Although the overall strength of the Fallen Lord's troops is stronger, but in fact, there is a huge crisis hidden behind this. Because although the monsters under the Fallen Lord have no loyalty, they will be loyal if their needs are not met. Then even the Fallen Lord will become a meal for these monsters. In short, this Fallen Lord is a double-edged sword. He was able to bring some lords back to life, giving them even greater power. But the price of becoming a Fallen Lord is extremely heavy. What those monsters need are exactly the military units of ordinary lords. Those ordinary soldiers are food for these void creatures. In other words, as long as you choose to embark on the path of the Fallen Lord, you are destined to be an enemy of humanity. After all, these monsters increase their own strength by devouring humans. If the Fallen Lords cannot meet their needs, then the final fate of these lords will be to be eaten by their own troops. So once you embark on this path of depravity, there is no turning back. In order to survive, these fallen lords can only constantly search for the territories of other ordinary lords in the void space and launch attacks on them. Devour their troops and lord hearts to increase your own strength. Otherwise, the only fate waiting for these lords is to be devoured by monsters. Because of this, even though the path to becoming a lord is difficult, most people will not choose this path after failing. This is a dark and dead-end road with no turning back, even if you want to turn back and return to normal. But you have made your decision, and those ethereal monsters under your command will not let you go. As long as you make the slightest move, you will be the first one to be attacked. Those void monsters are waiting for you to find food for them, so it is impossible to leave halfway. Speaking of which, the Fallen Lord is just a dog of those void monsters. Therefore, except for a few people who are mentally distorted, desperate, or born with antisocial personality, almost no one will choose to take this path. Moreover, it is not easy to embark on the path of depravity. First, you need to know the mysterious rituals of worshiping evil gods. This is not one of those fake tricks circulating on the internet, which are just for fooling people. Secondly, there must be a guide to guide the way in order to successfully sacrifice to the evil god. It is definitely not something that can be summoned by just scribbling a pattern. If that were the case, the evil god would be too cheap. Finally, he offered the heart of a true lord as a token of his allegiance to the evil god. And it must be the heart of a real lord. The hearts of those novice lords are useless. This heart is not only a key item for sacrifice, but also the basis for screening undercover agents. Of course, the most important thing is that this lord's heart is an extremely critical entry tool. They can use this heart to enter the territory of the original owner of the heart, which is not yet completely collapsed, and achieve the goal of occupying the territory. If it is the heart of a lord in the novice trial period, then it is completely useless because you cannot pass the test of the supreme will. TSK. Life is so unpredictable. Suja was filled with emotion. Wang Yu was originally a rich second generation in the class. His family was very wealthy, and he was usually picked up and dropped off by luxury cars. Before failing the Lord's trial, this boy was extremely arrogant and domineering in the class, with pride emanating from his whole body. He is not happy with anyone, and no one dares to provoke him. But who could have imagined that now that the Lord trial period had begun, he would not only be the first to be eliminated, but was now on the path to becoming a fallen lord. This is quite ironic, that the second generation of rich people with such good resources have embarked on the path of a fallen lord. Suja couldn't help but think that if he were Wang Yu, even if he failed in the Lord trial, he could just continue to be a rich second generation who lived a life of idleness and waiting for death. His family is financially strong, so it's no problem for him to be a rich second generation and have no worries about food and clothing. Even if he can't be the center of attention like before, it's better than going down this road of no return. At least they will have enough food and clothing, and they won't have to worry about their lives. Suja continued to browse the messages. After reading through them, he found that there was no other important content, only some irrelevant things. Then he got up to clean himself up, sat on the sofa, and rested for an hour or so, played with his mobile phone for a while, before returning to his territory. Shortly after Suja left, a dark shadow quietly sneaked into his room. This person is Wang Yu. He carefully looked around, and was relieved after confirming that there were no cameras in the room. He thought to himself, if Suja is dead, it shouldn't attract other people's attention. After all, this kid has no family and few friends in class. I guess no one would care if he died. Immediately afterwards, Suja began to search carefully in Suja's room. He didn't leave out any corner of the room. Soon, he found a strand of Suja's hair in the bathroom sink. Found it. A hint of cruelty flashed in Wang Yu's eyes. I'm sorry. Wang Yu put his hair away and left the room carefully. Then he restored everything in the room to its original state and disappeared into the community where Suja lived. A moment later, Wang Yu returned to his temporary residence filled with bad smells. At this moment, he was in a desperate situation. After becoming a fallen lord, he was wanted and hunted by the Lord organization. Now the news that he became a fallen lord has spread completely. This made it difficult for him to continue to appear in public during the day. It will be difficult to go out from now on. It was only after he became a fallen lord that Wang Yu personally experienced what despair felt like. I don't know how long this life of being wanted and having no freedom will last. Although he became the lord again, the troops in his territory now are all monsters from the void space. These monsters are now full, so they are relatively obedient for now. But if there was no food, Wang Yu's heart would skip a beat. He seemed to have seen himself being torn into pieces by these monsters. The heart of the Lord he used to sacrifice to the evil god belonged to one of his cousins. If the close relative had not been defenseless, he would never have been able to get it. Now that my cousin's territory has lost its soldiers, it can still hold out for a while, but if there is not enough food, he himself will become food for these monsters. It is precisely because of this that Wang Yu set his sights on Suja. Suja is an orphan and has no friends, and he had previously revealed in the group that he was a second-level soldier. This is literally food delivered to your door. Suja is not very dangerous, and no one will notice if he disappears. These are the key factors that make Wang Yu target him. Chapter 32. Someone is targeting me. Wang Yu returned to his temporary home in the sewer. Although Jiangbei City cannot be compared with the imperial capital, it is just like a countryside. But no matter what, Jiangbei City is still a city, and the defensive power within the city cannot be underestimated. For his own safety, Wang Yu dared not live openly in the city, so now he could only hide in this dark and damp sewer. Although it sounds embarrassing, this is what you have to accept when you become a fallen lord. After all, in this era, the fallen lord is a rat crossing the street, and everyone wants to kill him. It is impossible for him to appear in the public eye. There are quite a few lords above level 40 in Jiangbei City. They can all summon troops from their territories to the main world. If you are targeted by these people, you will definitely be chased and killed. Wang Yu is now wanted. It is already a great achievement that he has not been caught. How could he dare to ask for more? To be honest, Wang Yu already felt a little regretful at this moment. Now the situation makes him very uncomfortable. He is neither human nor ghost, living in the sewer like a rat every day. But there is no medicine for regret in this world, and it will be of no use even if he regrets it now. Wang Yu directly entered his own territory of corruption. Under the empty and dark sky, the ground was covered with a bloody color visible to the naked eye. The void monsters lying on the ground one after another, and the void hoppers everywhere are disgusting to look at. Wang Yu's eyes were full of disgust, but he knew in his heart that he was now powerless to change anything. All he could do was find new food for these void monsters. I hope you are strong enough. Don't let me down. Wang Yu looked at these void creatures and muttered to himself. Then he took out a hair, which was just taken from Suja's house. Then a pitch-black teleportation array appeared under Wang Yu's feet. This is a one-time territory positioning teleportation array. This formation is expensive to build, and Wang Yu paid a huge price to get the opportunity to activate it. The price is so high, which also means that this formation is very powerful. This teleportation array has only one function, which is to locate the positions of other territories in the void space. The other party can be located no matter where they are. However, the portal's opening time is limited to only 24 hours. The portal will close in 24 hours. Moreover, a medium is needed to open the portal. Wang Yu just sneaked into Suja's house and took a strand of his hair, intending to use the hair as a medium to open the portal. Hair, flesh, and blood can be used as positioning media to open portals. Don't think you can rest easy just by joining these cults. In fact, these cults are full of calculations and betrayal. Almost everyone hopes that the other party will die so that they can take the opportunity to devour the other party's territory. This is the true reflection of their inner thoughts. People in cults are inherently selfish and profit-driven. Otherwise, how can it be called a cult? These evil people are a group of guys who will do anything to achieve their goals. Isn't talking about human nature to such a person like playing the lute to a cow? Wang Yu stared at the teleportation array in front of him with a serious expression, and then gathered Suja's hair. Let's wait a little longer. Let's set out tomorrow. To be on the safe side, we can wait until the monsters invade before attacking. That way, we will definitely be safe. Wang Yu took a deep breath to calm himself down. If there is a monster invasion tomorrow, how can Suja's second-level troops withstand it? It was because of his carelessness that he lost his territory and embarked on the path of becoming a corrupt lord. This time he must be fully prepared and will not allow himself to make even the slightest mistake. At this time, Suja had no idea that he had been targeted by Wang Yu. In Suja's view, he is an orphan without any family. I don't have many friends in class. I don't communicate much with others and have always been a loner. He is basically an unknown person in the class and has never offended anyone, so no one should care about him, right? At this moment, Suja was wearing cool shorts and playing in the water with manhwa, Amaya, Luna, Isabella, Lena, and Shirley in the Star Spring. Several beauties were also wearing cool clothes at this time, revealing large areas of beautiful snow-white scenery. This beautiful scenery makes it difficult to look away. It's so comfortable. Suja narrowed his eyes and leaned against the pool wall under the Star Spring, comfortably enjoying the warm sunlight showered by the star god. It was extremely pleasant. Behind him, Amaya was massaging him gently. Sure enough, this lord's life is still comfortable. It would be perfect if there weren't so many monster invasions. Every day is like the treatment of an emperor. Suja thought to himself while enjoying himself. Tomorrow is the 5th day. By then, the Lord's wealth list and the military type list should be opened one after another. Suja thought to himself, the wealth list is okay, but Suja is not sure whether he can make it. After all, there will definitely be people who focus on wealth. But there is definitely no suspense when it comes to the military type list. Suja doesn't think that anyone's military type can surpass his Valkyries, and by then it is estimated that more than one military type will be on the list. None of the heroic troops under his command are weak. Each of them has extremely strong combat power. But wouldn't it be a bit too conspicuous if all of them were on the list? If he dominated all the military rankings, it would be hard to understand. Forget it, I won't be on the military rankings. It doesn't matter if I don't want this little reward. Susipandiv. Our troops are all god level, and if they are exposed, it will be no small matter. I don't know how many people will come to me by then. It's not that Suja wants to be low-key and show off, but with his current strength, he is unable to protect himself at all, exposing his life safety, and this is the key point. After all, who doesn't want to go out and show off? Suja naturally wanted to do that too, but being on the combat power list was enough. Although the data on the combat power list is shocking, it is understandable. After all, it reflects the comprehensive combat power of the territory, not just the combat power of each branch of the army. For example, the soldiers of the mechanical camp may not have strong individual combat capabilities, but the combat power of those weapons cannot be ignored, so there is no problem in putting them on the combat power list. But the military branch list is different. Suja doesn't want to reveal his identity at the moment. At least he doesn't intend to take any risks until he finds a reliable backer. The main reason is that he has all kinds of god-level soldiers in his hands. Once they are exposed, he will definitely be noticed by all the big guys. With Suge's current strength, how could he withstand it? Isn't that seeking death? Chapter 33 Hidden List. I don't want this reward. If you're not on the list, you will just lose some of the daily settlement rewards of the list. But this military type list is the same as the combat power list, and the reward are probably just some spiritual ores. Although Suja also lacks spiritual, or he would not put himself in danger for this little bit of benefit. Without absolute safety guarantees, Suja would not easily try anything that involves the risk of exposure. Anyway, it won't affect the settlement on the last day of the novice trial period. It's not a big impact. It's just that there will be less daily settlement rewards. These are trivial matters. After weighing the pros and cons, Suja quickly made the final decision. Master, come and play. At this moment, manhwa suddenly appeared in front of Suja wearing a bikini, hooked her finger at him, and her face was full of charm and temptation. The juicy appearance makes it look like a tempting and delicious delicacy that makes people want to eat it in one bite. My beloved, I'm here. Suja's face was filled with smiles, and without saying a word, he pounced directly on Mingyue's soft body. Beside the star spring, there are sounds of laughter and rippling water, making it seem like a paradise. The next day, Suja woke up from the bed in the Lord's mansion and found that there was no one around him. He sat up, yawned, and went to the star spring to wash up. Just then, a prompt sound rang. Ding! Today is the 5th day of the Lord trial period. The Lord Wealth ranking and Lord Arms ranking will be released soon. Ding! Is your Immortal Cultivator on the list? Ding! Is your Star God on the list? Ding! Is your Star Shooter class on the list? Ding! Is your Frost Warrior on the list? Suja didn't think twice and chose no to all the answers without hesitation. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he didn't want to be exposed in this regard. Ding! Do you want to hide your military rankings? If you do, you won't be able to receive daily rewards. Hide everything. Sucede responder decisively. It's still the old saying, a big tree attracts the wind. Suja has now made it onto the combat power list, so there's really no need for him to get involved in other lists. After all, he is still just a novice lord. His potential is potential, but his strength is another matter. There are many people with potential, but how many of them can actually grow? Without a strong backer, exposing too much in this situation is simply courting death. Suja opened the list of military branches and took a look. First place, Dragon God, S-Class Soldier, Holy Dragon. Second place, King of Beasts, a level unit, Titan. As expected, there are still some novice lords with great luck. Suja looked at the rankings on the list and found that even S-level troops had appeared. S-level troops are considered the strongest troops below the semi-saint level. Suja couldn't help but wonder, is it true that no one possesses semi-saint or saint-level troops? Or did those people choose to hide like him? Immediately afterwards, Suja took another look at the Lord's wealth list. He discovered that he was not on the list. The first place has more than 100,000 gold coins, and even the 10th place has more than 40,000 gold coins. He looked at his pocket again and saw that there were only more than 20,000 gold coins in it, and he fell into a brief silence. As expected, we can't underestimate those other lords. After all, there are so many strange talents in this world. Suja thought to himself that the most significant effect of his talent is that it has a strong blessing on the combat power of the territory, including the combat power of the troops. But the gold coins are a little lacking. Then Suja opened the chat channel. Don't be like that. It seems that the Lord ranked first in the battle power list is most likely a mechanical master. Tortoise, what do you mean? Don't be like that. Didn't you notice this guy's name isn't on the troop rankings? I just checked and didn't even show up in the top 100. This means the guy number 1 on the power rankings is most likely a mechanic. That's why his power increase is so terrifying, because it's likely due to the weapons manufactured by mechanic troops, not actual combat power. Tortoise, so that's how it is. I was wondering how there could be such a powerful person. Argumentative. How can you be so sure? Maybe they're deliberately hiding their units to avoid being listed on the leaderboard. Stop being like that. Why the hell are you a nitpicker again? Do you know how powerful a mechanical super starship is? That's tens of billions of combat power. Just one starship has that much combat power. Don't you understand, idiot? Argumentative. You also said that that's the combat power of a starship, but this is the combat power list of a novice lord. How can he afford to build a starship? Why do you think I'm wrong? And why do you think you're right? Don't be like this. Damn it. You really have to argue to the end, don't you? Argumentative person. I'm not arguing with you. I'm just stating my opinion or should I say, stating a fact. Don't be like this. Stop talking nonsense. If you have the guts, just tell me your address, and I'll go over and confront you offline right now. Argumentative. Hee, I won't tell you. Come on if you can. Suja looked at the conversation in the chat module, especially what that argumentative guy said. Just reading it made him angry. Putting himself in the other person's shoes, Suja suddenly felt so angry that he couldn't breathe. This guy can really drive people crazy. But then again, don't be like this does make sense. If the first on the battle power list is a mechanical type of soldier, then the mystery of the battle power would make sense. After all, the combat power of mechanical troops can be maximized in the early stage and will only become slightly weak in the middle and late stages. Although the mechanical department may have problems in terms of high-end combat power. However, equipment such as starships and mechanical fortresses cannot be reproduced in large quantities. Even if there are only one or two. In terms of high-end combat power, the mechanical department is indeed slightly inferior. But it is undeniable that the Department of Mechanical Engineering has a huge advantage, which is the ability to mass produce, which other departments cannot do. It can be seen that this person is indeed very familiar with mechanical troops. Where can I get mechanical soldiers? Suja shook his head helplessly. This thing depends entirely on luck. With his luck, he'd better not hold too much hope. Supreme will, calculate the rewards for the Lord's combat power list for me. Suja said slowly. Ding. Congratulations on reaching the top of the Lord power ranking for 24 consecutive hours. Rewards are being calculated. Congratulations on receiving 100 spirit ores. Not bad, not bad. Suja whispered to himself. Chapter 34. Is this all the strength you have? Although 100 spirit ores are not a lot, but even a small amount is still meat. Moreover, it is free, so it would be a shame not to take it. Ding. The monster invasion is about to begin. Please select your challenge difficulty. S, A, B, C, D. S-level. Suja chose the S-level difficulty without any hesitation. Then he took a look at the amount of spiritual ore he currently had. There are now 430 spiritual ores, including the daily settlement income of the Lord's combat power ranking list and 10 outputs from daily mining. Suja directly climbed up the primary element tower. Surely, Lena, the plan remains the same as yesterday. You will lead the team to eliminate these monsters today. The rest of you will just stay where you are and guard your positions. Suja said calmly. Yes, Lord. Shirley and Lena nodded in response. They also knew in their hearts that this was the opportunity Suja gave them to catch up with the others. At the same time, in the dark and dim territory, Wang Yu slowly opened his eyes. He stared at the positioning teleportation array in front of him, then took a deep breath with a serious expression. Suja's monster invasion should have begun. Now it's almost time for me to take the stage. Wang Yu immediately stood up and looked at the void creatures around him with disgust in his eyes. Because these void creatures have not eaten for a long time, they have begun to show signs of rioting. His eyes immediately turned to the teleportation array. Wang Yu didn't hesitate at all and directly activated the teleportation array. A black light suddenly burst out, followed by a black mist that covered everything. A portal filled with nothingness and darkness suddenly appeared in front of Wang Yu. Right now, the battle has also begun in Suja's territory. At this moment, a system prompt sound suddenly reached his ears. Ding! Your territory is being invaded by an unknown lord. Please be careful. The reminder, sound of the Supreme, will suddenly ring in his ears. When Suja heard the voice, his pupils suddenly shrank and his expression instantly became more serious. A dark gate appeared out of thin air at the edge of the territory, and a black vortex was spinning wildly. An unknown lord is invading? Suja stared at the dark gate with a serious look in his eyes. Did I encounter the fallen lord? When I was in school, my teacher talked about the characteristics of the fallen lords. This dark portal is something that only the fallen lords have. But judging from the depth of the color of this portal, he must have just become the fallen lord not long ago, and the combat effectiveness of his troops is not very strong. Suja keenly observed that the dark portal had nothing but black light. There was some iron-colored light flowing at the edge of the portal. This is the distinctive feature of fallen lords below level 10. The level classification of fallen lords is almost the same as that of ordinary lords. They're all the same level. However, in terms of comprehensive capabilities, the fallen lord's troops are slightly stronger. You dare to invade me with such strength? Are you here just to give me experience? Suja was a little panicked when he heard the news of the invasion, but now he calmed down immediately after learning the other party's true strength. It seems like this guy thinks I'm a soft persimmon. A smile appeared on Suja's lips. He panicked at first because he saw the sudden invasion of the dark portal. At first, he had no idea what level of Fallen Lord was on the other side, so he was a little worried. However, when he saw the black iron luster flowing on the portal, he instantly calmed down. Even the corners of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a smile. I'm cautious with the strong, but I will show no mercy to the weak. This is the life creed that Suja upholds. Instead of taking advantage of the weak, you go looking for the tough ones and get yourself beaten to a pulp? Manhwa, Luna, Amaya, Isabella, everyone get ready. A fool is coming to our door. Suja raised the corners of his mouth slightly, licked his lips, and said slowly, the fallen lords have always treated other ordinary lords as prey to be enjoyed. But didn't those powerful lords treat the fallen lords as lambs to be slaughtered? Ultimately, it's hard to say who is the hunter and who will become the prey. After all, this is a world where strength is valued and strength is respected. A hard fist is the real hard one. Hunting the fallen lords will also bring you generous rewards from Supreme Will. I will definitely not let you go this time. Since you have come to my door, I will definitely make sure you get your money's worth. Suja thought while staring at the black portal. He wants to maximize the value of these people. And at this moment, Wang Yu looked at the open portal with excitement in his eyes. Although he regretted becoming a fallen lord, the twisted pleasure of destroying others with his own hands made him uncontrollably excited. Maybe this is the evil side of human nature. The evil in Wang Yu's heart has been completely aroused. Go ahead, wipe out all these people and enjoy your feast. Wang Yu's voice was a little crazy. As soon as he finished speaking, the monsters in the void space rushed into the portal. Wang Yu stood by with great anticipation, waiting for the good news these monsters would bring him later. Being able to destroy a novice lord with his own hands, Wang Yu was so excited that his whole body was trembling just thinking about it. This feeling really made him intoxicated. In Wang Yu's view, Suja is just an orphan without parents. I have no sense of existence in the crowd, like an invisible person, and no one will care even if I disappear. Moreover, Suja only had second-level troops, and at this time he was busy dealing with the test of void invasion and was completely unable to resist his own attack. Suja, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not having any background. If you had any background, I really wouldn't dare to touch you. Wang Yu whispered to himself. Suja sighed. He looked at the large number of low-level void monsters pouring out of the portal, and his face was suddenly filled with disbelief. I'll go. Are you here to make fun of me? Suja stared at these monsters with a somewhat amusing and helpless expression on his face. These guys are not even as good as the monsters in the monster invasion trial. After all, the void creatures invading their territory now are natural disasters among void creatures. While their individual combat power wasn't great, they were still numerous, so I had to spend some time dealing with them. But what were these people like? Were they just here to make fun of me? Who the hell is that fallen lord on the opposite side? He can't be a fool, right? Suja really couldn't understand and couldn't figure out what the Dark Lord on the opposite side was thinking. Chapter 35 Heart of the World. In Suja's opinion, a fallen lord who dares to actively invade other people's territories must have some powerful abilities. Even if he is a fallen lord below level 10, he should have some strength, right? But now it seems that the other party may not even be as good as some novice lords, let alone compete with him. What a waste of my time. Suja looked towards the portal. He wanted to see what kind of weirdo was on the other side. With such limited strength, he dared to challenge and invade other people's territories. Isn't this just asking for death? Let's get rid of these bastards as well. Suja said a little impatiently, and then looked at the low-level void creatures crawling slowly with boredom. A smile appeared on Mingyue's face, and she waved the red moon in her hand violently. A silver crescent-shaped slash shot out like lightning, and everything in its path was cut in half by the moonblade. In almost the blink of an eye, the monsters pouring out of the dark portal were completely dealt with by Mingyue and others. Apart from some gold coins, nothing valuable dropped from these monsters. This reward is too meager. It seems that this fallen lord is not doing very well. Suja looked at these rewards and felt quite disappointed. After waiting for about 10 minutes, no more monsters appeared in the dark portal. It seemed that they had all been destroyed. It only took a few minutes. TSK, you're really weak. Suja didn't forget to complain. In such a short period of time, The number of monsters that emerged was about 14 to 1,500. These monsters rushed out of the portal in a swarm, and were all destroyed by manhwa in less than a few minutes. Since there's no movement, it's time for me to act. Suja looked at the dark portal with cold eyes. Manhwa, go over and find out what the situation is over there first. If anything goes wrong, come back immediately, okay? Suja turned to Manhwa and said. Manhwa nodded. She is now the strongest soldier under Suja. In case of any emergency, with her strength, she can escape and return immediately. But after all, the opponent is just an ordinary fallen lord, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Manhwa put away the red moon in her hand, and then flew straight into the portal. As for Wang Yu, he was staring at the portal curiously, feeling very confused. Why do my void creatures keep going in, but not a single one comes back? Just when Wang Yu was confused, Manhwa appeared in this territory through the portal. The moment I saw the bright moon, Wang Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. What kind of military force is this? Wang Yu subconsciously realized that the situation was not good, and he quickly ran away. But the next second Manhwa was already in front of him. Wang Yu tried to escape from his territory, but was horrified to find that he could not do so. He is now a fallen lord and is no longer protected by the supreme will. If you want to leave the territory, you must do so without interference. It's you who dares to invade my lord's territory? Manhwa looked at Wang Yu with endless murderous intent in her purple eyes. Just as one look scared Wang Yu to death. Wang Yu looked at Manhwa and swallowed nervously. Although Manhwa was as beautiful as a fairy, he knew in his heart that since the other party was able to come here, it meant that all the void creatures in his territory were probably wiped out. Manhwa didn't say anything. She just reached out and grabbed Wang Yu's neck, lifted him up, turned around, and flew back through the portal. Wang Yu only felt that the dim light in front of him suddenly became brighter, which was completely different from his own territory, shrouded in darkness. In fear, he hurriedly observed everything around him. All I saw were immortal cultivators soaring in the sky, elementalists with elemental wings, and star gods with starlight blooming all over their bodies. Wang Yu was stunned at the first sight. The moment Suja saw Wang Yu, he was also quite surprised. Wang Yu. Suja looked at Wang Yu with surprise in his eyes. My lord, the lord over there is no danger anymore. Manhwa reported to Suja. Well, then take him over there and don't make this place dirty. Suja glanced at Wang Yu and said. Since there is no danger on the other side, he decided to go over and take a look. He was a little curious about what the fallen territory looked like. Isabella, Manhwa, you two take him with us. Amaya, Luna, you stay in the territory to guard the house and keep an eye on the surrounding situation. We'll be back soon. Suja made arrangements quickly. Amaya and Luna nodded obediently. Isabella gently picked up Suja, and the 6 wings behind her instantly unfolded. Pure elemental power emanated from her body, and sacred golden lines appeared faintly and shimmered brightly. Elementalist. Wang Yu widened his eyes and muttered to himself in disbelief. He really couldn't understand how Suja could have a soldier like the elementalist. And they seemed to have such a close relationship. Before Wang Yu could think about it anymore, Isabella carried Suja and passed through the portal like a stream of light and arrived at Wang Yu's territory. Suja looked around the entire fallen territory. The sky was dark. There are still some remaining buildings around, and in the center of the territory, there's a black, irregular prismatic crystal suspended, emitting a strange light. This is the heart of the fallen lord. That's quite interesting. Suja looked at Wang Yu, his eyes full of surprise. Judging from the size of the territory alone, it should have been quite large, at least a level 10 territory or above. It's only because it became a fallen territory that the level of this territory has been downgraded to what it is now. I believe that in its heyday, this territory should be much larger than Suja's own territory. This is a territory that has passed the novice trial period. Suja set his sights on some buildings in the territory. Deadly Silence Level 5 Barracks. Nest of Venomous Hydralisks. This is a level 5 barracks that could originally summon venomous hydralisks for combat, but now it is completely dead and no more soldiers can be recruited. What a shame. An entire barracks is wasted. Suja looked at the nest of poisonous hydralisks and sighed in his heart. As a 5th-tier soldier, the venomous hydralisk was quite powerful, but now it was completely destroyed. Suja, please let me go. As long as you let me go, this thing will be yours. Wang Yu looked at Suja in panic, and then hurriedly took out a black crystal. When Suja saw the crystal, his eyes suddenly lit up. Heart of the world. Level 10. Introduction. This is the key to the passage to the depths of the world, which contains some resources. After using the heart of the world, you can enter and mine the resources. Chapter 36. Super Big Harvest. This wave of profit is incredible. I'm really curious. How did you accurately lock onto my territory? Suja asked, his eyes full of curiosity, staring at Wang Yu. Wang Yu's face was instantly filled with a flattering smile. He told the story without reservation about how he sneaked into Suja's house and how he used the positioning teleportation array to locate Suja's territory. After hearing this, Suja couldn't help but take a breath. He never expected that it was a positioning teleportation array. Fortunately, it was Wang Yu who came this time. If it was a high-level fallen lord, he would be in danger. Thinking of this, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Suja's eyes. Manhwa understood what he meant and swung the red moon in her hand violently. With a flash of cold light, the flattering smile on Wang Yu's face had not yet disappeared, but his head had already flown out. Until his death, he never figured out why Suja suddenly killed him. Idiot! Even if I kill you, this thing will still belong to me. Suja curled his lips in disdain. Then, Suja picked up the heart of the world. This thing is not easy to obtain. If you want to get the heart of the world, you must first have strong enough strength. Secondly, you must find a wild world. And finally, you must use your strength to suppress the world will of that world and completely refine it before you can get it. Of course, through the rewards of the supreme will, there's also a chance to obtain the heart of the world. However, Suja didn't care how Wang Yu got this thing. Now that it was in his hands, it was his. As for whether Suja was worried that the family behind Wang Yu would cause trouble, he was naturally not worried. If the family behind Wang Yu really had the ability to refine the world will of a level 10 world, it would not be just a second-rate family in Jiangbei City, but would have long been among the ranks of first-rate families. If nothing unexpected happens, the heart of this world should have been obtained by the family behind Wang Yu in exchange for resources. The world heart in Wang Yu's hand was most likely stolen when he escaped from the Wang family. After all, he was once the legitimate son of the Wang family, so it was not difficult for him to steal this thing. However, now the heart of the world has fallen into Suja's hands. This thing is good, but I don't know what is hidden in this world. Suja's eyes were full of curiosity, and then he put away the heart of the world. Suja turned his gaze to the heart of this fallen territory. Ding! The heart of the corrupted territory has been discovered. Should we destroy it or take it for ourselves? Suja looked at this lifeless territory and thought that occupying it would be useless and a waste of resources. Destroy it, Suja said in a deep voice without hesitation. Ding! Lord chooses to destroy. Please leave here immediately. Manhwa, Isabella, let's go back immediately. Suja turned and said to Manhwa and Isabella. Manhwa and Isabella nodded, then quickly took Suja away from the fallen territory. As he passed through the portal, Suja looked back and saw that the portal began to collapse. Ding! The Lord has safely left the fallen territory and begun to destroy the territory. Ding! Congratulations on destroying a level 10 corrupted territory. Ding! Get gold coins X10W. Ding! Obtain spirit or X1000. Ding! Obtain the 3rd level barracks, mechanical tower. Ding! Obtain the 5th tier barracks, venomous hydralisk's nest. Ding! Obtained wonder, heart of the sun and moon. Oh my god! Suja looked at the messages that popped up one after another on the system and could hardly believe his eyes. Looking at the things he had obtained, Suja never expected that he would gain such a huge amount in one go and make a fortune. Although it is rumored that hunting fallen lords can make a lot of money, no one told me that it can be this much. Suja muttered to himself, looking at the various gains in his backpack, full of joy. The gold coins suddenly increased by 100,000. The spiritual mines also increased by 1,000, and 2 additional barracks were obtained. This wave of profit was really great. Don't worry, I'll study it later. Suja looked at the portal that had completely disappeared, and then he turned his gaze to his own territory. At this time, the territory was still being invaded by monsters, but this seemed less important at the moment. 2 hours later, the monster invasion ended. However, although Suja's own level did not increase in this battle, Lena and Shirley both successfully advanced to level 9. Other units have also reached level 9. Of course, the highest level is still Manhwa, who has reached level 10. Moreover, Suja deliberately did not recruit new soldiers today. On the one hand, he wanted to suppress his own combat power, and, on the other hand, he wanted Lena and Shirley to catch up with the first echelon first. But now it seems that there is no need for this. Suja looked at his newly acquired barracks, the third-level barracks, mechanical tower. Don't panic, don't panic. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Suja murmured softly, then looked towards the edge of his territory. The monster corpses almost filled the entire edge area. Swallow. Suja decisively used his lordship's power. Ding. Your entry. Blessed Land attribute triggers. Your territory is expanding. Congratulations on expanding your territory by 1,000 meters. Ding. Your entry. Blessed Land has been triggered. You have received a primary iron or vein as a reward. Please check it. So cool. After seeing the reward, Suja couldn't help but take a breath. What a good day today is. Suja was really surprised at how his luck suddenly became so good. First, someone came to deliver a package, which allowed him to take advantage of some resources. Now we have obtained a primary iron or vein, which is so cool. Primary iron or vein. Level, beginner. Daily, 1,000 units / 2,000 units over the limit. Introduction, a primary mineral resource. The resources can be refreshed daily. However, overmining will lead to the depletion of the mineral vein. Please maintain sustainable development and do not overfish. Yes, we could get 1,000 units of iron or every day. Suja's face was filled with smiles. While I'm still lucky, I'll go recruit some first. Maybe I can find something good. I'll carefully count the harvest later. Suja looked at his 4 barracks and walked straight over. But it didn't last long. Suja sat on the grass, helplessly. Although this suddenly adds 50 more population units. But his luck was like stepping in dog shit. He thought his luck had changed, but in the end he didn't recruit any hero units. Suja's current population units are Immortal Cultivators, 60 Star Gods, 60 Elementalists, 60 Star Shooters, 60. Total population units, 240 population units. Is still about halfway to the 500 population required for the upgrade. Chapter 37 Wonder, the Heart of the Sun and the Moon. Then Suja began to carefully count his gains for the day. Gold coins, 10,000. Ordinary loot chests x 120. Rare loot chests x 30. Today's drop rate is okay, but the explosion rate is indeed a bit unsatisfactory. Suja looked at his harvest. Although the quantity was not small, he had to complain that the explosion rate was so low that it made people feel helpless. At least 5,000 monsters were killed today, and their strength should not be underestimated. Most of them are level 5 or above. But even so, only 120 items were dropped from common loot chests and 30 from rare loot chests. There are only these few drops from 5,000 monsters. This drop rate is unparalleled. You have to know that this is still with the S-level difficulty bonus. If there were no benefits from the difficulty bonus, the number of drops would be even smaller. Open. Suja stared at the ordinary loot chest, his eyes full of anticipation. A series of item information instantly appeared in front of Suja. Suja sorted them out carefully. Wood X30, stone X30, iron or X20, copper or X10, meat X30. Although they are all basic supplies, they are quite practical for me now. Suja looked at the resources in front of him. Although they were all basic, these things were exactly what he urgently needed. Suja used up 5 meat resource cards in just one day yesterday, which was quite a large consumption. The daily training needs of Immortal Cultivators and Frost Warriors require 5 basic meat cards, which is actually quite small. Fortunately, the Star Gods and the Protoss do not need to consume meat at present. Otherwise, Suja would need to prepare more meat resources. Let's open the remaining 20 rare loot chests. Suja looked at the rare loot chests and chose to open them without hesitation. Mithril X5, Gold X5, High Grade, Wood X10, High Grade Stone X10. Marvelous! Suja was very excited when he looked at what he had opened. Whether it was Mithril, Gold, High Grade Wood, or High Grade Stone, these were all core resources essential for the development of the territory. Of course, the more of these things, the better. Next is the Diamond Treasure Chest given for clearing the level. Suja rubbed his hands, then took out the Diamond Treasure Chest from the Lord's backpack. This thing has become a common gain for Suja after every battle, and he rarely opens treasure chests of other levels. Ding. Do you want to open the Diamond Treasure Chest now? Open it. Suja looked at the Diamond Treasure Chest in front of him with longing. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining 10 fire runes. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining 10 ice runes. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 10 storm runes. Suja looked at the runes in front of him. These were important props for the development of the territory. They were needed to set up some special magic defense arrays or enhancement arrays. Isn't it a bit too early to get the runes now? Suja touched his chin and thought, but no matter what level of treasure chest, what comes out will always be something suitable for the development needs of the territory. But it's not bad to get it now. It could be used to upgrade and strengthen the elemental tower. Suja thought to himself. He carefully put all the runes away. Next comes the most anticipated highlight. Suja's eyes flashed with excitement as he looked at the reward he got after destroying the fallen territory. First of all, it's a spectacle. The heart of the sun and the moon is not just a design drawing, but a genuine ready-made wonder. That is to say, no resources are required to build it. Suja directly checked the properties of the heart of the sun and moon. Name: Heart of the Sun and Moon. Level: Low-level wonder. Effect: the lake water is condensed by the power of the stars. If used continuously, there's a certain chance that the target will undergo special mutation effects. Features: never dries up, upgradable. Charge: 0/100. Description: a low-level, evolutionary wonder. Extremely rare, it requires sufficient star power to evolve. Note: under a clear night sky, you can recharge a maximum of 1 point every 3 days, or you can use star fragments to gain recharge points. Wow, it's so powerful. Suja looked at the heart of the sun and the moon. This thing was like a tiger with wings to the development of his territory. As for the special mutations, Suja was full of expectations. But he didn't have too high expectations. After all, his troops were all god-level troops, which was close to the ceiling. It is very difficult to make a mutation happen. Of course, this does not mean that there is no chance at all. There is still some chance. Think of this. Suja opened the 3D planning map of his territory. Now the area of his territory has expanded by another 1,000 meters. Suja directly expanded the city wall outward again, leaving a distance of 500 meters as a buffer zone bordering the void space, determined not to let the war spread into the territory. Looking at his increasingly vast territory, Suja felt a sense of accomplishment. Although most of it is still vacant land, it will become a prosperous territory in the future. Suja replanned the locations of the Immortal Creation Platform, the Divine Source Temple, and the Elemental Holy Tower, placing them all next to the City Lord's Mansion to form a barracks area. Xingqiuan was placed to the right of the City Lord's Mansion. Then he placed the heart of the sun and the moon a little closer to the center of the territory. A magnificent, sparkling lake suddenly appeared in the territory. The lake water emitted a mysterious glow, as if echoing the starry sky, becoming the most beautiful scenery in the territory. Suja looked at the emerald-like heart of the sun and the moon in front of him. Although it was only 100 meters in radius, it would gradually grow larger as the energy increased, so it was not a problem. Finally, I don't have to squeeze in the spiritual spring all the time. Suja muttered to himself, looking at the green lake with a smile on his face. By simply opening the carved wooden windows of his City Lord's Mansion, he could take in the picturesque lake. Every morning, the cultivators, gods, elementals, and frost warriors in his territory laugh and play in the lake. Just thinking about this beautiful scene makes Suja feel it is worth it. My lord, can we go in and play? Manhwa looked at Suja and asked with anticipation in her eyes. Of course, everyone in the territory can go. Suja replied with a smile. The previous spiritual spring had a limited area and could not meet the entertainment needs of everyone in the territory. But although the heart of the sun and the moon is only 100 meters in radius at present, it is enough for the time being. What's more, the heart of the sun and the moon will expand as the energy accumulates. Moreover, if they immerse themselves in the heart of the sun and the moon more, perhaps some of the troops in the territory will gain special mutations. As for Manhwa, Amaya, Luna, Isabella, Shirley, Lena, and others, Suja did not have high expectations for these hero units. It should be unlikely that special mutations will occur. Of course, we can't say for sure. Nothing in the world is absolute, and there is a possibility that they may mutate. Chapter 38, Void Dragon Clan, Shadow. As for other ordinary soldiers, the chance of mutation is also not high. After all, they're all god-level soldiers, and the chance of mutation can be said to be negligible. After all, the heart of the sun and the moon is still just a low-level wonder. Its effects are relatively limited. Suja didn't expect it to bring much of a surprise. He just treated it as a place to rest. And if he was lucky enough it could mutate, it would mutate. It doesn't matter if he doesn't have that fateful mutation. After all, Suja is not short of powerful military units now. You guys go and have fun, Suja said to manhwa and others. The others looked at each other and then walked towards the heart of the sun and moon. Then Suja turned his attention to the remaining 3 items. Tier 3 Barracks, Mechanical Tower. Tier 5 Barracks, Lair of Venomous Hydralisks. Suja opened the 3D territory map in front of him. Then he looked at the layout of the territory again. The barracks were all behind the city lord's mansion. Suja thought for a moment and did not change the location of the barracks. The current layout of the barracks is fine and doesn't need to be moved much. There is an unused piece of land on the west side of the territory, which he reserved specifically for the mechanical tower. Let's get the nest of the poisonous hydra out first. I don't know what this 5th level barracks can evolve into. Suja narrowed his eyes slightly and then took out the nest of the poisonous hydra directly. Ding! Tier 5 Barracks detected. Venomous Hydralisk's nest. Extraordinary evolution effect triggered. Evolving. Ding! You have obtained the God-level barracks. Void Dragon Nest. Void Dragon's Nest. A hint of surprise flashed in Suja's eyes. It looks like they should be dragon-type troops, and they're actually dragons with the word void in their name. This is very rare. You should know that dragons are generally composed mainly of elemental dragons, and few people have heard of the Void Dragon. Thinking of this, Suja immediately checked the properties of the Void Dragon's nest. Name: Void Dragon Nest. Level 1. Race: Void Dragon. Recruitment: 10 out of 10 daily. Gold coins: 1 gold coin / 1 time. 100,000 / 1 time. Upgrade: 1000 W gold coins. Divine Power Crystal Core X1. Dragon Crystal Core X1. Introduction: a powerful creature from the void, the ruler of a void world. Suja's eyes were full of surprise about the Void Dragon clan. Suja still had some understanding in his mind. After all, the first place on the military type list was just the legendary Holy Dragon, right? They are both from a dragon clan, but the Sacred Dragon has not yet reached the level of God-level troops. Is there something special about this Void Dragon? Out of curiosity, Suja built the Void Dragon's nest in his territory, right next to the Star Temple, compared with several other barracks. The Void Dragon's lair appears ancient and mysterious, with strange runes and ancient patterns engraved on the huge nest. Then Suja walked straight towards the Void Dragon's nest. A few rays of light flashed, and manhwa, Amaya, Luna, Lena, and Isabella all appeared beside Suja. Except for Shirley from the core troops, everyone else had arrived. I say, can't you come back dressed neatly? Suja looked at manhwa helplessly and said, we are all family. Lord, let me show you that this doesn't matter. We are all so familiar with each other. manhwa said with a smile. Except for Amaya, everyone else blushed. Even the usually calm Luna was no exception. Suja looked at manhwa. Every time he started recruiting soldiers, manhwa would always follow him. Over time, other people also developed the habit. Whenever Suja wanted to recruit soldiers, they would almost take the initiative to come and accompany Suja. Suja took a deep breath and then walked into the Void Dragon's nest. Suja looked at the magnificent dragon statue in the dragon's nest. Ding! Do you want to spend 10 gold coins for daily recruitment? Recruit. Suja looked curiously at the giant dragon statue in the distance. He also wanted to know what kind of god-level troops would be recruited from this Void Dragon nest. The Dragon Tribe's troops must be very powerful, right? After all, according to the information Suja knew, the Dragon Tribe's troops have always been very powerful. And just at this moment, roar, roar, a series of deafening roars suddenly came from the Void Dragon's nest. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling light burst out instantly. Mysterious creatures emitting mysterious light slowly flew out from the light. It was as if I had traveled through the endless void to get here. The rich chaotic light filled the entire space. An ancient long sword emerged from the light. The sword body was slender and engraved with strange runes. As the runes flashed, it seemed that the power of chaos was flowing. The sword blade emits a sharp cold light, which makes people afraid. A graceful figure stepped out from the dragon's nest. Shadow, meet the city lord. A cold voice sounded, and a figure holding a long sword stood in front of Suja. Only then did Suja see the appearance of the long sword clearly. The sword body is made of a mysterious chaotic material, with runes arranged in an orderly manner on it. The hilt is inlaid with a gem emitting a faint light, like a deep pool. Immediately after the shadow appeared, huge black creatures walked out from the light. These void black dragons are huge, more than tens of meters long, and have a layer of black scales as hard as steel on their bodies that can resist attacks. Dark scales cover the bodies of these void black dragons. From a distance, they seem to have a mysterious rune pattern on their bodies, like a spine extending from the head to the tail. The eyes of the void black dragon are blood red, and its huge black dragon horns emit a faint cold light. This group of void black dragons waited quietly behind a shadow. It seems that the strength of this new partner should not be underestimated. Manhwa looked at Yuying, and a rare seriousness appeared in her eyes. Suja subconsciously looked at Manhwa. This was the first time he saw Manhwa look so serious. You know, when Manhwa first met Lena and the others, she didn't show such a solemn expression. Suja then turned his attention to the attributes of Shadow. Name, Shadow. Loyalty, 100. Experience value, 0 out of 100. Level 1. Rank, Godly rank. Godly rank is the pinnacle of rank, not the limit of Shadow. Faction, Void Dragons. Weapon, Artifact, Sword of Darkness, unique. Talent, Shadow Judgment. Skill, Dark Light. Potential, Saint level. Entry bonus. Introduction. The Void Dragon clan originated from Chaos, a unique existence, born in the Chaos Judgment. It has never existed before and will never exist again. Note, Shadow Judgment. The Shadow can control the endless power of Shadow, continuously strengthen itself, make it extremely tough, and at the same time offset 90% of the spell damage it receives. Chapter 39, The Barracks That Cannot Be Upgraded, the Hub of the Future. Read the Shadow's information panel. Suja took a deep breath in his heart. The abilities on this Shadow panel were really astonishing. Judging from the attribute panel alone, Shadow is simply a monster. It has absolutely powerful defensive capabilities and can offset 90% of spell damage. This means that if you're facing an enemy that uses spells as its main means of attack, Shadow can lead the Void Black Dragons to single-handedly defeat the opponent. Although Manhwa's panel attributes are also quite outstanding, and she possesses the mysterious power of the Moon Goddess, she seems to be slightly inferior to Shadow. Suja immediately understood why Manhwa had such a cautious expression just now, because she felt a hint of threat from the Shadow, as well as the pressure from his strength. Before this, whether it was Amaya, Luna, Isabella, or Lena, their potential was not as good as Manhwa's. Manhwa usually just plays and jokes with them. But now, the look he gave the Shadow was quite serious and solemn. After all, the other party's potential is higher than hers. Is Manhwa worried that her position will be replaced by Yuying? In Manhwa's opinion, strength may be a symbol of status. Then Suja looked at the other Void Black Dragons. Among these Void Black Dragons, there are 3 Fire Dragons, 3 Frost Dragons, and 3 Thunder Dragons. They are all dragons that use elemental attacks as their main means. These dragons are huge in size, with thick skin and flesh, and are quite durable, making them the best choice for breaking through the formation and opening up a path. Yuying, these Void Black Dragons will be commanded by you from now on. Don't let them cause trouble everywhere. You must guard this place well, understand? Suja looked at Yuying and said slowly. Suja glanced at the Void Black Dragons beside him again. These guys are so big, it would be a bad thing if we don't watch out. Suja felt that his home might be destroyed by these dragons. I understand, Lord. Shadow's voice was cold, and then he turned to look at the 9 Void Black Dragons behind him. Yuying, this is Manhwa, this is Lena, this is Amaya, Luna, and this is Isabella. From now on, we are all family, so don't be polite. Suja pointed at everyone and introduced them to Yuying one by one. The Shadow looked at the people behind Suja, just like when Manhwa first saw it. The light on her sword was obviously a little more dignified. Then the Shadow swayed slightly and nodded slightly to everyone. Yuying, let's go out first. You take these dragons of yours to find a suitable place to settle them. You can tell me if you have any needs. Suja said to Yuying, everyone in the territory is our own people. You can't attack your own people. Everyone should live in harmony here. Okay. Suja looked at Yuying and the 9 Void Black Dragons behind him and warned them. Under the gaze of the Shadow, the 9 Void Black Dragons also nodded obediently. Then, they walked out of the Void Dragon's nest together. Before my eyes was a spiritual lake as clear as a mirror, where immortal cultivators, gods warriors, frost warriors, and star shooters were laughing and playing. Suddenly, buzz! A crisp buzzing sound was heard. The 9 void black dragons behind the shadow couldn't wait to spread their wings and fly into the air. Yuying, be careful not to let them destroy the environment, Suja said to Yuying with a smile. Understand, my lord, Shadow responded. Afterwards, Suja came to the open space in the west of the territory, where there was a large area of open space that had not been dealt with. Suja plans to use this place as a base for mechanical troops. Unlike other types, mechanical soldiers are more special, so they are placed here separately. To be honest, Suja had no idea what kind of god-level barracks his mechanical tower would eventually evolve into. At present, it seems that there has been no news of the appearance of a god-level mechanical barracks. Suja pondered to himself. Moreover, mechanical creations are roughly divided into 3 categories. The first is the Quantum Series creations, the second is the Psychic Technology Series creations, and the third is the Primitive Mechanical Power Series creations. The Quantum Series of creations mainly achieve capacity improvement through quantum technology, allowing abilities such as quantum enhancement and quantum amplification to enhance originally ordinary mechanical arms. The Psychic Technology Series of creations combines fantasy concepts with technological elements, but still belong to the category of technology. The Mechanical Power Series of creations are easy to understand. High-energy firearms, power mechas, interstellar battleships, etc. all belong to this category. Each major series of arms has many small series branches. Suja was also very curious about what this mechanical department's god-level barracks would look like. Ding! Detected a Tier 3 barracks, mechanical tower. The entry's extraordinary evolution attribute has been triggered. Evolving. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the god-level barracks. Future Hub. Future Hub. Suja was stunned at first. Then his eyes were full of curiosity, and he immediately looked at the attributes of the Future Hub. A futuristic workshop model appeared in Lin Yu's hand, only the size of an ordinary model. Name, Future Hub. Level, none constant. Faction, mechanical. Creation type, quantum, psychic technology, mechanical power. Output, 1/1 daily. Reward, 1 gold coin /1 time, 1 million /1 time. Upgrade, unable to upgrade. Description, originating from the god-level mechanical barracks in Miracle. This unit combines the 3 major god-level workshops of the technology department: quantum, psionic technology, and mechanical power. Note, cannot be upgraded or refreshed. A barracks that cannot be upgraded? And it cannot be refreshed either? Suja looked at the model of the Future Hub barracks in his hand and fell into a brief contemplation. This was also the first time that Suja encountered a barracks that could not be upgraded. He pondered for a moment, and after thinking about it carefully, it seemed to make sense. After all, the mechanical creations are too powerful. Basically, as long as there are sufficient resources, mechanical products can be continuously produced. For example, quantum weapons are extremely powerful weapons that can affect the situation on the battlefield. Suja directly placed the Future Hub on the open space in front of him. Crack! A futuristic building immediately appeared in front of Suja. Its architectural style was full of modern technology, and there was a simulated interstellar orbit running on the top of the building. Manhwa and others also gathered around. It was also the first time for them to see such a modern-style building, and they were very curious. Suja walked straight in. Accompanied by a burst of mechanical sound effects, the door of the Future Hub slowly opened. Inside is a spacious hall. In the center of the hall is a pale purple ball of light suspended, and below the ball of light is a base with a very technological feel. Ding! Do you want to spend 1 gold coin for daily recruitment? Recruit! Suja looked at the ball of light in front of him with anticipation. A dazzling purple light flashed, and a technological portal appeared out of thin air, as if connecting to the distant future. Chapter 40. Mecánica overlord ella. A graceful figure walked out of the door. She was wearing silver high-tech tights, white high-tech combat boots, had neat short hair, and wore a pair of goggles with blue lenses. She had a slender and agile figure. There was a hint of excitement and curiosity on her face, and she looked at Lin Yu and others. Ella, nice to meet the Lord. Ella's face was filled with curiosity, especially when she looked at Manhwa and others behind Suja. Suja looked at Ella, then checked his attributes. Name Ella. Experience value, 0 out of 100. Loyalty, 100. Level 1. Rank, God level. Arms, Hero, Mechanical Overlord Isla. Talent, God-level Mechanical Revolution. Skills, Quantum Pulse Cannon Factory, Psychic Mecha Device, Energy Shield, Intelligent Maintenance Robot, Quantum Computing Center. Potential, S-level, Saint level. Description, a God-level unit with vast technological knowledge. As their power increases, they unlock more technological secrets and develop more powerful technological artifacts. Note, Ella can improve her power by researching technological artifacts, but her combat capabilities are relatively weak. Suja looked at Ella's data. To a certain extent, Ella's own strength was very weak, even inferior to himself, a weakling. But in the field of technology, in the field that Ella excels in, the effects of her skills are quite abnormal, especially her talent, God-level Mechanical Revolution, which is a field-enhancing talent. As long as Ella exists, this talent will continue to take effect. The effective range is Suja's territory. The production speed of all technological creations in the territory will increase by 1,000%, and the speed of technological research and development will increase by 1,000%. Currently, Ella is able to manufacture quantum pulse cannon factories, psychic mecha manufacturing centers, energy shield generators, intelligent maintenance robots, and quantum computing centers. These capabilities are definitely sufficient. Generally, units in the technology camp may have nothing at the beginning or only have an ordinary mechanical production workshop. Mechanical soldiers are different from other soldiers. A powerful mechanical soldier is a powerful army. This is the case with Ella. As long as he is given enough resources, he can form a technological army on his own. Use the power of technology to fight against the invasion of monsters. This is not uncommon for powerful mechanical soldiers. Although Ella is only level 1 at the moment, but her future is promising. With such abnormal abilities, she will definitely be a powerful member of Suja's territory in the future. Ella, this is Manhwa, Amaya, Luna, Shirley, Lena, and Isabella and Shadow are outside. They are all our partners. Suja introduced to Ella. Okay, my lord. Ella nodded, then looked at Manhwa and others. Let's go out first, Suja said to Ella. Then everyone walked out of the future hub. After taking a look at the future hub, Suja felt a little regretful. This future hub can only be produced once a day, and it cannot be refreshed with refresh items, which is a pity. The powerful mechanical soldiers have a huge impact on the battlefield. It seems that recruiting the next God-level mechanical soldier will be quite difficult, but this is normal. After all, Ella alone is equivalent to an endless legion. This is because her level is low. Once Ella's level is raised, her strength will be even more terrifying. Both the quantity and quality of the mechanical legion will be qualitatively improved. Ella's strength is not directly reflected in her individual combat power like Manhwa and Amaya. Her advantage lies in the all-round improvement of the entire territory. The territory's defense measures will be comprehensively strengthened. The effect may not be obvious at level 10 or 10, but once you reach level 20 or 30, or even higher, level 50 or 60, the potential is unimaginable. It's hard to imagine how powerful a technological creation of that level would be. My lord, I need resources. Ella looked at Suja and said, I will give you access to the territory's resource library, and you can use the resources at will. Suja said to Ella. Ella's eyes suddenly lit up, and she looked at Suja with gratitude in her eyes. You can use any resources you want without reporting to me, Suja said with a smile. I understand, my lord. Ella pushed her glasses with a smile. My lord, is this our new companion? Isabella came over carelessly, her body still dripping with water. She had obviously just come out of the heart of the sun and the moon, and she was wearing very cool clothes. Ella, this is Isabella, Suja introduced to Ella. Hello. Ella looked at Isabella and greeted her with a smile. And just at this moment, the sky suddenly darkened. The shadow also flew over. This is Shadow, Suja said to Ella. Shadow, this is our new partner, Ella, Suja said to Ewing again. Yeah. The shadow trembled the sword slightly to express goodwill to Ella. Lord, there's so many new partners here today. How about holding a welcome party? Manhwa looked at Linyu with anticipation in her eyes. Okay, let's hold a welcome party and everyone can come, Suja said with a smile on his face. When everyone heard this, they immediately looked happy and started laughing. Night falls. Suja's territory was extremely lively, and the sky was full of bright stars, like eternal beacons. By the huge bonfire, Manhwa, Amaya, Luna, Lena, Isabella, Shirley, Ewing, and Suja sat together and enjoyed the delicious food. It's a pity there is no good wine. If there were wine, the atmosphere would be even more perfect. Suja couldn't help but sigh. It always felt like something was missing in such a joyful occasion without wine. What's a family gathering without wine? However, at present, supplies from the outside world cannot be transported into the territory smoothly. Otherwise, he would definitely let everyone taste some good things. However, the Void Black Dragons that were just recruited today seemed to be enjoying the meal very much. The group of Void Black Dragons ate a piece of meat at a time, and in a short while, the small pile of meat was divided up completely. The only problem now is that supplies are being consumed a bit too quickly. But the problem is not big. Time passed quietly, and Suja had a rare chance to relax today. I didn't think about the development of the territory and devoted myself to eating. Manhwa, who was sitting next to him, was very considerate and gently massaged her back and pinched her legs. "How is it, Lord? Is my massage comfortable?" Manhwa looked at Suja with a smile. "Your technique is excellent. I'll reward you with the first enjoyment tonight." Suja looked at her with a smile. Manhwa's pretty face turned red and warm in an instant. She blew gently on Suja with her hand and said coquettishly, "You are so annoying, Lord." Chapter 41 Intelligent Assisted Robot Manufacturing Factory. The next day, Suja got up from the bed and saw Manhwa lying on him. He couldn't help but smile. This little girl was exhausted last night. It was the first time he saw Manhwa being so proactive. After gently settling her down, Suja got dressed and got up. He pushed open the window and saw the immortal cultivators, star gods, and other soldiers soaking in the star spring. They were all playing freely in the star spring. Laughter and cheers could be heard from afar. Suja walked out of the city lord's mansion yawning. After a simple wash by the star spring, he finally woke up completely. Then Suja looked in the direction of the future hub. Suddenly, a high-tech factory appeared there. Suja walked over curiously. Ella was carefully inspecting the equipment in the factory. "What is this?" Suja looked at the factory in front of him, walked in curiously, and took a quick look. The robotic arm inside is operating in an orderly manner. This is an intelligent auxiliary robot manufacturing factory, capable of producing intelligent maintenance robots for mining, transportation, and other equipment. Your Majesty can choose the specific production type. Ella explanó su proudly. Suja nodded, then took a look at the properties of the Intelligent Assisted Robot Manufacturing Factory. Name: Intelligent Assisted Robot Manufacturing Factory. Level 1. Capable of producing intelligent mining robots, intelligent transport robots, and intelligent working robots. Consumption: 10 iron ore, 10 copper ore, and can optionally produce a robot. Upgrade: Prerequisite. Ella reaches level 10. Required materials: 1,000 steel, 1,000 copper, or 100 spirit, or 100 gold. Not bad. Suja looked at the factory with satisfaction in his eyes. "Ella, why haven't you started producing robots yet?" Suja looked at Ella curiously. "I was just about to ask the Lord what kind of robot he wanted to produce, and about the resources currently in the warehouse. There are 20 basic iron or resource cards left, and 10 copper or cards." Ella reported to Suja. Building this intelligent auxiliary robot manufacturing factory previously consumed 1,000 units of iron ore, 1,000 units of copper ore, and 1,000 gold coins. The basic copper ore and iron ore cards each contain 100 units. Ella said slowly, "Let's produce 10 intelligent mining robots first." Suja said after a little thought, "Resources are not abundant at present, so there's no need to produce too many of these auxiliary robots. There are not many mining resources that need to be mined in Suja's territory. 10 mining robots are definitely enough. If not, you can make more later." Ella nodded, then walked straight into the factory and began to skillfully operate various instruments and press a series of buttons. Then the entire factory started to operate, and Suja looked at the assembly line operations with curiosity. In less than 15 minutes, an intelligent mining robot was completed. "My lord, with just a simple setting, these robots can automatically go to designated locations to mine." Ella said to Suja, I'll leave these to you. I don't quite understand." Suja said to Ella. Ella nodded in understanding. Everyone has their own expertise, so he just needs to be a good lord. Looking at the 10 silver gray robots in front of him, which were full of metallic texture, Suja asked Ella to set the task of mining 1,000 units of iron ore and 10 units of spirit stones every day. After completing it, she could return to the factory. Ella, can the remaining factories be built now? Suja looked at Ella expectantly and asked. No, Lord, we don't have enough resources. Ella pushed the frame and said. Hearing Ella's answer, Suja nodded. There seem to be a lot of resources in the warehouse now, but in fact there are not many useful resources for building a technology factory. Most of the resources are wood and stone, which are useless for technology factories because they are basically not used for robot manufacturing materials. Okay, there's still some time. Suja looked at the future hub and decided to start daily recruitment from here. Suja walked straight in. Ella followed Suja closely, wanted to see how Suja recruited. Ding, do you want to spend 1 gold coin to start daily recruitment? Recruit, Suja said decisively. Then a dazzling technological portal appeared again. A figure walked out of the portal, wearing a black crop top and loose overalls. His wheat-colored skin exuded a healthy glow, and he had neat short hair. He was full of competence and vitality. Her eyes were bright, and they lit up when she saw Suja. She walked up to Suja in a few steps. Are you the Lord? She asked casually, then took Suja's arm. Suse? This sudden action made Suja a little at a loss. Looking at the lively and bold girl in front of him, Suja was stunned for a moment. Lord, my name is Liu, Liu said with a smile, holding Suja's arm tightly. This is Ella. Suja introduced her to Liu awkwardly, trying to break free but feeling helpless. It was the first time he had seen such enthusiastic soldiers. Liu looked at Ella. Her eyes lit up instantly. Then she immediately let go of Suja and jumped towards Ella. Ella looked at Liu, who suddenly hugged her in panic. Ella didn't know what to do for a moment. Sister Ella, please take care of me in the future, Liu said with a smile, her face full of enthusiasm. Ella looked at Suja with help in her eyes, and Suja smiled helplessly, then looked at Liu's attributes. Suja looked at Liu. Liu's personality was quite similar to Mingyue's. Suja also looked at Liu's attributes with some curiosity. Name, Liu. Loyalty, 100. Experience value, 0 out of 100. Level 1. Rank, God level. Class, Hero, Heart of Machinery, Liu. Talent, God level Innovator. Skills, Mechanical Maintenance. Potential, S-level, Saint level. Introduction, Heroic Mechanical Repairer. Give me a set of tools, and I can repair any technological artifact. Note, can repair and upgrade technological artifacts. Suja's eyes suddenly lit up when he looked at Liu. As a heroic repairman, it's no wonder that he is so close to Ella. To some extent, Liu relies on Ella to display its talents. Liu does not manufacture technological product herself, but she can repair all technological products. Of course, this requires her to reach a higher level. The specific effect is definitely more than just ordinary repairs. We will know it in the future. After all, every repairer has his own unique characteristics. A god-level repairer like Liu is naturally extraordinary. Ella, take Liu to meet the others. Suja said to Ella. Chapter 42, Mechanical Heart, Liu. Ella nodded and left with Liu. Lord, do you have any wine? Liu just turned around to ask Suja when she was pulled away by Ella. Suse. Walking out of the future hub, Suja began to summon them one by one. Amiya, Luna. Suja called Amaya and Luna. The two followed Suja into the Temple of Divine Origin. Soon Suja completed today's daily recruitment, except for Liu. No other hero units are produced. The current population composition in Suja's territory is cultivators, 70 gods, 70 elementals, 70 Frost Clan, 80 dragons, 20 machines, 2. The total population has reached 312 units. We're much closer to the upgrade goal. The Frost Clan came from behind and became the largest group in the territory. Supreme will receive the rewards from the combat power list. Suja said slowly. Ding. Testing in progress. Congratulations on topping the battle power list for 24 consecutive hours. Received 150 spirit ore. Suja looked at the 150 spiritual ores and did not complain that they were too little. With free rewards every day, what's it to complain about? Next, I just have to wait for the daily monster invasion. Suja muttered to himself. Today is already the 6th day. Amaya and Luna sat quietly beside Suja, with Suja holding one in each hand. Why don't you go out and play? Suja asked Amaya and Luna. Because we want to accompany the Lord, Amaya said with a smile. Luna nadit silently. Suja smiled and kissed them both on the cheek. This kind of day was pretty good. It would be nice if it could continue like this, Suja thought to himself. That should be very sexual. However, at the moment, Suja urgently needs to quickly improve Ella's strength. It takes a lot of resources to improve Ella's strength. It was previously said that upgrading mechanical troops was extremely resource-intensive, like a bottomless pit that could never be filled. Suja was a little bit unconvinced at first, but now he was completely convinced. Ella had just built a manufacturing factory for intelligent auxiliary robots, and it was already like this. What if this is used to manufacture combat robots? Combat robots are consumables, so the rate at which they consume resources is definitely unsustainable. This is no joke, this is basically just wasting resources in battle. At this moment, the familiar voice suddenly came. Ding! The monster invasion is about to begin. Please select the difficulty level. S, A, B, C, D. S. Suja had almost no hesitation and decisively chose the S-level difficulty challenge. Shadow, SSS-level. A faint light flashed, and a shadow with a void black dragons immediately appeared beside Suja. Suja climbed directly onto the back of the void black dragon. Go to the city wall and let me down, Suja said to Yuying. Shadow immediately rode the void black dragon to the city wall. Before Suja could react, he got off the void black dragon and stood on the city wall. Looking at the surging void fog, Shadow can command your Black Dragon Legion and prepare to start leveling up, Suja said to Shadow. Shadow rode the void black dragon and flew into the air. Roar! A dragon roar sounded. One after another, the void black dragons flew out from the territory, including 5 ancient fire dragons, 5 ancient frost dragons, 3 ancient thunder dragons, 3 ancient black dragons, and 3 ancient wind dragons. The giant dragons were neatly arranged behind a shadow. These were all void black dragons with a body length of more than 5 meters. Amaya, Manhwa, Luna, Lena, Shirley, Isabella, you will be responsible for taking the newly recruited companions to kill monsters and level up, Suja said in an orderly manner. Manhwa immediately acted according to Suja's arrangements. This has basically become a routine and is the normal monster killing process for newly added arms. Those who have already reached level 9 do not need to take action for the time being, just watch from the side. Ella and Liu also climbed up the city wall out of curiosity and stood beside Suja. Liu sat carefree on the city wall, looking at the surging void fog with curiosity. Here it comes, Suja said softly. In the void fog, monsters with terrifying appearances slowly walked out. Is it the Chaos Demon today? Suja looked at the chaos creature that walked out, a gleam in his eyes. Demons eroded by the power of chaos walked out of the chaotic fog one by one. Some demons might be the product of a world being eroded by chaos, while others might have actively thrown themselves into chaos. No one can say for sure. But for Suja, these demons are not important. What is important is what kind of rewards they can bring. And now Suja can't wait to see that black iron world. Roar! Roars sounded one after another, and these demons began to attack Suja's territory. Roar! They were responded with the same deafening dragon roar. The shadow sword shone brightly, and a dark light condensed on the shadow sword. The next moment, a dark sword energy swept across the battlefield. All the demons that came into contact with the shadow sword energy disappeared instantly. At the same time, others also took action. Suja didn't care much about these demons. The highest level of these demons was 8, which was lower than his level. There are just more of them, but they pose no threat. A level 8 monster is actually not a low level. After all, it is only the 6th day of the novice stage. This time, it is not only a level 8 monster, but also a chaos demon with stronger combat power. The combat power of these chaos demons is stronger than that of ordinary monsters. In addition, their numbers were so large that it was difficult for ordinary lords, even those who possessed legendary troops. These chaos demons are also extremely difficult enemies to deal with. It is not easy to eliminate them. For ordinary lords, this is a nightmare-like hellish difficulty. However, for Suja, Manhwa, and the others could do it as easily as stepping on an ant, without any difficulty at all. Suja completely treated these invading chaos demons as experience packs for leveling up his territory's troops. Time passes slowly. With the last demon falling in Suja's territory, the monster invasion came to an end. Not surprisingly, A diamond treasure chest was found. It's finally over. Devour. Suja looked at the corpses of chaos demons all over the ground and decisively used his lord authority. Ding! Your entry, blessed land, has been triggered. The territory radius has increased by 1,000 meters. Ding! Your entry, blessed land, has been triggered. Obtain a primary copper vein. Yes, another mineral vein has appeared. Although it is only a primary one, it is still pretty good. Suja's eyes flashed with surprise, and then he opened the territory panel. Chapter 43. Exaggerated Data of Territory. Name, Radiant. Level 2. Area, 4,000 square meters. Barracks, Immortal Platform, God level. Divine Source Temple, God level. Elemental Holy Tower, God level. Star Temple, God level. Void Dragon Nest, God level. Future Hub, God level. Buildings, well, white. City Wall, white can evolve. Lord's Mansion, Auxiliary Robot Factory, Primary Element Tower. Wonders, Heart of the Sun and Moon, Heart of the Elements. Mineral Veins, Primary Spirit Crystal Mineral Vein, Primary. Primary Copper Mineral Vein, Primary. Primary Iron Mineral Vein, Primary. Population, 312, 70 Immortal Cultivators, 70 Protoss, 70 Elementalists, 80 Frost Clan, 20 Dragons, 2 Mechanics. Items, Extraordinary Evolution, Red. National Beauty, Red. Blessed Land, Gold. Spiritual Power Replenishment, Blue. Upgrade, 5,000 wood, 5,000 stone, population 500. It's already 4,000 meters. Suja looked at his territory. A level 2 territory with such a large area is rare. Then Suja looked at the copper vein. Primary copper vein, 1,000 units of copper or a mine per day, and the over-limit mining is 2,000 units. Its properties are similar to those of iron or veins. But for Suja, this is exactly the resource that is urgently needed for the development of the territory. With sufficient resources, the technological level of Suja's territory can be improved. Suja counted the harvest from today's monster invasion. There are 200 regular loot chests, 50 rare loot chests, and 12,000 gold coins. It's still as little as ever. Suja muttered to himself, looking at his harvest with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Then he took out the ordinary loot chests and opened them one by one. Wood X20, stone X20, meat X50, iron or X30, copper or X30, silver or X20, steel X30. These resource items can be found in 200 ordinary loot boxes. Wood and stone are each worth 100 units. One soul flesh card is worth a ton of meat, and the others are all resource cards worth 100 units each. These are all basic cards. Suja looked at the remaining rare loot chests. There were 50 of them in total. It was not a small number, but it was definitely not a lot either. You have to know that these were dropped by 6,000 chaos demons. Excluding the benefits for novices, there were only 20 rare loot chests. This is indeed not much. Open. Suja looked at the rare loot chest with anticipation. High-grade wood X10, high-grade stone X10, silver or X15, gold X15. Not bad. Suja looked at the resource cards in the warehouse and began to organize the resources. Basic wood card X59, basic stone card X59, basic meat card X45, basic iron or card X39, basic copper or card X39, basic steel card X40, basic silver or card X25, spiritual or X540, more than 124,000 gold coins, advanced wood card X21, advanced stone card X2, mithril card X23, gold card X23, fire, ice, and storm runes X10 each. These are all the resources in Suja's current territory, which can be said to be quite abundant. This does not include the strength bonus of territory troops. Basic wood and stone can be converted into basic meat cards in the future. Suja thought as he looked at his basic resource cards. Now, there's a group of void black dragons, especially those primary void black dragons. These dragons consume a lot of meat in a day. Yesterday, a few of them consumed Suja's 10 basic meat cards, and that was because they were at a low level. If they were high-level dragons, Suja would not be able to afford the food expenses of these dragons. However, at that stage, these void black dragons might not need him to provide meat. In short, these primary void black dragons are now the bulk of territory resource consumption. Next is the diamond treasure chest. Suja looked at the diamond treasure chest in his backpack. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the blueprint for the luxurious mansion. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the basic spirit wine recipe. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Spirit or X100. Suja looked at the items that came out of the diamond treasure chest. For Suja, there's never too much spiritual ore. The current reserves of spiritual ore have only reached 640, which is not a lot. Blueprints of a luxurious mansion. Suja narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the blueprint of the luxurious mansion in his hand. Luxurious mansion blueprint, blue blueprint. After learning, you can build a luxurious mansion. Prerequisite for learning, ordinary wooden house. After learning, the ordinary wooden house blueprint will be overwritten. The effect is not particularly great, but it's better than nothing. Suja looked at the drawings in his hand and chose to study directly. Ding! Do you want to learn the blueprint of the luxurious mansion? After learning, the blueprint of the ordinary wooden house will be overwritten. Learn. Suja decisively chose to study. Anyway, this thing couldn't be exchanged for many gold coins if it was sold. Although it was a blue blueprint, it had limited improvement on the territory, so its value was not high. Suja looked at the last reward. Primary spirit wine recipe. Blue. After learning, you can make primary spirit wine. Requirements. None. This thing is pretty good. Susis. In his spare time in the future, he can make spirit wine and sell it. There will definitely be many lords willing to spend money to buy it. Suja opened the territory level list and took a look. He thought he could make his name on a list, but he found that the 10th place on the list was a level 3 territory. But Suja didn't care too much and just looked at it casually. Then he looked at the territory wealth list, and sure enough, it was not on the list. Suja then returned to the vicinity of the city lord's mansion. What was lacking in the territory upgrade was population. Suja had no good solution for this at the moment, so he could only take it slowly. Without the military recruitment refresh card, Suja would not be able to quickly increase the population of his territory. This in turn affected the territory upgrade, and insufficient population became the biggest obstacle for Suja to upgrade his territory. Now Suja's troops are of high quality, but not in large numbers. It has been the 6th day, and his total population is only more than 300, while the population of some other low-level lords is at least over 1,000. The next step is the key. Suja took out the world key of the black iron level. I don't know whether the resources in this world are renewable or disposable. Suja muttered to himself, with excitement flashing in his eyes. The so-called renewable means that the resources in this world can be obtained and utilized repeatedly, while disposable means that once the resources are plundered, they cannot be restored. There is an essential difference between the two. The renewable world is a family heirloom for the Lord, and each world has only one portal to another world. As long as you hold the key to this black iron world, you can continue to enter this world to obtain resources and achieve sustainable resource collection. Manhwa, Amaya, Luna, Lena, Shirley, Ella, Isabella, Lu, Ling, all the core members under Suja gathered in front of him. I called you here this time because of this. Suja took out the bronze world key and said slowly. Chapter 44, the most perfect leveling point. This is the key to the black iron world. I called all of you here this time to explore this world. Suja looked serious, with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. My lord, is this black iron world the same as the previous one? Manhwa asked curiously, with a gleam in her eyes. No, this black iron world is a complete world, but the danger should not be too great. It is not clear whether it is a resource world or a monster world. The only thing that is certain is that it is a complete world. Suja shook his head slightly, then slowly explained. I plan to let you go with me on this world exploration. As for Ella and Liu, forget about it. You are not combat-type soldiers, and your self-protection capabilities are not strong, so there is no need for you to go on the adventure with them. You two can stay and guard the territory. If any problems or abnormalities occur in the territory, remember to notify me as soon as possible. Suja looked at Ella and Liu and said. Ella and Liu nodded in understanding, as they were indeed not combat troops. It can be said that they are weak in combat. They can't help much even if they go there, and may even hinder the performance of their teammates. Moreover, they don't need to hunt monsters to level up, so there is no need to take risks in this world. If anything happened to these two, Suja would be terribly upset. After all, their potential is huge, and there are endless possibilities. Everyone else, gather your teams and get ready to set off. Suja's eyes revealed excitement. Regardless of whether this is a disposable world or a renewable world, there will definitely be great gains this time. After all, it is a complete world after all. I hope you won't be disappointed. Suja guessed that this black iron world was most likely a renewable world, otherwise it would not have been stolen. Ding! Do you want to bind the black iron world key and open the space-time channel? A prompt sounded. Bind, Suja said decisively. Ding! Congratulations on binding the Iron Tier World Crystal Core. You can freely set up space-time channels within your territory, and you can choose to close or open them. The World Crystal Core, in Suja's hand, turned into a ray of light and merged into the territory. A huge space-time channel suddenly appeared in Suja's territory. Suja directly set the space-time channel in the east of the territory, and at the same time adjusted the black stone wall to move it outward a little. However, he still left 500 meters as a buffer zone between the territory and the void space. A tall and spacious space-time passage stands in the east of the territory, large enough for shadows and void black dragons to pass through smoothly. After binding the space-time channel, Suja can adjust its size at will. And at this moment, the troops led by everyone have all gathered. The void black dragons led by Shadow are in the front, and they will serve as the vanguard to open up the way. Next came the immortal cultivators and the gods' warriors. All branches of the army were on full alert, waiting with serious expressions. The momentum was huge, and everyone's face was filled with the determination to win. They are the elite among the elites, and it is definitely more than enough for them to conquer a black iron-level world. A shadowy light flashed and appeared beside Suja, and a huge void black dragon was in front of him. Suja looked at the shadow, then followed the shadow and stepped onto the back of the void black dragon and stood on it. Envy suddenly flashed in the eyes of manhwa and others, and they also wanted to ride the void black dragon forward. But these void black dragons did not agree, not even manhwa and the others. Because in the hearts of all the void black dragons, the only one they are loyal to is Suja. Others are not allowed, even if they are colleagues. Let's go, Suja said expectantly. The shadow's body shone brightly, and a dark light protected Suja steadily. It instantly turned into a dark light and rushed into the space-time channel. Manhwa, Amaya, and others also turned into gorgeous streams of light and entered the space-time channel one after another. Suja's eyes went dark, and then he appeared in a strange world. Ding! This is a world of black iron rank, with only level 10 chaos creatures at the highest. This was originally just an ordinary world, but was later eroded by the power of chaos, and it became the habitat of chaos creatures. Lord, please proceed with caution. A prompt sounded. Suja's pupils shrank slightly, and then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. This is a renewable world, but also a world full of monsters. The prompt sound indicates that this is the habitat of chaotic creatures, which means that there will be a steady stream of chaotic creatures breeding here, even if all the creatures in this world are eliminated. There will still be chaotic creatures pouring into this world from the chaotic space. This place has been completely occupied by chaotic creatures and has become their habitat. The most important thing is that this world can only accommodate chaotic creatures of level 10 at most, which means that the god-level troops under Suja are almost invincible here. Without any combat risks, isn't this a perfect place to level up? Although this world can only accommodate chaotic creatures of the black iron rank at most, this is enough for us to use. Suja's eyes flashed with excitement. What kind of resources this world contained was no longer the focus at the moment. The key is that there are inexhaustible monsters here, which allows you to upgrade your troops to level 10 or above without any hindrance. This is the most important thing. Moreover, new types of troops produced in the future will also have a place to upgrade. This black iron world is of great significance to Suja. Amaya, Manhwa, Luna, Lena, Isabella, and Shadow, it's up to you. Suja said seriously, his eyes full of anticipation. Although these monsters can only provide experience points and gold coins, this is enough to meet Suja's current needs. Buzz! The shadow sword rang out across the sky, and the entire world was resonating with the sharp sound of the sword. Suja looked at the ground and saw countless chaotic creatures surging and awakening like a tide. This world has become the nest of chaotic creatures. When Suja and his companions stepped into this place, they were destined to become invaders and be attacked by the monsters. Here they come. Suja looked at the chaotic creatures that were surging like waves, and there were also flying chaotic monsters in the sky. A shadowy light bloomed, and a dark sword energy spanned the sky and earth, turning everything into dust wherever it went. The long-lost reminder tones rang out one after another. Ding! Experience +1. Ding! Experience +1. Ding! Experience +1. Suja's mouth corners rose, and then a satisfied smile appeared on his face. This opportunity was like a pie in the sky. Not only did he get new barracks, but he also got a world crystal core. It would be great if such a good thing could happen a few more times. Manhwa and others quickly joined the battle and started killing. The monsters here seem to be endless, and there is no need to worry about killing them all. More importantly, these monsters do not pose a substantial threat to Suja's troops, which is the most critical thing. This means that all of Suja's troops can upgrade and kill monsters here without any pressure. Although his troops can only be upgraded to level 10 and can no longer gain experience points, this is enough. After all, once he crosses the level 10 barrier, his strength will be a qualitative leap. Suja stood on the Shadow Sword, overlooking the chaotic creatures swarming on the earth like an ant colony, thinking in his heart how to develop this world. At present, Suja's number of troops is still too small, and with the current strength, it is impossible to develop the rich underground mineral resources in this world. The scope of a black iron world is at most equivalent to the size of a medium-sized galaxy in the previous life. But such a vast area is far beyond Suja's current development capabilities. Moreover, this place is filled with countless chaotic creatures. If you want to develop this place, you must first have a strong enough military force to eliminate the chaotic creatures and build a safe base. However, Suja is unable to do so at present. The number of his troops is far from enough. Chapter 45 Combat Robot Manufacturing Factory. It seems that we have to wait until the army of subsequent technological creations is formed. Suja thought after thinking about it. Intelligent maintenance robots, mining robots, etc. are the main force in developing this world. It is undoubtedly a waste of manpower to let one's own troops be stationed here. But there's no need to rush. This world is already under our control and can be developed slowly. Suja thought to himself. Experience points continue to rise. Ding! Your experience value has reached 1800. Do you want to level up? So fast. Suja was stunned when he heard the prompt sound. He didn't expect the level to increase so quickly. He looked at the troops around him and found that almost everyone except Manhwa had been promoted to a higher level. Upgrade! Suja chose to upgrade without any hesitation and successfully reached level 10, which put him far ahead among the novice lords. Over time. Ding! Your experience value has reached 2000. Do you want to level up? Upgrade! Suja took a deep breath, his eyes full of determination. Ding! Congratulations! You've reached level 11. Suja closed his eyes and carefully felt the changes in his body. From level 1 to level 10, it was a qualitative change that completely transformed him. Although no special abilities were added, Suja's overall attributes were improved tenfold. Of course, as a lord, Suja's own attributes are not the most critical, but the significant improvement in his physical fitness means that he is no longer a fragile existence and will not be easily killed. In simple terms, Suja is now more resilient and tougher. My lord! Manhwa appeared beside Suja with a joyful smile on her face. Obviously, Manhwa also successfully reached level 11, and the others also reached at least level 10. There are too many monsters in this world, and they can't kill them all in a short time. The number of monsters in this black iron world far exceeded Suja's imagination. Manhwa, let's go back first and tell everyone that they can come back after reaching level 11. Suja said slowly. He planned to use this world to increase the strength of all arms to level 11. As for the development of this world, he plans to put on hold for the time being because it is simply unrealistic to develop it at the moment. Manhwa nodded, then carried Suja through the time and space channel and returned to her territory. Suja stood on the land of the territory, and the feeling of being down to earth made him feel at ease. As for the space-time channel, Suja did not close it. The monsters from the Black Iron world could not pass through it at all. This is the wonder of the world crystal core. Suja can set the access rights of the space-time channel and decide who can enter and exit. Now he could understand why a world crystal core of the Black Iron grade could be regarded as a family heirloom. For a lord, even a high-level lord would not think that having such a thing was too much. After all, it can be used as a training ground when the strength of the troops is weak, and it can also be used as a secret stronghold for the lord. While housing the troops, it also has abundant resources for the lord to develop and utilize. It is no exaggeration to call it a family heirloom. Manhwa, Go and inform everyone now that you can come back once you reach level 11. The world will no longer provide experience points if you continue to stay there. Suja said slowly. Minghua nodded, turned around, and entered the space-time channel again and conveyed Suja's instructions. This world has become Suja's training ground. The development of resources can be discussed later. With the current strength, even if Suja wants to develop it, he is powerless. Besides, the resources are right there, and they can't escape anyway, so why should he be in such a hurry? Lord, you are back. Li saw Suja with curiosity in her eyes. Suja looked at the dusty Liu and couldn't help showing a puzzled expression. What's wrong with you? Did something happen? Suja asked, looking at Liu curiously. It's Brother Ella. After you left, Brother Ella started building a combat robot factory. Liu explained to Suja. Oh, has it been built? Where is it? Suja looked at Liu curiously. It's just ahead, I'll take you there. Liu took Suja's hand and walked straight to the technology area in the west of the territory. This place has been planned as a technology area by Suja, and now 3 factories have been built here. An auxiliary robot manufacturing factory, a combat robot manufacturing factory, and a quantum pulse cannon factory. Lin Yu looked towards the combat robot manufacturing factory. Name, Combat Robot Manufacturing Factory. Level 10. Production, combat robot. Consumption, 10 iron or 10 copper or 10 steel, 1 spirit or can produce 1 combat robot. Upgrade, prerequisites. Ella reaches level 10, 1,000 steel, 1,000 copper, 100 gold, 100 spirit ore. Description, a combat robot manufacturing factory capable of producing level 10 combat robots. Note, can be equipped with level 10 energy weapons, including energy pistols and energy glaives. After reading it, Suja took a deep breath and looked at the combat robot manufacturing factory in front of him. The cost is indeed high, but it is also really amazing. It can directly produce level 10 combat robots with their own weapons. It seems that the combat capability is not weak. Moreover, this is mass production. As long as there are sufficient resources, she can have as many powerful combat robots as she wants. No wonder the technology department is so profitable. It would be strange if it didn't make money with this production capacity. Suja immediately thought of the money-making plan after the novice trial period ended. Whether it is a combat robot or a mining robot, it can bring huge profits, and these things are in great demand in the market. At that time, these mechanical creations will be used to exchange for resources and then invested in the technological development of the territory to form a perfect virtuous circle. Suja looked at the quantum pulse cannon factory next to him again. Name, Quantum Pulse Cannon Factory. Level 10. Production, quantum pulse cannon. Consumption, 10 iron or 10 steel, 1 spirit, or can produce a quantum pulse cannon. Upgrade none. Unable to upgrade. Description, a quantum technology weapon that can switch between 3 modes. Normal shooting mode, quantum penetration mode, and energy focusing mode. Note, this is a level 10 technology weapon that consumes your own spiritual power. Suja's eyes flashed with excitement as he looked at the quantum pulse cannon factory in front of him. Weapons? This is a man's romance, and Suja is naturally fond of it. However, it is very expensive and requires spiritual ore. Although there are energy weapons on the market, including energy pulse cannons, they do not have these 3 modes, only ordinary shooting modes, not to mention quantum penetration and concentrated energy attacks. The most important thing is that all energy firearms on the market need to be equipped with ammunition instead of consuming their own spiritual power. I'd better post it on the system trading platform from now on. Suja muttered to himself. Although the system trading platform will charge a handling fee, offline sales are prone to trouble, and such weapons far surpass similar products on the market. You have to know that this thing is a consumable, and the weapons you sell will definitely dominate the entire market. This will break the original market balance. Although there is no handling fee for offline sales, people may come to your door to buy your products. When it comes to interests, people's hearts are unpredictable, and Suja doesn't want to take any risks. Chapter 46 XJ, Battle Mech Number 1. After all, a thief can only steal for 1,000 days, so there is no reason to guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Suja had already made up his mind that the trading platform would be open after the novice trial period was over. He can then put all his things up for sale. Then you won't have to worry about funding issues. Just charge the handling fee. In his opinion, safety is the most important thing. Hey Lord, you're back? Ella walked out wearing a white uniform with a high-tech feel. Yeah. Suja looked at Ella and nodded. My lord, the construction of these two factories consumed a total of 20 copper resource cards, 20 iron or resource cards, and 200 spirit ores. Ella reported to Suja. Suja nodded to show that he understood. My lord, how many combat robots do we need to produce? There are currently 19 iron or resource cards left, and there are still 2,000 units of iron or mined. There are only 19 copper or cards left, and there are still 1,000 units of copper or mined. There are still 440 spiritual or left. Ella slowly reported to Suja. Suja looked at the resources he had. First, produce 10 combat robots and 20 quantum pulse cannons. We could talk about the rest later. Suja said slowly after thinking for a while. Combat robots can help Ella upgrade. Although researching and developing technological creations can also allow Ella to upgrade, the resources in the territory are currently limited and not enough for Ella to upgrade quickly. It will be better to gain experience through combat, and it can also earn gold coins for Suja. Liyue can also be upgraded by repairing mechas. Their upgrade method is completely different from that of ordinary soldiers. Ella nodded obediently before heading into the armory to set it up. Soon, 10 combat robots appeared in front of Suja. They are silver-gray in color, with a metallic luster on the surface. The blue light in their eyes is like a deep pool, and their entire bodies are made of solid alloy. A glowing energy core is embedded in the chest. As long as the core is not destroyed, the battle mecha will not be completely scrapped and can still be repaired. At the same time, the mecha is equipped with an energy blade on the back, and mysterious energy lines are spread all over the body of the mecha. Suja checked the attributes of the combat mecha. Name, XJ Combat Mech Number 1. Level, 10. Weapons, Energy Pistol, Energy Blade. Skill, Energy Shield. Introduction, XJ-1 Combat Mech, brand new from the factory. Although it cannot be upgraded, it has excellent combat capabilities, and its energy shield can withstand attacks from ordinary level 10 monsters. Special abilities, automatic recharge, indestructible energy core, and the ability to use an energy shield every 10 seconds. So awesome! Suja looked at the battle mecha in front of him. Based on these attributes, ordinary 5th Order soldiers may not be a match for the XJ-1 mecha. This is still an incompletely armed state. If it is fully equipped, even 7th Order members will be able to fight. My lord, this quantum pulse cannon! Liu excitedly ran to Suja holding a silver-blue quantum pulse cannon. Suja's eyes were full of anticipation as he took the quantum pulse cannon and checked its properties. Name, XJ-1 Quantum Pulse Cannon. Level, 10. Modes, Normal Shooting Mode, Quantum Penetration Mode, Energy Focusing Mode. Introduction, Level 10 weapon with 3 shooting modes, and the Energy Focusing Mode requires a 2-minute cooldown. Marvelous! Suja couldn't let go of the quantum pulse cannon in his hand. The cannon body exuded a cold luster, and mysterious runes flickered and flowed, full of a sense of futuristic technology. The appearance was a bit similar to the heavy artillery in his previous life, but its power was much stronger than that. For ordinary soldiers, such weapons can definitely bring about a qualitative improvement. Suja muttered to himself. Then he put the quantum pulse cannon directly into his backpack. For Suja, this weapon has extremely high collection value. Does Lord like this kind of weapon? Ella looked at Suja with some curiosity. I like it, of course I like it. Suja answered without hesitation. Oh, I see. Once I reach level 40, I'll be able to customize exclusive equipment for the Lord, but not now. Ella said slowly. Suja looked at Ella and nodded in understanding. Indeed, no matter whether is a Lord or a type of soldier, they will undergo a huge transformation and strengthening after reaching level 40. This is also the reason why Suja did not rush to check Mingyue's attribute changes after she reached level 10, because there would not be any obvious changes in a short period of time. Ella, you start producing combat robots. You can stop when the number reaches 100. Suja said to Ella. Ella nodded in understanding. After the production is completed, let these combat robots go to that black iron world to fight. You can also take this opportunity to slowly improve your level. If there is any need for maintenance, leave it to Liyue. Suja arranged in an orderly manner. Ella nodded, and Liyue's eyes lit up with excitement. Also, produce as many quantum pulse cannons as you have resources and equip the robots first. Suja said in a deep voice. Understood. Ella nodded in response. Ella, why don't you build energy rifles and artificial intelligence? Suja looked at Ella and asked, "Energy rifles currently consume too much energy and are not suitable for construction. Energy rifles require ammunition, and our current material resources are insufficient. Although we can build them, the resources will not keep up." Ella explained calmly. Suja was stunned for a moment, then reacted. Indeed, a rifle is a continuous fire automatic weapon that requires a large amount of ammunition. If it is supplied by one's own spiritual power, the spiritual power will probably be exhausted in a few shots. It is not suitable as a weapon that consumes spiritual power. Ammunition is the most practical option, but this requires a lot of resources. Artificial intelligence consumes a lot of resources. Given the territory's current resources, it's impossible to create one, not even a level 10 one. Ella was very direct about artificial intelligence. So say, okay, then let's arm 100 combat robots first and not consider the others for now. After the robots' needs are met, all the remaining resources will be used to produce quantum pulse cannons. Suja said slowly after a moment of thought. Ella nodded in understanding. At this moment, Mingwei returned from the time and space channel. In addition to her, some cultivators who successfully upgraded to level 11 also returned. "My lord, everyone has been notified," Mingwei reported to Suja, then stood beside Suja and looked at Ella and Liyue. Chapter 47, a brand new upgraded invasion challenge. Susen Nadif. "I have to go back to the real world, and I'll leave this territory to you for now," Suja said to Mingwei, Ella, and Liyue. The three of them nodded. Afterwards, Suja disappeared directly into the territory. In the real world, Suja looked at the quantum pulse cannon in his backpack, and his sense of security doubled. He looked around his room. Then he opened his phone and looked at the WeChat group. The pinned message is still from my old friends. Suja took a look and turned off his phone. This time, when he returned to the real world, Suja mainly wanted to clean up his room and get rid of things like his hair that might expose his identity. Suja still remembered his previous experience clearly. If he was targeted by the powerful chaos forces again, and a powerful character came, he would be in danger. Although the possibility is extremely small, Suja doesn't want to take any risk as long as there is a trace of it. So he rushed back from the territory to clean up these things. I worked for more than an hour. Suja also used his spiritual power to carefully wash every corner of the room, including clothes and quilts, and cleaned up any remaining hair. After the cleanup was completed, Suja returned to the territory. When Suja returned to the territory, most of the soldiers had already returned after leveling up. Amaya, Luna, Shirley, and Isabella were successfully promoted to level 11. Most of the remaining ones are soldiers who were just recruited today, or lower-level soldiers like Shadow who are still fighting in the Black Iron world. Suja checked the resource situation. 100 combat robots have been produced, and the quantum pulse cannons have also been equipped. There are still 180 quantum pulse cannons left, including the one in Suja's hand. There are only 8 steel resource cards left, mainly because the iron or resources have been exhausted. There is not a single iron or resource card left, and all the iron or mined in the 2000 meters unit has also been consumed. There are only 130 units of spiritual or left. You are indeed a big consumer of resources. Suja looked at his resources. He still had a lot of wood and stones, but for now, wood and stones had little effect on Suja, basically not used. Of course, it is not completely useless. For example, it could be used to build a luxurious mansion. But for Suja, this thing is not urgent. Although his lord's mansion is relatively simple, but he didn't care much about these external buildings. On the contrary, Suja really wanted to try making the primary spirit wine, but unfortunately he lacked the materials. Here I come. Suja, wearing loose beach pants, stood on the 15-meter high diving platform and jumped directly down. Wow! With a plop, huge splashes of water suddenly appeared in the star spring. Suja emerged from the pool and wiped the water off his face. A group of graceful cultivators and other soldiers surrounded him. Suja looked at the people around him with a happy smile on his face. He hugged one of them and started teasing her. "Oh, it seems like I forgot something. Never mind, let's have fun first." Suja smiled and played happily, surrounded by the crowd. It's really leisurely. Ella looked at this scene and shook her head slightly. She then sat by the pool and enjoyed the warmth of the sun. "My lord, I'm here." Liyu's face was full of smiles as she jumped down from the platform in her cool swimsuit. As soon as Suja looked up, he saw a figure falling down. Before he could say anything, he was thrown into the water. Gurgle, gurgle. Huh, where did the lord go? Liyu looked around in the water for a long time, but couldn't see Suja. Suja emerged from the water with a helpless look on his face, looked at Liu, and patted her on the butt lightly. "Lord, so you are here." Liu pounced on Suja as soon as she saw him. Suja was laughing and playing with everyone in the water. The huge dragons lay quietly on the grass, enjoying the sunshine. Days like this are truly comfortable and enjoyable. Suja floated on the water with a satisfied smile on his face. Over time, all the soldiers under Suja's command have been promoted to level 11, and they can no longer obtain more resources by killing monsters in the Black Iron world. What makes Suja a little regretful is that there is currently no way to capture those chaos monsters. If possible, he really wants to catch them and sell them to other lords. Being a cross-world monster dealer seems to be a way to make money, but unfortunately he doesn't have the means and props to do so. The 100 combat robots were patrolling on the city walls. Suja had no intention of letting them go to the Black Iron world to kill monsters and help Ella level up. 100 combat robots are still too few, and unlike manhwa and others, although manhwa and others are not of high level, they are essentially god-level existences. It is easy to win battles of the same level, and cross-level battles are no problem. But although these combat robots are level 10, their combat power is ultimately limited. If they go hunting, they are very likely to be overwhelmed and destroyed by chaos monsters. Once completely destroyed, Liu would be difficult to repair. Because of this, Suja gave up the idea of sending combat robots to hunt in the Black Iron world. In addition, Ella was promoted 2 levels at once because she created combat robots and quantum pulse cannons, but that was all. Liu is still level 2, but there is no need to rush. Her level will catch up sooner or later. Night falls. By the huge bonfire, Suja, Manhwa, Amaya, Isabella, Luna, Lena, Ella, Liu, and Yuing sat together. While enjoying the delicious food, we chatted happily with laughter. Time passes quietly. The next day, Suja woke up from the bed and looked at Manhwa and Lena beside him. A smile appeared on his face. "My lord, you're awake so early." Manhwa stretched, showing off her perfect body curves. Lena next to her closed her eyes, but her slightly trembling eyelashes revealed that she was awake. Suja lay on the bed and looked at the bright moon. Manhwa smiled and turned over to sit on Suja. "Be careful, it's morning." Lena couldn't help but speak and looked at Suja and Manhwa. "What does it matter?" Manhwa looked at Lena. Lena blushed, remembering last night's indulgence. "It's still early, it's nice to move around a bit," Suja said with a smile, and Manhwa started to move cooperatively. An hour later, Suja walked out of the Lord's mansion with a smile on his face. There was still a blush on Lena's face, while Manhwa had a lazy and comfortable expression. Ding! Today is the 7th day of the novice period. Monster invasions are becoming more difficult, and treasure chest monsters will randomly appear. Please kill them within the time limit. After killing them, you will receive treasure chests of different qualities. Lords, please be prepared. Chapter 48 Hero, God of Laziness Ling Xuan. Has the difficulty increased? Suja's face was full of indifference. Now he is invincible. Which novice lord can compete with him? However, under normal circumstances, as time goes by, the difficulty of monster invasions faced by the lord will gradually increase. This is to allow the lord to gradually adapt to the intensity of chaos. This was not a difficult task for Suja. It was a foregone conclusion that he would successfully pass the period of being a novice lord. If even he can't make it through, then all the novice lords of this session will probably be eliminated. Forget it, let's go recruit first. Nothing else matters. Suja hummed a little tune and went to the Xingqiuan fairy pool to wash up. Suja first came to the Immortal Creation platform. Just like visiting, Manhwa and Lena are already waiting here. According to Suja's previous arrangement, Lena is currently only responsible for managing some of the troops. The others are all led by Manhwa. In fact, Manhwa didn't want to take care of anything. If Suja hadn't given the order, she just wanted to be with Suja all the time. Ding! Do you want to spend 10 gold coins for daily recruitment? Recruitment. Suja looked at the immortal-making platform in front of him with anticipation. Next second, a colorful light shot up into the sky. A good product? A hint of surprise flashed in Suja's eyes. This was not what he expected. He thought it was just an ordinary routine recruitment. I didn't expect there would be a surprise. As the light shone, 10 figures slowly walked out from the light. Inside the immortal platform, Suja, Manhwa, and Lena looked at the 10 figures that appeared in front of them. Leading the group was a woman wearing a silver-white weapon refiner's robe. She had a tall and graceful figure, a cool and elegant temperament, and silver hair cascading down her back like a waterfall. Her delicate face had a hint of aloofness, giving Suja the feeling of a cold and aloof queen. She was full of mysterious attraction, yet difficult to approach. "Oh, this is so troublesome. Are you the Lord?" "My name is Ling Shuang," Ling Shuang said in a casual tone. Suja looked at Ling Shuang, a hint of curiosity welling up in his heart. Judging from her appearance, she must be a special immortal, right? Suja directly checked Ling Shuang's attributes. Name, Ling Shuang. Experience value, 0 out of 100. Level 1. Rank, God level. Arms, hero, Ling Shuang, the god of laziness. Talent, sin of laziness. Skill, lazy punishment. Companion weapon, hammer of sloth. Potential, S-level, saint level. Introduction. Ling Shuang is a special immortal who controls the sin of laziness. Because of laziness, he seems to have no interest in anything. Ling Shuang, from now on the lazy immortal clan's troops will be under your management. Suja looked at Ling Shuang and said, "Me?" Ling Shuang frowned slightly, with a hint of doubt in her eyes. "That's right." Suja looked at Ling Shuang with a smile. "My lord, I'm only level 1 now. Isn't it inappropriate to make a decision like this? Besides, I feel it's very troublesome to lead troops." Ling Shuang's tone was somewhat resistant, with a hint of laziness in his words. Suja looked at Ling Shuang. Apart from anything else, as a heroic unit, Ling Shuang had a natural bloodline suppression and control power over ordinary fairy soldiers of the same type, which had nothing to do with level. "I don't care about anything else. This is what you should do. Of course, if manhwa agrees, you don't have to do it," Suja said to Ling Shuang with a smile. Ling Shuang looked at Mingyu's slightly scrutinizing eyes and said helplessly, "Okay, in that case, I know what to do." Suja looked at Mingyue with a smile. "Mingyue, it's up to you from now on." Mingyue nodded, then looked at Ling Shuang. Suja looked at Ling Shuang with a smile, then left the Immortal Creation platform and headed towards the Divine Source Temple. Amaya and Luna had been waiting in the Temple of Divine Origin for a long time. Suja walked straight into the Temple of Divine Origin. "Ding, do you want to spend 10 gold coins for daily recruitment?" "Recruit." Suja looked at the sky of the Temple of Divine Origin with anticipation. Runes were flashing and light was flowing out of the sky. Dozens of figures immediately appeared in front of Suja, but unfortunately, they were all just ordinary Protoss soldiers. "Amaya, Luna, I leave these to you. After the monster invasion is over, you can take them and the newly recruited soldiers today to the Black Iron World for upgrades," Suja said to Amaya and Luna with a smile. "I understand, Lord," Amaya and Luna said in unison. "Well, then I'll go recruit other types of soldiers first." Suja looked at the two of them with a smile, and then headed to the Holy Tower of Elements. Amaya and Luna nodded. This had been arranged beforehand. Suja was responsible for recruiting, and they were responsible for managing their respective military units. This side of the Holy Tower of Elements. Isabella looked at Suja with a bit of shyness on her face. Suja looked at Isabella with a smile on his face. "Let's go." Isabella nodded and followed Suja into the Holy Tower of Elements. "Ding, do you want to spend 10 gold coins for daily recruitment?" "Recruit." Suja looked at the statue of the Elementalist in the center of the Holy Tower of Elements, which was emitting dazzling light. 10 figures slowly walked out from the light. All of them were ordinary Elementalists. "Isabella, I leave them to you," Suja said to Isabella. Isabella nodded. Then Suja left the Holy Tower of Elements and came to the Temple of Stars. "Lena is already waiting here." "My lord." Lena's eyes were full of admiration when she saw Suja. "Lena, don't be so serious. Relax. Everyone in the territory is ours. It will be difficult for you to integrate into the group like this." Suja looked at Lena helplessly. Compared with Mingyue, Isabella, and others, Lena is more like a loyal guardian, always guarding Suja with almost no other requirements. "Lena's glory comes from the Lord. Your will is Lena's will," Lena said firmly. Suja smiled helplessly, took Lena's hand, and walked into the Star Temple. "Ding, do you want to spend 20 gold coins to start daily recruitment?" "Recruit," Suja said loudly. A black light shot up into the sky, and in the inky light, 20 figures riding on black divine horses appeared in front of everyone. The 20-star shooters are all ordinary military units and nothing special. "Lena, I'll leave them to you," Suja said to Lena with a smile. Yes, my lord. Lena nodded seriously, with a serious expression like a real warrior. Suja looked at him, but there was nothing he could do. Lena's personality was like that, and it would take time to change her. He could only wait until later. Then Suja left the Star Temple and came to the future hub. Isla and Liu are already here. Lord City Lord, are you going to produce new partners? Liu looked at Suja curiously. Susenadif. Suja also wanted to know that although the future hub can only produce once a day, it does not necessarily produce hero units every time. If that's true, that would be great. Thinking of this, Suja walked directly into the future hub. Chapter 49, Quantum Energy Core. Ding. Do you want to spend 1 gold coin to start daily recruitment? Recruit. Suja's eyes were full of anticipation and curiosity as he stared at the technological portal that appeared in front of him. A blue design, drawing emitting blue light, slowly floated out from the portal. Kindness. Suja was stunned when he saw the technological drawings floating out of the portal. In addition to being able to recruit hero-level units, can this future hub also produce some technological blueprints? Suja's eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked at the technological blueprint in front of him and directly checked its properties. Quantum Energy Core, Advanced Technology Item. Conditions of use. Members of the engineering category of the Department of Science and Technology. Oh my god! Suja looked at the quantum energy core in front of him. This was an advanced prop from the Department of Science and Technology, claiming to be able to provide super strong and stable energy with almost zero loss. How could he be recruited just like that? In the later stages of the development of the Science and Technology Department, energy becomes the top priority. Suja can obtain resources, but energy must be constructed through synthesis. But it's not something you can get easily. In a word, one word to describe, it is extremely rare. If this quantum energy core can be truly activated, his territory will have a constant supply of powerful power, and technological development will be taken to a higher level. At present, Suja's factories rely on the energy provided by the future hub for operation and production, but this is ultimately limited. But with this thing, Suja's later technological development will not be limited to the territory, but can be expanded to that black iron world. There is no need to crowd into the territory and take up a lot of space. Technology-based engineering troops. Suja looked at Ella and Liu. Who of you can use this? Suja looked at Ella and Liu. One was a technological creator, and the other was a maintenance technology expert. They both had the potential to use it. Liu's eyes flashed with excitement and desire, while Ella's expression was calm. Give it to Liu. Researching this energy core will take up too much of my time, and I have other important projects on hand. Ella said slowly. Suja looked at Liu and handed the technology module directly to her. Liu chose to use it without hesitation. At first, her face was full of joy, but then she showed distress. What's wrong? Suja looked at Liu curiously. My lord, please take a look for yourself. Liu listed the conditions and resources required for the quantum energy core in front of Suja with some depression. Quantum Energy Core Activation Conditions. 10W Steel, 10W Copper, or 1W Gold, 1W High-Grade Wood, 1W High-Grade Stone, 1W Special Metal, 1W Quantum Energy, 10W Gold Coins. Suse. Not to mention other things, Suja knew that special metal was an advanced material of steel, a product of the technology department, and needed to be synthesized. But Suja had no idea where to get the quantum energy, and all these conditions combined made it impossible for Suja to afford it with his current strength. He had never heard of many of the raw materials. The thing is good, but we can't use it at the moment. Suja said slowly as he looked at Liu with a worried look on her face. But how do we get this quantum energy? Suja looked at Ella curiously. He had never seen this thing before. This needs to be extracted from specific quantum veins through special quantum extraction devices, or refined by dedicated technological buildings. It can also be found in some special areas containing quantum energy. Ella pushed her goggles and explained slowly. Hearing Ella's words, Suja sighed helplessly. It turned out that he knew too little about technology and still had to rely on professionals. Okay, when there's a chance in the future, I'll leave this thing to you. Suja comforted Liu, who was a little disappointed. I understand, Lord. Liu laughed again. On the surface, she looked heartless, but there was still a hint of loss in her eyes. Liu also wanted to do something for Suja. Now, in the territory, she was relatively idle and still remained at level 1. Thinking of this, Suja directly took out a quantum pulse cannon and gave it to Liu. When chaos invades later, you can try it. We'll go together. Suja said with a smile. Liu looked at Suja, and the loss in her eyes disappeared instantly. She jumped directly onto Suja and hung on him. My lord, I love you so much. Liu excitedly hugged Suja's head and shouted. Suja beti kipali. If you don't come down, I can't breathe. Suja said helplessly. Sorry, lord, are you okay? Liu asked carelessly. Suja shook his head. By the way, follow me closely and don't run around. Suja looked at Liu seriously and said, I understand, lord. Liu responded with a smile. Holding the quantum pulse cannon, she was finally able to participate in the upgrade. Although the speed might be slower, it was better than waiting. Then Suja went to the Void Dragon's nest. The shadow was already waiting there. My lord. The shadow trembled the sword slightly, making a clear sound. Yuying, when can you advance to the transformation stage? Suja asked Yuying curiously. It's probably around level 40. Shadow said slowly. Is that so? Suja looked at the increasingly powerful spiritual power fluctuations of the shadow. As the level increased, the aura on the shadow became stronger and stronger. When it reaches level 30 or 40, Suja can't imagine how powerful shadow will be. Let's go and recruit companions first, Suja said with a smile. The shadow swayed slightly, followed Suja, and entered the Void Dragon's nest together. Ding! Do you want to spend 10 gold coins for daily recruitment? Recruit, Suja said in a deep voice, then looked at the Void Dragon nest in front of him. The light bloomed, and a mysterious and ancient aura spread out. One by one, young female dragons emitting spiritual light emerged from the light curtain. They are all cubs of elemental ancient dragons, 10 in total, and no special hero units have appeared yet. Suja walked out directly with the 10 ancient dragon cubs. Yuying, I leave these to you, Suja said to Yuying. The shadow trembled slightly, indicating that it understood, and then looked at the 10 newly born ancient dragon cubs. These ancient dragon cubs trembled slightly, as if they had a natural fear of the shadow. Suja checked the territory's military units. Immortal cultivators, 80 Protoss, 80 elementalists, 80 Frost Clan, 100 dragons, 30 mechanics, 102. Technological creations are also considered military units. Tomorrow, the territory should be able to be upgraded. It has not been easy along the way. Suja thought with emotion, looking at the number of military forces and population in the territory. This is only the requirement for upgrading a level 2 territory to level 3. If it reaches a higher level, Suja can't imagine it. Maybe other people's fortresses are already level 7 or 8. And your own territory may only be around level 4. Chapter 50, Star Falling Arrow Rain. The main problem is still population. Resources are not a big deal. Suja can obtain them through plundering or other means, but the demand for population for territory upgrades is the biggest obstacle. Ding! Chaos Invasion is about to begin. Please select the difficulty level. S, A, B, C, D. S-level difficulty. Suja chose the S-level difficulty without hesitation. Ding! Today is the 7th day of the novice trial period. The Chaos Invasion difficulty has increased. Lords, please be prepared. The prompt sounded again. Suja knew very well that this was because the difficulty had increased further. Shadow. Suja called out. A shadow instantly appeared beside Suja, and the void black dragon flew over closely behind. Suja stepped directly onto the back of the void black dragon. Lord, wait for me. I haven't gone up yet. Liu's voice came. Suja looked at Liu. The shadow immediately understood, and with a flash of faint light, it instantly came to Liu's side and brought her to the top of the black stone city wall. Apart from Suja, even Manhwa has no chance of standing on Yuying's body. Everyone in the territory knows this very well. So Liu doesn't care. She just wants to climb the black rock wall as quickly as possible. After all, the territory was now larger, and it would take some time for Liu to walk here by herself. For Shadow, it was just a matter of a moment. Shadow, notify the dragon cubs recruited today to prepare to meet the enemy. Suja said to Shadow. The shadow trembled slightly and made a clear sound. Buzz. 10 giant dragon cubs, emitting light, flew over staggeringly and lined up neatly in front of the shadow. My lord, lord, lord. Manhwa, Lena, Isabella, Amaya, Luna, and Ling Shuang all appeared beside Suja. You arranged for the newly recruited companions today to start killing monsters and leveling up. Suja said slowly, and then found that he didn't see Ella. Where is Ella? Suja looked at Liu beside him curiously. Sister Ella said she won't come. She is researching something very important. I don't quite understand it. But with those robots here, even if Sister Ella doesn't come, she can still level up by killing enemies with these robots. Liu said with envy. If she had her own creation, she could be like Ella, but unfortunately she doesn't. Okay, since she doesn't want to come, forget it. Suja nodded and said nothing more. Mingyue, Lina, Isabella, Anya, Luna, Lingshuang, pay attention to the treasure chest monsters that appear among the monsters. Don't let them run away. SSS-level instructor. Everyone nodded. Treasure chest monsters are special monsters that will appear in the monster tide after 7 days of playing as a novice. This type of monster is very special. After being killed, it will drop treasure chests of different levels. The higher the difficulty, the better the quality of the treasure chest. No one is sure what can be found in the treasure chest. Of course, it is quite difficult for ordinary city lords to kill the treasure chest monster. But for Suja, this is a harvest, a bountiful harvest. Suja also took out the quantum pulse cannon and prepared to try his skills. Liu on the side simply lay on the ground, ready to snipe the monster. By the way, I was saying I forgot something. I actually forgot to draw the god level entry. Suja suddenly thought of it. No wonder he always felt like he had left something undone yesterday. Only now did Suja remember that he had forgotten to extract the talent with the god level attribute. Forget it. Let's wait until the chaos invasion is over. There's no rush now. We can't run away anyway. Suja looked at the chaos creatures surging at the border. Mingyue and others then dispersed. Each person is responsible for an area. If they encounter a treasure chest monster, they will take action. If not, they will remain in place. Ling Shuang stood coldly at the foot of the Blackstone city wall, leading the companions she had just recruited today. There are also companions newly recruited today in other directions, and these are for them to upgrade. The fog of chaos continues to surge. There seem to be countless monsters surging in the darkness, and soon one ferocious monster after another walked out of the chaos. Among them was a huge alien creature covered with spikes. Suja looked at the huge alien creature, which was a treasure chest monster or an elite monster. Name, Chaos Thorn Beast. Level, 10. Race, Chaos. Skill, Thorn Storm. Introduction. The Thorn Beast was born in chaos, its body twisted by the power of chaos. The spikes on its body are not only extremely hard, but can also release chaotic energy. This is not easy for ordinary lords to deal with. Suja muttered to himself, looking at the Chaos Thorn Beast. This thing is a meat shield and is specifically targeted at large buildings and city walls. What these Thorn Beasts are best at is attacking cities. At the same time, their head-on collision capabilities are also quite strong. They usually lead the charge as vanguard troops and serve as meat shields at the front. You know, not all lords have extra resources like Suja to upgrade the city walls. Most lords don't even have city walls, or they just have ordinary walls. If a lord chooses the S-level chaos invasion today, he may fall into trouble directly. This is not an exaggeration. Although this monster only has one skill, it has high attack power, high health, and is very durable. Its only drawback is that it doesn't move very fast. A bright light flashed, and Lina appeared above the group of monsters, riding an elemental dragon shining with spiritual light. The star bow in Lina's hand emitted a strong light, and countless arrows rained down in the sky. Falling star arrow rain. Arrows rained down like meteors, and the Chaos Thorn Beast was instantly engulfed in light, and finally completely dissipated, leaving only a huge black pit in its place. This terrifying destructive power directly shocked some of the monsters around. Many monsters stopped moving forward and stared at Lina for a long time before they reacted. Lina put away the star bow and continued patrolling the territory on the dragon. Ding! You get silver treasure chest X1. A silver treasure chest. Suja smiled. It was a good harvest. Suja also lay on the black stone wall, set up the quantum pulse cannon, aimed at the group of monsters, and started shooting. This location is excellent and the sight is excellent. From here, Suja can almost see the whole situation, and he can clearly observe every situation on the battlefield. Chapter 51, Intermediate Spirit Crystal Vein. Try normal mode first. Suja and Liu lay on the ground and took out the quantum pulse cannon. Normal mode is the regular shooting mode without any special effects. Suja set up the quantum pulse cannon and aimed at the chaos monsters that were surging like a tide in front of him. The monsters are so densely packed that there is no need to aim precisely. Any shot can hit the target. He circulated his spiritual power, injected it into the gun, and then decisively pressed the fire button. Boom! A blue quantum beam shot out from the muzzle and instantly hit a chaos monster. Suja clearly saw through the sight that the monster's body was directly penetrated by the beam of light, and its huge body exploded instantly, turning into countless fragments that flew everywhere. Suja couldn't help but be amazed. It was indeed a level 10 weapon, coupled with his own level 11 spiritual power injected into it. Although its own combat power might not be as good as that of an ordinary level 5 monster, this spiritual power combined with the quantum pulse cannon was truly amazingly powerful. One shot could kill a level 10 monster, which was a pretty good effect. How about trying the quantum penetration mode again? Suja said as he adjusted the mode settings on the quantum pulse cannon. Then, he gathered his spiritual power again, and this time he clearly felt that more spiritual power was injected. After everything was ready, Suja fired again at the group of monsters. In an instant, a more condensed quantum beam shot out and directly penetrated the bodies of dozens of chaos monsters. The monsters that were hit seemed to have their bodies torn apart by an invisible force and exploded one after another. Oh my god! Suja's eyes widened in shock at this scene. Although he knew that the quantum pulse cannon would be very powerful, he did not expect it to be so terrifyingly powerful. It far exceeded his expectations. Liu on the side was also shocked. My lord, why is your shot so powerful? She looked at Suja curiously. I'm level 11 and you're only level 1. How can we be the same? Suja said with a displeased glance at Liu. After hearing this, Liu smiled a little embarrassedly. Suja finally adjusted the quantum pulse cannon to energy focusing mode. He began to infuse spiritual power with all his strength. Unlike the previous two modes, the spiritual power continued to be injected until 1/10 of his own spiritual power was consumed. It all depends on this shot. Suja whispered to himself, then pulled the trigger. A brilliant golden beam burst out from the quantum pulse cannon and shot towards the group of monsters like a small meteor. The beam of light landed accurately where the monsters were concentrated, and then a deafening explosion sounded. Suja looked at the scene in front of him in shock. He saw a huge gap with a diameter of about 20 meters suddenly appear in the group of monsters. The surrounding monsters were blown away or destroyed by this powerful force. It's too exaggerated. Suja couldn't help but sigh. It was not until this moment that he truly realized that he had underestimated this quantum pulse cannon. Not only is it different from the energy weapons on the market, its power is beyond imagination. However, considering that this was created by Ella, a god-level technological genius, it seems reasonable. As time went on, Liu was excitedly using the quantum pulse cannon to attack monsters to level up. 3 hours later, the corpses of the chaos monsters on the battlefield piled up like a mountain, almost filling the area where the territory and the chaos space intersected. Liu successfully reached level 6. The other newly recruited companions were also promoted to level 7. As Suja is already level 11, he can no longer gain experience points from these monsters around level 10. Suja returned to the Lord's mansion and began to count today's harvest. Gold x 20,000, common loot x 400, rare loot x 100, bronze treasure chests x 20, silver treasure chests x 10, gold treasure chest x 1, S-level rated treasure chest x 1. This is what Suja gained today. Compared with the massive invading monsters, this harvest seems to be a lot, but it is actually not much. You know, there were 10,000 monsters attacking today, but this is all we got. Deal with the monster corpses first, otherwise they will rot over time. Suja immediately used the Lord's power to devour them. Ding! Your entry, Blessed Land, has been triggered. The territory area has expanded by 2,000 meters. Ding! Your entry, Blessed Land, triggers a primary spiritual medicine field. Ding! Your entry, Blessed Land, has been triggered. Primary spirit crystal vein has been upgraded to intermediate spirit crystal vein. Note, daily spirit crystal production is 100, over limit mining, 200. Sure enough, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Suja listened to the prompt tone, and a gratified smile appeared on his face. The territory area has expanded by 2 kilometers, and a primary spiritual medicine field has been obtained. Most importantly, the spiritual crystal vein has been upgraded to intermediate level, and the daily spiritual crystal output has increased to 100. As long as it is not overmined, the output can be stable. This is undoubtedly good news for Suja. If other lords chose S-level difficulty, the most they would gain would be Suja, and there is a high probability that they would be destroyed by chaos monsters. After all, it is only the 7th day of the novice period, and there are very few lords who can successfully resist the S-level difficulty, not to mention resolutely choosing the S-level chaos invasion after the difficulty prompt. Under normal circumstances, anyone who is not stupid will choose to accumulate strength first, and then challenge the S-level difficulty when they are stronger. Judging from the current situation, it is almost impossible for any other lord except Suja to pass smoothly. Then, Suja opened these ordinary spoils. Iron or resource card x50, copper or resource card x50, steel resource card x50, silver or resource card x50, basic wood resource card x100, basic stone resource card x100, meat resource card x100. They are all basic and practical resource cards. Suja looked at the wood and stone resource cards in his hand. At the moment, his need for these two basic resource cards was not particularly urgent. Let's wait until the territory is upgraded to level 3. Then I can use the synthesis power to transform them into higher level resources. Suja thought. After upgrading to level 3 territory, a lord ability, synthesis, will be unlocked. The lord can use this ability to synthesize high-level materials. Suja simply counted the resource cards without too much hesitation, and then opened the rare loot. There were a total of 100 rare trophies, and Suja opened them all in one go. A series of prompt sounds rang out, and Suja sorted out his gains. Mithril resource card X20, gold resource card X20, high-grade wood X30, high-grade stone X30. The harvest was pretty good. There were mithril, gold, high-grade wood, and high-grade stone, which were key materials for building advanced facilities and manufacturing advanced equipment. Take the quantum energy core obtained earlier as an example. To activate it, you need materials such as high-grade wood, high-grade stone, and gold. Suja looked at the bronze treasure chest in front of him. He directly chose to open it. Spirit or X1000, gold coins X10,000. So say, isn't this too stingy? Suja looked at the 20 bronze treasure chests, which contained 1,000 spiritual ores and 10,000 gold coins. On average, each treasure chest contained only 50 spiritual ores and 500 gold coins. Chapitre 52 Terrain Puzzle. I am speechless. This luck is unbelievable. Suja couldn't help but complain. He felt like he was being targeted by some mysterious force. How come the things that came out of the 20 treasure chests were so ordinary? Looking at the remaining 10 silver treasure chests, 1 gold treasure chest, and 1 S-level treasure chest, Suja decided to take a break. He walked out of the Lord's mansion and came to the Xingchuan fairy pool. He washed his face with the cool pool water and tried to calm himself down. Then he took a deep breath and began to open the 10 silver treasure chests. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Spirit Valley Seeds X100. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Soul-Enriching Shrimp X1000. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Purple Spirit Fruit Tree X10. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Starfruit Tree X10. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Red Flame Kumquat Tree X10. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Purple Spirit Fruit Tree X10. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Purple Spirit Fruit Tree X10. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Starfruit Tree X10. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Starfruit Tree X10. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Spirit Valley Seeds X100. Suja looked at what came out of the bronze treasure chest. 1,000 spiritual shrimp, 100 spiritual wheat seeds, 10 purple spirit fruit trees, 10 starry fruit trees, 10 red flame kumquat trees, all of which were objects he had never seen before. Linyu began to check the properties one by one. Soul-enriching prawns. Low-level prawns that require a very high concentration of spiritual energy in the water. They can gather spiritual energy and are edible. Note, consuming soul-enriching prawns can strengthen your meridians. Spiritual wheat seeds. Low-level spiritual plant. Requires spiritual fields to plant edible. Note, matures in 5 days, so harvest promptly. No excessive care required. Purple spirit fruit tree. A low-level spiritual plant. No special planting requirements. Edible. Note, purple spirit fruit has a sweet taste and strengthens the body after consumption. It matures once every 5 days. Starfruit tree. A low-level spiritual plant. Planting requirements. A location with abundant starlight. Edible. Note: starfruit has a slightly bitter taste and can increase spiritual power. It matures in 5 days. Red flame kumquat tree, a low-level spiritual plant. Planting requirements: a well-lit area. Edible. Note: red flame kumquats are sweet and increase fire resistance. They mature in 5 days. I made a fortune. Suja's eyes suddenly lit up. He looked at the items he had opened and finally found something practical. Although spiritual ores and gold coins are useful, new things are always more exciting. Suja went straight to the Xingqiuan fairy pool. Take out 1,000 soul shrimps from the storage space. The transparent shrimp is only the length of an index finger. Its eyes are dark and lifeless. Its body is transparent, and there is a purple vein on its back extending to the tail. Suja gently placed them into the Xingqiuan fairy pool. What other water environment could be better than a spectacular building like the Xingqiuan fairy pond? Yes, that is a more advanced spectacular building. Grow up quickly. Suja whispered softly, looking at the 1,000 soul-enriching shrimps that had merged into the Xingqiuan fairy pond. My lord, are these shrimps edible? A cultivator walked lightly to Suja's side, not caring at all that a large area of snow-white skin was exposed in front of Suja. Yes, but you can't eat them now. Wait until they grow up a little bit, Suja said slowly. It is estimated that it will take some time for the Yunling shrimp to grow up. I understand, Lord. The cultivator smiled lightly, looked at Suja, and licked his lips with the tip of his tongue. Lord, do you want to come down and play with us now? Not now. I have something to do. Come back later. You guys play first. Suja responded with a smile. The cultivator smiled even more broadly and threw a coquettish glance at Suja. Then, Lord, we are waiting for you. Suja returned to the Lord's mansion with a smile. We'll deal with the spiritual plants later. There are still 2 treasure chests that have not been opened. 1 gold treasure chest and 1 S-level treasure chest. So far, Suja has never obtained a gold treasure chest, and this is his first time to obtain a gold-level treasure chest. Ding! Do you want to open the S-level evaluation treasure chest? Open. Suja looked at the S-level treasure chest with great anticipation, intending to use it to test the waters for the gold treasure chest first. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Spirit or X100. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Black Iron World Key. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Soldier Recruitment Refresh Card. Suja looked at the items that came out of the S-level treasure chest, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Finally, the Black Iron World Key and the Soldier Recruitment Refresh Card have been released. That's right. Next, it depends on what can be found in the golden treasure chest. Suja turned his attention to the last golden treasure chest. Ding! Do you want to open the gold treasure chest? Open. Suja looked at the golden treasure chest with anticipation. Ding! You obtain the terrain, Spiritual Green Valley. Ding! You obtain the terrain, Hellfire Volcano. Ding! You have obtained the terrain, Abyssal Ice Field. Ding! Suja looked at what came out of the golden treasure chest. He really didn't expect that a terrain puzzle would appear now. The so-called terrain puzzle is to transform a part of the territory into a designated terrain. This is a good thing. Different terrains can produce different treasures. For example, the Hellfire Volcano can produce fire-attributed spirit crystals, as well as high-level volcanic minerals such as flame marrow crystals. The longer the terrain exists, the more treasures it will naturally produce. What a pity I came too early. Now I can only put it in the warehouse and leave it idle. Suja muttered to himself. Although the terrain is good, it is not suitable for territory at the moment. Now Suja's territory is 6 kilometers in diameter. It seems vast, but it is actually not that big. It would not be a good thing to place these terrains in the territory. It seems that I still need to upgrade the territory level. Suja thought to himself. Otherwise, even if the best things come out, he won't be able to use them. It's almost time to take action. Suja went straight to the immortal creation platform. Manhwa! Suja called out. A red light flashed, and Manhwa appeared in front of Suja. Seeing Manhwa was wet all over, Suja knew that she had just gone to Xingqiuan Fairy Pool for a trip. Lord, is there anything wrong? Manhwa asked Suja. Get ready to recruit new partners, Suja said with a smile. Manhwa was slightly startled, then smiled. As expected, the Lord favored her the most. When good things happen, I always think of myself first. In fact, Manhwa was overthinking it. Suja treated everyone equally. It was just her turn this time. But Suja would not go out of his way to explain. Suja brought Manhwa into the immortal creation platform. Ding! Do you want to use the unit recruitment refresh card? Yes. Suja chose to use it without hesitation. Then recruitment began. Colorful light rose up. 10 figures walked out of the light, 10 ordinary cultivators. Manhwa, I leave it to you, Suja said to Manhwa. Manhwa nodded, and then selected members from these cultivators who were good at fire spells and ice spells. Chapter 53, Suja is ready to upgrade his territory. By the way, where is Ling Shuang? Why can't I see her? Suja asked Manhwa curiously. That guy's probably resting somewhere now. Manhwa said slowly. Oh. Suja looked at Manhwa, then nodded, and headed towards the future hub. Suja is preparing to upgrade his territory, but the population is still a little short. Currently, there are only 482 population units in Suja's territory, including various technological creations. If these are not counted, the number would be even smaller. To upgrade a territory, the population unit must reach 500. Suja came to the future hub. He planned to ask Ella to create 20 combat robots to meet the population required for territory upgrades. After the upgrade is completed, I will look at the remaining materials and consider the subsequent plans for making combat robots and quantum pulse cannons. Ella raised her head and put down the technological model she was studying. Lord, do you have any instructions? Ella pushed her high-tech goggles and looked at Suja. I want to build 20 more combat robots. Suja said to Ella. Ella nodded. The resources collected today are enough to make 20 combat robots, Ella said, and then took Suja to the mecha manufacturing factory. The factory was then started and production of 20 units of combat robots began. Suja checked the conditions and resources required to upgrade the territory. Upgrade. Wood X 5,000, stone X 5,000, population units 500. Upgrading the territory resources from level 2 to level 3 is not a difficult problem for Suja. The key is the population size. Now that the population problem has been solved, Suja has enough resources at hand to easily upgrade his territory. Ding, do you want to consume 5,000 wood and 5,000 stone to upgrade your territory? Leader, wait, no. Suja suddenly said. He then gave up the idea of upgrading his territory. It wasn't because of anything else, but because Suja remembered something. He hadn't extracted his Dao entry yet, otherwise he would forget it again. I have been immersed in various affairs recently, and was so busy that I almost forgot about such an important thing. From today on, he has to indulge less in women. Supreme will, draw entries. Suja said seriously. Unlimited recruitment. A unique red entry, a Lord entry. After use, the recruitment cost of all the Lord's buildings is 1 gold coin. Oh my god! Suja looked at the red entry, unlimited recruitment, and was stunned at first, and then a burst of ecstasy surged in his heart. Who can understand Suja's mood at this moment? Although his subordinates are all God-level members, after 7 days of development, without the novice welfare buff, the cost of recruiting troops is extremely high. The cheapest one costs 50,000 spirit crystals each. The technology department costs as much as 1 million spirit crystals each, and the other members are also 100,000 spirit crystals per unit. Suja had been worried about this until the appearance of the technology-based troops. He felt relieved and thought that at worst he could make money by creating technology-based items. Make money and then recruit God-level military units. But even so, he may find it difficult to maintain daily recruitment. Suja currently has 7 barracks, and the daily recruitment costs alone are 5 to 6 million gold coins. This is just for daily recruitment, not including other expenses. If there are more barracks in the future, the daily cost of recruiting soldiers will be sky high, not to mention various other expenses. Now this red entry is like timely help. The recruitment cost is directly 1 gold coin per time, which is equivalent to saving him nearly 10 million gold coins every day, and this number will become larger in the future. Bind, unlimited recruitment. Suja said excitedly. Ding, unlimited recruitment of bound terms, constant effect. Lords can view the attributes of this term in their own attributes. Supreme will, continue to draw entries. Suja calmed down and said slowly. Hidden void, the only red entry, the Lord's entry. After using it, the Lord and the Lord's territory will enter the hidden void state, unable to be detected, located, or tracked in any way. Note, unless the Lord actively shows up, no one can find the territory and the Lord's trace. Wow! Suja looked at the red entry and exclaimed in his heart. If Suja was powerful, this entry might not be of much use, but now he is just a novice lord. And this entry is crucial. Previously, Wang Yu tracked his location by tracking his items, and thus locked his territory and almost got into trouble. If it was a powerful chaos force that came, Suja might have been in desperate situation now. Bind, conceal the void, Suja said decisively. Ding! The concealment void entry has been bound, and the effect is permanent. The Lord can view the attributes of this entry in his own attribute panel. I am weak now, so saving my life is my top priority. Only by staying alive and becoming strong enough can you do whatever you want. Suja's current strength does not allow him to act recklessly. The threat from the chaotic forces must be guarded against, and Suja must also be careful to guard against other lords with ulterior motives. People's hearts are unpredictable. Suja doesn't know how those people will treat him after he shows his current strength. But he understood that people have to rely on themselves in the end, and relying on others is unreliable. What Suja didn't know was that after he chose to hide in the void, his territory was completely hidden in the void, unless he took the initiative to expose it. Otherwise, no one would be able to detect the existence of the territory. Suja's own aura was also completely hidden, and his fate could not be locked, as if he had merged into endless chaos. In other words, no one will be able to find Suja or his territory through similar means in the future, which is undoubtedly a good thing. Supreme will upgrade the territory, Suja said with a firm look. Ding. Do you want to consume 5,000 wood and 5,000 stone to upgrade the territory? Yes. Suja looked at his resources and saw that they had been reduced by 5 wood resource cards and 5 stone resource cards, each card corresponding to 1,000 units of wood or stone. A beam of multicolored light shot up into the sky. Suja's territory began to change and continued to expand from 8,000 meters, 9,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 12,000 meters, and finally stopped when the diameter reached 15,000 meters. A territory of this size is already quite large for a novice lord. Chapter 54, Level 3 Territory. Suja checked the properties of the territory. Name, Radiant. Level 3. Area, 15,000 square meters. Barracks, Immortal Platform, God Level. Divine Source Temple, God Level. Elemental Holy Tower, God Level. Star Temple, God Level. Void Dragon Nest, God Level. Future Hub, God Level. Buildings, Well, White. City Wall, White. Evolvable, Lord's Mansion, Auxiliary Robot Factory, Primary Element Tower, Auxiliary Robot Factory, Combat Robot Factory. Wonders, Heart of the Sun and Moon, Heart of the Elements. Mineral Veins, Primary Spirit Crystal Mineral Vein, Intermediate, Primary Copper Mineral Vein, Primary Iron Mineral Vein, Primary. Population, 512, 90 Immortal Cultivators, 80 Protoss, 80 Elementalists, 100 Frost Clan, 30 Dragons, 2 Mechanics, 130 Robots. Items, Extraordinary Evolution, Red. National Beauty, Red. Blessed Land, Gold. Spiritual Power Replenishment, Blue. Concealed Void, Red. Infinite Recruitment, Red. Upgrade, 10,000 wood, 10,000 stone, 1,000 population, 1,000 high-quality wood, 1,000 high-quality stone. Ding! Congratulations on your territory reaching level 3. Unlock the power. Fusion. You can view the properties in the territory's own panel. Finally reached level 3. Suja breathed a sigh of relief. At the moment, the situation was pretty good, and the territory level was at a medium level among many lords. The territory level must basically reach level 4 to be eligible for the list. Please note that this is a territory level list, not an area list. Territories with higher levels will be given priority. When everyone has the same level, they will be sorted according to the territory area. For the remaining 1,000 people, fortunately there are robots, otherwise I really don't know how long I will have to wait. Suja thought to himself, looking at his population unit number 512. He suddenly slapped his head. He almost forgot that he had overlooked the mining robot. Ella, you are free to use all the resources in the territory. Start by making combat robots. Stop when you have 500 of them, Suja said to Ella. Hearing Suja's words, Ella was slightly stunned, and then said, My lord, I don't recommend doing this. These low-level combat robots are a pure waste of resources. Ella said seriously. Suja was stunned, then looked at Ella. My current level has reached 8, and I will break through to level 10 in 2 days at most. By then, these combat robots will be eliminated. It is not cost-effective to use limited resources to produce these useless things. Ella anelaust gamli. Suja touched his chin and thought about Ella's words. He had full faith in Ella's loyalty, but Ella might not have understood what he meant. Ella, I need people now to upgrade the territory, not to let them participate in the battle. So say explain slowly. Ella pushed up her goggles and said, if that's the case, I suggest making work robots or mining robots. Although these robots cannot fight, they can do most basic work. Mining robots are more efficient in mining. Ella said seriously. Is that so? Suja thought for a moment and looked at Ella. Can working robots take care of spiritual plants? Suja asked curiously. Yes, taking care of spiritual plants is one of their skills. Ella nodded. Okay, Ella will manufacture 80 combat robots, 10 working robots, and 10 auxiliary robots. Linyu said slowly. Ella, I know you want to wait until after the upgrade before manufacturing combat robots, so as to avoid wasting resources. But there is one thing I have to tell you. We can sell these combat robots. Suja looked at Ella with a smile. Ella was stunned. Is there such a thing? If that's the case, then it doesn't matter how much we make. If that's the case, I'll devote all my energy to producing robots. Also, if you want to sell them, my lord, it's best to wait until I reach level 10. Ella said, pushing up her goggles. Why? Suja looked at Ella curiously, wondering why he had to wait until she upgraded before selling the product. Well, after reaching level 10, I will awaken a very practical skill. Ella pushed up her goggles and said slowly. What skills? Suja became more and more curious. Absolute control. I have complete control over all the mechanical creations I create, no matter how far away they are. This applies to both quantum pulse cannons and mechas. Ella calmly uttered a startling statement. So say. Suja looked at Ella in shock. How could she talk about such a terrifying skill so casually? You mean you can control any mechanical creation you make, even if it has been sold? Suja asked in disbelief. That's right. As long as you, Lord, need me, I can make them change their attack direction or self-destruct at any time. Ella said lightly. Suse, this is simply a time bomb. After witnessing the power of the quantum pulse cannon, Suja had no intention of selling this type of weapon. Its power was too astonishing. Although it was an ordinary level 10 weapon, it was more powerful than most level 20 weapons. This was also the reason why he didn't want to sell it. I didn't expect that there is still such a back door now. Suja touched his chin and thought, if that was the case, he could sell these weapons and mechas without any worries. After all, these were only level 10 and would be eliminated sooner or later. In that case, I will wait until you reach level 10 before selling it to you, Suja said with a smile. If anyone dares to use the purchased mecha or weapons against me, there will be a good show to watch. Ella nodded. Anyway, Suja can't sell it now. The trading system has not been opened yet, and offline transactions are easy to be targeted, so forget it for now. At least for now, Suja has no plans to trade offline. Suja left the technology area and returned to his lord's mansion. Now that it is a level 3 territory, the lord's mansion has also been completely renovated, from the previous wooden 2-story building to the current luxurious villa. Suja walked right in. The polished floor was surrounded by futuristic furniture. The first floor was a spacious living room furnished with a uniquely shaped sofa and a high-tech fireplace. The second floor was Suja's bedroom, and the third floor housed the city lord's heart. Finally, I don't have to sleep in a simple wooden house. Suja lay on the soft, oversized bed. This was one of the few benefits of the lord. The key was that the entire lord's mansion had sufficient energy supply and no energy bills were required. It feels so comfortable. Of course, if you want some other high-tech appliances, you have to buy them yourself. Suja looked at the 6-meter-wide bed and touched his chin. It's a little big, but it's also pretty good. Then Suja went to the third floor. The lord's heart emitted a soft light and hovered in the center of the third floor. Suja sat on the comfortable sofa and opened the 3D map of his territory. Now the diameter of his territory has reached 15,000 meters. It is considered super large among the third-level territories. Suja directly pushed the black stone wall back, leaving a distance of 500 meters to border the chaotic space as a buffer zone. This area will serve as the main battlefield. As long as the battle does not affect territory buildings such as walls, it will be fine. 10 elemental turrets are distributed throughout the wall, with each turret being 1 kilometer apart. Isn't the number of elemental turrets a bit too few? Suja touched his chin and looked at the layout of the territory buildings on the floor plan. Chapter 55, Steady Development. It seems okay at the moment. There is no need to build more elemental turrets for the time being. There are enough resources anyway. We can build them anytime if we want. Suja thought to himself. After all, he is still in the novice stage. For other lords, elemental turrets are key strategic facilities for territory defense. But this is not the case for Suja. Arranging 200 combat mechas for patrol should be enough. We don't need to worry about defense at this stage. Suja thought as he looked at the floor plan of the territory. Where's the most suitable location to build the spiritual plant garden? Suja examined his territory and finally decided to place the spiritual plant garden near the Xingchuan ferry pond. This would be very convenient if irrigation was needed. There were working robots to take care of these matters, so Suja didn't have to worry about it. Suja looked at the warehouse in the territory, where some rare spiritual plants that had not yet been planted were stored. These needed to be planted artificially. This is roughly the arrangement for now. Suja looked at the layout of the territory and was quite satisfied for now. The east is the Science and Technology Park, and all kinds of machinery factories are concentrated in the eastern area. In the center is Suja's Lord's Mansion and Barracks. In the south stands a time and space gate leading to the Black Iron World. This is the plan for now. Should we build some houses? Suja began to think about this issue. Now that the territory has expanded, for him, building houses is nothing more than consuming some resources. Most of Suja's troops, except for the gods and dragons, need a place to live. The territory was small before, so I didn't consider these things. But now the territory is obviously much more spacious, and we can consider building houses. Suja opened the property bar of his own drawing, and his face instantly darkened. Damn! Suja looked at the drawing column. The drawings of ordinary houses were gone, and only the drawings of high-end spiritual houses were left. Oh my god, I learned the blueprints for advanced spiritual residences and directly overwrote the blueprints for ordinary residential houses. Suja looked at the blueprints in annoyance. Now more resources are needed to build a residence. Advanced spiritual residence, 1,000 X wood, 1,000 stones, advanced wood X 100, advanced stones X 100, gold coins X 1,000. You are robbing me. Suja couldn't help but complain, looking at the resources needed for the high-level spiritual residence. Wood and stone would be fine, but the key point is that high-quality wood and high-quality stone actually cost 1,000 gold coins. Suja was really speechless. How could it be so expensive? Please bear with it for a while. We really can't afford it now. Even if there are spiritual residences for 10 people, we will need 9. It is not something he can afford now, or something he can waste at will. As a lord, Suja naturally has to treat every member fairly. Although they will not have any complaint against him, it would be bad if conflicts arise between them. It is never a good thing for any lord to have soldiers of different types. Even if they are 100% loyal to the lord, Suja would not dare to take the risk. After all, they're all god-level members, and the weakest is also god-level. Suja will be heartbroken if any one of them is lost. Forget it, let's talk about it later. Suja reluctantly gave up the idea of building residences for the members. This was acceptable for now. We also need a breeding farm, but unfortunately there are no relevant drawings. Suja thought that the dragon needed a breeding farm, otherwise it could only be raised in the wild. Thinking of this, Suja opened the territory warehouse, which contained 3 terrain templates. These 3 terrains correspond to the attributes of thunder, wind, and earth respectively, which are very suitable for the void black dragon. Oh, it's a headache. It seems that there are a lot of things, but in fact, not many can be used. Either there are not enough resources, or the territory is not big enough. Suja felt a little distressed. The Black Iron World can be developed, but Suja's troops are insufficient and his strength does not allow it. There are endless chaotic creatures there. It was simply beyond his current capabilities and could only be used as a temporary training ground for his troops. To develop the Black Iron World, 2 conditions must be met. One is to build a stable base city, and the other is to have sufficient military force. A stable base city is essential. When developing a world, you can't waste time running back and forth. A stable base city is the foundation of development. This involves the quantum energy core. Without energy, it is simply a fantasy to build a base city. The Black Iron World and Suja's territory are different. Suja's territory has a future hub to provide energy, which can ensure the normal production of mechanical creations in various factories. But the Black Iron World does not have enough energy, so an energy core is needed to build a base city. The second condition is to have enough troops, or to have the ability to resist the chaos beast tide. Otherwise, it would be futile even if a base city was established. Therefore, to develop the Black Iron World, these two conditions must be met. Of course, a quantum energy core is not necessary. Other options, such as psychic power stations and spiritual energy towers, are also acceptable. However, Suja has not yet mastered the relevant design drawings, mainly because Ella and Liyue are too low in level. Forget it. Everything is difficult at the beginning. Take it slow, no need to rush. Suja comforted himself. At present, it seems that all he can do is to steadily develop his territory. It will be fine once you get through the novice period. With the trading system, you can buy many things and you won't have to worry so much. Now Suja can only rely on himself to get everything. After all, resources are limited. Go plant spiritual plants. Suja jumped up from the sofa. Walking out of the Lord's mansion, although the territory has expanded under the operation of Suja, a lord who is good at planning, the core area is not much different from the original. There are just a lot more open areas. Suja observed the territory carefully. Just plant them beside the fairy pond. If they are not suitable, we can transplant them later. Suja thought, although the Xingchuan fairy pond is good, there is only one, and the surrounding area does lack some embellishments. These rare spiritual plants are a good choice. Suja directed the working robots to plant the spiritual plants not far from the fairy pond, planting one every 10 meters. With the assistance of working robots, planting was completed quickly. Finally, it's done. It was so tiring. Suja pretended to wipe the non-existent sweat from his forehead, looked at his clean hands, and then looked at the people playing in the pool. Hey, here I come. Suja quickly took off his coat, put on his shorts, climbed onto the diving platform, shouted, jumped, and dived into the pool. Suja's jump caused a burst of exclamations. A gentle breeze blew by. On the Blackstone city wall, well-equipped combat robots are patrolling. In the sky, the twinkling stars shine forever. Rich spiritual energy permeated the territory, and melodious spiritual sounds slowly rang out. Colorful spirit beasts strolled leisurely beside the fairy pond, gathering in twos and threes, while soldiers from various branches sat by the pond, enjoying their leisure time. A huge void black dragon was suspended in the open space beside the fairy pond. The sound of machinery running could be heard, as working robots labored in the spiritual plant garden and a factory focused on manufacturing combat mechas. Everything is so beautiful. In the main world, in a dilapidated castle. Chapter 56, The Supreme Shadow. Zili. A group of people in black robes gathered together. The black-robed leader looked at the believers who arrived one after another, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. Where is Wang Yu? Bishop, Wang Yu has been missing for several days. Could he have run away? One of the men in black robes said worriedly. Run away? The shadow bishop frowned. He didn't believe that Wang Yu would run away. He knew very well how Wang Yu had fallen into depravity. He had planned all of this. Where can Wang Yu run to? As for going it alone, that's even more of a fantasy. It's not that easy to leave the Church of Truth. Do you really think the Church of Truth is just a decoration that you can come and go as you please? The only possibility is that Wang Yu met with an accident. Thinking of this, the shadow bishop became even more angry. His plan was still relying on Wang Yu to move forward, but now that Wang Yu is gone, he can only look for a new candidate. What a waste. Let's all go. Postpone the plan and wait until we find a new candidate. The shadow bishop said this and disappeared into the darkness. The shadow bishop knew that he had plenty of time and that acting rashly would only bring him trouble. Who should I choose? The shadow bishop pondered, then began to look up information and quickly screened and locked onto the target. Suse? His parents died when he was young. He has an independent personality, and he has third-level members under his command. It's interesting it's you. The shadow bishop muttered to himself as he looked at Suja's information. In the territory, hey Chu, who is talking about me? Suja rubbed his nose. My lord, come and chase me. A charming voice came. Suja looked over and saw a group of immortal cultivators teasing him with a smile. Don't run, my dear general. I'm coming. Suja chased after him with a smile. Laughter and joy echoed throughout the territory. Some people may say, is there nothing else on Suja's mind except having fun? The key point is that Suja really doesn't have any urgent matters to deal with right now. What else can he do if not relax? Should he delve into boring knowledge? Suja arranged for the newly recruited soldiers, including Manhwa, to go to the Black Iron World for upgrades. The spiritual valley and spiritual plants are taken care of by working robots, so Suja doesn't need to worry about them at all. Suja had done everything he could, so naturally he wanted to have some fun. Time passes slowly. The next morning, Suja got up from the bed, looked at Amaya and Luna sleeping beside him, and yawned. As soon as he sat up, Suja felt a soft touch on his back, and Amaya hugged him from behind. "My lord, wouldn't you like some exercise in the morning?" Amaya said lazily. "No, let's talk about it tonight. I need to rest and recover," Suja said helplessly. No matter how good his physique was, he couldn't withstand such torture. Suja came to the Xingqiuan ferry pool and washed up briefly, then received the reward for being the first on the daily combat power list. As expected, it was another 100 spiritual ores. Although it was not much, it was better than nothing. Ding! Do you want to consume 10,000 X wood, 10,000 X stone, 1,000 high-grade wood, and 1,000 high-grade stone to upgrade the territory? Fine. Suja was stunned. What was going on? How could he suddenly be able to upgrade? Suja was a little confused for a moment, and hurriedly checked the population unit of the territory and found that it had exceeded 1,000. There are 500 more combat mechas. How come the upgrade conditions were suddenly met? Suja remembered that Ella said yesterday that she would devote all her efforts to producing mechas, and she must have done it. Well, anyway, the territory upgrade needs to meet the population requirements, which is exactly what I need. No problem, Suja thought to himself, without any intention of blaming Ella. These combat robots will be eliminated sooner or later, but they can help me meet the upgrade conditions before they are eliminated, so they have played a role. Let's start with daily recruitment. After washing up, Suja came to the Immortal Creation platform to start recruiting. Inside the Immortal Creation platform, Manhwa, Shirley, and the leisurely Ling Shuang were all waiting here. This was the rules set by Suja. The leaders of each branch of the army had to come for daily recruitment, so that it would be more convenient for them to lead their respective recruits. Suja then started recruiting daily. Immortal Cultivators plus 10, Gods plus 10, Elementalists plus 10, Frost Clan plus 20, Dragons plus 10. Except for the technology department, all others have been recruited. Suja then came to the Future Hub to prepare for the daily recruitment of the Science and Technology department. Suja looked at Ella, his eyes full of surprise. Yi-chun, level 9? He didn't expect Yi-chun to upgrade so quickly. Yeah, ella nadif. Yesterday, I used all the remaining resources to build combat robots. Ella said calmly. It's okay. You only need to produce 1,000 level 10 combat robots. You can continue with the rest after you reach level 10. Suja said seriously. Ella nodded in agreement. That's what I was planning. The auxiliary robots can also be upgraded. Do you want to make the quantum pulse gun? Let's put the quantum pulse gun on hold for now. We don't have enough resources. It also requires ammunition, which is a big resource consumer. Let's not make it for now, Suja said after thinking for a while. Ella heard this and said nothing more. Let's go recruit today's members first. By the way, where is Liyue? Why can't I see her? Suja looked at Ella and asked. I'm going to the Black Iron world to upgrade. I have other people with me, so I'm safe, Ella said, pushing up her goggles. Anyone else? They should be the members recruited yesterday. They are still upgrading in the Black Iron world. Ling Shuang is already level 10, but the other soldiers have not yet reached that level. Ling Shuang levels up quickly. After all, she is a hero-level unit and kills enemies faster than other members, which is normal. Then Suja took Ella into the Future Hub. Ding, do you want to spend 1 gold coin to start daily recruitment? Recruitment. Suja looked at the ball of light in front of him with anticipation. Soon, a door of time and space slowly opened. A tall woman walked out. She had long lavender hair, casually tied behind her head. She was wearing a white scientific research uniform and had an energy pistol emitting blue light on her waist. She had a cold expression. Are you the Lord? Zili looked at Suja calmly. Susen Nadif. Zili, greetings to the Lord. Zili said softly, and then fell silent. Suja looked at Zili's attributes. Name, Zili. Experience value, 0 out of 100. Level 1. Rank, God level. Arms, Hero Supreme Shadow Zili. Talent, Endless Energy. Skill, Energy Pulse. Demigod Weapon, Light of Dawn. Potential, S-level, Saint level. Chapter 57, Endless Energy. Suja looked at the newly recruited Zili and took a deep breath. This Supreme Saint from the Mechanical God Realm is the executor of the Lord God's will on earth. The title alone is very impressive. Looking at her potential, it should not be underestimated, and her talent is incredible. Endless energy. The Department of Science and Technology in this world is divided into three major branches: mechanical, psychic, and divine realm. Ella and Liue took the mechanical route, while the now recruited Zeely embarked on the path of cultivation in the divine realm. The divine realm, as a unique branch of cultivation within the Department of Science and Technology, possesses a mysterious and powerful power. Suja saw the admiration for himself in Zeely's eyes. In a sense, in Zeely's heart, Suja was the supreme god. But Suja doesn't want to be the kind of ruler who sits on a gorgeous throne but is out of touch with reality. This is Ella, and there are other companions. You can get to know them later. Suja introduced Zeely. Yes. Zeely nodded in response, then stood beside Suja like a loyal guard. In fact, she was holding a long sword emitting a sacred light in her hand. Suja looked at Zeely, and the image of himself sitting on a luxurious throne doing nothing flashed through his mind. He couldn't help but shook his head. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could I become like that? Ella, do you think I should upgrade my territory now? Suja turned to look at Ella and asked. In the territory, there weren't many people who could offer reliable advice on development plans, and Ella was one of them. As for the others, well, it was fine to have them fight in battle, but discussing strategic planning was a bit of a stretch, as everyone specialized in different areas. Upgrade the territory? I don't think it's necessary. Since the conditions for upgrading are now available, there's no need to rush. Besides, the territory just completed an upgrade yesterday. Ella said slowly. Of course, if you, Lord, are determined to top the territory ranking list, you can give it a try. Ella added, looking at Suja. Why not upgrade in a hurry? Even if I don't want to impact the level list now, I can still upgrade the territory. There is no conflict between the two, right? Suja looked at Ella with a puzzled look. First, there's the issue of resources. Upgrading the territory requires a vast amount of resources. Although it seems we have sufficient resources at the moment, don't forget, Lord, you still have a black iron world to develop. That's where the bulk of the resources are consumed, so a large investment is necessary in the early stages. Secondly, if you don't plan on reaching the top of the rankings, I really don't see any point in upgrading now. It's a pure waste of resources. Besides, we just upgraded yesterday, and the territory has already increased significantly. There's no need to upgrade continuously in a short period of time. Otherwise, it's easy to cause all kinds of problems, just like when people eat too fast and get indigestion. Finally, the biggest obstacle to upgrading your territory, my lord, was population. Now it's been resolved. You can upgrade anytime you want, so why rush now? What we should do most right now is to use resources where they're needed most, investing them in key areas to improve our strength, rather than blindly pursuing territory levels. After all, territory level is not the only criterion for measuring a lord's strength. Real strength is the foundation of one's survival. Ella methodically explained to Suja the reasons why she disagreed with upgrading the territory at this time. Suja looked at Ella and felt that what he said made sense. The biggest obstacle to upgrading your own territory, population factors, is no longer a problem. The top priority is to transform resources into real combat power, rather than simply improving the territory level. Unlike other lords, Suja does not need to worry too much about the size of his territory. Moreover, apart from robots, the population of other military types in his territory is not large. The current size of the territory is sufficient, and there is no need to rush to upgrade the level. Upgrading levels is inevitable, but not now. Resources should be used rationally, just like money should be spent on key areas. Okay, then I'll ask you about the territory upgrade first. You'll be in charge of the arrangements regarding resource allocation and other aspects. Suja directly delegated the relevant power to Ella. Ella Nadith. Let's put the territory level aside for now. Anyway, we don't have to worry about the territory being insufficient now. Suja said slowly. This is also one of the important reasons why Suja agreed. After all, he possesses a special fusion power. Every chaos invasion is an opportunity for him to expand his territory. Ding! Today's chaos invasion is about to begin. Please select the difficulty. S, A, B, C, D. S-level difficulty. Suja chose S-level difficulty without hesitation. The difficulty level below S-level was really not challenging enough for him. Zeely, do you want to upgrade? Suja looked at Zeely and asked. Zeely nodded. After this chaos invasion, Ella, you should be able to upgrade, right? Suja looked at Ella and asked. Yes, I should be able to unlock new skills and upgrade some buildings. Ella's eyes were shining with anticipation. Level 10 was a qualitative leap for him. Every major rank upgrade meant a huge transformation in strength and ability. Okay, let's talk about upgrading the combat robots after the number reaches 1,000. Suja said after thinking about it. Yes, I understand, Lord. Ella nodded in response. Let's go, Suja said to Zeely. Zeely followed Suja closely and left the future hub. Shadow, Suja called out loudly, and a huge black shadow fell rapidly from the sky. Zeely's pupils shrank instantly as she looked at the huge void black dragon that landed beside Suja. Suja jumped directly onto the back of the void black dragon. Yuing, this is our new partner Zeely. Zeely, this is Yuing. Suja introduced them to both parties. Zeely nodded. The shadow let out a low roar as a greeting to Zeely, and then its pitch-black wings vibrated, carrying Suja into the sky. Zeely tapped her toes lightly, and her body moved like lightning, instantly crossing a distance of dozens of meters, and soon arrived on the top of the black stone city wall. Manhwa and others looked at Zeely, their eyes full of curiosity. Zeely also looked at Manhwa and others, and unconsciously tightened the hilt of the sword in her hand. These people are so strong, Zeely exclaimed inwardly. She originally thought that she was already a leader under the Lord God, but after arriving at the Blackstone City Wall, she realized that in front of these people, she could only be considered relatively outstanding, and was far from the strongest. Especially Manhwa and the ghost. The oppressive feeling they brought to her was far greater than that of others. It was a kind of deterrence felt at the level of life. Chapter 58, A Great Harvest. Manhwa, Isabella, Amaya, Luna, Lingshuang, this is Zeely. We're all family from now on. Suja introduced Manhwa and others. Let's follow the previous division of labor. You will be responsible for leading the new partners hunting today, and the treasure chest monsters are also handed over to you. Suja said slowly. Manhwa and the others nodded, then dispersed and headed to the areas they were responsible for. After all, the monsters invading from chaos will come from all directions, and they need to disperse their defense. Zeely, you will be free to do whatever you want from now on and enjoy hunting, Suja said to Zeely. Zeely nodded, then jumped off the black stone wall. Suja looked at the chaotic fog in the distance. Endless darkness was surging in the fog, and terrifying creatures of various shapes slowly walked out of it. The Demon Clan. Is it the Demon Clan that appeared today? Suja thought to himself. The biggest threat of the demons and monsters lies in their strange and changeable spells, as well as their powerful group collaboration capabilities. However, the demons and monsters that have appeared so far are not enough to pose a fatal threat to Suja's men. Suja looked at Liu beside him. How does it feel to go to the Black Iron World? Suja asked with a smile, while looking at Liu. It's okay, but there are too many chaos creatures. Fortunately, I have my friends to protect me, Liu said with a smile, while controlling the quantum pulse gun to aim at the chaos beast tide. Suja took a look at Liu's level. It was level 8. The upgrade speed was not fast, but it was definitely not slow. Suja then turned his gaze to Zeely, who was standing at the foot of the Blackstone City Wall. The long lavender hair fluttered in the wind. The long sword in his hand was unsheathed, and the light energy on his body bloomed, forming a powerful light energy field. Light energy deterrence. For the Lord God, Zeely's eyes were full of fanaticism, and lavender light overflowed from her eyes, almost filling her entire eye sockets. As Zeely swung the sword, the lavender light danced like a lively ribbon. One demon after another was cut and shattered by Zeely. The fanaticism in Zeely's eyes grew more intense. After a unit is promoted to level 40, it will awaken its own characteristics and expertise, and can also use its own characteristics to attract others to join its legion. It seems that Zeely will have the hope of becoming the commander of my royal guard in the future. Suja murmured to himself, looking at Zeely's fanatical appearance. Even compared with the immortal cultivators, Zeely's fanaticism is not inferior at all. This fanaticism has penetrated into her bones. Originally, Suja thought that after reaching level 40, the most likely legion to become his Imperial Guard would be the Protoss Legion. But now it seems that is not necessarily the case. With the appearance of Zeely, perhaps she is the more suitable candidate to be the commander of the Imperial Guards. After level 40, hero units will awaken their own characteristics, specialties, and legion characteristics. Each legion will also have its own legion flag and military spirit. Of course, Only heroic units can awaken these. It seems that Yi Ziri will be the future commander of the Imperial Guards. Suja thought to himself, this is a powerful legion that every lord dreams of, and it is also a legion that is absolutely loyal to the lord. Of course, there are also lords who have never been able to form a royal army corps in their entire lives. This depends not only on the compatibility of the troops, but also on their fanaticism. As for loyalty, Suja is naturally not worried. But when it comes to the level of fanaticism among Suja's soldiers, none is more intense than Zili's. If we were to form an Imperial Guard, it seems that Zili and Amaya are both good choices. Suja couldn't help but think that Amaya was also very fanatical about him. Although slightly inferior to Zili, the difference is not much. Forget it, let's talk about it later. There are still 2 major levels away from level 40. Suja put his thoughts aside for the time being. Over time, the monster corpses under Zili's feet had piled up into a small hill. The light energy on her body not only did not weaken, but became stronger during the battle. Under the threat of light energy, the demons around Zili were oppressed by the terrifying light energy and could not move. 3 hours later, Suja looked at the pile of corpses. TSK. These are all excellent energy sources. Suja looked at the corpses of the demons and monsters. Today's chaos invasion is more violent than ever before, and these demons and monsters are basically at level 8 in strength. The previous chaos invasion at least had monsters below level 8, but now the monsters that are attacking are mostly level 8, with a few even at level 9. Fusion. Suja directly used his lordship power. Ding. Your entry's blessed land attribute has been triggered. Your territory has expanded by 3,000 meters. Ding. Your entry's blessed land attribute has been triggered. Your primary iron ore vein has been upgraded to an intermediate iron ore vein. You can mine 5,000 units of iron ore per day, with an over limit of 10,000 units. Suja looked at the prompt sound and was not surprised. After all, there are 20,000 demons and monsters attacking this time. Susceptan 40,000 gold coins. It would be strange if this couldn't trigger the properties of the blessed land. Suja counted the harvest. 40,000 gold coins, 600 ordinary loot chests, 200 rare loot chests, 40 bronze chests, 20 silver chests, and 2 gold chests. It is worth mentioning that the treasure chest is not included in the novice welfare buff. There are only 3 novice welfare buffs, doubling gold coins, doubling resource loot, and forcing the recruitment cost of troops to be 1 gold coin. That's all. The others do not fall into the category of newbie benefits. Of course, there's also an S-level evaluation treasure chest. Zili also reached level 7. Speaking of which, it's an ordinary C-level difficulty. It's only the 8th day now. The number of creatures invading from chaos should not exceed 500, and their levels should not exceed level 6. Lin Yu thought. Thinking about the S-level difficulty I chose, I have to say that the resources are so abundant only because of the increased difficulty. At this stage, no one dares to choose S-level difficulty like Suja. Even the Lord who is ranked first in the military type ranking and possesses the Holy Dragon military type cannot do it. At the current stage, the S-level difficulty is almost beyond human endurance. If Suja did not have God-level troops, he would never dare to try it easily. Open. Suja directly chose to open 600 ordinary loot chests. Iron or basic card X100, copper or basic card X100, steel basic card X100, silver or basic card X100, meat basic card X200. Not bad. Suja looked at the 600 basic cards that were opened. These are what he urgently needed, especially the meat basic cards. In Suja's territory, the food consumption of the Void Black Dragon is the biggest expense. 25 basic meat cards were used up yesterday, and 10 more Void Black Dragons were added today, so the consumption will only be higher. This is a necessity. Although the loyalty of Suja's soldiers will not decrease, you can't let them work hard without even having enough to eat. Chapter 59, The Mysterious Merchant's Token. Not to mention basic cards like iron, ore, which are basically strategically needed resources, so the more the better. Open. Suja took out 200 rare loot chests and opened them all. High-grade spiritual wood X50, high-grade stone X50, mithril X50, gold X50. The resources have suddenly become abundant. Not bad, not bad. Suja looked at the items opened with a smile on his face. The resources suddenly became much more abundant. But then Suja frowned. The resources seemed to be abundant, but the mecha manufacturing factory produced combat robots, and there were also factory upgrades. All of these require a lot of resources, which are far from enough. It's so annoying, Suja said helplessly. It would be great if he could trade. If trading was possible, Suja could directly purchase a large amount of resources. Now he has more than 190,000 gold coins, and it will soon be almost 200,000 gold coins. Suja basically does not need these gold coins for his current building upgrades, and recruitment does not require too many gold coins. Since the entry of unlimited recruitment came into being, it has become much easier for Suja to recruit soldiers in terms of resource consumption. After calming down, Suja took out 40 bronze treasure chests. Suja opened the bronze treasure chest with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Spirit ore X 2,000, gold coins X 20,000. It's really similar. Suja looked at the bronze treasure chest and couldn't help shaking his head. It was similar before. Basically, each treasure chest contained 1,000 gold coins or 100 spirit ores. Then Suja looked at the 20 silver treasure chests, hoping to get something good out of them. Starry fruit trees X 40, spiritual shrimp X 2000, purple spirit fruit trees X 40, red flame kumquat trees X 20. It's okay. Suja looked at the things that came out of the silver treasure chest. They were almost the same as yesterday, except that the quantity had increased. The soul-enriching shrimp is quite good and has the effect of nourishing souls. Each silver treasure chest contains 200 spirit shrimps or 10 spirit trees. This is all the rewards from a silver treasure chest. Suja went straight to the Xingchuan fairy pond and put all the soul-enhancing shrimps into the pond. Then the spirit tree that had grown was handed over to the working robot responsible for planting the spirit tree. With the remaining 2 gold treasure chests and 1 S-level treasure chest, Suja decided to wash his face first. According to old habits, I will open the S-level evaluation treasure chest first. Ding! Do you want to open the S-level evaluation treasure chest? Open. Suja stared at the treasure chest in front of him with anticipation. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 1,000 spirit ores. Ding! Congratulations on winning 10,000 gold coins. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the mysterious merchant's token. Suce? The token of the mysterious merchant. Suja narrowed his eyes and looked at the glowing golden token in his hand, which was engraved with a star pattern. Mysterious merchant's token. After use, you can summon a mysterious merchant to your territory to trade. It can only be used once. The mysterious businessman, is he the one I met before, or someone else? Suja thought to himself, then put the token away. This thing is pretty good, not a loss at all. Mysterious merchants often have a lot of good stuff. Don't worry, let's talk about it later. Suja put away the token from the mysterious merchant. Then look at the last 2 golden treasure chests. Ding! Do you want to open the gold treasure chest? Open. Suja looked at the golden treasure chest with anticipation. Ding! You obtain the terrain, Thunder Abyss. Ding! You obtain the terrain, Emerald Lake. Ding! You obtain the terrain, Spirit Sand Desert. 3 more terrains? Suja looked at the terrain module that opened. For the territory, the existence of these terrains is a good thing, which can make the territory less monotonous and more diverse. This is not a derogatory term, but a real compliment. It's like Suja's territory is all flat open land. Not to mention anything else, even wood and stones are difficult to obtain. There's only 1 treasure chest left. I hope I can get something useful now. Suja muttered to himself and put the terrain module into the territory warehouse. At present, the conditions of Suja's territory do not allow him to use these terrain modules. Ding! Do you want to open the gold treasure chest? Open. Suja looked at the golden treasure chest in front of him with a hint of anticipation. Ding! You obtained 1 mysterious realm fragment. Ding! You obtained the wonder, the blueprint for the venerated statue. Ding! You get gold coins X 10,000. Suja took a deep breath and looked at what came out of the golden treasure chest. I really got some good stuff. Suja looked happy and examined the items carefully. Mysterious realm fragments. Fragment of a map of an unknown realm. Collect them all to gain access to that realm. Note, what kind of realm is this? No one knows. Perhaps it's an ordinary realm, or perhaps a mysterious realm hiding ancient ruins. Current progress, January 15th. An unknown area. Suja looked at the map fragment. This thing was like a lottery. Before it was put together, he had no idea what the area looked like. It could be just an ordinary area, or it could be a mysterious area hiding a huge secret. Who can say for sure? Wonder, Reverence Statue, a one-time blueprint that can be used to craft a City Lord statue. Collect Reverence Power, 10W Wood, 10W Spirit, or 1W High-Grade Wood, 1W High-Grade Stone, 1W Mithril, 1W Gold, 1W Purple Jade. Stuff gold coins. Note, this is the first step in becoming a deity for a lord. Collect Reverence Power. Suja took a deep breath and looked at the introduction of the wonder, the venerated statue. He knew that not every lord could have this thing. As the notes say, this is the first and crucial step on the lord's road to becoming a god. Without this thing, it is simply a fantasy to want to become a god. It is naturally better to collect the power of reverence as soon as possible, especially since the members of Suja's territory are 100% loyal to him. So there's no need to worry about the power of reverence. But when he saw the required materials, Suja had a headache. Suja has some reserves of other materials, but he has not yet obtained purple jade. Purple jade is a high-level material, and Suja currently has no way to obtain it. As for other resources, Suja believed he could obtain them as long as he had enough time, but gold coins. At present, Suja has only more than 320,000 gold coins, including the ones open today. Chapter 60, Ella's Breakthrough, New Talent. I must get it. I must get this blueprint no matter what. Suja took a deep breath, determined to create the spectacle of worshipping the statue, even if it meant trying every possible means. To put it seriously, this thing is the foundation of a lord. As the power of reverence is collected, the statue of reverence will be upgraded. It can be called a special spectacle. Even if I only get this one blueprint for worshipping the statue today, it will be worth it. Suja looked at the blueprint in his backpack with a smile on his face. This thing is too important to the Lord. The first step on the road to deification is also the most critical foundation. Without the power of reverence, the Lord's height will be greatly limited. If you want to continue to improve, it cannot be achieved simply by killing monsters. You need to rely on the power of reverence. This news has long been known to everyone in the Lord Circle, and Suja naturally knows it too. Suja took a deep breath and tried to calm his inner excitement. How could he not be excited? The gate to the road to becoming a god is right before our eyes. As long as he takes this step, Suja will be able to embark on the path to becoming a god step by step. After Suja calmed down, he opened the 3D floor plan of the territory and followed the old rules. Push the territory's walls outward, leaving only a 500-meter area connected to the chaotic space. After doing this, Suja headed to the future hub. My lord, Liu ran over with excitement on her face. What's wrong? Why are you so happy? Suja looked at Liu curiously. Hearing Suja's words, Liu said with a smile, My lord, I am now level 9, and I will be able to break through to level 10 tomorrow. Hearing Liu's words, Suja nodded. The increase in Liu's level is undoubtedly good news for Suja. The hero units of the technology department are fundamentally different from the hero units of other departments. Every promotion to a higher rank is a revolutionary transformation for technological hero units, and Liu is no exception. Lord, Ella walked out of the future hub. Ella, have you made a breakthrough? Suja looked at Ella and asked. Ella nadith. Susa immediately checked ellas attributes. Name Ella. Experience value 0/10,000. Level 10. Talent. God level mechanical revolution. Skills. Quantum pulse cannon factory. Psychic mecha device. Energy shield. Intelligent maintenance robot. Quantum computing center. Potential. S-level, Saint level. Description. A God level unit with vast technological knowledge. As their power increases, they unlock more technological secrets and develop more powerful technological artifacts. Note, Ella can improve her power by researching technological artifacts, but her combat capabilities are relatively weak. Looking at Ella's latest attribute data, Suja was shocked. No wonder there were rumors in the Lord's world that the technology-based hero unit was simply a bug. Judging from Ella's own combat power, she might not be particularly strong, but just looking at these skills, it's really outrageous. The most important thing is that there is still room for upgrading these skills. For example, an ordinary combat robot factory can be upgraded to level 10 or even higher as Ella's level increases. Suja is not clear about the specific upper limit, but it's amazing enough. Suja looked closely at Ella's only skill that was not factory-related, absolute control. Absolute control. As the master of technology, Ella has the authority to control all technological creations created by him. Suja had never heard of this skill. Then Suja looked at the skill of intelligent research and development, which he had never heard of before, and looked at the attributes. Intelligent RD. Ella can independently conduct technological research and development. As the saying goes, the fewer words, the bigger the matter. Suja looked at the item of intelligent research and development and fell silent. This was a skill that broke the routine. If general technology-based soldiers want to make new things, they either need design drawings or wait for their levels to increase to unlock new skills. But Ella's skill directly broke this convention. It can be said to be both outrageous and reasonable. Suja made a decision instantly. Ella, the factory affairs are left to you. It's up to you to decide whether to upgrade. I only have one request, which is to increase the number of ordinary combat robots to 1,000 units first. The rest is up to you. Suja said slowly. Understood, Lord. Ella Nadif. Other than that, you can use the resources as needed without reporting to me. Suja said slowly, directly delegating power and giving Ella the greatest autonomy. Suja also wanted to see what amazing results Ella could come up with. Suja does not feel sorry for the resources. As long as they are used in manufacturing, he thinks it is worth it. Those combat robots, when the trading system opens, it can bring a lot of resources to Suja. The biggest problem Suja faces now is that he is unable to trade with other city lords. This was originally a fair rule setting, but now it has become an obstacle to Suja's development. It can only be said that everything has two sides. After Suja explained a few things to Ella, he left the future hub, then returned to the Lord's mansion. As soon as he entered, he saw Zili, wearing a white scientific research uniform, already waiting for Suja there. Suja walked straight into the Lord's mansion and lay down on the sofa. Zili stood quietly beside Suja. Suse, Zili, sit down. There are not so many dangers in the territory. There's no need to be so restrained, Suja said to Zili. Zili hesitated for a moment, then sat down opposite Suju obediently. Relax, don't be so nervous. Why don't you go and play with everyone? Suja looked at Zili and asked. Protecting the Lord is my mission, Zili said seriously. Chapter 61, Level 60, Dark Territory. Suja looked at Zili with an embarrassed expression. Hee. Okay, if you think this is good, it's up to you, but I still want to tell you that you should relax when you need to and do whatever you want to do. I don't mind, Suja said with a smile. Zili nodded without saying anything, still maintaining that serious look. Suja didn't care. He then took out a black key, which was the key to the Black Iron World that was open yesterday. Black Iron World Key can open a time and space door leading to the broken Black Iron World, lasting for 24 hours. This one again. Suja looked at the Black Iron Key in his hand. I went too early last time, but the harvest was still quite rich. This time he was not in a hurry and decided to wait until tomorrow. Ella has just been upgraded, and there are still many factories that need to be built. A broken Black Iron World should allow Suja to make a fortune. In that case, let's not upgrade the factory today and focus on manufacturing mining robots. Wait, it seems that there are no robots that can detect mineral veins yet. Suja suddenly thought of this problem. Thinking of this, Suja hurried to find Ella. Ella, I want to ask, is there a robot that could detect mineral veins? Suja came to the future hub to find Ella. To detect mineral veins? The auxiliary robot factory has it. The working robots can perform mineral vein detection. Does the Lord need this now? Ella pushed up her goggles and said. Suja nodded and then told Ella about the Black Iron Key. Only 24 hours? Ella couldn't help but wonder. If you want to maximize the benefits of this opportunity, my suggestion is to create more work robots and mining robots, and let others take on the combat duties first. Ella said slowly, I will arrange the factory upgrade and construction later, but when does Lord plan to go? Ella looked at Suja and asked, Well, when do you think it's a good time to go? Suja looked at Ella curiously. Ella, shouldn't the Lord make the decision on such matters? In the afternoon, we should be able to make 100 working robots for detecting mineral veins and 100 mining robots in the afternoon. Ella said seriously, 100, will the time be tight? Suja looked at Ella. That's enough. The territory is strong enough now. We can just transfer some people back to defend the territory when the time comes. There are already 1,000 Black Iron-class combat mechas in the territory, 278 of which are equipped with quantum pulse cannons. Although the rest are not equipped, they are enough to guard the territory. Combined with tomorrow's daily recruitment, guarding the territory will not be a problem. Ella said calmly. Is that so? Suja touched his chin and looked at Ella. Ella stood in front of Suja calmly. Well, then you arrange it. I won't take care of anything. It's afternoon, so it's afternoon. You can handle the rest. Suja said carelessly. Suja was well aware of his own abilities. He had no management experience in this life or the previous one. He was just lucky to have drawn a powerful talent. As for plans and arrangements, Suja is not good at these things at all. Even if he understands them, he only knows a little bit. So he might as well just be a mascot. Just be honest and don't worry about anything. Just enjoy life. Whether it's fighting or thinking, leave it to others. Just leave the fighting to Amaya, Shadow, and Shirley. Leave the thinking work to Ella and the other people in the technology department. Just be a hands-off boss and live comfortably. It will be more enjoyable. Thinking of this, Suja instantly felt that life was easy and comfortable. In that case, Ella, just do whatever you want. Just tell me if you have any problems. You are fully responsible for the rest. Suja said carelessly, patted his butt, and left the future hub. Ella, just go. Why are you patting my butt? Don't you have a butt? Zili, let's go to Xingchuan Ferry Pond to play in the water. Suja said to Zili and walked straight towards Xingchuan Ferry Pond. As for life, since you are planning to be a hands-off boss, you should enjoy the good life. As for why I asked Ella to tell me if she had anything to say, wasn't that the reason I gave her all the power? Of course, it's to have a sense of participation. Although I can't give any useful advice as a lord, I still have to show up, right? Plop! Suja, wearing shorts, jumped directly from the platform. With a plop, Suja dived into the Xingchuan Ferry Pond, scaring the spiritual shrimps in the pond into panic and swimming away in all directions. Main world. When Suja was having fun in the territory. In the main world. In Suja's home, a gray figure sneaked into Suja's room like a ghost. Bishop of Truth. The Bishop of Truth was a little surprised. Looking at Suja's clean room, there was nothing that could be used for positioning. It's a shame that they have a strong sense of crisis. Bishop Truth muttered to himself, looking around the room. A gray gem appeared in the hands of the Bishop of Truth. Tracking crystal can collect all breaths. The gray crystal slowly rotates. Found it. The Bishop of Truth looked at the blue light in the tracking crystal. It was the trace of Suja's remaining spiritual power. Good. You are cautious enough, but unfortunately you lack strength. A smile appeared on the face of the Bishop of Truth, and he disappeared in Suja's room with the tracking crystal. When the Bishop of Truth reappeared, he had returned to his hiding place and then went straight into his shadow territory. Horrible creatures stand in the territory of the Bishop of Truth. The terrifying shadow giants, chaos demons, aggregates of corrupted flesh and blood, and countless chaotic creatures of more than level 60 gathered in the shadow territory of the Bishop of Truth. The Bishop of Truth drew a positioning teleportation array with his bare hands. The tracking crystal is then placed on top. The positioning teleportation array flickered, and a strange purple light lit up, but the next moment it suddenly shattered. Bishop of Truth. What the hell? What's going on? The Bishop of Truth looked at the broken teleportation array, which also shattered the tracking crystal, and was suddenly confused. Could it be that this guy is a descendant of an ancient god, with an ancient god backing him up? Thinking of this, Bishop Truth was terrified. No, run away quickly. The Bishop of Truth looked solemn. He immediately erased all traces, returned to the main world, and fled from here overnight. To be able to become one of the bishops of the Truth Church, the Bishop of Truth relies on just one word: tolerance. If the situation is not right, run away immediately without hesitation. Especially when facing such an unknown situation, stay out of the spotlight first. As for the life and death of other true believers, what does it have to do with him? They are not his relatives, and don't think that the cult will be harmonious. Please, they are a cult, and it is normal for them to scheme against each other. Chapter 62, Reverse Positioning. Is this the red entry? To the Bishop of Truth, those believers are nothing more than backup resources. Besides, why would a kind-hearted person join a cult? Isn't it better to do charity? In Suja's territory. Ding. Your entry's hidden void attribute has been triggered. Enemy territory has been marked. You can check it. Suse. What's going on? Suja looked at the prompt sound that suddenly popped up. The attribute of the concealed void entry is triggered. Could it be that someone really wants to harm his territory? Suja opened the system log with a look of surprise and clicked on the marked local territory. Level 60, Shadow Territory. Enemy territory has been marked. Do you want to open the portal? Suja rubbed his eyes and stared at the system log. What was going on? Level 60, Shadow Territory? Oh my god, are you kidding me? Level 60 Shadow Territory. This is outrageous. I haven't been making any noise about it recently, and I haven't offended anyone. Who is this guy? Suja looked at the marked Shadow Territory. As long as he wanted, he could open the door of time and space and step into the Shadow Territory opposite. Suja never expected that the entry, Hide in the Void, would have such magical power. It is worthy of being a red entry. Level 60, Shadow Territory. Suja rubbed his chin and stared at the marked territory. This is simply a tempting piece of fat meat, but with Suja's current strength, he cannot get his hands on it all. No matter who you are or what you intend to do, if you dare to take my territory, you're dead. I mean what I say. Just wait and see. A cold, murderous intent flashed in Suja's eyes as he looked towards the Shadow Territory. He then closed the prompt log. For Suja, this was indeed a piece of fat meat, but he simply couldn't eat it at the moment. Suja lay lazily on the soft floating lounge chair. Continue to enjoy your leisure time and enjoy life while you can. Suja now felt the happiness of a tyrant, and it was so comfortable. Time passes slowly. In the afternoon, Ella found Suja, who was immersed in the gentleness of life. My lord, it's time to get down to business. Ella looked at Suja and reminded him softly. Suja emerged from the white scenery, wearing loose shorts. Are you ready? Time flies so fast. Suja asked in a daze. Time doesn't pass quickly. It's just that you, my lord, have been living too comfortably. Happy times are always short, aren't they? Ella said calmly. Success smiled shamelessly. Okay, now that everything is ready, let's take action. I'll go gather the others. Suja said to Ella. Ella nodded. I'll wait for you in the technology area. Shadow. Success shouted loudly. A huge black shadow fell rapidly from the sky and crawled steadily in front of Suja. Suja quickly put on his clothes and jumped directly onto the shadow's back. Let's go and gather the others. Suja patted Yuying and said, Roar. The shadow let out an earth-shaking roar. The void black dragons that were resting on the side woke up one after another, flapped their wings, and flew high, gathering behind the shadow. A faint blue light and a shining golden light appear beside Suja at the same time. Amaya, Sully. Lord, has something happened? Amaya looked at Suja and asked. She was busy training the companions she had just recruited today. When he saw Shadow summoning the void black dragon, he thought an emergency had occurred, so he rushed over immediately. Shirley had the same idea. Now their daily routine was to train the newly recruited members of the day and inform them of the rules of the territory and their responsibilities. Let's talk about it after everyone else arrives. Suja said slowly. In the sky, a star emitting soft light and a moon shining with mysterious brilliance slowly set. The sisters Manhwa and Luna appeared. Luna was surrounded by the power of the stars, and the light of the moon was shining behind Manhwa. A streak of light streaked across the sky. Ling Shuang also rushed over. Everyone is here. Gather your teams and gather in the tech area. We're about to get down to business. Susegarin. A strange look flashed in Mingyue's eyes. Shirley nodded. Mingyue and Luna looked up at the sky, where the stars were twinkling. Ling Shuang circled in the air. Shadow, go to the technology area and wait for them. Suja said to the shadow under him. The shadow nodded, its wings spread out instantly, and it appeared in the technology area in the blink of an eye. Ella, Liyue, and Zili are already waiting here. Suja saw 2 robot formations, 1 mining robot formation and 1 detection robot formation, neatly arranged together. Each square has 100 robots. My lord, Li Yingwei towards Suja. Suja signaled the shadow to land. The shadow slowly fell from the sky and landed steadily on the grass. Suja got off Shadow's back and looked at Ella. Are you all ready? Suseas quedeya. Everything is ready. Where are the others? Ella looked at Suja. Here it comes. Suja looked up at the sky. The galaxy was shining, and rays of starlight were falling. Mingyue and Luna appeared in the sky with a legion of cultivators. The sound of hoofs. The frost warriors also gathered together and rushed over from afar. Elementals radiating divine light also appeared in the sky. Ella looked calmly at the figures of the various legions appearing in the sky. This time we are going to a broken black iron world. The specific situation is still unclear, but your mission is to ensure that resource extraction is not disturbed. Suja said slowly. Mingyue and others nodded. In that case, let's set off. There are 1,000 combat robots guarding the territory, so there shouldn't be any big problems. But we still have to leave someone here so that we can be notified in time if anything unexpected happens. Suja said, looking at Manhwa and others. I'll stay. I'm not very interested in this. I'll let you know if there are any problems. Ella said slowly. Susenadif. That's decided then. Suja didn't hesitate. He understood that his main role was to stabilize the morale of the troops. As for the specific arrangements, he believed that Ella could handle it properly. If Ella couldn't handle something, Suja felt that he was powerless to do anything about it. Suja did not hesitate any longer and directly took out the key to the Black Iron World. Ding, do you want to use the Black Iron World key, which lasts for 24 hours? Use it, Suja said in a deep voice. The Black Iron World key slowly rotated and rose into the air, emitting dazzling light, and finally turned into a huge space-time gate that appeared in Suja's territory. Suja quickly climbed on his Shadow's back. Chapter 63, Sweeping the Black Iron World. Shadow will go in first. Liyue, you lead the robots into the space-time gate last. Once you're in, clear out the surrounding monsters first. Suja stood on the Shadow's back and spoke in an orderly manner. Shadow nodded and let out a low growl. The wings vibrated violently, carrying Suja across the gate of time and space and into this broken Black Iron World. The Void Black Dragon Legion behind him followed closely behind. Others also entered the time and space gate one after another, and the last one was the Robot Excavation Army, led by Liyue. Suja's eyes went dark, and when he opened them again, he saw a desolate world before him. It was obvious that this place had been abandoned for a long time. At this time, a prompt sound sounded in Suja's ears. Ding! This is a shattered Black Iron World. It was once prosperous, but the invasion of chaos made everything become history, disappearing in the torrent of time. Ding! Main quest generated. Ding! Main quest 1. Eliminate all chaos invaders in this world. Reward. 1 world treasure chest. Ding! Main quest 2. Kill the betrayer. Suja didn't even look at the main task. This was a broken Black Iron World. Time was tight, and he had no time to take care of it. So he closed the main taskbar without hesitation. Suja opened the achievement taskbar. Ding! Kill 1,000 monsters, get a bronze treasure chest. Ding! Kill 10,000 monsters, get a silver treasure chest. Ding! Kill 100,000 monsters, get a gold treasure chest. Ding! Kill 1,000,000 monsters, get a diamond treasure chest. Shadow, don't show mercy. Do your best to wipe out those chaotic creatures. Suja said seriously. Understood, my lord. Shadow responded in a low voice. Roar! The Shadow let out an earth-shattering roar. The Void Black Dragon Legion behind him rushed out like an arrow. Brilliant beams of energy shot out from the mouth of the Void Black Dragon, emitting dazzling light in this desolate world. Explosions rang out one after another, and the chaotic creatures hidden in the ruins were annihilated in an instant. Manhwa, Amaya, Luna, Lena, and Ling Shuang also led their respective legions to appear in this broken Black Iron World. In a blink of an eye, an open area of 1 kilometer in radius appeared before our eyes. Suja signaled Yuying to put him down. As Suja stepped on the ground, Zili immediately appeared in front of Suja and guarded behind him. Shadow, go ahead and kill as many chaos creatures as possible, Suja said slowly. The Shadow nodded, flapped its wings behind it, and rushed into the sky like a gust of wind. A dazzling torrent of energy gushed out of its mouth, like a sharp blade, sweeping away all the chaotic creatures on the earth. Zili, you should go too. You haven't reached level 10 yet. Don't miss this opportunity to improve your strength. Suja said softly. Lord, your safety. Zili lukid hesitant. She longed to improve her strength so that she could better protect Suja, but she was really worried about Suja's safety. Don't worry, someone is watching me. Suja smiled and pointed to the sky. 2 stars emitting mysterious light shone brightly above Suja's head. Zili nodded, then turned around and joined the battle to hunt the chaotic creatures. It's a pity that this is the Black Iron World. There's no way to gain experience points. Suja said with a hint of regret. My lord, we found it. Liyue ran over with an excited look on her face. Zulfast. A hint of curiosity flashed in Suja's eyes as he looked at Liu. Don't underestimate the robots that Brother Ella made. Although these exploration robots have a single function, they are very good at finding mineral veins. Each robot can detect an area of 100 meters around it and 1,000 meters deep underground, Li Yue said with pride. The robot army is currently managed by Li Yue. Where? Suja looked at Li Yu and asked. It's right in front. I'll take you there. This time we discovered a gold vein, Li Yue said with a smile. Gold vein? A look of surprise flashed in Suja's eyes. A gold vein. Suja looked at the mine in front of him. The mining robots had already begun to work in an orderly manner. Pieces of gold were continuously dug out from the ground. For Suja, this trip to the Black Iron world has already made him a fortune. This gold vein alone is priceless. Suja looked at the other robots that were still exploring for minerals, his heart full of anticipation. Li Yue, you will be responsible for arranging the transportation of the excavated gold back to the territory. If you need manpower, you will directly allocate it. Suja said calmly. Understood, Lord. Li Yu nodded and quickly began to arrange the relevant matters. Suja listened to the explosions coming from other directions and thought to himself that time was running out. There were only 24 hours, so he had to hurry. In this broken black iron world, in addition to the underground mineral veins, there must be various treasure chests. It depends on whether we can find them. Although other types of soldiers can also mine, they have their own specialties, and it would be a waste to let them mine. It would be better to let them concentrate on destroying chaos monsters to complete achievement tasks, or search for treasure chests scattered around the world. It is better to leave mining to professional robots. As time went by, Suja stood on the back of a void black dragon. So far, he had only found one gold vein, and there was no trace of other veins. What kind of world is this? Suja stood on the back of the giant dragon, overlooking the world shrouded in desolation. Compared to the previous broken black iron world, that world before its destruction was clearly a technological city-style world. However, Suja found it difficult to judge the original appearance of this world. Different worlds have completely different items. Every world has a treasure chest, and the items in the treasure chest are closely related to the characteristics of the world. Apart from the endless barren ruins and endless chaotic monsters, it is difficult to see the original appearance of this world. After all, this is a broken world. The so-called broken world means that the originally complete world was torn apart to form small worlds. This is just part of the whole world. Lord, a voice came, and a faint blue light instantly appeared beside Suja. Suja looked and saw the bright moon. What did you find, Manhwa? Suja looked at Manhwa, whose face was full of excitement. Manhwa opened her palm, and a golden treasure chest emitting a soft glow appeared in her palm. Golden treasure chest? Suja widened his eyes full of surprise. There's a golden treasure chest in this world? According to common sense, a golden treasure chest should not appear in the broken black iron world, unless the original level of this broken world is very high, at least a gold level world. Chapter 64. Clearing out the black iron world. Otherwise, this situation would not occur. So, this world is a corner of a golden world. It was only after the world was shattered that it split into this broken black iron world. Suja thought to himself, if that were true, everything would make sense. Suja directly put the treasure chest away. Well done, Manhwa, Suja said to Manhwa. Manhwa looked at Suja with a smile on her face. Then, Lord, where is my reward? Hearing Manhwa's words, Suja gently kissed her on the cheek. I will definitely reward you well when we get back, Suja said with a smile. Manhwa nodded and turned to continue looking for the treasure chest. This is a broken black iron world. Since it is rated as black iron, it is impossible for creatures above black iron to appear, so Suja is not worried. Even though it was originally a corner of the golden world, Suja was not worried. Otherwise, the rating given by the Supreme would not be black iron. This can be considered as an unexpected treasure. Suja rode a wind-attributed void black dragon and continued to rush towards the battlefront. The so-called battlefront is the front line where Suja and his troops enter and launch a carpet-style energy bombardment on the world, gradually advancing. Wherever it went, everything was destroyed. Rays of star power and moonlight poured down from the sky, causing violent explosions and impacts, and raging flames raged across the earth. Amaya and Luna were leading their respective Protoss warriors to clean up the battlefield. Follow Suja's instructions and keep moving forward. Wherever it passed, everything was reduced to ashes. The gods' warriors looked solemn as they mercilessly bombed everything in front of them, leaving a scorched earth wherever they passed. Suja looked at this scene and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Sure enough, in this environment, the area attacks of the Protoss warriors and the Void Black Dragon are more efficient. Suja thought to himself, in this world filled with desolate ruins, Protoss warriors and Void Black Dragons can destroy the ruins and chaotic creatures together with their innate large-scale AoE abilities. Such an efficient attack method is unmatched by other armies. If you want to sweep the world, you do need this kind of large-scale group damage capability. But if you fight a Legion war, Frost Warriors, Star Shooters, and Immortal Cultivators are obviously more suitable. After all, large-scale AoE can easily hurt your own people by mistake, which will be a loss. Suja thought to himself, if you encounter a Legion war in the future, you can first let the Protoss Warriors and the Void Black Dragons provide a wave of fire coverage, and then let the Frost Warriors and others carry out close-range harvesting. Time passes quietly. Gold vein. 100 units of gold, or were transported back to the territory again and again. It's a pity that we couldn't find other mineral veins, Suja said with a little regret. Now, this broken world has reached the limit of what he can explore. After all, the number of troops under his command is limited. Even if he can conquer the world in battle, there are still too few people who can actually be used for exploration. Suja has tried his best and achieved the best result within his current ability. 12 hours have passed since entering this world. The total amount of gold, or transported back to the territory, reached 2,000 units. Don't underestimate this number. After all, it requires a series of processes such as excavation, mining, and transportation. If it weren't for these professional robots, the number would probably be even smaller. It's time to go back. It had been 12 hours since he entered the world, and it was already 2 o'clock in the morning in the territory. It's time for Suja to go back and prepare for tomorrow's recruitment. There are only 1,000 combat robots in Suja's territory now. The other arms are still in this black iron world. Suja immediately summoned Maya, Isabella, Manhwa, Luna, Ling Shuang, Yuying, and Liua. I'll go back first and leave this place to you. Come back as soon as the time comes. Suja said to everyone, I understand, Lord. You can go back and rest first. We are here for you. Amaya responded. Suja yawned and nodded. Then he rode a Void Black Dragon and returned to his territory. We'll count the remaining resources after Manhwa and the others come back tomorrow. After all, there are still 12 hours left, and we can't waste them. After returning to the territory, Suja went straight back to the Lord's mansion, lay on the bed, and fell asleep instantly. The next morning, Suja got up from the bed, yawning. In fact, Suja has no problem not sleeping for a few days now, but he has long been accustomed to resting at night. If he doesn't sleep at night, he always feels a little uncomfortable all over. After a simple wash in the Xingqiuan ferry pool, Suja looked at the time. It was exactly 8 o'clock. Manhwa and the others would not return from the shattered black iron world until around 1 p.m. at the earliest. Suja began recruiting daily. Let's start with the Immortal Cultivators. Soon, except for the daily recruitment of the Future Hub, the daily recruitment of other arms was completed. Immortal Cultivator, 10, God Clan, 10, Elementalist, 10, Frost Clan, 10, Dragon, 20. However, it is understandable that no new hero units were recruited this time. When each barracks recruits for the first time, there will definitely be hero units, but subsequent recruitment depends on luck. Only with good luck can new hero units be recruited. Just like the previous hero units, such as Lina and Ling Shuang, they were all recruited by luck. You should first familiarize yourself with the environment of the territory. There will be a chaos invasion later. It will be up to you then. Suja said as he gathered the newly recruited soldiers together. Since the other hero units are not here, Suja is naturally responsible for these arrangements. Understood, Lord City Lord. The newly recruited soldiers responded in unison. Following Suja's instructions, after a brief inspection of the territory, they prepared to resist the chaos invasion on the Blackstone City Wall. Although they are all only level 1, they are all God-level troops, so Suja is not worried at all about being defeated. It's nothing more than the speed of killing the enemy. A moment later, Suja headed to the Future Hub. Ella was concentrating on studying something. Suja was not quite sure what she was doing, so he did not ask much, but he always felt that Ella would bring him a surprise. My lord, are we going to start daily recruitment again? Ella pushed her goggles and looked at Suja. Suja nodded. Come on, go with me. Ella did not refuse. She then put down the work in her hands and followed Suja into the Future Hub. Ding, do you want to spend 1 gold coin to recruit daily? Recruit, Suja said as he looked at the large ball of light emitting light in front of him. A space-time door full of technology appeared in front of Suja and Ella. Ella looked at the door of time and space with interest, her eyes flashing with excitement. It seems like we can learn a lot from this. Ella muttered to herself and pushed her goggles. Chapter 65, Quantum Master, Qin Shi Yao. Suja. Ella, what did you just say? Suja looked at Ella curiously. Nothing. Yes, Maïv. Suja didn't care too much. He then turned his gaze towards the gate of time and space, wondering whether the recruits this time would be heroic units or special items like the previous blueprints. The sound of high heels came from inside. Then a figure walked out through the door of time and space, with a lazy look on his face and slightly messy long brown hair. Like Ella, he was wearing a white scientific research uniform, with his hands in his pockets. He appeared in front of Suja and Ella and looked at them calmly. Qin Shi Yao greets the Lord. Qin Shi Yao had a smile on her face, but Suja could feel that the smile was a bit perfunctory because there was no smile in her eyes, as if nothing in the world could arouse her interest. Suja looked at Qin Shi Yao's attributes. Name, Qin Shi Yao. Loyalty, 100. Experience value, 0/150. Level 1. Rank, God level. Arms, Hero Quantum Master, Qin Shi Yao. Talent, Quantum Manipulation. Skills, Quantum Fission, Quantum Insight, Quantum Leap. Potential, S-level, Saint level, entry bonus. Introduction. A powerful being that holds the forbidden secrets of the quantum realm may lead to unpredictable consequences if left unchecked. The reason why taboos are taboos is that they cannot be easily touched. Suja's pupils shrank slightly as he looked at Qin Shi Yao's attributes and talents. Wow, now the three major branches of the Department of Science and Technology are all gathered together. The Mechanical Master, Ella, the Supreme Shadow Zili, and the Quantum Master, Qin Shi Yao. Shi Yao, this is Ella. Of course there are other partners. Maybe you have common topics to discuss. Suja said slowly. Hello. Qin Shi Yao smiled and extended her hand. Ella pushed up her goggles and shook hands with Qin Shi Yao. My lord, I need resources to build my own quantum research institute. Qin Shi Yao said to Suja bluntly. You are so direct. Suja couldn't help but complain. Qin Shi Yao didn't look embarrassed at all and still looked at Suja with a calm smile. What resources do you need? Suja looked at Qin Shi Yao and asked. These are the resources needed for primary quantum research. Take a look. Qin Shi Yao looked at Suja with a smile and then took out a blueprint. Suja, is there such a thing? My lord, you seem surprised. Actually, it's not surprising. Didn't she give it to you? Qin Shi Yao looked at Ella and said with a smile. Suja turned his gaze to Ella. Ella pushed up her goggles. There's no need to waste resources on these buildings right now. I can't use them yet. I want to ask what exactly is going on. Can anyone explain it to me? Suja asked as he looked at the blueprint of the Primary Quantum Research Institute in his hand. Qin Shi Yao looked at Suja and said slowly, every hero unit in the Science and Technology Department will have some things of its own. For example, mine is a Primary Quantum Research Institute, and hers should be a Primary Science and Technology Laboratory. What's the use? Suja looked at Qin Shi Yao curiously and asked. The Primary Quantum Research Institute is equipped with complete scientific research facilities, which can greatly improve the success rate of my research in the quantum field, and her primary technology laboratory can speed up her efficiency and speed in developing new technological products. Qin Shi Yao explained in an orderly manner. After Qin Shi Yao said this, Suja immediately understood. No wonder he felt that Ella was a little low-key. As a strong man in the technology department, she didn't come up with anything special except her own drawing skills. There is also the sudden appearance of the intelligent RD skill. It seemed a bit strange at the time, and now it seems that this is what it is. Ella, why didn't you tell me? Suja looked at Ella with a little doubt. He believed that Ella concealed this matter not to harm him or have any bad intentions. There's no need for that. It's not wise to waste too many resources at this stage. We should focus on the overall development of the territory. Ella pushed her goggles and said slowly. The current resources in the territory are not enough to support the huge consumption required to establish a scientific and technological laboratory and a quantum research institute. Although this has a certain impact on our development, it is not unbearable. Ella explained calmly. Suja couldn't help but remain silent. It turned out that Ella didn't say anything because she was short of money. Okay, give me the drawings first. I should be able to build this thing, right? Suja looked at Ella and said. Ella looked at Suja's serious expression, sighed helplessly, and then handed the drawing to Suja. Suja looked at the two drawings in his hand. Both were one-time special architectural drawings, belonging to Ella and Qin Shuyao respectively. Suja took a look and put it away. Okay, I will find a way to establish a technology laboratory and quantum research institute as soon as possible, Suja said after taking a deep breath. These two buildings are the core of the Science and Technology Department and the Quantum Department. In comparison, the previous factories were just ancillary facilities. At this moment, Suja finally understood why he had felt that Ella was a little strange before, and her strength and potential seemed to be mismatched. Previously, there were only various factory blueprints. Although the combat robots and quantum pulse cannons produced were very powerful, compared with the status of god-level heroic units, it always felt like something was missing. It turned out that this was the problem. Ella was considering the lack of resources in the territory and did not want to add to Suja's troubles, so she planned to wait until the resources were sufficient before taking out the blueprint. Unexpectedly, the newly recruited Qin Shuyao pointed it out today. I'll study these first. Ella, Shuyao, I will definitely build your own special buildings for you, don't worry, Suja said to Ella and Qin Shuyao. Qin Shuyao and Ella nodded. Okay, you guys continue communicating first. Feel free to come to me if you have any questions. After Suja finished speaking, he left the future hub. You shouldn't say this to the Lord. Ella looked at Qin Shuyao with a flat tone. Qin Shuyao stared back at Ella expressionlessly. I wasn't aware the Lord's resources were so tight, and I was simply raising my needs reasonably so I could better assist the Lord. My situation is different from yours. Ella didn't say anything else and walked straight out of the future hub. Qin Shuyao put her hands in the pockets of her white coat and followed him out. When Qin Shuyao saw the elementalist and star archer flying in the sky, a fiery light flashed in her eyes. God-level creatures, it would be great if we could study their quantum structure. There will always be a chance. Qin Shuyao muttered to herself, looking at those figures, her eyes full of fanaticism, as if she couldn't wait to catch the creatures in front of her and analyze and study them carefully. Suja summoned a void black dragon, rode on its back, and flew to the top of the black stone city wall. Chapter 66, Lord's Competition. Then Suja sat down on the city wall, feeling the breeze on his face, and took out two architectural drawings. Technology Laboratory. Special building can be upgraded. Required materials: 1W high-grade wood, 1W high-grade stone, 10W iron ore, 10W steel, 10W copper, or 1W gold, 1W high-grade crystal alloy x 1W, 1W exotic metal, spirit crystal x 1000, gold coins x 10W. Quantum Research Institute. Special buildings can be upgraded. Required materials: 1W high-grade wood, 1W high-grade stone, 10W iron ore, 10W steel, 10W copper, or 1W gold, 1W high-grade crystal alloy x 1W, quantum sample x 1000, spirit crystal x 1000, gold coins x 10W. Looking at the material requirements for these two special buildings, Suja couldn't help but understand Ella's previous concerns. Leaving aside ordinary materials, those materials that need to be synthesized, exotic metals need to be synthesized with steel and iron ore, and advanced crystal alloys need to be synthesized with four metals: gold, copper ore, steel, and iron ore. As for quantum samples, which are essential for building a quantum research institute, they're quantum structure samples of 1,000 kinds of organisms. This requirement is simply outrageous. These two special buildings are indeed unattainable goals for novice lords. Take quantum samples, for example. Quantum structure samples 1,000 species of organisms. Given Suja's current situation, there is no way to obtain them. Am I too poor, or are these things too high-end? Suja looked at the two special architectural drawings and fell into deep thought. But these two buildings must be built. They are the key to the development of the Science and Technology Department and the Quantum Department and must not be abandoned. But for now, Suja's resources are far from enough. I have a headache. Suja lay on the city wall with a sad look on his face. This was probably the trouble of happiness. Should we just use the mysterious merchant's token? Suja had an idea. If he summoned the mysterious merchant, he might be able to gather the resources needed to build a building. But it feels a pity to use it now. After all, Suja currently only has this one token to summon the mysterious merchant. The three buildings that Suja urgently needs to build are the wonderful statue of worship, the Science and Technology Laboratory, and the Quantum Research Institute. These are core buildings, just like the barracks, and are crucial to the development of the territory. Each of these three buildings requires extremely huge resources, which is almost unbearable for a novice lord. Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. There's no point in summoning now, at least for now. Even if we gather all the resources, we won't have enough gold coins. Suja thought helplessly. Ding! Chaos Invasion is about to begin. Please select the difficulty. S. A, B, C, D. S-level difficulty. Suja made his choice without hesitation. He was in urgent need of a large amount of resources, whether it was wood or spirit stones, as they were all necessary for the development of the territory. Tomorrow is the 10th day, and the Lord's tournament will begin. Suja took a deep breath. The Lord's competition starts on the 10th day of the novice period. Simply put, it is a competition among many lords for resources. Of course, the death of a soldier during the novice period is not a real death. During the novice stage, the Supreme is quite caring towards novice lords. As long as they have courage and wisdom, they will have the opportunity to rise. The winning lord will receive rich resource rewards to help him develop rapidly. The losing lord will also be punished. Although the punishment is not too severe, it will slow down the lord's development progress. You will know the specific rules tomorrow. Of course, what is said here about having courage and wisdom to have the opportunity to rise is applicable to lords of similar strength, or more precisely, to all lords except Suja. Among the novice lords, Suja is like a bug. If he participates in the competition, it is almost equivalent to directly receiving the prize, which is a complete dimensionality reduction attack. Other lords, even the one currently ranked first and possessing the sacred dragon troops, may suffer a Waterloo in front of Suja. Unless Suja gives up himself, there is no way he will fail. For example, have you ever seen a dragon being bitten to death by ants? It is obvious that among the novice lords or city lords of the same level, Suja is the dragon. In his eyes, other lords are just the difference between stronger ants and ordinary ants. There is no other possibility. Failure? No way. One round of firepower coverage and the other side will be dead. There is no fun at all. Suja stood on the Blackstone city wall, looking at the border where chaotic fog was surging. Chaos monsters emerged one after another, roaring and then charging. The fighter robots, which had been ready for a long time, opened fire at full power. The void black dragon roared in the sky, and beams of energy spewed out into the group of monsters, destroying everything wherever it went. The power of the brilliant stars and the soft moonlight continued to fall, like a precise orbital bombardment, causing violent explosions among the monsters. The Protoss warriors were shining with divine light as they bravely engaged in close combat with the monsters. The Protoss warriors, armed with all kinds of magic weapons, hunted the monsters wantonly, and the remains of the monsters were scattered everywhere. The Star Archers plucked their bowstrings and thousands of arrows shot towards the monsters. The seemingly powerful chaos monsters could not even get close to the Blackstone wall. Is this all you can do? The gods raised their eyebrows and looked at the surging group of monsters. Chaos monsters have always been a source of great headaches for the lords, but to Suja, they are just couriers who deliver treasure chests and resources. Don't underestimate the powerful strength of God-level troops. Not only were the God-level troops of extraordinary quality, they also had a crushing advantage in strength. Even though they were only level 1 now, this was an essential power gap. If you want to pose a threat to the God-level troops, it is basically difficult to pose a substantial threat unless your strength exceeds 2 major levels. Time passes slowly. 5 hours later, the last monster was eliminated and the prompt sound rang out. Ding! Settlement in progress. 5 hours, 0 casualties, S-level rating. Congratulations on receiving an S-level rating treasure chest. Another treasure chest has been obtained. Unfortunately, I still have to wait for a while before chaos invasions above the silver rank occur. Suja pondered to himself. Suja's level increased rapidly, but that was a special case and did not represent the situation of other lords. The highest level of other lords is probably around level 6 at the moment. Suja is now level 11, thanks to his troops who have explored a complete Black Iron world. The key is that his troops can easily kill monsters and level up. Other lords don't have such conditions. Only when the number of high-level lords reaches a certain level will the Supreme arrange for high-level creatures to appear during the Chaos Invasion. Right now, Suja is just collecting resources. Don't take such a risk next time. If the battle lasts more than 6 hours, your rating will drop. The number of monsters will increase, and it won't be worth it if it drags on for too long. Chapter 67 Wonder, Azure Dragon Altar. Suja thought about it, and then began to count today's harvest. Gold coins x 60,000, ordinary loot x 800, rare loot x 200, black iron treasure chest x 60, bronze treasure chest x 40, silver treasure chest x 1, S-level evaluation treasure chest x 1. There's only one silver treasure chest today. Suja looked at today's harvest. Treasure chests usually only appear on treasure chest monsters, so I can only say that my luck today is just average. Following his old habit, Suja directly opened 800 ordinary loot chests. Ironore x 200, copperore x 200, steel x 200, silverore x 200. Basic wood and stone had not been opened for 2 consecutive days. Suja looked at the basic resource cards that were opened with some surprise. It didn't come out yesterday, and today even the meat wasn't available. But these resources are also very good. The more the better. It's a good start. Suja looked at the remaining rare loot chests with anticipation. Open. High-grade wood x200, high-grade stone x200, mithril x100, gold x100. Yes, it's a fruitful harvest. Suja looked at the things that came out of the 200 rare loot chests. These are what Suja urgently needs at the moment, and can also be said to be essential supplies for the lords. Suja opened the remaining 60 black iron treasure chests all at once. Gold coins x 60,000. That's right, it's also good to add 60,000 gold coins directly. Suja looked at the gold coins that came out of the black iron treasure chest. Suja also opened the remaining 40 bronze treasure chests. Ding. Purple jade x100. Ding. Purple jade x100. Suja looked at the things that came out of the bronze treasure chest, and his mouth was almost smiling. Purple jade x 3000, spiritual shrimp x 2000. The purple jades came out. Suja looked at them and quickly put them into the territory warehouse. 3,000 purple jades are one step closer to the 10,000 purple jades needed to build and worship the statue. Looking at the spiritual shrimps that had opened, Suja directly put them into the Xingqiuan fairy pond. Suja looked at the Xingqiuan fairy pond, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The water in the Xingqiuan fairy pond seemed to be clearer, and the spiritual energy was richer. He checked his energy level and found only 1 point. Could it be because of the soul-enhancing shrimp? Susegist. This seemed to be the only reason. The Xingqiuan fairy pond stores a little energy every 3 days, which is not enough to cause such a big change. It can only be the credit of the Yunling shrimp. The soul-enriching shrimp has the effect of nourishing the soul, which is why the Xingqiuan fairy pool is so rich in spiritual energy. It has such wonderful uses. Let's wait until it grows fatter and see if it has any other special effects. Suja put the 2,000 soul-enriching shrimps he had opened into the Xingqiuan fairy pond. He subconsciously looked at the remaining treasure chests, which included a silver treasure chest and an S-level treasure chest. Wait a moment, I almost forgot something. Suja muttered to himself, then opened the 3D floor plan of the territory. Fusion. Suja directly used the Lord's power to fuse. Ding. Your entry's Blessed Land attribute is activated, and your territory expands by 4 kilometers. Suse? That's all. Suja was a little surprised. After all, there were 30,000 corpses of monsters in this wave. Forget it, a 4,000-meter territory for free is not bad. Suja curled his lips. Although he was a little disgusted, he was also content. Other lords? Then, Suja pushed the entire city wall outward as usual, leaving a 500-meter open space bordering the chaotic space, and then closed the 3D floor plan. As usual, Suja went to wash his face. Open it for me. Suja looked at the S-level treasure chest in front of him with anticipation. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the blueprint. Advanced Interstellar Water Park. Suse. Ding. Congratulations on getting 10,000 gold coins. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining Spirit, or X1000. No way. Although I really want to add some entertainment facilities to the territory, but opening an S-level treasure chest like this is a bit too perfunctory. Suja couldn't help but complain. However, he still obediently put away the blueprints of the Advanced Interstellar Water Park. Don't worry, there is still a silver treasure chest that has not been opened. Suja rubbed his hands and looked at the silver treasure chest. We've opened so many doors before, it's time for something good to come out. Ding! Do you want to open the silver treasure chest? Open. Suja looked at the silver treasure chest with anticipation in his eyes. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the blueprint for the blue thermal power plant. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the blueprint for the blue wind power plant. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the blueprints for the blue hydropower plant. Are you arguing with the blueprint today? Suja looked at the blueprint in front of him and then put it away. Although these drawings are not used now, they will definitely be very useful in the future. Before antimatter energy stations could not be built due to insufficient resources, these power plants were essential facilities for the development of the Black Iron world and even other worlds. Suja also put away the power plant drawings. Then he took out the blueprints of the Advanced Interstellar Water Park. Advanced Interstellar Water Park, blue disposable blueprint, 1W wood, 1W stone, iron or X1000, copper or X1000, advanced wood X100, advanced stone X100, gold coins X1000. Note, supporting facilities, water shuttle track, zero-gravity trampoline, starry sky carousel. It looks very interesting. Suja looked at the blueprint of the Advanced Interstellar Water Park and couldn't help but feel excited. Forget it, let's wait and see. Right now, we should focus our resources on building and worshipping the statue. Suja thought about it for a while and realized that these were just entertainment facilities after all. It would take a lot of resources to build such a thing unless you're crazy. By the way, there seems to be a gold treasure chest. I almost forgot about it. Suja opened his backpack, and a diamond treasure chest emitting dazzling light lay quietly in it. I don't know how Manhwa and the others are doing now. Suja subconsciously looked at the limited time, space-time door. He should be back soon. Suja thought as he took out the diamond treasure chest. Ding! Do you want to open the diamond treasure chest? Open! Suja stared at the diamond treasure chest in front of him with anticipation in his eyes. A dazzling light bloomed. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Uncharted Sea Fragment X1. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the blueprint for the Wonder Azure Dragon Altar. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the blueprint Quantum Shield Barrier Device. A wonder? Another one has appeared. Suja looked at the Wonder blueprint that opened from the diamond treasure chest. Wonder Azure Dragon Altar. Level Advanced. Effect: increase the morale of troops by 100%. Upgrade: consume special materials to upgrade. Introduction: the spectacular buildings within the Halo range are a great help to the Lord. Note: for you, this is a good treasure to improve your strength. Suja's eyes went dark. What's the point of boosting morale? Suja looked at the blueprint of the Qinglong altar, which was of no use to him. His troops do not need superfluous buff effects like morale, because his troops are all 100% loyal. What is the point of morale? Chapter 68 New Abilities, Miracle Creation. Therefore, this morale bonus has almost no effect in battle. This is a pretty useless thing for Suja, but you can sell it for some money. Suja put the drawings away. Then look at the Quantum Shield Barrier Device. It seems that the technological level of that world is quite high, but I don't know to what extent it has developed. Suja looked at the time-limited door of space and time, thinking to himself. Then Suja checked the materials needed for the Quantum Shield Barrier Device. Quantum Shield Barrier Device. Requirements. Quantum engineers can learn. Materials: exotic metal X1W, advanced crystal alloy X1W, quantum condensed crystal X1, spiritual or X1000, gold coins X10W. This should be Qin Shiyao's specialty. Suja looked at the Quantum Shield Barrier Device. It requires a quantum engineer to learn, and Qin Shiyao is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. Although Ella also has relevant abilities, Qin Shiyao is more specialized in the quantum field. With this thing, the development of the Black Iron world will be more secure, but we have to make it first to know the specific effect. Suja thought to himself, it is currently impossible to check the specific properties, but the strength of this thing should not be low. It will definitely play an important role in the development of the Black Iron world. After all, the chaotic creatures in the Black Iron world are endless and constantly pouring in from the chaotic space. This thing is indispensable if you want to stably develop that world. Otherwise, Suja will have to send people to guard it at all times to prevent destruction by chaotic creatures. Once I get the quantum condensation crystal, I can start developing the Black Iron world. Suja thought to himself. With quantum condensation crystals, we can create quantum shield barrier devices, open up a safe area in the Black Iron world, and develop gradually. By then, he will be able to obtain a steady supply of resources. Combined with the 3 newly acquired wind, thermal, and hydropower stations as basic energy sources, Suja can start developing that world without having to wait until the antimatter energy station is built. Everything is ready. Only the quantum condensation crystal is missing. Suja muttered to himself. It seems that the development of the black iron world is just around the corner. Suja thought excitedly. A world is extremely rich in resources, and initial investment is essential. As long as you can gain a foothold there, subsequent resources can be developed continuously. The initial investment cost can be recovered quickly. After simply sorting out the supplies, Suja arranged for the newly recruited soldiers to go to the black iron world for upgrades, since the monsters there were endless to kill anyway. It's not too late to come back after you reach level 10. As time goes by, 1 o'clock in the afternoon, manhwa and others returned triumphantly, and with their return, a large amount of resources were also brought back to the territory, especially the gold mining. After more than 20 hours of full-scale digging without considering the impact of overmining, Suja finally harvested 10,000 units of gold. Suja also opened the achievement task panel to check and claim the completed achievement tasks. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining bronze treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining silver treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining golden treasure chest. Only 3 achievement tasks were completed, namely hunting down 1,000, 10,000, and 100,000 chaos monsters. As for the diamond treasure chest, that required hunting down 1 million monsters, which was impossible to accomplish with the number of troops under Suja's current command. Completing 100,000 hunting achievement tasks is already the limit. It's not that the strength is insufficient, but that the number of troops under Suja is limited. Suja counted the treasure chests found by manhwa and others. In addition to the gold treasure chest that manhwa gave him at the beginning, there are also 20 bronze treasure chests, 15 silver treasure chests, and 3 gold treasure chests. The harvest this time was quite rich. Thank you for your hard work, everyone, Suja said with a smile as he looked at manhwa, Lena, and others. Although manhwa and others looked tired, they couldn't help but smile when they heard Suja's words. To them, Suja is everything to them, and being praised by Suja is more important than anything else. You guys go back and have a good rest first. We'll talk about it tomorrow, Suja said softly. After all, they have been fighting continuously for more than 20 hours. manhwa and the others may be able to bear it physically, but the mental fatigue is difficult to eliminate. Suja would feel unbearable doing the same thing repeatedly for even 2 hours, let alone more than 20 hours. My lord, don't forget the reward you promised me. manhwa walked up to Suja, kissed him lightly on the cheek, and said softly, I know. Go ahead and have a good rest, you two, Suja said with a smile. He said this not only to manhwa, but also to Lena, Amaya, Luna, Lingshuang, Yuying, and others. When the others heard Suja's words and saw manhwa kiss Suja, they also walked forward and kissed Suja. Of course, Yuying didn't do that. After all, she was huge in size and her head was much bigger than Suja's. Suja wiped his face and looked at everyone going to rest. Liu stood beside him with a silly smile on her face. But there was still one person who didn't leave. That is Liu. Why don't he go to rest? Suja looked at Liu. I'm not sleepy, and I didn't exert too much effort, Liu said carelessly, then looked at Suja. Why are you staring at me? Suja looked at Liu curiously, who was staring at him. Lord, haven't you noticed any changes in me? Liu looked at Suja expectantly, almost saying that she had made a breakthrough. Suja looked at Liu and said with a smile, I know, you have reached level 11. Hearing Suja's words, Liu showed a happy smile on her face. Name, Liu. Level, 11. Class, Hero, Heart of Steel, Liu. Talent, God-level Innovator. Skills, Mechanical Maintenance, Miracle Creation. Potential, S-level, Saint level. Introduction, Heroic Mechanical Repairer. Give me a set of tools, and I can repair any technological creation. Suja looked at Liu's latest attributes. The changes were not too big, but there was one more skill. Suja immediately checked Liu's new skills, and after seeing the skill introduction, he couldn't help but gasp. No wonder he always felt that Liu's potential was more than that. After seeing this skill, Suja finally understood the true value of Liu. Miracle Creation. As a god-level construction master, the buildings constructed by Liu the heart of the machine, will give the buildings special abilities beyond imagination. Just looking at this ability, anyone with a little knowledge can understand its value. It can allow buildings to evolve special abilities beyond imagination, which means too many possibilities. So this is Liyue's true strength? Suja muttered to himself, then looked towards Liyue. Lord, what's the matter? Liyue Suja curiously. Nothing, Suja said with a smile, then took out 4 drawings and handed them to Liyu. Chapter 69 Sky Wing Fighter Plan. Liyue's eyes lit up as she looked at the 4 drawings in front of her, which were a subshield barrier device, a wind power station, a thermal power station, and a hydropower station. These are for you. Learn them, and the construction of these buildings will be left to you in the future. Suja said with a smile. This is what Liyue should do. It was really a waste of her talent to let her be responsible for repairing robots before. Originally, Suja wanted to hand over the drawings of the Science and Technology Laboratory and the Quantum Research Institute to Liyue, but after thinking about it, he decided to wait until Liyue built the first building and see the results. If the effect is good, he will naturally give her the 2 drawings as well. Go back and have a good rest now. Suja patted Liyue's shoulder and said, Okay, Lord. Liyu smiled and kissed Suja on the face, then went back. Suja looked at the treasure chest in front of him and took a deep breath. 21 bronze treasure chests, 15 silver treasure chests, and 3 gold treasure chests. This is the total number of treasure chests obtained, including achievement tasks. Suja first opened the 3 treasure chests for the achievement mission, 1 gold, 1 silver, and 1 bronze. Open. Suja opened the 3 treasure chests directly. The first bronze treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Spirit or X100. While not bad, Suja looked at the spiritual or that came out of the bronze treasure chest. It was about the same as the reward for being ranked first on his daily territory combat power list. The amount was not large, but not small either. The second silver treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations on getting gold coins X 10,000. The third golden treasure chest. Ding! Amethyst X 1000. Ding! Uncharted Sea Fragment X1. Ding! Elemental Crystal X 100. Huh. Suja looked at what came out of the golden treasure chest. He had opened the elemental crystal before and thought it would never appear again, but he didn't expect it to appear again. This thing is very useful. It's needed to upgrade the elemental tower and make energy shields. Suja thought about it, then put these items away and put them into the territory warehouse. These are strategic materials, so we should reserve as much as possible. 3 fragments of the mysterious sea have been opened so far, and I don't know where they are. Forget it. Let's just ignore it for now and continue opening the treasure chests. Suja then looked at the remaining treasure chests. These treasure chests were all found in the broken black iron world. Unlike the treasure chests opened before, the things opened from these treasure chests basically came from that broken world. These are considered world treasure chests. Whatever world they come from, the things that come out of them will mainly be things that have appeared in that world. The previous quantum amplifier shows that this world is a world of technology, and most of the things that come out are products of technology. Suja looked at the 20 bronze treasure chests. Open. Ding. You get a sexy windbreaker X 1000. Ding. You get white silk X 1000. Ding. You get made outfit X 1000. Suja looked at the things that came out and thought his eyes were blurry. He looked carefully several times and saw the 20 boxes full of sexy style clothing in the territory warehouse, and he fell silent. Can something like this be produced? Suse murmured. I'm afraid this broken world used to be a place dedicated to the production of clothing. Suja couldn't help but complain. But then Suja had a smile on his face. He always felt that something was missing from Manhwa and the others, and something was a little off. Now, seeing these clothes, Suja finally understood. Then Suja looked at the 15 silver treasure chests. Isn't it some sexy outfit or something like that? Suja looked at the 15 silver treasure chests, although Suja also liked these things very much. Ding! You get the white blueprint, black silk blueprint. Ding! You obtained a white blueprint, sexy lingerie blueprint. Ding! You get the white blueprint, JK clothing blueprint. Zai looked at the blueprints that came out of the silver treasure chest. There were 15 white blueprints, and they were all clothes for women. There were all kinds of styles, very complete. This is great. Suja looked at the blueprint with a smile on his face. There are all kinds of clothing styles here, covering almost all the popular clothing on the market. Suja may not need these drawings now, but he will definitely use them in the future. Although I usually enjoy life, it is still a bit boring. Now I have these clothes. Suja had already begun to look forward to it secretly in his heart. Suja carefully put these things away, thinking that he would be so happy to see manhwa and others wearing these sexy clothes in front of him in the future. These are all treasures. They must be kept well, and we'll talk about them later. Is the damn system targeting me? It makes it seem like I'm only interested in these things. Who am I looking down on by issuing these things? Suja cursed while emptying his backpack and putting all the drawings into it. Look at the last 3 golden treasure chests. Ding! Congratulations on winning an interstellar supercar. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Sky Wing fighter plan. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Quantum Light Blade production blueprint. Suja frowned and looked at the 3 items that were opened. Interstellar supercar. An interstellar supercar with ultra-high performance, equipped with a variety of advanced weapon systems, capable of long-distance travel between stars. Sky Wing fighter. Engineers can learn it, and after learning it, they can build a Sky Wing fighter production plant. Quantum Light Blade. Engineers can learn and then build a Quantum Light Blade production line. Suja took a deep breath and looked at the Sky Wing fighter design and the Quantum Light Blade production design with a hint of surprise in his eyes. These 2 things explain a problem. Before it was broken, the level of civilization in that broken black iron world was even higher than he had imagined, and it was even a world above level 40. Whether it is the interstellar supercar capable of interstellar cruising, the Sky Wing fighter, or the Quantum Light Blade, it all shows that the world is a highly developed interstellar society. But now it has been destroyed. Apart from showing that the world was at a very high level before it was destroyed, it is completely unrealistic for Suja to build them now. These technologies are too advanced. Don't even think about manufacturing them when you are a novice. The resources are far from enough. Even if you sell Suja, it won't be enough. Wow! A cheer rang out over Suja's territory. A streamlined silver interstellar supercar was crossing the sky, its body shining with metallic luster, and there was a small statue of Suja on the front of the car. That's right, it's Suja's statue. What is an interstellar supercar? This is the iconic decoration, all of which are Suja himself. Chapter 70, Interstellar Sports Car. Suja controlled the interstellar sports car and slowly landed it in the square of the territory. The landing gear returned to its position, and the powerful engine emitted a low roar. Suja excitedly activated various functions and demonstrated them in the square. Comfortable, so cool. This is the car a man should have. Suja's face was filled with a happy smile as he demonstrated the various performance features of the interstellar sports car in the square. The performance of this interstellar sports car is even better than Suja had imagined. Not only can it travel between stars, it is also equipped with powerful weapon systems and advanced detection equipment. Although he was not quite sure about the exact principle of the power system, Suja knew that it could absorb various energies in the universe to maintain its own operation. Except for not conducting ultra-long-distance interstellar travel, Suja tried all other functions, and it was really cool. However, Suja felt a little disappointed when he saw Ling Shuang sleeping soundly beside him. As long as Suja called her, even manhwa would not be able to call this guy. Even if she called him, she would just do it perfunctorily. Only Suja's orders would be fully executed. Thinking of this, Suja became a little angry and gently poked Ling Shuang's big bear. Ling Shuang opened her eyes drowsily, looked at Suja sleepily, and twisted her soft body slightly. "My lord, what's wrong?" Ling Shuang said with deep sleepiness, lying on the table beside him, listless. "Suse, it's nothing. I'm just a little irritated seeing you sleeping all the time." Suja looked at Ling Shuang and said. Ling Shuang gave Suja a blank look, then lowered her head to put out the fire for him. To be honest, although Ling Shuang usually looks lazy, she is not averse to this matter. Instead, she is quite excited about it. Time passes slowly. Night falls. Suja sat by the campfire in the camp. Mingwen and Isabella sat on his left and right. The 3 of them chatted happily while eating the barbecue. The next morning, Suja got up from the bed and looked at Ling Shuang and Liu sleeping next to him. There were a few sexy black stockings scattered beside the bed. Suja yawned and went straight to the Xingqiuan ferry pool to wash up briefly. Ding! Today is the 10th day of the novice trial period. The Lord level rankings have been announced, and the Lord resource competition has begun. Lords can voluntarily sign up to participate once a day. The prompt sound suddenly rang. It's finally here. A smile appeared on Suja's face as he listened to the prompt tone. Ding. Congratulations on reaching the top of the Lord level list. Do you want to hide? No rewards will be given after hiding. Hi, Suja said without hesitation. As he said before, he didn't lack those reward resources. For him, being on the list would not only expose himself to the public sight, but would also bring trouble. Why bother? Although there is an entry for hiding in the void, it is better to be cautious than to be in danger. What if someone finds him in the real world? Suja will eventually take the college entrance examination. Moreover, Suja already had a plan to use only his own combat robot legion. As for other legions, Suja had no intention of exposing them. No matter how powerful a combat robot is, it will not arouse the fear of too many people. After all, everyone knows that as long as there are resources, a combat robot can be built. Even if it was exposed, others would at most want to cooperate with Suja instead of thinking about getting rid of him. But once the god-level troops are exposed, Suja will be in big trouble. Unless he hides in the territory for his whole life and waits until he grows strong enough to come out, how long will this take? This is the advantage of the technology department, which can hide Suja's true core strength very well. After all, the strength of the technology department is still within the scope of cognition and acceptance of other lords, but no one can easily accept the existence of god-level troops unless they themselves have them. So, in the battle for Lord resources, should we send a legion of combat robots? Or should we send other legions? Suja fell into thought. The rules of the Lord Resource War are very simple. There is only one registration opportunity per day, and the Supreme will randomly match lords of the same rank. The faster the battle ends and the lower the casualties, the higher the evaluation and the more resources you will obtain. This is also a common way for ordinary lords to obtain resources in the Lord world, that is, to fight with lords of the same rank to obtain rewards. This is also a relatively safe way for ordinary lords to obtain resources in this world. Of course, there is no penalty for resource wars between novice lords. However, after passing the novice period, there will be penalties in resource wars, but the penalties are nothing more than the weakening of the territory's troops for a few days or the plundering of resources. Compared to exploring the unknown world alone and possibly being wiped out, it is much better. If there were no Lord Resource Wars, ordinary lords would have almost no future for development after passing the novice period. Without enough strength and background, exploring the world is tantamount to seeking death. Return to the present moment. Forget it. Let's let the Immortal Cultivator Legion go. No matter it's the Protoss Legion or the 4 legions of Elementalists, Star Archers, and Void Black Dragons, their targets are too obvious. Even if they have the function of hiding names and information, it will be easy for people to see through them. The Immortal Cultivators can hide their strength better. That's the decision. Suja already had an idea in his mind. This way, you could defeat your opponent in the shortest time possible, reduce the loss ratio, and obtain the best rewards. But I'd better recruit first. After the Chaos Invasion, I can't consider the war for Lord Resources. This is an opportunity that only comes once a day. Suja thought slowly. Suja started recruiting directly from the cultivators. As expected, 10 ordinary cultivators were recruited, with no heroic units, followed by the Star Temple and the Elemental Tower. It seems that all my luck has run out. Suja looked at today's recruitment results. Except for the Future Hub, all other places recruited ordinary military units. Suja went straight to the Future Hub. When passing by other areas, cultivators, gods, and star shooters kept walking past Suja. Suja couldn't help but reach out to take advantage of the situation, causing everyone to laugh. And then he came to the Future Hub. Zeely had been waiting here for a long time. After coming back yesterday, Zeely was the most tired one. Because she was the only one who couldn't fly, while everyone else could. She could only keep chasing the prey. I was exhausted that day, so I returned to the Future Hub. Of course, her strength has also reached level 11. However, there are no new attribute changes. My lord, Zeely looked at Suja with a fiery light flashing in her eyes. Suja nodded and looked at Zeely, who was wearing a white scientific research uniform. Let's go, Suja said softly. The two walked into the Future Hub. Ella and Qin Shiyao are here too. Chapter 71, Aurora Armor. As for Li Yue, I don't know where she went to play. It is worth mentioning that Li Yue and Ling Shuang have similar personalities. They get along very well and basically stay together. Suja looked at the big ball of light, emitting light in front of him. Ding! Do you want to spend 1 gold coin to start daily recruitment? Recruit. Suja stared at the gate of time and space in front of him with anticipation in his eyes. Although the future hub cannot be upgraded and can only be recruited once a day, it often brings surprises to Suja every time. A drawing slowly floated out from the gate of time and space. Another blueprint? A hint of curiosity flashed in Suja's eyes. The normal price for recruiting a future hub is 1 million gold coins. The last blueprint worth 1 million gold coins was an antimatter energy station. What will it be this time? Suja reached out and caught the floating drawing. Looking at the drawing in his hand, Suja's pupils shrank slightly. Aurora armor. Requirements. Technology hero unit. After learning, you can build the Aurora armor factory. Level 50. Suja took a deep breath and stared at the blueprint in his hand. It was a level 50 armor, the same level of equipment as the Sky Wing Fighter. This is not a building blueprint, so it is measured by level, just like the previous Sky Wing Fighter. Oh, this is a happy trouble. Suja shook his head helplessly. This thing is good, but isn't it too advanced to appear now? Besides, he can't make it at all with his current situation. But if you think about it carefully, it is reasonable. What Suja has obtained so far can only be said to be normal. It is something that other novice lords, or even ordinary lords, can hardly achieve. Especially the future hub, not to mention ordinary lords. Even the high-level lords have never owned it, so it is not surprising to obtain these. Suja is now like guarding a huge treasure, but he does not have enough ability to dig it out, and this is indeed the case. Oh, I have a bit of a headache. Suja sighed, patted the non-existent dust on his body, and walked out of the future hub. Ella looked at Suja expressionlessly as he left, as if nothing had happened. Lord! Qin Shiyao suddenly called out to Suja. Suja turned to look at Qin Shiyao. Is there anything wrong? Suja asked curiously. Lord, can I study them? Qin Shiyao licked her lips, looking at Suja with fanatical eyes. It was an almost morbid frenzy, as if one had seen the most precious treasure in the world. No. Lin Yu refused without thinking. Who is Qin Shiyao? Quantum Master, although to put it nicely, is to study quantum evolution and explore the mysteries of quantum. But to put it bluntly, her research methods may involve various experiments that go against common sense, just like the quantum variation of human experiments, which is an existence that breaks the bottom line. You can tell what Qin Shiyao is thinking with your toes. My lord, give me some time. I will definitely be able to produce results that will satisfy you. Qin Shiyao said excitedly. No, it's still not possible. They are all my companions. We can't do this. You can do whatever you want to the enemy, but you absolutely cannot do this to our own people. Suja said in a firm tone. This is his bottom line, which must not be touched or crossed. Hearing Suja's rejection, a trace of loneliness flashed in Qin Shiyao's eyes, and the light dimmed a lot. In the future, if they agree, you can only take some quantum samples at most. If they don't agree, you are not allowed to act on your own. Suja thought for a moment, sighed, and said. Hearing Suja's words, the light in Qin Shiyao's eyes lit up again, and then she nodded excitedly. Quantum samples, just quantum samples are enough for her to study for a long time. But the same thing goes, those experiments that break the bottom line must never be carried out in the territory. Suja said seriously. Qin Shiyao quickly nodded to show that she understood. Then, Lord, when will my Quantum Research Institute be completed? Qin Shiyao looked at Suja expectantly. Well, we have to wait a little longer. Suja said somewhat embarrassedly. He really had no way to deal with it at the moment. Okay. Qin Shiyao said disappointedly. Without the Quantum Research Institute, she would now have nothing to do every day. After all, quantum technology does not have the assistance of professional instruments. It is almost impossible for her to research it on her own. Even if she really figures it out, who would dare to use it? On the Blackstone wall. Ding. Chaos invasion is about to begin. Please select difficulty S. B, C, D. S. Suja chose the S-level difficulty without hesitation. The fog of chaos is surging. Mingwei appeared in front of Suja, wearing a white uniform, but underneath the uniform, her white lace stockings were faintly visible. Does it look good, Lord? Mingwei looked at Suja with a charming smile on her face. Suja looked at Mingwei's slender legs wrapped in white lace stockings, which looked even more seductive against the backdrop of her uniform. It looks good. Suja couldn't help swallowing and answered subconsciously. Then he reacted and looked at Mingwei. Did you get this from the warehouse? Suja looked at Mingwei and asked. Yes, Lord, I was bored, so I went to see what was in the fortress warehouse and found these good things. Mingwei said with a smile. Suja looked at Mingwe. He had given all the heroic units in the territory access to the territory warehouse, and they could take the items inside at will. Of course, there are so many items, so you still have to tell Suja when you need them. Lord, a voice came, and Amaya walked over with Luna. Like Mingwe, Amaya wore black stockings on her legs, while Luna wore white stockings on her legs. Suse. Suja quickly turned his head away, fearing he would lose control if he continued watching. The chaos invasion is about to begin. How can you behave like this? Come to my room later, and I will give you a good education, Suja said in a serious tone. Understand, my lord. I'm looking forward to your education. Mingwe smiled and gave Suja a wink, then turned and left. My lord, my sister and I are waiting too. After saying that, Amaya also left with Luna. Suja looked at the backs of the three people and sighed in his heart. What a bunch of little goblins. As for what Mingwe and others are going to do, of course they're going to guard the areas they are responsible for, mainly killing treasure chest monsters. They don't need to do other things themselves. The newly recruited soldiers today will take on combat missions. Here it comes. Suja looked at the surging chaotic fog. One after another, hideous chaos monsters walked out. Most of them were level 8 in strength. Chapter 72. Strange Object, Spirit Crystal Fruit Tree. Another chaos monster. Are there no other chaos creatures? Suja looked at these monsters. It seems that the ones he killed the most were really these monsters, but in the chaotic space as a catastrophic existence, the number of chaotic monsters is indeed too numerous to count. But for him, these chaos monsters that are currently invading Suja's territory can basically not get anything good except some resources, including the experience points needed for upgrading. Time passed slowly, and 2 hours later, the last monster fell in Suja's territory. It's perfect. The time is still controlled within 2 hours. Suja stroked his chin and looked at the open space filled with monster corpses. Ding! Congratulations on successfully resisting the chaos invasion. Evaluation in progress. Time, 2 hours. Damage, 0. Congratulations on receiving an S-rated treasure chest. Suja began to count the harvest. Gold coins X80, 000. Common loot chest X1, 000. Rare loot chest X600. Bronze chest X100. Silver chest X60. 1S level rated chest. There is no golden treasure chest. What a pity. Suja looked at today's harvest. The appearance of treasure chest monsters was completely random. It was rare to have such a harvest. The number of invading chaos creatures reached 40,000, which was equivalent to a small-scale legion battle. Swallow. Suja decisively used the power of the territory. Ding. Your entry blessed land has been activated, and your territory has expanded by 5,000 meters. Ding. Your entry blessed land has been triggered, and the primary copper vein has been upgraded to an intermediate copper vein. Note, daily mining limit is 5,000 units, and over-limit mining is 10,000 units. Ding. Your entry blessed land has been triggered, and you have obtained the rare item, Spirit Crystal Fruit Tree. It has been triggered 3 times in a row. Could it be that all the good luck for today is concentrated here? Suja checked the prompt log curiously. A strange object? A Spirit Crystal Fruit Tree? What is this? Suja clicked on the properties of the Spirit Crystal Fruit Tree with curiosity. Suja opened the territory warehouse. Like wonders, strange objects have special properties. This was the first time Suja had heard of the Lingjing fruit tree, so he immediately checked its properties. Name, Spirit Crystal Fruit Tree. Level low. Function, get 1,000 gold coins every day. Upgrade, gold x 10,000. Introduction, the Lingjing fruit tree, as its name suggests, is a tree that can produce gold coins. It is one of the wonders and can be continuously upgraded. Interesting. Suja looked at the Spirit Crystal Fruit Tree on the virtual panel in front of him. If I could get 1,000 gold coins every day, that would be 10,000 in 10 days and 100,000 in 100 days. If I keep calculating like this, wouldn't the gold coins be endless in the future? A smile appeared on Suja's face. Of course, the premise is that it can develop for a long time, otherwise everything is empty talk. As for the gold required to upgrade, Suja looked at the 10,000 units of gold he had just mined, which was exactly what he needed to upgrade the Spirit Crystal Fruit Tree. How about giving a try? Curiosity flashed in Suja's eyes. Ding! Do you want to spend 10,000 units of gold to upgrade the Spirit Crystal Fruit Tree? Upgrade, Suja said after thinking for a moment. 10,000 units of gold is a considerable amount, but the building Suja is currently building requires far more resources than this gold. However, he still has 173 gold resource cards in his hand, so the consumption for this upgrade is not a problem. Ding! The Spirit Crystal Fruit Tree has been successfully upgraded. Current level, Intermediate. You can obtain 10,000 gold coins daily. It seems like this wave is worth it. Suja murmured to himself, looking at the attributes of the upgraded Lingjing Fruit Tree. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Afterwards, Suja planted the Lingjing Fruit Tree next to the Xingchuan Fairy Pond. A Spirit Crystal Fruit Tree more than 20 meters high appeared before his eyes. The trunk sparkled with crystal light, and the crystal leaves rustled in the breeze. 10,000 gold coins a day. These 10,000 units of gold are well spent. Suja checked the amount of gold needed for the next upgrade of the Lingjing Fruit Tree, 100,000. Suja closed the attribute panel, opened the 3D plan of the territory, and pushed the wall outward, still leaving a 500-meter open space bordering the chaotic space. After completing these, Suja began to open the spoils and treasure chests he had obtained today. First, there were 1,000 ordinary loot chests, and Suja opened them all at once. Basic wood X200, basic stone X200, meat X200, iron or X200, copper or X200. Very good. These are the basic resources needed right now. Suja looked at the resources and felt very satisfied. Then he looked at the 600 rare loot chests and opened them all at once. High-grade wood X200, high-grade stone X200, mithril X100, gold X100. Suja looked at the remaining 100 bronze treasure chests and 60 silver treasure chests, and opened the 100 bronze treasure chests first, all at once. Gold coins X100000. Although what came out of the treasure chest is exactly what I need, this is too exaggerated. Suja couldn't help but complain. 100 bronze treasure chests can yield 100,000 gold coins, although Suja is in urgent need of gold coins, especially the 1 million gold coins needed to build a statue of worship. At present, the number of spirit coins that Suja has, including the 10,000 produced by the Spirit Crystal Fruit Tree today, has reached more than 470,000, which is almost half of the goal. But he still felt it was a bit outrageous that only gold coins were opened from 100 bronze treasure chests. Suja looked at the 60 silver treasure chests and chose to open them all at once. Purple Jade X 6,000. All the purple jades have been collected, so all that's missing is the gold coins. Suja took a deep breath and looked at the 6,000 purple jades that were opened. Together with the 4,000 purple jades obtained previously, the purple jade needed to build the statue of worship is sufficient, and the other materials are basically complete. Once you have collected 1 million gold coins, you can build a statue to worship the god. Thinking of this, Suja suppressed the excitement in his heart. Worshipping the statues and not worshipping the statues are two completely different concepts for the development of the territory. Wait a little longer. Suja took a deep breath and looked at the number of gold coins he had. All that's missing is the gold coins. All other materials are ready, and there are even some left over. Then, Suja looked at the last harvest of today's Chaos Invasion, an S-level rated treasure chest. Ding! Do you want to open the S-level evaluation treasure chest? Open it. Suja looked at the S-level treasure chest with anticipation. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Wonder Advanced Talisman. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Blue Blueprint Spirit Weapon Forge. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Basic Resource Deluxe Gift Pack. Curiosity flashed in Suja's eyes as he looked at the items that were opened. Wonder Upgrade Symbol. This symbol can be used to upgrade a wonder once. Note: this symbol cannot be used on non-upgradable wonders. What a good thing. A smile appeared on Suja's face, and he put it away directly. Venerating the statue is an advanced wonder, and this talisman can come in handy. Chapter 73 Battle for Lord Resources. Currently, there are only 2 wonders in Suja's territory, the Star Spring Fairy Pool and the Heart of Elements. The Heart of Elements can be upgraded, but the Star Spring Fairy Pool cannot be upgraded. Suja felt it was a pity to use the Wonder Upgrade card to upgrade the Heart of Elements. It would be more appropriate to save it for upgrading the revered statue later. Spirit Weapon Forge. Blue Blueprint can be used to build a Spirit Weapon Forge, which is used to forge spiritual weapons and spiritual tools. This thing doesn't seem to be of much use to me. Suja thought to himself. Most of the soldiers under his command came with their own weapons and equipment. Even if weapons needed to be made, they would be made through high-tech production lines rather than traditional forging methods. Forget it, keeping it and exchanging it for resources later should be pretty good. Suja put the blueprint away. He then looked at the last item that was opened. Basic Resource Deluxe Gift Pack. Contains resource cards, basic wood X100, basic stone X100, meat X100, iron or X100, copper or X100, steel X100, silver or X100. Not bad. Suja smiled and directly opened the luxury gift package of resource cards. Although they were all basic resources, they were all practical things for him at the moment. Suja tidied up the territory warehouse. Then he received the reward for being the #1 in today's combat power ranking. Even though the reward was pitifully small, he had to accept it because he lacked everything now. It's almost done. Suja called Manhwa and others over. Suja looked at Manhwa, Isabella, Ling Shuang, Luna, Amaya, Lena, Ling, Ella, Zili, Qin Shuriao, and Liyue. I called you here to talk to you about the Lord Resource War. Suja then explained in detail the battle rules of the Lord Resource War and the fact that soldiers would not really die. Regarding the war for Lord Resources, I plan to let Manhwa and Luna lead the cultivators to join me in the war. As for the rest of you, you will not participate for now, Suja said slowly. Lord what? Isabella looked at Suja with curiosity. In terms of strength, the strongest legion in the territory belongs to the Protoss, followed by the Void Black Dragon. Although the Void Black Dragon Legion is smaller in number, the strength of Shadow is such that only Manhwa can compete with it in the territory. No one can block the Shadow except the Bright Moon. Manhwa could only barely hold on, and it was unlikely that she would be able to defeat Yu Ying. In Isabella's opinion, the Immortal Cultivator Legion should not be allowed to fight under any circumstances. If the Protoss Legion and the Void Black Dragon Legion were to fight, Isabella would naturally have no objection. But the Protoss Legion and the Immortal Cultivator Legion are equally powerful, so why choose the Immortal Cultivator Legion? Others also looked at Suja, curious about why he made such a choice. First of all, this is a Legion war and also a battle for Lord Resources. Everyone has a chance, but not now. Secondly, your recognition is too high, and it is not suitable for you to show yourself in public. This is my plan. So se explained patiently. Finally, the destructive power of the Immortal Cultivator Legion is obvious to all. Only the Void Black Dragon Legion can compare with it in terms of large-scale group attack capabilities. Moreover, when they use their skills, it is difficult for the enemy to detect the direction of the attack. This is why I chose the Immortal Cultivator Legion. Suja explained in detail. Everyone then understood Suja's intention. Suja did not want to expose his strength too early, but he also wanted to end the battle quickly. Therefore, he must have the ability to attack in groups and at the same time have a certain degree of concealment. Considering all factors, the Immortal Cultivator Legion is undoubtedly the best choice. That's settled then. Manhwa, Luna, go gather your legions and prepare for the Legion War, Suja said decisively. Manhwa and Luna nodded. Then their figures flashed and flew into the air. Brilliant lights gathered at a speed visible to the naked eye and transformed into solemn cultivators. Suja opened the system panel. The Lord Resource War module has been opened. Ding, do you want to enter the Lord space? Yes, Suja said calmly, and then his figure flashed and appeared in a white space. This is the Lord's space, also known as the General's Platform, which is the final preparation place for the Lord to enter the Lord Resource War. Suja opened his attribute panel and selected the Immortal Cultivator Legion as the participating troops in this Lord Resource War. Ding! The City Lord has selected a total of 110 Immortal Cultivators and 2 heroes. Are you sure? After confirming, you will need to select a general next time to reset. Sure, Suja said firmly. Ding! Transmitting. Rays of light flashed in the Lord's space. Suja looked at the originally empty Lord's space. With a thought, the entire space instantly turned into a modern and luxurious study, with a huge holographic projection screen hanging on the wall. The Lord's space belongs to the Lord's private domain, and its appearance is entirely determined by the Lord's thoughts. Ding, do you want to hide your name? Ding, do you want to hide your combat power? Ding, do you want to hide the territory name? I'd hide everything, Suja said without hesitation. Suja hid all the information he could about himself, except for his rank. Ding. Start matching with hostile lords. Match. Suja chose match with a hint of expectation. He also wanted to see what kind of opponent he would be matched with. At the same time, in a certain lord's space, a stern-faced man looked at the ancient fire dragon beside him with a confident smile. "You're unlucky to be matched with me," the flame dragon lord said with a smug look on his face. As a strong man at the top of the military rankings, he firmly believed that at this stage, no one could compete with him. His military was invincible. Even a guy named Radiant, who ranked first on the combat power list, was not his opponent. In the eyes of Lord Flame Dragon, the guy ranked first in the combat power list is only inflated because of the special features of the technology department. In fact, almost all lords think so. Otherwise, why would he be ranked first in the military list instead of the Radiant, who is ranked first in the combat power list? Suja sighed. "Ding. A suitable opponent has been matched for you. Please prepare for battle." Luna, manhwa, and other cultivators disappeared in the Lord's space in an instant. When they appeared again, they were already in a valley, and a huge spirit crystal appeared in front of manhwa and Luna. "Luna, manhwa, the condition for victory is to destroy the enemy's spirit crystal." Suja sat in the Lord's space and said to manhwa and Luna, who looked a little confused. In the valley, manhwa and Luna immediately understood what Suja meant. They soared into the air, their bodies shining with spiritual light, illuminating the entire valley. On both sides of the valley is an endless dark abyss, and there is only one way to the enemy's spirit crystal. This terrain is a bit like the Lost Valley. Suja thought as he looked at the map of this Lord's resource war. Chapter 74, easy to grasp. The Lord does not need to enter the valley. He just needs to sit in the Lord's space and command the battle from a god's perspective. Of course, the area where the opponent is located is shrouded in the fog of war. Without your own units entering, you cannot clearly see the situation in the opponent's half. Simply put, you can win by protecting your own spirit crystals and destroying the enemy's spirit crystals. Ding! City Lord Resource War. Countdown 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 begins. As the prompt sounded, Suja looked at the entire valley map. His own half was clearly visible, while the opposite side was shrouded in darkness. Suja had no idea about the enemy's troop deployment, defensive fortifications, and other situations. But that wasn't the key to him. Just push forward all the way. manhwa, Luna, don't worry. Just push forward and end the battle as soon as possible. Suja said calmly. Why would they need to consider so many complicated strategies in a battle for valley resources between novice lords? Furthermore, given the terrain of this map, there's no need to consider tactics like outflanking. Simply advancing forward will solve everything. At the same time, Lord Flame Dragon also looked at the valley map in front of him, and his thoughts coincided with Suja's. What other deployments were needed? Just push it forward and it will be over. But the next second, in the vision of the Flame Dragon Lord, shining rays of light suddenly appeared above the valley like lively stars. How could there be a spiritual star in the valley? A trace of surprise flashed through the Flame Dragon Lord's mind, and then brilliant rays of spiritual light poured down, indiscriminately bombarding the half of the valley where the Flame Dragon Lord was located. Everything was razed to the ground wherever it passed. The ancient Fire Dragon Legion, which the Fire Dragon Lord was so proud of, was almost wiped out in an instant. The Flame Dragon Lord stared at this scene with wide eyes, unable to believe his eyes. What's going on? Where are my powerful flame dragons? Why are they all gone? Accompanied by the continuous bombardment of spiritual light in the sky, they made unstoppable progress along the way. Suja hummed a little tune leisurely, looking at the scene in front of him, feeling extremely happy. It really feels great to bully the weak. Boom! As the enemy's spirit crystal exploded, the Flame Dragon Lord finally came to his senses, staring blankly at his own spirit crystal exploding, and then slapped himself hard. I'm not dreaming. The Flame Dragon Lord muttered to himself. The prompt sound from Suja's side sounded at the right time. Ding! Congratulations on your victory. Settlement in progress. Ding! Time, 25 seconds. Damage, 0. Enemies killed, 300. Rating, SSS. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the SSS-level City Lord Resource Chest. Not bad. Suja's face was filled with smiles as he looked at the treasure chest of Lord Resources he had obtained. This battle was really exciting, Suja said with a smile. Then, his figure flashed. He left the Lord's space and returned to his own territory. The Fire Dragon Lord returned to his territory in a daze, looking at the listless ancient fire dragons with bitterness in his heart. Obviously, These fire dragons suffered a severe mental blow. Losing is not scary. What is scary is that you don't even know who your opponent is, and you haven't even seen the opponent's face. This feeling of powerlessness makes the Flame Dragon Lord feel very depressed. The Flame Dragon Lord opened his battle record and checked it carefully. Apart from the opponent's rank, the rest of the information was full of question marks. Who is this guy? Level 11? How is it possible for a novice lord to reach level 11 so quickly? The Flame Dragon Lord looked at his level of only level 8 and fell into deep self-doubt. This matching system is rubbish. The Flame Dragon Lord cursed with a dark face. How could a level 8 be matched with a level 11? Wasn't this a bug in the system? The Fire Dragon Lord looked at the glittering level 11 and felt depressed. Damn, is this even fair? Are there any rules here? What kind of opponent is this? The Flame Dragon Lord felt like he was about to spit out a mouthful of blood. He had just thought he was invincible, but in an instant he was defeated. Such a huge gap was difficult for anyone to bear. Suja sighed. As soon as Suja returned to the territory, several streaks of light came rushing towards him. Manhwa and Luna were surrounded by Amaya and others. How does it feel? Is it very interesting? Amaya looked at Manhwa and Luna expectantly. It wasn't fun at all. Just like those chaos monsters, they were taken care of in an instant, Luna said expressionlessly. Hearing Luna's words, everyone turned their eyes to her. It's really boring. The enemies are too weak, and there's not much challenge. Manhwa agreed with a smile. The others suddenly lost interest. Boring. Suja turned his attention to the SSS-level Lord Resource treasure chest. Ding. Do you want to open the SSS-level Lord Resource chest? Open. Suja looked at the treasure chest with anticipation. You should know that 3S is the evaluation level, not the level of the treasure chest itself, so don't confuse them. Ding. Congratulations. You've obtained Basic Wood Resource Card X100. Ding. Congratulations. You've obtained Basic Stone Resource Card X100. Ding. Congratulations. You've obtained Basic Iron or Resource Card X100. Ding. Congratulations. You've obtained Basic Copper Resource Card X100. Ding. Congratulations. You've obtained Basic Steel Resource Card X100. Ding. Congratulations. You've obtained Basic Silver Mine Resource Card X100. Ding. Congratulations on winning Gold Coins X10,000. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining Spirit or X1000. Ding. Congratulations. You've received one Soldier Recruitment Card. A series of prompt sounds rang out. Suja looked at the items in the treasure chest and took a deep breath. All the basic resources were there, as well as 10,000 gold coins, 1,000 spirit ores, and a troop refresh recruitment card. For ordinary lords, this might be a lucrative harvest, enough to make them rich overnight. But for Suja, although these resources are good, they are far from enough, and are only enough for him to build a core building. As for other more ambitious constructions, it is far from enough. It's a pity that there is no quantum condensation crystal. Otherwise, I can immediately make a quantum shield barrier device and start developing the Black Iron World. Suja thought to himself. At present, Suja seems to have a lot of resources in his hands, but not many of them can be used to build the building he wants. Either there are not enough gold coins, or there is a shortage of other key materials. In short, we still need to continue accumulating. It's time to go back and have some rest. Suseyaonith. He hadn't returned to the real world for a long time. It was time to go back. After Suja found Manhwa and others and told them, he left the territory and returned to the real world. Real world. Suja appeared in his room, stretched his body, opened the door, picked up his mobile phone to check the messages, and found that there was no important news. After simply changing his clothes and washing up, Suja returned to the territory again. Chapter 75, 3rd Level Barracks, Lingyun, Sacred Tree. Suja went straight back to the Lord's mansion, sat on the sofa, and thought about his next plan. He currently has a lot of resources, but the buildings he can build are limited. This situation is a bit embarrassing, as if everything is stuck and he is always lacking the conditions to do anything. Forget it, I'd better use this card first and recruit some soldiers first. Suja looked at the soldiers in his hand and refreshed the recruitment card. He called Manhwa and Luna. Last time they used the Temple of Divine Origin, and this time it was the Holy Tower of Elements. They had to do it in order so that his subordinates wouldn't think that he, the Lord, was biased. Ding. Do you want to use the unit refresh card to refresh the daily recruitment? Use it. Suja said calmly. looking at the mysterious spiritual space inside the holy tower of elements. Recruitment. There was a hint of anticipation in Suja's eyes. Spiritual lights flickered and intertwined, and 10 figures appeared in front of Suja, 5 wind elementals and 5 thunder elementals. Unfortunately, no heroic units appeared. Sure enough, it's too difficult to recruit heroic units now. Suja muttered to himself. Manhwa, Luna, these new members are left to you. Suja looked at Manhwa and Luna and said, Okay, my lord. Manhwa responded with a smile on her face. Luna nodded, and the two of them led their new members out of the holy tower of elements to teach them the rules of their territory. Suja came to the lake and a badge appeared in his hand. The badge of the mysterious merchant. Suja crushed the badge without hesitation. The space was rippling with fluctuations. Amaya, who was originally resting, opened her eyes instantly. Her figure turned into a stream of white light and instantly appeared beside Suja. A figure wrapped in a black robe slowly appeared in front of Suja. Hello, respected lord, the mysterious businessman said with a smile. Suja looked at the mysterious businessman in front of him and then took out the drawings he had prepared long ago one by one. These include the spiritual weapon forging blueprints that were previously obtained, as well as the spiritual weapon forging workshop blueprints that were just obtained. How much are these worth? Suja looked at the mysterious businessman and asked slowly. In addition to some workshop design drawings, Suja also took out the wonder drawings, the Azure Dragon altar. The mysterious businessman's eyes lit up. My lord, you are worthy of being the one who obtained the badge in the novice period. These blue-level blueprints are worth 20,000 gold coins in total, and this wonder blueprint is priced at 1 million gold coins. Are you sure you want to sell it, my lord? The mysterious businessman looked at Suja and said, Only 1 million gold coins? Suja looked at the mysterious businessman and frowned slightly. The Azure Dragon altar is indeed valuable, but it is only available to lords. As a businessman, the mysterious businessman naturally wants to lower the price. But this price is too low. If you take it to the trading house and sell it, you could get at least 5 million gold coins. 5 million? I'll sell it to you if you want it. Don't think that just because I'm a newbie, I don't understand the value of this thing. Suja said slowly. Hearing Suja's words, the mysterious businessman was slightly stunned, and his eyes under the black robe looked at Suja. Okay. The mysterious businessman responded slowly. Susenadif. This thing is of no use to him for the time being, and it would only fetch 5 or 6 million gold coins if sold. However, he is in urgent need of gold coins and resources, which are the most critical things at the moment. Ding! You received 5.02 million gold coins. A prompt sounded. Suja checked the territory warehouse. Except for the resources, almost everything that could be sold had been sold. The remaining blueprints were about clothing and accessories, which could not be sold either. Suja certainly didn't want to sell them. As for the blueprints of the Sky Wing Fighter, Quantum Light Blade, and Quantum Shield Barrier Device, Suja would never sell them. The ones he sold were the blueprints that had been drawn before but could not be used. The only thing that is a bit of a pity is probably the spectacular blueprint of the Azure Dragon altar. My lord, is there anything else you want to buy? The mysterious businessman looked at Suja with a hint of respect in his tone. After all, at this stage, the city lord who can come up with these things, as long as he does not die halfway, will definitely become a giant in the future. Maybe he will have to rely on Suja in the future. Do you have quantum condensation crystal? Suja looked at the mysterious businessman and asked. Yes. The mysterious businessman looked at Suja with a smile. A lavender panel appeared in front of Suja. Quantum condensation crystal, price 10,000 gold coins. Suja bought 2 directly. Where's the barracks? Suja asked again. As for the barracks, there is only 1 left. My lord, I hope you don't mind. The mysterious businessman glanced at Manhwa next to him with a little fear. He didn't know what Manhwa was, but his intuition told him that the woman in front of him with a graceful figure and full of charm was definitely not a good person. The mysterious businessman sensed a hint of danger from Manhwa, someone who should not be easily provoked. Although the mysterious businessman didn't know what kind of soldier Manhwa was, he still had some vision, so he was so cautious. What barracks? Suja looked at the mysterious businessman curiously. The 3rd level barracks, Lingyun Divine Tree, can recruit Lingya elves, one of the branches of the spirit race. Although their combat power is not strong, they are very talented in cultivating spiritual plants. The mysterious businessman said slowly. Spirit leaf elf? Suja looked at the mysterious businessman with interest. Yes, Your Excellency. The mysterious merchant responded respectfully. Suja was a little curious as to why there was only one barracks left, so he asked the mysterious businessman. Before the Lord summoned me, I had just completed a transaction with another lord, so the mysterious businessman explained with a smile. Suja understood that there was not enough time to replenish the stock. How much is this third-level barracks? Suja looked at the mysterious businessman and asked slowly. 10,000 gold coins, said the mysterious merchant. I want it, Suja said decisively. Thank you for your patronage. The mysterious businessman smiled even more broadly. I wonder if the Lord needs anything else, the mysterious businessman asked. Not at the moment, but if I have trading needs in the future, how can I contact you? Do you have something like contact information? Suja looked at the mysterious businessman and asked. Hearing Suja's words, the mysterious merchant looked at him, then smiled and took out a sign. If the Lord needs to trade in the future, you can activate this merchant token, and the mysterious merchant closest to you will come to trade with you. Suja looked at the token in his hand, his eyes full of curiosity. He had never heard of such a thing. Are you curious, Lord? The mysterious businessman looked at Suja with a smile. Chapter 76. Build a statue of worship and offer the highest respect. Suja nodded. I am indeed a little curious. I have never heard of such a thing. My lord, remember, in this world, the strong enjoy privileges. You are undoubtedly the strongest among this group of novice lords, so naturally you have some privileges that others don't have. The mysterious businessman explained with a smile. Suja's heart moved, and he understood instantly. If there is nothing else, my respected lord, I will leave first and look forward to meeting you next time. The mysterious businessman said to Suja. Susenadif. The mysterious businessman then disappeared in front of Suja. Suja held the token with curiosity in his eyes, then put it away. It seems that there is more than one mysterious merchant, and it seems to be a huge force. Suja is not clear about the specific situation, but it is said that mysterious merchants are spread throughout the Lord's world, and maybe they can be encountered anywhere. Suja checked the amount of gold coins after the transaction, and it soared to 5.47 million gold coins. The gold coins are enough for a short period of time. With the addition of 2 quantum condensation crystals and a third-level barracks, Lingyun Shinmu, this wave of transactions will definitely not be a loss, and the mysterious merchant must feel the same way. Build a statue to worship the gods first. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Suja's eyes. Manhwa, let's go back, Suja said to Manhwa. Manhwa nodded and followed Suja back to the Lord's mansion. At this time, Suja immediately took out the blueprint for worshipping the statue. Materials needed to craft the venerated statue. Wood X10W, stone X10W, high-grade wood X1W, high-grade stone X1W, mithril X1W, gold X1W, purple jade X1W, gold coins X stove. Now Suja is satisfied with the gold coins and purple jade. Suja has 554 basic wood cards, and each resource card contains 1,000 units of wood. He directly took out 100 cards, which is exactly 100,000 units of wood. There are also 554 basic stone cards. Each card contains 1,000 units of stone, and Suja also took out 100 cards. There are 471 high-level wood and high-level stone cards each, and each card has 100 units of corresponding resources. Suja took out 100 of each. There are 273 mithril and gold cards each containing 100 units of corresponding resources. Suja also took 100 of each. Okowo. Suja looked at the materials he took out, his eyes full of joy. He was originally worried that there would not be enough high-quality wood and high-quality stones, but now it seems that there are more than enough. Manhwa, call everyone else over, Suja said to Manhwa. Manhwa nodded in agreement. Suja walked out of the Lord's mansion and placed the materials and drawings on the open space. Soon, groups of 3 or 2 arrived one after another. Manhwa, Ling Shuang, Isabella, Lena, Amaya, Luna, and others, all the hero units under Suja have arrived. My lord, what's the matter with calling us here? Are you going to have a party? Ling Shuang asked casually. Party? Sure. Li wabazida Ling Shuan akua aksitadli. Isabella blushed slightly. Suja's face darkened. What party? Does he look like that kind of person? And Isabella, why are you blushing? It's as if I were really going to do something. Ahem. I called you here because of an important matter a major matter concerning the future of the territory. Suja said seriously. Everyone looked at Suja curiously. This was a big event for the future of the territory. Wait, all of you stand back. Suja said to everyone. Ding. Kensum jishinj wood, jishinj stone, jeden vhajgrada wood, jeden vhajgrada stone, jeden mifrul, jeden gold, jeden perpelzate. 100 W gold coins to build the wonder and venerate the statue. Yes, Suja said with anticipation in his eyes. A soft purple light bloomed. A 15-meter-tall, purple jade statue appeared in Suja's territory. The statue looks exactly like Suja, but it exudes an awe-inspiring solemnity and majesty, standing firmly on the square of the territory. Ding! Congratulations on successfully creating the wonder, venerable statue. See the detailed properties below. Everyone looked at this majestic purple jade statue with surprise and admiration in their eyes. This statue looks exactly like Suja, but it has an innate majesty that Suja does not usually have. This statue is a statue of worship. It can gather your respect for me and help me embark on the path of becoming a god. It can also provide protection for the territory. Suse explained slowly. My lord, can this help you achieve eternity? Manhwa asked with a fiery light flashing in her eyes. Suse nodded. There was nothing to hide. His eternity was a good thing for Manhwa and others. If Suja could not be eternal, it would be a disaster for them. So that's how it is. The Lord is on the path of becoming a god through the power of reverence. He needs to collect the power of reverence to ignite the divine fire. Manhwa said thoughtfully. Manhwa is right. It is indeed like that, so I need your help. Suja looked at everyone and said sincerely, My lord, I, a member of the immortal cultivation clan, am willing to offer you my eternal loyalty. Manhwa said, kneeling on one knee with eyes full of reverence. My lord, you are the eternal guide of my god clan. Amaya's eyes flashed with fanaticism as she also knelt on one knee. Get up, everyone, get up, what are you doing? Suja looked at everyone, and although he said this, his face was full of smiles. Who wouldn't be happy? A group of powerful and charming races have pledged their allegiance to him. How could one not be happy? Manhwa and others looked at Suja with fanatical eyes. To them, Suja is everything to them. From the moment their fate was intertwined with Suja's, they could no longer be separated. Although the Lord possesses many magical abilities, one thing is crucial, and that is lifespan. The Lord's lifespan is not infinite. Becoming a Lord is only the starting point on the road to transcendence. Only after embarking on the road to becoming a god can the Lord have the possibility of gaining eternity. The existence of military units is due to the Lords. Leaving aside the situation of ordinary military units, soldiers like Manhwa, Isabella, Amaya, Luna, Ling Shuang, and Yuying all belong to the long-lived race. Even if they do not upgrade their own levels, their lifespan will be much longer than Suja's. From the moment they were recruited by Suja, their fate was closely linked to Suja. Suja has eternal hope, which is undoubtedly the best thing for them. It means that they don't have to worry about Suja's lifespan running out and their own demise. No matter how Manhwa and Amaya occasionally dislike each other, there's one thing they're very clear about. That is, to let Suja gain eternity, which is their first and only goal. Only if Suja is eternal can they exist for a long time. Suja looked at his own statue. Handsome, really handsome, absolutely perfect. Suja touched his chin, admiring the statue narcissistically, and then checked the attributes of the statue. Chapter 77, Origin Spirit Tree. Name, Worship the Statue. Level Low. Function Pray. Reverence Power, 0. 60 to 70 Loyalty generates 1 point of reverence per day. 71 to 80 generates 10 points per day. 81 to 90 generates 20 points per day. 91 to 99 generates 50 points per day. 100 Loyalty generates 100 points daily. Upgrade. 100 W Reverence Power. Introduction. Venerating the statue is the key to the Lord's path to godhood. It can collect and store the power of veneration, which plays a decisive role in the Lord's godhood. Pray. Suja looked at the function of worshiping the statue with curiosity. Prayer. Residents of the territory can pray every day, and there's a chance to randomly obtain a 30% increase in strength, speed, defense, and physical strength buff. There is such a function. Suja's eyes were full of novelty. He originally thought it was just a prop for collecting the power of reverence, but he didn't expect it to have such a special ability. If loyalty reaches 100, can it generate 100 points of reverence every day? Suja thought to himself. 60 loyalty is the passing line for military loyalty. If it is lower than 60, there is no loyalty at all. But what exactly is the power of reverence used for? Suja was curious. Although he knew something about the power of reverence, he was not quite sure about its specific use. Suja was even certain that 99% of the lords did not know the specific use of the power of reverence. They just knew of its existence. Forget it. Let's not think too much about it for now. If the loyalty is 100, each unit of the military branch can bring me 100 points of reverence every day, based on the number of military branches I have now. Suja looked at his own military branches. Now the loyalty of each military unit is 100, which means that each military unit can bring him 100 points of reverence every day. According to Suja's current number of military units, he can obtain 57,400 points of reverence today. It seems that collecting the power of reverence is not that difficult. Suja thought to himself, and if he recruited new soldiers tomorrow, he would get even more power of reverence. Basically, with the continuous addition of new types of troops, the amount of reverence Suja obtains every day is at least 6,000 points, not counting other possible gains. It seems that reaching 100W of reverence is not out of reach. Suja thought to himself that at this rate, his power of reverence would reach 1 million in less than a month. Manhwa, try praying to the statue once. Suja said to Manhwa curiously. Manhwa did as she was told and prayed devoutly to the statue. A soft light flashed and enveloped Manhwa. Manhwa opened her eyes and looked at Suja in surprise. My lord, I feel that my strength has increased by about 30%. When the others heard this, they looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. They all knew how powerful Manhwa was. Ordinary buffs or debuffs had no effect on her because Manhwa's divinity was extremely high and ordinary buffs could not affect her at all. But at this moment, Manhwa actually gained a 30% increase in strength. How could they not be shocked? Then Isabella tried it too. I increased my speed by 30%. Isabella said slowly. Others also stepped forward to try. In addition to Ella, Qin Shuyao, and Zili, everyone including Liue tried it and achieved different degrees of improvement. This is the ability of worshipping the statue. If you pray once a day, you can randomly gain a 30% increase in one of the 4 attributes of strength, speed, defense, and physical strength. The duration is 24 hours. So say explain slowly. It's really amazing. Ella looked at the venerated statue curiously. Although she focused on the field of science and technology, she was also quite interested in this magical phenomenon. However, it was just an interest. If she was asked to conduct in-depth research, Ella might not be interested anymore. So should I upgrade now? Suja looked at the wonder in front of him, the veneration statue. He had obtained a wonder advancement talisman before, originally planned to use it on the veneration statue. But judging by the current situation, it seems we can wait a little longer. According to the current progress, he will be able to obtain 1 million powers of reverence in 20 days at most, and upgrading will not be difficult. Forget it. Let's put it aside for now. Suja thought to himself that the Wonder Advancement Talisman had no time limit for use, so there was no need to rush. Now he has 3 wonders in his hands, the Star Spring Fairy Pool, the Heart of Elements, and the Revered Statue. Among them, the ones that can be upgraded are the Lake of Stars and the Statue of Veneration. Regardless of whether it is the upgrade conditions for the Heart of Elements or the venerated statue, they are not insurmountable for Suja. The Heart of Elements requires a large amount of elemental power to charge, which may be difficult for other lords. But Suja's Spirit Wind Elementalist and Spirit Thunder Elementalist are fully capable of providing the required elemental power for the Heart of Elements. As for venerating the statue, the power of veneration Suja obtains every day starts at 50,000. As the number of troops increases, this number will continue to rise. 1 million power of veneration does not seem to be an impossible task. The power of reverence doesn't seem to be as difficult to obtain as it's said on the internet. Suja felt emotional as he watched the immortal cultivators, gods, frost warriors, void black dragons, and elementals coming from all directions to pray. Sure enough, the information on the internet cannot be fully trusted. It is not as exaggerated as those lords say. Suja curled his lips, thinking that he might have been misled before. People on the internet say that it is very difficult to obtain the power of reverence, but in Suja's opinion, it does not seem to be a difficult thing. In fact, Suja overlooked a key factor, that is, the loyalty of his troops was all at full value, while the loyalty of the troops under other lords could reach 80, which was already worth celebrating. Not every lord is like Suja, where the loyalty of his troops is full. For ordinary lords, they should be thankful if they can keep the loyalty of their troops at the passing level. Suja looked at the Lingyun divine tree in his hand. At this moment, it was still a small model, but once it was placed in the territory, it would definitely be completely different. This thing can recruit spirit leaf elves. I wonder what kind of barracks it will become after evolution. Suja looked at the third-level barracks in his hand, Lingyun Shinmu, and thought to himself, "Ding! Detected a Tier 3 barracks, the spiritual charm, divine tree. Your entry's divine level evolution has been triggered. The barracks are evolving. Ding! You've obtained the God-level barracks, Origin Spirit Tree." Origin Spirit Tree? Curiosity flashed in Suja's eyes. He looked at the barracks model in his hand and hurriedly checked its properties. Name, Origin Spirit Tree. Level 1. Rank, God level. Recruitment, 10 out of 10 daily. Spirit coins, 1 gold coin / 1 time, constant, can be used at will. Faction, Order. Upgrade, 1000 W Spirit coins, God Crystal X1, Spirit Crystal X1. Introduction, the Origin Spirit Tree, a God-level barracks that can recruit Origin spirits. Chapter 78, The Source of Stars, Xinglan. My lord, is this a new partner? Manhwa asked curiously, looking at the model of the Origin Spirit Tree in Suja's hand. Susenadif. Manhwa's words attracted the attention of others. New partners mean that new types of troops are about to appear. Manhwa, Lina, Anya, Luna, Shadow, Ella, and Qin Shuyao, these core figures representing different military branches of the camp, all turned their eyes to the Origin Spirit Tree in Suja's hand. Suja looked at the looks of the people around him and couldn't help feeling helpless. Why do I feel like you guys seem a little unhappy? Suja said slowly. My lord, I'm just worried that you will forget us old friends now that you have new partners. Manhwa said with a smile, not hiding her thoughts at all. I'm just a little curious about the new companions. You know me, lord. Qin Shuyao had a smile on her face and looked at her companions around her calmly. Although the others were somewhat disapproving of Qin Shuyao's words, they also knew Suja's character. It was okay to joke and argue with him, but they absolutely could not really fight. I don't care, Ella said, pushing up her glasses. Whatever the Lord says is what it is. I will support him no matter what he does. Amaya said with a gentle smile on her face. I don't care, Shadow said lightly. Lord, your decision is our will. Luna said in a deep voice. Lord, Isabella said only one word and looked at Suja quietly. Suse, we are all family, partners fighting side by side, and my feelings for each of you are the same. Suja smiled and comforted everyone. We just hope that the Lord will not forget us. Manhwa walked up to Suja and helped him straighten his collar with a smile. Don't worry, I will never forget any of you, Suja said with a smile. Afterwards, Suja opened the 3D floor plan of the territory and directly placed the Origin Spirit Tree next to the Void Dragon's nest. A huge tree exuding an ancient and mysterious aura suddenly appeared next to the Void Dragon's nest. The ancient trees exude an ancient atmosphere, as if whispering the story of origin. Suja walked straight forward, and Manhwa and others followed closely behind him and came to the ancient tree. Suja stared at the ancient spirit tree of origin. In a trance, he seemed to travel through time and space and see the ancient era when the universe was just beginning. Ding! Do you want to start daily recruitment? Recruitment, Suja said curiously. Light flickered on the origin spirit tree, and spiritual fruits appeared out of thin air, from tender to mature, and finally fell to the ground. 10 figures appeared in front of Suja. Leading the group was a silver-haired beauty with the elves' iconic pointed ears. Her eyes shone like deep stars, and she was wearing a light blue gauze dress that seemed to have gathered the light of the sky and stars. The other 9 elves looked similar to the leading elf, all with silver hair like snow. Xinglan, hello to the Lord. Xinglan knelt on one knee and lowered his head to show his submission. The other 9 elves followed suit. Get up first. This is Manhwa, Isabella. Suja introduced them to Xinglan one by one. Xinglan nodded slightly. Everyone looked at Xinglan with different expressions in their eyes, but none of them had any malice. Sujet Inglanes attributes. Name, Xinglan. Loyalty, 100. Experience value, 0 out of 100. Level 1. Rank, God level. Arms, Hero source of stars, Xinglan. Talent, Star power. Skill, Star contract. Potential, S-level Saint level, entry bonus. Introduction. One of the origin elves, the oldest and purest elf, controls the power of the stars and can mobilize the power of the stars to change the rules of heaven and earth. Suja looked at the other elves behind Xinglan. They were all elves of star origin, and their potential had reached the dominance realm after the addition of attributes. However, they all had no accompanying weapons, which made Suju a little confused. Xinglan, don't you have any weapons? Do you need me to equip you with weapons? Suja asked with concern. Xinglan looked at Suja and said, My lord, we don't need any weapons. In a sense, the power of the stars is our most powerful weapon. Suja nodded and understood the meaning of Xinglan's words. In that case, let me tell you about the rules of the territory, and Suja hadn't finished speaking. Manhwa walked forward. My lord, just leave this matter to us. We will explain the rules to them. Manhwa said with a smile. Suja looked at the others, and everyone looked at him. Okay, in that case, let's all get along well. Thank you very much. Suja looked at Manhwa and the others. Suja was also curious about how Manhwa would introduce the rules to Xinglan. However, things were completely different from what Suja had imagined. Suja originally thought that Manhwa would teach Xinglan some common rules, but unexpectedly, Manhwa's words made Suja so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Xinglan, my name is Manhwa. The first rule in the territory is to spend more time sleeping with the Lord. Manhwa said with a smile. After hearing Manhwa's words, Suja immediately fled. Although this is true, Manhwa said it so bluntly that he made himself look like a lecher. Before leaving, Suja hurriedly called Ella, Zili, Liu, and Qin Shiryao away. Looking at Suja fleeing in panic, everyone couldn't help laughing. Suja was not joking when he called Ella and others away, but for a serious matter, which was to develop the Black Iron World. Lord, is what Manhwa said true? If so, I am willing. Liu said with anticipation, her cheeks slightly flushed as she just arrived at the future hub. Liu usually doesn't talk much, and Suja didn't expect her to say something so shocking when she opened her mouth. Suja was speechless for a moment. Of course it's true. I have even slept with the Lord. You better work hard. Zili was afraid that the world would not be in chaos, so she took Suja's arm, held it against her chest, and said carelessly. Hearing Zili's words, Liu looked at Zili seriously and said, My lord, I know what to do. I will definitely work hard. Go away, stop making trouble, and talk about business. We'll talk about these things tonight. Suja said unhappily and gently pushed Zili's hand away. Zili stuck out her tongue and stood aside obediently. Ella, if we want to develop the Black Iron World, where do you think it is best to start? Suja looked at Ella and asked, My lord, are you planning to develop the Black Iron World? Ella looked at Suja curiously. Well, this world must be developed, otherwise your Science and Technology Research Center and Shuryao's Quantum Research Institute cannot be successfully built. Suja said solemnly. Chapter 79, Preliminary Planning of the Black Iron World. Relying solely on daily chaos invasion and Lord resource wars to obtain resources, he wants to develop the Black Iron World. I don't know how long it will take. If that's the case, my suggestion is to find a suitable location and build a base first. But the prerequisite is to have the ability to withstand the impact of monsters. Otherwise, relying solely on manpower will not be a long-term solution. Ella looked at Suja and directly pointed out the key issue. If you want to develop the Black Iron World, the first thing you need to solve is how to resist the almost endless army of monsters. If this problem cannot be solved, developing the world will be just empty talk. After all, it might be possible to rely on manpower for a short period of time, and Manhwa and the others might be able to fight for a week straight, but what about after that? 1 month, 1 year, 10 years? Manhwa and the others can't fight endlessly. Without a base that can defend against monsters, it is impossible to gain a foothold in that world. Suja looked at Zili. Zili casually took out the blueprint of the quantum shield barrier device that she had learned. Ella's eyes suddenly lit up. She looked at the blueprint that Zili took out, then looked at Suja. It seems that the Lord has made preparations in advance. I was worrying too much. No, your concern is necessary. You are my important external brain, so of course I have to listen to your good ideas. Suja said with a smile. My lord, can we manufacture a quantum shield barrier device now? Zili asked excitedly. Qin Shiyao's eyes lit up. If she could gain a foothold in the Black Iron world, wouldn't her Quantum Research Institute have hope? It should be about the same, but don't be in a hurry. Ella, go on and tell me. What should we do after we have a foothold? Suja looked at Ella, wanting to hear her insights on the development of the Black Iron world. That depends on you, Lord. Do you want to use the Black Iron world as a logistics base or a place for leisure and entertainment? Yes, kid Suse. Tell me in detail. Suja looked at Ella with interest. Let's first use it as an entertainment venue. If that's the case, then it doesn't have to be too complicated. We just need to build simple bases in each area. And then you, Lord, can play as you please. Ella said slowly. If it's used as a logistics base, in addition to the quantum shield barrier device, all the workshops can be moved to that world. Of course, an energy station must be built. In addition, doesn't the Lord always let newly recruited partners go to that world to increase their levels? In the future, they can not only level up there, but also help resist monsters, killing two birds with one stone. Ella said in an orderly manner. Is that so? Suja rubbed his chin and fell in a deep thought. What Ella said made sense. It is indeed a good idea to use the Black Iron world as a logistics world. In the future, the newly recruited troops will be sent to that world to guard and upgrade every day. The newly recruited troops will be rotated the next day. One day is enough for them to be upgraded to level 10 or above. This plan is perfect, as it can not only protect the base of the Black Iron world, but also improve the level of troops. Before that, it's best to find a place with rich mineral veins, especially copper or iron mines, so that it will be easier to mine and develop, Ella continued. Suja nodded in agreement. Then I can ask Manhwa and the others to help find a suitable location, and then build the base. Suja said slowly. We really need their help in this matter. Without them, developing that world would be extremely difficult, just from finding suitable mineral veins and establishing a base. Ella said calmly. Suja understood what Ella meant. If it weren't for Manhwa and the others, he wouldn't have considered developing the Black Iron world at this time. After all, there are countless monsters in that world. Although the Mechanical Legion is powerful, it is not invincible, unlike Manhwa and the others, who are invincible in the Black Iron world. As long as they have enough physical strength and energy, Manhwa and the others can be invincible in the Black Iron world. However, Manhwa and the others' biggest problem right now is that their level is not high enough. The first step is to find the mineral veins. The second step is to find a suitable location to place the quantum shield barrier device. The third step is to build an energy station, and finally we can establish a base. Among them, finding a suitable location is the key to building an energy station. Ella pushed her glasses and looked at Suja, planning everything in an orderly manner. Let's follow this plan. Let me first see if there are enough materials. Suja said as he checked the materials needed for the quantum shield barrier device. Quantum shield barrier device. Exotic metal X1W. Advanced crystal alloy X1W. Quantum condensation crystal X1. Spiritual or X1000. Gold coins X10W. Strange metals require steel and iron or to synthesize, while advanced crystal alloys require 4 metals. Gold, copper, steel, and iron or to synthesize. In other words, to obtain 10,000 units of exotic metal, you need 20,000 steel and 20,000 copper ore. Suja checked his copper resource cards and found that he had 518 cards, and there were also 10,000 units of copper ore mined. The territory's intermediate copper veins produced 5,000 units per day, and currently 10,000 units were stored. There are 508 steel resource cards, copper, ore, and steel resource cards, each with 100 units. Suja directly activated the Lord's power synthesis function, took out 100 copper or resource cards and 10,000 units of copper ore, a total of 20,000 units of copper ore, and took out 200 steel resource cards for synthesis. Ding! You consumed 20,000 copper ore and 20,000 steel to synthesize and obtained 10,000 units of exotic metal. When Suja was planning to synthesize advanced crystal alloy, he found that there were only 173 gold resource cards, and each gold resource card had only 100 units. This is a bit frustrating. I have all the other materials, but I don't have enough gold resource cards. It seems I can only wait until tomorrow. Suja closed the Lord panel helplessly. Quantum shield barrier device. If nothing goes wrong, the materials should be gathered tomorrow, and we can produce it then. Suja said slowly. Then let's do it tomorrow. It doesn't hurt to wait one more day. Ella said calmly. Yeah. Susen nadif. However, we need to explore in advance to find the most suitable place to build a base. Currently, Zeely has control over 3 types of energy stations: wind, fire, and water. It would be best if we could find a terrain suitable for building one of these energy stations as our first base in that world. Suja said seriously. As for the antimatter energy station, Suja didn't even think about it. The current conditions simply did not allow him to carry out such a project. You have to go and take care of this. Manhwa and the others don't know where is suitable to build a base. Suja said slowly. Ella nodded after hearing this and said, Then Zeely and I will go to that world this afternoon to look for a suitable place to build a base and look for mineral veins. Well, no problem. I will let Shadow escort you, which will ensure your safety. Suja said seriously. Ella nodded in understanding. My lord, can I go? Qin Shiryao looked at Suja with a smile on her face. You? No, what are you going to do? Suja looked at Qin Shiryao and asked. I want to study those chaotic creatures. Qin Shiryao looked at Suja with a smile. Chapter 80. Warm up in advance and look for buyers. No, not now. Wait until it's safe over there, then you can go. During this time, just have fun in the territory. Suja said slowly. Okay. Qin Shiryao listened to Suja's words and did not argue too much. She didn't want to study the genes of chaotic creatures, but she wanted to study the genes of these soldiers in Suja's territory more. Let's stop here for today. The afternoon is the Lord's private time. You must be so tired every day. Suja stretched and said, half-jokingly, My lord, would you like me to accompany you? Zeely walked to Suja obediently and said sweetly, Okay. A smile appeared on Suja's face, and he took Zeely out of the future hub. In the afternoon, Yuying led her Void Black Dragon Legion. Zeely and Ella stood on the back of a wind-attributed Void Black Dragon. They were escorted by a group of immortal cultivators, as well as the newly recruited soldiers today and the Originels recruited in the morning and headed to the Black Iron World together. Ella and the others are going to find a suitable place to establish a base. Shadow and Luna are responsible for protecting Ella and the others, while the newly recruited soldiers and Xinglan's Originels are going to the Black Iron World to upgrade their levels. Suja was in the Star Spring at the moment, wearing loose beach pants and floating comfortably on the water. There's a small artificial sun in the sky. Wherever Suja floats, it follows him and its light always shines on him. Exclusive little sun, check it out. Suja lay on the lake and clicked on the chat module. Melancholy Seahorse. Brothers, I really can't stand it anymore. Is this a military unit or an ancestor? I can't even tell if I'm a lord or a slave. Sweet Cloud. That's a good question. Obviously, they're the ancestors. Spicy dried fish. What's your point? I have a unit here that likes me. Sweet Cloud. Isn't this a good thing? Just max out your loyalty. Are you showing off? Spicy dried fish. What a show off. My unit is a Cyclops, and the one who likes me is a male. If it were a female, I'd be fine with it, but what about a male? Melancholic Hippocampus. Contact the best orthopedic surgeon. Sweet Cloud. So the question is, who is number 1? Objectively speaking, I think if you're 1, it might be okay. If you were 0, oh my. Radiant, 6. Sweet Cloud. I think I saw a big guy. I'm not sure. Let's take a look. Objectively speaking, the top-ranked boss on the battle power list has actually popped up. Melancholic Seahorse. Boss, please support me. I'm 170 centimeters tall, fair skin, beautiful face, long legs, and a great figure. Radiant. Really? I don't believe it. Objectively speaking, I don't believe it either, but does the boss have anything good? Radiant. Do you want this? If so, contact me. We'll be able to trade it after the novice period ends. Psionic Pulse Cannon JPG. Suja lay on the lake and directly released the properties of the Psychic Pulse Cannon. Objectively speaking, holy shit, is this really a black iron grade weapon? Melancholic Seahorse. I want it, sir. Flame Dragon Lord. It's a tech-oriented unit. No wonder its combat power is so exaggerated. Now it makes sense. Electromagnetic Railgun Battalion Commander. What happened to the Science and Technology Department? Is the Science and Technology Department eating your rice? Flame Dragon Lord. The Technology Department has a slight advantage in the early stages, but its abilities in the later stages are mediocre and of little use. Electromagnetic Railgun Battalion Commander. And now, I'll kill you with one shot. Suja found it a little funny that the topic of the chat module had gone off track. However, what Lord Flame Dragon said was not wrong. In the later stages of the technology system, the individual combat power is indeed not outstanding, and powerful weapons tend to make a lot of noise. From the perspective of individual units, there are some shortcomings, but from the perspective of overall strategy, it is still okay, but not top-notch, so it gives people a mediocre feeling. Of course, this is not absolute, and it still depends on personal development. Suja didn't come to the group just to hang out. On the one hand, he wanted to show his face, and on the other hand, he wanted to reveal that he was a member of the technology department to avoid being secretly plotted against. The last purpose, of course, is to contact potential buyers, which in the previous life would be called warming up. Even good wine needs no bush. If you don't make a name for yourself now that you're #1 on the battle power list, when will you do that? Radiant. Hey guys, besides this, there's also this, the 2 Malawian Quatches battle mech. Anyone want it? Remember to find me in the trading module when you have the chance. Objectively speaking, I now understand why the boss's combat power is so exaggerated. A 9-star bronze mech with its own weapons. Holy crap. Melancholic Seahorse. Boss is awesome. Electromagnetic Railgun Battalion Commander. Holy shit, top tech boss, please remember to take me with you. I'm not trying to be pedantic. We can now build a level 9 mecha. It looks like it was discarded by a big boss. Generally speaking, the technology department sells obsolete items. Objectively speaking, it's hard not to argue with this. Melancholic Seahorse. Indeed, this is the first time I support someone who argues. I'm not trying to argue. I told you, I'm not trying to argue. Objectively speaking, yes. Radiant. There are more products, such as engineering mechas and mining mechas. If you're interested in them after the novice period, please contact me. After sending this message, Suja closed the chat module. For Suja, it is necessary to show up every few days to increase his popularity. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing if he couldn't sell his products. After all, he is not the only one who has things related to science and technology. Although other people cannot sell as much as he does, these are ultimately low-end goods and are not irreplaceable. You can't expect a level 10 mecha to last a lifetime, so it's just for transition. In the Black Iron world, Ella and Zeely stood on a wind-attributed Void Black Dragon. The roars came one after another. The Void Black Dragon's energy cannons continued to fire, and the fire exploded on the ground. Electricity, storms, fire, and ice raged on the ground, turning everything into dust wherever they went. Especially the shadow, wherever it passed, everything was destroyed and the mountains and rivers were shattered. I've made a discovery, Sister Ella, Zeely said to Ella excitedly. Ella stood on the back of the Void Black Dragon, her white scientific research suit rustling in the wind. A detection robot next to Zeely found a mineral vein. The surrounding environment is pretty good and suitable for wind power generation, Ella said slowly after taking a look. The Void Black Dragon under his feet slowly landed on the ground. Ella and Zeely got off the back of the Void Black Dragon. The detection robot continuously sends out prompt information about the discovery of mineral veins. Chapter 81, The Proud Immortal Cultivator. Aisha. Sister Ella, feedback shows that this is a large iron mine, Zeely said to Ella. Ella nodded and looked around. Then let's go here. We've been looking for it for the whole afternoon. The conditions here are good. It could be the starting point for developing this world, Ella said slowly. Zeely nodded after hearing this, and then left a positioning mark on the spot. Okay, let's go back first and come back tomorrow, Ella said. Zeely nodded, set up the detection robot, turned off the power, stayed where she was, and left the Black Iron world with Ella. The next day, Suja got up from the bed, stretched, looked at the Xingqiuan not far away, and a smile appeared on his face. It's another beautiful day. Suja looked at Manhwa, who was sleeping beside him. He patted Manhwa gently and said, "Wake up. It's time to recruit new partners," Suja said with a smile. Manhwa opened her eyes lazily, not caring at all about the sudden exposure of her spring light. She stretched and sat up from the bed. "My lord, you are taking advantage of others again," Manhwa said with a smile, then stood up. Suja went straight to the Xingqiuan pool and washed up briefly. Afterwards, Suja came to the Immortal Creation platform, where Manhwa, Ling Shuang, and Luna were already waiting. "Lord," Ling Shuang and Luna greeted Suja in unison. Suja nodded in response, looked at the listless Luna, and pinched her lightly in annoyance. "My lord," Luna said coquettishly. "You seem listless, so I'm here to cheer you up," Suja said with a smile. "Luna." Suja walked into the Immortal Creation platform. "Ding. Do you want to spend 10 gold coins for daily recruitment?" "Recruitment," Suja said casually. In an instant, golden light shone, and the dazzling golden light filled the entire immortal creation platform. Suja was slightly stunned, then looked into the light. One after another, figures walked out, 10 in total. Oh, it seems that we have recruited more heroic units. This will make things a lot easier for me. Manhwa smiled. Suja glanced at Manhwa, then turned his gaze to the blonde woman in the lead. Unlike Manhwa, Ling Shuang, and Luna, this newly recruited hero unit has dazzling blonde hair, skin whiter than snow, and an innate pride and unruly look in her eyes. Even when facing Suja, she never lowers her proud head and exudes a free and unrestrained temperament. Elsa, greetings to the Lord. Elsa looked at Suja with a smile, and then her eyes fell on Manhwa behind Suja. Suja looked between Manhwa and Aisha. Manhwa explained with a smile, "This person is a proud cultivator. He is the most proud among the cultivators. He has always been eager to challenge my authority and take my place." Suja nodded, as if he understood, and then checked Elsa's attributes. Name, Aisha. Loyalty, 100. Experience value, 0 out of 100. Level 1. Rank, God level. Arms, hero, proud immortal cultivator Aisha. Talent, proud soul. Skill, proud tempering. Companion weapon, hammer of proud. Potential, S-level, saint level, entry bonus. Introduction. The most arrogant cultivator among the immortal cultivators, possessing a proud soul and an incomparable pride in his heart. Note, the arrogant cultivator has always wanted to replace Manhwa and become the leader of the immortal cultivator clan. Looking at Elsa's attributes, a hint of surprise flashed in Suja's eyes. No wonder Elsa was so arrogant. So this is the case. Among the immortal cultivators, different talents represent different traits and abilities. The mental methods they practice are different, so the abilities they possess are also subtly different. For example, Manhwa is called the Red Moon Fairy, and the moves she performs are also related to moonlight. She is the strongest sword genius in the fairy world in the past 3,000 years, and possesses a sword talent that even the fairy emperor is amazed. Elsa, on the other hand, is more inclined towards close combat, hammering her enemies with a sledgehammer. If Elsa were placed in ancient times, she would be an ambitious character. Elsa, this is Manhwa, this is Ling Shuang, and this is Luna. We will all be partners fighting side by side in the future. Suja said slowly. Introduce Aisha to everyone. This is an essential step every time you recruit new heroes. After hearing Suja's words, Aisha's eyes soften a little, but only a little. Elsa, from now on you will be in charge of the proud, immortal cultivators. Suja said to Elsa. Understood, my lord. Aisha said in a cold tone. Suja nodded, then looked at Manhwa, indicating that he would leave the follow-up matters to her. Manhwa nodded in understanding. Suja walked out of the immortal creation platform and continued with other recruitment. Apart from Aisha, no hero units were recruited today, but this was enough. The Origin Spirit Tree recruited all the Star Origin Elves, and Suja directly handed them over to Xinglan for management. Perhaps similar to the Elementalist, if you want to recruit elves with other attributes, you must first recruit hero units with corresponding attributes. However, Suja was not in a hurry. There were opportunities every day, and he would be able to recruit more heroic units sooner or later. Suja came to the Future Hub, and Zili was debugging a mining mecha. My lord. Zili smiled when she saw Suja. What's going on? Linya looked at Zili. Due to overmining in the Black Iron world before, this mecha had some problems, but it can be fixed with a simple repair. Zili said carelessly. Susen Nadif. Where are Ella and the others? Suja asked. Sister Ella and the others are inside. Zili pointed inside the Future Hub. Okay, you go ahead and do your work. I'll go in and take a look. Suja said as he walked towards the interior of the Future Hub. Huh? Why are you alone here, Ella? Suja looked at Ella curiously. Eya Nadif. They're all out. Where did you go? Suja asked. Qin Shuyao seems to have gone to Xingchuan for a trip, and Liue seems to be honing her combat abilities in the Black Iron world, saying that it's so she can better protect you. Ella said lightly. After hearing Ella's words, Suja was silent for a moment, then looked at the energy ball in front of him. Chapter 82. Easy Crush, Rich Harvest. Ding. Do you want to spend 1 gold coin to start daily recruitment? Recruitment. Suja looked at the big ball of light, his eyes full of anticipation. The gate of time and space slowly emerged. A drawing flew out of it. Suja looked at the blueprints for recruitment again. Curiosity flashed in his eyes, and he immediately took the blueprints. In an instant, His pupils suddenly shrank. Galaxy Fortress Blueprint requirements. God level, scientific research experts can learn. So say, I actually got this thing now. Suja looked at the design drawing of the Galaxy Fortress in front of him. This is a super killer weapon of the middle and late stage of the technology department. Suja really didn't expect that he would be able to get this treasure now. This is both good news and bad news. The good news is that this blueprint is extremely powerful, but the bad news is that the resources required for construction are definitely not enough. Even if Suja sells all of his current assets, he probably won't be able to get even a fraction of it. Suja quickly put the drawings away. This thing could definitely be considered a family heirloom. By the way, Lord, the location of the base in the Black Iron world has been determined. If the materials for the quantum shield barrier device are complete, we can build a base in the Black Iron world. Ella pushed her glasses and looked at Suja. Suja nodded to show that he understood. As for the materials, they should be ready today, Suja said with a smile. After hearing this, Ella said nothing more. Ding! Today's chaos invasion is about to begin. Lord, please select the difficulty S. A, B, C, D. S. Suja chose the S difficulty without hesitation. The chaos invasion is about to begin. Do you want to go and take a look? Suja looked at Ella and asked. I won't go. Ella shook her head. She was not very interested in this kind of battle. Okay. Suja did not force it and walked straight out of the future hub. Shadow. Suses shouted loudly. The black shadow instantly covered the sky. A huge figure fell rapidly from the sky and then crawled in front of Suja. Suja climbed directly onto Ying's back. The shadow spread its wings and quickly brought Suja to the Blackstone city wall. I don't know when the level 11 monster will appear. Suja muttered to himself, staring closely at the chaos invasion that was about to begin. Because Suja's upgrade speed is too fast, the current chaos invasion can no longer provide experience points for him and his troops, except for the newly recruited ones. On the Blackstone city wall, Xinglan, with her silver hair shining like stars and wearing a light blue gauze dress, had been waiting there for a long time. My lord, Xinglan saluted immediately when he saw Suja. Suja nodded in response. Suja looked at Xinglan. Although Xinglan was recruited only yesterday, he had already reached level 11. It seemed that he had gained a lot from leveling up in the Black Iron world yesterday afternoon. Here it comes, Suja said in a low voice. Xinglan looked at the surging chaotic darkness, his eyes flashing with excitement. In the darkness, strange and chaotic creatures slowly walked out of the darkness and began to invade Suja's territory. It's still the same old strategy. The newly recruited soldiers serve as the main force, which can both level up and resist invasions. The remaining soldiers are responsible for hunting treasure chest monsters and obtaining treasure chests. Suja looked at the Legion of Origin Elf. They were all elves with star attributes. When fighting, they instantly transformed into star bodies, with bright starlight shining all around them. Huge star meteorites fell from the sky, continuously smashing into the chaotic creatures on the ground, bursting out with dazzling light. Level 9. At the latest, a level 10 creature should appear tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Suja murmured, his eyes full of anticipation. As time goes by, the S-level chaos invasion is getting stronger every day. If nothing unexpected happens, a level 10 monster will appear the day after tomorrow at the latest, and then he will be able to upgrade. Time passes slowly. Everything went smoothly, and 3 hours later, the last chaos creature fell to the ground, and the chaos invasion was declared over. Suja looked at the S-level evaluation box that appeared in his backpack, then received today's combat power list reward, and received 10,000 gold coins from the spirit crystal tree. Devour. Suja directly activated his power and devoured all the monster corpses in the territory. Ding. Your entry's blessed land attribute has been triggered. Your territory has expanded by 6 kilometers. Ding. Your entry's blessed land attribute has been triggered. Obtain a high-level spiritual spring. Ding. Your entry's blessed land attribute has been triggered. Obtain a spiritual forest. Susa. It was triggered 3 times in a row. I'm pretty lucky today. Suja looked at the prompt tone. Advanced Spiritual Spring. Entertainment Facilities. Advanced Spiritual Spring has the magical effect of cleansing the marrow and bones and improving the qualifications for cultivation. Lingyun Forest. It can gather the spiritual essence of heaven and earth and has a high probability of producing rare mineral veins or giving birth to natural treasures. Both are very good. Suja looked at the high-level spiritual spring and the spiritual forest. Both of them were very good harvests. As an entertainment facility, the high-level spiritual spring is of great benefit to improving the training qualifications of the territory's troops. Lingyun Forest might bring him unexpected surprises. Suja then opened the 3D floor plan. After checking the location of the spiritual spring, he placed it directly next to the Xingchuan Ferry Pool. As for Lingyun Forest, Suja placed it in the northern part of the territory. Then, as per convention, the wall was expanded outward, leaving only 500 meters of open space bordering the chaos. Suja looked at the Lingyun Forest and estimated that its range was about 2 kilometers. It was not a big problem. His territory was currently vast and could accommodate a 2-kilometer forest. Almost done. Suja looked at Xinglan beside him. He pulled out an interstellar sports car from his backpack. "Get in the car," Suja said to Xinglan. Xinglan was slightly stunned, then sat in the passenger seat and looked at Suja curiously. Suja started the interstellar sports car, took Xinglan back to the Lord's mansion, and then went straight to the high-level spiritual spring. Suja looked at the spiritual spring in front of him. It was not very large, with a diameter of about 20 to 30 meters. Hot steam was rising and spiritual mist was lingering. Suja, wearing beach pants, jumped directly into the spiritual spring. Xinglan stood by the spiritual spring, looking a little embarrassed. Suja reached out and pulled Xinglan into the spiritual spring. "Stay with me for a while." Suja smiled and gently hugged Xinglan. Xinglan's face turned slightly red, and then she leaned obediently in Suja's arms. Suja held Xinglan, who was emitting a faint fragrance, soaked in the spiritual spring, and began to count today's harvest. Gold coins, 100,000, ordinary loot chests x 1,000, rare loot chests x 400, black iron chests x 200, bronze chests x 60, silver chests x 1. Today's harvest is quite good. Suja was secretly happy. Look at the gold coins in front of you. Are the number of monsters today 50,000? Suja's face was filled with smiles. It's not much, but it's not a small amount either. Today is only the 11th day of my novice lord period. This harvest is really good. Suja thought to himself, if any other lord were to face such a difficulty, he would have collapsed long ago. Only Suja could handle it so easily. Chapter 83, The Incomplete Bronze World Key. Open, Suja said in a deep voice as he looked at the 1,000 ordinary loot chests in front of him. Basic wood x 200, basic stone x 200, basic meat x 200, basic iron or x 200, basic copper or x 200. Not bad. They're all useful at this stage. Suja looked at the basic resource cards that were opened. Whether it was meat or wood, these were the resources he urgently needed. Especially meat. As the number of the Void Black Dragon Legion increases, more and more meat is consumed every day. Although there are still 500 basic meat resource cards, they're only enough to sustain the Void Black Dragon Legion for a few days, no more than 3 days at most. Suja cast his gaze towards the rare loot chest, his eyes full of anticipation. Now he just needed gold, and wondered if he could get it today. Open. Suja opened 400 rare loot chests in one breath. High-grade wood x 100, high-grade stone x 100, mithril x 100, gold x 100. Okay. Success shouted excitedly. Xinglan was startled and looked at Suja in confusion. It's okay. Suja smiled and gently pinched Xinglan's cheek. The gold is finally gathered. I should be able to make the quantum shield barrier device today, and I can finally devote myself to developing the Black Iron world. Suja looked at his resource reserves and thought that if it were other novice lords, they would probably find it difficult to obtain the amount of resources he had in one day in a month. This was also normal. Don't think that Suja has an outrageous amount of resources. You should know that Suja is only on the 11th day of the novice period, and he has chosen the S-level difficulty. He has to eliminate 50,000 level 9 chaos creatures to obtain these resources. If you think about it this way, does Suja really have a lot of resources? This is not much, but compared with other lords, Suja's resources seem to be extremely abundant. If other lords can successfully pass the S-level difficulty at this stage, they will naturally be able to gain the same amount of resources. Compared with the difficulty it was for Suja to obtain resources, the resources he obtained were actually quite few. Suja turned his gaze to the remaining treasure chests. There wasn't a single silver treasure chest yesterday, so it's nice to have one today. Let's look at the black iron treasure chest first. Open. Suja looked at the 200 black iron treasure chests and decisively chose to open them all at once. Spirit or X 20,000. Yesterday the prize was gold coins. Will it be spiritual or today? Suja looked at the items that came out of the black iron treasure chest. 20,000 spiritual ores, which are not particularly good, but not bad either. At present, Suja's demand for spiritual ore is not much, but spiritual ore is also a necessity for the Lord's strategic reserves. Continue. Suja looked at the remaining 60 bronze treasure chests. Open. Suja stared at the 60 bronze treasure chests with anticipation. Fire attribute crystals X 300, thunder attribute crystals X 100, ice attribute crystals X 100, earth attribute crystals X 100. It's attribute crystals, which is also good. Whether it's making psychic weapons or upgrading psychic towers, these attribute crystals are needed. Suja put them away directly. There is still one silver treasure chest and one S-level treasure chest left. Suja looked at the only two remaining treasure chests. Let's open the silver treasure chest first. Suja thought as he stroked Xinglan's hair. Ding! Do you want to open the silver treasure chest? Open. Suja looked at the silver treasure chest with anticipation. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the blueprint. Gale Bow. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the blueprint. Star Armor. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the blueprint. Phantom Blade. Blueprints for 2 weapons and 1 piece of armor? They are of little use to me. Suja looked at the 3 blueprints in front of him. Although they were of blue quality, they were a bit useless to him. Moreover, one needed to be a weapon refiner to learn them, so they were of no use to Suja at the moment. Forget it. I'll sell it to the mysterious merchant later. Suja thought to himself, he would rather give the mysterious merchant a good deal than to those city lords. Even if I suffer a loss, I cannot let other lords take advantage. As for why Suja still wants to sell mechas and pulse cannons, understand that if someone uses what Suja sells to deal with him, Suja will let them know what cruelty is. Suja then opened the S-level evaluation treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the incomplete bronze world key. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 10 lower-level elemental thunders. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 10 lower-level elemental fires. Low-level elements? A hint of surprise flashed in Suja's eyes. This was the material needed for alchemy technology. Let's keep this thing for now and see if anyone needs it later. If no one wants it, I'll sell it. Suja thought as he looked at the lower-level elements. Then he looked at the incomplete bronze world key. Bronze world key. After use, it can open a passage to the incomplete bronze world, which lasts for 24 hours. Suja narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the key to the bronze world in his hand. Like the key to the black iron world, it was incomplete. Sure enough, the evaluation treasure chest can always give me what I need most of the moment. Suja thought to himself, this thing must be used well, but there is no rush now. Suja thought slowly. It would be a waste to use it now if he waited a few more days. 24 hours, if arranged properly. Suja hopes to take this opportunity to raise his level to above level 20, but he is not sure whether it can be achieved. The main reason is that there are too few types of troops, and it would be more cost-effective to recruit more types of troops. I haven't participated in today's battle for Lord resources yet. Thinking of this, Suja directly got up from the spiritual spring holding Xinglan. Xinglan looked at Suja with a blushing face. What's wrong? Suja asked Xinglan, who was blushing. They are right, Lord. You are such a hooligan. Xinglan said with a red face. Hearing Xinglan's words, Suja looked at her with a smile. Rogue? What's wrong with being a rogue? Don't you like me like this? Xinglan's face turned even redder. Suja smiled and let go of Xinglan. Stay with me tonight. After saying that, Suja left. Xinglan looked at Suja, who was leaving, and her face became more and more red. Amaya, Luna. Suja called. Amaya and Luna appeared in front of Suja. Are you ready to participate in today's battle for Lord resources? Suja looked at Amaya and Luna and asked. It's ready, Lord. Amaya replied with a smile, her eyes falling on Suja, who was wearing beach shorts. But Lord, are you going just like that? Amaya looked at Suja curiously. No way, Suja said carelessly. Of course, Lord. You can do anything as long as you are happy. Amaya said with a smile. As expected, Amaya, you are the most considerate. Suja praised with a smile. Get ready. The Lord War is about to begin. Suja said with a serious expression. Amaya and Luna nodded and immediately began to gather their subordinates to prepare for battle. Ding! Do you want to participate in the Lord War? Participate. Suja turned into a ray of light and disappeared from the spot in an instant. Chapter 84. Darkin Elementalist Leon. In the Lord's space. Suja quickly summoned Amaya, Luna, and others. Ding! Do you want to match your opponent? Match! Suja said in a flat tone, sitting on the sofa in the Lord's space. Ding! Matching you with a suitable opponent. Ding! Matching successful. The battle will begin in 1 minute. Please be prepared. Go! Suja looked at Amaya and Luna. Amaya and Luna disappeared in the Lord's space in an instant. Amaya and Luna looked around. This time the terrain was not the valley like last time, but a vast forest. It's a forest terrain this time? Suja watched this scene. Compared with the valley, the forest terrain is more open, and it is not impossible for the base to be attacked by surprise. After all, there is endless void on both sides of the valley, and it is difficult to take a detour. In the forest, the spirit crystal to be protected is located in the center of the forest. It is difficult to predict where the enemy's forces will come from. Because of the fog of war, the enemy's troop deployment, combat plans, and military composition are all unknown. Of course, the other lord will also take into consideration the problems faced by Suja. But it's not a big problem. Suja watched all this calmly. Amaya, you leave 10 Protoss warriors to guard the spirit crystal, and Luna, you lead the rest of the troops and attack directly. Suja said calmly. Tactics? If you can just crush them directly, why bother with any tactics? Isn't that redundant? At the same time, Suja's opponent this time is a lord named I Am the Only One, which is a very domineering name. The enemy's troops are also not weak. They are level 6 Shadow Elves. Moreover, this is a forest, which is a home ground for the Shadow Elves. This guy, level 11? There must be something wrong with the system. Why Waduzin sat in the Lord's space, looking at the other party's level. Except for the level, all other information was hidden. He himself is only level 6. To be honest, his upgrade speed is not fast among the lords, but is not slow either. But his opponent is actually level 11. What the hell is this monster? Looking at the 600 Shadow Elves under his command, Waduzin felt more confident. Level doesn't mean everything. This is my home ground forest. How can I lose? Waduzin said confidently. He naturally had a reason for saying that. Nama, Shadow Elf. Level, 6. Rank, 6th rank. Faction, Elves. Talent, Forest Concealment. Skill, Shadow Strike. Although the 6th level troops are not abnormal, the talent of Forest Concealment has given the Shadow Elves a certain improvement in strength. For example, in forest terrain, the Shadow Elves' agility and stealth abilities will be improved to a higher level. Although the improvement is not very large, it is a percentage bonus after all, which is not weak. Of course, this is only compared with the troops of other ordinary lords. Huh? What is this? Is it dawn? Waduzin looked up at the sky above the forest and saw stars twinkling, bright moonlight and golden sunlight interweaving and falling. What's going on? The next moment, a prompt sound rang in Wadzin's ears. Ding! Your lord's crystal has been destroyed, and the battle for resources has failed. I'm the only one. What the hell? What the hell is going on? Waduzin looked at everything in front of him with a bewildered look on his face. How long had it been? 10 seconds? 20 seconds? 30 seconds? And then it's over? The most important thing is that he didn't even see what the enemy looked like, and the battle ended like that. Isn't this too outrageous? Suja, looking at the returning Amaya and Luna, smiled and said, Well done. Keep it up. Then Suja led everyone back to his territory. Suja looked at the SSS Lord resource chest in his backpack without any surprise. Suja directly chose to open it. Ding! Congratulations! You've obtained Basic Wood Resource Card X100. Ding! Congratulations! You've obtained Basic Stone Resource Card X100. Ding! Congratulations! You've obtained Basic Iron or Resource Card X100. Ding! Congratulations! You've obtained Basic Copper Resource Card X100. Ding! Congratulations! You've obtained Basic Steel Resource Card X100. Ding! Congratulations! You've obtained Basic Silver Mine Resource Card X100. Ding! Congratulations on winning Gold Coins X10,000. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Spirit or X1000. Ding! Congratulations! You've received 1 Soldier Recruitment Card. It's almost the same as what I got yesterday. Could it be that these are the highest rewards for opponents below level 10? Suja thought, touching his chin. This is almost exactly the same as yesterday's reward. It seems that I can only know if I encounter an opponent above level 10. Suja thought, probably because the opponent is below level 10, the reward has not changed much. If the opponent is above level 10, what he gets may be different. The recruitment card for the troops has been refreshed. This time it's the turn of the Holy Tower of Elements. Suja muttered to himself, and then went directly to the Holy Tower of Elements. Use it first, and then deal with the matters of the Black Iron World. My lord. Isabella looked at Suja with a hint of shyness in her eyes, thinking that Suja was here to do something intimate. Ahem, it's daytime now. Let's talk about it at night. I'm here to recruit new partners. Suja looked at Isabella and said with a smile. When Isabella heard Suja's words, her face turned red and she was a little at a loss. Looking at the shy Isabella, Suja smiled and took Isabella into the Holy Tower of Elements. Ding! Do you want to refresh the current recruitment and start recruiting? Yes, Suja said slowly as he looked at the Holy Tower of Elements in front of him. A black light suddenly rose. Suja was stunned. Looking at the black light, he looked at Isabella in surprise. Isabella's eyes showed a solemn look. As the most orthodox elementalist, Isabella had already seen the origin of the black light. My lord, this is the symbol of the Darkin elementalists. They are the outliers among the elementalists, and are a killing force dedicated to eradicating all heretics. Isabella said in a deep voice, if the orthodox elementalists are the guardians of world order, then the Darkin elementalists are the ones who wipe out all heretics, regardless of whether they are guilty or not. Anyone who doesn't believe in Suja is a heretic and deserves to die. They are an extremely fanatical type of soldier, and are extremely hostile to any other type of soldier that is different from them. A black figure appeared in front of Suja. He was extremely tall, more than 4 meters tall, with long black hair and holding a huge black scythe. The strangest thing is the 6 dark wings behind it, emitting a strange black light. Behind him is a Darkin elementalist who also has black wings. Greetings, Leon, the Supreme Lord. May your glory always bless us. Leon looked at Suja with extremely fanatical eyes. Suja looked at Leon's tall figure. Although he was tall, his body proportions were well proportioned, and there was no sense of weirdness at all. At the same time, Suja was impressed by the extreme fanaticism in Leon's eyes. Chapter 85, Level 40, Quantum Shield Barrier Device. Originally, Suja thought that Liu would be the future leader of the Royal Guards, but now it seems that he underestimated her. There are more powerful ones. The Leon in front of him was obviously as extremely fanatical as Liu. Get up first, Suja said softly to Leon. Leon's tall figure stood in front of Suja. Suja compared his height with Leon's. Well, this is really a small matter compared to a big one. Suja looked at Leon's attributes. Name, Leon. Loyalty, 100. Experience value, 0 out of 100. Level 1. Rank, God level. Class, Hero, Darkin Elementalist Leon. Unique. Talent, Darkin Evolution. Skill, Dark Drain. Companion weapon, Dark Scythe. Potential, Genesis. Entry bonus. Introduction. A type of elementalist who believes in the existence of absolute laws, has 0 tolerance for any heresy, and is a group of extremely religious fanatics. Suja took a deep breath and looked at Leon. Leon's potential was even greater than Isabella's, perhaps because of her talent. Leon can evolve through absorbing darkness. This evolution is not a simple level increase, but an all-round enhancement of strength. To put it in data terms, every time Leon kills an enemy, his physique, strength, speed, and mental strength will be improved. The most terrifying thing is that there is almost no upper limit to this improvement. Of course, there are still some restrictions, such as it must be a creature with a level, and killing a creature without a level will not gain any upgrade. Even so, it's pretty amazing. Thinking of this, Suja looked at the other Darkin elementals. Their talent was the power of the Darkin. Fortunately, they could become braver and braver in battle, and could also absorb the enemy's vitality to maintain their own combat effectiveness. Although it is not as abnormal as the Darkin evolution, it is undoubtedly the top talent in a protracted battle. They also have a companion weapon, Dark Blade. It seems that Leon has mutated. Suja looked at Leon's talent, and a gleam flashed in his eyes. Leon, for now on you will be the leader of the Darkin elementals. Suja said to Leon. Yes, Lord. Leon responded in a deep voice and stood in front of Suja. Suja looked at Leon and then at Isabella. From Leon's eyes, Suja noticed that there seemed to be a conflict between him and Isabella. What's going on with you? Suja asked Leon and Isabella curiously. Hearing Suja's words, Leon looked at Isabella with a smile on his face. Lord, he is loyal to the so-called law, not you. Loyalty that is not absolute is absolute disloyalty. As he spoke, a blood-red light appeared in Leon's eyes. Isabella's face darkened, and she looked at Leon. My loyalty is only to my Lord. Divine energy gathered on Isabella, and the spiritual flames on the 6 wings behind her burned fiercely. Stop, Suja said with a dark face as he looked at the 2 people who were on the verge of a fight. Leon and Isabella looked terrified, half knelt on the ground, and lowered their heads. Suja looked at them. You are all mine. Don't do this again. You can compete, but not by force, but by other means. Suja said with a slight frown. Isabella blushed when she heard Suja's words. Leon looked at Suja in confusion, not quite understanding what he meant. Leon, bring the dark elementalist with me. Isabella, you come too. We have important things to do. Suja looked at Leon and Isabella and said, Yes, Lord. Leon and Isabella answered in unison. Then the 2 of them looked at each other and had no intention of taking action for the time being. You guys get ready first. I'm going to the future hub and we'll be back soon. Suja said slowly. Leon and Isabella nodded. Suja then went to the future hub and began to prepare for the development of the Black Iron World. The resources had been prepared, and all that was missing was the quantum shield barrier device. This is the future hub. Suja found Zili, who was debugging the mecha. Suja sat down aside and opened the territory warehouse. Materials required for the quantum shield barrier device. Exotic metal X1W. Advanced crystal alloy X1W. Quantum condensed crystal X1. Spiritual or X1000. Gold coins X10W. Suja has already synthesized the strange metal, and all he needs is the high-level crystal alloy. Advanced crystal alloys require resources to be synthesized: gold, silver, copper, and iron. 2 units are needed to synthesize 1 unit of advanced crystal alloy. Suja currently has 800 iron or resource cards and 15,000 units of mined ore. These 15,000 units of ore are mined from the territory every day. Suja directly took out 20,000 units of iron ore. Of course, each resource card was 100 units. Suja currently has 718 copper mines. Each resource card contains 100 units of copper, and there are 5,000 units of copper mined from his own territory. Silver mine Suja has 675 resource cards, and each resource card represents 100 units of silver mine. Gold mine Suja has 273 resource cards, each of which also has 100 units of gold mine. The resources required for advanced crystal alloy are enough to make one. Ding. Do you want to consume 20,000 gold, 20,000 silver, 20,000 copper, and 20,000 iron to synthesize 10,000 high-grade crystal alloy? Synthesis. Suja said in a deep voice, feeling a little distressed about the resources. This wave of synthesis directly consumed part of his accumulated resources. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining 10,000 high-level crystal alloys. Done. Suja took a deep breath and looked at the resources for the quantum shield barrier device that he had finally gathered. Zili. Suja said to Zili, who was standing beside him. Lord, is there anything wrong? Zili raised her head and looked at Suja. With the resources given to you, you should be able to make a quantum shield barrier device, right? Suja looked at Zili and asked. If all the materials are complete, there will be no problem. Zili said with a smile. She took the materials needed for the quantum shield barrier device from Suja and began to make it. Suja looked at Zili with anticipation in his eyes. You know, Suja spent 100,000 gold coins alone, not to mention other materials and 1,000 spirit ores. Suja spent no less than 1,000,000 gold coins on other high-end synthetic materials to make such a device. Okay, Lord. Zili looked at Suja and said. Suja looked at the quantum shield barrier device made by Zili and directly checked the properties. Quantum shield barrier device. Level 40. Function: quantum barrier. Range: 10,000 meters. Miracle grant: refraction. Introduction: the level 40 quantum shield barrier device can resist attacks of level 40 or below. The mechanical genius Z. Li has given it the ability to refract all energy attacks, including psychic attacks and elemental attacks. Suja took a deep breath and looked at the quantum shield barrier device made by Zili with a smile on his face. He didn't expect that Zili could directly make a level 40 quantum shield barrier device. Lord, how is it? Zili asked Suja with some concern, somewhat worried that she had not done well enough. Chapter 86 Advanced Wind Energy Station. Suja looked at Zili, hugged her, and kissed her. Well done, you're awesome, Suja said with a smile on his face. Zili's face turned red, and she started laughing along with Suja. Zili, go call Ella and prepare to develop the Black Iron World, Suja said with a smile. Hearing Suja's words, Zili nodded and quickly called Ella over. By the way, which type of energy station is suitable for the place you chose? Suja looked at Zili and Ella. Wind Energy Station. We discovered a wide wind vent not far from the mineral vein, which is very suitable for building a wind energy station, Zili said slowly. Suja nodded and checked the materials and conditions needed to build the wind energy station. Wind energy station. Requirements. Continuous wind power. Materials. Basic wood X1W. Basic stone X1W. Iron or X1W. Copper or X1W. Steel X1W. Spirit or X1000. Gold coins X1W. Not bad. Suja looked at the requirements and conditions for establishing a wind energy station. Let's go, Suja said to Ella and Zili. Ella and Zili nodded and followed Suja. Shadow. Suja shouted as he walked out of the future hub. A shadow descended from the sky. Shadow, go and summon the Void Black Dragon Legion, Suja said to Shadow. The shadow nodded and flew back into the air. Roar! A roar sounded. The Void Black Dragons in Suja's territory heard the signal from the shadow, spread their wings, and flew into the air to gather. A black figure appeared beside Suja. Bright Moon. Lord. Manhwa looked at Suja. Manhwa, you are stationed in the territory, and the safety of the territory is in your hands, Suja said with a smile. Manhwa nodded. Get in the car. Suja looked at Ella and Zili and said, directly summoning an interstellar sports car. Ella and Zili sat directly in the passenger seat, as there was no way it could be a two-seater car. Suja sat in the driver's seat and started the interstellar sports car. The interstellar sports car took off directly and switched to flight mode. Zili, come here and sit on my lap, Suja said to Zili. Zili sat directly on Suja's lap with a smile on her face. Let's go. Suja drove towards the space-time channel of the Black Iron World. Xinglan, Isabella, Leon, bring your legion and follow Shadow into the Black Iron World. Manhwa, Amaya, Luna, you'll guard the territory. Suja's voice sounded in the territory. One after another, figures rushed directly into the sky. Isabella's Elementalist Legion, Leon's Darkin Elementalist Legion, Xinglan's Origin Elf Legion, and Shadow's Void Black Dragon Legion. Although the number is not large, it already has the prototype of a legion. As time goes by, it will sooner or later develop into a large legion. Of course, it may take some time. Zili, you open it, Suja said to Zili. Okay, my lord. Zili smiled, gripped the steering wheel, stepped on the accelerator, and rushed into the Black Iron World. Ella looked at Suja and Zili, feeling helpless. Shadow, Isabella, Leon, and Xinglan each led their legions into the Black Iron World. Leon's appearance made Suja think about who would be more suitable to reside in the Black Iron World permanently. That would naturally be Leon's Darkin Elementalist Legion. There is no more suitable regiment to be stationed here than them, especially Leon's talent. This place is simply Leon's paradise, safe and invincible, and he can also fully improve his own attributes. Although there is no specific data to reflect Leon's growth. But as mentioned before, as long as Leon kills creatures with ranks, he can improve his basic attributes unlimitedly, which is simply a heaven-defying existence. Therefore, Leon's Darkin Elementalist Legion is the most suitable legion to be stationed here. No doubt about it. Unfortunately, other Darkin Elementalists do not have the same talent as Leon, which is the only regrettable thing. In the Black Iron World, Suja got out of the car and looked at the whistling wind vent not far away, a gleam in his eyes. Zili. Suja looked at Zili. Understand, Lord. Zili directly took out the quantum shield barrier device. Sister Ella, where do you think it would be more suitable to put it? Zili Eskaella. Let's put it here. Ella looked at it and said, it doesn't matter where it is placed. This world is destined to become a resource base for the development of Suja's territory. The main thing is that once the first base is developed, everything else will be easy. Yeah. Zili directly placed a spherical device on the ground. The spherical device extends many mechanical tentacles and takes root in the ground. Purple light gathered. A purple quantum beam of light shot out from the top of the sphere into the air, then dispersed, forming a pale purple barrier covering an area with a radius of 10,000 meters. Leon, Suseshchautif. A black figure fell from the sky. A tall figure appeared in front of Suja. Leon, you are responsible for garrisoning here with the Darkan elementalists and guarding this base. You can deal with the monsters here as you please. Suja said slowly. I understand, Lord. Leon showed a cruel smile on his face. A dark light flashed in his eyes, and the wings behind him were as black as ink. Go, Suja said in a deep voice. Leon turned into a black beam of light and rushed into the sky. Behind Suja, the void black dragon was roaring, and energy cannons were ravaging the entire world. The activation of the quantum shield barrier device attracted the attention of many chaotic creatures, and now these guys are rushing towards this side. However, due to the existence of the quantum shield barrier device, these chaos monsters are destined to be destroyed outside the barrier. Let's go and build an energy station first, Suja said in a deep voice. Bring Ella and Zili to the vent. Suja handed the materials directly to Zili. He wanted to see what special abilities Zili could give to the wind energy station. Materials required for the wind energy station. Basic wood X1W, basic stone X1W, iron or X1W, copper or X1W, steel X1W, spiritual or X1000, gold coins X1W. Before coming to the black iron world, Suja prepared the materials and handed them directly to Zili. Zili took the materials and started to make the wind energy station, or, to be more precise, to synthesize it. Of course, it was impossible to build it one hammer at a time, otherwise it would take a long time to build. Soon a model of a wind energy station appeared in Zili's hands. Zili handed it directly to Suja, and Suja checked the properties of the wind energy station. Name, wind energy station. Level, advanced. Function, power generation. Time limit, unlimited. Grant, overload burst. Introduction, an advanced wind energy station, built by a mechanical genius, is endowed with the ability to overload and burst. During an overload burst, it can generate a powerful energy shock with a range of 10 kilometers around it, and can be manually operated. So say, what's going on? Why does there exist an ability called overload burst? Lord, how is it? Zili looked at Suja with expectation. Suja looked at Zili, and then a forced smile appeared on his face. Chapter 87 Hyperspace Starship Railgun. Very nice. Suja then placed the wind energy station next to the wind vent. Suja looked at Ella. Workshops and other things can be moved here. Ella nodded. Can the workshop be upgraded now? Okay. Suja said slowly. The workshop has not been upgraded because of the materials and the territory. After we go back, we can move the workshop to this world. Suja said slowly. Ella Nadif. I'll set up a space-time channel later. Then you can come here directly from the territory without so much trouble. Suja said to Ella. Then Suja set up the entrance to the space-time channel and directly set the entrance inside this technology base. Ella, Zili, and Suja moved all three workshops to this technology base. Mecha Workshop, Psionic Pulse Cannon Workshop, Auxiliary Mecha Workshop. Suja left the rest of the matters to Ella. After all, he didn't know much about it. Ella had the authority to obtain the materials she needed and let her upgrade the workshop. Suja returned to the territory, lying leisurely on the recliner, checking the situation of the Science and Technology Research and Development Center and the Quantum Research Institute. The next targets to be constructed are these two important buildings. Now the workshop has moved to the technology base of the Black Iron World. Suja directly moved the future hub to an area with other barracks. Lord, is everything ready? Mingwei appeared beside Suja, lying beside him in a cool swimsuit. Suja nodded with a smile on his face. It's done. Now you can take a good rest. Hearing Suja's words, Mingwei smiled but said nothing. A gentle breeze blew by. Suja enjoyed his exclusive sunbath. In the Black Iron World, a terrifying 4-meter-tall Darkborn, shrouded in darkness, with a huge scythe in his hand emitting a cold aura. In front of him was an endless wave of chaotic monsters. With a cruel and bloodthirsty smile on his face, Leon looked at the tide of chaotic monsters and swung his scythe without any external help, relying entirely on his own strength and speed. With one swing of the sickle, the monster tide was cleared out within a range of 4 or 5 meters. Black blood splattered and broken limbs were scattered all over the ground. Leon murmured to himself that it would be more appropriate to say that she was a demon from darkness rather than an elementalist. That's the feeling. Inside the technology base, a strange light flashed in Ella's eyes as she watched Leon's killing scene. Maybe we can develop a combat mecha. Ella murmuró. But we still need the Technology Research and Development Center, and we also need their cooperation. Ella put her hands in the pockets of her white coat and watched the battle between Leon, Shadow, and others. Psychic mechas or bionic weapons are good options, but the territory can't afford them right now, Ella said calmly. She had a lot of ideas in her mind, but unfortunately the current conditions in the territory did not support Ella's advanced technological ideas. If there is a chance, we can research a biomecha, which may improve their strength. Ella thought, forget it, there's no point thinking so much now. Let's just wait a little longer. Ella looked at the current technology base. Apart from a few workshops, there are no other facilities. Moreover, these workshops are currently relatively backward and need to be upgraded. You can leave the upgrade or construction of other workshops to Zeely in the future. Maybe she can bring you surprises. Ella looked at Zeely, who was busy. Over time, everything is moving in a good direction in Suja's territory. Early the next morning, Suja got up from the bed, looked at manhwa and Lena beside him, yawned, and walked out of the Lord's mansion. I played too late last night, and I'm a little sleepy. Suja yawned as he went to the Xingqiuan ferry pool to wash up. After a simple wash, Suja directly received 10,000 gold coins from the Spirit Crystal Tree, as well as 100 gold coins as a reward from the combat power ranking list. Suja returned to the Lord's mansion and looked at manhwa and Lena lying in bed. Suja clapped everyone and said, "Get up." manhwa and Lena opened their eyes and got up from the bed with a hint of reluctance. "My lord, would you like to rest for a while?" manhwa lay on Suja and said to him, "I have something to do today, so I'm going to recruit new partners." Suja said slowly, "Okay." manhwa pouted, a little unhappy. Suja started daily recruitment directly. Starting from the Holy Tower of Elements and ending at the Spirit Tree of Origin, recruitment has been carried out in all places except the Future Hub. However, they're all ordinary soldiers. The recruitment of the Elemental Holy Tower has also changed. Before, they were all wind elementals, but now they're also dark elementals. Overall, it is not bad. Recruiting a hero unit is a surprise, but not recruiting one is not bad either. Suja looked at his own troops. The number of people in the Frost Warrior Legion has now exceeded 200. If mechas are not counted, it is already the largest number of troops. Thinking about this, Suja walked to the entrance of the Future Hub. Ella and Zeely went to the technology base of the Black Iron World early in the morning, leaving only Li Yue and Qin Shiyao here. "Lord, good morning." Qin Shiyao looked at Suja with a smile. "Lord." Liu called Suja with a serious face. Suja nodded and then entered the Future Hub. "Ding. Do you want to spend 1 gold coin to recruit?" Recruitment. Suja looked at the big light ball of the Future Hub with interest. The door of time and space opened, and a blueprint slowly flew out. Suja looked at the drawings that flew out. Hyperspace Starship Railgun. Requirements. God level, scientific research expert. Another thing that I can't use right now. Suja thought to himself, and then put it away. These drawings can only be placed in the warehouse to collect dust. It's not that these things are useless. In fact, they are very powerful, but Suja is unable to build them at the moment. I can only put it aside for now and consider it again when I have enough resources. It seems that the Lord is not very happy. Qin Shiyao looked at Suja with a smile. "It's not that I'm unhappy. It's just that I can't use it now, and there are not enough resources," Suja said slowly. Qin Shiyao didn't say anything, leaning against the door and just looking at Suja. Qin Shiyao was only level 1 now and hadn't upgraded yet. Chapter 88, Genetic Enhancement. But it's not a big problem. It would be easy for Qin Shiyao to upgrade, but she didn't want to put in the effort. She was more interested in researching her own biological drugs and genetic technology. Ding! Today's Chaos Invasion is about to begin. Lord, please select the difficulty level S, A, B, C, or D. S level. Suja chose without hesitation. The Chaos Invasion is about to begin. "Do you want to go?" Suja looked at Qin Shiyao and Li Yu and said, "I won't go there. I'd rather go to the Star Spring. My lord, I'll wait for you, Qin Shiyao said with a smile. Go, Liu said in a deep voice, standing beside Suja like the most loyal guard. Let's go, get in the car, Suja said to Liu and drove the interstellar sports car to the Blackstone City wall. Suja looked at the Blackstone wall, considering whether to upgrade it. After thinking about it, he decided to give up. Now all his resources should be invested in the construction of the Black Iron World's technological base. Only when the area is developed can he have a steady supply of resources. At present, Suja's territory will not be threatened too much, so there is no need to upgrade the walls and elemental towers for the time being. It's still the same old strategy. The newly recruited soldiers are distributed throughout the territory, ready to resist the invading enemy. After this invasion is over, we will go to the Black Iron World to upgrade them to level 10 or above. Suja looked at the edge of endless chaos, and in the swirling fog, demonic creatures walked out. They are all at level 9 in strength, but no creatures above level 10 have appeared yet. Just as Suja expected, starting tomorrow, creatures above level 10 will probably appear. Of course, only creatures above level 10 are found in S-level difficulty, which does not mean that creatures of other difficulty levels are also found there. Other lords are not stupid and will not choose S-level difficulty at this time. At most, they would try to choose S-level difficulty in the last week of the novice trial, by which time they would have had a certain margin of error. Some people will even choose to try the S-level difficulty on the last day of the novice trial. However, most people will do this. After all, this is the last benefit period. If you miss it, there will be no chance. Naturally, you have to give it a try. It's not difficult. Suja felt a little bored as he watched this scene. If other lords saw this scene, they would probably be so shocked that their eyes would pop out. Choosing S-level difficulty on the 12th day of the novice period is simply seeking death. But in Suja's case, these demonized creatures, which were extremely terrifying in the eyes of the lords, as a kind of chaotic disaster, were easily eliminated like ants. I hope everyone who comes tomorrow is above level 10, otherwise it will be too boring, Suja thought to himself as he looked at the tide of demonized creatures in front of him. As time goes by, 3 hours passed. Suja looked at the S-level evaluation box he had obtained without any surprise. Devour. Suja directly activated the power of the territory to devour. Suja's territory expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ding! Your entry's Blessed Land attribute has been triggered. Your territory has expanded by 7 kilometers. Suse? That's it. Suja looked at the message. Is that all 60,000 level 9 demonized creatures? After all, and this is all. Suja opened the 3D plan of the territory speechlessly, and, as usual, pushed the wall outward, leaving only 500 meters of land bordering chaos. Now the diameter of Suja's territory has reached 40,000 kilometers. The area of such a territory is no less than that of an ordinary level 5 or level 6 territory. Suja began to count the harvest. Gold coins X120,000, ordinary loot chest X1, 200, rare loot chest X600, black iron chest X400, bronze chest X100, silver chest X1. Today's harvest was pretty good. Suja looked at today's harvest. Although there were still few silver treasure chests, only one, there were quite a few other treasure chests. There will be another harvest from the daily Lord resource battle later. Let's go back. Suja drove the interstellar sports car and took Liu directly from the Blackstone City wall back to the Lord's mansion. Liu followed behind Linyu. Suja came directly to the high-level spiritual spring. Sure enough, Qin Shiyao was already soaking in it, with fair skin, leaning lazily against the stone wall of the spiritual spring. Suja narrowed his eyes and looked at Qin Shiyao, then entered the spiritual spring wearing beach pants. Liu stood by the spring holding her weapon, looking at Suja with a slightly flushed face. Liu, come down and take a bath too, Suja said with a smile. Hearing Suja's words, Liu's face turned even redder, but she still obeyed Suja's order, took off her armor, entered the Lingquan, and kept a distance from Suja with some restraint. Come here. Suja looked at Liu with a smile. Hearing Suja's words, Liu came to Suja with a flushed face, not knowing whether it was because of shyness or the temperature of the spiritual spring. Your Majesty is really greedy. Qin Shiyao came closer. I'm not greedy, I'm loving everyone. If I only favor one, won't you be sad? Suja said with a smile. Hearing Suja's words, Qin Shiyao smiled and did not continue the topic. My lord, Have you ever thought about genetic enhancement? Qin Shiyao looked at Suzhou and said with a smile, Gene enhancement? Suzhou looked at Qin Shiyao with curiosity in his eyes. That's right. It can enhance your lordship's strength and make you as powerful as the soldiers. Qin Shiyao's eyes flashed with excitement. Suzhou looked at Qin Shiyao and fell silent. Among all his soldiers, the one Suzhou could not figure out the most was Qin Shiyao, but he had no doubt about Qin Shiyao's loyalty. Suzhou didn't understand what Qin Shiyao was thinking or what she was really thinking. So what do you need? Suzhou looked at Qin Shiyao curiously. In Suzhou's mind, the most dangerous person was not the dark elementalist Leon recruited yesterday, but Qin Shiyao, who looked harmless and had a strength of only level 1. To some extent, Qin Shiyao is far more dangerous than others. I need your support, Lord, Qin Shiyao said with a smile. Oh, how do you need my support? Suzhou looked at Qin Shiyao and said slowly. My lord, what do you think? Qin Shiyao looked at Suzhou with a smile. You can't let them be your experimental subjects, but I allow you to study their blood, only their blood. Nothing else is allowed, especially not as experimental subjects. Suzhou said in a deep voice. You should know where my bottom line is. Suzhou said slowly. Of course I know. Your words are enough. What if they volunteered? Qin Shiyao said with a smile. Hearing Qin Shiyao's words, Suzhou looked at her. If they are willing, I have no objection, provided that it is voluntary. I don't like others to lie to me, and I hate it the most. Suzhou said slowly. Of course, how could I deceive the Lord? Qin Shiyao said with a smile, leaning against Suzhou. Chapter 89 Barracks Upgrade Card. There was a thoughtful look in Suzhou's eyes. After all, Qin Shiyao's ability lies in genetic research. In fact, Suzhou also wants to see what results Qin Shiyao can produce. Suzhou was also very tempted by the genetic enhancement Qin Shiyao mentioned. Even if he couldn't become as powerful as a soldier, at least he could have an extra ability to protect himself. Okay, remember what you said, Suzhou said slowly. Then Suzhou directly opened 1,200 ordinary loot chests. Basic wood X200, basic stone X200, basic meat X200, basic copper or X200, basic iron or X200, basic silver or X200. Not bad. Suzhou looked at his resources with satisfaction. They had become much richer. Go on. Suzhou rubbed Qin Shiyao's hair directly. Qin Shiyao. Suzhou directly chose to open 600 rare loot chests at once. High-grade wood X150, high-grade stone X150, mithril X150, gold X150. Okay. Suzhou looked at the resources that came out of the rare loot chest. They were all what he urgently needed. These resources could be considered to have solved his urgent needs. It seems that I can also make a quantum shield barrier device. Suzhou touched his chin and thought, with one hand around the beauty beside him. Forget it. Let's do it when we need it. There's no need now. Suzhou thought to himself that the first technology base has not been developed yet, and it is a complete waste of resources to think about building a second one. It is better to take one step at a time. Suzhou looked at the remaining black iron treasure chest X400, bronze treasure chest X100, and silver treasure chest X1. There are more and more black iron treasure chests, but very few silver treasure chests. Suzhou looked at the treasure chests he had harvested today. With the loot chest, Suzhou is not worried about resources. As for the treasure chest, Suzhou naturally hopes that the level is as high as possible. Suzhou opened 400 black iron treasure chests at once. Gold coins X4000000. Sure enough, Suzhou looked at what came out of the black iron treasure chest. 400,000 gold coins seemed like a lot, but in fact, this was obtained by killing 60,000 demonized creatures at S-level difficulty. Does it seem like a lot? Not much at all, even a bit of a loss. The main reason was that Su Ye's level was high. Some lords had discovered before that high-level lords could only get the guaranteed rewards when opening low-level treasure chests. As for other good things, don't even think about it. The more high-level lords open treasure chests, especially low-level treasure chests, the lower the probability of obtaining good things. Even the guaranteed rewards will be halved later. The Supreme Rules do this to prevent high-level lords from specifically brushing low-level boxes, which will only compress the living space of low-level lords. This is not allowed by the Supreme Rule. Just imagine, if high-level lords can get good things from low-level treasure chests, how can low-level lords survive? It's basically impossible. So there is such an unwritten rule, which is called an implicit rule, but in fact it is obvious. Therefore, if a high-level lord wants to obtain good things, he must at least go hunting in a world of the same level as himself, or a world of a higher level. Want to eat the minimum living allowance? Don't dream. If you eat too much, you won't even have the minimum living allowance. Just like if a high-level lord wants to level up, he has to hunt monsters that are higher than his level, or at least monsters of the same level as his own. Want to be the god of war in Novice Village? Unless you have an incredible talent like Leon, it is basically impossible. Although Leon's talent is unlimited, it is basically difficult for low-level monsters to improve Leon's attributes later on. Let's get back to the present. Lin Yu opened 100 bronze treasure chests at once. Spirit, or X 10,000. Sure enough, after opening too many cars, I started to rely on the minimum living allowance. The supreme rules really don't allow any loopholes. Suja saw that all the ores that were mined were spiritual ores. Suja opened too many boxes before, so now he can only get the minimum living allowance when opening a bronze box. It's so depressing. In a few days, even the spiritual mine won't be able to be mined. Suja thought, in a few days, I'm afraid I won't even be able to get the minimum living allowance with the black iron box. Suja took a deep breath and looked at the two remaining boxes, one evaluation box and one silver treasure box. Ding! Do you want to open the silver treasure chest? Open it. Suja looked at the silver treasure chest in front of him with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a mysterious map fragment, X1. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the blueprint. Gale-splitting sky sword. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the blueprint. Flowing cloud boots. Suse. What are these things? Suja looked at the things that came out of the silver treasure chest. There were 2 blue drawings, which were of no use to Suja. There are 5 fragments of the mysterious map, but it is still far from 10. I won't have to rely on the minimum living allowance now, will I? Suja looked at the silver treasure chest in front of him in a panic. It was like this yesterday, and it was like this today. Not really. It seems like I haven't opened many of my silver treasure chests yet. But what Suja didn't expect was that his bronze treasure chest was already receiving subsistence allowances, while other lords were very happy to have a bronze treasure chest. Suja took a deep breath and looked at the last S-level evaluation box. Ding! Do you want to open the S-level evaluation treasure chest? Open it. Suja looked at the box in front of him with a hint of anticipation. Ding! You received Barracks Upgrade Card X1. Ding! You received Soldier Refresh Recruitment Card X1. Ding! You obtained Wonder War Drum Blueprint X1. Suja looked at the items that came out of the S-level treasure chest and took a deep breath. Barracks Upgrade Card. Can upgrade the barracks once. There is no need to explain much about refreshing the recruitment card for the arms. Drums of War. Advanced Wonder. I thought this thing no longer existed, but I didn't expect it to appear. Suja looked at the barracks upgrade card. Suja had known about this thing for a long time, but he never thought that he could get it. After all, he was a god-level barracks, and Suja thought that the supreme rules were not going to give him this thing. To put it bluntly, this thing was used to enhance the strength of the lord. Recruiting ordinary lords is a problem, let alone upgrading the barracks, which is used to improve the strength of ordinary lords. Suja didn't expect that he actually got it right. He had never gotten it right before. It seems that the supreme rules are quite fair. Barracks upgrade card. Which barracks should I upgrade? Susepandiv. In his mind, there are currently 2 barracks that are most worth upgrading now. One is the Immortal Platform. The other is the Void Dragon Nest. These 2 barracks are most suitable for this card because they have both hero units and ordinary soldiers. The potential of other barracks is slightly worse. If you want to upgrade, you must choose between these 2 barracks, not other barracks, from any angle. Chapter 90 Advanced Wonder, Drum of War. The Elemental Holy Tower also seems to have great potential. For example, the Darkin Elementalist Leon has the same potential as manhwa and Shadow. At present, the other barracks are not as good as these 3 barracks. Of course, the strongest ones at present are still the Immortal Creation Platform and the Void Dragon Nest. It's still the same reason ordinary soldiers have god-level potential, which is enough to explain everything. Drum of War. Suja looked at the blueprint in his hand, the Advanced Wonder Drum of War, and carefully checked the properties of the Drum of War. Name, Drums of War. Level, Advanced. Function, increase the morale of soldiers by 100% and fight frenziedly. Upgrade, unable to upgrade. Introduction, an essential weapon for boosting morale and inspiring the troops. Berserk. All arms units are given a Berserk buff, which increases their strength by up to 50%. The higher the rank, the less the increase. Sanity is reduced by 50%. The duration is 10 minutes, and the unit will be weak for 30 minutes. Although the improvement is huge, it seems to have little effect on my type of troops. Suja thought to himself, although this is a high-level wonder, putting aside the side effects, it is indeed very powerful. It can increase strength by 50%, which is a noble percentage bonus. But in Suja's eyes, it was just like that. After all, this thing has limited effect on Suja's strength. The reason is very simple. If Suja's troops cannot even deal with the enemy under normal circumstances, relying on this thing will most likely be of no help. There is an upper limit to increasing strength by 50%, and the higher the strength of the troops, the smaller the increase. Let's keep this thing for now. Maybe I can use it to exchange for something. Suja thought, touching his chin. Exchanging resources with other lords in the future is also a good option. Of course, you can also sell them directly to the mysterious merchant. Suja looked at Qin Shiyao and Liu beside him, touched them gently, and then stood up from the spiritual spring. Lord, don't you want to soak anymore? Qin Shiyao looked at Suja and asked with a smile. No more soaking. Let's wait until things are settled. I still have a lot of things to do now. Suja said lightly. Wearing beach pants, Suja came directly to Linghu Lake. Amiya, Luna. Susis Joutif. In the sky, a bright moon and a scorching sun slowly descend. Amaya and Luna appear. It's time to start today's fishing activity, Suja said with a smile. Amaya and Luna nodded. Suja directly entered the Lord's space. Soon, Luna and Amaya led their Protoss warriors into the Lord's space. Ding, have you matched with a suitable opponent? Match. Suja sat lazily on the sofa. The right opponent, the right fry? Ding, a suitable opponent has been matched for you. The battle will begin in 1 minute. Please be prepared. Go. Suja looked at Amaya and Luna. Amaya and Luna nodded and disappeared into the Lord's space with the Protoss warriors. Is the terrain this time a water area? Suja looked at the terrain of this Lord Resource War. The entire map was water area. Only the area near the Lord Crystal was an open space, and the rest of the place was all water area. Suja opened the battle panel and checked the opponent's attributes and arms. Except for the name being hidden, Suja could see all other information. He was level 5, and his troop type was the 4th level water elf, a race that was good at underwater combat. So, it seems like I'm being targeted. Suja looked at the terrain in front of him. It was the same yesterday. Yesterday the opponent was the Shadow Elf army, but the map was a forest. Today the map is a water area, and the opponent is the Water Elf army. There is a hidden rule in the Lord Resource War. When the strength of the two sides is mismatched, the terrain will favor the weaker side. It doesn't matter. Suja looked at this scene with a hint of boredom in his eyes. In a large-scale Legion war, Suja might still worry about the base being attacked, but in this kind of novice-level battle, to be honest, if he can't get the SSS resource treasure chest, that would be his problem. Amaya, Luna, don't think about anything else. Just attack directly and don't miss any area of water. Suja said lightly. The order reached Amaya and Luna directly. Amaya and Luna looked at each other, nodded, and said nothing. The opponent Suja was matched with was ecstatic at this time. The water area is the home turf of his army. Just as the Lord was thinking, the stars in the sky twinkled. Are there still sun and moon in the Lord Resource War? This thought just flashed through the Lord's mind. Rays of moonlight and sunlight intertwined and fell, continuously bombarding every inch of water, advancing with a crushing force, and everything was annihilated and conquered wherever it passed. Damn! The Lord blurted out a word and watched his Lord crystal shatter. Less than 30 seconds passed, and then nothing happened. What is going on? Ding! You have failed. That's it. Suja looked at the scene with some boredom. It was another crushing defeat, and there was no fun at all. Apart from seeing the moonlight and sunlight, the opponent knew nothing about Suja's troops. Suja looked at the SSS resource treasure chest he had obtained. He took Amaya and Luna directly back to the territory. Ding! Congratulations on winning 3 Lord Resource battles. Starting tomorrow, Lords can choose between 3 modes: individual battle, team battle, and arena battle. When the prompt sounded, Suja was stunned for a moment. Individual combat is the mode that Suja has activated now, engaging in 1v1 Legion battles. Team battle means teaming up with other lords to engage in multiplayer Legion wars. As for the ring battle, This is more interesting. That is, Suja will defend the ring as the champion. He must hold the ring within a limited time, or defend the challenges of 20 lords in a row. If he succeeds, he will receive generous rewards. During this period, the lord who is the champion cannot change the type of troops. That is to say, the number of troops sent out at the beginning will remain the same at the end, and it is impossible to change the type of troops or replenish the troops. Let's start the ring battle tomorrow. This will bring much more benefits than individual battles. Suja thought to himself, and then looked at the resource treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations! You've received Basic Wood Resource Card X100. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Basic Stone Resource Card X100. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Basic Iron or Resource Card X100. Ding! Congratulations on receiving Basic Copper Resource Card X100. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Basic Steel Resource Card X100. Ding! Congratulations on receiving Basic Silver Mine Resource Card X100. Ding! Congratulations on winning Gold Coins X10,000. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Spirit or X1000. Ding! Congratulations on receiving Soldier Refresh Recruitment Card X1. Chapter 91 Comprehensive Upgrade. Sure enough, there are only so many resources to fight low-level lords. When will a level 10 opponent appear? Suja looked at the resources opened from the SSS-level treasure chest. Although the harvest was good, Suja still wanted more. Amaya, Luna, you stay in the territory to guard it. I'm going to the Black Iron World, Suja said to Amaya and Luna. Amaya and Luna nodded. Suja took out his interstellar sports car, sat in it, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and entered the Black Iron World at lightning speed. After traveling through the space-time channel, Suja appeared at the technology base. The mechas are busy in the base. In the territory, Suja left 10 maintenance mechas to take care of the spiritual plants in the territory and transferred all other mechas to the technology base. Just as Suja got out of the car, a tall figure fell from the sky, emitting a dark light all over his body. Leon. Suja looked at Leon's level and found that he had indeed reached level 10. And judging from the terrifying aura on Leon's body, Leon's strength was unmatched in the entire territory. Even Shadow and Bright Moon are currently no match for Leon. After all, Leon possesses a talent that Shadow and manhwa do not have, a talent that can improve his own attributes without being restricted by rank. This is something that the current Shadow and Bright Moon cannot compare to. I don't know how many chaos creatures Leon hunted yesterday. Lord, Leon knelt on one knee in front of Suja. Suja nodded. Get up, there's no need to be like this, Leon. Leon looked at Suja, his eyes full of fanaticism. Lord, this is the rule. It cannot be changed. You are the supreme being. Hearing Leon's words, Suja took a deep breath. Leon and Liyue were very similar in some ways. These two people are Suja's most fanatical believers. Of course, it's not that others are unfaithful to Suja, but compared to them, Leon and Liyue's fanaticism is more extreme. I just came to take a look. Nothing much. You can go about your business, Suja said to Leon. Leon nodded and stood up, but did not leave. Instead, he stood behind Suja. Suja had a headache, but he didn't know what to say. Suja quickly found Ella and Liyue. Liyue was busy directing the repair mecha to build a warehouse to store the excavated ore. This is a technology base, and unlike a territory, it does not have its own storage space. You need to build the warehouse yourself. Of course, you can build it without blueprints, but there will be no attribute bonuses or special effects. Ella, has the factory been upgraded? Suja looked at Ella and asked. Not yet. I'm waiting for your decision, Lord. Ella pushed her glasses and said slowly. Susenadif. Although this Black Iron World is not big, as our first technological base, it is enough to support our development. Suja said slowly. After all, this is a world the size of a blue star. To be honest, the resources of this world are fully capable of supporting the territory to conduct thorough research on basic science and technology. As for whether it can enter the stage of interstellar technology, it depends on luck and whether more advanced minerals can be found. Upgrade the mecha arsenal first. What's the use of that auxiliary robot after the upgrade? Suja looked at Ella and asked. After the auxiliary robots are upgraded, the higher-level auxiliary robots will have higher intelligence, and more types of auxiliary robots can be manufactured, such as driving robots, engineering robots, etc. Ella explained slowly. As if she could see that Suja was not very interested in upgrading the auxiliary robot arsenal, Ella continued. In fact, combat robots have limited functions, and auxiliary robots are the foundation of the development of the mechanical department. Many things can be done by assistive robots. Hearing Ella's words, Suja nodded. He really didn't want to upgrade the auxiliary robot, but since Ella said so, he still chose to believe Ella. In that case, let's start upgrading both barracks, Suja said after thinking for a moment. Ella breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that Suja would be unwilling to upgrade the auxiliary robot arsenal. Then, Lord, I will start upgrading the barracks now, Ella said to Suja. Susenadif. First up is the battle droid arsenal. Upgrade conditions for the combat robot arsenal. Prerequisites. Ella reaches level 10, 1,000 steel, 1,000 copper, 100 gold, and 100 spirit ore. Ding! Your level 10 combat robot arsenal has been upgraded to a level 20 combat robot factory. You can check the specific properties yourself. Suja immediately checked the properties of the combat robot arsenal. Name, Battle Robot Arsenal. Level, 20. Production, Level 20 combat robots, Level 10 combat robots. Consumption, 100 iron ore, 100 copper ore, 100 steel, 10 spirit ore, can produce 1 unit of combat robot. Upgrade, prerequisites. Ella reaches level 30, 1 copper ore, 1 steel, 1 iron ore, 1000 gold, 1000 spirit ore, 10,000 gold coins. Suja looked at the upgraded combat robot arsenal in silence. To a certain extent, resource consumption had increased, but the improvement in strength was far more than that. Ella, go on and upgrade the auxiliary robot arsenal as well, Suja said slowly. Ella nadif. Conditions required to upgrade the auxiliary robot arsenal. Prerequisite. Ella reaches level 10. Conditions. 1,000 steel, 1,000 copper, or 100 spirit or 100 gold. Ding! Your level 10 auxiliary robot arsenal has been upgraded to a level 20 auxiliary robot arsenal. You can check the specific attributes yourself. Suja directly clicked on the properties of the auxiliary robot arsenal to check it out. Name, Auxiliary Robot Arsenal. Level, 20. Producible, level 10. Level 20 mining robots, transport robots, maintenance robots. Consumption, 10 iron ore, 10 copper ore, 1 spirit ore, can produce any robot. Upgrade, prerequisites. Ella reaches level 30, primary intelligent computer, 1W copper or 1W steel, 1W iron or 1,000 gold, 1,000 spiritual or 10,000 gold coins. A hint of surprise flashed in Suja's eyes. He looked at the auxiliary robot arsenal and then looked at Ella in surprise. What materials are needed for this primary intelligent computer? Susa asked curiously. Prerequisite. Technology RD Center, Ella said after a moment of silence. Susa. Suja looked at Ella. No wonder Ella didn't mention the primary intelligent brain. So that's how it was. Fortunately, apart from the addition of 1 spiritual ore, there are no other changes in the production materials of the auxiliary robot. Ella, what kind of arsenal can you build now? Suja looked at Ella and asked. Psychic blasting arsenal, level 10 energy rifle arsenal, level 10 rapid-fire machine gun arsenal. The others are not available yet. Ella pushed her glasses and said. Suja looked at Ella and checked Ella's skills. In addition to what she said, there were also level 10 satellite base stations and level 10 drones. Chapter 92 Kyoto Ye Family Ye Yingchen. As if she could see the doubt in Suja's heart, Ella said in a deep voice. Other things that cannot be built are related to the intelligent brain. The prerequisite for construction is the existence of an intelligent brain. Hearing Ella's words, Suja suddenly felt helpless. He looked at the materials needed for the Science and Technology Research Center. Suja made up his mind. Okay, you develop the base in the Science and Technology Research Center first, and I will take care of it, Suja said, gritting his teeth and looking at the materials needed for the Science and Technology Research Center. My lord, do you want to make a level 20 combat robot? Ella looked at Suja and asked. Don't worry, Suja said in a deep voice. It's not very realistic at the moment. The biggest problem is still the shortage of materials. The existing materials must be used to build a Science and Technology Research and Development Center. Thinking of this, Suja sighed helplessly. I originally thought that it would be able to proceed smoothly and improve the production level, but who knew that this was just the beginning? The most important thing is that resources cannot be exchanged. In layman's terms, transactions are restricted. There is no way to trade, and it is difficult to accumulate materials quickly. This is Suju's biggest problem at the moment, not for any other reason. That's why, if the trade could be made now, Suju would not be short of materials. The only person who can trade now is the mysterious merchant. The mysterious merchant does not accept ordinary weapons and basic combat robots. Now Suju's resources are obtained every day from chaos invasions and lord resource wars. It cannot be said that there are other ways. There are, but at present, there is not much difference between them and nothing, such as the mineral veins in the territory where Suju is located and the resource mining in the Black Iron world. These things do exist, but they require long-term accumulation. You can't get rich overnight. If trading were possible, Suju would directly devote all his energy to producing Black Iron robots and advanced mechanical weapons. By then, there will be an endless supply of materials. No matter what industry in this world, monopoly is the most profitable way, and Suju is able to achieve monopoly. The technological products under Suju are unmatched by other lords in terms of performance and practicality. Of course, the premise is that Suju cannot sell it privately. The biggest possibility of selling it privately is endless trouble and pursuit. After all, in this world, those who make profits by relying on equipment are often large conglomerates and big families. They're the overlords who monopolize this industry. If Suju dares to sell it privately, he is asking for trouble. Suddenly, Suju thought of a problem. That is, he seemed to have exposed his identity. I was planning to use a robot to participate in offline competitions, but now it seems that it won't work. It seems I have to find a partner. It's impossible to eat alone. Suju couldn't help but think. Choosing between robots and his own god-level troops, Suju, of course, chose to expose the robots. If the exposed robots find a big backer, they can still survive, but if the god-level troops are exposed, then it won't be the colleagues who come to trouble Suju, including hostile forces, cult organizations, even some foreign organizations, and certain domestic families. None of them will let Suju have an easy time. The good news is that there are many large families in the country, and many of them want to cooperate with me. The bad news is that I am bound to offend some people, and it is impossible to have a monopoly on the business. However, Suju never thought of eating alone from the beginning, so it doesn't matter whether he is exposed or not. It seems I have to think of a way. Suju thought slowly, and then opened the chat channel. Suju looked at the message of adding himself as a friend 99+, and they're all people who added me as a friend recently. It seems that the robots and quantum pulse cannons that I displayed in the territory also attracted quite a lot of people. Suju looked carefully at the people who added him as their friend. There were too many of them. Most of them wanted to curry favor with him, and there were also a few who wanted to discuss cooperation with Suju. It's just that they don't have enough strength. Even if they cooperate, the end result will be that they will be eaten by other big fish. Suju looked at the name of a person named Empress who added him as a friend, checked the level, but couldn't see it, and didn't know what the military type was. Everything except the name is hidden. This name is interesting. Suju directly clicked on the message from this guy. Cooperation. Suju looked at these 3 words, touched his chin, thought carefully, and then chose to add a friend. In a certain territory, a woman in blue armor was looking at her own troops, the 7th level troops, Shadow Elves. The name of the Lord's world is Empress, and her real name is Yi Xingqian. Yi Xingqian opened the chat channel and looked at the 2 words that popped up. Are you there? Yi Xingqian. Is this guy old-fashioned? It's the Lord era, and he's still posting these 2 words. Yi Xingqian couldn't help but complain, but replied honestly. Exist. Suju looked at the Empress, who replied immediately with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. But Suju was not interested in wasting time and went straight to the point. We can cooperate. Tell us about your abilities and background. I don't want to be treated like fat meat. I want a long-term partner. Please start your introductions. Yi Xingqian looked at the message sent by Suju, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He was really straightforward, not beating around the bush or being polite at all. However, there was a hint of admiration in his eyes for Suju. At least he was not the kind of fool who would be proud of himself after achieving some success. The Yi family in Kyoto is one of the top forces in the empire. Is this enough? Yi Xingqian sent it directly. Suju looked at the message sent by the Empress. Kyoto? Yi family? One of the top forces in the empire? No wonder they dare to choose such a name. Could it be a female? Suju couldn't help but think. You're quite ambitious, but I just like ambitious people. Suse murmureth. Okay, but I'm very curious. According to your family's power, You shouldn't cooperate with me. Suja still asked. Yi Xingqian saw Suja's reply with a glint in his eyes. Don't worry about this. I need 50% of the profit. Suja looked at Yi Xingqian's reply and took a deep breath. 50% of the profit, taken away in one breath, seemed like a lot. In fact, it's not bad. At least Suja can still make money. If it were something else, it would probably be more than just 50%. What 50%? It's good enough if you have 10%. Why are you still asking for 50%? Okay, you have the final say, but you know what the price is. Suja said slowly. 50% to buy stability. This deal is still worth it for Suja now. Yi Xingqian looked at Suja's reply, raised his eyebrows and replied. No one dares to touch the Yi family's things. Suja looked at the message sent by Yi Xingqian with a smile on his face. Okay, the novice period is over. I will go to Kyoto to find you. Suja said, and closed the chat channel. Chapter 93, Transformation into a Dragon. Yi Xingqian's ambition. As for whether it was true or not, Suja was not worried at all. No one in the empire dared to impersonate someone from one of the top families. There was someone before, but that person and his family, relatives, and friends all disappeared. Yes, missing. Is this guy trying to compete for the position of the head of the Yi family? Or is he eyeing a higher position? Suja couldn't help but think. The top families in this world are not fools. In order to continue their family, basically every generation of the top families are top talents. At least he is the best talent in the whole family. Both collateral and direct descendants can participate, but the moment you choose to participate, you can only start a struggle based on your own abilities. Of course, you can rely on the prestige of your family to help you, but you cannot rely on the strength of your family. Prestige is prestige, strength is strength, and they should never be treated the same. No matter whether you're using the family's prestige to bluff or whatever, the family will not interfere or take action. But the moment you can no longer hold on and ask for help from your family, you will be eliminated. Simply put, you can use your family's identity to gather a group of supporters to help you ascend to the position of head of the family. If the older generation does not act unreasonably, the family will not care about your life or death. The advantage of this is that the person who can reach the top will be the most outstanding person for the family, and it can also ensure that the family will not decline. No matter what means he uses or what other reasons he has, the whole family will not look at the process but only at the results, and nothing else matters. This process is called transforming into a dragon. Turning into a dragon? It's a big ambition, but it's not impossible. Suja couldn't help but think as he drove back to the territory. For Suja, in the complex society of the empire, having connections and having no connections are two completely different situations. It doesn't matter if you have money. You are just a lamb to be slaughtered. You will be slaughtered whenever you are fat. Return to the territory. Suja took a deep breath. Let's not consider the cooperation for now. It's just verbal talk now. There is nothing practical, and there is no constraint of supreme rules. This is just talk. Don't take it seriously now. We'll discuss the details in person later, but by that time the novice period will be over. Who knows what the situation will be like by then? Lord, Amaya flew down from the sky. Suja looked at the gentle Amaya with a smile on his face and put his arms around Amaya's waist. Come on. Take a walk with me and relax. Suja said with a smile. At present, the materials in Suja's territory are not enough for Suja to build a technology research and development center. Suja has no other choice but to find joy in suffering and play with beautiful young ladies of various styles and races. It's really a helpless thing. Time passes slowly. The next day, Suja woke up from his bed in the Lord's mansion and looked at the messy arms and beautiful legs around him. Last night was a bit too much. Suja covered his waist and climbed out of bed. After a simple wash in the clear spring, Suja received the rewards of the daily combat power list and the spirit crystal fruit tree. Spirit, or plus 100. Gold coins plus 10,000. The daily output of spiritual or veins is plus 100 spiritual, or iron, or plus 5,000. Copper, or plus 5,000. These are the outputs of the veins. Suja has not yet calculated the output of the mineral veins on the technology side, which is in the technology base. Moreover, construction just started yesterday, so how can we mine the mineral vein so quickly? By the way, yesterday's troop refresh recruitment card has not been used yet, and the barracks upgrade card has also not been used. It's just right that we can use them together now. Suja looked at the Immortal Creation platform. He was still preparing to upgrade the Immortal Creation platform. I think this is the most appropriate way. The first barracks that Suja obtained was this one. It can be said that the reason why Suja now has so many resources is inseparable from the immortal creation platform. Build a fairy platform. Mingyue, Lina, Lingshuang, and Shirley are already waiting here. Lord. Mingyue looked at Suja with a smile on her face. Don't be in a hurry, Suja said to Alice, Betty, Lina, and Anna. He took out the barracks upgrade card in his hand. The reason why Suja didn't upgrade yesterday was to wait until the barracks refreshed daily before upgrading. Ding. Do you want to use the barracks upgrade card on the immortal platform? Yes. Suja looked at the immortal creation platform with anticipation. Purple light surged and appeared above the immortal creation platform. Mysterious rays of light appeared above the immortal creation platform, and all the soldiers in the entire territory looked over at once. Suja also looked over with anticipation. Ding! Your military base has been successfully upgraded. You can check its specific properties yourself. Suja looked directly at the attributes of the immortal creation platform. Name, Zaixiantai. Level 2. Faction, Fairy. Recruitment, 20/20ths daily. Silver coin, 1x/1 gold coin. Upgrade, 100 million gold coins. Sainthood x 100, Saint Power Crystal x 100. Features, 1 fairy fruit. Suja looked at the latest attribute data of the immortal creation platform and fell into deep thought. Are you serious about the materials required for this upgrade? 100 million gold coins? There's so many gold coins, I don't know how many times more than the last upgrade. The demand for upgrade materials has increased too much. Even if I sell it, I still can't get the whole thing. And what are the crystals of holiness and holy power that come after it? Suja had never even heard of it. It was a brand new material, and Suja frowned just by hearing the name. This material is definitely not that easy to get. But there is an additional characteristic. Can the barracks have characteristics? Suja looked at it with curiosity. He had never heard that a barracks could have such special attributes as characteristics. Suja immediately searched for the function of this feature. Fruit of the Immortals. Every 30 days, when you build an immortal platform, a fruit of the Immortals containing the power of the Immortals will be produced. After eating it, your strength will be greatly improved. It is only available to immortal units. Is it such a simple and crude ability? Suja looked at the introduction of the immortal fruit in astonishment. It's not that I don't believe it, but the introduction is too simple. Forget it, we'll know what this immortal fruit is in 30 days. So he looked at the immortal creation platform. Suja walked in with Mingyue, Lina, and others. After the upgrade, the area of the immortal platform has become much larger. There are also a few more statues of immortals enshrined inside. Every heroic unit recruited from the immortal creation platform has a statue of its own. Suja looked at these statues and suddenly asked Mingyue curiously, Mingyue, when will you undergo transformation? As far as he knew, when a type of soldier reached a certain level, it would undergo a transformation and its strength would increase greatly. It's just that the specific level and situation of each type of troops are different. Chapter 94. The Berserker Mage, Dina. Is that so? Susenadi d'imbalentoridi. Ding. Do you want to spend 20 gold coins for daily recruitment? Recruit. Suja looked at the statues in front of him and said with a hint of anticipation. Rays of blue light rose up. Have you recruited any heroic units? Suja looked at the rising blue light with a hint of strangeness in his eyes. Next second, 20 figures appeared in front of Suja at the same time. The leader was a woman about 2 meters tall, with a graceful figure, long straight silver hair, and a cold look on her face. She half knelt on the ground the moment she looked at Suja. Dina, hello Lord. Dina half knelt in front of Suja and said to him. 19 figures behind her half knelt in front of Suja with their heads lowered. Dina, get up first. Suja looked at Dina. Dina stood up from the ground with a cold look on her face, then looked at Lingshuang. Suja looked at Dina's attributes with curiosity. Name, Dina. Loyalty, 100. Experience value, 0 out of 100. Level 1. Rank, God level. Class, Hero, Berserker, Mage Dina. Talent, Berserker Rage. Skill, Violent Impact. Companion Weapon, Rage Staff. Potential, S-level, Saint level. Entry bonus. Introduction. The violent wizard, seemingly manic and unruly, is actually determined in his heart and has an irrepressible desire to fight. He can only hide himself with a superficial madness and can release powerful spells. Berserk Mage? Using madness to conceal himself. Suja looked at Dina and indeed saw Dina's seemingly crazy appearance. Dina's eyes were filled with endless desire to fight. They were eyes longing for battle. Dina, this is Maya. This is Manhwa, Ling Shuang, and Lena. From now on, the Berserker Mage will be led by you. Suja looked at Dina and said slowly, I understand, Lord. Dina said with a hint of unruliness, raised the corners of her mouth, quite charming, and looked at Manhwa and others with a desire to fight everything in her eyes. It's as if he's suppressing his own nature. It cannot be described as if. In fact, Dina has been suppressing her own nature. We must get along well with each other. Suja looked at Manhwa and others. Dina's personality meant that she would not be very content, so he had to give everyone a heads up in advance to avoid any trouble. Manhwa, I'm going to go recruit other companions first, Suja said to Manhwa. Manhwa looked at Suja with a smile. I understand, Lord, leave the rest to me. Susen nodded. Then Suja went to other barracks. Alice looked at Dina with a smile on her face. She was ready to have a good talk with Dina. On Suja's side, he recruited soldiers from each barracks one by one according to the old rules. Among the remaining barracks, except for the future hub, all other barracks recruited soldiers, but they were all ordinary soldiers. Suja looked at the troops in his hand and refreshed the recruitment card. According to the rules, this time it is the turn of the Star Temple. Shirley, Suja called out, and Shirley appeared beside Suja. Lord, Shirley looked at Suja, who was half kneeling on the ground. If Dina was extremely fanatical, then Shirley gave people the feeling of being an extremely loyal general and commander. In fact, among all the troops under Suja's command, no other one is more disciplined than the Frost Warriors. Without anyone to manage them, the soldiers of both the immortals and gods were somewhat lax and did their own thing, not to mention the dragons. As for the elves, nothing can be seen yet. In short, the most disciplined and team-oriented group under Suja is the Frost Warrior Legion. The other legions basically fought on their own. Even the Star Archer Corps was the same. Without a leader, everyone fought on their own. As for teamwork, it didn't exist. Let's go and recruit new companions, Suja said to Shirley. Shirley was stunned. Wasn't the daily recruitment completed? But Shirley didn't say anything and followed Suja into the Star Temple. Ding. Do you want to use the troop type to refresh the recruitment card and conduct daily recruitment? Yes, Suja said lightly. A blue light rose, and Suja looked at the Star Temple with a hint of curiosity. Soon, a series of figures appeared in front of Suja. The one leading the group was an icy beauty with long blue hair and an aura like ice and snow. She had snow-white skin, a cold and elegant aura, and a tall figure that was very charming. What made Suja feel depressed was that she was taller than him. Bing Nai, I pay my respects to the Lord. Bing Nai smiled and half knelt in front of Suja. The Bingpa mage behind him followed suit. Get up first. Suja looked at Bing Nai, who was almost 3 meters tall, and said. With a smile on her face, Bing Nai hugged Suja directly and said, My lord, I will protect you well. Suja felt the softness on his face, which was bigger than his head, and struggled to get off Bingna's body. I understand. Don't be so excited. Suja took a deep breath and said, then looked at Bingna's attributes. Name, Bingna. Loyalty, 100. Experience value, 0 out of 100. Level, Black Iron 1 star. Rank, God level. Class, Hero, Ice Spirit Mage. Talent, Frost Guard. Skill, Ice Soul Shock. Companion weapon, Ice Spirit Staff. Potential, S level, Saint level. Entry bonus. Introduction, an Ice Soul Mage who possesses powerful elemental powers. When he grows up, he can easily freeze the world with magic alone, and he has a cold and arrogant personality. Suja looked at Bingna's attributes and found that she was really not weak. As long as nothing happens to Suja, there is no real death. Ice Soul Mages are different from other types of soldiers. There is no specific division into special types of soldiers. They're all the same. There's only one type of soldier, which is the Frost Clan. Bing Nai, this is Shirley. From now on, the Frost Clan will be handed over to you two, Suja said with a smile. Understand, Lord. Bing Nai patted his chest coldly and said, the only thing that stood out was his coldness and arrogance. Shirley, talk to Bingna about the rules of the territory. I'm going to the future hub first, Suja said to Shirley. Shirley nodded. Then Suja left the Star Temple and came to the future hub. Ella and Zeely are both here. My lord. Ella looked at Suja with a smile on her face. Suja nodded, and Luna followed Suja silently. If it weren't for Suja's order, Luna would probably follow Suja wherever he went. Now Suja asked Luna to stay at the future hub as long as she was free. Go recruit first, Suja said slowly. Then he took Luna and Ella into the future hub. Chapter 95 Lord of War, Alia, looking at the magic crystal ball in front of him. Recruit, Suja said in a deep voice. A portal filled with magical atmosphere appeared in front of Suja. Soon a figure walked out from it. A girl with long pink hair and a tall figure walked out of the portal casually, looking at Suja with a hint of curiosity on her delicate face. A pair of white long lace high heels, an exquisite off-shoulder top that reveals her fair and delicate collarbone, a pink puffy skirt, and a small white cape. She looks extremely sweet and wears small butterfly-shaped sunglasses on her face. What should I call you? Master Lord or Baba? The woman tilted her head and looked at Suja with a smile on her face. Just call me Lord. Although Suja was shocked by the woman's words, he still said, Is that so, Lord? My name is Alia. Please take care of me in the future. Alia said with a smile on her beautiful face. Suja took a look at Alia's attributes. Name, Alia. Loyalty, 100. Experience value, 0 out of 100. Level 1. Rank, God level. Arms, Hero, Lord of War, Alia. Talent, Mechanical Resonance. Skill, Spirit Source Link. Potential, S-level, Saint level, entry bonus. Introduction, an extremely rare war machine master with the ability to control all mechanical creations. An absolute powerhouse on the battlefield, but currently still relatively weak and unable to show his full potential. Suja took a deep breath and looked at Alia's attributes and talents. Mechanical Resonance, able to resonate with all machines, enhance mechanical power, and improve the power of mechanical creations. The duration depends on one's own strength and the level of the machine itself. Suja looked at Alia. Isn't this talent a little too powerful? It means that ordinary mechanical creations can be directly upgraded to a higher level by her. Increasing the level of mechanical creations is a real increase in combat power. Then Suja looked at Alia's skills. Spirit Source Link. With itself as the core, it can fuse multiple mechanical creations to create more powerful mechanical creations. Suse? This skill. Suja looked at Alia with a hint of surprise in his eyes. This is a great treasure. On the battlefield, especially in large-scale battles. In an extremely chaotic battlefield, the importance of a commander is self-evident. Of course, there is nothing to say about overwhelming strength, but when the strength is similar. Alia is fully capable of determining the outcome of battle. Just imagine that one side's command is chaotic and disorganized, while the other side is well-organized. This is no different from cheating. Well, as long as Alia is in charge of the base camp, there is no possibility of losing. Of course, the premise is that the strength is similar. He is worthy of being called the King of War. Suja has been thinking about who is the best person to command the mechanical army. Neither Ella nor Li is suitable. Now that Alia is here, it is most appropriate and unquestionable for her to command the mechanical army. Alia, the mechanical army will be handed over to you from now on. Suja said to Alia. I understand, Lord, Alia said with a smile. Then Suja led the three of them out of the future hub. Suja walked out of the future hub, stretched himself, and began to arrange the next things. Suja directly found other people, including Alia, who was just recruited today. From today on, all newly recruited units will be sent directly to the Black Iron World until they reach level 10 or above, and then come back. Suja said in a deep voice, Alia, the mechanical creation army in the Black Iron World is left to you. I don't care about anything else, and I can't take care of it. You just need to quickly improve your level. Suja looked at Alia. Alia nodded. It is inevitable that the Black Iron World cannot meet the requirements for upgrading to level 10. The key is that the soldiers recruited every day will go to the Black Iron World to upgrade. As for the others who have reached level 10, they will stay in the territory. However, it is not safe to have only mechanical creations in the Black Iron World. If something unexpected happens, it will be bad. That is why Suja chose to rotate in the Black Iron World in this way. The troops recruited every day enter the Black Iron World to rotate and upgrade at the same time. The newly recruited troops go to rotate the next day, so that the resources of the Black Iron World can be utilized to the maximum extent. The Darkin Elementalist Suja was also transferred back. The Dark Elementals led by Leon have all reached level 10. Now Leon basically has to kill 100 monsters to improve his own attributes a little. Although there is no specific attribute data, because of the excessive slaughter, the creatures in the Black Iron world can no longer meet the needs of Leon's own attribute improvement. It can be improved, but it requires a lot of Black Iron world creatures to improve it a little bit, which is a complete waste of time. The most important thing is that starting today, the Chaos Invasion in Suja's territory has reached level 10. It will allow manhwa and others who have already been at level 10 to continue to improve their strength. Moreover, Suja still has a broken Bronze World key in his hand. Suja is not in a hurry to use this thing now. He plans to keep it for later. It will be cost-effective when his territory has more troops. There are improvements if used now, but it's not worth it. It can only be used once, and there is a time limit. So, Suja naturally wants to use it in a big way. Now, in addition to the mechanical creations, the other types of troops under Suja are Immortals, 160 Protoss, 150 Elementalists, 150 Frost Warriors, 240 Dragons, 90 Elves, 40 Technology, 5. This unit does not include mechanical creations. That's all there is. Compared to other lords, they can recruit troops in just a few days. But now, Suja has been working for almost half a month and only has this much. And it's not just one barracks, but 7 barracks recruiting military units. Using bronze keys now is a complete loss. Suja also wanted to rely on the secret realm to launch a big wave and directly charge all of them to level 20. Naturally, the more types of soldiers he had, the better. Ding! Chaos Invasion is about to begin. Lord, please select the difficulty level. S. A, B, C, D, S. Suja directly chose the S-level difficulty. Suja drove directly to the Blackstone city wall. Suja looked at the soldiers under his command. There are not many of them, but they were all level 10. Those below level 10 are now upgrading in the Black Iron world and guarding the technology base, including Alia, who was recruited today. Suja looked at the border between the territory and the Chaos Invasion, and the darkness was constantly surging. Strange creatures emerged from the darkness. A tall body with colorful light on it. Magical beasts are a type of magical creatures. To be more precise, they're the same type of creatures as elemental creatures, except that one lives in chaos and the other lives in the elemental world. There is no essential difference between the two. The most important thing is that these magical beasts are all level 10. Sure enough, Suja had a smile on his face. He had been waiting for a long time. Since his level was raised to level 10, it has been stagnant for too long. Chapter 96 Obsidian Resource Card. Now that a level 10 monster has appeared, it means that Suja can make further progress. Roar. Accompanied by a fierce roar. The magical beasts launched an attack, and countless magical beasts rushed out from the chaos. Like a tide, they want to invade Suja's territory. The most important thing is that these creatures are all level 10. If it were any other lord, their legs would probably be scared to death by now. But for Suja, these are all walking experience points. Ding. Experience +1. With the death of a magical beast, Suja heard the long-lost prompt sound, which was the sound reminding him to upgrade. Manhwa held the immortal sword, Red Moon, and swung the sword. Everything in its path was destroyed by the vast power of moonlight. Hundreds of bright moonlight flashed behind Amaya as she rushed downwards with all her might. The power of ice and snow behind Shirley was rapidly condensing, and the cold power permeated and intertwined, freezing all the evil in the world. Isabella held a staff in her hand with an excited and happy look on her face. The ice flame rose behind her. She kept waving the staff in her hand, and one strange beast after another died in Isabella's hands. The shadow exhaled a dragon's breath that purified everything, sweeping across the battlefield. The flames on Dina's body rose high, and her purple dress completely turned into a robe of flames. The flames swept across the sky and turned into an endless sea of fire. Dina stood in it, turning into the Queen of Flames, and everything she passed by was turned into ashes. The fairies, gods, frost tribes, elves, and dragons continued to fight on the battlefield. Although their numbers seemed pitifully small compared to the invading creatures, they became a wall that the enemy could never cross. Suja looked at all this and felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart. This is the confidence that the god-level troops give him. As a lord, he was naturally extremely proud. Now it's just because he has few types of troops, it would be great if he had more. There are tens of thousands or even millions of soldiers of each type. What kind of magnificent scene would his territory be like? Army refresh card and barracks upgrade card. These two things are what I need most right now. Suja took a deep breath and said, either of these two cards can give Suja a huge improvement now. For ordinary lords, the troop refresh recruitment cards and barracks upgrade cards are actually not that important. They really don't have any need for this kind of thing, so it would be more practical to give them some resources than these cards. What's the use of those low-level troops, even if they can be refreshed or upgraded? Can we defeat the enemy by having more miscellaneous soldiers? Or it may be that improving the combat effectiveness by a tiny bit is useless, and the soldiers will still be cannon fodder. Only high-level and powerful troops will need these things, and these upgrade cards and recruitment cards are cost-effective when used on them. Otherwise, it's no different from skipping stones on the water. 10,000 soldiers or 10,000 more units are just cannon fodder for free. There is no difference. For ordinary lords, these recruitment cards and refresh cards are useless and dispensable. It cannot be said that they are completely useless, but only that they are useful, but not much. Moreover, with more low-level soldiers, the burden of food will increase exponentially, which is not a good thing for the lord. Although the food resources in Suja's territory account for a small proportion, most of them are consumed by the Dragon Clan. Fortunately, other types of troops do not consume much food, otherwise Suja will be troubled by how to solve the food problem. But there is an essential difference between the other lords and Suja. They not only need food, gold coins, and resources, but once the number of military units increases, the burden on ordinary lords will also become greater. Therefore, these two cards are not necessary for ordinary lords, but it is very important to Linyu. As time goes by, ding, your experience value has reached 20,000. Do you want to level up immediately? Upgrade. Suja took a deep breath, and as a ray of light appeared, a warm current began to gradually strengthen his body. I haven't felt this way in a long time. Suja murmured, checking to see that his level had been upgraded to level 12. Cool. Suja looked around and saw that all the troops under his command had been upgraded by 1 level. It feels pretty good. 2 hours passed quickly, and Suja looked at his experience points and found that he was almost upgraded. You can upgrade tomorrow. All the troops participating in the battle today have been upgraded to level 12, which is a huge gain. Suja counted the spoils and found that there were 320,000 gold coins alone. With these gold coins, Suja's current gold coin deposit has reached 32.52 million. Next are ordinary loot chests x 2,000, rare loot chests x 1,000, and high-level loot chests x 1. Finally, there are treasure chests, 500 black iron treasure chests, 200 bronze treasure chests, and 2 silver treasure chests. Finally, there is an S-level evaluation treasure chest. There's also a high-level loot chest. Suja looked at the high-level loot chest. This was the first time it appeared. There are also 2 silver chests. Suja drove directly back to the Lord's mansion. Then he immediately opened the 3D territory panel. Swallow. Suja directly used his power with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Ding. Your entry's blessed land attribute has been triggered. Your territory has expanded by 10,000 meters. Ding. Your entry's blessed land attribute has been triggered. Primary gold vein obtained. Daily mining limit, 100 units. Over limit mining, 1,000 units. Ding. Your entry's blessed land attribute has been triggered. Advanced Magic Spring has been upgraded to Advanced Magic Spring Lake. Ding. Your entry's blessed land attribute has been triggered. Obtained a primary silver vein. Daily mining limit, 100 units. Over limit mining, 1,000 units. The prompt sound continued to ring, and Suja looked at his territory with an expression of surprise on his face. Suja now owns everything in the basic mineral vein except steel. The Advanced Magic Spring Lake is no longer suitable to be placed here. Suja looked at the location of the Advanced Magic Spring Lake and then adjusted it to a place adjacent to the Star Spring. In this way, the soldiers in the territory can also enter the hot springs at will. There was nothing else to do. According to the old rules, Suja directly pushed the city wall of the territory outward, leaving a 500-meter open space. Then Suja opened 2,000 ordinary loot chests at once. Basic wood x400, basic stone x400, meat x400, iron or x400, copper or x400. They're all basic supplies, nothing surprising. Suja looked at the 1,000 rare loot chests and opened them all at once. High-grade wood x200, high-grade stone x200, mithril x300, gold x300. Not bad. Suja looked at the things that came out of the rare loot chest. Chapter 97 Resource War Arena. Then looking at the only high-level loot chest, Suja directly chose to open it. Ding! You received 1 obsidian resource card. Obsidian? Suja looked at the item that came out of the high-level loot chest and checked its properties. Obsidian resource card. Used to obtain 100 units of obsidian. Note: advanced building materials and advanced equipment materials. Not bad. Suja put it directly into the territory warehouse and then looked at the treasure chest. Suja opened 500 black iron treasure chests at one time. Only 250,000 gold coins were obtained. Suja couldn't help but curl his lips. Each black iron treasure chest used to have at least 1,000 gold coins, but now there are only 500. If you open too many tickets, the minimum guarantee will be almost gone, which is a bit frustrating. Then, he opened the remaining 200 bronze treasure chests at once. This time it is 20,000 spiritual ores, which is also quite small. Said Saeed helplessly. I've opened too many treasure chests, and the guaranteed items are almost gone. Not only are the items getting worse, but the quantity is also getting smaller. Looking at the 2 remaining silver treasure chests and 1 S-level evaluation box, Suja decided to start with the silver treasure chest first. He opened a silver treasure chest. Ding! You obtained a mysterious map fragment X1. Ding! You obtained the Cyan Blueprint, Flame Battle Axe. Ding! You obtained the Cyan Blueprint, Arctic Ice Sword. Seeing what was opened, Suja couldn't help but curse. Fuck you. Can't you give me something useful? Apart from the mysterious map fragments, the rest was just garbage to him. Suja looked at these things with some annoyance. They were all useless garbage. Ding! Do you want to open the silver treasure chest? Open. Ding! You obtained a mysterious map fragment X1. Ding! You received a unit recruitment refresh card. Ding! You get a barracks upgrade card. Suja was stunned at first, then a smile appeared on his face. As expected, I still have to be a little more aggressive. After all, these are the core resources he needs most. As long as he can get these, it will be worth it to open any treasure chest. There's only 1 S-level treasure chest left. Suja went to wash his face in the spring water first. Ding! Do you want to open the S-level evaluation treasure chest? Open. Suja looked at the treasure chest with anticipation. Ding! You receive a unit recruitment refresh card. Ding! You get a barracks upgrade card. Ding! You got the element tower upgrade card. What the hell? Suja was stunned for a moment, looking at the things that came out of the S-level treasure chest. The 3 cards were all what he urgently needed. Great. Thank you, Supreme Wool. Thank you. Thank you. Suja clasped his hands together and bowed to the sky. These things are exactly what he needs most right now. He already has 2 elemental tower upgrade cards, 2 barracks upgrade cards, and 2 soldier recruitment refresh cards. I don't plan to use the elemental tower upgrade for Kasu's now, so I'll save it for later. At present, his elemental tower can be upgraded slowly, although the speed is slow, but it is sufficient. About upgrading, Suja looked at the 2 barracks upgrade cards in his hand. Logically, he should upgrade the Void Dragon Nest first. Forget it. Let's go by the order in which the barracks are obtained. Otherwise, it will be unfair to anyone. Suja thought to himself, no one would have any objection this way. It's just a matter of upgrading sooner or later. The Troop Refresh card can be used now. In order, it is now the turn of the Void Dragon Nest and the Origin Spirit Tree. However, before that, let's finish today's resource battle first. Suja thought of this and decided to recruit and bind entries later. Ding! Do you want to start the Lord Resource War? Open. Suja spoke in a calm tone, then went directly into the Lord's space and summoned Maya and Luna in. Ding! It has been detected that the Lord has won the Lord battle for 3 consecutive days. The Lord can choose the mode. Individual battle, team battle, arena battle. Please select. Ring battle. Suja sat on the sofa, his tone still calm. Ding! Lord, please select the arena battle. Please pay attention to the following rules. Rule 1. The champion wins by holding on for an hour or by eliminating 20 challenging lords. Rule 2. The champion can freely choose any terrain as the venue for this battle. Rule 3. The champion can arrange tactics and troops half an hour in advance. Rule 4. Once the champion is chosen, he or she cannot be changed or altered until the end of the battle. Ding! Please select the terrain, forest, desert, snow mountain. Suja looked at the hundreds of terrain options in front of him. Forest. Suja made the choice directly. The reason was simple. It was convenient to hide here. He didn't have to look around. He just had to sit back and wait. Ding! Lords, please prepare yourself. The battle will officially begin in half an hour. A prompt sounded. Suja looked at the projection in front of him. This was the same forest terrain as the first time he participated in the resource war, except that this time he was the only one with the Lord's crystal. Supreme Will, stop dawdling and start now. Suja said in a deep voice. Ding. Do you want to start the ring battle in advance? Yes. Suja answered without hesitation. Ding. Invitations are being sent randomly. Please wait. Ding. 20 challenge lords have accepted the invitation. The arena battle will begin in 1 minute. The challenger can view the opponent's attributes and information. Suja sat on the sofa indifferently, looking at the projection in front of him. Amaya and Luna have appeared in the sky with the Protoss warriors, ready to destroy the challengers at any time. When someone starts a ring battle, the system will randomly send invitations to lords of the same rank. Invitations are completely random, and everyone has the right to refuse a challenge invitation. The challenger cannot see the champion's information. Everything depends on each person's own choice. The invitation will not stop until all 20 people have been successfully invited. These 20 people will also be the champion's opponents. The champion can only win if he either persists for an hour or defeats these 20 people. Suja directly opened the challenger's information, and he didn't recognize most of them. However, there were 2 people who caught his attention. One of them was the opponent he encountered in his first Lord Resource battle. The other one is more interesting. It is the person he's going to cooperate with, the Empress. Chapter 98. That's it? A complete victory in the ring match. TSK, these 2 guys are trying to take advantage of me. Suja looked at the information with a smile on his face. Soon, a minute passed. There's only one winding path in the forest. The first lord to challenge was a 6th order elf, and his level was 7, which was neither high nor low, and was considered a medium-level lord among the novice lords. No one. The lord looked at the forest and saw no sign of anyone except the lonely crystal. He was suddenly puzzled. Is this a free opportunity? The lord looked at the scene with a hint of surprise in his eyes, but it soon turned into excitement. Everyone, go and destroy that crystal. The lord gave orders directly to the elven troops under his command. The next moment, countless ice blades whizzed down. When the lord heard the prompt from the system, he was stunned. Ding, you have failed the challenge. Shit, what's going on? The lord was completely stunned. How long had it been? Tens of seconds? Or a minute? At the same time, the other 19 lords who were preparing were also stunned. The challenge failed so quickly? How is this possible? Yi Xingqian also frowned slightly. According to the current level of combat power of the lord, it is impossible for the battle to end so quickly. Even if there's a gap in combat power between the 2 types of troops, it cannot be so huge. Even if they were ordinary soldiers, it would be impossible to kill so quickly. Just when Yi Xingqian was stunned. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th system prompt sounds indicating failed challenges rang out one after another. Yi Xingqian fell silent, with a hint of solemnity in his eyes. At this moment, the Flame Dragon Lord was also in a depressed mood. This is impossible. The Flame Dragon Lord was stunned when he heard the elimination notification sound. It took him a long time to come back to his senses. He originally came here to enjoy some benefits. After all, anyone who dares to start a ring fight is either stupid or blindly confident in himself. But after hearing the prompt sound, Lord Flame Dragon immediately recalled some bad memories, which was his first time participating in the Lord Resource War. After a short while, there were only 2 lords left to challenge. Suja sat on the sofa and watched the Fire Dragon Legion appear across the forest. It's you again. Suja smiled as he looked at the Flame Dragon Legion that appeared. The Fire Dragon Lord's face darkened as he looked at the familiar light above the forest. Damn it, the Flame Dragon Lord couldn't help but curse. That familiar feeling seems to come back again. The next moment, countless beams of moonlight fell, and the Fire Dragon Lord's Fire Dragon Legion was instantly destroyed. The Flame Dragon Lord was so angry that he left the Lord space with a dark face. He suffered a huge loss today. Not only did he fail to get any benefits from the minimum living allowance, but he also wasted his resource acquisition opportunities today. This is a huge loss. There is only one left. Let me see your strength. Suja looked at the last person, Yi Xingqian. At this time, Yi Xingqian also had a look of shock on his face. She knew some information about the identity of the Flame Dragon Lord, who was ranked first in the military rankings. However, he was defeated in less than 30 seconds. Isn't this too fast? Ding. Lord, please prepare for battle. Here they come. Yi Xingqian looked at the Lord's space, and his own troops, the Shadow Elves, were directly teleported into the forest. On Suja's side, his eyes were fixed on Yi Xingqian's troops. The 7th level troops, the Shadow Elves. They seem pretty good, but just pretty good. Suja looked at Yi Xingqian's troops with interest. Yi Xingqian looked at the exposed crystal with a hint of surprise in his eyes. She originally thought that there would be some powerful soldiers guarding it, but at this moment, there was nothing next to the crystal. Could it be the empty city plan? Yi Xingqian frowned and looked up at the sky. For some reason, she always felt like something in the sky was watching them. In the next moment, countless moonlights poured down. Yi Xingqian looked at his troops, who had been wiped out, with an expression of great shock. What kind of troops are these? Or is it a weapon? Yi Xingqian frowned. There was no frustration on his face, but rather great curiosity. He began to recall the attack scene over and over again in his mind. Is it an unknown type of soldier? Yi Xingqian murmured. She didn't believe that this was some kind of technological weapon. To achieve this kind of effect, the resources required would be enormous. Yi Xingqian frowned, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. For her, losing is normal. A 7th level Shadow Elf might already be very powerful among ordinary lords. But for Yi Xingqian, it is just a transitional type of soldier in the early stage, and it is not considered a top-level type of soldier. What really surprised Yi Xingqian were those moonlight attacks. This was a type of attack she had never seen before, and, in her impression, she had never heard of a type of attack using this method. As a direct descendant of a powerful family in the Empire, Yi Xingqian has seen the attacking techniques of all kinds of soldiers, but he still knows a thing or two about most of them. However, she had never seen an attack like the one just now. Could it be a mutant soldier? Yi Xingqian couldn't help but think. Only such an ending could be somewhat reasonable. Then she opened the panel and checked the other party's message. But apart from the rank, nothing else can be seen. Yi Xingqian left the Lord's space directly, and she also took note of this matter. The novice period is a turning point that determines the future for ordinary lords. But for the kids from wealthy families, it is just a simple transition period. It is only after the novice period that they will really start to exert their strength. Ding! Congratulations on eliminating 20 challengers. Battle damage. 0. You have obtained an SSS-level champion resource chest. Suja looked at the SSS champion resource treasure chest. There was no time consideration in the arena competition, only consideration of combat damage. I wonder what can be found in this SSS champion treasure chest. Suja looked at it curiously, and then took Amaya and Luna back to the territory. Thank you all for your hard work today, Suja said with a smile, looking at Amaya and Luna. My lord, these are what we should do, Amaya said with a gentle smile on her face. Suja smiled and said, there's no right or wrong. My current achievements are inseparable from your support. Hearing Suja's words, the smile on Amaya's face became even gentler. Then Suja took the two of them directly back to the Lord's mansion. Chapter 99. Build a Technology Research and Development Center. Ding! Do you want to open the SSS-level champion resource chest? Open it. Suja looked at the champion's resource treasure chest with a hint of anticipation. Ding! You received 500 advanced wood resource cards. Ding! You received 500 advanced stone resource cards. Ding! You received 500 steel resource cards. Ding! You received mithril resource card X 500. Ding! You received 500 gold resource cards. Ding! You get 100 exotic metals. Ding! You obtained advanced alloy X 100. Ding! You obtained special alloy X 10. Ding! You get gold coins X 100,000. Ding! You obtained spiritual or X 10,000. Ding! You received a unit refresh recruitment card. Ding! You received a barracks upgrade card. Ding! You obtained the first level barracks. Monastery. Damn! Suja looked at the series of prompt sounds with a hint of excitement in his heart. He wondered if he was hallucinating. Although I have known for a long time that the champion's treasure chest is rich in resources, I didn't expect there to be so many, especially an SSS-level champion's resource treasure chest. In fact, there are not many resources, it's just that Suja doesn't know about them. After all, this is not an ordinary champion treasure chest. It is already very difficult to obtain an ordinary champion treasure chest. First of all, in a competition with lords of the same rank, one cannot change the type of troops or replenish the troops. One must also defeat 20 lords in a row or hold on for an hour. These conditions are quite harsh. However, this is only the way to obtain the ordinary champion treasure chest. If you want to obtain the SSS-level champion resource treasure chest, you have to add one more requirement on this basis: 0 combat losses. Only by meeting such stringent conditions can you obtain the SSS-level champion resource chest. Some people may question that Suja's opponent is not of the same level. How do you explain this? How else can I explain it? I can only blame Suja for upgrading too quickly. Suja took advantage of a loophole, as his opponents were all below level 10. Because of this, the items that can be found in the SSS champion treasure chest are relatively limited. If all the opponents were at level 10, the resources Suja would obtain by opening the treasure chest will be far more than this. However, for Suja at the moment, these resources are sufficient. After all, the resources needed for the Science and Technology Research and Development Center are now available. Exotic metals, advanced alloys, and specialty alloys all fall under the category of alloy metals. Among them, to synthesize 1 unit of special alloy, 1 unit of exotic metal, and 1 unit of advanced alloy are required, which are relatively advanced metal materials. Each resource card contains 100 units of corresponding materials. Not to mention other materials, the only thing that surprised Suja was that a barracks, a monastery, opened up this time. I'm going to make a lot of money this time. Suja's face was full of ecstasy as he looked at the many items that were opened. After calming down his excitement, Suja said in a deep voice, "Supreme Will, extract the entry." I almost forgot that I haven't drawn the entries yet. This is an important improvement, and I can't miss it. As soon as the words fell, an entry of information immediately appeared in front of Suja. Chaos Control. This is a red, unique Lord entry. After using it, you can control the power of any race without causing any conflict. Suja took a breath. This seemed to be of no use to him. I don't need any special powers. As a lord, I just need to command from the rear and leave the fighting to my soldiers. I don't need to go to the battlefield in person. Suja looked at the entry in front of him with some depression. Although it couldn't be said to be completely useless, it was indeed rather tasteless. Forget it. It's better to have it than not. Bind, Chaos Control. Suja said helplessly. Ding. Found entry, Chaos Control. Lords can view the attributes in the personal attribute panel. The moment of binding, Suja felt his body getting hot, as if an invisible force was quietly transforming his body. But soon, this feeling disappeared, as if it was just an illusion. Suja hurriedly opened his personal attribute panel. Name, Suse. Level, 12. Talent, God level entry. Territory, level 3. Power, 3D territory map. Fusion, splitting, automatic collection. Skills, none. Items, extraordinary evolution, red. National beauty, red. Blessed land, gold. Spiritual power replenishment, blue. Suja looked at his attribute panel. There were 6 personal entries and 6 territory entries, which was perfect. The configuration of 4 reds, 1 gold, and 1 blue. This data is quite good. Coupled with the attributes of the territory, Suja's foundation can be said to be very well developed now, which is difficult for other novice lords to achieve. Suja closed the attribute panel, and his eyes fell on the troop, refresh recruitment cards, and barracks upgrade cards he had obtained today, 1 of each. Protoss, Elementalists, Frost Clan. Suja looked at the barracks upgrade card in his hand and had made a decision in his heart. It is better to follow the rules. This way it is fair to everyone, and there will be no favoritism. Although the loyalty of Suja's soldiers will not decrease, it does not mean that they have no emotions. If Shirley skipped the Frost Warrior and went straight to upgrading the Void Dragon Nest, she would definitely feel bad. No one wants to be treated differently, so Suja doesn't want to be treated specially. It's best to treat everyone equally. As for the recruitment card for refreshing the military branch, Suja decided to wait a little longer and not use it in a hurry. Since it is time to upgrade the Void Dragon Nest, wait until the barracks are upgraded before using it. There is no need to rush. Let's build the Technology Research and Development Center first. It should be done today. Suja took a deep breath and stood up from the sofa. Amaya, Luna, I'm going to the Black Iron World. Please help me look after the territory. Suja turned to Amaya and Luna and said. Amaya and Luna nodded obediently. Suja then drove to the Technology Center of the Black Iron World. After arriving, Suja clicked on the list of materials needed to build the Science and Technology Center. Technology RD Center. High-grade wood 1W. High-grade stone 1W. Iron or 10W. Steel 10W. Copper or 10W. Gold 1W, high-grade alloy X1W, exotic metal 1W, spiritual or X1000, gold X10W. Ella, success. Here I come. Ella immediately ran out of the temporary residence. Lord, what do you want me to do for you? Ella looked at Suja and asked. Suja directly handed the drawings of the Science and Technology Research and Development Center to Ella, and also handed over the prepare materials. Look, the 100 exotic metal resource cards and 100 advanced alloy resource cards that I just got today are gone in an instant. The steel resource cards have almost been cleared. There were originally more than 1,000 cards, but now there are only 88 left. There are 350 iron or resource cards left and 148 copper or resource cards left. Chapter 100 Endless Energy, it can never be spent. Originally, the number of these resource cards exceeded 1,000. As a result, the construction of this Technology Research and Development Center consumed 1,000 resource cards for steel, iron ore, and copper ore respectively, and each card contained 100 units of material. High-grade wood, high-grade stone, and gold also consume 100 resource cards, and each card also has a quantity of 100 units. The high-grade alloys and exotic metals, and the 100 resource cards that had just been acquired were now completely cleared. Don't let me down. Suja looked at Ella and warned her. Ella took the blueprint and began to build the Technology Research and Development Center. Okay, my lord. Ella presented a building model in front of Suja. Suja looked at the building model in front of him and called out, Qin Shuriao. Qin Shuriao walked out of her temporary residence. Qin Shuriao, where do you think it would be best to put this thing? Suja asked Qin Shuriao. Qin Shuriao looked at the building model in Ella's hand and said, put it inside the territory. It's not very safe here. If we put it inside the territory, it will be protected in all aspects. Suja also thought so. After all, this thing consumed a lot of his resources. If it was placed here and was destroyed, Suja would be furious. Then what should we do here? Suja looked at Qin Shuriao and asked. At the moment, there is no need for special arrangements here. We just need to place the Technology Research and Development Center next to the space-time gate. This is both convenient and safe. Qin Shuriao said in an orderly manner. Susenadif. Okay, then you come back with me first. Suja said to Ella and Qin Shuriao. Ella and Qin Shuriao nodded. The three returned to the territory. Suja looked at the building model in his hand with anticipation in his eyes. He immediately opened the 3D floor plan and placed the building model directly next to the portal. You spent so much resources and energy, please don't let me down. Suja looked at the model building in front of him with a serious expression. There shouldn't be any accidents. As soon as he finished speaking, a building sprang up from the ground like bamboo shoots after a spring rain and soon appeared in front of Suja. There are also two small buildings around it. These buildings are full of futuristic technology and are very different from previous buildings. Zili's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at the Technology Research and Development Center in front of her. She didn't expect that Suja would build the Technology Research and Development Center so quickly. Suja looked directly at the attributes of the Technology Research and Development Center. Name, Technology R&D Center. Level, Beginner. Building, Science and Technology R&D Center Building. Main, Affiliated Laboratories 2. Function, increase the speed of scientific and technological research and development by 100%. Endowed with endless energy, technological transformation. Upgrade, 10 high-grade wood, 10 high-grade stone, stove copper ore, stove iron ore, stove steel, 10 exotic metals, 10 high-grade alloys, 1 special alloys, 10 gold, 1 spiritual ore, stove gold. Introduction. The core building of the mechanical department is unique, the starting point of all technology, and contains infinite potential. Suja took a deep breath and looked at the attributes of the Technology Research and Development Center. It was worth it. The increase in the speed of technology research and development alone was very cost-effective, not to mention that it also gave two talents. Endless energy. Have an endless supply of magic power. Technological transformation. There is a certain chance that the developed technology will mutate and evolve. Suja looked at Ella, then hugged Ella and kissed her twice. Ella, well done. Hearing Suja's words, Ella's face was filled with smiles. Zili, are you satisfied? Suja looked at Zili and said slowly. Very satisfied. Zili nodded with a rare smile. It's up to you now. Suja looked at Zili and said with a smile. Zili nodded. How enviable, Lord. A voice came. Qin Shiryao walked over and spoke to Su Zhe with a hint of envy in her tone. Su Zhe looked at Qin Shiryao and understood why she was like this. They were both in the science and technology department, and their science and technology research and development centers had already been built, but there was no sign of her biology research institute yet. What are you envious of? Next time, we will build your biological research center. I have already arranged people to collect biological samples. Qin Shiryao said slowly. I knew that the Lord would not be partial. Qin Shiryao said with a smile. She actually didn't have any other intentions. She just wanted to do something for Su Zhe as soon as possible. After all, she was the only one in the territory who didn't have any specific work to do. Qin Shiryao knew this, and Su Zhe knew it too. The other heroic units and arms in the territory also gathered around, curiously examining the tall buildings in front of them. Everyone, let's have a banquet tonight and celebrate, Su Zhe said with a smile on his face. Hearing Su Zhe's words, Manhwa and others laughed happily. Ella also had a faint smile on her face as she looked at the lively and united territory. Night falls. The lights in Su Zhe's territory were flashing, and all the lights in the Science and Technology building were turned on by Su Zhe. Anyway, there was endless energy, so he was not afraid of consumption and could use it as much as he wanted. Just keep partying, and that's it. By the campfire, Su Zhe had a comfortable smile on his face as he looked at the magic elves dancing in front of him, accompanied by archers and fairies. It's so comfortable. The spiritual fruit trees will be ripe in a few days, and I can use them to brew spiritual wine. Su Zhe thought to himself while eating barbecue and grilled fish happily. This grilled fish is naturally taken from the spiritual fish in the Xingqiuan Lake. Although only a few days have passed, these spirit fish are growing extremely fast, living in such a magical and wonderful lake, and the smallest ones weigh more than 20 kilograms. The big ones weigh over 100 pounds, which is incredible. It can only be said that the quality of Xingqiuan Lake is excellent. It gathers the power of the stars, allowing the spirit fish to grow rapidly. Su Zhe is not worried about eating all the fish. Now it feels like there is more than enough to eat. Of course, this is a bit of an exaggeration. If they eat as much as they want, the dragon troops under Su Zhe can wipe out all the spirit fish in one day. Don't underestimate the dragon's appetite. Lord, a voice came, and Dina and Bingna appear behind Su Zhe. How do you feel? Su Zhe said to Dina and Bingna. Compared with other people, Su Zhe had relatively less contact with Dina and Bingna. There is no way. There are too many beauties in the territory, and this is also a sweet trouble. It feels really good. I've never felt so good before, Dina said slowly, looking at the singing and dancing territory with happiness in her eyes. Bingna next to him also nodded. But compared to Dina, Bingna's personality is more arrogant or more proud. It's not that she is not good at speaking, but she doesn't know how to communicate with others. As long as I feel good, Su Zhe said with a smile, looking at the technology building with flashing lights. Chapter 101 Star Glory Inheritance, Mutation, and Evolution. Who would have thought that just a dozen days ago I was still an orphan with no one to rely on, but now I have my own world and foundation? Who could have predicted such a thing? Time passes slowly. Early the next morning, Su Zhe woke up from the grass with his head covered. He had too much fun last night, and he still felt groggy. No, I can't be so indulgent anymore. Su Zhe took a deep breath, looked at the people around him, and then relied on his great willpower to come to the side of Xingqiuan. Su Zhe looked at his slightly pale face reflected in the spring water. I can't go on like this. From today on, I must not stay up late. I must be more careful next time, Su Zhe said, looking at his pale face. After a quick wash and nourishment from the star spring, he felt rejuvenated. What did I just say? Nothing. Su Zhe muttered to himself, walked towards the magic barracks, and started daily recruitment. On the way, Su Zhe received the reward for being the first on the daily combat power list, and the daily 10,000 gold coins from the spirit tree. Build a fairy platform. Manhwa, Anna, Lena, Amaya, and Dina all appeared here. Let's go, Su Zhe said to Manhwa and others, and walked directly into the immortal creation platform. Ding, do you want to spend 20 gold coins to start daily recruitment? Recruit. Su Zhe looked at the immortal statue in front of him. A purple light rises. 20 immortal cultivators walked out from the purple light curtain. Greetings, Lord. 20 cultivators half-knelt on the ground and said to Su Zhe, Everyone get up. Su Zhe said to the 20 cultivators he had just recruited. Manhwa, I'll leave them to you. I have to go somewhere else, Suja said to Manhwa. Manhwa nodded. After Suja left, Manhwa looked at the remaining people and prepared to arrange for them to go to the Black Iron World for upgrades. Then Suja came to the Temple of Divine Source. Amaya and Luna were already in place. Wait a minute. Suja looked at Amaya and Luna and said. Suja took out the barracks upgrade card. Ding. Do you want to upgrade the barracks? Divine Source Temple? Yes. Suja looked at the Divine Source Temple in front of him with curiosity. Endless star power surged, and the entire Silver Palace seemed to have transformed into a huge star, blooming with brilliant starlight. Blurry shadows of star spirits emerged and then gradually disappeared. Ding. Your barracks. Divine Source Temple has been upgraded. Current level, level 2. You can check the specific attributes yourself. Suja immediately checked the properties of the Divine Source Temple. Name, Temple of Divine Origin. Level 2. Faction, Protoss. Recruitment, 20/20ths daily. Magic Crystal, 1 gold coin / one-time constant. Features, 1-star Glory Heritage 2. Upgrade, 100 million gold coins, Star Divinity X 100, Eternal Star Core X1. Starry Heritage? What is this feature? Suja looked at the information panel of the Divine Source Temple with some curiosity. Starry Heritage, blessed by the glory of the stars. Under the baptism of the power of the stars, the evolution probability of the Protoss troops is increased, and there's a chance to evolve into heroic units. This feature. Suja touched his chin and looked at Amaya and Luna. This feature is quite good, and can even be said to be extremely powerful. At the moment, there seems to be little difference between hero units and ordinary units, except that the hero is a little stronger. But after reaching level 40, it is completely different. Let's go, Suja said to Amaya and Luna, and they walked into the level 2 Temple of Divine Source together. Ding. Do you want to spend 20 gold coins for daily recruitment? Recruit. Suja looked at the vast starry universe. Countless starlight was falling, and 20 figures appeared in front of Amaya, Luna, and Suja. Suja didn't care that there were no hero units. After a few brief instructions, Suja handed the newly recruited Protoss warriors to Amaya and Luna. Then Suja came to the Holy Tower of Elements. Isabella and Leon were already waiting here. Similarly, Suja took out a barracks upgrade card. Ding. Do you want to upgrade the barracks? Elemental Holy Tower? Upgrade. Suja looked at the Holy Tower of Elements with anticipation in his eyes. The Elemental Saints are one of the main types of troops in his territory. Elementalists are proficient in attacks with different elemental attributes and have great advantages in combat. Therefore, Suja is very much looking forward to what kind of troops the upgraded Elemental Holy Tower can recruit. Countless forces of light intertwined and poured down from the sky. Suja watched as the golden Elemental Holy Tower gradually transformed into pure white, flawless, and exuding a strong sacred aura, with golden runes flashing around the altar. Ding. Your barracks. Elemental Tower has been upgraded. Current level 2. You can check the properties yourself. Suja immediately checked the properties of the Elemental Holy Tower. Name, Elemental Holy Tower. Level 2. Faction, Elemental. Recruitment, 20/20ths daily. Magic Crystal, 1 gold coin / one-time constant. Features, 1. Sanctification and Sublimation, 2. Upgrade, 100 million gold coins, Divine Light X 100, Divine Origin X1. Sanctification and Sublimation. Suja looked at the characteristics that appeared after the upgrade of the Altar of Light with curiosity in his eyes. Sanctification and Sublimation. Under the illumination of light, your elementalists will embark on the path of sublimation, breaking through the shackles of potential and growing without limits. What the hell? Suja was really surprised when he saw this feature. Unlimited growth and ignoring potential limits means that Suja's elements give all arms unlimited potential. But then Suja calmed down. Potential is something that can be broken through, but the existence of sanctification and sublimation makes the breakthrough easier. But overall, this is undoubtedly a good thing. Let's go, Suja said to Isabella and Leon, and walked into the Holy Tower of Elements. Ding. Do you want to spend 20 gold coins for daily recruitment? Recruit. Suja looked at the elementalist statue in front of him. Countless white lights rose up, and 20 figures appeared in front of Suja, Isabella, and Leon. I'll leave these to you. Suja looked at Isabella and Leon and said. Leon and Isabella nodded. Suja went straight to the Temple of Stars. Reina and Bingna are already here. Lord, Bingna and Lena shouted to Suja together. Suja nodded, looked at Bingnai, and found that Bingnai's level had reached 10. Wait a moment, Suja said to Bingna and Lena. Suja took out the last barracks upgrade card. Chapter 102. Overall Amplification, Star Oath. Ding. Upgrade the barracks. Star Temple. Upgrade. Suja looked at the Star Temple in front of him. Countless passionate war songs rang out, and countless heroic spirits appeared above the Star Temple, as if transcending the boundaries of time and space. Ding. Your barracks. Star Temple has been upgraded. Current level 2. You can check the properties yourself. Suja looked at the upgraded Star Temple and then checked its properties. Name. Star Temple. Level 2. Faction. Protoss. Recruitment. 40/40ths daily. Magic Crystal. 1 gold coin / 1 time. Constant. Features. 1 Star Oath 2. Upgrade. 100 million gold coins. Divinity x 100. Source Crystal x 100. Oath of the Stars. Suja looked at the characteristics that appeared after the Star Temple was upgraded. Oath of the Stars. All-Star Archers will never give up in the Legion War. Every time a Star Archer dies, the strength of other Star Archers will increase by 1%, and there is no upper limit to the gain effect. After reading the information panel, Suja's pupils shrank slightly. This characteristic is quite abnormal. Although never giving up is useless, all his troops are fully loyal, and it is impossible for them to desert the battlefield. However, for every person killed, the strength of all-star archers will increase by 1%, and there is no upper limit. This amplification effect may seem to be only 1% when one person dies, but don't forget that this is an overall buff, so it is quite considerable. Considering the talent that prevents the Star Archer from dying completely, it can be said that this Star Oath is a bug-like existence. You won't die completely, and your teammates will get the damage bonus. The mere thought of seeing these two powerful effects combined together is exciting. Ding. Do you want to spend 40 gold coins for daily recruitment? Recruit. Suja said in a deep voice. 40 star shooters immediately appeared in front of Suja. Lena, Bingna is left to you. Suja said to Lena and Bingna. Reina and Bingna nodded. Suja then left the Star Temple. I came to the Void Dragon Nest and started daily recruitment. The barracks upgrade cards have been used up. Currently, the Void Dragon Nest and the Origin Spirit Tree cannot be upgraded. We can only wait and see if we can get it after today's Chaos Invasion and the Lord Resource War. Next we went to the Void Dragon Nest and the Origin Spirit Tree, but due to bad luck, we only managed to recruit ordinary soldiers. The elves recruited by the Origin Spirit Tree are still Origin Fire Elves. Almost there, Suja saw that only the last future hub was left to recruit. Of course, there is still an unused barracks, but Suja plans to use it after the Chaos Invasion and the Lord Resource War are over. Suja also kept the 3 refresh recruitment cards and waited to see if he could get the barracks upgrade cards. If he could, he would upgrade the barracks first and then use the refresh cards. Suja came directly to the future hub. Huh, just you. Suja looked at Qin Shiryao, who was the only one at the future hub. They all went to the Science and Technology building. Qin Shiryao said with a smile. Suja nodded, then took Qin Shiryao into the future hub. Ding. Do you want to spend 1 gold coin to start daily recruitment? Recruitment. Suja said lightly. A sci-fi space-time portal appeared in front of Suja. A drawing slowly floated out. A gleam of light flashed in Suja's eyes, and he took the drawing and started to look at it. Annihilation Core. Level 60 Energy Weapon Blueprint. Requirements. Bacteria Expert. Biochemical Weapons. Suja looked at the drawings in front of him with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Biological and chemical weapons are a branch of the technological side. This thing. Suja then put away the blueprint. Although some things require extreme means they're indispensable. Unfortunately, Suja has not yet recruited any heroic units related to biological and chemical weapons. Suja took a deep breath. To be precise, most of the weapons in the technological side's biochemical series are very extreme, sometimes even more cruel than those of some dark races. For example, biochemically modified warriors. Simply put, it is an extremely radical biochemical transformation technology, which is fundamentally different from mechanical transformation of humans. The annihilation core that Suja just drew is also called the world-destroying nuclear bomb. It is a weapon made by compressing bacteria, and it contains thousands of kinds of terrifying bacteria. If this thing were to explode in the center of the territory, the consequences would be unimaginable. It is possible to turn the territory into waste in an instant. Suja looked at Qin Shiyao. Qin Shiyao is an expert in this field. If she is not restrained, no one knows what she will do with it. But then again, I can give Sakura country a try later. Suja couldn't help but think. Of course, they should be given priority to taste such good things. The countries from the previous life also exist in this world, including the Sakura country, and they also have their own lords. Conflicts between countries have never stopped. Forget it, let's talk about it later. If there's a chance, I can capture some of their people and use them for Qin Shiyao's experiments. Suja thought to himself, ding, chaos invasion is about to begin. Lord, please select the difficulty level. S. A, B, C, D. A prompt sounded. S. Suja directly chose S-level difficulty. Suja looked up and saw dragons flying straight towards the border of the territory. Suja directly summoned his interstellar sports car. Are you going or not? Suja looked at Qin Shiyao and asked. Qin Shiyao yawned and stretched. I won't go for this. I'd rather bask in the sun. Qin Shiyao said lazily. Suja smiled and drove directly to the black stone wall. When Suja arrived, Mingwe and others were already in place. All of them are above level 10. The troops recruited today have already gone to the Black Iron World. Here it comes. Suja looked at the dark and surging void. One after another ferocious monsters walked out. Suja narrowed his eyes and stared at the dark void. Strange creatures appeared from the void. We meet old friends. Suja looked at the Demon Shadow clan that walked out of the void. To be more precise, it was the Void Demon Shadow, one of the branches of the Demon Shadow clan that lived in the void. Each of the Demon Shadows is of level 11 to 12, and none of them is lower than level 10. Ding. Experience +1. Ding. Experience +1. Ding. Experience +1. Every time a Demon Shadow falls, Suja can gain experience points. As time goes by, the upgrade prompt sounds again. Ding. Your experience value has reached 25,000. Do you want to level up? Upgrade. Suja said in a deep voice. A warm current flowed through Suja's body, and his strength increased a lot. Finally, level 13. Suja looked at his level. This chaos invasion had just begun. When it was over, he should be able to level up another level or so. I hope I could draw some useful entries by then. Time passed quickly. 2 hours later, and the last Demon Shadow fell in Suja's territory. Ding. Your experience value has reached 30,000. Do you want to level up? Chapter 103 continue to expand. The territory has a diameter of 60,000 meters. Upgrade. Suja took a deep breath. The experience points provided by this last Demon Shadow were just enough for him to upgrade. The next level requires 35,000 experience points. I'm level 14 now, but I don't know what entries I can draw. Suja thought to himself. He now has 2 chances to draw entries. Suja opened the territory 3D panel. Swallow. Ding. Your entry's Blessed Land attribute has been triggered. Your territory has expanded by 10,000 meters. Well, that's it. Suja looked at the changes in the territory. It had only expanded a little despite so many corpses. Now the radius of Suja's territory has reached 30,000 meters, and the diameter is 60,000 meters. However, the territory level is only level 3, which is neither high nor low, and it is still acceptable. Still the same, Suja directly pushed the city wall outward, leaving only 500 meters of open space bordering the void darkness. It's been half a month. It's time to prepare some things. Suja looked at his territory with a serious expression. Many buildings have not yet been built or have not yet been started. But let's wait a little longer and think of a solution. Suja glanced at the territory. In fact, if the territory is too large, it is not necessarily a good thing for low-level lords. After the novice period, you won't be as carefree as you are now. It won't be surprising if your territory is invaded by chaos. Without sufficient defensive power, once the territory is destroyed, everything will be over. As for defense, let's deal with it in a week. Suja thought and decided to finish the task at hand first. Suja looked at his troops and found that they had basically been upgraded to level 13. Unlike Suja, Suja is a lord, and he can gain experience points by killing enemies with any type of soldiers. But to upgrade the troops, you need to hunt and gain experience points. This is the key, so it is normal that Suja is level 14 and they're only level 13. As upgrading becomes more and more difficult, the gap will become more and more obvious. As a result, ordinary lords would prioritize training an elite team, at least to keep up with the level. Monsters are also a kind of resource. Although they are common, they are indeed an indispensable part of upgrading troops, so they're also extremely important. Just like the Black Iron World in Suja's hands, this is a family-level monster resource. Although the level is still a bit low, there are endless monsters appearing inside, which unexpectedly means unlimited experience points. This also means that this world will not be eliminated. Because the troops recruited by Suja all start at level 1, it should be said that this is the case for all units recruited by lords, and new troops are all recruited at level 1. How can I upgrade and improve my strength without resources? All of these require resources to build up and cannot be upgraded by just idling. So this monster is also a kind of resource. Back to the present, Suja began to count today's spoils. Gold coins x400, 000, ordinary loot chest x4, 000, rare loot chest x2, 000, high-level loot chest x4, black iron chest x2, 000, bronze chest x1, 000, silver chest x3. This is what Suja gained today. To be more precise, is the gain brought to him by this chaos invasion, which is quite good. The number of invading monsters this time is as high as 100,000. Each monster can bring 2 gold coins of income. So 100,000 monsters means 200,000 gold coins. In addition to the doubling effect of the novice benefits, the final harvest is 400,000 gold coins. In addition, an additional S-level evaluation box was obtained. Good things like this will disappear once the novice period is over. Suja pondered in his heart. The fact that we can obtain resources so easily and in large quantities without any risk is entirely due to this special stage of the novice period. Once this period is passed, it will probably be difficult to obtain such abundant resources again. Suja turned his gaze to the 4,000 ordinary loot chests. Open. Suja decisively chose to open it all at once. Instantly, a series of prompts sounded. Basic wood X500, basic stone X500, basic copper X500, basic iron X500, basic steel X500, basic silver X500, basic meat X1000. This is really a timely help. Suja looked at his resource reserves that suddenly became richer, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Then, he turned his attention to the rare loot chests and also chose to open them all at once. High-grade wood X500, high-grade stone X500, mithril X500, gold X500. Pretty good. Suja was very happy when he saw the resources opened up. These are the resources he urgently needs for the development of his current territory. After all, he still has a core building that has not been built, the Biological Research Institute. This Biological Research Institute, like the Science and Technology Research and Development Center, is a core building that is crucial to the development of the territory. Looking at the remaining 4 high-level loot chests, Suja chose to open them again without any hesitation. Obsidian Resource Card X1, Exotic Metal X1, Advanced Alloy X1, Advanced Fiber X1. They're all high-grade materials. A hint of surprise flashed in Suja's eyes. These are all resource cards, and the materials are high-grade. When it comes to this high-grade fiber, the only use Suja can think of at the moment is to make special fabric clothing in his backpack, such as exquisite stockings and unique underwear. Of course, he also knew that this high-grade fiber might have other uses, but in his hands at the moment, it seemed that it could only play this role for the time being. Suja's eyes fell on the remaining treasure chest, and he chose to open it without hesitation. He opened 2,000 black iron treasure chests at one time. Gold coins plus 1 million. Each treasure chest only has 500 gold coins. The guaranteed income mechanism of the Supreme is really speechless. Suja couldn't help but complain. This guaranteed income really made him feel uncomfortable. Afterwards, Suja opened 1,000 bronze treasure chests in one breath. Spiritualore più 100,000. At this time, there are 3 silver treasure chests and 1 S-level treasure chest left. Ding! You obtained 3 mysterious map fragments. Ding! You received 3 soldier recruitment refresh cards. Ding! You received 3 barracks upgrade cards. Suja looked at the things that came out of the silver treasure chest, and his expression became solemn. No way. Are all the silver treasure chests going to have to be opened with minimum living allowances? Suja stared at the items that came out of these 3 boxes, feeling vaguely worried. Although these items are of great use to Suja, this is not a good sign. He naturally hoped to get more cards like this, but now that he got these, he had a bad feeling. As we have learned before, this type of item is a guaranteed output for the Lord. It is of great use to Suja, but it is like chicken ribs to other lords. At this stage, it is more practical for ordinary lords to obtain resources directly. The thing itself is indeed a good thing, but the key lies in who owns it. Chapter 104 Epic Troops Titans. For ordinary lords, this thing has no practical use and cannot be traded. That's right, whether it's a troop or fresh recruitment card or a barracks upgrade card. There is a hidden limitation. It cannot be traded. If they could be traded, their value would be ridiculously high. Unfortunately, this is not the case in reality, which is one of the main reasons why they are useless. What Suja cared about was that these items were low-income products, just like the gold coins in the black iron box and the spiritual ores in the bronze box. Now that the silver box has opened these, and there are no better things, it means that he is not far from the guaranteed reward of the silver treasure box. What should I do? Maybe I won't be able to get these things later. Suja looked at the troop recruitment refresh card and barracks upgrade card in front of him, his heart full of worries. Simply put, when you open too many boxes of the same type, the Supreme will determine that your strength exceeds the limit of what the box can provide, and the quality of the items inside will naturally decline, and in the end you may not even get the minimum living allowance. This is also to prevent high-level lords from excessively exploiting the living space of low-level lords. Suja is facing such a situation at the moment. Being too strong sometimes brings disadvantages. Suja turned his gaze to the last S-level evaluation box. He first came to the star spring and washed his face before preparing to open the S-level evaluation box. Ding! Do you want to open the S-level evaluation box? The prompt sounded at the right time. Open it. Suja stared at the S-level evaluation box with a hint of anticipation. Ding! You get a unit refresh card X1. Ding! You receive a barracks upgrade card X1. Ding! You received a wonder upgrade card X1. Suja was slightly stunned, then muttered to himself, "It's okay, not too bad." From a certain perspective, this result is not bad. After all, these things may be a guarantee for other lords, but they are urgently needed for Suja. Of course, Suja also urgently needs resources. Suja looked at the wonder upgrade cards in his hand, and now he has accumulated 3 of them. But for now, the wonder in Suja's hand does not need to be upgraded for the time being. Take the worship of statues as an example. Even if it is upgraded, it will not have much practical effect on him, mainly because he is unable to use the power of faith now. In comparison, the barracks upgrade card and the troop refresh recruitment card are much more useful to Suja. He is now worried that the silver treasure chest won't even be able to reveal these key items, which would be troublesome. He doesn't mind getting more. Overall, today's harvest is pretty good. Suja looked at the resources obtained today. Although no items such as blueprints were obtained, these resources were already considerable. Especially the troop refresh cards and barracks upgrade cards. I got 4 of each today. Including the 3 troop refresh cards before, there are now a total of 7, which is enough for him to recruit a large number of troops and add new strength to the territory. Amaya, Luna. Suja called out. Amaya and Luna appeared beside Suja in an instant. Today's battle for Lord Resources is about to begin, Suja said with a smile. Amaya and Luna understood what he meant and immediately summoned the Protoss Legion to go to the Lord's space with Suja. Except for the 20 newly recruited Protoss warriors who have not yet returned to the team, the rest of the Protoss warriors followed Suja, Amaya, and Luna into the Lord's space, ready for today's Lord Resource battle. Ding! Please select the mode, individual, team, or arena. Ring. Suja chose the ring mode without hesitation. In his opinion, individual and team battles cannot be compared with ring battles. The resources that can be obtained in arena battles far exceed those in individual battles and team battles, and are completely different concepts. Of course, this is not a privilege unique to Suja. Other lords can also choose to fight in the ring, but the prerequisite is that they must have the strength to match it. If you don't have that kind of strength, choosing a ring fight would not be a wise move. Ding! The Lord has started a battle arena. Choose to participate. Winning will earn you generous rewards. This prompt sounded in the ears of the Flame Dragon Lord. Again, whoever wants to go can go. Lord Flame Dragon refused without hesitation. The Fire Dragon Lord still remembers the painful experience of yesterday, and he is not stupid enough to jump into the fire pit again. Like Lord Yanlong, The lords who participated in the ring battle yesterday also received the prompt and then decisively refused. Yi Xingqian was no exception. She's not the kind of person who likes to be abused. Although participating in the ring battle itself will not cause any substantial losses, no one would like to be abused for no reason. The main thing is that there is no reward if she fails, and she doesn't want to waste this opportunity. Suja sat on the sofa in the Lord's space and raised his eyebrows slightly. 20 challengers have been gathered so quickly. A hint of curiosity flashed in Suja's eyes, and then he checked the other party's data. The Lord of War, the one ranked second in the military rankings, Suja looked at the data of the man named the Lord of War with interest. Level 8 is not a low level, but compared with Suja, it is naturally a small matter. The troop type is Epic the Titan. It is said to be invincible on the land battlefield. What a pity. Suja shook his head secretly, but he was also looking forward to the upcoming battle. Ding. Lord, do you want to start the arena battle early? Open it, don't waste time. Suja said in a flat tone. He chose the canyon terrain so that he could end the battle quickly. Ding. The arena battle has started in advance. Please prepare for the challenge. At the same time, a prompt sound came to the ears of the Lord of War. Starting the arena battle in advance, this guy is so confident. The warlord looked at the canyon in front of him in confusion and stepped into it with the first soldier who challenged the Lord. Although the Lord of War could not see the specific situation in the canyon, he could clearly see the health of Lord Suja's crystal. In less than 30 seconds, the first challenging lord was eliminated. The warlord's expression instantly grew serious. What a joke. Even killing a chicken wouldn't be this fast. The Lord of War muttered to himself, his eyes full of disbelief. As time went on, a lord was eliminated every half a minute. In a blink of an eye, only the warlord was left, and Suja's Lord Crystal's health remained at 100%. The Lord of War took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and sent out the Titans under his command. At this moment, the Lord of War finally saw the situation in the canyon clearly. The Lord's crystal on the opposite side stood alone, and there seemed to be no ambushes along the way. The two were only a few hundred meters apart. For the Titans, this distance is just a matter of a few strides. After all, their level is limited, and it is obviously unrealistic to expect them to take a step of thousands of meters. Chapter 105. Developing Artificial Intelligence. Why are there stars in the sky of the canyon? The Lord of War looked at the canyon sky with confusion, only to see stars twinkling with strange light. The next second, countless beams of light poured down like a rainstorm. The Titans were wiped out in an instant. The War Master looked bewildered, listening to the prompt tone in a trance. Ding. Challenge failed. What the hell is this thing? The warlord jumped up from the sofa in shock, his face full of disbelief. Why would a novice lord possess such a legal power? Thinking of this, the Lord of War hurriedly opened the chat channel and found a friend named Flame Dragon Lord. You guy, did you know this would happen? The warlord asked with gritted teeth. Flame Dragon Lord. How dare you say you didn't know about the ring battle? The warlord widened his eyes in anger. Flame Dragon Lord, I know. You knew it, but you didn't even tell me? The Lord of War was very depressed. Flame Dragon Lord. Hee hee. Good brothers should share the joys and sorrows. Get lost. The Lord of War replied with only one word before angrily closing the chat channel. Then he frowned and fell into deep thought, thinking about everything that happened in the canyon. Could it be an orbital weapon? The Lord of War secretly guessed that this kind of attack method and pattern seemed to be only suitable for orbital weapons of the technology department. Impossible. Who can develop technology to this level at this stage? The Lord of War muttered to himself, his heart full of doubt and disbelief. Suja sighed. Suja stretched and looked at the SSS treasure chest he had obtained with satisfaction. Well done. Suja looked at Amaya and Luna with a smile. Amaya had a gentle smile on her face, while Luna nodded expressionlessly. Suja looked at the SSS champion resource treasure chest in front of him and opened it without any hesitation. Ding. You received 500 advanced wood resource cards. Ding. You received 500 advanced stone resource cards. Ding. You received 500 steel resource cards. Ding. You received mithril resource card X 500. Ding. You received 500 gold resource cards. Ding. You get 100 exotic metals. Ding. You obtained advanced alloy X 100. Ding. You obtained special alloy X 10. Ding. You get gold coins X 1000. 000. Ding. You obtained spiritual or X 10,000. Ding. You received a unit refresh recruitment card. Ding. You received a barracks upgrade card. Suja discovered that the items opened from the SSS-level champion's treasure chest were no different from yesterday. The only regret is that the barracks were not open this time. Suja now has 8 troop refresh recruitment cards and 5 barracks upgrade cards. All the resources consumed yesterday are now returned. Pretty good. Suja looked at these resources and felt very satisfied. At present, the only thing missing to build a biological research institute is biological specimens. Half of the biological specimens have been collected and stored at the science and technology base. Collecting 1,000 biological samples is basically not difficult. There are countless void creatures in the black iron world. As long as you are willing to spend time and search carefully, you can still gather them all. Suja brought Amaya and Luna back to the territory, and then headed straight to the future hub. My lord, Qin Shuriao was lying lazily on the recliner. Seeing Suja coming over, she called softly. There's good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Suja looked at Qin Shuriao with a smile. A hint of curiosity flashed in Qin Shuriao's eyes, and she said, Let me tell you the good news first. The good news is that the materials needed by the Institute of Biology are basically ready. Suja said slowly. What about the bad news? Qin Shuriao sat up straight and looked at Suja impatiently. Well, the bad news is that we're still short of half of the biological samples, but we're probably almost done collecting them. I was just teasing you, Suja said with a smile. Hearing this, Qin Shuriao was so angry that she really wanted to punch Suja. This guy was trying to scare her on purpose. Looking at Qin Shuriao's expression, Suja asked with interest, Were you scared just now? Qin Shuriao rolled her eyes at Suja, turned her back to him, and said that she didn't want to bother with him now. Suja laughed and left the future hub. Qin Shuriao looked at Suja's departing back and shook her head helplessly. She felt that Suja was sometimes like a child, and his thoughts were unpredictable. After leaving the future hub, Suja went straight to the Science and Technology Research and Development Center. How do you feel? Suja looked at Zili, who was busy working, and asked with concern. My lord, everything is going well. Zili raised her head and responded to Suja with a smile. Where is Ella? Suja asked Zili again. Sister Ella is in the main laboratory. Zili pointed in the direction of the main laboratory. Suja nodded, then walked into the main building. Soon, Suja arrived at Ella's exclusive laboratory. Ella, what are you researching? Suja looked at the various instruments in the laboratory curiously and asked Ella. Ella pushed up her glasses and looked away from the lab table at Suja. I'm researching some special metal materials. Lord, do you have any instructions? Well, I was wondering if you could develop an extra-large energy barrier device. Suja looked at Ella intently. That's not particularly difficult, my lord. How large a range do you want this device to cover? Ella asked. Well, it would be best if it could cover the entire territory, and the higher the energy intensity, the better. Suja said slowly. Ella nodded in understanding. Lord, you're planning for the long term, right? I'll try to research and develop it, but I might need more advanced materials by then. That's no problem. Don't worry about the materials. Leave it to me, Suja said calmly. Okay, I understand. Ella nodded again. By the way, what materials does Ella need to make primary artificial intelligence? Suja suddenly thought of it and asked curiously. It doesn't require too many complicated materials. 1,000 spirit ores and 10,000 gold coins will be enough. Huh? Is it that simple? Suja couldn't help but blurt out subconsciously. Ella looked at Suja with a hint of confusion in her eyes. Simple? Lord, you may have misunderstood. The prerequisites for artificial intelligence are the most difficult part. After Ella said this, Suja suddenly realized, yes, it seems simple. That is also because he already has the powerful support of the Technology Research and Development Center. How could it be simple without it? These resources are for you. Develop the artificial intelligence as soon as possible. The follow-up matters depend on you. Suja said as he handed the necessary resources to Ella. Chapter 106 Fallen Temple, Fallen Ang. Ella took over the resources and immediately began working on creating artificial intelligence. Okay. Not long after, Ella said to Suja, So fast. Suja looked at Ella in surprise, feeling incredible at her efficiency. It's not difficult, Ella said calmly, as if it was just an ordinary thing. It's really not difficult, but I didn't expect it to be so fast. Where is artificial intelligence? Where is it? Suja looked around curiously. At this moment, A virtual image appeared in front of Suja. "Hello, respected lord. Hello, Lady Ella." The image of a cute little girl appeared in front of Suja and Ella, her voice crisp but a little dull. "Don't you have a name yet?" Suja turned to look at Ella and asked. Ella shook her head slightly. "Lord Ella, you haven't given me a name yet." The artificial intelligence explained to Suja obediently. "Well, from now on you will be called Radiant, the same as the name of our territory. You will be responsible for monitoring our territory from now on," Suja said with a smile after thinking for a moment. "Okay, my lord," Tianhui responded in a slightly stiff voice. Suja immediately checked the attributes of Tianradi. Name, Radiant. Level, Beginner. Function, Intelligent Control, Data Transmission, Intelligent Hub. Upgrade, Prerequisites. Intermediate Technology RD Center, 10,000 Spiritual Ores, 100,000 Gold Coins. Introduction, Primary AI with relatively rigid behavior patterns, capable of growing through continuous data absorption. Suja looked at the Radiant's data, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. It was very good. For the mechanical department, having an intelligent center and not having one were two completely different concepts. This meant that the foundation of the mechanical department had been initially established and solidified. Now the Department of Mechanical Engineering finally has a solid foundation. Suja thought to himself, "Okay, Ella, you should focus on researching the super-large energy barrier device first and make it as large as possible." Suja looked at Ella and said. Ella nodded in understanding. Afterwards, Suja left the Technology Research and Development Center. He directly took out the first-level barracks, the monastery. Ding! Detected the first-level barracks. Monastery, your entry's God-level evolution has been triggered. Ding! You have obtained the God-level barracks. Fallen Temple. Fallen Temple. Suja looked at the evolved barracks in his hand, his eyes full of curiosity, and couldn't wait to check its attributes. Name, Fallen Heaven Temple, the only one. Level 1. Rank, God level. Faction, Angel. Arms, Fallen Angel. Recruitment, 10 out of 10 daily. Magic Crystal, 1 gold coin / one-time constant. Upgrade, 1 million gold coins, 1 divine power crystal, 1 source of corruption. Angel Camp. Suja looked at the attributes of the Fallen Temple and thought to himself, this is the first truly pure angel camp of troops in his territory. Suja did not hesitate and directly placed the Fallen Temple next to the Origin Spirit Tree. A black building suddenly appeared in front of Suja. Endless darkness gathered here, and an aura of decadence spread like a tide. Reliefs of fallen angels appeared vividly above the Temple of the Fallen, with arrogant and unrestrained expressions, as if declaring their unruliness to the world. At this moment, a huge figure fell from the sky with a loud bang. Shadow. And this is just the beginning. Amaya, Luna, Mingyue, Ling Shuang, Leon, and other heroic units in the territory rushed over one after another. What are you doing? Suja looked at the people who came hurriedly, a little confused. The power of evil. Mingyue looked at the Fallen Temple in front of him with a serious expression. His eyes instinctively revealed a deep rejection of it. This rejection was even stronger than before, almost reaching the level of real hostility. My lord, we thought our territory was invaded. Amaya explained with a smile, but her eyes were fixed on the Fallen Temple, with a glint of inquiry in her eyes. Suja didn't believe what Amaya said. After all, if the territory is invaded, they should first appear outside the outer wall. How could they appear directly here? If it really comes to this, Suja will have no time to play. Ultimately, Amaya and the others are curious about the strength of this new partner. Suja looked at the barracks upgrade cards in his hand. There were still 5 left. The barracks that have not yet been upgraded are the Void Dragon Nest and the Origin Spirit Tree. There is no way to upgrade the hub in the future. Therefore, including the current Fallen Temple, there are only 3 barracks in total that can be upgraded. Suja plans to keep the 2 upgrade cards for now and wait until all the barracks can be upgraded. Ding! Do you want to upgrade the barracks? Fallen Temple? Upgrade. Suja looked at the Fallen Temple with a firm gaze. Ding! Your barracks. Fallen Temple has been upgraded. Current level. 2. You can check the specific attributes yourself. TSK. The barracks has been upgraded to level 2 before recruiting. Not bad. Suja smiled and looked at the Fallen Temple in front of him with satisfaction. Suja rechecked the properties of the Fallen Temple. Name, Fallen Temple. Level 2. Faction, Angel. Recruitment, 20/20 daily. Magic Crystal, 1 gold coin / one-time constant. Features, 1 fallen soul 2. Upgrade, 100 million gold coins. Divinity x 100, Source of Darkness x 1. Fallen soul. A hint of surprise flashed in Suja's eyes as he looked at the characteristics that appeared after the Fallen Temple was upgraded. Fallen Soul. It can help fallen angels start their journey of advancement. It is produced by the Fallen Temple, and 1 fallen soul is generated every 30 days. Fallen Soul. It sounds like it's not bad. Suja looked at the characteristics of the Fallen Temple and thought to himself. Then Suja walked straight into the Fallen Temple, looking at Manhwa and others following behind him, except for Yuing, who was over 30 meters tall and stayed outside because of his large stature. Everyone else came in. Suse. Then Suja was too lazy to care about it, and turned his gaze to the statue of the fallen angel in front of him. Ding. Do you want to spend 20 gold coins to start daily recruitment? Recruiting. Suja looked at the fallen angel statue in front of him with anticipation. In an instant, darkness enveloped the entire hall. In the endless darkness, figures slowly emerged, led by a woman in a black long dress. 6 black wings spread out behind her, and her skin was as smooth and white as milk. The rest are 2-winged fallen angels. Dina's reaction was the strongest, and the blazing flame instantly burned on her body. The 6-winged fallen angel in the lead also ignited the purple-black flames of the fallen angel. The 2 sides looked at each other tit for tat, like sworn enemies. Chapter 107 Fallen Wings, Chelsea. Stop! Suja quickly stepped forward to stop it. Looking at the red-gold, scorching flames on Dina's body and the purple-black fallen flames on the 6-winged fallen angel, Suja couldn't help but feel a headache. These are 2 completely hostile forces. Hearing Suja shout, Dina put away the blazing flame and said nothing more. The leading 6-winged fallen angel glanced at Dina, then looked at Suja with a smile and put away the flame of fallen angel on his body. Chelsea, greetings to the Lord. Chelsea half-knelt in front of Suja with a smile on her face. The other fallen angels behind him followed suit. Let's all get up first, Suja said as he checked Chelsea's attributes. Name, Chelsea. Loyalty, 100. Experience, 0 out of 100. Level, Black Iron 1 star. Rank, God level. Arms, Heroes Fallen Wings, Chelsea. Talent, Power of the Fallen. Skill, Flame of the Fallen. Compagnon Weapon, Fallen Swat. Potential, S-level to Saint level, entry bonus. Introduction. The origin of darkness, the legendary wings of fallen angels, possesses endless and terrifying dark power. Then Suja looked at the other fallen angels on both wings. Their talent was the power of fall, which was completely different from the power of fall that Chelsea possessed. The potential has also reached S-level with the addition of entries. In addition, their companion weapons are all fallen swords. We're all family. Chelsea, this is Dina, this is Amaya. Suja introduced the heroic units in the territory to Chelsea one by one. I understand, my lord. I will definitely get along well with them, Chelsea said with a smile, looking at Dina intentionally or unintentionally. Dina looked at Chelsea with a serious look in her eyes. I will keep an eye on you. If you do anything detrimental to the Lord, I will never let you go. Really? Why do you think I would do anything bad to the Lord? In comparison, aren't you guys who claim to be righteous the ones who often betray others? Chelsea responded without showing any weakness. You, Dina, who was not good at speaking, naturally couldn't argue with Chelsea. Stop. No quarreling, no fighting, and no hostility towards each other. We are all family, just with different powers, Suja said seriously. Hearing Suja's words, a smile appeared on Chelsea's face, and Dina nodded. Okay, in that case, Mingwei, you take Chelsea and the other fallen angels to familiarize themselves with the territory, and then take them to the Black Iron World to upgrade. Suja looked at Mingwei and said slowly, I understand, my lord. Mingwei looked at Chelsea with a smile on her face. Chelsea looked at Alice, and her pupils shrank slightly. Immortal clan? But this immortal race was completely different from what she had imagined, especially the feeling of danger. What was going on? Suja smiled as he watched the legion of fallen angels follow Mingwei away. My territory is growing and developing rapidly. Suja looked at the remaining military recruitment cards in his hand. There were 8 in total. Forget it. Let's use it tomorrow. It just so happens that other barracks can also be upgraded tomorrow, so I can use it then. Suja's face was filled with smiles, and he was thinking in his mind. If nothing goes wrong, we should be able to upgrade another wave of barracks tomorrow. Currently, the Void Dragon Nest and the Origin Spirit Tree have not been upgraded yet, but the other barracks are already level 2. Of course, the future hub is not included, as it cannot be upgraded. There are still 4 barracks upgrade cards left. If nothing goes wrong, I should be able to get them tomorrow. Life is getting better and better, and there is more and more hope. Suja's smile became brighter. Artificial intelligence has been developed in the technology sector, but due to material limitations, construction cannot begin even if the factory is built. There's no way. Suja has limited resources now. He has to wait until the Biological Research Institute is completed before considering producing robots or weapons. If the Institute of Biology is not built during the period of novice welfare, when resources are abundant, when will it be built? Suja looked at his resource reserves. From a certain perspective, he now had a lot of resources, but in reality, it was far from enough. The construction of a biological research institute alone is enough to empty his family's wealth again. It's still not enough. Suja muttered to himself, then closed the territory warehouse interface. These resources are far from meeting the needs. There are still 2 chances to draw entries. Suja looked around, and his eyes fell on Leon. Leon, come with me, Suja said to Leon. Leon looked at Suja with confusion in his eyes, but still followed Suja obediently. When the others saw this, they smiled at each other. Those who understood would naturally understand, and those who didn't would understand later. Suja went straight to the Star Spring and washed his face. After all, there are still 2 precious opportunities to draw entries today. Afterwards, Suja took Leon back to the Lord's mansion. What's the matter, Lord? Leon looked at Suja, appearing a little uneasy. Nothing. I just want you to stay with me for a while, Suja said with a smile, and then gently pushed Leon to sit on the sofa. Leon's face flushed instantly. Although she knew something about Suja's style of doing things from others, Suja's direct action still made her feel embarrassed. As a Darkin elementalist, Leon is top-notch in combat and killing enemies, but in this situation, she is not much calmer than Dina. Suja leaned his back into Leon's arms, feeling the softness on his back, and squinted his eyes comfortably. Leon's face became hotter and hotter. After all, this was the first time they had such close contact. She subconsciously hugged Suja tightly. Suja rubbed Leon's chest, feeling the softness that was bigger than his head, with a look of satisfaction on his face. Supreme Will, extract entries, Suja said in a deep voice. Leon couldn't help but hug Suja tighter. Sky Eye, Golden Lord item, can be used once a day to obtain a piece of information that is most beneficial to you. With this entry, I can get the most beneficial information for me every day. A hint of surprise flashed in Suja's eyes, and he thought to himself, what kind of information would be the most beneficial? This talent is really hard to judge. Suja thought to himself, but this is a golden entry after all. Overall, it's okay. After all, it would be of great help to him if he could get key information. Perhaps it is a piece of information that will change the situation on the battlefield. This entry is not weak. It's just that the gap between the upper and lower limits is huge. Fine, Sky Eye, Suja said calmly. Ding. The Sky Eye entry has been bound. The Lord can view it in the personal panel. Suja took a deep breath and rubbed Leon's chest affectionately again. Baby, give me some more luck. Susem murmureth. Supreme Will, extract entries, Suja said again in a deep voice. Chapter 108 Rebirth Talent, Sato, Ichiro. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the entry. Become a god in 7 days. 7 days to become a god. This is a personal attribute for the Lord. After using it, you will not be able to gain experience points, but you will automatically be promoted 1 level every 7 days until you reach the god level, and then you can continue to gain experience points. Suja frowned slightly, looking carefully at the entry 7 days to become a god. At first, this entry seemed to have no value to Suja, and even seemed a bit useless for a long time. But looking forward, it will be completely different. The experience points required for later upgrades are not as simple as tens of thousands. The experience points required later will definitely be hundreds of thousands or millions. This entry has its pros and cons. The advantage is that before reaching the rank of a god, Suja does not need to worry about the issue of experience points. He only needs to develop steadily to become a god. The disadvantage is that his level will lag behind other lords in the early stage. After all, The inability to gain experience points means that he cannot actively kill monsters and level up. Suja took a deep breath, and a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. You can level up 1 level every 7 days and draw entry rewards 4 times a month. That means an average of 4 levels per month, which doesn't seem too slow. But compared with other top lords, there is still a gap, which is a problem. However, it doesn't matter if the level is a little lower in the early stage. After all, the strength of Suja's god-level troops is there, so he won't feel any pressure even if he encounters a high-level lord. The only slightly uncomfortable thing is that the speed of obtaining entries will be a little slower in the early stage. But it doesn't matter. This sacrifice is worth it for the speed of future development. Bound. Become a god in 7 days. Ding. Bound entry. 7 days to become a god. Lord can check this in their personal attributes. At the moment of binding, countless rays of light suddenly gathered around Suja. Seeing this, Leon's eyes were full of astonishment. Lord, what's wrong with you? Leon's words brought Suja back to his senses. A hint of enlightenment flashed in Suja's eyes. The so-called 7-day deification meant that, at this moment, he could continuously absorb experience points and slowly improve his strength. In short, he will be promoted 1 level within 7 days until he reaches the rank of god. It's okay, Suja said with a smile, his eyes flashing with excitement brought by becoming a god in 7 days. Come on, Leon. Accompany me to soak in the hot spring, Suja said with a relaxed smile on his face. Starting from today, Suja will be able to level up in the next 7 days. This speed is not fast, but is not slow either and is relatively stable. Although he is now behind other lords in level, he will definitely catch up in the future and may even surpass them and leave them behind soon. Just consider it as giving them a sweet treat. Suja muttered to himself and then walked towards Xingqiuan with Leon. In the technological base of the Black Iron world, biological samples continue to appear. In order to prepare for the establishment of the Biological Research Institute, auxiliary robots in the Science and Technology base have been collecting the required biological samples. At the same time, in a certain territory, an island lord named Sato Ichiro slowly woke up. He looked at the ninja army neatly arranged beside him, his eyes full of astonishment. Immediately afterwards, Sato Ichiro hurriedly opened his attribute panel. Name, Sato Ichiro. Talent, rebirth, a gifted ability born from the evil god. Unique. Barracks, 9th level, Dark Soul Blade. Level 1. I'm back again. Sato Ichiro looked at the attribute panel, tears of blood in his eyes. I'm really back, and I will never let that guy go. Sato Ichiro looked up at the sky viciously with an extremely resentful look. As memories came flooding back, Sato Ichiro's thoughts went back to the moment before his rebirth. One by one, technological bombs with danger signs were dropped into a special world. That is a world where many lords of the island countries gather, and the entire world is tightly sealed. The world instantly became a huge experimental site. Those technological bombs with danger signs were not ordinary bombs, but annihilation nuclei that could contaminate everything. In an instant, the whole world can become a living hell. Until his death, Sato Ichiro could never forget that scene. He watched helplessly as the people around him were transformed by machines one by one and became experimental materials, or were consumed as experimental equipment. Even he himself underwent a hellish transformation and was ruthlessly thrown into a war started by an evil god. He eventually died with hatred before being reborn into the present. The excruciating pain, worse than death, was something Sato Ichiro could never forget even until his death. That person who looks frivolous and indifferent, but can decide the life and death of a world. He issued various terrifying experimental transformation orders without hesitation. Jin Shiryao. Sato Ichiro growled with gritted teeth. He would never be able to forget the woman in the white coat. Although she looked beautiful, she was more terrifying than any evil god Sato Ichiro had ever seen. Even the offspring of the evil god were nothing more than consumables for experiments in the eyes of that woman, and she arbitrarily transformed them into mindless puppets. He will never forget the first words Qin Shiryao said to him. Another useless experimental subject? These words were not only spoken to him, but also a mockery to all the captured lords. That guy should be at his weakest now, Sato Ichiro said with fear and pain in his eyes. Thinking back to that man, Sato Ichiro knew that he was the culprit of all these tragedies. This disaster happened just because of that man's careless words. In that man's eyes, the lives of the island lords seemed not worth mentioning. Just for such a ridiculous reason, a world where lords gathered was destroyed. There is no reason, just because that person doesn't like it. Kill him. I must kill him this time. I will do it while he is at his weakest. There was a crazy light in Sato Ichiro's eyes, an endless fear in the madness. Whenever he thought of that man, his body seemed to feel that phantom pain again. It was the excruciating pain of being transformed into a biochemical warrior alive without any anesthesia and while being extremely conscious. At this moment, Sato Ichiro was suddenly stunned. He suffered in that subsidiary world for 15 years, but during these 15 years, no one could find the specific location of his territory. Is there a way to hide the Lord? But his affiliated world is not so lucky. Sato Ichiro muttered to himself. Chapter 109, Crazy Revenge Plan. Now is a great opportunity. Sato Ichiro knows very well that if he cannot destroy that guy at this moment, the same tragedy will happen again. He really doesn't want to relive that hellish pain again. It's a feeling that life is worse than death. I might as well just kill him. He would never have thought that my talent would be rebirth. Sato Ichiro said with a crazy look. Technology developed slowly in its early stages due to a lack of resources. That guy was called the Lord of Technology, but even so, it's still in its novice phase and its development speed is limited. I need a positioning compass to find that guy's affiliated world. As long as I kill him, I can directly occupy his world naturally. Sato Ichiro's eyes flashed with burning greed. Thinking back to when I was a biochemical warrior, the technology in that guy's territory had already developed to an interstellar level. Most importantly, those advanced technologies are exactly what he has always dreamed of. With those technologies, he could become the new overlord and dominate the world. Naturally, he would not tell anyone about this. He was the only one left in his family, which had long since declined. Once he tells it out, he will be silenced and will not gain any benefits. Thinking of this, Sato Ichiro felt that time was running out. With every passing day, that guy's technology might make great progress. Ichiro Sato looked at the troops in his territory, the Shadow Ninja Corps. This is a 9th level troop, and most importantly, the number has reached more than 800 units. It doesn't seem to be a difficult task to destroy an early-stage technology lord. Even if there are some sacrifices, it is worth it. Tojo 15 took a deep breath and tried hard to recall his past in that guy's technological world. For 15 years, he was forced to sleep most of the time as a war puppet. However, these long 15 years also allowed him to acquire a lot of information. For example, that guy obtained that world a long time ago and has been developing it secretly. For another example, that guy rose to prominence after the novice trial period by relying on climbing up to a top family in the Dragon Empire. And at this moment, he is just an insignificant little character. Even his technology research and development base was built with the support of that top family, and various advanced technology drawings also came from that family. Although he was asleep most of the time as a war puppet, Tojo Juju still heard a lot of key information during the 15 years. This information was of no use to him at the time, but it is extremely valuable to him who is now bent on revenge. Tojo Juju began to carefully organize and plan his resources and fully prepared for the war to invade that guy's world. Is there another silver treasure chest? Tojo 15 looked at the silver treasure chest in his backpack. He couldn't help but look a little surprised, and then shook his head. It had been so long that he almost forgot about the novice treasure chest. Ding! Do you want to open the silver treasure chest? The long-lost reminder sound made Tojo 15 feel as if countless centuries had passed. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a positioning compass. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a mysterious map fragment X1. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 1,000 spirit ores. Positioning compass? Tojo Jiu was stunned at first, then excitement appeared on his face. I never expected that a positioning compass would actually be used. Now let me see how you can escape from my palm. Tojo 15 held the positioning compass tightly and immediately summoned his Shadow Ninja army. I didn't expect that I could take revenge right after my rebirth. This feeling is so great. Tojo Jiu murmured in a low voice, his eyes full of resentment and hatred. At this moment, he seemed to have seen the man crawling at his feet, humbly begging him to let him go. Ding! Do you want to use the positioning compass? You only have one chance. Yes. Tojo 15 responded impatiently. Ding! Please enter the correct territory or world to successfully locate. The Radiant Territory, the affiliated Iron World, the Celestial Biochemical Core. No, it should just be a technology base now. Tojo Ju's eyes burned with endless hatred. He would never forget this place in his life. This is where he was trapped for more than 10 years. How could he forget it? Ding! The opponent's territory has been successfully located, and the portal has been opened. Ding! You have triggered the Lord's War. Ding! During the Lord's War, you cannot return to the main world until the battle ends. Ding! Winning this Lord's battle will randomly reward you with loot from the enemy's territory. At the same time, Suja was taking a comfortable bath with Leon when a series of prompt sounds suddenly rang in his ears. Ding! The Black Iron World is being invaded. Ding! Please note, the Lord's War has been triggered, and a Lord is invading your territory. Ding! During the Lord's War, you cannot return to the main world until the battle ends. Ding! Winning this Lord's battle will randomly reward you with loot from the enemy's territory. Suja was stunned. Normally, this kind of situation shouldn't happen when he is a novice. The novice lords are in the protection stage. The high-level lords cannot attack the low-level lords, especially the novice lords. This is not allowed by the Supreme Will. The only one who can invade his world is a novice lord. Of course, this is a war of lords, which is fundamentally different from the invasion of the Dark Lord. Who is so brave? Suja stood up from the Star Spring with a puzzled look. My lord, what's wrong? Leon asked in a soft voice with charming eyes. Someone has invaded our Black Iron World. Suja said slowly, with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. My lord. Just then, Ella walked over. Suja turned to look at Ella. What's wrong, Ella? Suja asked curiously. The Radiant has detected information about an unknown experimental subject. According to the Radiant's calculations, this experimental subject should be from the future. Ella reported to Suja with a serious expression. Suja was stunned. An unknown experimental subject from the future? What was going on? First, the Black Iron World was invaded, and then an experimental subject from the future appeared. Where did the signal appear? Suja asked curiously. It should be there in the Black Iron World. Ella said slowly. Suja touched his chin and fell into a brief contemplation after listening to Ella's words. Suddenly, an uncertain thought came to his mind. Could the invader be the future experimental subject? Someone is invading the Black Iron World. Let's go there and solve this problem first. Suja said after calming down. Is there anything I can do for you? Ella looked at Suja and asked. Chapter 1, 10 Enemies from the Future. Don't worry, it should be just a novice lord. No matter who comes, they are unlucky today. Leon, go and inform Manhwa and Isabella to gather the fairies and elementals and go to the Black Iron World together. Suja looked serious and gave orders in a deep voice. I understand, my lord, Leon responded firmly. The anger in her heart was burning at this moment. This damn invader chose to come at this time. As soon as he finished speaking, Leon turned into a streak of blood-like light and rushed straight into the sky at an astonishing speed. It seems that Leon is very angry. Ella raised the corners of her mouth slightly and glanced at Suja with a smile. Suja really didn't expect Ella to suddenly say this. After hearing this, he couldn't help but chuckle and jokingly said, Why do you say that? Ella gave Suja a cold look and didn't bother to answer his question, which he asked despite knowing the answer. Suja smiled faintly and took out his interstellar sports car. Ella took light steps and sat in the passenger seat. Suja skillfully controlled the interstellar sports car and drove towards the gate of time and space as quickly as a phantom. After a while, it stopped steadily in front of the gate of time and space. Not long after, there was a flash of light in the sky, and Manhwa, Isabella, and Leon appeared with the Immortal Legion and the Elemental Legion. The white wings behind the elementals danced in the wind, emitting a sacred glow. Let's go, Suja said calmly, but there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. I have the special ability to hide my territory. Under normal circumstances, no one can calculate the location of my territory. Moreover, the secret of the Black Iron World has always been well hidden and no one knows about it. So how did this invading lord find this place? Was it just sheer luck that he happened to run into his own Black Iron World when he randomly used the Lord's War token? Or is there something else hidden behind this? If there is another reason, that would be very interesting. Immediately afterwards, Suja and his group passed through the gate of time and space. As soon as they entered the Black Iron World, Suja raised his hand and waved, signaling Manhwa, Leon, Isabella and others to fly into the sky. Their figures flashed and flew towards the sky as lightly as birds, disappearing from everyone's sight in an instant. Suja brought Ella and leisurely appeared in the technology base. At this moment, a huge space-time gate suddenly appeared out of nowhere on the opposite side. The gate of time and space emits a mysterious glow, and the flickering light and shadow inside the gate seemed to connect to another mysterious world. Suja took Ella and slowly walked to the interstellar sports car and leaned against the body of the car. Then a figure walked out of the time and space gate opposite. Ella looked down at the watch on her wrist, which was flashing continuously. Then a mechanical voice came from the watch. Information fluctuations of the experimental subject have been detected 20 meters ahead. Upon hearing this, Suja turned to look at Ella, and Ella happened to raise her head and look at Suja. Suja frowned slightly and said, "It seems that things are getting more and more interesting. Who do you think is behind this? Human experiments and experimental subjects from the future. Is it you or Qin Shiyao, or are you all involved? Is it me? But if it is really me, it shouldn't be so outrageous." Ella shook her head slightly, looked at Suja, and said, "If you talk about this kind of thing, Lord, you might actually be more ruthless than us." At this moment, a voice that seemed to come from the depths of hell suddenly rang out. The voice was twisted and resentful, as if filled with endless hatred. "I finally found you." Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw that Sato Ichiro's eyes were red, and he was staring at Suja as if he wanted to eat Suja alive. Even until his death, Sato Ichiro will never forget the man in front of him. Suja still had that lazy look that disgusted him so much, as if everything in the world was just a game for him to entertain himself, and he was always the winner who controlled the overall situation. It is also because of this that Suja left an unforgettable memory in Sato Ichiro's heart. He is both an invading lord and an experimental subject from the future. Interesting, really interesting. Suja looked at Sato Ichiro with interest. Although the specific situation is still unclear, it is quite interesting. "So who are you? What do you mean by finding me? It seems that you came here to seek revenge on me. I am a standard 3 good students, and our school teacher has praised me specially." Suja looked at Sato Ichiro in front of him with a smile and said slowly, "Due to the existence of a supreme will, although Suja and Sato Ichiro came from the country, they could understand what was said. You may not believe it, but I was reborn from the future." A sinister smile appeared on Sato Ichiro's face, but he was interrupted by Suja before he could finish his words. "I know," Suja said with a calm and sincere look. You actually know?" Sato Ichiro widened his eyes and stared at Suja in disbelief, his brain instantly crashing. He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. How could Suja know this? How could he know this? "What do you know? You're just pretending to be calm. Don't think I don't know that you climbed to the top by clinging to a top family in the empire after the novice period." Sato Ichiro snorted coldly and said in a deep voice, "The Yi family?" Suja interrupted Sato Ichiro again without mercy. Sato Ichiro's pupils suddenly shrank when he heard that, and a strong sense of unease suddenly surged in his heart. According to normal development, Suja should have established contact with the Yi family after the novice trial period ended. But why does it seem like Suja has known people from the Yi family for a long time now? It seems that my previous judgment was correct. Yi Xingqian is indeed a person worth cooperating with. Suja showed a confident smile on his face, and then he looked at Sato Ichiro again. "Judging from your appearance, you should be an islander. Go on." Suja's mouth corners slightly raised, and he looked at Sato Ichiro with an even more intense smile. Sato Ichiro's expression became more and more solemn, his eyes fixed on Suja. For some reason, he suddenly felt a strong, ominous premonition in his heart. Is there a reason why I was reborn? Chapter 1:11 Your origin has been guessed. Enough. I'm not in the mood to talk nonsense with you anymore. I'm going to take your life now. Sato Ichiro roared with gritted teeth. Originally, he was thinking of teasing Suja first. It seems that there is no chance now, and things are starting to get out of control. "I'm very curious about how you found me," Suja said calmly. Hearing Suja's words, Sato Ichiro couldn't help but recall the 15 years of darkness and darkness as a biochemical war puppet before his rebirth. During these 15 years, he was completely controlled and endured various cruel biochemical transformation experiments while conscious. Those painful memories flooded into his heart like a surging tide, completely twisting his heart. You want to know? 15 whole years. You could never have imagined in your dreams that my talent is rebirth. You didn't expect that I would come back from the future to seek revenge on you. Sato Ichiro's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked at Suja crazily and roared. Obviously, Suja's words were like a fuse that completely ignited the endless resentment in Sato Ichiro's heart, making him go crazy in an instant. Rebirth talent? Suja was slightly stunned. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then his gaze was fixed on Sato Ichiro. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that you, the so-called high and mighty emperor, would be so surprised. Do you know how much I want to step on you and crush your head? Sato Ichiro glared at Suja fiercely. Don't worry, I won't let you die easily. I will cut off your limbs and turn you into a dog that can only wag its tail and beg for mercy at my feet. Sato Ichiro's eyes were full of murderous intent, and he wished he could tear Suja into pieces immediately. Suja looked at Sato Ichiro and thought to himself that this guy had the talent for rebirth, but he seemed to be hiding something unusual. Just as Sato Ichiro appeared, the artificial intelligence Radiant received information from the future experimental subject. What's going on? A voice came. Qin Shiryao walked out of the gate of time and space. The moment Sato Ichiro saw Qin Shiryao, his eyes were suddenly filled with endless fear. Who is this guy? Qin Shiryao looked at Sato Ichiro. A strange look flashed in her eyes, and she licked her lips subconsciously. That's the look. Sato Ichiro's eyes were red as he stared at Qin Shiryao, as if fire was about to burst out of his eyes. Huh? Do I know you? There's something wrong with your eyes. Qin Shiryao said lazily. Hearing Qin Shiryao's words, Sato Ichiro's eyes were full of madness, and endless blood spread in his eyes, mixed with deep fear. Kill you! Kill you! I must kill you! Sato Ichiro roared, and the shadow ninja army behind him appeared instantly. By the way, what did she do to you in the future? Why are you so afraid of her? Suja looked at Sato Ichiro and asked slowly. The situation was originally normal, but as soon as Qin Shiryao appeared, Sato Ichiro stared at her like a possessed person. After hearing Suja's words, Sato Ichiro came back to his senses. He was no longer the biochemical war puppet with no power to resist, but a lord. It should be Suja who had no ability to resist now. Sato Ichiro took a deep breath and looked at Suja and Qin Shiryao. Let me think about it. Suja looked at Sato Ichiro with a sharp gaze. You can only be reborn once, right? Suja said slowly. Sato Ichiro's face suddenly changed, and he looked at Suju in horror. Sure enough, I can only be reborn once. Then I guess I understand what's going on. Suja looked at Sato Ichiro's expression and knew that he guessed right. In this case, I have almost figured out the mystery of this guy, and I also understand why the Radiant can receive information from the future. Suja turned his head and looked at Ling Xian and Tang Yu and said. Ella nodded in understanding, probably understanding the reason. Future? Do you mean this guy is from the future, or the rebirth you just mentioned? Qin Shiryao asked slowly. Susen Nadif. What are you talking about? Sato Ichiro looked at Suju in panic. If I guess correctly, you should have what I need with you. Suja looked at Sato Ichiro with burning eyes. Or rather, it was my future self who asked you to deliver something to me. Suja said slowly. Sato Ichiro's pupils shrank, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Don't rush to refute. Listen to my speculation and see if it's correct. Suja smiled, sat on the front of the interstellar sports car, and looked at Sato Ichiro. You seem to know everything about me, the coordinates of the Black Iron World, and that I developed through the power of the Yi family. You also know that I was just a small and transparent lord during the novice period. Suja said with a smile. Sato Ichiro remained silent, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Everything Suja said was right. It seems to be true. If that's the case, then you must be one of her experimental subjects, which is why you feel so scared when she appears. Although I don't know what she did to you, I'm sure you must hate her so much that after you are reborn, you will come to me for revenge as soon as possible. Suja touched his chin and looked at Sato Ichiro thoughtfully. Come to think of it this way, my future self should have known about your talent in advance. Otherwise, with my hatred for the Japanese people, you wouldn't have lived past 15 years. The fact that I allowed you to stay here peacefully for 15 years must have been a preparation. Suja said with a smile. Hearing Suja's words, Sato Ichiro broke out in a cold sweat. When he saw the smile on Suja's face, his pupils suddenly shrank. This smile gradually overlapped with the emperor in later generations who frightened him. Chapter 112 Suja from the Future. Sato Ichiro's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Suja's words were like a heavy hammer that struck the fear deep in his heart. After a moment, Sato Ichiro came back to his senses and looked at Suja fiercely. Don't try to deceive me. It is impossible for the Department of Science and Technology to develop in the early stage. If I kill you, everything you have will be mine. Then I will let you taste the pain I have experienced. When Suja heard what Sato Ichiro said, his eyes suddenly lit up. I'm actually very curious about what I looked like back then. Suja smiled and looked at Sato Ichiro with interest. Can you tell me about it? Just consider it as satisfying the curiosity of a dying man like me. After hearing Suja's words, a complicated look flashed in Sato Ichiro's eyes. I will tell you everything slowly in the future when you beg for mercy from me. Don't worry, I won't kill you easily, and neither you nor she will have an easy time. Sato Ichiro said, gritting his teeth. Then he shouted an order to his shadow ninja army. Go ahead, cut off their limbs. A hint of helplessness appeared in Suja's eyes. What a pity. Suja looked at Sato Ichiro and shook his head slightly. As soon as he finished speaking, dark shadows surged towards Suja like a tide. At this moment, a bloody figure fell from the sky like a meteor. The figure was holding a dark scythe, and with a flash of cold light, he cut in half several shadow ninjas who were rushing towards Suja. Leon's tall figure appeared in front of Sato Ichiro with a strong sense of oppression. Ichiro Sato looked at Suja in a daze, then looked at Leon, who suddenly appeared. I suggest you look up at the sky. You might find an unexpected surprise. Suja raised the corners of his mouth and reminded Sato Ichiro in a friendly manner. Sato Ichiro looked up subconsciously. In the sky, figures with graceful figures but emitting a cold aura were floating. Their wings were gently flapping, and their extremely beautiful faces were covered with frost. Endless murderous intent intertwined like a substance, enveloping Sato Ichiro. Sato Ichiro felt his legs go weak, and he stumbled and sat down on the ground. It shouldn't be like this. Sato Ichiro muttered to himself, his eyes fixed on the figure floating in the sky. Although he didn't see Leon, Sato Ichiro was very familiar with the elementals behind him. Why? Sato Ichiro looked at Suja almost crazily. Didn't I tell you long ago that your coming back must have been carefully planned by my future self? Suja spread his hands and looked at Sato Ichiro with a relaxed smile. Sato Ichiro's pupils contracted sharply, and endless resentment and anger surged in his heart. Don't look at me like that. I'll be scared if you do that. Suja said slowly, but still with a smile on his face. Get rid of all this guy's troops first, and leave him to me. Suja waved his hand and gave the order. In an instant, figures shuttled around Sato Ichiro like ghosts. As the shadow ninjas fell one after another, the fear in Sato Ichiro's eyes became more and more intense and gradually became concrete. When the last shadow ninja fell, there was only despair left in Sato Ichiro's eyes, and he collapsed to the ground powerlessly. You're in such a mess. After all, you're a reborn person. You're making it very difficult for me to deal with you. Suja looked at Sato Ichiro and said lightly. When Sato Ichiro heard Suja's words, he looked up at him. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Sato Ichiro's craftsman spirit broke out instantly. This is also an old tradition of the islanders. When your fist is bigger than theirs, they are more obedient than dogs. But when you are weaker than them, they will bite you like a mad dog. Isn't it a bit late to apologize now? Can you tell me how I was doing before you were reborn? Suja looked at Sato Ichiro with a smile. Sato Ichiro's face immediately changed into a flattering expression, and he looked at Suja and said, You are the great emperor, commanding 7 biochemical regiments, and I belong to the 7th biochemical regiment. In addition, you launched many great crusades to fight against evil gods. I was unfortunately killed in your 3rd great crusade. Hearing Sato Ichiro's words, Suja raised his eyebrows slightly. Expeditionary corps? He did have this idea, but it was not an easy task. Do I really have to follow the same path as that golden giant sitting on a golden toilet? Emperor, Expeditionary Force, 7th Bionic Regiment. Why do they sound more and more alike? Anything else? Suja continued to ask with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Sato Ichiro fell silent. This was all he knew. After all, he had been a biological war puppet for 15 years, and the only reason he knew this was because he was in it. Oh, it's really a pity. I don't know what news my future self will bring me. Suja looked at Sato Ichiro with a slightly regretful tone. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I know where the divine power is. I know where the treasure is. Sato Ichiro said to Suja with a pleading tone. Suja just waved his hand. I'm not interested in what you know. I should have some anticipation for the future. Otherwise, it would be so boring. Suja waved his hand. At this time, Angela appeared in front of Sato Ichiro, and the blood-red flames swept out like a surging wave, instantly submerging Sato Ichiro. What a pity. Since you were back, you shouldn't have come to me. Such a talent has been wasted. Suja looked at Sato Ichiro with a flat tone. Accompanied by Sato Ichiro's miserable screams, everything gradually returned to calm. What a pity. This should be good research material. Qin Shiryao said slowly. It's not a pity. This is just the beginning. Suja said with a smile. Qin Shiryao couldn't help laughing when she heard Suja's words. She also heard what Sato Ichiro just said, which means that she will have plenty of research subjects in the future. Master, powerful psychic fluctuations and quantum signals from the future have been detected. The voice of the Radiant sounded at the right time. I saw a little light slowly rising from Sato Ichiro's burnt body, and the azure light gradually gathered into a phantom. It turned out to be Suja from the future. When you see me, Sato Ichiro should have been dead. Suja from the future looked at Suja from the present and said slowly, just like a virtual projection. Chapter 113, This Guy's Talent is Rebirth. Although I don't know when he will come back to see you, it should be soon. This guy doesn't have much brains and doesn't even think about how he could live for 15 years. Suja from the future said slowly. This guy's talent is rebirth. I'm sure you've guessed it. And he can only be reborn once, otherwise I wouldn't let him come back. By the way, don't talk to me, otherwise I will look stupid despite being so wise and powerful. This is just a video left by psychic energy and quantum signals. Just listen to me. Suja from the future said carelessly. Suja fell helpless and turned to look at Manhwa and others beside him. They were covering their mouths and laughing. Anyway, listen to me. The future has changed with this guy's death, but in a way, it hasn't changed at all. After all, he hasn't changed anything in the future, and he can't affect what will happen in the future. That's about it. Also, I let this guy back because I have something to tell you. Remember these words. The void is not evil, and the Supreme is by no means the representative of justice. You will understand everything I said in the future. I tell you this now, so that you can let go and do it without worrying about anything. The future Suja said slowly with a calm expression. At this moment, a little girl in a pink princess dress appeared next to the future Suja and ran towards him jumping like a happy little bird. Dad, come and play with me. The little dumpling said in a sweet voice, and with a wave of his little hand, he took out a gun full of science fiction flavor and shot at Suja in the future. In an instant, a black hole suddenly burst out from the muzzle of the gun, and the powerful suction force seemed to swallow everything around it. Xiaoxi, didn't I tell you that you can't play with this thing casually? Suja from the future said as he calmly stretched out a finger and easily extinguished the black hole that had just formed. Then he took the opportunity to gently pick up the little guy. Come, Xiaoxi, say hello to your dad from the past. Suja from the future said with a smile on his face. Hello, my old dad. Xiaoxi said with a smile on her face, waving her little hands. Suja stared at the virtual image in front of him, and suddenly he seemed to sense countless fiery gazes shooting towards him like arrows. Suse, guess who Xiaoxi's mother was in my past? Hee, I won't tell you. Some things would not be good once they are revealed. Suja from the future said with a smile. Oh, there's one last thing, well, I can't go on. I was just warned by the Supreme Will. Let's stop here. That guy's soul is almost exhausted as fuel. Let me say one last thing. Just do whatever you want to do boldly. Suja from the future spoke in a flat tone, and then his figure holding Xiaoxi gradually became blurred. A respectful voice came from the virtual image. Your Majesty, the 6th and 7th biochemical regiments are ready, and the 9th fleet is also ready and can be dispatched at any time. We have also found the entrance to the evil God Empire. How is the 7th Frost Warrior Legion doing? The 7th and 10th Frost Warrior Legions are ready. The 8th and 9th Frost Warrior Legions have already entered the heretic God Empire, and the 1st Immortal Legion has also rushed forward to clean up. Huh, damn, why'd he stop talking halfway through? What is this guy doing? Suja looked at the virtual image that suddenly shattered and couldn't help but complain loudly. That guy's soul must have been completely burned out. Ella said slowly with a calm expression. Is that so? Susen Nadif. My lord, whose child do you think Xiaoxi is? Qin Shiryao asked in a deliberately loud voice with a mischievous look on her face, as if she was eager to watch the fun. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Su Zhe like a spotlight. Su Zhe looked around and glared at Qin Shiryao unhappily, thinking to himself that you are the one who has the most trouble. However, seeing that everyone else was looking at him expectantly, Su Zhe coughed lightly, cleared his throat, and then said in a deep voice, "You can't talk about this kind of thing casually. Once you say it, it might not be true. Don't you think so?" Hearing this, a sly smile suddenly appeared on Qin Shiryao's face, while the others exchanged glances with each other thoughtfully. "Let's go to the enemy's territory first and destroy the heart of the territory. Otherwise, this opportunity will be wasted." Su Zhe's expression was stern, and he said slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead and stepped into the door of time and space. The others hurriedly followed Su Zhe and entered one after another. A level 3 territory is not too bad. There is even a barracks, and it is a 9th level one. Su Zhe looked at Sato Ichiro's territory and couldn't help but comment. Soon, Su Zhe went straight to Sato Ichiro's lord's mansion. "Ding, please choose whether to occupy this territory or destroy it." Destroy it. Su Zhe looked at the territory and thought to himself that even if he occupied it, it would not be of much practical use to him and had no development value at all. There was really no point in keeping it. Ding, you get 1,000 gold coins. Ding, you get a mysterious fragment map, X1. Ding, you obtain 10 spiritual ores. Ding, you have obtained the 3rd level barracks, 100 demons shrine. You are too poor. At least you command the 9th level troops. Su Zhe looked at the things he got after destroying the territory and couldn't help complaining. Just 10 spiritual ores. Can you give me any less? What bad luck. Let go, what a poor guy. Su Zhe pouted and muttered, then turned around and returned to the technology base with manhwa and others. Su Zhe glanced at Sato Ichiro's body and spat in disgust. What a poor bastard. I was thinking, what use can 1,000 gold coins and 10 spiritual ores be? It's so boring to go back. I thought I could encounter something interesting, but this is the result. Su Zhe's eyes were full of disappointment. "My lord, shall we continue to take a bath?" Leon walked to Su Zhe and asked softly. "Okay." Su Zhe looked at Leon and a smile appeared on his face. Seeing this, the others shook their heads helplessly, then dispersed and went about their own business. "By the way, Ella, what have you and Zili been busy with in Liyue recently?" Su Zhe seemed to suddenly remember something and asked Ella curiously. He hadn't seen them together for the past 2 days. Chapter 114, Upgrading the Void Dragon Nest. They took the robots to explore new mineral veins. Ella said slowly, "And by the way, let's draw a map of this world. After all, we know so little about it." "Oh, no wonder I didn't see them." Su Zhe suddenly realized and nodded. At this time, Qin Shiryao looked at Su Zhe and said, "Speaking of which, Lord, you really trust us too much. What else can I do? I just want to be my mascot and not hold you back." Su Zhe responded with a smile, and then drove towards the territory. The others also threw themselves into their busy work, focusing on upgrading where necessary and upgrading seriously where necessary. After Su Zhe left, Qin Shiryao turned to look at Ella and asked, "How many biological specimens are missing?" "We're probably still about 100 or 2 short. Zili and Liu are already looking for them, so we'll probably have them in the next couple of days," Ella said slowly, turning her gaze to Qin Shiryao. "Don't worry about the biological war puppets for now. We can talk about it later. You can take your time with the genetic research, step by step. You don't need to remind me. I know what to do." Qin Shiryao yawned and said nonchalantly. Then her eyes fell on Sato Ichiro's body. "This guy can be studied. After all, he is a lord. I hope to find something useful." "Whatever you want," Ella said in a light tone, not caring about what Qin Shiryao said. In the territory, Su Zhe and Leon took a hot spring bath again. Today's work has been resolved, and the rest will be left for tomorrow. Su Zhe doesn't want to finish all of tomorrow's work today. He is here to enjoy life, not to be a hard laborer. Life is here to be enjoyed while it lasts. Think about it. It's the same day, whether you spend it playing or working like a slave, so of course you would choose to play. And he has done everything he should do, so now it is naturally time to enjoy himself. Woohoo! Su Zhe jumped from the high platform into the hot spring like a happy idiot. The key is that everyone in the territory indulges Su Zhe, which makes him very happy. The next day, Su Zhe woke up beside Leon and saw blood-red wings gently covering his body. Su Zhe gently got up from Leon. "My lord, Don't you want to sleep for a while? Leon looked at Suja lazily. It's time to get up and have a good rest. Suja said while yawning, then went straight to the Star Spring, washed up simply, and stretched. Oh, I have to start working again. I'm so tired, Suja murmured in a low voice. Afterwards, Suja received the daily rewards from the combat power rankings, as well as the 100,000 gold coins produced daily by the Lingjing fruit tree. The mining robots also followed the instructions and began mining operations in an orderly manner. It seems that the spiritual rice and spiritual fruits are ripe today. But forget it. Let's wait until the Chaos Invasion and the Lord's Resource War are dealt with before taking a look at them. Suja thought to himself, today should be the harvest day, and it's almost time. By the way, I also have to upgrade the barracks and recruit soldiers. It's been a busy day, and I've worked so hard. Let's recruit soldiers first and upgrade the barracks later. Suja made up his mind, and then walked straight towards the Immortal Creation platform, ready to recruit soldiers step by step. In front of the Immortal platform, Manhwa had been waiting with everyone for a long time. My lord, did you have a good rest last night? Manhwa looked at Suja with a smile. It's pretty good, very comfortable. Suja responded with a smile. Hearing Suja's answer, Manhwa gave him a reproachful look. She naturally knew who Suja slept with last night, but she didn't expect Suja to tell it so frankly. Then let's recruit new partners first, Suja said slowly. After saying that, Suja led everyone into the Immortal Creation platform. Ding, do you want to spend 20 gold coins for daily recruitment? Recruit. The black light curtain slowly rose. 20 figures appeared in front of Suja in an instant. We greet the Lord. 20 immortal warriors half knelt in front of Suja. Everyone get up. There's no need to be so reserved, Suja said with a smile. Although these are just ordinary military units, Suja is still very happy. Because this means that as long as they grow up, Suja will have more than 20 main god-level strongmen under his command. Manhwa, I'll leave them to you, Suja said to Manhwa with a smile. Manhwa nodded in agreement. You must work hard and listen to Manhwa. Suja smiled and advised the 20 newly recruited fairy warriors. Afterwards, Suja left the Immortal Creation platform and headed towards the Divine Source Temple. As expected, Amaya and Luna were already waiting at the entrance of the Temple of Divine Origin. Suja started recruiting as usual, this time still ordinary soldiers. 20 units of Star Gods, 20 units of Elementals, and 40 units of Frost Warriors were recruited, but unfortunately no hero units were recruited. Although it was a bit of a pity, Suja was not disappointed. In his opinion, these are all god-level troops. It would be great if he could recruit hero units, but even if he couldn't, it wouldn't be a big deal because his troops are much stronger than others. Afterwards, Suja went straight to the Void Dragon's nest. The huge body of the shadow was lying there. Now the length of the shadow was more than 30 meters. It could be said that it was the largest soldier under Suja's command, without a doubt. The other Void Black Dragons are only about 20 meters long, and the difference compared to the shadow is obvious. Good morning, Yuying. Suja greeted Yuying with a smile. Good morning, my lord. The voice of the shadow came. Suja looked at the Void Dragon's nest in front of him and took out a barracks upgrade card. Ding! Upgrade the Void Dragon nest. Upgrade. Suja looked at the Void Dragon nest with anticipation in his eyes. Ding! Your barracks. Void Dragon nest has been upgraded to level 2. You can check the specific attributes yourself. Roar. A deafening dragon roar suddenly sounded. Around the golden Void Dragon nest, countless giant dragon shadows emerged. The other units in the territory were already accustomed to this. Only the newly recruited units found it novel. Suja immediately checked the properties of the Void Dragon's nest. Chapter 1, 15 Dragon of Light, Augustus. Name, Void Dragon Nest. Level 2. Faction, Void Dragons. Recruitment, 20/20ths daily. Gold, 1 gold coin / time constant. Features, 1. Dragon's Majesty, 2. Upgrade, 100 million gold coins, Divinity x 100, Dragon Godhead x 1. The Majesty of a Giant Dragon. Suja looked at this characteristic condensed by the Void Dragon's nest. Dragon's Majesty. The combat power of your dragon troops increases by 50%. Suja stared at this feature, which was simple and straightforward, yet extremely terrifying. A 50% increase in combat power is worthy of being the characteristic condensed by the god-level barracks. Whether it is the Void Dragon Lair or other barracks buildings, every feature should not be underestimated. Suja looked at Yuying and saw that her strength was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. A 50% increase in combat power is no small number, especially the shadow, which is an ultimate creature in itself. With such an increase in strength, Suja estimated that in terms of combat power alone, the shadow is very likely to become the strongest single combat force under his command. Even though Mingwei and Leon have the same potential as Yuying, their current combat power is not as strong as Yuying's. Although Leon has special talents, she cannot be compared with Shadow at present because there are no strong enough enemies to drive her growth. Yuying, I'm going to recruit partners first. You wait outside, Suja said to Yuying. Shadow nodded and continued to lie outside the Void Dragon's nest. Now the Shadow is too big to enter the Void Dragon's nest. Ding. Do you want to spend 20 gold coins to recruit soldiers for the daily session? Recruitment. Suja looked at the giant dragon statue in front of him with anticipation. A huge curtain of light surged up, and little female dragons walked out from it one after another. Greetings, Lord. 20 little female dragons squatted obediently in front of Suja, folded their wings, and looked at Suja. He looks so well-behaved and adorable. Well, follow me, Suja said to the 20 little female dragons with a smile. Afterwards, Suja took the little female dragon away from the Void Dragon's nest. Yuying, I'll leave them to you, Suja said to Yuying, who was lying outside. Understood, Lord. Shadow opened his eyes and looked at the 20 little female dragons he had just recruited. 20 little female dragons were as well-behaved as docile babies, looking at Shadow quietly. Seeing this, Suja just smiled and said nothing. He knew in his heart that this warm scene was extremely short-lived. These little female dragons are not as honest as they appear. Each of them is restless. If he and Shadow were not here to calm things down, these little guys would have caused chaos in the territory long ago. These little guys are full of energy when they are young, and are also the most difficult to take care of. It will be hard for Yuying. After all, these are all giant dragons, and not ordinary giant dragons, but void black dragons. Once they grow up, they will be at the level of main gods. Afterwards, Suja walked into the Void Dragon's nest again. Ding. Do you want to use the unit refresh recruitment card? Daily refresh recruitment will be carried out. Recruit. The golden red light suddenly bloomed, and the scorching light intertwined with each other, as if a bright golden sun was rising in the entire Void Dragon nest. A hint of surprise flashed in Suja's eyes. Could it be that a hero unit appeared? A golden figure slowly walked out from the light, followed by 19 ancient dragons. Augustus, hello, Lord. The golden dragon prostrated itself on the ground and looked at Suja. The other ancient dragons did the same. Get up first. Suja looked at Augustus. Augustus was covered with golden scales. His dragon horns showed his majesty, and on the 3 pairs of golden wings behind him, the golden red sun patterns were shining brightly. There are also golden and red lines flowing on his body, and the charm is intertwined in his body. With a body that's 10 meters long, Augustus is destined to be no ordinary metal dragon. The aura released by August is comparable to that of Shadow. Her strength should not be inferior to Shadow, at least on par with him. Suja immediately checked August's attributes. Name, August. Loyalty, 100. Experience value, 0 out of 100. Level 1. Rank, God level. Unit, Hero Dragon of Light Ogles. Unique. Talent, Body of Light. Skill, Dragon God. Potential, S-level. Introduction. The Eternal Dragon of Light, a giant dragon born from miracles, possesses infinite potential. As long as there is the sun, there will be no true death. Suja took a deep breath and looked at August's attributes. It was almost the same as he had guessed. This guy's strength was indeed on the same level as Shadow. Body of Light. As long as it basks in the sun, its strength will continue to improve and it will not truly perish. Its life will only end when all the suns in the heavens and worlds fall. After adulthood, its body exudes a scorching temperature like the sun at all times. Isn't this definitely the Kryptonian dragon? But it is much more powerful than the Kryptonians. Not only does it not have any weaknesses, but it is also extremely powerful, carrying the same high temperature as the sun at all times and places. No way. How come these guys' talents are more abnormal than each other? Suja couldn't help but marvel in his heart. Augustus, take them with me out, and I will introduce you to some of your companions. Suja turned to Augustus and said, Okay, my lord. August responded softly, glancing at the little female dragons behind him who were laughing and playing, making trouble. When the little female dragons saw August's eyes, they immediately lined up in a neat row and followed August obediently. Suja couldn't help but laugh as he watched these little female dragons become obedient in an instant. In the entire territory, basically only he, Shadow, Manhwa, and Leon, two extremely powerful beings, can subdue these naughty dragons. As for the other members, these little female dragons don't take their words to heart. Even the elementals, they don't pay much attention to them. Of course, now there is another August who can make the little female dragon obedient. Augustus, this is Shadow. Shadow, this is Augustus. From now on, the Dragon Legion will be led by the two of you, Suja said with a smile. Okay, my lord. Shadow nodded. Augustus looked at Shadow. As a top-level alien dragon of the same level, Augustus could feel Shadow's power. Shadow possesses 99% immunity to elements, coupled with an almost invincible body. In practical terms, he is indeed quite invincible. Shadow, take your newly recruited companions to the Black Iron world to upgrade their levels, and tell them about the specific situation of our territory. Suja instructed with a smile. Okay, my lord. The Shadow nodded in response, looked at August, then spread his wings and flew into the sky, leaving the territory. Chapter 116, The Contract of Origin. Augustus led the newly recruited young dragons today and followed Olivia closely as they left. Suja looked at this scene with a slight smile on his face. The biggest difference between Suja and other lords is that he does not need to worry about the management of the troops. He could just be a hands-off boss and leave the daily management of the territory to his subordinates. Suja then moved to the origin spirit tree. Xinglan was dressed in a fiery red robe and stood quietly under the origin spirit tree, her posture like a noble and elegant queen. My lord, Xinglan called softly, her voice gentle and pleasant. Suja looked at Xinglan. She was completely different from other heroes. Xinglan was elegant in both his manners and demeanor, and exuded an indescribable noble temperament. Well, how do you feel about your time in the territory? Suja asked Xinglan with a gentle look. Not bad, your majesty. Xinglan smiled back, looking contented. That's good, Suja said, turning his gaze to the origin spirit tree in front of him. Ding. Upgrade the barracks. Upgrade. Suja stared at the origin spirit tree with a firm tone. Ding. Your barracks, origin spirit tree, has been upgraded. Current level 2. You can check the specific attributes yourself. In an instant, countless elements converged towards the origin spirit tree like a tide. Suja watched this scene intently, and then everything gradually returned to calm. Suja immediately checked the properties of the Tree of Origin. Name, Tree of Origin. Level 2. Recruitment, 20/20ths daily. Gold, 1 gold coin / time constant. Features, 1. Contract of Origin 2. Upgrade, 100 million gold coins, Divinity X1, World Tree Seed X1. The Contract of Origin. A hint of curiosity flashed in Suja's eyes, and he stared at this feature closely. Contract of Origin. The origin spirit can make a contract with the Lord, and the Lord will gain the abilities controlled by the contracted spirit. Please note, each major rank can only contract 1 origin elf. This is a characteristic that is closely related to the Lord. Suja's eyes suddenly lit up, realizing that this was undoubtedly a great thing for him. Xinglan, come make a contract with me. Suja turned to Xinglan and said. Xinglan nodded slightly and walked slowly towards Suja with elegant steps. I solemnly swear in the name of Origin that I am willing to defend the person in front of me with my life. With the will of Origin as my witness, I will conclude a contract of Origin with the person in front of me, and we will be together in life and death, until eternity. Xinglan's ethereal voice echoed all around. The flame of Origin suddenly ignited under the feet of Suja and Xinglan, and a shining hexagram magic circle emerged. The lights intertwined, forming a dazzling light curtain under the Tree of Origin. Endless flames wrapped around Suja and Xinglan like lively elves. Wait until the flames gradually dissipate. Xinglan looked at Suja affectionately. Suja slowly opened his eyes, and the flame of Origin burned fiercely in his eyes. This feeling, Suja's heart moved, and his body instantly turned into an elemental form. A flame shot up into the sky, and he rushed directly into the sky. Suja was suspended in the air, his eyes as sharp as an eagle, and the flames on his body were burning fiercely, as if to burn everything in the world. I'm the only one who reigns supreme in heaven and on earth, Suja declared with domineering power. The flames transformed into a majestic windbreaker draped over him, and two golden flame ties fluttered in the wind. However, the next second, the flames on Suja's body quickly dimmed. Suja retreated from the elemental state. Help, help, help! Someone, come and protect me. Suja fell straight down from the sky with his arms and legs spread out in a completely ungraceful manner. Xinglan sighed helplessly, and the 6 red, flaming wings behind him instantly spread out like a blooming, flaming flower. Immediately afterwards, she flew quickly into the air, caught Suja steadily in a princess hug, and then slowly landed on the ground. Suja looked at Xinglan, who was holding him with some embarrassment. Ahem, please put me down first, Suja said, embarrassedly with a red face. Xinglan raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and looked at Suja's embarrassed appearance with a smile. I was thinking to myself, 1 second he was shouting, I am the only one in heaven and on earth with great momentum, and the next second he was calling for help in panic. My lord, you are really something. Suja's legs went weak, and he finally managed to stand on the ground. The main reason was that the spiritual power in his body, which was already limited, was completely consumed because of his pretentious behavior just now. Just now, he used flames to conjure up a windbreaker and a bond, which really consumed a lot of spiritual energy. Let's recruit soldiers first. I'll take some time, Suja said to Xinglan weakly. Xinglan nodded. Ding, do you want to spend 20 gold coins for daily recruitment? Recruit, Suja said excitedly. Golden light slowly emerged on the tree of origin, and a hint of surprise appeared in Suja's eyes. Could it be that they have recruited new hero units? In the golden light, 20 figures slowly descended from the tree of origin. Walking in front was an elf wearing the same white robe as Xinglan. Her temperament was as noble as a queen. Chris, greetings to the Lord. Chris half-knelt gracefully in front of Suja, with 19 white elves neatly lined up behind her. Let's all get up first, Suja said to Chris with a smile. Suja then checked Chris's attributes. Name, Chris. Loyalty, 100. Experience value, 0 out of 100. Level 1. Rank, God level. Arms, Heroes of Light, Chris. Talent, Light of Origin. Skill, Apocalypse Radiance. Potential, S-level, Saint level. Introduction, the spirit of light born in the age of origin. Not bad, very good. Wait a minute. Suja's eyes lit up, and he stared at Chris. Chris, can you make a contract with me? Suja looked at Chris expectantly. Chris nodded. With Suja's current level 10, he could indeed sign a contract twice. My lord, I think we should talk about the contract later. You haven't recovered yet. Xinglan looked at Suja helplessly and said, Oh yeah, I almost forgot. The chaos invasion is about to begin. Xinglan, explain the rules of the territory to Chris, and then take Chris and the others to the Black Iron World to level up first. Xinglan nodded in agreement, turned and walked towards Chris, and began to introduce the various rules of the territory in detail. Suja turned his attention to the other light elves and found that their potential had reached the level of upper true gods with the blessing of the entries. Sure enough, different barracks have different characteristics, but only a few barracks have relatively single types of troops. Suja looked at the tree of origin and thought to himself, then wait a moment, I'll try recruiting another wave. Suja said to Xinglan and Chris. Chapter 117 Epic Blueprint, Divine Weapon. Ding. Do you want to use the unit refresh card to refresh the daily recruitment? Recruitment, Suja said calmly. In an instant, red light and white light rose together. The tree of origin blooms with endless elemental light, shining brightly and dreamily. 20 origin elves were successfully recruited, 10 of whom were fire element origin elves, and 10 were light element origin elves. We greet the Lord. 20 origin elves knelt in front of Suja in unison. Get up, Xinglan, Chris, we'll leave them to you, Suja said with a smile. Understand, Lord. Xinglan and Chris responded in unison and nodded at the same time. Xinglan, you are responsible for arranging the newly recruited partners. I'm going to the Fallen Temple first, Suja said to Xinglan and Chris. My lord, let me take you there. Xinglan looked at Suja, whose legs were weak, and said with concern. No, I can do it myself. Sucedi fused decisively. What does this mean? Don't you trust me? Xinglan and Chris looked at Suja, who was weak in the legs but still stubborn and couldn't help but laugh and cry. However, Xinglan knew in his heart that his lord was a person who was particularly concerned about face. Has the lord always been like this? Chris looked at Xinglan curiously and asked. Xinglan was silent for a while before he slowly said, "Everything else is fine, except that he's very stubborn." Chris looked at Suja's crooked back as he walked away somewhat helplessly, thinking to herself, this lord who has been strong all his life is really tough. Soon, Suja arrived at the fallen temple. "My lord." With a smile on her face, Chelsea hurried forward to support Suja when she saw his legs going weak. "Lord, what's wrong with you?" Chelsea asked Suja with curiosity. "It's nothing, just a small problem." Chelsea, you're already level 10? Suja turned his gaze to Chelsea. "Yes, we have sufficient resources, and with your careful training, my lord, we don't want to let you down," Chelsea said with a smile, her eyes full of affection, and her gentle eyes seemed to be able to drip water. "Well done." Suja smiled and nodded in praise, then turned to look at the fallen temple in front of him and walked in with Chelsea. "Ding, do you want to spend 20 gold coins for daily recruitment?" "Recruit." Suja stared at the fallen angel statue in front of him and said in a steady tone. 20 winged fallen angels slowly emerged from the darkness and half-knelt in front of Suja in unison. "Greetings, Lord." 20 fallen angels said in unison. "Everyone get up." Suja looked at the 20 fallen angels and said with a kind smile on his face. "Wait a moment, we'll talk later." Suja shifted his gaze back to the fallen angel statue in front of him. "Ding, do you want to use the unit to refresh the recruitment card?" "Use." The black light spread out again, like a primitive dark abyss, deep and mysterious. Another 20 fallen angels walked out from the darkness. "Greetings, Lord." The 20 fallen angels also half-knelt in front of Suja. "Get up, everyone," Suja said to these fallen angels. "This is Chelsea. You will follow her instructions from now on." Suja introduced with a smile. Chelsea looked at these fallen angels with a gentle smile. "Chelsea, the Legion of Fallen Angels is now in your hands. You should know how to arrange the newly recruited companions today," Suja said with a smile. "I understand, my lord," Chelsea responded with a smile. "Susenadif. Then I'll go somewhere else. The chaos invasion is about to begin. Those below level 10 don't need to go to the Black Iron World. After you've made your arrangements, wait for me at the Black Stone Wall." Suja looked at Chelsea and instructed. Chelsea needed obedient. Then Suja left the fallen temple and came to the last barracks, the Future Hub. At this moment, Qin Shuriyao is the only one at the Future Hub. Zili and Li Yu went to the Black Iron World, collecting samples and exploring new mineral veins. Ella and Leon were busy at the Technology Research and Development Center. Qin Shuriyao is unable to carry out her own research work for the time being because there is no Biological Research Institute yet. "Huh, Lord, you are finally here. I thought you were not coming." Qin Shuriyao saw Suja, smiled and stretched, and said, "Why not come? There is only one recruitment opportunity every day. It would be a waste if you don't come." Suja responded with a smile, and then walked into the Future Hub. "Ding, do you want to spend 1 gold coin for daily recruitment?" "Recruitment." Suja stared at the big ball of light in front of him with anticipation. A sci-fi door of time and space appeared in front of Suja. A drawing slowly floated out from the door. Suja curled his lips and looked at the recruitment drawings. He reached out and took the blueprint and examined it. Construction blueprints of the Divine Soldiers. Epic blueprints. Suse. This thing is indeed incredibly powerful, but it is of no use right now. Putting aside other things, given the current resource situation in Suja's territory, even building a laser sword is quite difficult. Not to mention this epic blueprint of the divine weapon. Forget it. It's better to have it than not. There will always be a chance to use it in the future. Suja comforted himself and then put the drawings away. Suja looked at the barracks upgrade card and the troop refresh recruitment card in his hand. There are 2 barracks upgrade cards left and 4 troop refresh recruitment cards. Aside from the Heavenly God Soldier Construction Blueprint, Epic Blueprint, all other barracks have been upgraded to level 2. Oh, the mysterious map, plus the map fragments I got from that guy yesterday. All 10 fragments are now complete. Suja suddenly thought of it. Ding! The Void Invasion is about to begin. Please select the difficulty level. S, A, B, C, D. S-level difficulty. Suja chose S-level difficulty without hesitation. Although Suja himself does not need to upgrade now, it does not mean that others do not need it either. Manhwa and the others still need this opportunity to upgrade their levels. Suja is now completely relaxed. He doesn't have to do anything and can be automatically upgraded in 7 days. It's really wonderful. The chaos invasion has begun. Do you want to go and take a look? Suja looked at Qin Shiyao, the only person in the territory who is still level 1. I won't go. Let's wait until the Biology Research Institute is built, Qin Shiyao said with a yawn. She really had no interest in fighting and killing. Qin Shiyao is interested in genetic research, such as studying the genetic secrets of the troops in the territory. This is what she wants to do most. Chapter 118, Steady Improvement. As for the rest, Qin Shiyao didn't care at all. Suja didn't force it and drove his interstellar sports car directly towards the Blackstone city wall. Chelsea was already waiting there. In addition, Mingyue and others were also here. Suja sat bored on the Blackstone city wall, looking at the endless darkness and the void surging like waves. Suja couldn't help but think of what his future self had said. The void is not evil, and the supreme will is not justice. This is really interesting. In this world, everyone takes it for granted that the void is a symbol of evil. But why will my future self say such a thing? Suja stared at the void filled with endless darkness and muttered to himself. Forget it. This kind of thing is not what I should worry about now. Why should I make trouble for myself? Suja comforted himself with a smile. As the first void creature stepped into Suja's territory, the void invasion campaign in Suja's territory officially began. Today is the 15th day of the novice period. Half of the time has passed. I have to keep working hard, Suja thought to himself. Now that half of the novice benefit period has passed, Suja can't help but feel anxious about the future of the territory. There are only 15 days left. After these 15 days, if you want to obtain resources as easily as you do now, it will not be possible just by your own efforts. We still have to vigorously develop science and technology and let Mingyue and the others develop freely. Suja was thinking about future development plans. On the surface, the only thing Suja could expose was technology. The god-level troops must not be exposed. Although Suja's technological strength is quite powerful, it is at least within the acceptable range of other lords. Taking into account the technological development system, the lords on the technological side are basically big consumers of resources. However, because of this, they will not arouse the resentment of other lords. As for the reason, of course, although the technological lords have developed rapidly, there is a serious problem, that is, insufficient high-end combat power. To be more precise, it is the high-end individual combat power that is flawed. High-tech weapons, such as starship railguns, are indeed extremely powerful. However, these large and heavy firepower weapons have a major drawback, which is that they are too inflexible, not just in terms of speed, but are restricted in all aspects. In the arena of large-scale warfare, technology undoubtedly has a significant advantage. With their powerful technological capabilities, they're able to build tight defenses and powerful attack systems on the battlefield and gain the upper hand. However, the technological side cannot avoid a thorny problem. Facing assassination operations by high-end combat forces, it often seems powerless. This is a fact that the technology side cannot ignore and must acknowledge. Because of this, other lords can accept the rapid development of the technological lords. The reason is actually very simple. There are fatal weaknesses on the technological side. For any branch of the military, no matter how strong it appears to be, as long as it has weaknesses, others can accept it. After all, there is no such thing as absolute perfection in this competitive world. But if Suja's god-level troops were accidentally exposed, it would undoubtedly cause serious problems. People are often very double-standard. What you have and I don't have is not allowed. The problem of weak, high-end combat capabilities on the technological side is also something he cannot change now. At present, the only person on the technology side under Suja who truly has strong combat capabilities is Zi. She is considered to have some combat capability, but there is still a big gap compared with the god-level soldiers in other barracks. However, except for Zi, the individual combat power of people like Ella, Qin Shiyao, Liu and others is relatively weak. Even a Lord of War, Alia, may be able to play an important role in Legion wars, but her personal combat power is also unsatisfactory. The situation on Suja's side is so bad, not to mention other lords on the technology side. 2 hours later, Mingyue and others were promoted to level 14, and even Chelsea successfully upgraded from level 11 to level 12. However, Suja did not gain any experience points from it. After the battle, Suja began to carefully count today's gains. This chaos invasion: 400,000 gold coins, 2,000 common loot chests, 1,000 rare loot chests, 1,000 black iron chests, 600 bronze chests, 1 silver chest, and 1 S-level rated chest. Huh, there isn't even a single high-level loot chest. Suja looked at the harvest listed in front of him. Although there were quite a few loot chests and treasure chests, the only thing missing was a high-level loot chest, which made him feel a little regretful. Swallow. Suja no longer hesitated and directly opened his 3D territory panel, and at the same time activated the special power, Swallow. Ding. Your entry's Blessed Land attribute is triggered. Your territory expands outward by 10,000 meters. Ding. Your entry's Blessed Land attribute has been triggered again. You have obtained a primary vein of demonic metal. Note, you can mine 10 units of demonic metal per day, and the upper limit for overmining is 100 units. Demon metal or vein. What is this thing? Suja couldn't help but feel surprised, and then hurriedly checked the detailed composition of the demon metal or vein. Demonic metal or vein. Primary. Formed by the accumulation of the corpses of many void creatures. It contains some void characteristics and can be used as raw material for making armor, weapons, and other synthetic materials. There is actually such a thing. Although I don't know its specific use, it's always a good idea to keep it for now. Suja thought to himself. Then, according to convention, the territory's wall was pushed outward to leave a distance of 500 meters bordering the void. Then, Suja began to open the treasure chests of loot he had harvested one by one. He first opened 2,000 ordinary loot chests at once. 500 pieces of basic wood, 500 pieces of basic stone, 500 pieces of basic meat, and 500 pieces of basic copper ore. Not bad. Suja looked at the supplies that were opened from 2,000 ordinary loot chests. They were all things that were urgently needed for the current development of the territory. He felt quite satisfied. Go on. Suja was full of energy and immediately opened 1,000 rare loot chests at once. 200 pieces of high-grade wood, 200 pieces of high-grade stone, 300 pieces of mithril, and 300 pieces of gold. Okay. The resources have become much richer. Suja looked at the ever-increasing resource reserves. As long as he could get the resources, he had nothing else to ask for. Among the remaining treasure chests, Suja didn't have high expectations for the other treasure chests except the silver treasure chest. After all, too many treasure chests have been opened before, triggering the minimum living security mechanism of the Supreme Will, and the rewards will become less and less. Chapter 119 Shrine, Shikigami. As expected, Suja only got 500,000 gold coins from 1,000 black iron treasure chests, and only 60,000 spiritual ores from 600 bronze treasure chests. Alas, I'm afraid that the things that come out of the treasure chest will become less and less in the future. Suja looked at the items that came out of the treasure chest, and he couldn't help feeling depressed, muttering to himself. Then, Suja turned his gaze to the silver treasure chest and S-level evaluation box with a hint of anticipation. Ding! Do you want to open the silver treasure chest? Open. Suja stared at the silver treasure chest with anticipation. Ding! You received a barracks upgrade card. Ding! You received a unit recruitment refresh card. Ding! You obtained 1,000 spirit ores. Oh, it has really started. Suja looked at the items that were opened. Spiritual ores had begun to appear in the silver treasure chest. It seemed that the minimum living allowance was really coming. Suja took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Open. Suja placed his last hope on the S-level evaluation box, hoping that something slightly useful would come out of it. After all, there are no restrictions such as minimum living allowance in the S-level evaluation box, and it should be able to open the items that the Lord really needs. Ding! You received a barracks upgrade card. Ding! You received a unit refresh recruitment card. Ding! You get a wonder upgrade card. So say, wow! Suja looked at the things taken out of the evaluation box and had to say that he could really use these things. But at the moment, Suja also urgently needs resources to develop his territory. It's okay. Suja shook his head helplessly and put the cards away. After all, these upgrade cards are crucial to the development of the territory, so naturally he wants the more the better. However, the demand for resources is equally urgent. Suja thought to himself that he wanted both the resources and the upgrade card. Only children make choices, but adults of course want them all. Suja stretched his body and then drove directly back to the Lord's mansion. Amaya and Luna were already waiting in the Lord's mansion. Lord, we are ready. Amaya and Luna said to Suja in unison. Okay, let's go fry some fish. Suja responded with a smile. Afterwards, Suja took Amaya and Luna into the Lord's space. Ding. Please select the resource battle mode. Individual, team, or arena. Ring battle. Suja yawned and said without hesitation. Amaya and Luna then entered the canyon scene. The reason why Suja chose the canyon was very simple. There was no need to hesitate, just go in and start killing. After all, we're going to fry fish, so do we need to be so cautious? No matter how strong the opponent is, in Suja's eyes, they're like fish waiting to be slaughtered. 10 minutes later, Suja walked out of the Lord space leisurely with an SSS-level resource treasure chest, leaving behind 20 lords who were confused and had not yet figured out the situation. Open. Suja couldn't wait to open the resource treasure chest. Ding. You received 500 advanced wood resource cards. Ding. You received 500 advanced stone resource cards. Ding. You received 500 steel resource cards. Ding. You received mithril resource card X 500. Ding. You received 500 gold resource cards. Ding. You get special metal X 100. Ding. You obtained advanced alloy X 100. Ding. You obtained special alloy X 10. Ding. You get gold coins X 100,000. Ding. You obtained spiritual or X 10,000. Ding. You received a unit refresh recruitment card. Ding. You received a barracks upgrade card. Well, not bad. Suja looked at the items opened in the resource treasure chest. They were all resources urgently needed for the development of the territory, and there was such an opportunity every day, which was indeed quite good. However, Suja was also wondering in his heart, is this considered as taking advantage of others? I think today's things are almost done. Suja recalled carefully, thinking about what he had not completed today. Well, there's still one contract missing, but Chris went to the Black Iron world, so we can only wait for her to come back. By the way, there's also a barracks. Suja suddenly remembered that after getting rid of that guy and destroying his territory, he directly obtained a barracks. Suja immediately took out the barracks, only to find that it was a third-level barracks, the Shrine of 100 Ghosts. It's worthy of being that guy's thing. It looked so eerie. Suja looked at the skeleton-like model in his hand and couldn't help complaining. Ding. Your entry's God level evolution attribute has been triggered. Level 3 barracks. 100 Demons Shrine evolves. Ding. You obtained the God level barracks. Shrine. This feels like playing a pay-to-win mobile game. Suja looked at the evolved God level barracks, and the pay-to-win mobile game that made people want to uninstall it came to his mind. Of course, this was just what he thought in his mind. Suja looked at the shrine model in his hand. The vermilion columns and the architecture were full of island style. There were also several cherry trees dotted in the shrine manner. Suja then checked the properties of the shrine. Name, shrine. Level, none, cannot be upgraded. Type of soldier, Shikigami. Rank, God level. Recruitment, 1/1 daily. Gold, 1 gold/1 time. Upgrade, unable to upgrade. Introduction, an extremely special God level barracks that cannot be upgraded or used to form a core. It has a special suppressive effect on troops in special areas. Suja looked at the introduction of the shrine, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. It has absolute suppressive power over troops in special areas, which is a treasure in certain specific situations. Although it cannot be upgraded like the future hub, it is still sufficient. It seems like a good idea to use it to defend the territory or as an assassination force. Suja pondered to himself. He then opened the 3D plan and placed the shrine next to the future hub. A magnificent shrine instantly appeared in Suja's territory. A dark shadow quietly appeared beside Suja. It's the bright moon. Suja looked at Manhwa and asked, "Have you finished your work over there?" "Everything has been handled, and I'm also curious about who the Lord's new recruit is," Manhwa said to Suja with a smile. "Okay, let's go." Suja responded with a smile. "My lord, let me take you there," Manhwa said, and without waiting for Suja to speak, she picked him up and flew towards the shrine. "It looks quite beautiful here." Manhwa looked at the shrine in front of her. The cherry trees in the shrine yard swayed in the wind, and pink cherry blossom petals slowly fell, covering the courtyard. Suja and Manhwa walked into the shrine. At this moment, figures appeared around the shrine. Suja looked around. Wow! Except for the hero units going to the Black Iron world and Qin Shuyao, who was still leisurely slacking off, all the other hero units were present. Chapter 120. Death Curse Blade, Demon Sword Princess. Even shadow appeared outside the shrine. Its huge dragon body was like a small mountain, staring at the shrine in front of it. Suja has long been accustomed to this. Every time he recruits new arms, hero units from other arms will always come to watch, as if it has become a habit for everyone. Suja stepped into the main hall of the shrine. Inside the main hall, reliefs of various shapes come into view. Ding! Do you want to spend 1 gold coin to start daily recruitment? Recruit, Suja said with full curiosity. He couldn't wait to know what powerful soldiers this god-level barracks could recruit. A red light flashed. A woman dressed in a white and red shrine, maiden costume, emerged from the light. She wore wooden clogs and had a long sword on her waist. Her beautiful face was stern. My lord, Yadaoji comes to pay her respects. Yadaoji knelt on one knee and said to Suja with her head down. Suja looked at Yadaoji, his eyes inadvertently sweeping across the collar of her shrine maiden uniform. Wow, those 2 soft, big and round breasts. Get up first, Suja said hurriedly. Yadaoji stood up, her long black hair tied into a ponytail, her beautiful face still expressionless, looking extremely serious. Suja checked the attributes of Yadaoji. Name, Yadaoji. Loyalty, 100. Experience value, 0 out of 100. Level 1. Rank, God level. Arms, heroes, Death Curse Blade, Demon Sword Princess. Talent, Death Curse. Skill, Demon Sword Flash. Companion weapon, Death Curse Blade. Potential, S-level, Saint level. Entry bonus. Description, a collection of countless demon sword spirits, possessing extremely powerful strength and the power of the Death Curse. Even a small wound can kill the enemy. Only those with the same level of potential can withstand the power of the Death Curse. Death Curse. Suja stared at Yadaoji curiously. Death Curse. The power of the curse is so strong that once you are hit, you will definitely die. Suja touched his chin and looked at Yadaoji. This setting is a bit like a character in a certain healing animation, but she is much more powerful than the characters in that anime. As long as the opponent's potential has not reached the level of Yadaoji, once he is injured, even if it is just a small wound, he can only wait for death. Yadaoji, this is manhwa, Amayalan. Suja began to introduce the people around him to Yadaoji. Yadaoji responded politely one by one. Manhwa, Yadaoji is now handed over to you. You are the big sister in the territory, so you know how to arrange it. Suja looked at Manhwa and said. Manhwa nodded. Understood, Lord. Afterwards, Manhwa took Yadaoji away from this place. Lord, a lively and cheerful voice came. It's the berserker mage, Dina. What's the matter? Suja turned to look at Dina and asked. Well, Lord, I want to go to the Black Iron World to find Ella. Dina said to Suja with anticipation. Okay, go ahead. If you want to go next time, just go by yourself and let me know. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if I can't find you. Just do whatever you want. Suja said with a smile. Okay, Lord, Dina said, gave Suju a kiss on the face, and then excitedly took her people and rushed towards the Black Iron World. Dina and Ella have a very good relationship. Since Dina said so, Ella must be in the Black Iron World right now, not in the Technology Research and Development Center. Suja never restricts his troops to stay in the territory all the time. He just needs to tell him where he is going, otherwise he will have a headache if he can't find anyone. Leon, come with me. The rest of you can go about your own business. When you're done, you can go out and play by yourselves, or come see me. Suja ordered with a smile. Afterwards, Suja brought Leon to the spiritual field. 7 days have passed since the spiritual rice was planted. Under the careful care of the assistive robot, these spiritual rices are growing well. Each grain is plump and round, and full of spiritual energy. I can finally eat. I haven't had a proper meal for a long time. I eat barbecued meat and fish every day, and I'm almost sick of it. Suja looked at the spiritual field in front of him. Each grain of spiritual rice was the size of a thumb and crystal clear. Suja immediately arranged for robots to start harvesting the spiritual rice. He planned to keep most of the spiritual rice as seeds to expand the scale of planting, and only left about 10 kilograms to taste it. After all, a batch can be harvested in 7 days. Try it now and enjoy it when there is more stock in the future. Come on, Leon, let's go pick some fruit. Suja said to Leon with a smile. Leon followed Suja obediently, and the two went to Linghu together. Suja planted all the fruit trees by the lake. On the one hand, This is a spectacular lake, which is extremely conducive to the growth of spiritual plants. On the other hand, it is more convenient, and the bare lakeside does not look good. There are 3 kinds of spiritual plants planted by Suja. One is the purple spiritual fruit tree, one is the star-shining fruit tree, and the last one is the golden fruit tree. Among them, the ones suitable for winemaking are only the purple spirit fruit tree and the starry fruit tree. Although the golden orange can also be tried, the effect is probably not ideal. Suja looked through the winemaking technology drawings he had learned. Spirit wine, primary, crafting materials, 10 units of any primary spirit fruit plus spirit water, natural fermentation for 3 natural days. Let's give it a try. Suja stared at the spirit wine making technology. He had wanted to try it for a long time, but never had the chance. Now that the spirit fruit is ripe, it's a good time to try. Suja brought Leon to the lake. The branches were full of golden oranges, emitting an alluring fragrance. The purple half-moon-shaped purple spirit fruits had a mysterious luster, and there were also star fruits that were as warm as jade. Suja picked a purple spirit fruit and tasted it. The fruit melted in his mouth, and the sweet taste spread in his mouth instantly. A warm current also flowed down his throat into his body. Only then did Suja remember that the purple spirit fruit also had the effect of strengthening the body. Although the effect was not particularly obvious, it did exist. Leon, try it too and see if it tastes good. Suja picked one and handed it to Leon. Leon's face was filled with smiles. He took the fruit, took a bite, then nodded and said, "It's delicious, Lord. As long as it tastes good." Suja looked at the fruit trees with a smile, and then directed the robot to pick all the fruits from the trees. Except for the golden oranges, purple spirit fruits, and star fruits, Suja had them all picked. What should I do without a container? Suja suddenly realized a problem. Even if he could brew the wine, he would have no place to store it. After thinking for a moment, Suja took out a high-level timber resource card. It shouldn't be a problem to make 2 big wooden barrels with this thing. Suja thought to himself. Chapter 121 Mysterious Map, Platinum World Key. Although there is no production blueprint, it should be okay to make it, but there may not be any attribute or effect bonus. Suja commanded the auxiliary robots to build 2 round wine barrels using 100 units of high-quality wood. It's almost done. Let's get started. Suja started brewing wine with great interest. After a lot of effort, with the help of Leon, Suja used up all the spiritual fruits and finally brewed 2 large barrels of spiritual fruit wine. The wine has to ferment naturally for 3 days. Finally done, Suja lay down directly on the grass. After working for a long time, I finally made 2 barrels of spirit wine. I don't know what the effect will be in 3 days. Suja, who was lying on the grass, suddenly felt his body being moved slightly. It turned out that Leon sat behind him and let Suja lean on his arms so that he could lie more comfortably. Suja narrowed his eyes slightly, enjoying this peaceful and comfortable time. The breeze blew gently, and by the beautiful lake, an angel with 6 blood-red wings was gently holding a man. From time to time, angels passed by. Occasionally, 2 giant dragons would roar past in the sky like the wind, as if they were engaged in a fierce race. Time passes slowly. Leon, how long have I slept? Suja woke up from Leon's arms and asked sleepily. An hour, my lord. Leon replied with a smile. It's been an hour? Suja yawned and stood up from Leon's arms. Thank you for your hard work. Suja looked at Leon with a smile. Lord, you shouldn't say that. This is what I should do, Lord. Leon stared at Suja with unprecedented seriousness in his eyes. Looking at Leon's serious eyes, Suja was silent for a while and said, I know, but you will spoil me like this. Lord, whatever you do is right. You don't have to apologize to us, and you don't have to feel apologetic. These are what we should do. Leon said seriously. I know. Suja waved his hand, not wanting to continue this topic. Leon looked at Suja and sighed in his heart. All the troops in the territory felt that Suja was too gentle and too polite. You know, they're soldiers, and Suja is the Lord. The reason they exist is all because of Suja. If Suja is not here, they will no longer exist. This is the fundamental point. So everyone hopes that Suja can be tougher. He is still in the novice stage, and the danger is not that great. But it is hard to say what will happen in the future. They hope that Suja can focus on himself and give up things when necessary. Suja rubbed his chin, sat by the lake, and took out 10 mysterious map fragments from the warehouse. I hope you can give me a surprise. Suja looked at the mysterious map fragment in his hand with anticipation. Ding! Do you want to use 10 mysterious map fragments to synthesize? Synthesize, Suja said, looking at the map fragments in his hand. A white light suddenly lit up. Ding! You get the Platinum World Key, permanent. Suse, is there a bug? How can you synthesize a Platinum World Key like this? Suja looked at the Platinum Key in his hand, his face full of surprise. Platinum World Key opens a space-time portal to the Platinum World. Note, the space-time portal exists permanently. Suja took a deep breath. Platinum World? He probably couldn't even handle the Silver World right now, let alone the Platinum World. Moreover, it is still unclear whether this Platinum World is a world that has been refined and controlled by humans, or a wild world that has not yet been developed. The degree of danger of the two is different. This thing is in my hand. It's the same as not having it at all. Suja looked at the Platinum World Key in his hand, his face full of helplessness. He didn't dare open this thing rashly. Everything on the other side is unknown. If it is opened, it will be a big trouble if the monsters on the opposite side rush over. Of course, it is also possible to encounter other high-level lords. To conquer a Platinum World, you must be a lord of at least level 60. No matter what the situation is, Suja can't handle it at the moment. He is still far away from it. If he goes in now, he will be ruthlessly wiped out. Suja took the Platinum World Key and thought carefully. With this thing in his hands, there are only two options. The first one is to wait until you have enough strength to explore this world. But this would take a long time. Now Suja's upgrade speed has slowed down, not only him, but also the soldiers under his command. Without enough monsters for them to hunt, they cannot level up and explore more advanced worlds, which forms a vicious circle. So the first way is to keep the key in your hand, but it will probably just gather dust in the end. It is very likely that this situation will occur. When Suja needs to explore this world, he will not be strong enough. When he becomes strong enough, he will no longer need this world. The second way is to exchange it for a family heirloom or something like that. Of course, the exchange may not be equal, and Suja may suffer a loss, but from a certain perspective, even if he loses, the loss will not be that big. It is hard to say whether it is a loss or a gain to exchange something that you don't need at the moment for something that can be of great help to you now. There are only two paths before Suja. It would be great if you could give me a Bronze World Key. Suja looked at the Platinum World Key in his hand and couldn't help muttering. Suja also has a Bronze World Key, but it is incomplete and not permanent. It is not of much use and, to put it bluntly, has no value. Even if you take it out for trading, you won't get much money. The most important point is that it is non-permanent. Whether it is permanent or not is crucial. For example, his current Black Iron world is permanent. This is the benefit of the permanent world. There's an extra world to develop, which is very useful for any lord. It seems that I can only exchange it. Resources are only considered resources if you get them. If you don't get them, they're no different from waste. Suja looked at the Platinum World Key in his hand and made a secret decision. For Suja, this key is not precious. It is better to exchange it for the resources he needs to improve his own strength. As soon as the novice period is over, I will talk to Yi Xingqian about exchanging resources. Suja thought to himself, this empress is from the Yi family. If Suja could exchange resources with her, even in exchange for the heart of the Bronze World, it would be a profit. The Yi family is one of the top families in the empire. A family like the empress's must have many world hearts. This low-level world heart is not a rare thing at all to them. For ordinary lords, the heart of the world is like a family heirloom, but for a top force like the Jiang family, it cannot be viewed with the same eyes as ordinary lords. You know, for a family of the level of the Yi family, the low-level world heart is just a question of whether they want it or not a question of whether they have it or not. Shenglong, maybe I can make some careful plans at that time. Suja's mind turned. Large families will have family trials, among which Shenglong is an extremely critical link. Of course, if you just want to be a family member who lives a life of idleness and waiting for death, then there is no need to participate. Obviously, the Empress is trying to win over ordinary lords like Suja in preparation for her own ascension to the dragon in the family trial. In this way, Suja can also gain a lot of benefits from it. If the Empress can really stand out in the family trial and successfully ascend to the dragon, then Suja will get even more benefits. However, we can't put all our hopes on others. We can contact them. Suja looked at the only friend in the chat channel, the Empress, and sent a message directly. Radiant, are you there? Yi Xingqian was a little surprised when he saw the friend message notification. This is the first time Suja has contacted her since they reached a verbal cooperation agreement. Empress, I'm here. If you have anything to say, just tell me. Suja looked at the reply from the Empress, and a smile appeared on his face. As expected of someone from a wealthy family, he speaks directly and clearly, which is normal. Chapter 1:22 Super Large Energy Barrier Device. Suja knew in his heart that he was one of the helpers recruited by the Empress for Shenlong. As long as he still had value, the Empress would definitely help him. However, in the eyes of the Empress, Suja's value is mainly reflected in his wealth. Radiant, I have something in my hand. Are you interested? Empress, what is this? Radiant, Platinum World Key, and it's permanent, but I don't know what world it is on the other side. Are you interested? Yi Xingqian was stunned when he saw this message. Is this true or false? The key to the Platinum World? Immediately afterwards, she confirmed again the message sent by Suja, and it was indeed the key to the Platinum World. This guy is so lucky, right? He can get this thing in a novice stage. Yi Xingqian looked at the message and couldn't help but take a deep breath. The key to a Platinum World is of self-evident value. It is the key to training mid-level lords to advance to high-level lords. Especially the resources contained in it are immeasurable. But the key point is that if you want to control a Platinum World, you must be at least a Diamond-level Lord and a powerful Diamond Lord, not a parallel import Diamond Lord with only a false name. Empress, what do you want? Radiant, you're obsessed with Rising Dragon, so the value of this item to you goes without saying. I'm not greedy either. How about a Bronze World Heart and a Silver World Heart? Yi Xingqian looked at the message sent by Suja. To be fair, Suja only asked for 2 World Hearts. This price was indeed not too high. In fact, to some extent, the Jiang family had gotten a better deal. But then again, this thing really has no practical use in Suja's hands. It is far less useful to him than a real Silver World Heart and a Bronze World Heart. Is it because my asking price is too high? Suja looked at the interface that had not replied to his message for a long time, and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Yi Xingqian looked at the conditions proposed by Suja and knew very well that the price was not expensive, but she really couldn't make the decision on this matter. She had to go back and ask the elders in the family. Empress, I can't decide on this right now. I need to ask the elders of my family. Anyway, the transaction will have to wait until the novice lore period is over. I'll get back to you when I have news. Radiant. Okay, da. Yi Xingqian looked at Suja's reply, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Unexpectedly, Suja actually brought him a big surprise. Yi Xingqian recruited Suja for a very simple purpose, which was that he was attracted by Suja's technological talents. The Lord of Technology is the one who can accumulate resources in large quantities most easily, no doubt about it. It is said that the arms business is the most profitable, and this world is no exception. All arms can be armed. It's just that each of Suja's soldiers is gifted with extraordinary talents and is very strong in itself and does not need additional weapons, so this is not reflected in this aspect. In fact, other lords can improve their strength by arming their own troops, whether they're humanoid troops or beast-shaped troops. Just because Suja's troops are not needed doesn't mean that other lords' troops are not needed. I hope you won't let me down. Suja thought to himself as he looked at the Empress's avatar in the friend list. If you can't even give up this, what's the point of talking about Shenlong? If he doesn't have this kind of vision, then Suja can only give up cooperation. After all, if he is liquidated at that time, it will be no joke. Although Suja can benefit from the cooperation, any discerning person can see that this is actually giving benefits to the Empress. If the Empress cannot grasp it, then there is nothing to say. For a large family, the value of a permanent Platinum World Key is far beyond that of a Bronze or Silver World Heart. Yi Xingqian sighed. Seeing that today's chaos invasion had ended, Yi Xingqian went straight back to the main world. She had to convince everyone in the family to support her. After all, a key to the Platinum World was enough to give her lineage considerable say in the family. Suja sighed. We will probably be able to start building the Biological Research Institute tomorrow. Once this is done, we can fully launch scientific and technological manufacturing. Suja thought silently in his heart. Just then, Ella found Suja. Lord. Ella looked at Suja and called softly. Is there something wrong? Suja turned to look at Ella and asked. Lord, the super large energy barrier device you need has been completed. Ella pushed her glasses and said slowly. Suja's eyes lit up and he looked at Ella. Let me see it quickly. Suja said to Ling Yao. Ella immediately took out a blueprint. When Suja saw the blueprint, his pupils shrank slightly and he looked at Ella. Blueprint? What's the matter, Lord? Ella asked curiously when she saw Suja's strange expression. Did you make this blueprint? Suja asked curiously, his mouth slightly dry, staring at Ella. Ella nodded calmly, as if it was just a trivial matter not worth mentioning. Suja took a deep breath, looked at Ella, and took the drawing from her hand. Ultra-large energy barrier device, diamond-level blueprint requirements, available to mechanics, producer, mechanical master Ella. Note, level isn't her limiting factor. The only limiting factor is a shortage of materials. Suja looked at the blueprint of the super-large energy barrier device in his hand, then looked at Ella, and now he completely understood it. Oh my God! The strength of Ella, the mechanical overlord, is truly beyond imagination. This is truly handmade. It's outrageous that a diamond-grade drawing can be drawn by hand. You can actually make it by hand? Suja looked at Ella. He originally thought that it would take Ella a long time to complete it, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. Ella pushed her glasses up and said calmly, "This is quite simple. After all, we already have energy barrier devices. Building on this, researching super-large ones shouldn't be difficult." Suja looked at Ella's nonchalant expression and took a deep breath. Awesome. Suja could only give a thumbs up and a 6. So what are you researching now? Suja looked at Ella curiously and asked. He knew that Ella was researching something before, but he had never heard any news and had no idea what she was researching. Suja just asked casually out of curiosity, but he didn't expect Ella's next answer to shock him. We're researching element particle extractors, which is quite difficult. There are so many different elements in nature, and capturing them is quite tricky. We've made some progress on this, but it will take some time. If the research is successful, the nuclear fusion energy station can be built smoothly. Ella said slowly. Chapter 123. Charming Fairy Almai. Suja fell into a brief silence. Although he didn't quite understand the specific meaning of what Ella said, his intuition told him that this must be very powerful. Okay, as expected, I don't know much about these things. I'll leave this matter to you. Just do whatever you want to research and tell me when the time comes. By the way, give the blueprint of this super-large energy barrier device to Zi Li and let her study it. Suja said slowly. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Ella looked at Suja and said, Okay, Suja Nadiv. After Ella left, Suja lay directly on the grass, and Leon was still guarding Suja. I really underestimated Ella and the others. Suja thought to himself. Although he always valued Ella and the others' abilities, he didn't expect that he still underestimated them. I wonder what kind of surprise Qin Shiyao will bring me then. Suja couldn't help but think. Ella, who is also a mechanical master, can draw diamond-level blueprints by hand, so Qin Shiyao, who is a quantum master, should not be inferior. After all, Qin Shiyao is the boss of the quantum department, one of the 3 major factions in the technology field. Suddenly, Suja thought of a question. Can he also develop psychic powers? It should be possible. You can try it sometime. Just then, above the sky, a giant dragon radiating golden light was soaring in the air. Its golden scales showed its noble temperament, and its 6 dragon wings were engraved with sun-like patterns. It is the Dragon of Light, August. Augustus reached level 10 so quickly. Suja looked up at Augustus. Afterwards, they didn't feel too surprised. After all, the monsters in the Black Iron world were endless and could not be killed at all. As long as there were enough monsters for their troops to hunt, they could continue to upgrade. Time passes slowly. The next morning, Suja woke up from bed. Today was already the 16th day of his novice period. There are only 14 days left until the end of the novice benefit period. Time is running out. Suja must accumulate resources and improve his technological level as soon as possible. Due to resource limitations, the core building of the genetic system has not yet been completed. Even after it is completed, subsequent development will still require a lot of resources. Suja simply washed up and woke up Manhwa, who was still sleeping soundly in bed. Get up. Let's go recruit new partners. Suja said, gently patting Manhwa's buttocks. Manhwa opened her eyes lazily and looked at Suja. Then she got up from the bed naked with a satisfied smile on her face. I understand, Lord, Manhwa said with a smile. Afterwards, Manhwa and Suja went to the Immortal Creation platform together. Everyone has been waiting here for a long time. The Lord is really partial. Dina looked at Suja and said with a smile on her face. Hearing Dina's words, Suja pinched Dina's cheek in annoyance. Are you satisfied now? Suja said slowly. This is not enough. My lord, you must compensate me well tonight. Dina said to Suja. Suja waved his hand without responding, but turned his gaze to the immortal creation platform in front of him. Currently, the barracks under Suja's command include Immortal Creation Platform, Divine Source Temple, Element Holy Tower, Star Temple, Void Dragon Nest, Origin Spirit Tree, and Fallen Temple. All 7 God-level barracks were upgraded to level 2. There are also 2 special God-level barracks. One is the Future Hub, and the other is the Shrine. There are special God-level barracks that cannot be upgraded. Suja still has 5 barracks upgrade cards left in his hand. Upgrade. Suja looked directly at the Immortal Creation Platform. Ding! Your barracks. Immortal Platform has been upgraded. Current level 3. You can check the specific attributes yourself. Suja immediately chose to view the properties. Name, Zaixiantai. Level 3. Faction, Fairy. Recruitment, 40/40ths daily. Gold, 1 gold/1 time constant. Features, 1 fruit of the Immortal Clan 2. Upgrade, 1 billion gold coins, Divinity X 1000, Origin Crystal X 10. Suja looked at the upgraded Immortal Creation Platform and found that its features had not increased. He thought he would have to continue upgrading it, but the upgrade conditions were really outrageous. Fortunately, there's a barracks upgrade card. If not, it would be a big trouble. The gold coins alone would cost 1 billion. As for the Divinity and the Origin Crystals, Suja had never dared to think about it before. Let's go, Suja said to Manhwa and others beside him. Afterwards, he took Manhwa and others into the Immortal Creation Platform. Suja looked at the immortal statues inside the church and felt that not much had changed. Ding! Do you want to spend 40 gold coins for daily recruitment? Recruit! Suja's eyes were full of anticipation. Now that he had upgraded, it was time for a hero unit to appear. A pink light came on. One after another, figures walked out from the pink light curtain. This color? Lust. Suja looked curiously at the immortal figures walking out of the light curtain. Suja could only use 2 words to describe these immortals, and that was pornographic. They all have hot bodies, curvy curves, and exude a charming aura, especially their pink eyes, which are shaped like hearts, which is simply too exaggerated. Although other immortals are also beautiful and full of temptation, they are far from showing their temptation as directly as these people, as if their desire is written on their faces. Ailimi, greetings to the Lord. The fairy with long pink hair in the lead, with a smile on her face, took the lead and half knelt on the ground to look at Suja. It seemed that she was emitting a pink aura all the time, and her face was full of desire. Everyone get up, Suja said helplessly. He couldn't help but recall that the previous immortal warriors who were related to lust didn't seem to be like this. Could it be that there were no heroic units before, so the characteristics had not been stimulated yet? Suja recalled it carefully, and it seemed to be true. Suja shook his head, then looked at Alamai's attributes. Name, Alam. Loyalty, 100. Experience value, 0 out of 100. Level 1. Rank, God level. Arms, Hero, Enchant Fairy Ailimi. Talent, Sin of Lust. Skill, Lustful Temptation. Companion Weapon, Flame Whip of Lust. Potential, S-level, Saint level, entry bonus. Introduction, a powerful clan among the immortals who excel at using lust and charm. Due to the bonus of entries, their strength is even stronger, but their true potential has not yet been fully developed. Chapter 124, Diamond Level Blueprint of Aerospace Mothership. It's true. Suja looked at Alamai. Just as he expected, she was indeed an immortal who was good at lust and charm. Ailimi, from now on, the charming fairy warriors will be led by you, Suja said to Alamai. Understand, Lord. Alamai's voice was soft and sweet. Manhwa, Alamai is now in your hands. Please explain to her the rules of the territory. Suja turned to Manhwa and instructed. At this time, Suja discovered that whether it was Manhwa, Luna, or Lena, they all looked at Ailimi with hostility. Alamai put on a pitiful look and looked at Suja for help. Suse. Suja rubbed his eyebrows helplessly. He would not believe Alamai's pitiful look. As a hero unit of the lustful and charming type, from any angle, Alamai is not weak. The most important thing is that Alamai's pretending to be weak in her tea art is probably the reason why Manhwa and the others dislike it. After all, they're all women, and you can tell who is a green tea at a glance. Manhwa. Suja looked at Manhwa again and called out. I understand, Lord. Manhwa responded to Suja with a smile. Suja glanced at Manhwa, then at Alamai, and said nothing more. Instead, he took out the troop refresh card and prepared to recruit again. Ding. Do you want to use the unit refresh card for daily recruitment? Recruit. Suja said, staring at the immortal statue in front of him. A black light shone, and this time the recruitment process was relatively normal. 40 units of fairy warriors were successfully recruited. We greet the Lord. The 40 immortal warriors spoke to Suja in unison. Everyone, stand up. Manhwa and the others are now in your hands. Suja said slowly. Manhwa nodded. Before leaving, Suja walked to Manhwa and gently reminded her, don't go too far. Manhwa gave Suja a cold look. Suja smiled, then turned and left. Manhwa then turned her gaze to Alamai. After Suja left, Alamai no longer pretended to be weak, but looked at the bright moon calmly. Suja ignored them. This situation is not uncommon in Suja's territory, and conflicts between the two sides often occur. However, under Suja's intimidation, everyone was relatively restrained, and at most they just mocked each other a few times. Or there might be a little fight between women now and then. That's right, it's a pure fight between women. They are not allowed to use their special abilities and can only wrestle like ordinary shrews. Suja just wanted to make them look bad in front of everyone to see who was more embarrassed. So far, no one has actually fought each other, at most they are just refusing to give in to each other verbally. These guys know in their hearts that if a fight really breaks out, no one will gain much advantage. Moreover, it might leave a bad impression in Suja's mind and benefit other sisters. This is not worth it. So reason made them restrain themselves. Suja went straight to the Temple of Divine Origin. Amaya and Luna were already waiting here. As usual, Suja chose to upgrade the barracks without hesitation. The Divine Source Temple has been successfully upgraded from its current level to level 3, and the number of people that can be recruited per day has also increased to 40 units. The upgrade conditions are the same as those for the Immortal Creation platform. Suja then started recruiting. Successfully recruited 40 units of ordinary Protoss warriors, and then used the refresh card to recruit another 40 units of ordinary soldiers. Suja didn't care too much about this. Being able to recruit soldiers was a gain, and it didn't matter whether there were hero units or not. Afterwards, Suja came to the Holy Tower of Elements, where Isabella and Leon were. As usual, Suja first upgraded the barracks and raised the Elemental Holy Tower to level 3, changing the daily recruitment quantity to 40 units. The upgrade conditions were the same as those for the Immortal platform. What exactly is this Origin Crystal? Suja looked at the Origin Crystal required for the upgrade, his heart full of curiosity. At present, whether it is the Immortal Creation platform, the Divine Source Temple, or the current Elemental Holy Tower, upgrading requires Origin Crystals. Still repeating the same operation, Suja first carried out daily recruitment, and then used the refresh card to recruit again. A total of 80 units of troops were recruited. After greeting Isabella and Leon, Suja walked directly towards the Temple of Stars. As usual, upgrade the barracks first and then recruit. The Star Temple was successfully upgraded to level 3, and the daily recruitment limit became 80 units. Suja recruited twice in a row and successfully obtained 160 units of Star Archers. The upgrade requirements were the same as those of the Immortal Creation platform. Suja looked at the only remaining barracks upgrade card in his hand and went straight to the Void Dragon's nest. Shadow and Augustus are already waiting here. It's the same old steps: first upgrade and then recruit twice and use a refresh card. In the end, a total of 80 dragons were recruited. Suja looked at all the units recruited today and counted them as follows: 80 fairy warriors, 80 god warriors, 80 elementals, 160 star archers, and 80 dragons. The first 5 barracks have all been upgraded, and the troop refresh cards have all been used up. Now there are 3 troop refresh cards left, but there are no barracks upgrade cards left. This is what a legion looks like. Suja muttered to himself. Afterwards, Suja came to the Origin Spirit Tree. Since there was no upgrade card, Suja did not use the troop refresh card, and directly recruited 20 units of Origin Elves and handed them to Xinglan and Chris. Suja went to the Fallen Temple and also recruited 20 units of ordinary soldiers. It's almost done finally, Suja murmured, looking at how he had visited so many places in the morning, but still hadn't recruited all the soldiers, with only 2 barracks left. This efficiency seemed a bit low. Suja then headed to the Future Hub. Lord, you seem to be a little late today, Qin Shiryao said with a smile when she saw Suja. It took some time. Suja responded slowly, and then walked straight into the Future Hub. Looking at the big ball of light, Suja directly chose to recruit. The gate of time and space slowly emerged. A drawing slowly floated out. Aerospace carrier, diamond-level blueprint, requirement, God-level engineer. Well, it's okay. Suja looked at the design drawings of the aerospace mothership and thought that this thing was not bad, but it would probably have to wait until later to manufacture it. You go ahead and do your work. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Suja said to Qin Shi Yao, then turned and walked toward the shrine. Chapter 125 Nine-Tailed Heavenly Fox, Tamamanomi. Qin Shi Yao looked at Suja's back and smiled slightly. Only in the morning can one see Suja so busy. The rest of the time, he is either resting or staying with a group of female companions. Suja came to the shrine. Yao Dao Ji, who has been promoted to level 10, has been waiting here for a long time. Lord, Yao Dao Ji, who was wearing a white and red shrine maiden costume, said softly, "Well, let's go," Suja said to Yao Dao Ji. Yao Dao Ji nodded and followed Suja. Suja glanced at Yao Dao Ji, said nothing more, and walked straight into the shrine. Ding, do you want to spend 1 gold coin for daily recruitment? Recruit, Suja said in a steady tone, with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. He couldn't wait to see what the shrine would recruit this time. A white light suddenly rose up, and a few furry tails first caught Suja's eyes, followed by a woman in a white kimono appearing in front of him. The woman had golden eyes and a look of curiosity on her face. Tamamanomi, I pay my respects to the Lord. I hope the Lord can love me more. Tamamanomi appeared in front of Suja with a smile on her face and said in a soft voice. Suja looked at Tamamanomi. Her appearance was very similar to a great demon from an island country that he had heard of in his previous life. But is this enchanting woman in a golden kimono really the same person as that great demon? Suja immediately checked Tamamanomi's attributes. Name, Tamamanomi. Loyalty, 100. Experience value, 0 out of 100. Level 1. Rank, God level. Class, Hero, Nine-Tailed Fox Tamamanomi. Talent, Space Domination. Skill, Sky Rift. Potential, S-level, Saint level. Introduction, a God-level unit with 9 lives. Every time it dies, it becomes stronger. It is also an extremely rare heroic unit that masters the power of space. Suja looked at Tamamanomi's abilities and found that they were different from what he had expected. It seems that this is not the island monster I thought of. Apart from a similar name, other aspects are completely different. However, this is understandable. After all, they're in different worlds. Even if the names are the same, what does that mean? Tamamanomi, this is Yudaheim. Yudaheim, please help Tamamanomi familiarize herself with the rules of the territory and then introduce her to other companions. I understand, Lord. Yao Dao Ji nodded in response. Ding, Chaos Invasion is about to begin. Lord, please select the difficulty level. S, A, B, C, D. S level. Suja decisively chose the S-level difficulty. Yao Dao Ji, I'm on the Blackstone Wall first. You come over later. Suja said to Yao Dao Ji. Yodao Yi nodded. Suja immediately summoned his interstellar sports car and sped towards the Blackstone City Wall. It's true that we've been delayed too long today. Suja thought to himself. He was first busy upgrading the barracks and then recruiting soldiers. When Suja arrived at the Blackstone City Wall, Mingyue and others were already waiting there. Go. Each of you go to your own guard position, Suja said calmly. Mingyue and the others nodded and then dispersed. As for the other newly recruited troops, they will still go to the Black Iron world as usual. On the one hand, it can reduce the pressure on the science and technology base, and on the other hand, it can also be used for upgrades. The void creatures in the Dark Iron world are almost endless. There have been monsters besieging Suja's technology base all the time. Fortunately, there are energy barrier devices to prevent any problems, but they must be cleaned up regularly every day, and these monsters have become excellent experience packs for Suja's troops to upgrade. Suja sat on the Blackstone Wall, his eyes sweeping over his Blackstone Wall and Magic Tower. The upgrade can be put off until later. Suja thought that upgrading now would not make much sense and would be a pure waste of resources. He still had to take a look at the super large energy barrier device first. It depends on how large an area this super large energy barrier can cover before Suja can decide whether to repair the Blackstone Wall or simply demolish it. At the border between the void and Suja's territory, twisting figures slowly crawled out from the endless void. Suja looked at the monsters that appeared in this chaos invasion, the Void Zerg. However, Unlike the Zerg seen before, this time there were suicide bugs among the Zerg. Those are the twisting figures. The appearance of the Zerg suicide worms is somewhat similar to the void worms, but there is a strange purple light flashing behind them, which shows that these Zerg are not easy to deal with. And their strength is at least level 13. It's outrageous. There are suicide bugs at this time. Suja couldn't help but complain as he looked at the suicide bugs, although he was not afraid. But these suicide bugs are not easy to deal with. Although they are only level 13 in strength, they can still be troublesome even when facing a level 19 existence. With a sharp Zerg roar, a large number of Zerg war bugs poured out from the void like a tide. Seeing this, Suja remained calm and not panicked at all. The explosives were a bit of a hassle, but that was only for ordinary lords. Anyone else who encountered a wave of explosives would have a headache. What's more, there are tens of thousands of suicide bugs appearing on Suja's side. Bang! With a deafening explosion. The first suicide bug exploded first, as if triggering a chain reaction. The suicide bugs on the entire battlefield began to emit a purple-black glow, and after rapidly expanding, they exploded one after another. Suja watched the scene calmly. A figure instantly appeared beside Suja. It's the bright moon. Lord, are you okay? Manhwa asked Suja anxiously. I'm fine. They can't hurt me. You go and do your own thing. Suja said slowly. Manhwa nodded, then looked at an immortal warrior, gave him a look, and turned away. Suja watched this scene. Really? I'm not that easy to get into trouble. I'm not a fragile novice. Suja muttered to himself. He saw that the immortal warrior was guarding 100 meters away from Suja. Basically, all the insects within 100 meters of Suja were quickly killed by this man. As time goes by, 2 hours passed. The last bug fell to the ground with a bang. Except for the newly recruited soldiers, the first echelon of Suja's troops had reached level 15, and the second echelon was also above level 12. Suja did not carefully check the specific situation. After all, the weakest troops participating in the battle were all level 12. As the number of troops increased, it was impossible for him to check them one by one. Suja roughly counted the harvest. 600,000 gold coins for 1,000 common loot chests, 2,000 rare loot chests, 100 high-level loot chests, 2,000 black iron chests, 1,000 bronze chests, 1 silver chest, and 1 S-level evaluation chest. What a great harvest! Suja couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the spoils obtained from today's chaos invasion. It is true that the bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. If you want to have more harvest, you have to bear greater risks. This is the situation for Suja now. Although he has reaped a lot of rewards, the enemy he faces is the Void Zerg, a total of 150,000 Zergs. Among them are extremely dangerous suicide bugs, which shows how dangerous they are. Chapter 126, Resource Replenishment. Start frying fish. This power is enough to completely destroy an ordinary lord who has passed the novice period. This is no joke. Even if the second-generation lord came, he would not be able to withstand it. Although Suja gains a lot every time, the risks he has to bear are also great. How can we only see his gains and ignore the risks he takes when standing at the forefront of the storm? If you overestimate the combat effectiveness of your own troops even once, you will end up losing everything. Suja opened 4,000 ordinary loot chests at once without hesitation. 1,000 pieces of basic wood, 1,000 pieces of basic stone, 1,000 pieces of basic meat, and 1,000 pieces of basic copper ore. Not bad. Suja looked at the basic material cards that were opened. These were the supplies he urgently needed at the moment, especially meat. As the size of the dragon army continued to expand, Suja consumed as many as 200 meat cards every day. And this number continues to rise as the number of dragons increases. Although the basic meat card seems to be useless under normal circumstances, Suja now has a great demand for it. Although other basic resources are ordinary, they can be synthesized into advanced materials, so Suja naturally doesn't mind having too many. Immediately afterwards, Suja opened 2,000 rare loot chests in one breath. 500 pieces of high-grade wood, 500 pieces of high-grade stone, 500 pieces of mithril, 500 pieces of gold. It's okay. Suja looked at the materials that came out of the rare loot chest. Although there were no other resources, it was still pretty good. The value of mithril is quite low. It is even more precious than the gold resource card. The reason is simple. Mithril can enhance elemental resistance. That is, magic resistance, which is a feature that other materials do not have. It has an absolute advantage when facing troops whose main output is magic. This alone would increase Mithril's strategic value by several levels. The reason why it cannot be used now is just because Suja's level is too low. It does not mean that the mithril is useless. Suja looked at the remaining treasure chests and smacked his lips. He opened all 2,000 black iron treasure chests and 1,000 bronze treasure chests in one breath. Get rewards: 200,000 gold coins and 100,000 spiritual ores. Oh my god, they're trying to guarantee the bottom line again. Suja couldn't help but complain in a low voice. Sure enough, after the minimum living security mechanism was triggered, the value of the things obtained became lower and lower. It's outrageous that a black iron treasure chest only gives out 100 gold coins. I guess no one would believe it if I told others about it. This is too bad. I can't count on opening these treasure chests anymore, unless I can get more advanced ones. Suja muttered to himself. It's obvious that the items dropped from black iron and bronze chests will only get worse. Now each black iron treasure chest can only give out 100 gold coins, while the bronze treasure chest is barely normal, with a guaranteed 100 spiritual ores. It's a pity that this thing cannot be sold, otherwise Suja would have sold it long ago. Suja looked at the remaining silver treasure chest and one S-level evaluation box. Let's open the silver treasure chest first, Suja said, staring at the silver treasure chest in front of him. Ding! Do you want to open the silver treasure chest? Open it. Suja took a deep breath and stared at the silver treasure chest. Ding! You received a unit refresh recruitment card. Ding! You get a barracks upgrade card. Ding! You obtained 1,000 spirit ores. It's true. Suja rubbed his eyebrows, his head feeling a little dizzy. Now the silver treasure chests can only give out these guaranteed items, and the situation may get worse in a few days. They're all the same old things, although these resources are very useful to Suja, but it is also very frustrating that I can't get anything of high value. Ding! Do you want to open the S-level evaluation treasure chest? Open. Suja looked at the S-level evaluation box. Ding! You received a unit refresh recruitment card. Ding! You get a barracks upgrade card. Ding! You get a wonder upgrade card. Well, the things that came out of this S-level treasure chest are pretty good. Suja looked at the items that came out of the S-level treasure chest. These were all very practical to him, and he would definitely not lose money. In a sense, these are exactly what Suja needs most, especially the barracks upgrade cards. The more the better. For ordinary lords, most barracks are below level 10, and upgrading them or not makes little difference. If a barracks below level 10 wants to obtain characteristics, it must at least be upgraded to the maximum level. Suja is very clear about this. Suja then opened the 3D territory map. Devour. Suja activated his power and directly devoured all the Zerg corpses at the scene. Ding! Your entry's Blessed Land attribute is triggered. Your territory expands outward by 10,000 meters. Ding! Your entry's Blessed Land attribute has been triggered. Primary spiritual field has been upgraded to Advanced Spiritual Field, 1,000 meters. Ding! Your entry's Blessed Land attribute has been triggered. Primary mithril or vein obtained. Note: 100 units can be mined daily, with an over limit of 1,000 units. Suja raised his eyebrows and looked at his territory. The harvest was quite good. The territory was directly expanded by 10,000 meters, and the primary spiritual field skipped the intermediate stage and was directly upgraded to the advanced stage. Also obtained additional mithril or veins. Now I can grow more spiritual rice. Suja licked his lips. The taste of the spiritual rice can only be described in one word: fragrant. There was not much spiritual rice in Suja's warehouse, so he could only eat it sparingly. Now he has the conditions to expand the scale of planting, and then he can enjoy it to his heart's content. Suja looked at the Blackstone city wall, and then pushed it outward as usual, leaving a 500-meter open space bordering the void. Today, the diameter of Suja's territory has reached 80,000 meters, which is quite large, but the territory level is still level 3. Almost. Suja looked at his territory. He placed all the mines in the western part of the territory. Now there are no factories in the territory. The west became a gathering place for major mineral veins, facilitating centralized mining. The north is where the Time and Space Gate and Technology Research and Development Center are located. In the middle are located Suja's Lord's Mansion, spectacular buildings and barracks. The east is a forest with rich spiritual energy, and only the south is still a grassland. Suja checked the terrain modules in the warehouse. At present, he did not plan to place them in the territory. Instead, he wanted to see how large an area the super-large energy barrier device researched by Ella could cover before making a decision. Suja closed the 3D floor plan. Amaya, Luna. Suja called. Amaya and Luna appeared in front of Suja in an instant. Get the Protoss army ready. We're going to fish fry, Suja said with a smile. Amaya and Luna nodded. Fighting in the ring is what Suja, Amaya, and Luna must do every day. This is no different from picking up resources for free. How could Suja miss it? 10 minutes later, Suja returned from the Lord space with an SSS-level Lord resource treasure chest. Suja looked at the SSS-level Lord resource treasure chest in front of him and chose to open it without hesitation. Chapter 127, Alia's new ability, Overclocking. Ding. You received 500 advanced wood resource cards. Ding. You received 500 advanced stone resource cards. Ding. You received 500 steel resource cards. Ding. You received mithril resource card X 500. Ding. You received 500 gold resource cards. Ding. You get 100 exotic metals. Ding. You obtained advanced alloy X 100. Ding. You obtained special alloy X 10. Ding. You get gold coins X 100,000. Ding. You obtained spiritual or X 10,000. Ding. You received a unit refresh recruitment card. Ding. You received a barracks upgrade card. Oh, it's still the same. Looking at the resource rewards he had just received, Suja sighed helplessly. Fortunately, the Lord resource chest is the same as the S-level evaluation box, and will not become a minimum living allowance reward just because it is opened many times. In this regard, Suja was quite satisfied. Moreover, the resources opened from the box are all hard currency, which he urgently needs. The only regret is that the barracks has never been opened again since the first time, which is a bit of pity. Forget it, it's good enough to have these. One should not be too greedy. Susis Maïd. Judging from the things opened in the SSS-level resource treasure chest this time, ordinary lords might not be able to collect so many resources even after the novice welfare period. What else is there to be dissatisfied with? Let's go find Chris first and settle the contract. Suja thought to himself and went straight to where the origin spirit tree was. Chris and Xinglan are both here. Compared with other types of troops in the territory, the elves appear much more docile. Of course, this is only compared with other types of troops under Suja. After all, look at what kind of troops Suja has. Compared with those gods, immortals, and the like, the elves are indeed much gentler. Chris, come. Let's make a contract. Suja looked at Chris with shining eyes. Chris nodded. She was naturally aware that the origin spirit tree had the characteristics of the origin contract, and she also knew that Suja had already made a contract with Xinglan. I swear in the name of origin, I am willing to protect the person before me, even with my own death. With the will of origin as my witness, I conclude a contract of origin with the person before me, sharing life and death together, until eternity. As soon as Chris finished speaking, golden light instantly enveloped Suja, and the hexagram under her feet shone brightly. Just like when he made a contract with Xinglan before, Suja's whole body was wrapped in endless golden light, which penetrated into every inch of his flesh and blood. Finally, the hexagram under his feet split into two and merged into the bodies of Suja and Chris respectively. After the light dissipated, the light of origin flashed in Suja's eyes. I believe in light again, Tiga, Suja shouted, and his body quickly turned into light element. However, in the slightly horrified eyes of Xinglan and Chris, only his head became bigger, but the rest of his body remained unchanged. Suja opened his eyes and looked at the strange changes in himself in confusion. What's going on? My lord, your spiritual power is too little, and this light element is so huge that it is just for show. Chris couldn't help but say. Suse. Suja hurriedly canceled the light element transformation. It seemed that he would have to wait a little longer before he could transform into Tiga. As soon as Suja's body softened, Chris was quick to support him. Oh my god, the consumption is so huge. Suja was surprised. He had only been in elemental enlargement for a few seconds. Why was he so weak? My lord, you have no control over your own strength. You have wasted 9 out of 10 of your strength. Chris said slowly. Am I that bad? Suja looked at Chris in confusion. Chrissy's face was expressionless. Suja looked at Xinglan again. Xinglan's eyes dodged. Then he turned his head to look to the side and pretended to look at the scenery. Suja's control over his power is not just poor, it can be said to be abysmal. Just like Chris said, when Suja used his strength, he wasted 9 out of 10, and the remaining 1 was scattered all over the place. I'm injured. You two have to stay with me tonight, Suja said, burying his head in Chris's arms and rubbing against her. A blush appeared on Chris's face. Xinglan couldn't help laughing when she saw Suja playing tricks on her. In Xinglan's eyes, Suja is sometimes very reliable, but sometimes seems like a childish child. No wonder people say that men's psychology is similar to that of children. This is really true. Oh, looks like I came at the wrong time. A voice came. Liu appeared behind Suja. Huh, Liu? Aliyah, Ling Shuang, you're back. Suja looked at the 3 people who appeared behind him and found Aliyah and Ling Shuang, who were originally looking for mineral veins in the Black Iron world. Aliyah has also reached the bronze rank. It was obviously Liu who brought them back. Emperor, the biological samples you want are ready, Ling Shuang said to Suja. Is that so? Suja touched his chin and looked at Ling Shuang and Aliyah. Liu, go find Ella and bring all the biological samples back to the territory. Ling Shuang, go find Qin Shiyao. We will meet next to the gate of time and space. So say order slowly. Okay. Liu nudda. Yes, Emperor. Ling Shuang responded in a calm tone. Then Suja looked at Aliyah. How do you feel? Suja asked Aliyah. I'm very happy, but I lost a lot of robots, Aliyah said with a smile. Suja looked at Aliyah, a gleam in his eyes, and checked Aliyah's attributes. Name, Aliyah. Level, 11. Arms, Hero War Commander, Freya. Talent, Machine Soul Resonance. Skills, Psionic Link, Overclocking. Sure enough, Aliyah had another skill. Suja looked at the introduction of Aliyah's new skill. Overclocking, the exclusive ability of Lord of War, Aliyah, an exclusive psychic skill that requires mechanical resonance to obtain, which can make mechanical creations enter a violent state. Suja took a deep breath and looked at Aliyah. Although Aliyah's personal combat ability is not strong, it can even be said to be a weakling. But on a large battlefield, the command ability of Lord of War, Aliyah, cannot be underestimated. Coupled with the skill of overclocking, it can be said that Aliyah is fully capable of occupying an important position in large-scale Legion wars. Mechanical resonance plus overclocking. When these two abilities are added together, it is almost the same as cheating. Not bad, Suja said to Aliyah with a smile. Emperor, I would be proud if you said that. Aliyah responded with a smile. Okay, it's time to get down to business and stop playing around, Suja said to Aliyah. Now that the biological specimens have been collected, the Biological Research Institute can be established. Fortunately, Suja has a Black Iron world. Otherwise, he really doesn't know where to collect so many biological samples. Are you going? Suja looked at Chris and Xinglan and asked. Chris and Xinglan nodded in sync. Let's go together, Suja said in a calm tone. Chapter 128 Biological Research Institute, Mutation and Evolution. In a sense, all the current plans within the territory are creating conditions and paving the way for the development of the Science and Technology Department. This is undoubtedly the wisest choice at present. Although the God-level troops are extremely powerful, the resources required to allow them to thrive are extremely huge. Moreover, from a quantitative perspective, the number of troops under Suja's current command, not counting the robots, is only more than 1,000 units, which does not even reach the number of a standard regiment, let alone participating in a large-scale Legion war. You know, a standard regiment is composed of 1,500 people, but the troops of Suja's 7 God-level barracks combined are not enough to make up this number. What is more critical is the lack of resources. The resources here mainly refer to monsters. Only when there are enough void monsters will the troops under your command have the opportunity to upgrade. Taking various factors into consideration, Suja had to give priority to the development of science and technology. It's not that he doesn't want to develop God-level troops. He does want it in his heart. It's just that the reality doesn't allow it. Resources are scarce, and the number of arms is insufficient. Therefore, it would be better to vigorously develop technology first, and then use the convenience brought by technology to provide the necessary resources for the upgrade of God-level troops. Suja could only adopt this strategy, which is why it is said that the resource allocation and development direction of his territory are now leaning towards technology. Ultimately, this is a question of resource replacement and the order of development. Only by developing technology, first can Suja train soldiers in other barracks more effectively. Gate of Time and Space. Suja saw a lot of people gathering around, and almost all the heroic units in the territory had arrived. Giant dragons like Shadow and Ogules, as big as mountains, are naturally among them. Not to mention Manhwa, Bingna, Shirley, and others. Amaya and Luna had already been floating in the air. After all, there were star gods everywhere above Suja's territory, and star gods were spread all over the territory. As the direct leaders of these star gods, they will immediately know if there is any disturbance in the territory. Suja didn't care. He opened the territory warehouse directly, checked the resources needed by the Biological Research Institute, and then took them all out. Biological Research Institute. High-grade wood 1W. High-grade stone 1W. Iron or 10W. Steel 10W. Copper or 10W. Gold 1W. High-grade alloy X1W. Biological sample X1000. Spiritual or X1000. Gold coins X10W. Suja had prepared these materials long ago, but they were delayed until now because the biological samples had not been collected completely. Suja took out 100 high-level wood resource cards and 100 high-level stone resource cards from the warehouse. Originally, there were 4,021 cards of each type of resource. After taking out 100 cards, there are only 3,921 cards of each type left, and each card contains 100 units of resources. In terms of iron ore, Suja has 850 resource cards, plus the 25,000 units of iron ore mined daily. He took out 100,000 units of iron ore, so there are 50 resource cards left and another 5,000 units of iron ore. Each card also contains 100 units of resources. Suja has 2088 steel resource cards. He directly took out 1,000 cards, and there are still 1088 cards left. Each card also has 100 units of resources. Copper mine Suja has 2,148 resource cards, with a total daily mining of 25,000 units. He drew 1,000 resource cards, each of which also contains 100 units of resources. There are 3,721 gold resource cards in Suja. Take out 100 cards, and each card also contains 100 units of resources. Suja has 301 high-level alloy cards, and he also took out 100 of them, with each card containing 100 units of resources. As for spiritual, ores, and gold coins, they're actually more abundant for Suja. Suja handed the materials to Liu, who took them and began to synthesize them. Okay, Lord. Liu handed a White Research Institute model to Suja. Suja checked the properties of the White Research Institute in front of him. Name, Institute of Biology. Level, Beginner. Building, Biocenter Research Institute. Main, Underground Research Center B floor. Grants, Unlimited Energy, Mutation, and Evolution. Upgrade, 10W high-grade wood, 10W high-grade stone, 100W copper or 100W iron or 100W steel, 10W exotic metal, 10W high-grade alloy. Jeden special alloy, 10 gold, jeden spiritual ore, 100 gold coins. Mutation and evolution. Suja stared at the bestowed ability and pondered. Among the skills is Miracle Grant, which can grant specific abilities to the buildings you build. Suja had seen the ability of infinite energy before in the Science and Technology Research and Development Center. But what about this mutation and evolution? Mutation and evolution, a unique power bestowed by Liu, the heart of the machine. Within this building, research on bacteria and viruses has a certain chance of mutation and evolution. The specific effects are unknown. I see. Suja stroked his chin and looked at the attribute of mutation and evolution, and felt that it was okay. He is not quite sure what the specific use is. It depends on how Qin Shiyao performs in the future. Then Suja opened the 3D floor plan and directly placed the Biological Research Institute on the right side of the space-time gate. Unlike the Science and Technology Research and Development Center, the Institute of Biology has only one white main building. It is not very tall, with only about 7 floors, but it covers a large area, as large as 2 football fields. Including the 3 floors of underground space, it is also quite large. Are you satisfied? Suja looked at Qin Shiyao and asked with a smile. Satisfied? Qin Shiyao replied with a smile on her face. Seeing the completion of her own building, Qin Shiyao can finally carry out the research she has always dreamed of. In fact, she had been impatient for a long time. After all, she had long coveted the various types of troops and units in Suja's territory and had long wanted to conduct in-depth research, but she had never had a suitable research place. The Technology Research and Development Center is Ella's territory. Although Qin Shuyao can occasionally go there to do research, it is not her place after all. She is not very willing to go there, so she has waited until now. Okay, I'll leave this place to you from now on. If you need anything, just let me know. Suja said slowly. Qin Shuyao nodded. Ella, you can start making level 10 robots. Start by producing 1,000. Suja said in a steady tone. Ella looked at the iron or reserves. My lord, why don't we build other 003 arsenals first? There are not many iron or resources at the moment. I think it is better to build arsenals first. When resources become available later, we can achieve unlimited production. Ella said seriously. Build an arsenal first. Suja touched his chin and weighed the pros and cons carefully. Once built, the arsenal is permanent, which is a good idea, and it can be upgraded later. Chapter 129 Target, the Imperial Capital. Okay, you take charge of the arrangements. First, make everything the arsenal can do. Tell me about the rest after you've finished. Suja said slowly. Heating success instructions, ella nadif. Currently, in the territory, except for the super large energy barrier device that still needs to be produced, other core buildings have been arranged. Suja then opened the list of materials required for the super large energy barrier device. Exotic metal X1W, high-grade alloy X1W, special alloy X1W, charging crystal X10, spiritual or X1W, gold coins X100W. Now all that's missing is special alloys. Suja has reserves of exotic metals and advanced alloys, but there is a large gap in special alloys. However, by the time the Novice Lord trial period is over, Suja estimates that he will be able to gather almost all of them. Suja currently has 1 charging crystal left and is 9 short. But this is not a big problem. He has a mysterious merchant token and can buy it at any time. In terms of gold coins, Suja has now accumulated more than 9 million, so he is not short of them. He also has more than 350,000 spiritual ores, so he is not short of them either. The main thing lacking at the moment is special alloy. If Suja synthesizes it himself, the cost is a bit high and not cost-effective. Moreover, this thing only needs to be completed before the end of the Novice Lord period. After all, its real purpose is to defend the territory after the Novice period. Before the end of the Novice period, Suja was not too worried or anxious. Okay, you all go and do your own thing, Suja said with a smile on his face, and then a golden light shone from his body in a very cool way, and he instantly crossed a distance of 10 meters. The others were speechless when they saw Suja using the light element to move. In their eyes, this little trick was just like a child's play. Wow, Lord, you are so powerful, Liu exclaimed with shining eyes. You still have good taste, Liu. Suja responded with a smile and waved to Liu. Others. Sometimes, I really have the urge to call the police. The key point is that there are actually people supporting Suja, which feels really outrageous. Oh, this person is Liu. That's not surprising. Liu has a carefree personality, so it's reasonable for this kind of situation to occur. Time passes quietly. Suja lay comfortably on the star spring, enjoying the customized small artificial sun, floating leisurely on the lake. At this moment, Suja's friend message notification sound suddenly rang. Suja looked down at his friend information. He only had one friend, the Empress, Yi Xingqian. Suja opened the chat channel and saw a message. Empress, I agree to your deal, but it will have to wait until the novice period is over. Radiant, no problem, happy cooperation. Yi Xingqian was looking at Suja's reply. Yi Xingqian has already informed his parents that Suja proposed to exchange the Platinum World Key for a Bronze World Heart and a Silver World Heart. Her father agreed without hesitation. This is indeed a good thing, both from a family and personal perspective. From the perspective of family interests, the value of a Platinum World is far greater than that of a Bronze World and a Silver World. With the Platinum World, the Yi family will be able to better cultivate mid- and high-level lords in the family. From a personal perspective, this can be considered as her daughter's contribution to the family, which will be of great benefit to her daughter's Shenlong journey, and there is no reason to refuse. Suja looked at the message sent by the Empress, and a gleam flashed in his eyes. It seems that my price is still too low. Suja muttered to himself. He knew very well that he had no choice. Now the Platinum World Key was of no use to him, so he could only sell it at a low price. If there were any other way, he wouldn't have done this. Empress, after the novice period, do you plan to develop in the Imperial Capital? Radiant, of course, after all, I still have to go to college. Otherwise, where can I get resources? Yi Xingqian was stunned when he saw the content sent by Suja. In Yi Xingqian's world, This problem has never occurred. Basically, whatever she wants, the family will arrange it for her, so she doesn't have to worry about resources at all. Even on the road to Shenlong, at least she doesn't have to worry about military resources. Empress, okay, I'll wait for you in the imperial capital then. Radiant, good. After Su Zhe replied to the message, he directly closed the chat channel. He took a deep breath and lay back down on the lake. In fact, Su Zhe doesn't really have to go to college. With the development of technology and manufacturing, he is not short of resources. However, the biggest problem lies in the upgrade of arms. This is an extremely difficult problem. If you want to enter other worlds without support, you can only explore and search on your own in the chaotic world. It would be dangerous if you were unlucky. In the chaotic world, there were countless ancient gods, old gods, evil gods, and the like. This is the embarrassing situation faced by ordinary lords. Even after passing the novice period, resources are still a big problem. Without resources, the pace of development will slow down significantly. If you are unlucky, a passing evil god can make everything come to nothing. For ordinary lords, the safest way to develop is not to blindly try your luck to find other worlds, but to choose a good university and use the school's resources to enter some relatively safe worlds to gradually improve your strength. This is also the safest and most efficient way for ordinary lords to grow and develop in this world. Of course, there is another way, but once discovered, they will face humanitarian destruction. That is to invade other lords' territories and rob others of their resources. There are many people who dare to do this, but be aware that once discovered, they will be classified as fallen lords and face endless hunting. But then again, this would only happen if he was discovered. What if he wasn't discovered? In fact, this kind of thing has happened countless times, but very few have been discovered. As long as they are not too stupid, they generally will not attack lords of the same level, let alone provoke those who are stronger than themselves, and will only target those who are weaker than themselves. Usually, the soldiers under this type of lord are mostly from the curse or chaos camp, and these soldiers often have special means of tracking others. Of course, Su Zhe doesn't have to worry about this. However, the world of lords is far more cruel than it appears on the surface, and basically everyone has to step on others to get to the top. There's a saying that goes, enduring hardship may not make you a strong person, but eating people may make you a strong person. What our ancestors said is true. It is true that you are what you eat. What a trouble. Su Zhe lay on the lake, muttering softly. Chapter 130 Legendary Blueprint, Star Destroyer. If he had a choice, Su Zhe would not want to go to school, but this is an unavoidable reality. You can't go far with just a black iron world. Even if you obtain the bronze world or silver world later, the situation is similar. You can only train troops to level 40 at most. However, the realm of the strong in this world is far more than just level 40. If Su Zhe wants to go further, he must go to school. After going to school, he will have a backer, and with a backer, he can develop better. No one really thinks that they can become a strong person just by fighting alone, right? Unless he is invincible from the beginning. These are the realities that Su Zhe has to face. Time flows slowly. Su Zhe spent a day in the territory in a dull manner. Days like this sometimes make people feel helpless. Although Su Zhe said this, there was a smile on his face as he looked at Xinglan and Chris lying on the bed. He patted their buttocks gently, then got up from the bed, washed up briefly, and began his daily routine. First, collect the 100 spirit ores and 10,000 gold coins produced by the spirit crystal fruit trees as reward from the combat power rankings. After all, no matter how little, is still a gain. Then he prepared to carry out daily recruitment. Su Zhe looked at the barracks upgrade cards and troop refresh recruitment cards he had. There are 3 barracks upgrade cards and 6 troop refresh recruitment cards. Currently, the Immortal Creation Platform, the Divine Source Temple, the Elemental Holy Tower, the Star Temple, and the Void Dragon Nest have all been upgraded to level 3 barracks. The 2 barracks, the Origin Spirit Tree, and the Fallen Temple, are currently still at level 2. As for the Future Hub and Shrine, these 2 special barracks cannot be upgraded, so they're not included in this consideration. How about saving it up first and talking about it later? Let's upgrade both the Origin Spirit Tree and the Fallen Temple to level 3 today. Su Zhe thought to himself and walked towards the Immortal Creation Platform. Manhwa, Dina, Alamai, and others are already building the Fairy Platform. Compared to yesterday, Alamai was much more well-behaved. And after one day, Alamai had been promoted to level 10. Su Zhe carried out daily recruitment in the order of Immortal Creation Platform, Divine Source Temple, Element Holy Tower, Star Temple, and Void Dragon Nest. Recruit 40 Immortals, 40 Protoss, 40 Elementals, 80 Frost Warriors, and 40 Dragons. All the units recruited this time are ordinary military units, and there are no heroic units. This saves Suju a lot of time. After completing the recruitment, he went to the next barracks. Suja came to the Origin Spirit Tree. As soon as Chris saw Suja, her face turned red instantly, and the scene of Suja last night involuntarily emerged in her mind. Suja looked at Chris and Xinglan and chuckled. Xinglan was used to this. After all, she had experienced even more absurd things, but this was the first time for Chris. Without saying anything, Suja took out a barracks upgrade card. Ding. Upgrade the barracks. Origin Spirit Tree. Upgrade. Suja looked at the Origin Spirit Tree and chose the upgrade option. Ding. Your barracks. The Origin Spirit Tree has been upgraded. Current level 3. Detailed attributes can be viewed at your own discretion. Suja took a glance and found that there were not many changes in the attributes. The barracks level was upgraded to level 3, and the daily recruitment number increased from 20 to 40. The upgrade conditions were no different from those of the Immortal platform. Could it be that this Origin Crystal is a universal key item? Suja thought to himself. All the barracks upgraded before required Origin Crystal, but he didn't expect that the upgrade of Origin Spirit Tree would be the same. While thinking, Suja started his daily recruitment. Ding! Is daily recruitment being conducted? Recruit! Suja shouted while looking at the Origin Spirit Tree. The light shone, and the red and golden lights intertwined and bloomed. 40 Origin elves appeared in front of Suja. We greet the Lord. The 40 newly recruited Origin elves said to Suja in unison. Everyone stand up. Suja said to the 40 Origin elves. Chris, Xinglan, I'll leave them to you. Suja said with a smile. Xinglan and Chris nodded. Afterwards, Suja moved to the Fallen Temple. He also took out a barracks upgrade card. Ding. Upgrade the barracks. Fallen Temple. Upgrade. Suja said calmly while looking at the Fallen Temple. Ding. Your barracks. Fallen Temple has been upgraded. Current level 3. Please check the specific attributes yourself. Suja checked the properties of the Fallen Temple. It was roughly the same as the previously upgraded barracks. The level reached 3. The number of recruits increased from 20 to 40, and the materials required for the upgrade were no different from those for the Immortal platform. It seems that if I want the second characteristic to appear, I will have to wait until level 4 or 5. Suja thought to himself. Immediately afterwards, Suja directly started daily recruitment. 40 new faces appeared in front of Suja. Chelsea, I'll leave these to you. Suja looked at Chelsea with a smile. Yes, my lord. Chelsea responded with a smile. Afterwards, Suja headed towards the last 2 barracks, namely the Future Hub and Shrine. This is the Future Hub. Zilu was already waiting here. Besides her, Ilea was currently at the Black Iron World's technology base, while Qin Shuyao plunged into the Biological Research Institute. It is worth mentioning that after Qin Shuyao got the Biological Research Institute, she devoted herself to it. As for what she did there, Suja was not clear and had not yet gone to check. However, before entering, Qin Shuyao made a request to Alia, hoping that Alia would try to capture some living chaotic creatures for her research. At the same time, Qin Shuyao used some unknown method to find an ordinary fairy warrior in the territory and drew a tube of blood from him. She hasn't come out yet. Suja doesn't quite understand what she is busy with. He originally planned to go and find out today. Let's go. Suja looked at Zili and said. Zili nodded and followed Suja closely. Ding. Do you want to spend 1 gold coin for daily recruitment? Recruitment. Suja said expectantly as he looked at the big ball of light in front of him. The gate of time and space slowly emerged. A drawing slowly floated out. Suja raised his eyebrows and looked carefully. Star Destroyer. Legendary blueprint requirements. Can be learned by the mechanical department. Well, it's pretty good. Suja looked at the blueprints for the recruitment and had certain expectations in his mind. After all, this kind of thing is something that other technology lords dream of but find difficult to obtain. For the technology department, if they want to obtain this kind of blueprint, they can either have their technology troops develop it themselves, but this is quite difficult. Another way is to open a treasure chest, but this is no different from buying a lottery ticket. It all depends on luck. Chapter 131, Thunder God, Rakage. I don't know when we will be able to build this thing. If we could really build it, it would be so cool. Just think about the vast starry sky. Suja muttered to himself. Given the current situation, don't hold out too much hope. At present, Suja is simply unable to build any large-scale weapons in terms of resources or conditions. Note that we're talking about weapons here, not buildings. Just as Suja was about to go to the shrine, Zili suddenly spoke. Emperor, I hope to stay by your side forever, Zili said to Suja with a fiery gaze. Suja was slightly stunned. Then he understood the meaning of Zili's words. Zili belongs to the technological psychic department, which is different from Qin Shi Yao and Ella. Although everyone is taking the technological route, the psychic system is obviously a cultivation system on the technological side. In the territory, Zili's situation was a little awkward. In terms of strength, she is not as good as other military units. In terms of scientific research ability, she is not as good as Qin Shi Yao and Ella. In the territory, the only one who possesses psychic powers is Alia. However, Alia is not just a psychic, she exists as a commander. When it comes to commanding large-scale legion wars, especially mechanical wars, Alia has a unique advantage due to her own talents and skills. It can be said that her abilities are tailor-made for commanding mechanical wars. Taking all factors into consideration, Zili's current position is somewhat awkward, so she made such a request to Suja. Suja thought for a moment, then nodded and agreed. Okay, you will follow me from now on. Yes, Emperor. Zili looked at Suja with excitement in her eyes. Suja nodded and continued walking towards a shrine. For Suja, how to place Zili is indeed a problem. After all, other branches of the army have their own legions. I don't know if I could draw a psychic barracks in the future. Suja thought to himself that the psychic barracks must exist. Forget it, let's talk about this later. It might not be a bad thing for Zili to follow me. I can learn psychic powers from her when I have time in the future and see if I can master it. This side of the shrine, Yutaheim and Tamaminomi are both waiting here. My lord, I have reached the 10th level. Tamaminomi walked straight to Suja and said softly. Compared to Yutaheim, who is wearing a shrine maiden's costume, Tamaminomi appears to be more lively. Zili raised her eyebrows and looked Tamaminomi up and down, her gaze especially lingering on Tamaminomi's proud breasts. She then looked at her own. Although her own breasts were not small either, they were still a far cry from Tamaminomi's. Very good. Susiprast. My lord, your words are so perfunctory. Tamaminomi muttered with a little dissatisfaction. How could that be? How could I possibly be perfunctory with you? Suja looked at the playful fox Tamaminomi with a smile, then stepped into the shrine. Ding! Do you want to spend 1 gold coin for daily recruitment? Recruitment. Suja looked at the shrine with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. This shrine is similar to the future hub, in that it can only recruit 1 unit per day and cannot be upgraded. Seeing the purple thunder flickering and jumping, a hint of surprise flashed in Suja's eyes. It seemed that the hero units recruited this time would be those related to thunder. A graceful figure in a purple kimono appeared in front of Suja. She had long purple hair, purple eyes, and a long sword in her hand. Rakage, greetings to the Lord. Rakage knelt in front of Suja, lowered his head slightly, and spoke in a soft voice. Get up. Suja looked at the Rakage. Rakage stood up. He was not tall, about 1.7 meters. Compared with Suja's other soldiers, he was relatively short. Her long purple hair swayed gently in the wind. Her purple eyes were bright and charming, and she was wearing a purple kimono engraved with thunder patterns. She exuded the gentle temperament of a typical Yamato Nadeshiko. Suja checked the attributes of the Rakage. Name, Rakage. Loyalty, 100. Experience value, 0 out of 100. Level 1. Rank, God rank. Arms, Hero, Thunder God, Rakage. Talent, Thunder Origin. Skill, Thunder. Companion Weapon, Jinyu Thunder. Potential, Lord Origin Entry Bonus. Introduction, master the power of thunder and become the incarnation of thunder. Pretty good. Suja looked at the attributes of the Rakage and nodded. Rakage, this is Yutaheim, this is Shiri, and this is Tamaminomi. Please get to know each other. Suja said slowly. The Rakage eyes, like purple gems, looked at Tamaminomi, Yutaheim, and Zili beside Suja, then nodded slightly without saying a word. Yutaheim, Tamaminomi, explain the rules of the territory to the Rakage, and then take her to the Black Iron World to upgrade. The Chaos Invasion is about to begin, so I'll go to the city wall first. Suja instructed Yutaheim and Tamaminomi. Okay, my lord. Yao Dao Ji nodded in response. Tamaminomi looked at Suja and said coquettishly, Lord, can I play with you? Of course, but you have to wait until I'm free. Suja said with a smile. then looked at Yao Daoji and Lei Ying and added, "The same goes for you. You can come and play with me whenever you are free or play with other partners in the territory." After saying that, Suja took Zili away. Suja has always treated all types of troops in the territory equally and impartially. Not long after, Suja brought Zili to the Blackstone City Wall. Ding! Chaos Invasion begins. Please select the difficulty level S, A, B, C. S-level. Suja chose the S-level difficulty without hesitation. Days like this are passing by one day less, and today is already the 17th day of the novice period. Time flies so fast. Suja hasn't even noticed that there are only 13 days left until the end of the novice period. In the remaining 13 days, Suja must accumulate more resources as soon as possible to prepare for future development. In the dark and deep void, endless darkness surged like waves, and one Zerg after another crawled out from it. Suja looked at these insects and found that each of them had reached level 13 or above, and the lowest one was also level 13. However, for Suja, it doesn't make much difference even if these bugs reach level 19. It is actually not difficult for the troops under Suja to deal with these bugs. The slow resolution speed is not due to the strong combat power of the bugs. Although the lowest level of the bugs is 13, so what if they are level 19? Ultimately, the rank of these bugs limits them. The real reason why it takes so much time is because there are so many bugs, while the number of soldiers under Suja is relatively small. If the number of soldiers under Suja's command could be half of these bugs, it would be a matter of seconds to deal with them. As one of the insects made a sharp hissing sound, the Zerg attacked. Roar! A deafening dragon roar sounded, golden light shone, and the dragon of light August appeared above the insect nest. A golden breath fell like a meteor, exploding like a solar flare, and exploded in the swarm of insects. At the same time, figures appeared in the sky above the territory. They all joined the battle and began to hunt the insect swarm. The scene was once as lively as if they were fighting for monsters. Chapter 132, Chaos Invasion. Count resources. It's a bit regrettable that Suja has no way to gain experience points to upgrade at the moment. Suja saw this scene, but did not try to stop it. Healthy competition is extremely necessary, and there is no problem as long as it is not vicious competition. After all, healthy competition can keep Suja's troops in good condition. If life is too comfortable, it will not be good for the soldiers. You must know that military units are not for playing around, but for conquering the world. Time passes slowly. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. As the last insect fell heavily, the chaos invasion came to an end. Suja began to count the harvest. 800,000 gold coins for 1,000 ordinary loot chests, 2,000 rare loot chests, 20 high-level loot chests for 1,000 black iron chests, 2,000 bronze chests, 3 silver chests, and 1 S-level evaluation chest. These are the results Suja reaped from today's chaos invasion. Suja immediately opened 4,000 ordinary loot chests at once. 500 basic wood resource cards, 500 basic stone resource cards, 1,000 basic meat resource cards, 1,000 basic copper or resource cards, and 1,000 basic iron or resource cards. The number of gold coins has finally exceeded 10 million. Suja muttered to himself as he looked at the number of his gold coins. He just broke in through the 10 million mark. Although this number is definitely not small, it cannot be said to be a lot either. You have to know that Suja has always chosen the S-level Chaos Invasion difficulty, and he also sold a lot of things during this period. It is really not easy to accumulate so much now. Immediately afterwards, Suja directly opened 2,000 rare loot chests, 500 high-level wood resource cards, 500 high-level stone resource cards, 500 pieces of mithril, and 500 pieces of gold. Suja turned his attention to the remaining 20 high-level loot chests and chose to open them one by one. 10 parts of exotic metals and 10 parts of high-grade alloys. Not bad. Suja looked at the items opened from the loot box and nodded in approval. Then he turned his attention to the treasure chest. Suja decided to open 4,000 black iron treasure chests at once. 400,000 gold coins. Suja's face looked a little bad, and he continued to open 2,000 bronze treasure chests. Spirit, or 200,000. Oh my god. Suja looked at the guaranteed reward. Although he had expected it in his mind, he still couldn't help complaining that these 2,000 bronze boxes and 4,000 black iron boxes only gave such a small amount of things. This is too deceptive. Suja muttered softly, his eyes falling on the last 3 silver treasure chests. He also chose to open it all at once. Ding. You received 3 barracks upgrade cards. Ding. You received 3 unit refresh cards. Ding. You obtained 3,000 spiritual ores. Not bad. Suja looked at the items that came out of the silver treasure chest. Although there were spiritual ores, fortunately, there were also barracks upgrade cards and troop refresh cards. With these 2 things, it wasn't a loss. I just didn't know when it would completely become a minimum living allowance. Suja looked at his S-level evaluation treasure chest. Ding. Do you want to open the S-level treasure chest? Open it. Suja stared at the S-level treasure chest with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Ding. You received a barracks upgrade card. Ding. You received a unit refresh card. Ding. You received a wonder upgrade card. Okay. Suja counted the upgrade cards and refresh cards. Currently, he has 5 barracks upgrade cards, 11 troop refresh cards, and 6 wonder upgrade cards. Suja then opened the 3D territory map. Swallow. Suja decisively used his lordship power. 200,000 Zerg corpses were swallowed up by Suja's territory. Ding. Your entry blessed land has been triggered. Your territory has expanded by 20,000 meters. Is that all? Suja felt helpless as he saw that the territory had only expanded by 20,000 meters after being swallowed. At the same time, he looked at the black stone wall and, as usual, pushed it outward to leave a 500-meter open space bordering the chaotic space. Then Suja closed the territory panel. There is still a fish fry battle to go to. Suja stretched and came to the Lord's mansion with a little boredom. Amaya, Luna. Suja shouted, and Amaya and Luna immediately appeared beside him. Let's go, Suja said with a smile, then looked at Zeely. Zeely, wait for me here, Suja said to Zeely. Zeely nodded to indicate that she understood. Then Suja took Amaya and Luna into the Lord's space. Suja sat on the sofa and looked at the Lord who came to challenge him with boredom. It feels like I'm a big boss. Suja watched the battle in the canyon. The Protoss warriors unleashed a wave of skills, and the opponents immediately surrendered. The reason why there are still people coming to challenge Suja is very simple. The reward for defeating the champion is extremely generous. 10 minutes later, Suja returned to the territory with an SSS-level resource treasure chest. Suja directly opened the SSS-level resource treasure chest, and the situation was similar to the previous one. Fortunately, it was a resource treasure chest, and there would not be a situation like the minimum living allowance. Ding. You received 500 high-level timber resource cards. Ding. You received 500 high-level stone resource cards. Ding. You received 500 steel resource cards. Ding. You received 500 mithril resource cards. Ding. You received 500 gold resource cards. Ding. You have obtained 100 pieces of special metal. Ding. You obtained 100 pieces of advanced alloy. Ding. You have obtained 10 pieces of special alloy. Ding. You received 100,000 gold coins. Ding. You received 10,000 spiritual stones. Ding. You received a unit refresh recruitment card. Ding. You received a barracks upgrade card. Not bad. Today is another fruitful day. Suja looked at the items that came out of the resource treasure chest and stretched. Amaya, Luna, you guys go and have fun by yourselves. I'm going to the Technology Research and Development Center. Suja touched his chin and said slowly. Amaya and Luna nodded in response. Afterwards, Suja took Zeely to the Science and Technology Research Center. Liyue, isn't Ella here? Suja looked at Liyue with some curiosity. Sister Ella went to the technology base. Lord, do you have anything to say? Liyue Suja curiously. It's okay, I just want to talk to her. You continue with your business, Suja said with a smile. Seeing Liu repairing the robot, he took Zeely and prepared to enter the Black Iron World to find Ella. However, before entering, Suja looked at the Biological Research Institute nearby. Let's go and take a look. Suja thought for a while and finally decided to go directly to the Institute of Biology. Since the Biological Research Institute was built, Suja has never been there. Qin Shiyao dived in and hasn't come out yet. Suja is also very curious about what Qin Shiyao is doing in there. Suja brought Zeely to the door of the Biological Research Institute. Hello, Lord. Are you here to see Miss Qin Shiyao? A mechanized voice sounded. This is the voice of the artificial intelligence, Radiant. Tianwei, why are you here? Suja asked curiously. Chapter 133 Qin Shiyao's Biological Research. I was invited by Miss Qin Shuyao to come to this biological research institute. My main job is to assist Miss Qin Shuyao in managing the entry and exit of personnel in the Biological Research Institute and ensuring safety here. Tianhui explained to Suje. So that's how it is. But why did you ask me if I came to see Qin Shuyao? Suje was full of doubts and really didn't understand why Tianhui asked this. Lord, Miss Qin Shuyao is currently in the laboratory on the 3rd underground floor. If you plan to go there, you must first disinfect the entrance to the 1st underground floor and then put on protective clothing. This is to isolate the virus and prevent accidents. Tianhui's words made Suje's heart skip a beat. What's going on disinfection, protective clothing, and virus isolation? What on earth is Qin Shuyao researching? If the Lord just wants to visit the Biological Research Institute, he can go to the 2nd floor, where there are specimens made by Miss Qin Shuyao. Tianhui continued. Suse. Then let's go to the 2nd floor and take a look first. Suja said after thinking for a while. Lord, you can take the elevator to the 2nd floor of the institute. The radiant voice sounded again. Suja took Zili directly into the research institute and took the elevator to the 2nd floor. When the scene on the 2nd floor came into Suja's eyes, his pupils tightened instantly, and even Zili couldn't help showing a look of astonishment. Lord, do you need me to introduce you? Tianhui asked Suja. Do you know these things? Suja looked at these strange things in front of him curiously. Ms. Qin Shuyao has entered the relevant information of these items for me. Tianhui responded. Okay, then tell me what these are. Suja glanced at the entire 2nd floor, which was like a museum. However, what is displayed inside are not antiques, but various strange and bizarre objects. What is this? Suja asked with curiosity in his eyes as he looked at the bottle of yellow liquid in front of him. The liquid looked quite thick. This is the stomach acid of the void worm. It was placed here after being processed by Miss Qin Shuyao. According to Miss Qin Shuyao, the stomach acid of the void worm can be used to make acidic corrosive bombs. Tianhui introduced to Suja. Then what is this purple thing? Suja asked, pointing to the purple, fluorescent substance in a container not far away. This is the phosphorescent powder from the Zerg suicide bombers. According to Miss Qin Shuyao's research, this type of substance can be used as a decoy and has a fatal attraction to the Zerg. The Radiant replied, Well, isn't Qin Shuyao focused on genetic research? Does she also understand these aspects? Suja said a little confused. However, Tianhui did not respond to this question. But Suja thought to himself, aren't these basic things a piece of cake for those God-level hero units? Suja continued to examine the entire exhibition hall on the 2nd floor, which displayed either the limbs or organs of some creature. Okay, you are worthy of being a biological genetics expert. It's pretty much what I imagined. Suja looked at everything on the 2nd floor and couldn't help complaining. Let's go. Suja felt a little physically unwell and took Zili away from the 2nd floor. To be honest, Suja had seen the most bloody and tragic scenes on the battlefield, and he saw them every day, but this was the first time he had encountered a scene like this. Biological specimens were disassembled, cut, and then displayed in preservatives. This kind of physical impact is completely different from the feeling on the battlefield. Suja took Zili straight to the elevator and took it to the basement floor. Under the guidance of Tianhui, Suja and Zili carried out disinfection, put on thick yellow protective suits, and wrapped their bodies tightly. On the 3rd floor underground, Suja finally found Qin Shuyao. At this time, Qin Shuyao was performing a live dissection on a void demon. Suja almost vomited on the spot. This intense physical discomfort made him extremely uncomfortable. Suja was already accustomed to the bloody scenes on the battlefield, but for scenes like this, he could only describe them as cruel. Hey Lord, you are here, Qin Shuyao said when she saw Suja with a smile on his face and the scalpel in her hand quickly and accurately cut off the heart of the void demon on the operating table. Suja looked at the still beating heart and his stomach churned. This kind of close-up visual impact was incomparable to watching a battlefield. After all, Suja is not very strong in essence and is like a mascot. What are you doing? Suja asked Qin Shuyao while suppressing his nausea. I'm researching these and just discovered some interesting things, Qin Shuyao said with a smile. What's interesting? Suja looked at Qin Shuyao with surprise in his eyes. For example, this inferior demon's genes are extremely similar to those of the horned demon, with the gene fragment overlap rate as high as 90%. Qin Shuyao said with a smile. Say something I can understand. Suja looked at Qin Shuyao and thought for a moment before saying. Qin Shuyao rolled her eyes at Suja. Simply put, Inferior demons and horned demons were originally different species, but their genes are very similar. The most amazing thing is their evolutionary process. This is not a simple increase in strength, but an evolution from different species to the same species. Do you understand now, Lord? Qin Shiyao explained slowly. I understand a little bit, Suja said after thinking for a while. Qin Shiyao, I feel like I'm wasting my breath. I'm studying why they can do this. You know, their evolution is not an ordinary evolution of strength, but a cross-species evolution, just like a cat evolving into a dog. Lord, you should understand this metaphor, right? Qin Shiyao said with a smile. Now that you put it that way, I understand. Have you come up with any results? Suji asked Qin Shiyao. Well, I've discovered something. For a lesser demon to evolve into a horned demon, it needs not only sufficient resources, but also external stimulation. Qin Shiyao said calmly. Chapter 134 Gene Medicine. So, Suja looked at Qin Shiyao with curiosity. My lord, you might as well leave behind a group of void demons. I could transform them into biochemical war puppets later. Although their own strength is not very good, they are more than enough to be used as cannon fodder. Qin Shiyao said slowly. But why not start the transformation from the horned demon directly? Suja looked at Qin Shiyao with confusion in his heart and asked, If you, Lord, have enough resources, then I naturally have no objection. Qin Shiyao responded with a smile. Suja was speechless for a moment. Okay, you can arrange it when the time comes, Suja said after taking a deep breath. My lord, this is for you, Qin Shiyao said as she put a purple potion in Suja's hand. What is this? Suja looked at the potion in his hand and then checked its properties. Name, gene drug. Level, black iron. Effect, it can enhance physical strength and tap into one's potential abilities. Introduction. This is a black iron-grade genetic medicine, the product of the first attempt by genetic expert Qin Shiyao. It is effective on the Lord and has no side effects. Suja took a deep breath and looked up at Qin Shiyao. Can you mass-produce this thing? Suja slowly looked at Qin Shiyao and asked. It can be produced, but this thing is not very useful in practice. Lord, are you really sure you want to mass-produce it? Qin Shiyao said slowly, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. After all, this potion was made by her casually, and Qin Shiyao knew very well how effective it was. In Qin Shiyao's eyes, this medicine is really useless, and it is not difficult to mass-produce it. Suja looked at Qin Shiyao, feeling helpless. Qin Shiyao thinks this thing is useless, but in fact it may not be effective against soldiers. But the key is that it is effective against lords, which is the most important thing. Although it is only a black iron-level genetic medicine, but its value lies in the fact that it is effective for the lord and has no side effects. You must know that although Suja now has various attribute bonuses and possesses the original contract, his strength is still not strong. That's right, Suja is currently a relatively weak lord, so it is not difficult to imagine how weak the other lords are. Suja can now declare to other lords without exaggeration that he can deal with 100 of them. However, when facing troops of the same level, even if they were just ordinary troops of the third order, Suja had no choice but to flee. This was no joke. The gap between the two was so huge. If possible, go all out to produce this thing and produce as much as you can. Suja took a deep breath and said to Qin Shiyao, My lord, each lord can only take this potion 3 times at most. It will become ineffective after 3 times. Do you really plan to produce so much? Qin Shiyao asked slowly. Well, we need to produce it. No. Can we reduce the efficacy of the medicine and make an export version? Suja asked Qin Shiyao as if he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. It's possible, but the efficacy is probably only about half of what it was before. Besides, is there really anyone who would buy something like this? Qin Shiyao looked confused. You don't understand. The gap in strength between the lord and the soldiers is too big. The lord's strength is far inferior to that of the soldiers. Even if it can be improved a little bit, it will be a huge improvement. At least it can provide an extra protection when encountering danger. Susei explained slowly. Although Suja has many buffs now, he is still a weakling compared to other soldiers. This is the embarrassing situation the lord is in. If there is something that can improve their strength, the lords will definitely spend resources to buy it without hesitation. After all, as long as people are alive, there is always hope. Wait, let me improve it first, and then you can take a look. We'll tell you what materials we need when the time comes. Qin Shiyao said to Suja. Suja nodded in agreement. Tianhui, help me calculate to what extent the genetic medicine needs to be improved to achieve half of its previous effect. Qin Shiyao instructed Tianhui. Okay, Ms. Qin Shiyao, we are making calculations based on the data. Tianhui said in a calm tone. Suja looked at this scene and thought to himself that artificial intelligence is indeed indispensable. Fortunately, there is Radiant to help. 10 minutes later, Qin Shiyao successfully deduced the new genetic medicine formula and then showed the required materials to Suja. Genetic potion, black iron grade, export version. Require materials. 5 units of flesh and blood of a level 10 creature. 1 unit of energy-containing water. Prerequisite, gene drug production line. Note, don't have too high expectations for mass production. As long as there are no side effects, don't ask for too much. It feels pretty good, at least there are no side effects. Suja said slowly as he looked at the genetic medicine information displayed in his hand. Is there a genetic drug production line in the base now? Suja looked at Qin Shiyao and asked. There's a complete production line on the underground floor, but it requires fresh flesh and blood from level 10 creatures. Energy-rich water isn't difficult to obtain, and the water from the star spring can be used. The key is to have fresh flesh and blood from level 10 creatures, and someone has to capture them. Qin Shiyao said seriously. Is that so? Suja looked at Qin Shiyao and subconsciously touched his chin. Any other requests? Suja looked at Qin Shiyao again and asked. I need an auxiliary robot. It's impossible for such a large research institute to let me make genetic medicine myself. I could just let the working robots do it. Qin Shiyao said slowly. In that case, fine. I was planning to go to the technology base anyway. Let's put it this way. Aliyah will be responsible for helping you capture living creatures from now on. Whether you use them for experiments or other purposes, I won't interfere, but Aliyah must not have any problems. Suja said seriously. I understand this. Qin Shiyao nodded. Having stayed in the territory for so long, she knew very well that Suja's bottom line was the territory's military forces. As long as there are no problems in this regard, Suja is easy to talk to, and basically whatever he wants to do can be done. If you develop a new genetic medicine in the future, remember to tell me. Now I will try to see how effective it is. Suja looked at the genetic medicine in his hand. Although he has reached level 10 now, he has not used this potion yet. It should still be effective, but Suja is not quite sure. Then please follow me, Lord. Qin Shiyao said to Suja, and then took him to a room next door. Chapter 135. Comprehensive improvement, tenfold increase effect. What is this place for? Suja asked curiously as he took off his protective suit and lay down on the bed. This is where I rest. Qin Shiyao answered while adjusting the medicine in her hand and injecting it into the syringe. Wait, I have another question. Will it hurt? Suja looked at Qin Shiyao and asked. Qin Shiyao smiled and then injected a needle into Suja's butt. In an instant, a boiling force quickly flowed through Suja's body, and Suja's body turned red instantly. He stared at Qin Shiyao with wide eyes, and Zili beside him couldn't help but reveal a hint of worry in her eyes. Suja felt as if what was flowing in his veins was no longer blood, but boiling magma. The scorching heat made his skin turn red. 10 minutes later, Suja looked like he had been severely tortured and lay limply on the bed. You lied to me. Suja looked at Qin Shiyao with a resentful expression. My lord, I didn't lie to you. I didn't say it wouldn't hurt. Qin Shiyao said with a smile. Suja was stunned for a moment, and after thinking about it carefully, it seemed that this was indeed the case. Radiant, scan the Lord body and see how much stronger he has become. Qin Shiyao said slowly. Scanning. Tianhui's voice sounded at the right time. After a while, the Radiant's voice came again. Miss Qin Shiyao, the Lord's physical strength has increased tenfold, including speed, strength, reaction, and physique. Suja felt the strength of his body. Just as Radiant said, it was much stronger than before. He even had a feeling that he could shatter the world with one punch. Of course, this is just an illusion caused by excessive growth and strength. By the way, how do you know I've improved so much? Suja asked curiously. My lord, I've already scanned and recorded you when you entered the Biological Research Institute. Tianhui's voice sounded. Suja nodded, but didn't care too much. He just felt that he was now more powerful than he had imagined. Radiant, what is my current strength level in the territory? Suja said seriously. Since the Radiant recorded his physical fitness, he must have recorded others as well. Suja really wanted to know. Excuse me, Lord, do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Tianhui's voice still did not show any emotion, but the question was a little strange. What does it mean to want to hear the truth or a lie? Can you still tell lies? Suja was stunned, then asked. If this artificial intelligence could tell lies on its own, it would no longer be simple artificial intelligence, but artificial life. This is no joke. Intelligence and life are completely different concepts. No, it was Miss Ella who told me that sometimes I have to coax the Lord. Logically, I need to tell a lie now. Tian Hui's flat voice sounded again. So say? Qin Shiyao couldn't help but smile. Zili was also trying hard to hold back her laughter. What does this mean? Are you treating yourself like a child? Tell me the truth. Suja said unhappily. The truth is, the Lord's current strength is roughly equivalent to a level 5 Voidhorn Fiend or a level 11 Voidworm. The Radiant's voice came. After hearing this, Suja fell silent. My lord, don't be depressed. Let me draw some blood for you. Qin Shiyao said with a smile, a strange light flashing in her eyes. Suja didn't think much about it, and let Qin Shiyao draw a tube of blood from him. Qin Shiyao looked at the blood drawn from Suja, then left the room with a smile on her face. After walking out of the room, Qin Shiyao's eyes revealed strangeness and fanaticism as she stared at the blood in her hand. The materials for the pre-march are finally found, Qin Shiyao murmured to herself. Then she walked quickly to her private laboratory and carefully preserved Suja's blood. She knew very well that if Suja knew what she was going to do, he would definitely not agree. After all, in the eyes of normal people, only a madman would do such a thing. We're still missing the genes. I'm really looking forward to what kind of monster I can create in the end. Qin Shiyao's eyes were filled with morbid enthusiasm. This was something she had wanted to do for a long time. But there has never been a chance to obtain blood and genes from Suja. Although Suja usually looks carefree, Qin Shiyao knows in her heart that. It's just that Suja doesn't want to worry about those trivial matters. If you really think that Suja is someone who knows nothing, you're totally wrong. Once Suja found out and rejected her, she would basically never have such an opportunity again. I think the others will agree. Qin Shiyao said softly with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Qin Shiyao carefully collected Suja's blood. After a while, she returned to the room. My lord, everything is normal and you are in very good health, Qin Shiyao said with a smile. Suja was not surprised to hear Qin Shiyao's words. It was just a matter of convenience to ask her to check. Okay, then I'll go first. By the way, we need to focus on producing the export version of the genetic medicine. I'll find another time and inject the remaining 2 bottles, Suja said slowly. When Qin Shiyao heard Suja's words, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she thought to herself that she had another chance. Okay, Lord. Qin Shiyao nodded and looked at Suja with a smile. That's it for now. I'm leaving first. An auxiliary robot should be here soon, and you can make your own arrangements then. Also, Aliyah will follow you from now on. Of course, there is no superior-subordinate relationship between you. You're all family. If you have any problems, just find Aliyah. I will explain everything to Aliyah later. Suja said seriously. I understand, Lord. I will keep an eye on it, Qin Shiyao said with a smile. She understood what Suja meant. He just didn't want Aliyah to feel uncomfortable. After all, they were all heroes, and no one wanted to be inferior to others. Suja took Zili and left the Biological Research Institute slowly, as if they were strolling around. Zili, tell me, is it that Qin Shiyao's medicine is too powerful, or am I too weak? Tell the truth, don't lie to me, I won't blame you. Suja looked at Zili and asked. Zili looked at Suja hesitantly, thought for a moment, and said, since the Emperor asked her to tell the truth, then she would tell the truth. It's both sides, Zili said softly. Suja stared at Zili with wide eyes. He didn't expect that I would let you speak. You are so rude. Looking at Suja's expression, Zili was slightly stunned. Come to my room at night, Suja said softly, then hummed a little tune like an idle playboy, walked into the door of time and space with his hands behind his back, and entered the future hub. Zili showed a smile on her face, and then returned to her ice goddess appearance, following Suja into the door of time and space. Suja looked at the future hub in front of him, and it was still the same as before. Soon Suja found Ella, who was busy in the future hub, and Aliyah was also beside her. Lord, Aliyah came over with a smile on her face. What are you busy with? Suja looked at Aliyah and Ella and asked. We are counting the minerals and planning the future development of the base, Ella said slowly. Oh, how many units of iron or have been mined here? So se asquedeya. You should know that there is a super large iron ore vein under this future hub. There are already 100,000 units of iron ore. Ella responded slowly. 100,000 units of iron ore? That's so much. Suja was stunned. He didn't expect that so much iron ore had been mined in the future hub. This is normal. This place is not like a territory. There is no need to worry about resource depletion. We just need to mine with all our strength. However, there are still too few mining robots at present. If there were more of them, we could mine more, Ella said in a flat tone. So say nadit slightly. Come to think of it, the reason I came here today is to build other factories, Suja said to Ella. Ella turned her gaze to Suja and then adjusted her glasses. Lord, what kind of factory are you planning to build? Ella looked at Suja and asked. Just build a psychic bomb factory and a drone factory, just these two. Suja stared at Ella with a steady gaze and said slowly. If it's just these two factories, then there's no problem. Ella nodded in response. In addition, I plan to produce 1,000 level 10 combat robots. Suja took a deep breath and looked at Ella with a firm gaze. 1,000? As long as there are enough materials, there will be no problem. Ella said slowly. Okay, then let's build 1,000 level 10 combat robots first. As for auxiliary robots, we'll build another 100, 20 of which will be given to Qin Shiyao so that she can use them to produce genetic drugs. Suja said in an orderly manner. Ella nodded again to show that she understood. As for weapons, let's first look at what materials are needed for the psychic bomb, and then make plans after that. Suja thought for a while and made arrangements. Anyway, there is no need to produce too many of these things. Suja has a factory, and as long as all the materials are available, mass production can be achieved immediately. Ella opened the list of materials needed for the psychic bomb arsenal. Psychic bomb arsenal. Iron ore jeden, copper ore jeden, steel jeden, silver ore jeden, spirit ore rock, gold coins jeden. Suja waved his hand decisively and allocated the materials to Ella without hesitation. Ella quickly performed the synthesis operation and placed the psychic bomb arsenal near the sniper rifle arsenal. In the blink of an eye, a brand new arsenal rose from the ground. Suja immediately checked the properties of the psychic bomb arsenal. Name: Psionic Bomb Arsenal. Level: Bronze. Production: Explosive Psionic Bomb, Frost Psionic Bomb, Thunder Psionic Bomb, Gravity Psionic Bomb. Cost: Iron or X10, Copper or X10, Elemental Crystal X 0.1. 1 unit equals plus 0.1. Explosion equals Flame Crystal. Frost equals Frost Crystal. Thunder equals Thunder Crystal. Gravity equals Earth Crystal. Upgrade: Not upgradable. Introduction: Bronze level Elemental Psionic Bomb Arsenal, capable of crafting 4 different types of psionic bombs. You actually need elemental crystals? A hint of surprise flashed in Suja's eyes. He secretly thought that this thing was a consumable and a one-time item, so the price should not be too high. However, the production materials are not too many and do not involve spiritual ores. It's just that the number of elemental crystals on hand is limited. 1 elemental crystal can make 10 psychic bombs, which seems pretty good. After all, this is just a bronze-level factory, and this configuration seems pretty good. Previously, if you wanted to upgrade a primary magic tower into various magic towers, you also needed elemental crystals. Suja has all 4 types of crystals, but in small quantities. It's okay, barely acceptable. Suja looked at the information about the psychic bomb and thought that for ordinary lords, these things were rare and good things that were most suitable for killing monsters. Nowadays, 1 elemental crystal is worth about 1 spiritual ore on the market. Selling it for 10 spiritual ores or 1,000 gold coins is not too much. Suja couldn't help but think, let's build the drone arsenal as well. Suja turned and said to Ella. Ella then displayed the materials needed for the drone arsenal. Drone arsenal, prerequisites, artificial intelligence, iron ore jeden, copper ore jeden, steel jeden, spirit stone rock, gold coins jeden. Suja handed the materials to Ella without saying a word. He found that the materials needed for the drone arsenal were much less than he had expected. The biggest problem before was artificial intelligence, but now that this problem has been solved, there will be no big trouble. Not long after, a drone arsenal appeared next to the psychic bomb arsenal. Suja immediately checked its properties. Name: Drone Arsenal. Level: Bronze. Production: Small UAV. Consumption: Iron ore per 10, copper ore per 10, steel per 10, spirit ore per 1. Upgrade: Iron ore 10, copper ore 10, steel 10, silver ore 1, spirit ore 1, gold coins 10. Prerequisite: intermediate artificial intelligence. It's okay, acceptable. Suja looked at the drone arsenal. As far as the current situation is concerned, there is no need for production. The real time for production will be at the end of the novice period. Okay, don't rush to produce psychic bombs and drones. Let's produce 1,000 combat robots and auxiliary robots first. By the way, Lingxi, do you think it is necessary to build a rifle arsenal and a machine gun arsenal? Suja thought for a while and asked Ella. Hearing Suja's question, Ella pushed her glasses. It depends on what you think, Lord. In my opinion, there is no need to build it. Ella said seriously. Of course, I personally just think it's unnecessary. The specific situation depends on your consideration, Lord. Ella looked at Suja. Chapter 137 HD 2 Robot. Tell me what you think. Suja touched his chin and motioned Ella to continue. Too much is as bad as too little. Ella said succinctly. My lord, these low-tech products are mostly made for the purpose of selling them in exchange for resources. But if my lord monopolizes the market for all related products, have you ever thought about the consequences? Ella looked at Suja intently and said solemnly. Hearing Ella's words, Suja took a deep breath. He knew in his heart that the arms industry was a highly profitable industry in the Lord's world. The largest group of people in the Lord's world are low-level lords, and they have always been the main consumers of low-level arms. The biggest difference between the psionic rifle, psionic machine gun, and psionic sniper rifle is that the former two require bullets. Although this type of bullet is not expensive per unit, it is consumed in large quantities. Basically, after firing a magazine is used up. Without bullets, it is no different from a firewood stick. This is the key reason for the huge profits of arms. It is enough for Suja to occupy the market of psychic sniper rifles now. If he monopolizes the market of psychic rifles and psychic machine guns as well, it would be simply courting death. In terms of the cost-effectiveness of psychic sniper rifles, there is no other sniper rifle in the iron-level psychic sniper rifle market that can compare with the sniper rifle made by Ella. It is an inevitable trend to monopolize the black iron-grade sniper rifle market. If rifles and machine guns are produced, it will also be inevitable to monopolize these two markets. Not to mention the Yi family. I'm afraid no one in the entire empire would tolerate Suja doing this. The Yi family itself has power in this area, not to mention those big families. Which family does not have its own power in the field of arms? In such a lucrative industry, who can gain a foothold in the market without a strong background? Those without backgrounds would have been eliminated long ago. This is the same principle in every world. What Ella said made sense. Although Suja was reluctant to give up, he also knew it. I currently do not have the ability to act like Homelander. If you try to do this without the corresponding strength, you will be foolish. I understand. Suja curled his lips. Although he was a little unconvinced, he also understood that Ella was right. Ultimately, my background is not strong enough, and doing this is indeed risky. Forget it. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's produce 1,000 units of level 10 combat robots first. I want to see if there is any difference from before. Suja said. Ella nodded in understanding. Level 10 combat robot. Require materials. 100 iron ore, 100 copper ore, 100 steel, 10 spirit ore. By this calculation, 1,000 units of level 10 combat robots require 100,000 iron ores, 100,000 copper ores, 100,000 steels, and 10,000 spiritual ores. There happened to be 100,000 iron ores in the combat base, so Suja directly took out 1,000 copper resource cards, 1,000 steel resource cards, and 10,000 spiritual ores. As a result, there are 1,148 resource cards left for copper mines, plus 20,000 units mined in the territory. There are 488 resource cards left for steel, and there are more than 550,000 spiritual or cards. As Ella activates the robot arsenal, one by one, level 10 robots appeared in front of Suja. Suja checked the properties of the level 10 robot. Name, HD2 robot. Level, 19. Weapons, psychic pistol, psychic tang sword. Skills, psionic barrier, self-destruct. Description, this robot, manufactured by the mechanical leader Lingxi, cannot be upgraded. It can be equipped with various level 10 weapons. Its psychic barrier protects it from all attacks below silver rank. When cornered, it will activate its energy device to self-destruct, destroying itself and the enemy. Suja looked at the level 10 combat robot in front of him. Compared with the black iron combat robot, there didn't seem to be much difference in the data. But there is an additional self-destruct skill, but I don't know how powerful it is. Aliyah, I'll leave these to you, Suja said in a calm tone. With a level 19 strength, it is enough to move around freely in this black iron world, even without additional equipment. The materials required for a level 10 auxiliary robot are 10 iron ores, 10 copper ores, and 1 spirit ore. There is not much difference compared to the black iron level. However, if you want to upgrade to the silver level, artificial intelligence is required as a prerequisite. This may be the beginning of the transformation of auxiliary robots. Suja directly consumed 1,000 iron ores, 1,000 copper ores, and 100 spirit ores to produce 100 units of auxiliary robots. Then, Suja checked the properties of the auxiliary robot. Name: HD2 Assistive Robot. Level 10. Function: capable of any job. Introduction: a level 10 auxiliary robot, created by the mechanical leader Lingxi, capable of adapting to any job. You need to set your own work content, which is relatively rigid and lacks autonomy. Note: you are a natural right-hand man, and you don't need to pay him her. What are you waiting for? It's pretty good. Suja felt quite satisfied after reading the introduction of the auxiliary robot. He took away 50 auxiliary robots directly and left the rest in the future hub. Before returning to the territory, Suja specifically asked Alia to find Qin Shiyao. After all, he asked Alia to help Qin Shiyao. Otherwise, what other meaning could it have? Now Alia has suddenly become the one with the most military units under her command in Suja's territory, commanding an army of 2,000 robots, 1,000 of which are below level 10 and 1,000 are level 10. Of course, all robots below level 10 are equipped with psychic sniper rifles, while robots at level 10 are not yet armed, but there is no need to arm them based on the current situation. As for the territory, I won't upgrade it for now. I don't think it's necessary. Suja looked at the level of his territory, which was only level 3. On the level list, the number 1 already has a level 6 territory. I don't know how that guy did it. It's incredible. Of course, Suja just felt that there was no need to upgrade at the moment. If he wanted to upgrade, the speed would still be very fast, but he just didn't want to waste those resources. After the territory reaches level 5, the Lord will gain a new power, packaging, which allows him to package the territory's resources in batches and sell them. Suja really needs this power, but he can't use it at the moment. Suja didn't feel much pressure in upgrading his territory from level 3 to level 5. The only thing to worry about is the number of military units. Fortunately, with the support of the robot army, this problem is not a big deal. After returning to the territory, Suja directly replaced all the existing auxiliary robots in the territory. 10 level 10 auxiliary robots were assigned to take care of the spiritual rice. 20 level 10 robots were assigned to take care of the fruit trees, and the remaining 20 were given to Qin Shiyao to produce genetic medicines. According to the current development, it seems that the bronze key can be used. Suja thought to himself, but then I thought again, I should take it slow for now. It would be a waste to use it now. The bronze key is of great use. Suja can use it to upgrade all his troops to the silver level at once. Chapter 138. Initial Learning of Psychic Powers. Naturally, the more types of troops you have, the better. It would be best to use them on the last day. It would be a bit of a waste to use them now. By the way, Zili, can I learn psychic powers? Suja turned to look at Zili and asked. Zili didn't expect Suja to suddenly ask this question, and she didn't expect that he actually wanted to learn psychic powers. Yes. Zili answered briefly and calmly. You really can. Suja was slightly stunned, then looked at Zili. He had only guessed before, but now that he had received a positive answer, it was truly confirmed. However, Lord, the price of learning psychic power is not small. If you want to use psychic power, you must establish a connection with the non-material world and draw energy from there to use it. However, every time a psychic uses psychic power, his soul in the non-material world will be as dazzling as the sun, and the demons living in the non-material world will keep invading. Zili said seriously. If they can't resist this invasion, psychics will go out of control and may even become a channel for non-material creatures to enter the material world. Zili looked at Suja intently and said slowly, Is there any way to avoid the situation? Suja asked curiously. No, only if you are strong enough can you withstand it. Zili responded softly. Is that so? Suja hesitated for a moment and decided not to take the risk yet. He would wait until his strength was consolidated. After all, the road to becoming a god was still long, so there was no need to rush. Then can I learn it later? Suja looked at Zili again and asked. Zili nodded and said, Okay. By the way, you won't be in any danger because of this, right? Suja looked at Zili and asked. After all, Zeely specializes in using psychic energy. There is also Alia, but compared to Zeely, Alia has relatively less trouble in this regard. There is no danger at the moment, Zeely said in a deep voice. Emperor, please don't worry about me. I am willing to give anything for you, Zeely said seriously. Hearing Zeely's words, Suja shook his head. I don't need you to sacrifice for me. I hope you can always stay by my side, understand? Not only you, but everyone else too. When Zeely heard Suja's words, a hint of emotion appeared in her eyes. For Suja, he didn't want to see any losses to the troops in his territory from the bottom of his heart. Unlike other lords, the potential of the troops in his territory has all reached the saint level. I'm not kidding. If any type of troops were lost, Suja would be heartbroken for a long time. Suja felt that robots were unimportant, and he would not care even if many of them were sacrificed. However, he was not in a good position to care about his own soldiers, especially those with potential like Zeely. If Zeely encountered an accident, Suja would really have the urge to destroy the world. The loss of any of these potential troops would be a heavy blow to him. Damn it, when I become strong enough, I will do whatever I want like those people from my country, Suja thought to himself. However, the reality is helpless. With no background and no backing, one has to be cautious in doing things. Just like those wealthy people in previous lives, why did they all run abroad as soon as they got money? Is it really true that foreign countries are so good? Not necessarily. Foreign countries are not necessarily better than domestic ones. So what is the reason? Needless to say, it must be to prevent himself from being treated as a lamb to be slaughtered. Otherwise, why would he have to run away? There are some things that cannot be said and dare not be said, especially in this world. The fact that there are so many aristocratic families is enough to explain everything. It does not mean that you can be arrogant and act recklessly just because you have a little potential. If you dare to be too arrogant, they will really kill you without mercy. It's that simple and direct. To put it bluntly, don't take yourself too seriously. When you don't have the ability, it's not shameful to keep a low profile. If you don't have the ability but still insist on pretending to be cool, you are simply courting death. The matter of psychic bombs and drones can be put aside for now. There is no need to rush to deal with them now. Suja thought silently in his heart. I think today's things should be almost done, right? Oh, by the way, today is already the third day, and the wine should be brewed by now. Let's have a party tonight and have some fun. Wow, it seems like there's nothing else to do. Suja muttered to himself. It's time to relax now. Come on, Zeely, let's go take a bath together. I'm so tired today, Suja said slowly. When Zeely heard this, she couldn't help but feel suspicious. Tired? It seems like you haven't done anything important today. But seeing that Suja looked like a lazy guy, Zeely swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. After all, everyone in the territory knew that Suja was a face-conscious and narrow-minded person. Before we knew it, night had quietly fallen. Next to the campfire, Suja looked at the heroes of the territory gathered around him, a smile naturally spreading across his face, with two large wooden barrels placed beside him. The wooden barrels were filled with Blue Moon fruit wine and Jade Ling fruit wine respectively, while delicious barbecue and spirit-gathering dragonfish were being roasted on the campfire. Cheers, everyone, Suja said loudly with a smile on his face, holding a wooden bowl in his hand. Cheers! The other heroes also responded enthusiastically with smiles on their faces. Everyone naturally gathered together and started drinking in groups of 3 or 5. Suja took a sip of the wine and felt the wine was sweet and smooth, while a warm current slowly flowed down his throat and throughout his body. Blue Moon fruit wine has the effect of slightly increasing spiritual power and mental strength. Yuling fruit wine has a slight effect of enhancing physical strength. The night passed by in a hurry. Suja rubbed his aching head and looked at the people lying around him. He couldn't help but feel helpless. Why is this fruit wine so strong? He didn't feel anything when he first drank it, but after drinking it, the alcohol came all at once. Bingna? Dina? Suja looked at the two people lying beside him. Chapter 139 Greedy Warrior Barbara. Compared with Dina's quiet sleeping posture, Bingna's sleeping posture was much more unrestrained. Her legs were spread wide apart. One hand was pressed directly on Suja's chest, and her whole body was lying next to Suja in a big shape. Suja grabbed Bingna's chest lightly in annoyance, then got up and went to wash up. Suja received his daily rewards as usual. The Spirit Crystal Fruit Tree produced 10,000 gold coins, and the Combat Power List rewarded him with 100 Spirit Ores. Upgrade. Suja thought for a while and finally decided to use the barracks upgrade card. As for the troop refresh recruitment card, he would keep it for future use. After a simple wash, Suja came to the immortal creation platform. Manhwa, Dina, Alamai, and others are already here. My lord, do you still remember what happened last night? Mingbai looked at Suja with a smile on his face, and the others also looked at him with smiles on their faces. Suja was stunned for a moment, and then turned his gaze to Manhwa and others, wondering what they meant. I don't remember. I drank too much last night and lost my memory. What did I do last night? Suja asked curiously. It's no big deal, Manhwa said with a smile on her face. The others just looked at Suja with smiles on their faces, which made Suja feel a little nervous. It's not actually scary to black out after drinking too much. What's scary is that someone has to help you remember what happened last night. What did you do? Tell us quickly, Suja asked with increasing curiosity. Hearing Suja's question, Manhwa smiled and began to tell about Suja's glorious deeds last night. Last night, after Suja got drunk, he started to let himself go completely. He took off all his clothes and ran around everywhere. He also dived into the Star Spring, shouting that he could hold his breath for a whole day and no one could stop him. In the end, it was Angela who reacted quickly and quickly pulled Suja out of the water. After hearing this, Suja's face suddenly turned dark, and he secretly made up his mind to quit drinking. Okay, it's all in the past. Let's not talk about it anymore, Suja said slowly. Manhwa and the others were laughing so hard that they could hardly close their mouths. They kept laughing as they looked at Suja, whose face was embarrassed and dark. Suja didn't take it too seriously. After a moment of embarrassment, he turned his gaze to the immortal creation platform and took out the upgrade card. Ding! Do you want to upgrade the barracks? Build a fairy platform. Upgrade. Suja used the barracks upgrade card without hesitation. Ding! Your barracks, immortal creation platform has been successfully upgraded. Current level. You can check the specific attributes yourself. Suja hurriedly checked the properties of the immortal creation platform. Name, Zaixiantai. Level 4. Faction, Immortal. Arms, Immortal Warrior. Recruitment, 80 out of 80, daily. Gold, 1 gold/1 time constant. Features, 1. Fruit of the Immortal Race, 2. Upgrade, Divine Power X1, Origin Crystal X100. Seeing this, Suja couldn't help but wonder, Godhood? Oh my god, you are kidding. How can you upgrade a barracks and need Godhood? Suja couldn't help but be amazed when he saw the conditions required to upgrade the immortal creation platform again after it was upgraded to level 4. What should I do? If I don't have the upgrade card, when will I be able to gather all the upgrade materials? Suja's eyes were full of astonishment. If he didn't have the help of the upgrade card, he had no idea when he would be able to obtain the Godhood. Forget it. Let's not worry about it for now. Let's recruit first, Suja said as he walked into the immortal creation platform. It looked like there were not many changes inside from before, and the statue was still exactly the same as before. Ding! Do you want to spend 80 gold coins for daily recruitment? Recruit. Suja stared at the statue with anticipation. In an instant, yellow light suddenly rose up, and the golden light intertwined and entangled with each other in the immortal creation platform. One after another, figures slowly walked out from the golden light. Suja looked carefully and saw that the person walking in front was a woman with short golden hair. She was wearing black leather armor, and her curvy figure was perfectly displayed. Especially in her eyes, there was an endless greedy desire, as if she wanted to possess everything in the world for herself. Barbara, greetings to the Lord. Barbara half knelt on the ground gracefully with a smile on her face, not minding at all that she might be exposed. The other newly recruited fairy warriors did the same as her. Get up first, Suja said, and at the same time looked at Barbara's attribute panel. Name, Barbara. Loyalty, 100. Experience value, 0 out of 100. Level 1. Rank, God level. Class, Hero, Greedy Warrior Barbara. Talent, Sin of Greed. Skill, Touch of Greed. Companion weapon, Dagger of Greed. Potential, S-level, Saint level. Introduction, a hero unit of the Immortal Clan, full of greed for all treasures in the world. Greed. Suja looked at Barbara and thought to himself, Barbara, these are Manhwa, Dina, and Alamai. You should get to know each other. From now on, the greedy warriors will be under your command, Suja said slowly. I understand, Lord. Barbara looked at Suja with a smile, and then turned her gaze to Manhwa and others. Manhwa, please explain the rules of the territory to Barbara in detail. I will go to other places to take a look, Suja said with a smile, then turned and left the immortal creation platform. At this moment, Suja still needs to recruit other types of soldiers. After leaving the immortal creation platform, Suja walked directly towards the temple of divine origin, where Amaya and Luna happened to appear. My lord, Amaya had a gentle smile on her face, and Luna's originally expressionless face also showed a faint smile. They both looked at Suja at the same time. Do you two know what happened last night? Suja looked at Amaya and Luna and asked. Amaya and Luna smiled and nodded. When Suja saw them nodding, he couldn't help but cover his face with his hands. He was too embarrassed to face anyone. Don't tell anyone about this, Suja warned. Although he knew in his heart that this was a bit like covering one's ears and stealing the bell, he really didn't know what else to say. Chapter 140, another day, full of improvement. As Suja spoke, he took out the upgrade card and looked towards the temple of divine origin. Ding. Upgrade the barracks. Upgrade. Suja said in a calm tone. Ding. Your barracks. Divine Source Temple has been successfully upgraded. Current level. 4. Specific attributes can be viewed by yourself. Suja checked the properties of the Divine Source Temple after the upgrade and found that the upgrade conditions were the same as those of the Immortal Creation platform, and there were not many changes in other aspects. After the level is raised to 4, the number of units that can be recruited per day becomes 80, which is a relatively obvious improvement. Let's go, Suja said to Amaya and Luna. After saying that, he took the two of them directly into the Holy Temple of Divine Origin. Ding. Do you want to spend 80 gold coins for daily recruitment? Recruit. Suja looked up at the dome of the Temple of Divine Origin and saw countless stars shining brightly. At this moment, figures emitting moonlight and sunlight slowly emerged. The Sun Star God and the Moon Star God. When Suja saw this scene, a hint of thought flashed in his eyes. Could it be that the only star gods are the Moon Star God and the Sun Star God? He didn't believe it was that simple. There must be other types of star gods, but he just hadn't recruited them yet. We pay our respects to the Lord. The 80 star gods half knelt in front of Suja in unison. Everyone get up, Suja said with a smile. I thought to myself, the 80 star gods are actually 80 higher true gods. Just thinking about it makes me feel happy. Amaya, Luna, these star gods will be left to you to manage. I will go to other barracks to recruit other companions, Suja said with a smile. Amaya and Luna nodded in understanding. Suja then left the Temple of Divine Source and walked towards the Holy Tower of Elements. Outside the Holy Tower of Elements, Isabella and Leon were already waiting there. Suja saw the two of them looking at him with smiles on their faces. His face suddenly turned dark, and he walked straight to the front of the Holy Tower of Elements without saying a word. Suja snorted arrogantly and deliberately ignored Leon and Isabella. He thought to himself that he might be ridiculed by these two people all day long today, and he felt that this was very likely to become a reality. When Leon and Isabella saw Suja like this, the smiles on their faces became even brighter. Ding. Upgrade the barracks. Upgrade. Ding. Your barracks. Elemental Holy Tower has been successfully upgraded. Current level. 4. Specific attributes can be viewed by yourself. Suja checked the properties and found that they were similar to the previous Immortal Creation platform and Divine Source Temple, with not much difference. When the level is raised to 4, the daily recruitment quantity becomes 80 units. The materials required for upgrading are the same as those for making immortal platforms. You must have divine power to match other materials for upgrading. Suja glanced at Isabella and Leon sideways, then walked straight into the Holy Tower of Elements. Isabella and Leon looked at each other, then followed in. Ding. Do you want to spend 80 gold coins to start daily recruitment? Recruit. Suja turned his gaze to the elementalist statue. At this moment, white holy light shone down. 80 elementals appeared in front of Suja, including 40 elementals on the two wings and 40 killing elementals on the two wings. We pay our respects to the Lord. 80 winged elementals shouted in unison, their voices uniform and loud. Well, all of you get up, Suja said slowly. I'll leave these elementals to you too, huh? Suja looked at Isabella and Leon and said. Looking at Suja's departing back, Isabella and Leon didn't care too much. They knew in their hearts that Suja was not really angry. He was just acting like a child. Suja then went directly to where the star shooter was. Lena and Shirley are already here. Shirley's face was still filled with sleepiness, and she looked as if she had not woken up yet. My lord, Lena said softly with a slight blush on her face. Suja nodded and turned his gaze to the Star Temple. Ding, do you want to upgrade the barracks? Upgrade. Suja turned his gaze towards the Star Temple, his eyes revealing a hint of determination. Ding, your barracks, Star Temple has been upgraded to level 4. You can view its detailed properties yourself. Suja immediately checked the properties of the Star Temple and saw that after reaching level 4, the daily recruitment units became 160. The conditions for upgrading it are surprisingly the same as those for the Immortal Creation platform, requiring divine power as well. Suja rubbed his chin subconsciously, and a hint of curiosity appeared in his eyes. Could it be that the divine power will become a key item that cannot be avoided when upgrading the barracks in the future? A sharp light flashed in Suja's eyes, and he thought secretly in his heart. If that's the case, then I have to think carefully about when to use the bronze key. Suja thought silently in his heart. As for why he was so cautious, it was naturally because of the silver treasure chest. Now that Suja has opened the silver treasure chest, a guaranteed amount of spiritual ore has appeared. According to the current development of the situation, in a few days there will probably only be spiritual stones left in the silver treasure chest. If he went to the bronze world now, Suja would definitely have plenty of silver treasure chests, not to mention anything else. If he was lucky enough, he might even get a gold treasure chest. It seems that I can't wait any longer. I can't delay the bronze key in my hand any longer. Suja made a secret decision in his heart. Ding! Do you want to spend 160 gold coins to perform the daily recruitment operation? Recruit. In an instant, a dazzling white light shone up, and a number of heroic star archers appeared in front of Suja. Although there are no hero units, this lineup is enough for Suja. Lena, Shirley, these star archers will be left to you to manage. Suja turned to Lena and Shirley and said, Okay, Lord. Lena and Shirley nodded quickly in response, determination in their eyes. Suja then turned around and left the Star Temple, walking quickly towards the Void Dragon's nest. Shadow and Augules have been waiting in the Void Dragon's nest for a long time. Suja looked at the Void Dragon's nest and chose to upgrade without any hesitation. Ding! Your barracks, Void Dragon Nest, has been successfully upgraded to level 4. You can check its properties yourself. Suja took a quick look and found that the situation was similar to the previous barracks. The daily recruitment of units became 80, the upgrade conditions were exactly the same, and no new units were born. Suja recruited 80 units of dragon soldiers without hesitation, then turned and left the Void Dragon's nest and headed towards the Origin Spirit Tree. Chapter 141, Chaos Invasion, Great Harvest. The same situation occurred when he arrived at the Origin Spirit Tree. Suja decisively chose to upgrade. The properties after the upgrade are no different from other barracks. Suja then recruited 80 units of troops. Afterwards, Suja came to the Temple of Fallen Angels. Suja originally had only 6 barracks upgrade cards in his hand, including the Immortal Platform, the Temple of Divine Source, the Holy Tower of Elements, the Temple of Stars, the Void Dragon's Nest, and the Origin Spirit Tree, and he used one for each barracks. Now, he no longer has any barracks upgrade cards. The Fallen Temple cannot be upgraded at the moment, and Suja has no plans to recruit troops from the Fallen Temple for the time being. The reason was simple. He planned to wait until the Chaos Invasion was over, get the upgrade card, and then recruit again so as not to waste today's recruitment opportunity. Chelsea looked at Suja quietly, with a gentle smile on her face. Chelsea, don't recruit today. Wait until the Chaos Invasion is over and the barracks are upgraded before you start recruiting. Suja said to Chelsea. Okay, Lord. Chelsea didn't have any objection. After all, Suja had made it clear that recruiting after upgrading was indeed a good arrangement. After the upgrade, she would definitely be able to recruit more companions, so there was no reason for Chelsea to be unhappy. Let's go. Let's go to the Blackstone Wall first. Suja said slowly, but he was still thinking about the bronze key in his mind. Blackstone Wall. Suja came to the Blackstone Wall and sat cross-legged on it, his eyes slightly narrowed with a thoughtful look. A bronze key quietly appeared in Suja's hand. So is it time to use this thing now? How can I make the most of this key? Suja muttered to himself. The troops under his command, not counting the robots, include 800 units of Frost Warriors, the largest group. Chelsea sat quietly beside Suja, not making a sound to disturb his thoughts. Suja narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of hesitation appearing on his face. Originally, he planned to wait until the number of troops under his command increased so that he could upgrade all of them to the silver rank at once. thereby maximizing the benefits of the bronze key. However, given the current situation, this seems unrealistic. Forget it, let's use it today. Suja took a deep breath and made up his mind secretly. There is a chaos invasion today, and Suja will use this key after the Lord War is over. The reason is very simple. If he doesn't use it, when the silver treasure chest is full of guaranteed items, Suja will lose even more. In the bronze world, it is relatively easier for Suja to obtain the silver treasure chest. If all the items open from these treasure chests are guaranteed items, it would be a big loss. Damn it, this minimum living security mechanism is so annoying. Suja couldn't help but complain in his heart. The existence of this mechanism was obviously forcing the lords to keep moving forward. Otherwise, you will have to rely on the minimum living allowance for your entire life, and it will be an unattainable fantasy to want to grow and develop. Ding! Chaos Invasion is about to begin. Please select the difficulty level. The difficulty levels are S, A, B, C, and D. S level. Suja chose the S-level difficulty without any hesitation. Chelsea stood up from Suja's side and looked towards the ever-surging void. The next moment, terrifying-looking insects swarmed into Suja's territory like a tide from nothingness. Suja didn't even glance at it, concentrating on planning his own plan. A fierce killing spree begins instantly. Thousands of insects crawled out of the void frantically. The giant dragon let out a deafening roar, and terrifying dragon breaths swept towards the battlefield like surging waves. The holy light of angels intertwined with each other, and the light of the sun and the moon also kept shining. As time passes by, 2 hours later, the last bug finally fell down, and Suja successfully obtained an S-level treasure chest. Suja began to carefully count the harvest. The gold coins have increased by 800,000. There are 6,000 common loot chests, 4,000 rare loot chests, 20 high-level loot chests, 6,000 black iron chests, 4,000 bronze chests, and 8 silver chests. Oh my god! Suja looked at the silver treasure chest and couldn't help feeling a little nervous. So many silver treasure chests were opened today, but I hope they are not all guaranteed items. Oh my god, if all of them are guaranteed items, Suja really feels like he is going to collapse. Suja took a deep breath and opened 6,000 ordinary loot chests in one go. Basic wood 1,000, basic stone 1,000, basic meat 1,000, iron or 2,000, copper or 1,000. Perfect, all the resources consumed yesterday have been replenished. Suja looked at his basic resources and a relieved smile appeared on his face. The resources consumed yesterday had all been replenished. Afterwards, Suja opened 4,000 rare loot chests in one go. 1,000 high-grade wood, 1,000 high-grade stone, 1,000 mithril, 1,000 gold. For the 20 high-level loot chests, Suja also chose to open them all at once. Strange Metal 10, Advanced Alloy 10. Well, today's harvest is pretty good. Suja looked at the items opened from the Resource Light group today, although the quantity seemed to be quite a lot. But you have to know that today, Suja's territory was invaded by 200,000 zergs, and each one of them was above bronze 4 stars. Other leaders also choose S-level difficulty, so they can naturally obtain similar resources. If they are lucky, they may gain more than Suja. Looking at it this way, do you still think that these resources are too much? Not much at all, or even quite a bit. Suja turned his eyes to the treasure chest and opened the black iron treasure chest and the bronze treasure chest in one breath. Suja had long since given up any hope for these 2 treasure chests. 600,000 gold coins and 400,000 spiritual ores. Suja just glanced at it indifferently, then turned his gaze to the remaining 8 silver treasure chests with an expressionless face. The black iron treasure chest and the bronze treasure chest have long since been guaranteed to contain items, and Suja no longer has any expectations for these 2 treasure chests. Open! Suja stared at the 8 silver treasure chests with a hint of nervous anticipation in his eyes. Ding! You received 8 barracks upgrade cards. Ding! You received 8 soldier recruitment cards. Ding! You obtained 8,000 spirit ores. Not bad, not bad. Suja looked at the items that came out of the silver treasure chest. Although there was a guaranteed spiritual or the barracks upgrade card and the barracks refresh recruitment card were all there, the result was still satisfactory. No, I have to use these today. If I don't, I guess all the money I get tomorrow will be the guaranteed amount. Suja thought secretly in his heart. Chapter 142, New Hero, Susuriheim. Suja opened the 3D floor plan. Swallow. Suja used his lordship power without hesitation. Ding! Your entry's blessed land attribute has been triggered. The territory's range has been expanded by 30,000 meters. Ding! Your entry's blessed land attribute has been triggered. Primary silver mine has been upgraded to intermediate silver mine. Note: 1,000 units can be mined daily, with an over limit of 5,000 units. Ding! Your entry's blessed land attribute has been triggered. Primary mithril mine has been upgraded to intermediate mithril mine. Note: 1,000 units can be mined daily, with an over limit of 5,000 units. Ding! Your entry's blessed land attribute has been triggered. Primary gold mine upgraded to intermediate gold mine. Note: 1,000 units can be mined daily, with an over limit of 5,000 units. Good. Suja looked at himself and saw that after using the devouring ability, the paradise entry was triggered and the 3 primary mineral veins were all upgraded to intermediate levels. The most important thing was that the territory was expanded by 30,000 meters. He was immediately overjoyed. Not bad. I'm pretty lucky today. Suja looked at what he had opened with a satisfied smile on his face. He adjusted the position of the black stone wall, as usual, and pushed it back, leaving a 500-meter open space bordering the void. While jumping directly from the black stone wall, a dazzling golden light suddenly rose up. Hee, elementalization. Suja landed steadily on grass. Suja turned around and walked straight towards the Lord's mansion. For Suja, there's still a resource war to fight. This is the only thing he does not have to worry about, because the rewards from the resource war itself are fixed. Therefore, there is no such thing as a guaranteed bottom line or no guaranteed bottom line. Amiga, Luna. Suja shouted at the top of his lungs. Above the sky, a bright full moon and a scorching sun slowly fell beside Suja. Lord, Amaya and Luna looked at Suja with smiles on their faces. Okay, be quick. We still have a lot of things to do today, Suja said slowly. After hearing Suja's words, Amaya and Luna immediately nodded to show that they understood. Suja took Amaya and Luna directly to the Lord's space. 10 minutes later, Suja returned with Amaya and Luna with a full load, just like he had a good harvest from frying fish. At this stage, there are almost no lords who can pose a threat to Amaya and Luna. Especially in the novice stage, it is absolutely impossible. All the lords Suja matched with were novice lords. Unless the opponent's level was higher than Suja's, there was no reason for Suja to lose. Suja looked at the SSS-level treasure chest and opened it directly. The resources open inside were exactly the same as those opened before. Oh, I almost forgot about the S-level treasure chest. Suja suddenly thought of it and slapped his head. Ding! Do you want to open the S-level evaluation treasure chest? Open it, Suja said as he looked at the S-level treasure chest. Ding! You receive a barracks upgrade card X1. Ding! You received a unit refresh card X1. Ding! You received a wonder upgrade card X1. Not bad. Suja looked at the things that came out of the S-level treasure chest. Today he got a total of 10 barracks upgrade cards, 10 troop refresh cards, and 1 wonder upgrade card. Let's upgrade the barracks first. Today's daily recruitment task has not been completed yet, Suja thought to himself. He walked directly towards the fallen temple, where Chelsea had been waiting for a long time. Lord! Chelsea looked at Suja with a bright smile. Suja smiled and nodded in response. Ding! Do you want to upgrade the barracks? Upgrade! Suja looked at the fallen temple and said in a firm tone. Ding! Your barracks fallen temple has been successfully upgraded. The current level is 4. You can check the specific attributes yourself. Suja took a look at the level 4 fallen temple and found that its upgrade conditions were the same as those of the immortal creation platform, both requiring divine power. Apart from this, the daily recruitment has been increased to 80 units, and there are no other significant changes. Suja took Chelsea directly into the fallen temple. Ding! Do you want to spend 80 gold coins for daily recruitment? Recruit. Suja looked at the elementalist statue and said with anticipation in his eyes. The endless darkness was like a raging wave that surged wildly in the sea, just like the endless source of darkness, extremely deep and exuding a breath of decadence. One by one, fallen angels slowly emerged from the depths of darkness. 80 fallen angels stood in unison, half kneeling in front of Suja. Everyone, get up, Chelsea. I'll leave this to you. I hope to see them successfully promoted to level 10 before this afternoon, Suja said in a steady and powerful tone. Chelsea nodded firmly after hearing this. Immediately afterwards, Suja left the fallen temple and headed straight towards the future hub. Zeely had been waiting for a long time at the future hub. Let's go, Suja said to Zeely. Zeely nodded to indicate that she understood and followed Suja closely. The two of them stepped into the future hub together. Suja's gaze fell on a huge ball of light. Ding, do you want to spend 1 gold coin to recruit daily? Recruit. Suja stared at the door of time and space that slowly emerged in front of him, his eyes full of eager anticipation. However, not long after, a drawing flew out with a whoosh. Seeing this, Suja curled his lips slightly and reached out to take the drawing. Dark Matter Destruction Cannon. Epic Blueprint Requirements. Can be learned by the mechanical department. Forget it, since I didn't recruit a hero, I'll just consider it as getting a blueprint for free. Suja thought to himself, it's only 1 gold coin anyway, so it's not a big deal. It would be great if we could recruit new heroes, but I wouldn't feel too disappointed even without Suja. After all, it was a free gift, so Suja felt that he had not lost out no matter how he looked at it. Suja immediately brought Zeely to the shrine. Yudaheim, Tamaminomi, and Rakage are all waiting here. My lord. Tamaminomi looked at Suja with a smile on her face. Suja nodded slightly in response to Tamaminomi's greeting. Let's go recruit first. We still have a lot of things to do today, Suja said in a deep voice. After saying that, Suja walked straight into the shrine. Ding, do you want to spend 1 gold coin to recruit daily? Recruiting. Suja was full of curiosity and couldn't wait to see who the hero being recruited was. A fiery red light flashed like lightning, accompanied by an ethereal sound. Princess Susuri, greetings to the Lord. The fiery red light intertwined and flickered, and a tall figure slowly walked out of the light. Suja looked at the person who came, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Susriheim, in the island country's mythology, is the daughter of Susanu. Get up first. Suja looked Susuri up and down. She saw that her long pink hair was fluttering gently in the wind. She was wearing a rather unusual suspender kimono, a pair of wooden clogs on her feet, and a large area of snow-white skin on her chest was exposed. Chapter 143. March into the Bronze World. Suja then checked Susriheim's attributes. Name, Susuri. Loyalty, 100. Experience points, 0/100. Level 1. Rank, God level. Class, Hero, Flame of Emotion, Susuri. Talent, Flame of Emotion. Skill, Fire of Jealousy. Companion weapon, Blade of Severed Threads. Potential, S-level, Saint level. Introduction, master the flame of emotions and possess abilities beyond imagination. Flame of Emotion. Suja looked at Susriheim. A sharp light flashed in his eyes, and he thought to himself that it was quite good. Susriheim, this is Shiri, and these are Yutuheim, Tamaminomi, and Rakage. Please get to know each other, Suja said slowly. There was a hint of arrogance in Susuri's expression as she nodded to Shiri and the others. Okay, Yudeji, you take Susriheim to the Black Iron World and make sure to raise her level to level 10 before the afternoon, Suja said in a firm tone. Hearing Suja's order, Yao Daoji nodded in agreement. Then Suja took Zeely directly back to the Lord's mansion. Suja looked at the refresh card in his hand and thought to himself, it seems that there is not enough time now. If we recruit now, it is really too late and we can only recruit bronze rank people, and time is running out. Besides, the barracks has not been fully upgraded yet, and there is still room for further improvement. It is not cost-effective to use refresh cards now. It is a waste of time and cannot achieve the best results. It will be better to save the refresh card and use it after the barracks are upgraded. This way you might be able to recruit more and stronger soldiers. Due to the influence of the guaranteed mechanism, Suja had to use the bronze key in advance. He had no choice but to do so due to the situation. If you don't use it now, you will regret it when the silver treasure chest contains only guaranteed items. It's like there are only 100 gold coins left in the black iron treasure chest now. Who would have thought it would turn out like this? Then let's wait until the afternoon. Thinking of this, Suja took Zeely and went straight to the hot spring lake. Suja lay comfortably in the hot spring lake, while Zeely gave him a massage attentively. Suja closed his eyes and thought about how to maximize the benefits of that incomplete bronze world. If you want to mine, it's definitely too late. The bronze world and the iron world are very different. Although there are iron-level monsters in it, most of them are bronze level. In this situation, it is not easy to mine successfully, not to mention that time is tight, and if you spend time mining, it may not only be futile, but also waste precious time. There are two main points. First, upgrade all the troops under my command to level 20. Second, obtain as many treasure chests as possible. Suja was silently calculating in his mind. That's pretty much the plan. Mining not only requires time to find a suitable mining site, but also requires arranging manpower to guard it, which is really not cost-effective. Time passes slowly without us noticing. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Suja held tightly in his hand a key that was shining with bronze light. All the troops in Suja's territory quickly gathered together. Ilea, the safety of the territory is entirely in your hands. Suja looked at Ilea and said solemnly, "Understand, Lord. You can go without worry. I will protect the territory." Ilea said with a confident smile on her face. She led a 2,000-man robot army to be on high alert, guarding the territory to prevent any unexpected situations from occurring after Suja took others to the Bronze World. Suja glanced at the legions assembled around him. Immortal Units, 440, Brutos Units, 430, Elementalist Units, 430, Frost Barrier Units, 800, Dragon Units, 380, Elf Units, 270, Fallen Angel Units, 240. Shrine Units, 4 Hero Units, Yudaheim, Tamaminomi, Reikage, Susriheim. Technological Units, 5 Heroic Units, Isla, Liua, Zili, Qin Shuriao, Ilea. This is the heroic unit currently under Suja's command. If other lords saw such a powerful lineup, they would probably be stunned. Hero units are not ordinary soldiers. Who can have so many heroic units like Suja? Suja took a deep breath. Except for Zili, all the other people on the technology side stayed in the territory. Ilea was in charge of guarding the territory, while the others were doing their own things which had little to do with this operation. Suja looked at the heroic soldiers standing around him and said seriously, "I have only one request for you when you go to the Bronze World this time. Make upgrading your rank your top priority and reach level 21st. Don't worry too much about other things. If you come across a treasure chest, just bring it back. Don't look for it deliberately. Wait until you reach level 20 before looking for treasure chests. Before that, don't waste your energy looking for them deliberately." The other heroes nodded, indicating that they understood Suja's meaning. The bronze key in Suja's hand shone brighter and brighter. "Ding, do you want to use the Bronze World key?" "Use it," Suja said decisively as he looked at the Bronze World key in his hand. "Ding, you have used the Bronze World key. The duration is 24 hours. You can choose to accept the main quest or complete the side quest to obtain rewards." The Bronze World key slowly rose and eventually transformed into a huge door of time and space, appearing in Suja's territory. Zili, dressed in military uniform, came to Suja. Yutuheim, Reikage, Tamaminomi, and Susriheim also appeared beside Suja. Their mission is to protect Suja with all their strength until an absolutely safe area appears in that world. Roar! The shadow let out a dragon roar that shook the earth. Giant dragons flapped their wings and flew high into the sky. Augustus and Shadow rushed into the Bronze World side by side. "My lord, I'll be waiting for you over there." Mingwei had a charming smile on her face. "Kill!" Endless killing light burst out from Leon's body and flew into the gate of time and space. Elementals, dragons, fairies, gods, elves, star archers, and frost warriors each led their legions into the gate of time and space one after another. "Let's go." Suja looked at the 5 people beside him with a gleam in his eyes, and then they stepped into the huge door of time and space together. After a dizzying moment, Suja has already entered the Bronze World. Looking at the scorched earth under my feet, it was obviously the trace left by the raging dragon's breath. Ding! This is a broken world, level, bronze. This world was once extremely prosperous, but due to an unexpected experiment, a devastating disaster occurred. Ding! Main quest generating. Ding! Main mission 1. Find the source of mutation. Ding! Main quest 2. Pursuing the Startalker's path. Ding! Main mission 3. Eradicate the filth of this world. Suja didn't even look at these main tasks. For Suja, unless he can obtain permanent access to this world, he will never accept these main tasks. Chapter 144. Kill monsters easily and level up like crazy. Astropath. Suja's eyes were fixed on the name that popped up in the mission. Although he didn't know what it was not a big problem for him. Just don't cause any trouble. Suja turned his attention to completing the task. Ding. Mission 1. Hunt 1,000 monsters. Reward, bronze treasure chest. Ding. Mission 2. Hunting monsters x 10,000. Reward, silver treasure chest. Ding. Mission 3. Hunting monsters x 100,000. Reward, gold treasure chest. Weird. Could it be something like Cthulhu? Suja narrowed his eyes slightly and pondered inwardly. Lord, be careful. Zili's cry suddenly rang out, and in an instant the azure spiritual energy around her erupted like a volcano, and the long sword in her hand was also completely wrapped in the spiritual energy light. A blue blade light wrapped in psychic power, swish, cut a deep gully in the ground. A creature that was originally hiding in the soil was cut in half by Zili's knife, and the fishy and pungent black juice immediately splashed in all directions. Suja narrowed his eyes slightly and looked carefully at the strange-looking creature. Its appearance is vaguely similar to that of a human, but its abdomen has an extremely large mouth with canine teeth. What's even more terrifying is that its limbs have completely turned into the shape of tree roots and are deeply embedded in the ground. Black liquid is still flowing continuously and eroding the surrounding land. Name, Macrophagus monster. Level, 12. Race, alien. Skills, none. Introduction. A creature mutated from the flesh and blood of an old god. It has voluntarily abandoned its own ability to move, but possesses an astonishingly powerful devouring power and will capture any passing creature without any pattern. This thing, Suja subconsciously thought of Qin Shiryao, the flesh and blood of the old gods. Suja rubbed his chin with his hand and fell into deep thought. Everyone be careful, Suja said slowly. He really didn't expect that under this seemingly desolate, scorched earth, there was such a dangerous existence hidden. Thinking of this, Suja made a quick decision and took out his interstellar sports car. Then he sat on it and let the sports car float in the air. Bang! There was a deafening roar, and then golden light suddenly burst out like fireworks. It's August. At this moment, August's opponent is a huge meat mountain like a small hill. Name, Giant Monster. Level, 19. Giant Weird. Suja frowned slightly, and a hint of vigilance flashed in his eyes. Augustus opened his bloody mouth, and golden light quickly gathered in his mouth, like rivers flowing into the sea. In an instant, a powerful impact like a solar flare burst out from Augustus' mouth and headed straight towards the huge mountain of flesh. This world seems to be very complicated. Who are the Star Talkers? Suja narrowed his eyes, his heart full of doubts. Could these guys be the natives of this world who heard a secret they shouldn't have heard and then performed some weird ritual? Suja guessed secretly, his eyes falling on the second main task, the journey of the astropath. Forget it. Whoever wants to study the old gods can do so. Suja thought silently in his heart. At the same time, in the territory, Qin Shiryao sneezed for no reason, and then her eyes flashed with fanaticism, staring at the black genetic medicine in her hand. It was just a little bit off. What a pity. Qin Shiryao muttered softly, with a sharp gleam of unwillingness and persistence in her eyes. After saying this, she carefully stored the black gene potion away. Looking at the bronze world, although it is already in ruins, its scale is much larger than the black iron world that Suja currently controls. Every time the world's level rises, it's like an insurmountable chasm appears. On the surface, it seems to be only a one-level difference, but in fact, this gap is much larger than the rank difference between military branches. This is an essential difference in the world. After all, this is a complete world. As Suja gave the order to start killing, the first person to successfully advance to level 20 was Manhwa. Immediately afterwards, Shadow also advanced successfully. Then it's Augustus. Subsequent types of troops also achieved breakthroughs one after another as time went on. Suja finally found a relatively safe place to stay. Alas, it's a pity that there's a time limit. It would be perfect if there were no time limit. Suja couldn't help but sigh, looking at this world with great potential for development with regret. If there were no time limit, Suja would be able to explore this world without any worries and at will, just like in the Black Iron world. But then again, being able to upgrade all of my soldiers to level 20 is quite a reward. I shouldn't be too greedy. Suja muttered to himself. Time passes quietly without us noticing. The soldiers who successfully advanced to level 20 began searching for treasure chests throughout the world. Suja took a deep breath and looked at the time. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning, which meant that they had been in this world for 12 hours. Except for those technological units that did not enter this world, all other troops under Su-je were successfully promoted to level 20. Although the level has been raised to level 20, the specific attributes have not changed much and remain the same. However, its strength has made a qualitative leap compared to before. Level 20. A sense of heroism suddenly surged in Su-je's heart. Who else can do it? Now he is still in the Novice Lord stage, but his troops have already been promoted to level 20. Looking at the entire group of Novice Lords, who else can compete with him? Among the Novice Lords, Su-je is definitely the number one by a large margin. It is now 1 o'clock in the morning, which marks the beginning of a new day and the 19th day of the Novice period. On the 19th day of the Novice period, there are very few lords who can make their troops reach the 10th level. In the next few days, there may be explosive growth. After all, at this stage, most Novice Lords are still quietly accumulating strength. When the countdown reaches 10 days, I guess people will achieve breakthroughs one after another. Taking advantage of the Novice period to accumulate more resources is a common strategy adopted by most lords. In the first 20 days, we will focus on accumulating troops and improving our strength step by step. In the next 10 days, we will continue to increase the difficulty and give it our all to achieve higher achievements. Chapter 145 Wonders, the King's Treasure House. This is basically the correct way to develop a lord. A situation like Su-je's can be said to be unprecedented and unparalleled. How can someone have god-level troops at the beginning? There has never been such a precedent. Su-je is a unique existence. Time passes slowly. The next morning, Su-je set out on his journey back to his territory. Su-je, who hadn't slept a wink the whole night, didn't feel sleepy at all. Figures appeared behind him one after another. As the last person walked out, the door of time and space slowly closed and finally disappeared completely. Every time Su-je and his friends came out of the space-time gate, the space-time gate would automatically close and disappear. Although there are only a few hours left, it doesn't matter anymore because a new chaos invasion is about to come, and Su-je will not miss this opportunity of chaos invasion. Su-je began to carefully count the harvest. Including the rewards given by the achievement tasks, there are exactly 4,000 bronze treasure chests, 100 silver treasure chests, and 1 gold treasure chest. I also harvested 1 million gold coins. These are all Su-je gained in the bronze world. Recruit first. Su-je thought to himself. Recruit new military units and send them to the Black Iron world to level up. Once they reach level 10, they could be used to guard the territory tomorrow. Manhwa and the others are now at level 20. Although they can no longer gain experience points by killing invading monsters, it is still better than getting nothing. It's not that the newly recruited troops are not powerful, but the number of invading monsters is ridiculously large, and Su-je simply cannot choose a chaos invasion of other difficulty levels. If the newly recruited military units were to fight against the invading monsters, they would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot and would not be able to resist at all. On the one hand, the level of the newly recruited troops is too low. On the other hand, the number is pitifully small. Facing the current chaos invasion with an S-level difficulty starting at 200,000, there is basically no chance of winning. Although these troops themselves will not be in any danger to their lives, the key is that the territory will be invaded and destroyed because they cannot withstand them. In this case, it is better to give up the experience points that can be obtained from a day of chaos invasion. Whether it was the damage to the territory or the reduction in the difficulty of chaos invasion, Su-je could not accept either of these two situations, so he felt that the result of wasting a day's experience points was barely acceptable. Su-je then started daily recruitment. Immortals plus 80, Gods plus 80, Elementalist plus 80, Frost Warriors plus 160, Dragons plus 80, Elves plus 80, Fallen Angels plus 80. There are no hero units in this recruitment, only ordinary soldiers. It's okay. After the level is upgraded, the number of units recruited daily also increases. Now I finally have some confidence. Su-je secretly rejoiced in his heart. Now it finally looks like a legion. If there were only a few dozen units like before, how could it be considered a legion? It's a joke. Although the individual quality of each unit is good, the overall number is too small. This is also one of the common disadvantages of high-level troops, to some extent. The biggest problem Su-je's troops are currently facing is the severe shortage of numbers. This is the biggest drawback at the moment. There are still 2 barracks left to recruit. One is the future hub, and the other is the shrine. Su-je is not in a hurry and plans to wait until the chaos invasion is over. Suja came to the Blackstone city wall and sat cross-legged on it. Looking at the 4,000 bronze treasure chests, Suja knew that the soldiers had searched everywhere they went to get so many with great difficulty. Spirit, or times 40,000. Blah. Suja couldn't help but swear when he saw that these 4,000 bronze-level treasure chests only produced 40,000 spiritual ores. Damn it, this minimum living security mechanism is too bad. Suja's face looked a little ugly, and he was muttering to himself. Suja didn't even think about the fact that when he opened treasure chests, whether they were black iron or bronze, he opened hundreds of them at once. This way of opening them would naturally easily trigger the minimum living security mechanism, which was also reasonable. Lord, what happened? Chelsea appeared beside Suja at some point and looked at him with a gentle smile on her face. Suja turned and looked at Chelsea. How should I put it? My luck is a bit bad. Don't move for now and let me absorb some of the luck, Suja said to Chelsea. Chelsea was stunned for a moment. Sucking luck? The Lord has this strange ability? The next moment, Chelsea's face turned red. She saw that what Suja called absorbing luck turned out to be such an intimate act as facial cleanser. Okay. Confidence rekindled in Suja's eyes as he looked at the 100 silver treasure chests in front of him. Open. Suja didn't hesitate at all and chose to open them all at once. Ding. You received 100 barracks upgrade cards. Ding. You received 100 soldier recruitment cards. Ding. You obtained 100,000 spiritual ores. Holy crap. Suja jumped up excitedly. Looking at what came out of the silver treasure chest, he laughed so hard that his mouth almost reached his ears. Is this true? Suja couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the scene in front of him. It felt like a pie in the sky suddenly fell on his head. Then Suja calmed down a little, frowned, and felt that this result seemed normal. After all, not every lord could run to the bronze world and plunder like him. That's great now. I guess I can only open low-income silver treasure chests in the future. Suja thought of this problem. Forget it. It's just the minimum living allowance. I'm lucky enough this time. Suja muttered to himself, and then looked into the endless nothingness, took a deep breath, and there was still a golden treasure chest that had not been opened. Ding. Do you want to open the golden treasure chest? Open it. Suja's eyes were full of anticipation. So far, he had only opened the golden treasure chest once. Ding. You have obtained the wonder, the king's treasure house. A hint of surprise flashed in Suja's eyes as he looked at the king's treasure house that appeared before him. It turned out not to be a blueprint, but a complete spectacle. Suja hurriedly checked its properties. Name, King's Treasure. Level low. Function, collection. Features, none. Upgrade. Collect 1,000 diamond-level treasures to upgrade. Introduction. Every time you collect 100 treasures, you will gain unexpected features. Collect them if you want. This is the first time I've seen this kind of spectacle. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Suja's eyes. No wonder they gave it to me directly without asking for any materials. Suja stroked his chin, his eyes fixed on the king's treasure house in his hand. Treasures are different from weapons. Suja currently does not have any treasures in his hands. It's not necessarily true that this treasure is that rare. It's just that it has never been opened before. I could try to collect them later. Suja thought to himself that it was not easy to collect 1,000 diamond-level treasures before upgrading. Chapter 146, A Super Bug-Like Existence. Thinking of this, Suja couldn't help but shook his head helplessly. At this moment, the prompt sound suddenly rang out of nowhere. Ding! Chaos invasion begins. Lord, please select the difficulty. S, A, B, C, D. S-level difficulty. Suja said calmly, and then quickly put away the king's treasury. His gaze was fixed on the ever-surging nothingness. I saw a series of terrifying and ferocious figures slowly walking out of nothingness. Hey, is this true or false? Suja looked at the monster that appeared in his territory with surprise. Weird. There are giant monsters, hound monsters, fusion monsters, all kinds of weird creatures. Could it be? A hint of surprise flashed in Suja's eyes. He was very familiar with these monsters. He had fought with them for a whole night last night. This is interesting. It seems that the monsters invading the territory all came from those broken worlds. Then what kind of existence is this supreme will? Suja muttered to himself in a low voice. Suja's eyes flashed with sharpness as he stared at these strange creatures that invaded his territory. He remembered these monsters clearly. After all, he had just come out of that world not long ago. No matter how forgetful he was, it was impossible for him to forget them so quickly. This made Suja involuntarily think of the words left to him by his future self. Nothingness does not necessarily mean evil, and the Supreme will does not necessarily represent justice. TSK. It seems that my future self has noticed something unusual, Suja said in a low voice, with a sharp light in his eyes that was seeking the truth. Suja didn't believe that this was just a simple coincidence at all. How could such a coincidence happen? So what is the significance of the Lord's existence? And what role does he play in this changing situation? Suja couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Or perhaps the reason these strange things have become what they are now is inextricably linked to the supreme will. For a moment, all kinds of thoughts flooded into Suja's mind like a tide, and his thoughts were in a mess. After all, Suja has never believed in coincidences. There are no such things as coincidences without any reason in this world. Behind all the seemingly coincidences, there's a high probability that they are carefully planned and arranged by someone without your knowledge. Forget it. Let's not think about these things for now. Suja narrowed his eyes slightly and thought to himself that there was no practical use in thinking about these things now, so he should concentrate on solving this invasion first. The battle started instantly. Suja sat on the wall, yawning, watching the war with a huge disparity in strength in front of him. On one side are the invading monsters with an absolute advantage in numbers, while on the other side are our own troops with an absolute advantage in quality. As time passes by, 2 hours later, the last monster fell with a bang in Suja's territory, and the invasion finally came to an end. Suja looked at the S-level rated treasure chest he had obtained, without showing any surprise on his face. After all, from a certain perspective, if he didn't get the S-level rated treasure chest this time, that would be a real surprise. Suja yawned and said slowly, "You guys go back and rest first." Manhwa and the others nodded in agreement, then dispersed and left. Suja immediately began to count the harvest. A full 1 million gold coins, 8,000 ordinary loot chests, 4,000 rare loot chests, 40 high-level loot chests, 8,000 black iron chests, 4,000 bronze chests, and 10 silver chests. Well, open it. Suja made a prompt decision and chose to open 8,000 ordinary loot chests at once. After some operations, the items opened are basic wood 2,000, basic stone 2,000, basic meat 2,000, basic iron or 2,000. Not bad. Suja nodded secretly in agreement, and then opened 4,000 bronze treasure chests at once. The harvest this time was quite good. 1,000 high-grade wood, 1,000 high-grade stones, 1,000 mithril, and 1,000 gold. Okay. Suja looked at the harvest, a satisfied look on his face, and nodded slightly. Suja also decided to open the remaining black iron treasure chests and bronze treasure chests at once. In the end, I got 800,000 gold coins and 40,000 spiritual ores. Suja turned his gaze to the last 10 silver treasure chests and chose to open them all at once without hesitation. However, only 10,000 spiritual ores were obtained. Sure enough, now I have to rely on the minimum living allowance. Suja looked at the things that came out of the silver treasure chest, curled his lips, and said helplessly. Suja had actually expected that he would face the situation of having to rely on the minimum living allowance for opening the silver treasure chests. After all, he had opened too many boxes. Take the opening of the 100 boxes this morning, for example. Suja felt like he was taking advantage of the rules to exploit loopholes and bugs. This was no unknown secret in the Lord's world. When you realize that you are about to reach the minimum level when opening boxes, the best way is to stock up on a large number of boxes at one time to open them together. Perhaps this will create a small loophole, so that at the last moment, you can squeeze out the resources that can be obtained from the box of this level. The 100 silver treasure chests were stockpiled according to this method, but Suja had no idea how many would be appropriate to stockpile. From the perspective of risk probability, hoarding too much is definitely not a good idea. Therefore, Suja did not dare to stockpile too much for fear of losing this last chance to intercept the bug. What was open from the silver treasure chest now has confirmed that Suja has started to live on the minimum living allowance. From now on, he can no longer expect treasure chests below gold to open anything particularly good. "Oh, I'm a little depressed," Suja muttered in a low voice. It is almost impossible to get a golden treasure chest as a novice. Suja's 2 existing golden treasure chests were obtained from other worlds, not through chaos invasion. There's an essential difference between the two. From a certain perspective, it is impossible for a novice to get a golden treasure chest under normal circumstances. Suja himself is like a superbug. No kidding, seriously it's true. Then, Suja turned his attention to the last S-level evaluation treasure chest. Ding, do you want to open the S-level evaluation treasure chest? Open it. Sucede responded calmly. Ding, you get a barracks upgrade card. Ding, you get a unit refresh recruitment card. Ding, you get a wonder upgrade card. Not bad, Suja said as he looked at the items that were opened. Today's harvest can be said to be quite rich, of course. This does not mainly refer to the harvest from the Chaos Invasion. Rather, it was the result of going to the Bronze World, the greatest gain of which was the 100 silver treasure chests opened by exploiting the bug. Chapter 147, The Spiritual Forest, gives birth to spiritual creatures of heaven and earth. Strictly speaking, this is not entirely a bug, but more like a special mechanism. If other people can also master the method to do it, then there will naturally be no problem. However, this bug method theoretically only exists in the Novice Lord stage. The reason why it is theoretically possible is that only Novice Lords can achieve it. Once the Novice period is over, no matter what level you are, as long as you open a box below your level, you can basically only get the minimum living allowance reward. So it seems that after the Novice period, there will be no more low-income security issues when opening silver treasure chests. Suja couldn't help but fall into thought. After careful consideration, this really seems like a bug, but Suja is not sure about the specific situation. He needs to observe further, and it may not be that simple. Swallow. Suja directly used the power he possessed. Ding. Your entry's Blessed Land attribute is triggered. Your territory expands by 20,000 meters. Ding. Your entry's Blessed Land attribute is triggered. The spiritual forest expands by 1,000 meters, with a chance to give birth to spiritual creatures of heaven and earth. Suja looked at the spiritual forest, which had expanded by 1,000 meters and now had the chance to give birth to spiritual creatures of heaven and earth, and couldn't help but say, Okay. He nodded with satisfaction and then pushed the Blackstone City wall outward according to the old rules, leaving a 500-meter open space bordering the void. After completing these operations, Suja went straight back to the Lord's mansion. As soon as Suja returned home, a white light appeared on his body. Become a god in 7 days? A hint of surprise flashed across Suja's eyes. He almost forgot about this entry. Have 7 days passed? Suja was secretly surprised at how time passed so quickly. Ding, you have been upgraded, current level, level 15. After upgrading, I could draw entries again. I hope I can draw a good one this time. A gleam of anticipation flashed in Suja's eyes. Amaya, Luna. Suja shouted louder and louder. Amaya and Luna appeared beside Suja in an instant. Thank you for your help again, Suja said to Amaya and Luna with a smile. Lord, you don't have to be so polite. This is all our job. Amaya responded with a smile, and Luna nodded expressionlessly. Let's go. Suja's face was filled with smiles, and he walked straight into the Lord's space with Amaya and Luna. Ding, please select the mode. Individual, team, arena, ring. Suja chose the ring mode without hesitation. The terrain chosen was still the canyon, if for no other reason than to end the battle as quickly as possible and not waste time. Other factors were irrelevant to him. Ding, screening challengers, please wait. At the same time, the Flame Dragon Lord, the King of War, the Empress, and others received invitations to the ring battle. Suja sat aside and looked at these familiar names with interest. Interestingly, they have all reached level 10. It seems that the invasion difficulty they chose is at least level B. Suja looked at these familiar names and found that their levels had all become level 10. It's almost time to reach this stage. Among the Novice Lords, they're considered to be the top group, unlike Suja, who seems to be cheating. They all relied on their own luck, talent, and strength to get to where they are today, step by step. They can be said to be genius lords in the true sense of the word. It's just bad luck that I met Suja, who is like a hanging on the wall. According to the time calculation, today is the 19th day of the Novice period. To reach the 10th level of the Lord at this time, talent, military type, and luck are all indispensable. They are all genius lords, and the power they have accumulated is enough, but it is still a little insufficient to challenge the S-level difficulty. They may need to accumulate strength for a few more days. After all, Suja now faces S-level chaos invasions every day, with monster levels above level 14 and the number reaching 250,000. and will continue to increase every day. Compared with the A-level difficulty, the S-level chaos invasion seems to be only one level apart. But in fact, there is a world of difference. That means I should be able to get a better quality resource chest today. Suja touched his chin and thought to himself. After all, today's challengers are all level 10, while in the past most of them were below level 10. So the two are completely incomparable. Putting aside the level of the troops, Suja and their lords are at the same level, both at level 10. Perhaps Suja is a few levels higher than them. But this gap is actually nothing. After all, it is impossible for lords to be like ordinary people, one warming up and preparing to fight, while the other is locked in an octagonal cage for an offline brawl, right? The lord's level is important, but it is not the key factor in determining victory or defeat. The core factor that truly determines the lord's victory or defeat is the level of the troops. I've finally waited for you. The eyes of the Flame Dragon Lord flashed with excitement as he stared closely at his opponent's screen, which was full of question marks. This was the guy who had once beaten him to the point of doubting his life. Now that he has broken through to level 10, the Flame Dragon Lord doesn't think he will lose again. Not only the Fire Dragon Lord had this idea, but the Lord of War did too. Both of them looked eager to try. Suja was too lazy to waste time and chose to start fighting directly. He felt that instead of wasting time here, it would be better to spend more time with the troops in the territory. In the canyon, the stars twinkle. The Empress, Yi Xingqian, stepped into the canyon as the first challenger. Yi Xingqian was in the Lord's space, watching her troops enter the canyon with a sharp light flashing in her eyes, and the familiar twinkling stars came into her sight. Apart from the increase in the number of stars, there didn't seem to be much change in other aspects. The lonely crystal was still floating at the other end of the canyon. The next moment, countless beams of light fell from the sky like a torrential rain. Yi Xingqian vidinit herius. Although she was mentally prepared, the scene before her still shocked her. After all, this overwhelming beam of light is like washing the floor. Who can withstand it? Watching his shadow elf army instantly melt away in the beam of light, Yi Xingqian's heart, which had been hanging in the air, completely sank. What is going on? This is not a weapon from the technology department. A sharp light flashed in Yi Xingqian's eyes, and he stared at the beams of light. At least it's an attack from a legendary soldier, or even higher level. Yi Xingqian muttered to himself and made his own judgment. Then she looked at the attributes of the opposite side, and could not see anything except the level. But what could this Lord level mean? Chapter 148, Soul-Devouring Missile, Level 60 Blueprint. Again, at this level, the Lord level does not play a big role. Only the Lord level above level 40 has practical significance. Suja watched the battle in the canyon with great interest. It was more like a one-sided, brutal massacre than a battle. It would be really strange if the other side could resist. In the case of units of the same level, Suja didn't think that any Lord could defeat him or even hurt one of his units. He simply didn't believe that anyone of the same level could have such ability. Time passes slowly. Finally, it was the Flame Dragon Lord's turn to take the stage. The Fire Dragon Lord stepped into the canyon with full confidence, but the next moment, overwhelming beams of light poured down like a torrent. The confident look on the Flame Dragon Lord's face instantly froze. Zhao! The Flame Dragon Lord looked at the scene in disbelief, doubting his life. Was he really so vulnerable? At this moment, the other lords who had reached level 10 also fell into a state of doubt about their lives. After all, to a certain extent, those who reached level 10 during this period were all genius-level novice lords. Suja walked out of the lord space with a happy look on his face. As expected, bullying newbies is the most enjoyable, so should I still participate in the baby cup? Suja thought to himself. The baby cup that Suja mentioned actually refers to the big test. He definitely had to go. After all, Suja had neither background nor a resident of the capital. If he wanted to enter those top universities, he could only rely on his own strength to get in. What else can I do? Do I really have to go to a fake university? Suja could directly show off his god-level weapons, which would indeed allow him to directly enter the best university. But could he bear the consequences of doing so? Obviously, this is impossible, so Suja can only choose to participate in the baby cup. Moreover, Suja had already decided which school he wanted to go to, which was the Department of Science and Technology of the Imperial University in the Imperial Capital. In the outside world, Suja plans to follow the development path of a technology lord. The reason is simple. The technology department has no shortage of resources and can also cooperate with the Empire. After entering the Imperial University, you will at least have a certain degree of security and be able to cooperate with the Empire, which is the most critical point. When you go out to make a living, what matters is power and background. Azu had said this a long time ago. Otherwise, you will just become a small character. Suja looked at the bronze-level SSS resource treasure chest in his hand with anticipation. A level 10 resource treasure chest should be able to open good things. Ding. Do you want to open the bronze SSS-level resource chest? Open it, Suja said with anticipation in his eyes. Ding. You obtain Mithril Resource Card 1000. Ding. You get 1000 gold resource cards. Ding. You obtained 1000 advanced wood resource cards. Ding. You obtained 1000 advanced stone resource cards. Ding. You obtained 1000 strange metal resource cards. Ding. You obtained 1000 advanced alloy resource cards. Ding. You obtained special alloy resource card 100. Ding. You get 1 million gold coins. Ding. You obtained 100,000 spiritual minerals. Ding. You get barracks upgrade card 1. Ding. You get soldier upgrade card 1. Okay. Suja looked at the items that came out of the bronze-level resource chest. They were all high-level materials, and they were all what he urgently needed. It would be great if all the challengers tomorrow were at level 10. You guys better try to compete and level up quickly. Suja muttered to himself. No one is more eager than Suja for other lords to reach level 10. Even the lords themselves are not as eager as Suja. After all, in Suja's opinion, the higher their level, the more good things they can get. In Suja's eyes, the higher the level of these novice lords, the better, and it would be best if they could reach level 20, so that the resources they can obtain will be more abundant. Oh, I am such a thoughtful and kind person. Suja couldn't help but feel moved by himself. He didn't expect that he would be so considerate of others. His appearance really makes people feel touched. He is so kind. Suja pretended to wipe away his non-existent tears, then walked straight towards the future hub. There are still 2 barracks that have not been recruited today. One is the future hub, and the other is the shrine. We have to recruit quickly, otherwise this opportunity will be wasted. Emperor Zili called out to Suja. It's nothing, you can rest assured first. After Suja said this to Zili, he walked straight into the future hub. His eyes fell on a large ball of light in front of him. Ding. Do you want to spend 1 gold coin to recruit daily? Recruit. Suja said calmly, his eyes fixed on the big ball of light. A sci-fi space-time gate slowly appeared, and a blueprint slowly floated out. Suja reached out to take the drawing and looked at it carefully. Soul-devouring missile. Level 60 blueprint. Requires bacteria expert. Suja took a look at it and then threw it into the warehouse to collect dust. As of now, this thing is of no use to Suja. Even if Suja had the ability, he would not have the corresponding hero unit. This blueprint requires professionals who can cultivate bacteria and viruses, but given the current personnel situation in Suja's territory, only Qin Shuyao could be considered half an expert in this area. However, Qin Shuyao focuses her main energy on genetic engineering. Transforming biochemical war puppets or researching genetic drugs are her areas of expertise. Qin Shuyao definitely knows something about bacteria and viruses, but she is far from being proficient in them. After all, these are 2 completely different fields and concepts from her main business. Suja then went straight to the shrine. Yudaheim, Taminomi, Rakage, and Susriheim are all here, and they have naturally been promoted to the 20th level, especially since Susriheim was recruited yesterday and was directly promoted to level 20. It has to be said that with abundant resources, there is indeed considerable room for improvement in military units. Of course, there's a restriction here. That is, the level of the troops cannot exceed 2 levels of the Lord level. At most, it would be 1 major level higher, which is already very impressive. If there were no such restrictions, what would the Lord do? The Lord doesn't have to do anything. My Lord. Taminomi came over with a smile on her face. You guys have a good rest first. Suja gave instructions and walked into the shrine. Ding. Do you want to spend 1 gold coin to recruit daily? Recruitment. Suja responded with a yawn. A flash of white light passed by. Chapter 149 Red Lord Entry, Lord of Psychic Power. A long knife suddenly appeared in front of Suja. Suja was slightly stunned, looking at the long sword in front of him. Is this true? Is this something that can be found during recruitment? Suja looked at the sword in front of him and immediately checked its properties. Name, Demon Sword Ikimurasame. Level, 60. Function, Killing Upgrade. Features, Self-Repair. Introduction. The legendary demon sword can be upgraded as long as the number of kills is sufficient. Even if it is damaged, it can repair itself by absorbing blood. That's it. Suja looked at the demon sword Akimurame and curled his lips. Rubbish, really rubbish. For other lords, this might be a rare magic weapon with the potential for upgrading, but for Suja, it really has no practical use because it is of no use at all. The soldiers under Suja's command either have their own accompanying weapons or do not need additional weapons. What is the purpose of this thing? Are they really going to let Suja go in a battle with a knife and chop people? This is a joke. You have to know that Suja is a lord. How could a lord personally go to the battlefield to kill people? That would be a joke, right? Forget it. It's better to have it than not. Suja curled his lips and thought to himself, this thing is level 60, just enough to be collected in your own royal treasury. Although the king's treasury is a wonder, it is not a building in the traditional sense, but a portable space equipment. What is special is that the king's treasury currently has no special features and functions. There is only one function called collection, and you can obtain corresponding characteristics by collecting treasures. Suja directly threw the demon sword Ikimurasame into the king's treasury. He also tried to exploit a bug and threw blueprints of diamond level and above into the king's treasury. However, it did not produce any effect. So, don't think about bugs anymore. Suja looked at the king's treasury and saw the following treasures. 1. Then he directly closed the king's treasury. In his heart, he was actually quite curious about the characteristics of the king's treasury. Could it be the same as Gilgamesh's? If that were true, I would be awesome. Suja stretched and walked out of the shrine with a smile on his face. Utuheim, Tamamanomi, Rakage, and Susriheim were all waiting outside. You haven't gone to rest yet. Suja looked at them with a smile. Hearing Suja's words, Tamamanomi, who was the most lively, spoke first. We are not tired, Lord. For us, resting is only when we have nothing to do. Is that so? Okay, then you come with me to take a bath and relax and relieve your fatigue. Suja suggested with a smile. Okay, Lord. Tamamanomi smiled and agreed happily. The other three people's faces flushed slightly. Especially Udaiji, a noticeable blush appeared on her face. Tamamanomi didn't have any special reaction. The Rakage looked at Suja expressionlessly. Susuri took Suja's request for granted, as if everything was supposed to be this way. In Xingchuan Lake. Suja let out a comfortable breath as he soaked in the hot spring pool, with Tamamanomi and Susriheim flanking him on his left and right. Udaiji was a little shy to be with Rakage, but she was not far away from Suja and was right next to him. Suja held Tamamanomi in one hand and Susuriki in the other. Both of them were plump and soft to the touch. I won't go into the details. Extract the entry from the Supreme Will. Lord of Psychic Power, a Red Lord entry. After using this, you become the one and only Emperor, and all things in the world should bow down to you. Your psychic power will continue to increase with the number of your followers. Loyalty. Note, if loyalty is not absolute, then it is absolutely disloyalty. Suja's pupils suddenly shrank, and he stared at the entry. To some extent, this entry has already surpassed the attribute scope of an ordinary red entry. Bound, Psionics Master. Ding. Bound entry. Lord of Psionic Power. Specific attributes can be checked by the Lord. At the moment of binding the entry, Zili, who had originally closed her eyes to rest, suddenly opened them. Her spiritual energy surged like a surging wave, and she crossed a distance of hundreds of meters in one step. In the blink of an eye, we arrived at Xingchuan Lake. The other branches of the army were also alarmed by the noise. How could such a big commotion go unnoticed? Suja was completely wrapped and transformed by the azure spiritual energy, suspended in the air, but there was a trace of confusion on his face. Autonomous awakening. Zili looked at the powerful spiritual energy in Suja, and the heat in her eyes became more intense and almost crazy. Just like the hypnotized characters in some hypnosis-themed anime, Zili would do whatever Suja asked her to do. Even if he was calling a horse a zebra, Zili would think that what Suja said was completely correct. Emperor, guide your spiritual energy with your heart, Zili said to Suja. After hearing Zili's words, Suja began to use his mental power to control the spiritual energy to flow slowly in his body. At the same time, the spiritual energy in Suja's body was also running synchronously, and spiritual energy collided with each other. Suja originally thought that some unexpected situation would occur, but he didn't expect that they would blend together perfectly. How this? Suja carefully felt the power blending in his body and continued to circulate his spiritual energy. Chaos Armed Forces? Suja muttered to himself. That's right, this is exactly the attribute of the Chaos Armament entry, which can integrate the power of any system without hindrance. Thinking of this, Suja felt more at ease and continued to absorb spiritual energy and maintain operation. In the immaterial space, a huge golden sun slowly rose, but then quickly disappeared into the immaterial space as if it had never appeared. The psychic demons living in the immaterial space only sensed a faint breath, and then no matter how they searched, they could no longer find any trace of the golden sun. Suja's spirit also sensed the existence of non-material space. TSK, so that's how it is. Suja muttered softly and opened his eyes with a smile. I was worried that I would be targeted by the psychic demons in the non-material dimension, but I didn't expect that I would not be discovered. Boy, go find out more about it. Unless Suja exposes himself, it is basically impossible to be detected. Immaterial space, golden sun, damn. Suja couldn't help but think of the big golden guy, as if he saw the golden guy grinning and giving him a thumbs up. Am I still going down this path? Suja muttered to himself. Technology, psychic power, immaterial space, the sun, the emperor, all these elements are gathered together. Chapter 150 Lord, it's time for another injection. Damn it, I won't sit on a golden toilet. Suja thought to himself. Then he controlled his spiritual power and returned to Xingqiuan Lake. Zili, what's wrong? Suja looked at Zili and asked. Emperor, you actually awakened your psychic power on your own? Zili said with excitement in her eyes. I guess so. So se respondeth. It does count, although this is achieved by relying on entries. But those are the entries he obtained himself, so why don't they count? Why don't the entries obtained by one's own ability count? Emperor, although you have awakened your psychic powers, please be careful not to overuse them. Otherwise those guys will most likely notice you. Okay, I understand. Suja nodded and said with a smile. Zili didn't know that Suja had escaped one of the entries, so it was natural for her to be so worried. Okay, Zili, come down and soak with me for a while. The others can go back and have a good rest. Today is our time to rest, Suja said with a smile, leaning against the edge of Xingqiuan Lake, with his back against the city wall, enjoying himself leisurely. After hearing this, the others also went back. For a moment, the territory fell silent. Suja gradually fell asleep in Xingqiuan Lake. The breeze blew gently, and everything seemed so beautiful until Aliyah came to the Star Spring Lake. My lord, Aliyah squatted beside Suja and woke him up softly. What's wrong? Suja asked in a lazy tone without opening his eyes. Sister Qin Shuriao is calling you over. It's time to get your injection, Aliyah said with a smile. Suja was stunned and slowly opened his eyes. An injection? Gene medicine. Succede active instantly. Has the new genetic medicine been developed? Suja asked slowly. Yes, Sister Qin Shuriao asked you to get the injection now, Lord. Your strength hasn't increased too much, and this potion is still effective. Otherwise, it will be useless in the future, Aliyah said with a smile. Is that so? Suja rubbed his eyebrows and stood up from Xingqiuan Lake, feeling a little listless. It was not because he didn't sleep, but because of his own habits. Now Suja has at least reached the level 10. So even if he doesn't sleep for several days in a row, it won't have any impact. It's just that he is used to sleeping every day, otherwise he will feel uncomfortable. It's like modern people may forget to bring anything when going to the toilet, but they must never forget to bring their mobile phones. They always feel like something is missing without their mobile phones. This is simply a matter of habit. Once a habit is formed, it is not easy to change it. Let's go, Suja said to Aliyah. Aliyah nodded and followed Suja towards the Institute of Biology. Welcome, Lord. The voice of the Radiant sounded. Suja nodded. Tianhui, which floor is Qin Shuriao on now? My lord, Miss Qin Shuriao is now on the 7th floor of the Research Institute. You can take the elevator directly up to find her. Tianhui said slowly. How many bottles of the foreign trade version of the genetic medicine are there now? Suja asked Tianhui. There are already 3,000 bottles. Tianhui replied. Is it already 3,000 bottles? Suja narrowed his eyes slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that there would be 3,000 bottles so soon. Suja turned his head and looked at Aliyah behind him. Aaliyah looked at Suja with a smile. Thank you for your hard work on this matter. Suja said with a smile. It's okay, my lord. I have nothing else to do anyway. Aaliyah responded with a smile. Suja smiled and took Aaliyah directly into the elevator to the 7th floor of the institute. The 7th floor of the Biological Research Institute. Qin Shuyao was already waiting here in a white coat. Lord, please lie down. Qin Shuyao said to Suja and pointed to the bed prepared next to him. Suja looked at Qin Shuyao and lay down on the bed without thinking much. He didn't think Qin Shuyao had any bad intentions toward him at all. Qin Shuyao picked up the genetic medicine prepared on the side and injected it into the syringe. 2 bottles. Suja looked at Qin Shuyao and asked with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Qin Shuyao nodded. That's right. Now the Lord's body can withstand 2 bottles of genetic medicine at once, so there is no waste of time. Suse? What is wasting time? Before Suja could ask clearly, Qin Shuyao directly injected the genetic medicine into Suja's body. In an instant, the genetic medicine took effect. A warm current surged through Suja's body. Suja gritted his teeth, looked at Qin Shuyao and asked, Did you inject 2 bottles at once? Yes, the genetic medicine originally needed to be injected twice, but considering that the Lord's strength has increased, I chose to inject it all at once. It's not a big problem, but the process may be a little painful. Qin Shuyao explained in a flat tone, with her hand next to Suja. A figure instantly appeared beside Qin Shuyao. Zili. Zili stared at Qin Shuyao with murderous intent in her eyes, and Qin Shuyao also looked at Zili without fear. If anything happens to the Emperor, I will never let you go, Zili said in a deep voice. Qin Shuyao pushed up her glasses and said, Don't worry, it won't be your turn to do anything when the time comes. As soon as Qin Shuyao finished speaking, figures appeared beside Suja. Manhwa, Isabella, Leon, and others appeared here one after another. At this moment, Suja closed his eyes tightly and was concentrating on feeling the changes in his body. He gritted his teeth and insisted on being unaware of what was happening in the outside world. Okay, it's nothing, you can go now. If the Lord sees us, he might misunderstand us, Qin Shuyao said with a smile. After hearing Qin Shuyao's words, the others glanced at her and then disappeared without a trace in the Biological Research Institute. A strange look flashed across Qin Shuyao's eyes, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile as she looked at Suja, who was lying on the bed. Really? You guys are worried about the Lord, so would I do anything bad to the Lord? Qin Shuyao couldn't help but shake her head slightly, but she didn't intend to defend herself. After all, I don't think it's necessary. As time slowly passed, Suja slowly sat up from the bed. This feeling is really good, Suja muttered to himself, with a sharp light flashing in his eyes. By the way, Shuyao, how come your black iron level genetic potion can still work on me? Suja asked curiously. Qin Shuyao smiled and looked at Suja. My lord, this is because this genetic medicine is mainly developed to strengthen the 10th order black iron level soldiers. Suse? Chapter 151, The Corpse of God. What does this mean? Suja's eyes were full of surprise. To put it simply, this genetic potion is essentially used to strengthen military units, and it is targeted at 10th order units. Even if a 10th order unit is at the black iron level, it can still be effective. Qin Shuyao explained slowly, pushing her glasses at the same time. If that's the case, Suja nodded thoughtfully. No wonder this potion is effective for him. In this case, there is nothing strange about this. Then is there any genetic medicine that Manhwa and the others can use? Suja looked at Qin Shuyao and asked slowly. Yes. Qin Shuyao pushed her glasses and nodded in response. Oh, what materials are needed? Suja asked Qin Shuyao curiously. The corpse of a god. Qin Shuyao said in a flat tone. Suse, you are kidding me, Suja said unhappily. I'm not kidding, Lord. You know that Manhwa and the others are too high in level. Given the current situation in our territory, it's already quite good that we can produce genetic potions that are effective for 10th level soldiers. If we want to develop potions that are useful for Lilith and the others, we must have at least god-level materials. If we don't have them, it will basically have no effect on them. Relying on external forces to help them improve their strength is not an easy task. Qin Shuyao explained patiently. Suja fell into silence. At this moment, he understood that it was not that Qin Shuyao could not make it, but that she was limited by the materials. In addition, Manhwa and others are of too high a rank, so ordinary potions are no different from drinking sugar water to them. So do those export versions of genetic drugs have any effect on the soldiers? Suja looked at Qin Shiyao and asked. It has an effect, but it's a weakened version, not even half as effective as what the Lord uses. Both lords and soldiers can use it, but the specific effect depends on their own situation. Qin Shiyao said slowly. Isn't this very powerful? Is it still effective against 10th Order troops? Or is it no longer useful against 10th Order troops? Suja asked curiously. It's still effective against 10th Order soldiers, but the improvement isn't significant. It's still effective after all. Qin Shiyao said softly. She only reduced the efficacy of the drug without changing other aspects. It is effective for 10th level soldiers, which means that there's a lot of room for profit in this genetic drug. It's a sure win. Suja didn't have much else, but a large number of black iron creatures, and the water containing energy was also extremely rich. The fountain of life was in constant flow, plus the star spring. It seemed as if all of this was tailor-made for him. But then again, why are you still at level 1? Suja looked at Qin Shiyao curiously. At this time, Qin Shiyao was still at level 1. I don't want to upgrade now. There's no need, Qin Shiyao said calmly. Suja stared at Qin Shiyao and looked at her carefully, and Qin Shiyao met Suja's gaze without flinching. After watching for a while, Suja continued, Okay, make your own decision on this matter, and I won't force you. Qin Shiyao smiled and nodded. Radiant, please help me check my current physical condition, Suja said to Radiant. Scanning the Lord's physical condition. Please wait. The voice of the Radiant sounded. It didn't take long for Tian Hui to give the answer. The Lord's current physical fitness is equivalent to that of a level 11 horned demon. The Radiant's voice came over. Suja curled his lips. It was really difficult for the Lord to improve his strength. Qin Shiyao smiled. Her physical fitness was equivalent to that of a level 11 horned demon. What Tianradi mentioned here was physical fitness, not strength. However, Suja obviously did not notice this, or simply ignored it. Qin Shiyao did not remind Suja either. The reason was simple. She realized that Suja was a timid but adventurous person. If he knew his true strength, I really don't know what he would do. Anyway, he is still relatively obedient now. At least he would be more timid and cautious in doing things. This way they can save themselves a lot of worry and don't have to worry about Suja's safety. At least he won't take risks easily. If Suja really knew his own strength, he might do something unexpected, so Qin Shiyao did not explain. As for genetic drugs, make more, Suja said to Qin Shiyao. That's no problem. As long as there's enough materials, you can make as many as you want, Qin Shiyao said slowly. Anyway, the production line is there, and there are auxiliary robots. Basically, Qin Shiyao doesn't have to worry about anything. With sufficient materials, production lines and auxiliary robots can be used to produce products continuously. This is the power of technology, and it is a mass production that is difficult to achieve with other systems. Although the quality is average, fortunately, it can be produced unlimitedly without too much complexity. A production line and an auxiliary robot can produce continuously as long as there are enough materials. This is the power of technology. Suja stretched his body and looked at Qin Shiyao. Qin Shiyao was only level 1 now. Of course, it was not that she could not upgrade. Based on the achievements Qin Shiyao had made, she should have reached level 10 long ago. It's just that Qin Shiyao herself doesn't want to upgrade. Just handle the affairs of the Biological Research Institute. I won't interfere, Suja said to Qin Shiyao. Qin Shiyao responded with a smile. Okay, Lord, but I'd like to trouble you to lie down for a while, Qin Shiyao said to Suja. What else is there to do? Suja looked at Qin Shiyao, his eyes full of surprise. Let me draw some blood for you to check your physical condition, Qin Shiyao said with a smile. Suja didn't think any more and lay back on the bed. Qin Shiyao directly picked up the blood-drawing instrument and drew a large tube of blood from Suja. Okay, please wait a moment, Lord, Qin Shiyao said to Suja. Then he took the drawn blood and walked towards the 3rd underground floor, intending to preserve Suja's blood properly. At this moment, a figure appeared silently behind Qin Shiyao. What do you want to do? A cold voice sounded. Qin Shiyao concentrated on placing Suja's blood without even raising her head, then raised her head to look at the person who appeared in her laboratory. It's manhwa. Chapter 152, Don't you want to have a child with the Lord? Just as I expected, you're the first one to rush over. Qin Shiyao looked at manhwa and pushed her glasses with a smile. You haven't answered my question yet. Manhwa's tone was flat, and her eyes had turned deep purple. What a magical power! The invisible and intangible power of moonlight is truly fascinating. Qin Shiyao looked at the bright moon without fear. Manhwa frowned and looked at Qin Shiyao. Since you want to know, I'll tell you. I want to create a god. Qin Shiyao said with a smile. Creating a god? Manhwa looked at Qin Shiyao with astonishment in her eyes. That's right, it's about creating a god. We use the Lord's genes as the basic blueprint, and then integrate other genes to cultivate and create a god. However, this process takes time. Qin Shiyao explained with a smile. Manhwa's pupils suddenly shrank. Does the Lord know about this? Manhwa asked calmly, looking at Qin Shiyao. I don't know. If he knew, he would definitely not agree. Qin Shiyao said frankly. After all, this is artificial life, and Suja would definitely not be able to accept such a thing. Manhwa stared at Qin Shiyao. The light in her eyes flickered and the moonlight aura on her body kept fluctuating. Don't be so excited. The Lord will certainly object if he knows, but it's fine as long as he doesn't know. As a subordinates, shouldn't we do things that he can't do? Qin Shiyao said meaningfully. Don't worry. I don't have any ill will towards the Lord. You also know what kind of person the Lord is. There are some things he can't say or do, but I can. Just leave these thankless tasks to me. I don't care anyway. Qin Shiyao said in a flat tone. Manhwa fell silent. She understood that what Qin Shiyao said made sense. Some responsibilities could be borne by others, but the Lord must never be left to shoulder them. The moonlight aura on Manhwa gradually dissipated. It's better this way. After saying that, Manhwa prepared to leave. At this moment, Qin Shiyao said, Don't you want to have a child of your own with the Lord? Manhwa stopped and looked at Qin Shiyao, murderous intent in her eyes. Don't worry, you're not the only one in the territory who has this idea. Others have the same idea. I can help you. Otherwise, according to the current situation, if you want to have your own children with the Lord, you have to wait until the Lord becomes a god. Qin Shiyao said with a smile. But after the Lord becomes a god, according to the rules of reproduction of all things, the stronger the creature, the smaller the chance of giving birth to offspring, especially you. Qin Shiyao said in a low voice. I can help you. Manhwa looked at Qin Shiyao with a deep purple light flashing in her eyes and an arrogant air. Help me? How are you going to help me? I need your blood. Qin Shiyao stated her purpose and looked at Manhwa. Manhwa looked at Qin Shiyao with a sharp light in her eyes. The so-called genetic technology? Manhwa said slowly. That's right. Genes exist in everyone's body. Whether it's you, the Lord, or anyone else, everyone has their own unique genes. Qin Shiyao said with fanaticism in her eyes. That's why I'm the only one who can help you. After the Lord becomes a god, it will be basically impossible for you and the Lord to naturally give birth to life. Qin Shiyao said in a calm tone. You should know this better than me. Your existence is a miracle that cannot be replicated. If you want to truly have offspring of your own, only I can help you. Qin Shiyao said slowly. At this moment, Qin Shiyao is even more like the devil than the devil himself. I hope you won't let me down. Manhwa was silent for a long time before she spoke slowly. Hearing Manhwa's words, Qin Shiyao smiled happily. After all, Manhwa was dragged into the game by her. This way, it will be much easier to deal with things in the future. Qin Shiyao's face was full of eagerness. Qin Shiyao was well aware of the situation in the territory. On the surface, the major arms and forces appear to be harmonious, but in fact it is because Suja is suppressing them. It is precisely because of Suja's existence that even if the troops in the territory do not get along with each other, no other trouble will arise. As long as Suja is here, this situation can be maintained. Moreover, Suja intends to maintain healthy competition within the territory. So secretly, the major military branches in Suja's territory all have their own different ideas and opinions. After Manhwa left, Qin Shiyao stared at the blood in the test tube in her hand, a charming yet dangerous smile appearing on her face. Then who among the remaining people will be the first to come? Qin Shiyao said to herself with a smile on her face. She then put the things away safely. After packing up, Qin Shiyao went straight to the 7th floor. My lord, all your physical data are normal. There is nothing wrong with you. Qin Shiyao said to Suja. Suja nodded and yawned. In that case, I'll rest for a while. I still feel a little uncomfortable because I didn't sleep well. Suja muttered softly, squinted his eyes, and lay down on the bed. Qin Shiyao did not disturb Suja, and Zili beside him was also guarding quietly. As for Leah, she had already gone off to somewhere and was enjoying herself. Compared to staying in the Biological Research Institute, Alia is more interested in commanding her army of fighting machines to capture some void creatures in the Black Iron world. These creatures will become Qin Shiyao's living experimental subjects, and are also the materials needed to make genetic drugs. Time passes. Before I knew it, it was afternoon. Suja woke up from the bed. Radiant, what time is it now? Suja asked Radiant. My lord, it is 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The voice of the Radiant sounded. It's already 3 o'clock in the afternoon? Suja yawned and sat up from the bed. Where is Shiryao? Is she still on the 3rd underground floor? Suja asked Tianhui again. Yes, lord. Do you need to call Lady Qin Shiryao? Tianhui asked in a deep voice. No need, let her do her thing. Suja stretched and then looked at Zili beside him. Chapter 153, Level 4 Territory. The last 10 days of a novice period. Let's go, Suja said, and took Zili away from the Institute of Biology. After leaving the Institute of Biology, Suja went straight to the Immortal Creation platform. Suja checked the 112 barracks upgrade cards he had. The barracks that Suja needs to upgrade are Immortal Creation Platform, Divine Source Temple, Elemental Holy Tower, Star Temple, Void Dragon Nest, Origin Spirit Tree, and Fallen Temple. A total of 7 barracks need to be upgraded, including the barracks that cannot be upgraded, the Future Hub, and the Shrine. There are a total of 9 barracks. If it is upgraded to the maximum level, which is level 10, each barracks of other arms, except for the Temple of Divine Source, can recruit 5,120 units every day. Suja thought to himself, a level 10 barracks is the maximum level barracks. At the maximum level, except for the Temple of Divine Origin, the daily recruitment capacity of the other 6 barracks is 5,120 units. Alas, it's still too few. Only this many are recruited every day. Suja thought with distress. This was not Suja pretending. The actual situation was indeed like this. The Legion wars between lords are just the beginning. Once the cross-border battles start, the number of units killed every day will be counted in the billions. This is no joke. To give a simple example, if Suja wants to conquer a platinum world in the future, can he do it with only a territory of only a few 100,000 units? Obviously, this is simply impossible. Conquering a world is no easy task, especially those worlds that have been eroded by the void. If you want to obtain the world heart of that world, the first step is to clear out at least 80% of the void in the entire world. This is the top priority. Only after completing the first step can we talk about the rest. It is too difficult to achieve this with only hundreds of thousands of units whose rank is only 50. The key is that the platinum world is too vast. A broken bronze world is as big as an ordinary black iron world. You can imagine how vast a platinum world is. It's still too little. This is too bad. Suja looked at the immortal creation platform in front of him, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Wait, there's another problem. Suja looked at his territory and seemed to have overlooked a key point. That is, his territory seemed unable to accommodate too many units. Although the diameter of his territory is 150,000 meters, the biggest problem is that it is relatively small. If all the barracks are upgraded to the maximum level, then the question arises, can Suja's territory accommodate so many units? After all, this is not a barracks, nor is it a single branch of troops, especially the dragon soldiers, who have an astonishing appetite and consume a ton of food every day. If they are upgraded to the maximum level, Suja's current ability will not be able to meet the food needs of the soldiers. Fuck, this is so troublesome. Suja couldn't help but complain. However, compared with other lords, Suja's situation is much better. Other lords have to worry about the biggest and most unstable factor of their troops, the loyalty issue, but Suja doesn't have to consider this at all. So the first thing to do right now is to upgrade the territory. Suja thought and opened his territory panel to check. You should know that Suja did not upgrade his territory before because he wanted to preserve resources to build core buildings first. But although Suja is still short of resources now, he has no problem using the resources to upgrade the territory. Suja looked at the territory upgrade requirements. 10,000 times wood, 10,000 times stone, high grade wood times 1,000, high grade stone times 1,000, population unit, 1,000. Ding. Do you want to consume 10,000 wood, 10,000 stone, 1,000 high grade wood, and 1,000 high grade cloth to upgrade the territory? Upgrade, Suja said in a deep voice. Ding. Your territory has been successfully upgraded to level 4. Please check the specific attributes yourself. Name, Radiant. Level 4. Area, 200,000 meters in diameter. Barracks, Immortal Platform, God level. Divine Source Temple, God level. Elemental Holy Tower, God level. Star Temple, God level. Void Dragon Nest, God level. Future Hub, God level. Origin Spirit Tree, God. Fallen Temple, God. Shrine, God. Buildings, Lord's Mansion, Blackstone Wall, Primary Element Tower, 10, Spiritual Forest South, Star Spring, Advanced Spiritual Field, 1,000 meters, Science and Technology Research and Development Center, Primary, Biological Research Institute, Primary. Wonders, Heart of the Sun and Moon, Low Level, Heart of the Elements, Low Level. Units, Immortals, 520 Protoss, 510 Elementalists, 510 Frost Warriors, 960 Dragons, 460 Elves, 350 Technology, 5 Fallen Angels, 320 Shikigami, 4 Combat Robots, 3,000 Mining Robots, 120 Work Robots, 210 Minerals, Spirit or Intermediate 100, Copper or Vein, Intermediate 5,000, Iron or Vein, Intermediate 5,000 Gold, Intermediate 1,000 Silver, Intermediate 1,000 Eldritch Metal, Primary, Temithril, Intermediate 1,000. Items, Extraordinary Evolution, Red, National Beauty, Red, Blessed Land, Gold, Spiritual Power Replenishment, Blue. Upgrade, Wood X10W, Stone X10W, High Grade Wood X1W, High Grade Stone X1W, Spirit Stone X1000, Gold Coins X1W, Population Unit, 500. Suja took a deep breath and looked at his territory panel. The diameter of the territory became 200,000 meters, but there was no change in other aspects. What's the difference between this upgrade and no upgrade? Suja couldn't help but say as he looked at his territory that had become level 4. However, the level of the territory is related to the power of the Lord. If you want to gain more power, you must upgrade the territory. Do we need to continue upgrading? Suja pondered this question and then, as usual, pushed the black stone city wall outward to leave a distance of 500 meters bordering the void. Now the diameter of Suja's territory has reached 200 kilometers, which is no longer small. However, there's still not many places that can be used, but most areas have their uses. Generally speaking, the diameter of an ordinary lord's 4th level territory is only about 50,000 meters. Of course, some lords with special talents may have a larger territory, but that's all. There's no need to upgrade for now. The resources brought by the daily chaos invasion are enough to meet the current needs of the territory. Suja muttered to himself, then closed the 3D territory plan and looked at the immortal creation platform in front of him. Forget it. I'll just level up one level at a time and come back tomorrow. Suja stretched and then lay on the lounge chair next to the Star Spring to enjoy the sunbath leisurely. Today's matters have been dealt with. Tomorrow is the 20th day of the novice period, and the countdown to the novice period is about to begin. There are only 10 days left, and then it will be a good show to watch. Suja thought to himself, I don't know what the situation will be like in these 10 days. Someone in this world said that life is divided into 2 stages. One is before becoming a lord, and the other is after becoming a lord. The same is true for the lords. One period is the period of being a novice lord, and the other period is the period of becoming a formal lord. Chapter 154, the second characteristic of the immortal platform, is the liberation of immortal power. Time flows slowly. Early the next morning, Suja got up and looked at the 2 beautiful girls sleeping beside him. He reached out and touched them gently, then got up and left. Ding! Today is the 20th day of the novice period. From today onwards, treasure chest monsters will no longer appear, and the number of loot chests will also decrease. Here it comes, Suja said in a low voice. The so-called treasure chest monster is actually a benefit given by the Supreme to novice lords. Now that this benefit has ended, the loot chests have also begun to decrease. The drop rate of loot chests was already low, and now it is even more ridiculously low. As for why this happened, of course, the appearance of the treasure chest monster is to promote the development of the Lord. If you fail to seize this opportunity, there is nothing you can do. You can only blame yourself. After all, the Supreme has given you enough time. The treasure chest monster did not exist in the first place. It was only created to benefit the novice lords. The Supreme is now just restoring its original state. For Suja, the loss was not too big. Currently, Suja opened the treasure chests of the 3 levels of black iron, bronze, and silver, and all of them gave him guaranteed rewards. It can be said that the benefits have been fully enjoyed, and at most some gold coins and spiritual ores have been lost. But the situation was completely different for other lords. At this stage, the other lords might have just been planning to make a move, but unfortunately, before they could even do anything, it was all over. At the same time, the reason for the decrease in loot chests is also very simple. In fact, loot chests did not exist in the first place, and it has always been like this. There are only two ways for official lords to obtain resources. One is to mine it yourself, and the other is to open the treasure chest. It's that simple. Monsters in other worlds do not drop loot chests, only gold. The cruel side of the Lord's world began to show itself. This is the truth that if you are slow in one step, you will be slow in every step. To put it bluntly, the first 20 days are the development period for novice lords, and how they will develop depends entirely on their personal abilities. The next 10 days will allow the novice lord to gradually adapt to the life of a real official lord. Ultimately, this is a buffer period. The existence of the supreme will is to train lords. It is impossible to abandon the novice lords at the beginning, otherwise basically no lord can survive. Even if you want to raise a goo, this is not the way to do it. Now all novice lords have to start adapting to the days without loot boxes. The drop rate of loot boxes was already low, and now is even lower. Basically, you're lucky enough to get an ordinary loot box below B level. This forces the lords to challenge the difficult chaos invasion if they want to obtain resources. If they don't want to take risks, they can just lie down, but that's it. Of course, the second-generation lords are excluded. If ordinary lords want to obtain the final benefits, they have to fight hard. If they don't fight, they can only wait until the novice period is over and try their luck in the void. If you are lucky, you can have a wonderful encounter, but if you are unlucky, there will be no chance at all. This is the situation of ordinary lords. Every step they take is like walking on the edge of a cliff. Unlike the second-generation lords, their families basically arrange the path for them. There's no need to worry about resources, as there will be people to protect them when they go out on their own. This is the most essential difference between ordinary lords and second-generation lords. This world has never been fair. Suja shook his head and stopped thinking about these things. For him, thinking too much would only add to his troubles. Forget it, let's upgrade the barracks first. Suja came to the immortal creation platform. Manhwa, Dina, and Alamai are all waiting here. Suja looked at the immortal platform in front of him. Ding, upgrade the barracks. Upgrade. Suja directly used a barracks upgrade card. Ding, your barracks. Immortal platform has been upgraded. Current level 5. New features have been added. Please check the specific properties yourself. Suja looked at the immortal creation platform in front of him. Colorful lights intertwined on the immortal creation platform. Suja looked at Manhwa and the others. Their aura had completely changed, as if they had been completely liberated. Suja immediately turned his attention to the attribute panel of the immortal creation platform. Name, Zaixiantai. Level 5. Faction, Radiant. Arms, Immortal Warrior. Recruitment, 160/160 daily. Cost, 1 gold coin /1 time fixed. Features, 1. Fruit of the Immortal Race. 2. Release of Immortal Power. 3. Upgrade conditions, Divine Power x10. Origin Crystal x 1000. Suja's gaze fell on the characteristics of the immortal platform. Not considering the immortal fruit for the time being, he directly focused his attention on the second characteristic. Immortal Power Release. All immortal warriors can release the immortal power hidden in their bodies, thus opening the liberation posture. Truly master the power of the immortals. You must know that the power of the immortals is on the same level as the divine. Note, we are simply releasing our true power, revealing our most authentic selves. This is what a certain immortal warrior once said. Liberation of immortal power? Could this be what a true immortal warrior should look like? Suja muttered to himself in a low voice, and his gaze turned to Manhwa and others again. At this moment, Manhwa and others finally showed their true attitude. Before this, Suja always believed that Manhwa and others would only show the true power of the immortals after reaching a certain level. However, this now appears not to be the case. That's right, Lord, Manhwa said to Suja with a smile. So, are you in a liberated posture now? Suja looked at Leon and others and asked. That's not the case. Leon shook his head. Suja looked at Leon with confusion. How come this is not considered a liberation posture? We are only in a semi-liberated state now and are just returning to our original state. Leon grinned and explained with a smile on his face. As she finished speaking, the aura on her body began to surge violently, and wherever it reached, everything around her seemed to be eroded by an invisible force. Suja stared at the immortal power surging in Leon's body, furious. That power exuded a chilling aura all the time. It was an extremely terrifying conceptual power, and its intensity was no less than that of divinity. Suja was not clear about what kind of power rage was, but he knew very well what divinity meant. There's a saying in the world of lords: only gods can compete with gods. Ultimately, this is due to the difference in power levels. Even the weakest god cannot be harmed by ordinary forces due to the different power levels. In simple terms, it is impossible to break through the defense of the god. The key factor lies in divinity, which can be said to be the external manifestation of the power of each god and belongs to the category of ultimate power. The reason why the defense cannot be broken is largely because the divinity of the god cannot be broken. Chapter 155, Real Jealousy, Gaia. The immortal power possessed by the immortal warriors now actually has a power level comparable to that of divinity. From a certain perspective, immortal power can be regarded as a manifestation of ultimate power. So, can immortal power be understood as your divinity? Suja asked with some curiosity. If that's how your lordship understands it, then there's no problem. Leon grinned. After hearing what Leon said, Suja thought for a moment and felt that this was definitely the best thing for him. Forget it. Let's start recruiting first. Suja looked at Manhwa and others and walked straight towards the immortal creation platform. The statues in the church also underwent tremendous changes. The most intuitive feeling was the omnipresent immortal power that was so strong that it was almost materializing. Ding. Do you want to spend 160 gold coins for daily recruitment? Recruit. Suja looked at the immortal statue in front of him and decisively chose to recruit. In an instant, pink rays of light shot up into the sky, and figures slowly walked out of the pink rays of light. Walking in the front was a fairy warrior with long pink hair and pink eyes. Jealous Gaia greets the Lord. Gaia looked at Suja with a smile on his face. His eyes seemed calm, but endless madness was hidden beneath that calmness. Well, get up first, Gaia, Suja said slowly. Gaia stood up from the ground, and the other immortal warriors behind him also stood up. Fortunately, the space inside the barracks is quite spacious. At least it doesn't seem crowded. After all, this is a level 5 god-level barracks. Suja turned his gaze to Gaia's attribute panel. Name, Gaia. Loyalty, 100. Experience value, 0 out of 100. Level 1. Unit, Hero, Jealous Gaia. Talent, Power of Jealousy, Liberated. Skill, Jealous Thorn. Companion weapon, Sword of Jealousy. Potential, S-level, Saint level. Introduction. Liberated, you can absorb the original sin of jealousy between heaven and earth to improve yourself anytime and anywhere. Suja's eyes flashed with surprise when he saw Gaia's talent. In the liberated state, he could actually improve his own strength by absorbing immortal power. Fuck. Suja quickly turned to look at Manhwa and the others, and found that their talents had also been liberated. In other words, the immortal warriors under his command can achieve self-improvement by absorbing the immortal power between heaven and earth. If they go to the non-material space, won't Manhwa and the others be able to become gods soon? Suja couldn't help but recall the space full of immortal power that he sensed when he awakened his spiritual power. Then Suja thought about it carefully and felt that it shouldn't be so outrageous. Even if it can be absorbed, there will probably be certain limitations. Manhwa and the others' current strength is there. Even if they can absorb immortal power, they will definitely be restricted by factors such as distance. Gaia, this is Manhwa, and you should get to know Leon, Elemi, and Dina. From now on, the Jealous Legion will be under your command, Suja said with a smile. Okay, my lord. Gaia licked his lips and responded with a smile on his face. Now I feel relieved. Manhwa stretched and looked at Suja with a smile. Suja didn't say anything more. Manhwa was not very willing to lead the fairy warriors. Now that Gaia appeared as the last fairy warrior, Manhwa naturally handed her over to Gaia. Okay, but before that, you have to guide Gaia and explain the rules of the territory to her. I'm going somewhere else first, Suja said slowly. Understand, Lord. Manhwa nodded and looked at Gaia, her mood obviously much better. Suja does not plan to use the recruitment card for refreshing the troops now, as he feels there is no need for it. When a barracks level is improved in the future, it will be more cost-effective to use. After all, these props are basically gone as soon as one is used. Without the treasure chest monsters, the only ways for Suja to obtain them are S-level evaluation boxes and bronze-level SSS-level resource treasure chests. So save as much as you can now. It is enough to recruit troops, normally, every day. There is no need to refresh the recruitment for the time being. Suja went straight to the Temple of Divine Origin. My lord. Amaya looked at Suja with a smile. Suja nodded and looked over Amaya and Luna. Luna still had that silly look on her face. Suja turned his gaze to the Temple of Divine Origin. Ding, upgrade the barracks. Upgrade, Suja said as he looked at the Temple of Divine Origin. In an instant, the sky seemed to darken, and countless brilliant stars intertwined and twinkled. The entire territory could clearly see the endless stars shining with dazzling light and converging towards the Temple of Divine Source. The light of countless stars intertwined and entangled with each other, and then slowly merged into the Temple of Divine Source. Ding, your barracks, Divine Source Temple has been upgraded. Current level, 5. New features have been added. Please check the properties yourself. Suja looked at the Temple of Divine Source in front of him and saw endless starlight intertwined and entangled with each other, as if there were endless stars hidden in it. Suja immediately checked its properties. Name, Temple of Divine Origin. Level 5. Faction, Protoss. Arms, Protoss Warrior. Recruitment, 160/160 daily. Cost, 1 gold coin /1 time constant. Features, 1. Eternal Starlight. 2. Blessing of the Gods. 3. Upgrade conditions, Divine Power x10, Origin Crystal x1000. Blessings from the stars. A hint of curiosity flashed in Suja's eyes, and he directly checked the detailed attributes of this feature. Blessings from the stars. Your Protoss troops will be blessed by the stars during battle, with their overall attributes increased by 50%. Note, under the distant starry sky, the blessings left by the ancient stars are only effective for the Protoss troops. Not bad, quite good. Suja was very happy when he saw the feature of blessings from stars. This is undoubtedly an extremely practical feature that directly increases combat power by 50%. Coupled with the Conqueror entry, the attributes of Suja's Protoss troops in battle will be increased to the extreme. If several buff effects are combined in the Legion battle, Suja's Protoss troops may not necessarily be weaker than the immortal warriors and dragons. Let's go. Suja looked at Amaya and Luna and walked straight into the Temple of Divine Source. Ding, do you want to spend 160 gold coins for daily recruitment? Recruit, Suja said in a deep voice, looking at the dome inside the Divine Source Temple, which was a vast and boundless sea of stars. Chapter 156 Star Eater Luo Mao. In an instant, the light of the stars suddenly rose up and then quickly dimmed in an instant. The endless starlight seemed to be ruthlessly swallowed by an inexplicable powerful force and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. A look of surprise suddenly flashed across Suja's eyes. Amaya and Luna both had serious expressions at this moment, staring closely at the scene happening in front of them. At this moment, a petite and cute figure appeared in front of Suja without any warning. She was a little girl wearing a black Lolita-style skirt, with long black curly hair draped softly over her shoulders. However, she had a wanton and arrogant smile on her face, especially her eyes, which were as red as blood, as if burning with strange flames. The Star Eater Luo Mao comes to pay his respects to the Lord. Luo Mao looked at Suja with a defiant look on her face. Her eyes released a strong and corrosive gaze without any concealment. She stared straight at Amaya and Luna, as if she wanted to see through them. Star Eater, Suja was surprised, his eyes fixed on Luo Mao, and then quickly turned to Amaya and Luna. He saw that the two of them were staring at Luo Mao with serious expressions, and there was a hint of vigilance in their eyes. Get up first, Suja said to Luo Mao. Luo Mao obediently stood up from the ground. Only then did Suja notice that Luo Mao was only about 1.6 meters tall. Her figure appears to be extremely thin, and the description of her as flat-chested is the most appropriate. That's right, it means exactly what it says. Judging from her appearance, she seems to be always in a state of dissatisfaction, as if she wants to devour everything in the world before she will stop. Seeing this, Suja immediately checked Luo Mao's attributes. Name, Luo Mao. Loyalty, 100. Experience points 0/100. Level 1. Class Hero Star Eater Luo Mao. Talent Devour. Skill Devour. Companion Weapon Devouring Hammer. Potential S-level. Entry bonus. Introduction. This alien species among the star gods is a unique star god that evolves by devouring everything. It is a one-of-a-kind existence. Suja took a deep breath, staring at Luo Mao's talent, and noticed that there was an intriguing question mark behind the potential column. Luo Mao. These two are Amaya and Luna. You must get along well with each other. Suja looked at Luo Mao and slowly reminded her. Okay, my lord. Luo Mao responded obediently, but her scarlet eyes made Suja instinctively feel that Luo Mao was definitely not the kind of person who would keep to herself. Amaya. Explain the rules of the territory to Luo Mao in detail, and then take her to the Black Iron World to upgrade. Luo Mao, you're not allowed to hurt your companions. Suja looked at Amaya and Luo Mao and said seriously, Understood, Lord. When Amaya looked at Luo Mao, a hint of fear unconsciously flashed in her eyes. Luo Mao's seemingly innocent and harmless face, but deep in her eyes, she hides an endless aura of tyranny, coupled with a uniquely shaped swallowing hammer in her hand. No matter how you look at it, you can see that apart from her appearance, Luo Mao doesn't look weak at all in any other way. Afterwards, Suja did not stay any longer and left the Temple of Divine Source and walked towards the Holy Tower of Elements. When Suja arrived at the Holy Tower of Elements, Isabella and Leon were already waiting there. Suja turned his gaze to the Holy Tower of Elements. My lord. Isabella and Leon greeted Suja in unison. Suja nodded slightly in response. Ding, upgrade the barracks. Upgrade, Suja said in a calm tone. In an instant, the divine power enveloped the Holy Tower of Elements like a tide. Immediately afterwards, the trumpet of heaven sounded loudly, and the loud sound seemed to have the power to penetrate everything and instantly spread throughout the territory. At the same time, endless holy light began to intertwine and spread, like a huge light net that wrapped the elemental holy tower layer by layer. It really makes me feel unhappy. Chelsea narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at the dazzling holy light in the territory with disgust. As a fallen angel, Chelsea has an instinctive aversion to holy light. But to say that the holy light can completely restrain Chelsea is simply nonsense. After all, there's no absolute restraint between powers in this world. It's like water and fire. When there is enough water, it can extinguish the flames, but once the fire is strong enough, it can also evaporate all the water. The so-called restraint is ultimately just a matter of strength. The sacred light continued to cover the Holy Tower of Elements, and melodious hymns were played at the right time. Countless small and cute elementalists, each holding a trumpet, harp, bagpipe, and other instruments, played a sacred and solemn piece of music. As time went by, everything gradually returned to calm. Ding! Your barracks, Elemental Holy Tower has been upgraded. Current level 5. New features have been added. Please check for yourself. Suja looked at the Holy Tower of Elements and saw that the golden sacred inscriptions on it seemed even more sacred and solemn at this moment, as if emitting an awe-inspiring aura. He immediately checked the properties of the Elemental Holy Tower. Name: Elemental Holy Tower. Level 5. Faction: Elemental. Arms: Angel. Recruitment: 160/160 daily. Cost: 1 gold coin/time constant. Features: 1. Ascension to God. 2. Elemental Reincarnation Pool. 3. Upgrade: Divine Power x10, Origin Crystal x1000. Angel Reincarnation Pool. Suja looked at this newly opened feature of the Elemental Holy Tower, and his mind moved, and then he checked its detailed properties. Elementalist Reincarnation Pool. Your Elementalist will not really die. Once killed in battle, he will automatically return to the Reincarnation Pool for resurrection. This effect is similar to the Frost Warrior's Immortal Spirit, both of which are group resurrection enhancement effects. Suja couldn't help but think to himself, his eyes fixed on the Elementalist's Reincarnation Pool. This effect is really good. Although it does not directly improve the strength of the troops, it greatly provides fault tolerance. In this way, Suja's two important military forces, Frost Warriors and Elementals, do not have to worry too much about the losses caused by death. Ding! Do you want to spend 160 gold coins for daily recruitment? Recruit, Suja said in a deep voice without hesitation. Accompanied by a dazzling holy light that descended, 160 holy elementals instantly appeared in front of Suja. There were no hero units this time, but Suja didn't care much about it. Isabella, Leon, these elementals are now handed over to you, Suja said to Isabella and the elementals. Chapter 157. Someone is really challenging the S-level difficulty? Isabella and Leon nodded at the same time to show that they understood. Suja immediately turned around and left the elemental holy tower, just as he was about to walk towards the star temple. Suddenly, a prompt sound rang out abruptly. Ding! Chaos invasion is about to begin today. Please select your difficulty, S, A, B, C, or D. Note, no loot chests will appear below level B, so choose carefully. Suja looked at the prompt sound that appeared in front of him and thought to himself, it is exactly as I expected before. Now the Supreme has begun to screen potential lords. From a certain level, this must be the situation that the Supreme expects to see. The welfare period is completely over. Whether I have real ability or just a superficial appearance will soon be revealed. Suja muttered to himself, thinking back to when he could still get by relatively easily. But the situation is completely different now. For those lords who are not from big families, if they still want to continue to live a mediocre life, it is basically equivalent to waiting for death. Without sufficient resources and lack of potential, naturally no one will be willing to invest in it in the future, thus falling into a vicious circle. Of course, becoming a vassal of those big families is also an option. But the problem is that being a vassal is not an easy job and few of them have good ending. Forget it. I'm just a little luckier. I really have no right to judge others. The key is to do my job well. All this has nothing to do with me. So just choose the S-level difficulty, Suja said lightly, and then he headed straight towards the black stone wall without hesitation. Now we can only wait for the chaos invasion to end before we can carry out the daily recruitment work. But this is not a big deal, as we still have plenty of time anyway. When Suja hurried to the Blackstone City wall, Manhwa and others were already waiting there. All the military units recruited previously have now gone to the Black Iron World. For today's chaos invasion, we will use level 10 units as the main force, and level 20 units as the auxiliary. Suja directly gave the arrangements to everyone. In Suja's territory, most of the military units are at level 20, and only those recruited yesterday have just reached level 10. When a level 20 unit hunts a level 10 unit, the source power it can obtain is very limited. But because Suja chose the S-level difficulty, the units of the first few barracks recruited today went to the Black Iron World for upgrades. It was obviously far from enough to rely solely on the troops recruited yesterday. It's not that these arms are insufficient in strength, but that there is a huge gap in numbers. Less than 1,000 units have to deal with more than 250,000 monsters. Even if these troops are strong, they will definitely miss a lot of monsters. That's why Suja specially arranged level 20 military units as auxiliary and level 10 military units as the main force, so that he could better control the entire situation. At the same time, there's no need to worry about missing monsters, which may lead to bad situations such as the destruction or pollution of territory buildings. In the void, darkness surged like a raging tide. Then one Zerg, after another, slowly crawled out from the dark void. The lowest strength of these Zergs had reached level 15, and the highest could even reach level 17. It's these old rivals again, Suja thought to himself. A sharp hissing sound of insects suddenly rang out. Suja narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at the scene in front of him, and said with a hint of regret, "What a pity there are no more treasure chest monsters." Suja then sat cross-legged on the black stone wall, and the battle officially began. Or to be more precise, for Suja's troops, this was almost a one-sided massacre. The only trouble these monsters caused them was that there were too many of them, and they couldn't kill them all. Taking advantage of this gap, Suja opened the chat channel that he had not used for a long time and checked the chat messages in it. Turtles Blackhead. Bro, I'm completely screwed. I guess I can only go to a low-class fake university. Milky White Snow. Hey brothers, listen to my advice. Let's just stick to the B-level difficulty. As long as there's green hills, there's always firewood to burn. Frankly speaking, I think making some easy money isn't bad, but I chose the A-level difficulty, and holy crap, it's incredibly difficult. Almost all the monsters that appear are level 11, and there are probably tens of thousands of them. Turtles Blackhead. I'm so envious of you, boss. But by the way, has anyone chosen S-level difficulty? I heard that S-level difficulty is super abnormal and completely different from A-level difficulty. Does anyone know the situation? I'm not being picky. Who would impulsively choose S rank at this point? Almost no one would. That's hell difficulty, and entering it is basically a dead end. Maybe someone will want to try it on the last day, but right now, no one would choose it. Turtle's Blackhead. What about the guy ranked number 1 on the battle power list? His battle power is almost 10 million. I'm not a nitpicker. Theoretically, he might be able to. After all, he's the head of the tech department, and the tech department's defensive firepower is undoubtedly undeniable. Of course, this is only theoretically speaking. Milky White Snow. Just ask, and you'll know at Tianhui. Suja never expected that someone would actually add him. After thinking for a while, he also joined the chat. Radiant? Turtle's Blackhead. Boss, did you choose the S-level difficulty? Radiant, what's up? Turtle's Blackhead. Wow, sir, you're so awesome. Can you tell me what S-level difficulty is like? Milk White Yukiko. Curiosity +1. Speaking frankly, curiosity +1. I'm not a nitpicker. Curious +1. Empress. Curiosity +1. Suja looked at this series of messages and couldn't help but frown. All of a sudden, a bunch of people who were originally diving came out, but if you think about it carefully, this is normal. After all, apart from Suja, no one has chosen the S-level difficulty at the moment, so it is natural for everyone to feel curious. They all wanted to see what the S-level difficulty was like, and then evaluate the true combat power of their own territory based on what they learned. If they think it is feasible, they will also want to give it a try. After all, the novice period is about to end, and the remaining benefits are only a few days away. Naturally, they all want to try their best to see if they can get more benefits. Chapter 158. Radiant products must be top quality. Radiant, I don't recommend choosing S-level difficulty. Today's S-level invasion is of Zerg, numbering over 250,000, including the Bombas, so I estimate it's around 300,000. Furthermore, these monsters are all above level 15. If you think you're strong enough, give it a try. Empress. Turtle's Blackhead. Milky White Snow. Is this the boss who ranks first on the battle strength list? How terrifying. I'm not a nitpicker. Is there a typo in the comment above? But judging by the battle robots you've revealed, they don't seem to be able to withstand so many monsters, right? Radiant. You're right, but look at this. HD2 battle droid paired with black iron gene potion. If you're interested, consider ordering some. You won't be cheated or fooled. The Empress's pupils suddenly shrank when she saw the data shown by Suja. A level 19 robot and black iron gene potion, these are all good things. It seems that this guy's technology barracks has a deep foundation. The Empress couldn't help but whisper to herself. However, the more this happened, the more excited the Empress became. This laid an extremely solid foundation for her rise to power. Frankly speaking, holy crap, the black iron gene potion can actually strengthen lords. This is the first time I've seen it, and it can even strengthen troops. This level 19 robot can actually self-destruct. That's incredible. I'm completely convinced. The boss really has a reason to choose S-level difficulty. I'm not a nitpicker. Boss, I want this black iron gene potion. How much is it? Radiant. We'll discuss pricing after the novice period ends. Don't worry, it won't be too expensive. We guarantee everyone can afford it. Also, this black iron gene potion is effective against tier 10 units, but not above. Purchase according to your needs. Remember, Radiant products are premium quality. Radiant. When you have 100,000 HD 2 battle robots, you'll find that there's basically no difficulty you can't overcome. After saying this, Suja closed the chat channel. Suja was actually not worried about his situation being exposed. After all, everyone knew the situation in the Department of Science and Technology. In this world, people's inherent impression of the technology department is that its high-end combat capabilities are not very good. This is indeed the case. Precisely because the high-end combat power of the technology department is weak, no one will care too much even if Suja is so prominent now. Maybe some people will be envious, some may be secretly jealous, but basically no one will do anything to harm Suja. Instead, everyone wants to please Suja. Why is that? The reason is very simple. Of course, everyone wants to buy combat robots or genetic medicines from Suja. In the general perception of the lords in this world, the lords of the technology department are like businessmen. Everyone adheres to the principle of not offending them if possible. After all, sometimes the number of troops in their own territory is indeed limited. It would be a good idea to buy some combat robots to liven up the scene. This is the status of the technology department in the eyes of other lords. They can envy and be jealous of them, but they will never offend them easily. In the eyes of other lords, the lords of technology are not their enemies, but potential partners. As soon as Suja closed the chat channel, private messages rang. Suja opened the private message and saw that it was sent by the Empress, Yi Xingchen. Empress, I need some of that genetic medicine. Radiant, no problem. Since we're partners, I'll give you the cost price of 50 spirit or per bottle. What do you think? Empress, okay, I'll pre-order 10,000 bottles first, and we'll trade after the novice period is over. Radiant, all right, my dear partner, it's a pleasure to work with you. The Empress looked at the message sent by Suja, closed the chat panel casually, and secretly complained in her heart that a strong smell of unscrupulous businessmen was blowing in her face. But then again, is the black iron gene potion worth the 50 spirit ores per bottle? It depends on the person, but for the Empress, it is definitely worth it. Even if this thing is sold for 100 spirit ores per bottle, there will still be a lot of people scrambling to buy it. After all, it can not only enhance the strength of soldiers at level 10 and below, but also strengthen the Lord, which is the most critical point. Whether it is the improvement of the strength of the troops or the enhancement of the strength of the lords themselves, is the best thing for the Empress. Suja naturally had his considerations for setting the price so high. Genetic drugs are not scarce on the market at present, but the genetic drug with enhanced effects like the one Suja possesses is unique, and there is only one of its kind in the entire market. In fact, Suja could have raised the price further, but it was not wise for him to do so, and it would have been more trouble than it was worth. After all, the cost of this genetic drug is almost negligible, so reasonable pricing is the most appropriate option. Set the price a little more affordable so that everyone can afford it. This way everyone will be happy, and Suja himself will be happy too. Suja thought about this and closed the chat panel. Time passes slowly. Before I knew it, 3 hours had passed. With the last Zerg falling to the ground, this invasion was officially declared over. Suja then began to carefully count the gains from this invasion. This time, a total of 1.2 million gold coins, 6,000 common loot chests, and 4,000 rare loot chests were obtained. Apart from that, there were no other gains. The drop rate is really too low. Suja couldn't help but complain. You have to know that he chose the S-level difficulty, and more importantly, the number of Zerg invading this time is as high as 300,000. But it was really disappointing that the final harvest was so scarce. It seems that this is pushing the lords to explore the unknown world. Suja muttered to himself with a sharp light flashing in his eyes. When the territory level is upgraded to level 7, the lord will once again gain a special power, namely the Gate of Time and Space. However, the location where the Time and Space Gate opens is completely random, and it can only be used once a month. Every time it is opened, a door of time and space will appear randomly, and no one knows what the world behind the door looks like. It is possible that as soon as you step out of this door, you will find an evil god waiting at the door with a fierce look in his eyes. Of course, it is also possible that behind the door is a world full of treasures where anything is possible. The risks involved in the space-time gate are extremely great and filled with too many unknown factors. You have no idea what the world on the other side of the door looks like, nor do you know how powerful the existence is in that world. Chapter 159, Eternal Glory, 10 Seconds of Invincibility? Only by truly stepping into that world can one truly understand what level of world it is. The specific situation of the time and space gate will be discussed in detail later. Suja looked at today's harvest rate with a bit of disdain. After all, he was used to having huge profits every day. Now that the harvest was so little, he naturally felt a little dissatisfied. Of course, there are still S-level evaluation treasure chests, but that's all. Fortunately, robots were not actually used in this battle. If robots were involved in the battle, I'm afraid it would be difficult to even recover the costs. Suja thought to himself, judging from the current resources, it is indeed difficult to make a profit. According to the combat loss ratio of 1 to 10, Suja is undoubtedly in a loss state. As far as the existing resources are concerned, it can be said that all the money has been lost. Suja immediately opened 6,000 ordinary loot chests at once, harvested 1,000 units of basic wood, 1,000 units of basic stone, 1,000 units of basic meat, 1,000 units of basic copper, or 1,000 units of basic steel, and 1,000 units of basic iron ore. It's not bad. Suja looked at the basic materials that were gathered in an instant, and this wave was not a loss. Immediately afterwards, Suja opened 4,000 rare loot chests at once, got 1,000 units of high-grade wood, 1,000 units of high-grade stone, 1,000 units of mithril, and 1,000 units of gold. Suja then took out the S-level evaluation treasure chest. Ding. Do you want to open the S-level evaluation main box? Open it, Suja said, staring at the S-level treasure chest. Ding. You get a barracks upgrade card. Ding. You receive a unit refresh recruitment card. Ding. You get a wonder upgrade card. Not bad. Suja touched his chin and thought to himself as he looked at the items that were opened. It's a pity that there is no treasure chest. It would be great if there was one. Although you usually get a guaranteed reward every time you open a treasure chest, it is better to have something than nothing. Even if the reward is as small as a mosquito leg, it is still a real benefit. Amaya, Luna. Susesjautif. Amaya and Luna appeared in front of Suja in an instant. Let's go, Suja said, while looking at the two of them with a smile. Amaya and Luna nodded, then walked into the Lord's space with Suja. 10 minutes later, Suja walked out of the Lord's space with Amaya and Luna, holding an SSS bronze resource treasure chest. After all, this process was as easy as frying fish. Suja spent 5 of the 10 minutes waiting for the other party to be ready, and the time actually spent on fighting did not exceed 5 minutes in total. Isn't that what fish fry is all about? Could it be so close to a draw? That's simply ridiculous. Suja opened the bronze-level SSS Lord resource chest without hesitation. It turned out that there was no difference from yesterday's reward. There was no change. Not bad. We have stockpiled a new batch of resources. Suja looked at the reward and said with a smile on his face, "You guys go play first." Suja looked at Amaya and Luna and said. Then Suja came to Valheim. Previously, the Immortal Platform, the Divine Source Temple, and the Elemental Holy Tower have all been upgraded to the Divine level, and now it is the turn of the Star Temple. When Suja arrived here, Lena and Shirley were already waiting here. "Lord, you are finally here," Lena said carelessly, putting her arms around Suja's neck. "Would you like to have some more drinks tonight?" Lena looked at Suja and asked. "Okay, but don't drink too much," Suja said slowly. "Okay, Lord." Lena smiled and let go of Suja. Suja turned his gaze to the Star Temple. "Ding, upgrade the barracks." "Upgrade," Suja said with a hint of expectation in his eyes, staring at the Star Temple. In an instant, countless illusory images appeared above the Star Temple. A white Pegasus was flying freely in the sky, and endless phantoms of star archers appeared one after another. They are agile, brave, and fearless, like a symbol of immortal legend. All of this is like waves in the long river of time, carrying and recording their supreme glory. After a moment, the vision gradually disappeared. Everything returned to calm, and the prompt sound rang at the right time. "Ding! Your barracks, Star Temple has been upgraded. Current level, 5. New features have been born. Please check it out." Suja immediately checked the properties of the Star Temple. Name, Temple of Stars. Level 5. Faction, Protoss. Recruitment, 320/320 daily. Cost, 1 gold coin / time constant. Features, 1. Glory of the Stars, 2. Eternal Glory, 3. Upgrade, Divine Power x10, Origin Crystal x1000. Eternal Glory. Suja looked at this new feature and immediately checked its detailed introduction. Eternal Glory. The glory of the stars is an everlasting brilliance, an epic that will never be forgotten, and a glory that cannot be forgotten. Each star archer will have a 10-second invincibility period when facing death. During this period, they cannot be controlled, but their attack power will be doubled. Note, this is my last glory. Eternal Glory, 10 seconds of invincibility? Is this true? Suja turned to look at Lena and Shirley and asked. With such powerful attribute superposition, Suja thought that his Star Archer troops might become the First Legion. The Conqueror effect plus the glory of the stars, and then paired with the Eternal Glory. With such powerful buffs stacked up layer by layer, when there's only one member left in the Star Archer Legion, perhaps that is the moment when they can truly demonstrate their terrifying combat power. Suja took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming. It seems that the more Star Archers there are, the stronger the overall combat effectiveness will be. Suja suddenly had an idea whether he should recruit the maximum number of Star Shooters first, but then he thought about it carefully and felt that it would be better to wait. Anyway, it would be realized sooner or later, and it would not affect the overall situation. It's not that he deliberately doesn't summon, but a full-level star shooter can recruit more than 10,000 units at a time, and the carrying pressure of Suja's territory will instantly reach its limit. This is obviously not feasible, but we can consider releasing them into other worlds at that time. Forget it. Let's start recruiting first, Suja said as he took Lena and Shirley into the Star Temple. Ding. Do you want to spend 320 gold coins for daily recruitment? Recruit. Suja's eyes were full of anticipation. After all, he could recruit 320 units at a time. Maybe the Star Archer Corps would really become his ace First Legion in the future. Rays of white light slowly emerged in the Star Temple. Suja narrowed his eyes slightly and watched the scene. Fortunately, the internal space of the God-level barracks is spacious enough. Otherwise, Suja would probably have seen a crowded scene, which would have been too funny. Chapter 160 New Feature, The Favor of the Dragon God. Shirley, Lena, these newly recruited companions are now left to you. Suja looked at Shirley and Lena and said, Understood, Lord. Shirley and Lena responded in unison. Suja then left the Star Temple and walked towards the Void Dragon's nest. There are currently 3 barracks that have not been upgraded, namely the Void Dragon's Nest, the Origin Spirit Tree, and the Fallen Temple. Suja is looking forward to what powerful features will be born after these 3 barracks are upgraded. Suja quickly arrived at the Void Dragon's Nest, only to see Shadow and August lying there, their huge bodies like 2 towering mountains. Suja couldn't help feeling a little emotional as he looked at Yuying and August. When they were first recruited, Shadow and August were only 10 meters long. Now that they have reached level 20, Shadow and August's body length has reached 100 meters, and their height is as high as dozens of meters. They just lay there like 2 small hills. What's more crucial is that Shadow's body exudes the breath of annihilation all the time, while August is like a truly scorching sun, and the golden light has never been extinguished for a moment. Shadow and Augustus opened their huge eyes at the same time, as if they had telepathy, and looked at Suja, who appeared here. My lord. The low voices of Shadow and Augustus sounded at the same time. Although they deliberately lowered the volume, the voices were still very loud. Suja nodded, his eyes sweeping over Yuying and Augustus one by one. Among the many legions under Suja's command, the one with the strongest individual strength is undoubtedly the Dragon Legion. This legion basically fights on its own, but each dragon possesses astonishingly powerful strength. Dragons are naturally arrogant. If Shadow and August were not here, Suja would probably have to summon them one by one to command these proud dragons. In the territory, no one except Suja, Yuying, and Augustus can command these dragons. Even ordinary dragons are extremely proud, let alone these female dragons in Suja's territory, each of which is an ancient dragon, so they're naturally even more proud. You guys should have a good rest. Suja looked at Yuying and Augustus and said. Shadow and August nodded and continued to lie beside the barracks, but they did not rest. Instead, they stared at Suja quietly. Suja didn't care about this. After all, the soldiers in the territory were absolutely loyal to him. They existed because of Suja and were born because of Suja. Ding, upgrade the barracks. Upgrade. Suja looked at the Void Dragon nest in front of him with a firm gaze. Instantly, countless phantoms of giant dragons began to roar frantically. Giant dragon phantoms, each as large as the world itself, intertwined with one another above the sky. Each one was an incredibly powerful alien dragon. The dragon's roar seemed to be able to break through the sky, and it was like rolling thunder suddenly exploding in Suja's territory. The roar of this giant dragon was like a surging wave, completely filling the entire territory. The little female dragons who were originally scattered in various corners of the territory raised their heads, as if drawn by the same force, their eyes all directed towards the direction of the Void Dragon's nest. Then, they couldn't suppress their inner impulse and started roaring. After the shadows of countless giant dragons gradually dissipated, Suja stared intently at the Void Dragon's nest in front of him, and at this moment the prompt sound rang at the right time. Ding! Your barracks. Void Dragon Nest has been upgraded to level 5. New features have been added. Please check the properties yourself. Suja immediately focused his attention on the attribute panel of the Void Dragon's Nest. Name, Void Dragon Nest. Level 5. Arms, Dragon. Recruitment, 160/160 daily. Cost, 1 gold coin / time constant. Features, 1. Dragon's Majesty. 2. Dragon God's Favor. 3. Upgrade. Divine Power X10, Origin Crystal X1000. The Favor of the Dragon God. Suja stared at this feature. A hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes, and then he checked its detailed attributes without thinking. Favored by the Dragon God. With the protection and blessing of the Dragon God, all dragon troops under your command are immune to 50% of elemental damage. As Suja looked at this characteristic, his mind couldn't help but think of the dragon's majesty. You know, the dragon's majesty is a talent that can increase the dragon's combat power by 50%. As a result, Suja was thinking that the dragon troops under his command might be difficult to beat in a one-on-one fight. Especially Shadow. Her own body is extremely strong, and her innate ability makes her immune to 99% of elemental damage. Now, with the blessing of the Dragon God, if I calculate it according to the normal percentage, then if I use elemental skills to attack Shadow, will she recover health instead? Suja couldn't help but think in his heart. But then he shook his head slightly, thinking that this situation was unlikely to happen. After all, the idea was too outrageous. The most likely scenario was simply immunity to elemental damage. That means Shadow is at least invincible among those of the same rank. Suja's eyes sparkled with excitement. It seems that the Dragon Legion has become the most powerful legion under my command in single combat. Suja had a helpless expression on his face. However, there's a small flaw in the current Dragon Army, which is that its rank is slightly low. But if you look closely, this cannot be entirely blamed on the Dragon Legion. The root cause lies with Suja himself. Suja knew very well that it was because he did not have enough resources to improve them. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have chosen the option of becoming a god in 7 days. Suja couldn't help but regret it in his heart. This was really embarrassing. I originally chose this so as not to be a drag, but I didn't expect that I would become an obstacle in the end. Fortunately, this is only a problem that will be faced in the early stages, and the situation will definitely improve as resources continue to accumulate in the later stages. Suja thought this and walked steadily into the Void Dragon's nest. Ding, do you want to spend 160 gold coins for daily recruitment? Recruit. Suja took a deep breath and then said calmly. In an instant, a ray of light shot straight into the sky like a sharp sword, and little female dragons with different fur colors flapped their wings and flew out from the light. Their flying posture was crooked, but revealed a unique cuteness. These little female dragons are rich and colorful, red like burning fire, blue like the deep ocean, purple like dreamy mist, green like dense forest, etc. Different colors represent their own unique elemental attributes. Chapter 161 Guardian of Origin. Exactly 160 little female dragons. However, these little guys were not at all quiet. As soon as they appeared, they pushed each other. It was not because the space was not spacious enough, but because these little female dragons did it on purpose. They all wanted to show themselves in front of Suja. Okay, everyone follow me out first. Suja took a deep breath and spoke with a hint of helplessness. After hearing Suja's words, the little female dragons obediently lined up and followed Suju out of the Void Dragon's nest. When they saw Shadow and Augul's waiting outside, the little female dragons were so scared that their legs went weak. Shadow, August, I entrust these little guys to you, Suja said with a smile. Okay, my lord. Shadow and August nodded, then turned their attention to the group of newly recruited female dragons, and began to patiently and carefully explain to them the various rules of the territory and related matters of going to the Black Iron World to level up. Suja then turned and walked towards the direction of the Origin Spirit Tree. Xinglan and Chris had been waiting here quietly for a long time. Your Majesty. Xinglan and Chris looked at Suja respectfully with smiles on their faces. Suja nodded slightly, and his eyes fell on the Origin Spirit Tree. Ding, do you want to upgrade the barracks? Upgrade. Suja looked at the Origin Spirit Tree without hesitation. I saw the Origin Spirit Tree gently swaying its branches, making a rustling sound, as if it was whispering something. Countless colorful elemental lights gathered on the treetops like bright stars. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, light, darkness, wind, ice, thunder, and even the light of time and space attributes were shining and jumping among them, interweaving to create a magnificent picture. Among the wide variety of troops under Suja's command, those produced by the Origin Spirit Tree are the most conventional. They have various abilities, but are not outstanding in any aspect compared to other types of soldiers. Fortunately, They can master some of each. In a positive sense, this can be called omnipotence. But to put it bluntly, it is mediocrity with no particular ability being particularly proficient. However, there's one thing that other types of troops find difficult to compare with, and that is their powerful firepower bombing capability, which is also the fighting method that the Origin Elves are best at. As Origin Elves, they possess almost infinite magical power. The only thing that can limit them is their level, not the casting of spells. Especially the first characteristic born from the Origin Spirit Tree, the Origin Contract. For Suja, this is undoubtedly a rare good thing. At least it gives him a certain self-protection ability in a short period of time. Ding, your barracks. The Origin Spirit Tree has been upgraded to level 5. New features have been added. You can check the properties yourself. Suja immediately turned his gaze to the Origin Spirit Tree to check its specific properties. Name, Origin Spirit Tree. Level 5. Unit, Origin Elf. Recruitment, 160/160 daily. Cost, 1 gold coin / time constant. Features, 1. Contract of Origin, 2. Guardian of Origin, 3. Upgrade, Divine Power x10, Origin Crystal x1000. Guardian of Origin. Suja looked at this characteristic and vaguely felt that it seemed to have some connection with the first characteristic, so he hurriedly checked its properties. Sure enough, Suja immediately understood after reading the introduction of the characteristics of the Guardian of Origin. Guardian of Origin. You can transfer the damage you receive to the target of the Origin contract to share the damage you suffer. This is simply a life-saving trump card. Suja was secretly delighted when he saw this ability. Then, Suja turned his gaze to Xinglan and Chris. Do you know this feature? Suja asked Xinglan and Chris. Protecting the Lord is our unshirkable mission. If there really comes a day when we can exchange our sacrifice for the Lord's safety, then everything will be worth it. Xinglan said solemnly with a firm light in his eyes. Although Chris didn't say anything, her eyes looked at Suja with the same firmness, conveying the same unshakable belief. When Suja heard this, he felt a little warm in his heart, but remained silent. There won't be such a day. I won't lose, and it's absolutely impossible for me to lose. Isn't it destined that I will be the winner? Isn't this a matter of course? Suja said with a smile. Although his tone seemed calm, it revealed an unparalleled confidence and pride. Then Suja turned his gaze to the Origin Spirit Tree again. Ding, do you want to spend 160 gold coins for daily recruitment? Recruit. Suja looked at the Origin Spirit Tree without hesitation. In an instant, the red and white lights intertwined and burst into dazzling brilliance. 160 lively and agile Origin Elves appeared in front of Suja. Chris, I'm leaving Xinglan and other Origin Elves to you. I'll rely on you to protect me from now on. Suja said with a smile, then turned and left the Origin Spirit Tree. Chris and Xinglan stared at Suja's departing back, and the look in their eyes became more and more determined. Lose? That's absolutely impossible. No matter what others do, I will never lose. Suja muttered to himself with a confident smile on his face. Lose? This word does not exist in Suja's dictionary at all. He will keep winning until he truly reaches the peak of invincibility. Fallen Temple. Suja turned his gaze to Chelsea. My lord, it looks like you are worried about something. Chelsea said to Suja with a smile on her face. Worries? No, they're just some minor troubles that are not worth mentioning. Suja responded with a smile. Chelsea smiled lightly and said nothing more. Suja then set his sights on the Fallen Temple. Ding, upgrade the barracks. Upgrade. Suja looked at the Fallen Temple with a hint of expectation in his eyes. In an instant, endless darkness quickly enveloped the Fallen Temple like a surging tide. The darkness was as deep and dangerous as the original darkness, as if emitting an aura that bewitched and tempted people to fall. At the same time, Leon and Isabella in the Holy Tower of Elements looked towards the Fallen Temple almost at the same time, and a fleeting hint of dissatisfaction flashed in their eyes. Ding, your barracks. Fallen Temple has been upgraded to level 5. New features have been added. Please check them out. Chapter 162, Fallen Reincarnation Pool, Infinite Resurrection. Suja looked at the Fallen Temple in front of him and directly chose to check its properties. Name, Fallen Temple. Level 5. Faction, Angel. Arms, Fallen Angel. Recruitment, 160/160 daily. Cost, 1 gold coin / time constant. Features, 1. Fallen Holy Soul. 2. Fallen Reincarnation Pool 3. Fallen Reincarnation Pool. A hint of surprise flashed in Suja's eyes. Why does this thing feel so familiar? Then he turned to look at Chelsea, who was looking at him with a smile on her face. Suja immediately checked the properties of the Fallen Reincarnation Pool. After reading it, Suja finally understood why Chelsea laughed. Fallen Reincarnation Pool. Your fallen angel will not truly die. Once killed in battle, he will return to the reincarnation pool to be resurrected. Seeing this, Suja couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth slightly. This fallen temple is really competing with the Holy Tower of Elements. The first characteristic of the elemental Holy Tower, Ascend to God, can open the path of elementalist advancement and tap into their potential, while the first characteristic of the Fallen Temple, Fallen Holy Soul, has a similar effect, except that it takes 30 natural days to condense the Fallen Holy Soul, but the overall effect is not much different. As for the second characteristic, they are exactly the same. No wonder Chelsea smiled so meaningfully. If we say that they are not sworn enemies, I'm afraid no one will believe it. I finally understand. The Fallen Temple and the Holy Tower of Elements are my two greatest talents. Suja slowly turned his head and looked at Chelsea and said, No wonder Isabella and Chelsea have always had a bad relationship. Even with me there's very little communication between them. If it weren't for me mediating, they would have probably fought each other long ago. Suja shook his head helplessly and didn't think about it anymore. After all, this was a good thing for him. Ding. Do you want to spend 160 gold coins to start daily recruitment? Recruit. Suja looked at the Fallen Temple. Amidst the flashes of light, 160 fallen angels appeared in front of Suja. Although there were no hero units this time, Suja didn't think it was a big deal and was not disappointed. It would be best to have hero units, but if not, you can just recruit them next time. Chelsea, the next thing is up to you. Suja said to Chelsea. I understand, Lord. You just go and do your own thing. I will help you train them well. Chelsea said with a hint of cunning in her smile. Hearing what Chelsea said, Suja pretended to be serious and said, Ahem, don't say such things lightly, lest it affect the glorious and majestic image of this Lord. I understand, Lord, Chelsea said with a smile. Then Suja walked towards the future hub. Today's upgrade recruitment has finally been successfully completed. Suja couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After spending a lot of effort, he finally got it done successfully. Suja looked at the 107 barracks upgrade cards he had left and felt a little worried that the number might not be enough. It seemed that he had to stock up more to be on the safe side. There are only 10 days left until the end of the novice period, so you can still save up some more money. Next, Suja planned to stop upgrading the barracks. As for the current area of the territory, it can just accommodate the subsequent recruitment. If we continue to upgrade the recruitment territory, it will become overcrowded, so it is better to forget it. On the one hand, even if Suja recruited more soldiers now, it would not be of much use. He knew very well that the god-level troops could not be exposed easily. Once they appeared, it would be a dead end. Even if there is a way to escape one of them, it will not be of much use. Even if others cannot calculate his exact location, the threat he poses is obvious, and those families will never sit idly by. They don't mind spending time to completely block Suja's upgrade path. But don't underestimate the ruthlessness of those families. People like Suja are really extraordinary. Essentially, once he grows up, he will surpass everyone. This is something that those families absolutely cannot tolerate, and the forces on the side of nothingness have the same attitude. Therefore, suppressing Suja is a win-win situation for all parties. Even if Suja himself can upgrade, it will be futile if his troops cannot be upgraded. Therefore, Suja has decided to maintain the status quo of the barracks and not upgrade it for the time being, and will make a decision based on the specific situation later. Besides, if he really wanted to upgrade, Suja could upgrade all the barracks in one day. If he doesn't upgrade, the number of people recruited daily will simply be a little less, and Suja can still bear this result. However, Suja cannot afford the consequences if his whereabouts are exposed. The more types of troops there are, the easier it is to reveal one's true identity. So Suja plans to recruit them slowly and step by step. On the other hand, the carrying capacity of the territory is also an issue that must be considered. Although Suja's territory looks vast and boundless on the surface, in fact, the number of military units it can accommodate is limited. Finally, the novice period is about to end. By then, Suja will lose the novice benefits and will not be able to support so many military units. The dragon unit alone consumes at least 500 meat resource cards every day. If Suja continues to recruit on a large scale, he will not be able to afford it. This is also a factor he must consider. And after the novice period, Suja will appear in front of everyone as a technology lord. Now, even if we recruit more soldiers, we cannot show them to the world and can only keep a low profile. Therefore, steady and solid development is Suja's top priority at the moment. Recruiting 160 units a day is enough for gradual development. Even if more troops are recruited, they will not be able to appear in front of the world in the short term, except for the technological troops, of course. The other branches of the army could only act in secret, and even then they could not conduct large-scale activities to avoid being exposed. So everything had to be done slowly, and what Suja lacked most now was time. Oh, it seems like I have completely forgotten something. Suja slapped his head and suddenly remembered something. I'm so busy that I'm dizzy. Suja took a deep breath and opened the 3D territory plan, only to find that he hadn't carried out territory swallowing today. Swallow! Suja shouted loudly and directly used his power. Ding! Your entry, blessed land, has been triggered. Your territory has expanded by 30,000 meters. Suse? Is that all? Suja looked at the reminder log with a bewildered look on his face. Then Suja pushed the black stone wall outward somewhat helplessly, leaving a 500-meter open space connected to the void according to previous practice. Suja closed the 3D territory plan and went directly to the future hub. Chapter 163 Thunderblade, Soul Control. Zeely had been waiting here for a long time. Emperor, Zeely said to Suja respectfully. Suja nodded and then turned his gaze to the future hub. There are only 2 more tasks left for today. After completing them, I can rest. Just thinking about it makes me feel comfortable. Suja took Zeely and walked straight into the future hub. Ding, do you want to spend 1 gold coin to recruit daily? Recruitment. Suja looked towards the future hub with anticipation in his eyes. A door of time and space with a strong sci-fi atmosphere slowly opens. A tapping sound was heard. A hint of surprise flashed across Suja's face. Could it be that this time he was not recruiting blueprints, but heroic units? Not long after, a tall figure walked out of the gate of time and space. Her long golden hair was casually tied on top of her head, and she was wearing a white scientific researcher's coat. She looked at Suja with a stern expression, her hands in the pockets of her white coat, and looked at Suja with curiosity in her eyes. She wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and exuded a shrewd and capable temperament. Alice, greetings to the Lord, Alice said to Suja, and then glanced at Zeely with a hint of indifference in her eyes. This indifferent look made Suja instantly think of someone. That was Qin Shiyao. When Qin Shiyao was concentrating on her research, her eyes also revealed indifference to life. One could even say a kind of fanaticism. Of course, Qin Shiyao's main research is on biological structure and genetics, which is why it is particularly dangerous. Now here comes another one like this. Suja hurriedly checked Alice's attributes. Name, Alice. Loyalty, 0/100. Experience value, 0 out of 100. Level 1. Rank, God level. Arms, Hero, World-Destroying Alice. Talent, Pathogen Analysis. Skill, Fusion. Potential, S-level, Saint level, entry bonus. Introduction. Miesher isn't just a title. She truly possesses these abilities. She possesses unparalleled research capabilities, capable of analyzing any virus or bacteria, and even creating superbugs. Beware, you've recruited a true demon. Suse. Suja looked at Alice and couldn't help feeling a little uneasy, especially the description in the note about a real demon. Among the soldiers Suja has currently recruited, the only one who can receive such an evaluation is Alice, who just appeared. And Alice's talent is really outrageous. Pathogen analysis. Given enough time, Alice can analyze and study any virus. Fusion. Alice is able to fuse different viruses and bacteria together while retaining their individual properties. Oh my God! Suja looked at Alice with a little trepidation in his heart. Fortunately, Alice is 100% loyal to him. Otherwise, Suja would not dare to use her. Alice, what are you going to do now? Suja didn't know what to say for a moment, so he just asked casually. Alice looked at Suja calmly, as if she could see through his thoughts. My lord, you don't have to worry that I will do anything bad to you. I'm only interested in viruses and bacteria. If I had to say what I want to do, it would naturally be research. By the way, my lord, is there a biological research institute in the territory now? Alice looked at Suja and asked, Okay, since you want to go, wait a moment and I'll take you there. Suja said after taking a deep breath. Okay. Alice responded calmly, pushing up her glasses. Then Suja took Alice and Li towards the shrine. Along the way, Alice observed everything in Suja's territory with great interest, especially the elementals, gods, fairies, dragons, frost warriors, elves, and other troops passing by. Her eyes were almost shining, because these were rare experimental subjects. Suja saw this scene and couldn't help but ask Alice, Alice, why are you staring at everyone else? They're all excellent experimental subjects. They're all mythical beings. I really want to know what kind of viruses and bacteria will have an effect on them. Alice said without any concealment. No, Suja said in a serious tone. Alice looked at Suja in surprise, and Suja continued. Whatever biological research you want to conduct is your business, but you are absolutely not allowed to conduct experiments on your companions in the territory. Suja emphasized in a serious expression. This kind of thing must be absolutely forbidden, not to mention doing it, not even thinking about it. Looking at Suja, who was so serious, Alice realized the seriousness of the matter. I see. I'll remember that, my lord. Alice nodded, though a hint of regret flashed in her eyes. But Suja had already warned her so seriously, this kind of thing must be strictly prohibited. Just remember it. As long as it's not from our territory, you can study it however you want. Suja said with a sigh of relief, and he also realized that his tone was a bit harsh just now. As long as it's not from our territory? Alice looked at Suja. Susenadif. As long as other people have it except those in the territory, you can study it however you want. Suja said slowly. Suja would not stop such things. After all, he was the beneficiary and he had no reason to stop it as long as it did not involve his own people. But Alice's desire to use her own people for experiments must be clearly prohibited without any ambiguity. Otherwise, who knows what will happen in the future? Some things need to be made clear and cannot be ambiguous. I understand, my lord. Alice nodded solemnly. Suja then continued to take Alice and Li to the shrine. Tamamanomi, Susriheim, Utuheim, and Rakage are all waiting here. Suja greeted them and walked straight into the shrine. Ding, do you want to spend 1 gold coin to recruit daily? Recruitment, Suja said expectantly. A white light flashed, and a long sword appeared in front of Suja. This, Suja looked at the long sword with patterns flashing with thunder in front of him, and couldn't help but touch his chin to check its properties. Name Yuhuin. Level, Legend. Function, Master Thunder. Ability, Thunderblade. Introduction. The legendary Thunder God's Blade, possessing a faint trace of divine power, capable of controlling the power of thunder. Suja curled his lips and looked at the soul in his hand with some disgust. This thing was not as practical to him as a hero unit. Then Suja directly put it into the king's treasure house he carried with him. Treasure house collection, +1. There are currently 2 treasures in Suja's treasure house. Suja touched his chin and looked at the shrine. Will this recruit all the legendary treasures of the island country? That would be interesting. Suja thought to himself with a smile on his face. He especially wanted to see the expressions of the islanders when they saw him chopping at them with their legendary treasure. That scene would definitely be very interesting. Although Suja hates the Japanese, he treats all the Shikigami he recruits equally. Suja walked out of the shrine and looked at Alice. Now that he had completed the last task of the day, he could relax. Let's go, I'll take you to the Institute of Biology first, Suja said to Alice. Then Suja took Alice, Li, and Yao Daoji to the Biological Research Institute. Suja looked at the Biological Research Institute in front of him, and then looked at Alice. There is an artificial intelligence named Tianhui in the Institute of Biology. You can ask her to help you do some things. Besides you, there is also someone named Qin Shuyao. Maybe you will have common topics, Suja said slowly. Yeah. Alice nodded. Just then, the door of the Biological Research Institute opened, and Qin Shuyao walked out. Lord, is this the new member? Qin Shuyao looked at Alice and asked Suja. Suja nodded and asked Qin Shuyao curiously. Where are you planning to go? We don't have enough experimental subjects. We're going to the Black Iron world to ask Alia for help in bringing some back, Qin Shuyao said slowly. Is that so? Then you can bring Alice with you. She has common topics with you, and she also needs experimental subjects so she can communicate with you, Suja said to Qin Shuyao. Before Qin Shuyao could refuse, Suja said, Alice, this is Qin Shuyao. She will be your colleague and companion from now on. Qin Shuyao looked at Suja and then at the people around him, and knew that Suja was being lazy and wanted to go out and have fun. Okay, I have no objection, but Alice, what are you researching? Qin Shiyao asked Alice. Viruses and bacteria. Alice looked at Qin Shiyao slowly and said. Qin Shiyao smiled, and the smile became brighter and brighter. It seems like we have a lot of topics to talk about. Qin Shiyao said meaningfully. I feel the same way. Alice looked at Qin Shiyao and felt a similar aura from her. Chapter 164, Luo Mao's Massacre Show. Suja looked at the two people in front of him. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether this was a blessing or a curse. The two craziest people in the territory get together, and it is hard to predict what kind of chemical reaction will be triggered afterwards. Then you guys go, we'll leave first. As long as you are happy, just remember the bottom line. After Suja finished speaking, he hurried away with Zi Li and others. If he stayed any longer, Suja felt that he might not be able to cope with it. Qin Shiyao, smiling, led Alice straight towards the Black Iron world. The two of them laughed and talked enthusiastically along the way as they discussed certain topics. When Suja saw this scene, he couldn't help but feel helpless. One focuses on research in the field of genetic biology, and the other is obsessed with studying viruses and bacteria. These two people unexpectedly come together. On the bright side, fortunately they are all family. But the bad thing is that Suja has no idea whether Qin Shiyao and Alice will bring him surprises or shocks. Let's go and have fun. Suja's face broke into a smile, and his body was radiant with golden light. In a flash, Suja's figure disappeared from the spot and crossed a distance of dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. This was moving at the speed of light. Although Suja's current ability does not allow him to instantly cross hundreds or even thousands of meters, this is enough to meet his daily needs. Seeing this, Zi Li and others couldn't help but shake their heads slightly and then hurriedly chased after him. Everyone came to the diving platform by the lake. Wow! Suja suddenly did a perfect free fall and plunged into the lake with a splash, splashing a large amount of water. Suja poked his head out of the water and wiped the water off his face. Lord, come and play with us. A group of elementals, gods, elves, etc. gathered around Suja. Okay. Suja responded with a smile and then dived into the water. Not long after, he caught an elementalist. Hee, I caught you. Just wait and see how I punish you, Suja said with a smile on his face. As for the specific punishment, I will not go into details here. Time flows slowly. The next day, Suja slowly woke up among the flowers and looked at the elementals and gods lying around him. He smiled, gently stroked them, and stood up. A new day has begun. After today, there will only be 9 days left. Suja muttered to himself. Suja walked out of the Lord's mansion and went straight to the Star Spring. After a simple wash, he received the reward from the combat power list and the spirit crystal fruit tree, as usual. Afterwards, Suja looked at the Lord's mansion. After the upgrade yesterday, the Lord's mansion did not seem to have changed much and still maintained its original appearance. He estimated that new changes would only appear after he reached the next level. After washing up, Suja immediately. Daily recruitment work has started. Immortals plus 160, Protoss plus 160, Elementalists plus 160, Star Archers plus 320, Dragons plus 160, Elves plus 160, Fallen Angels plus 160. This round of recruitment is over, and there are only 2 barracks left, Future Hub and Shrine. As per convention, the soldiers Suja had just recruited were directly handed over to the hero units and taken to the Black Iron world for upgrading. Suja recalled the troops that had been upgraded to level 10 yesterday and arranged them to be responsible for guarding the territory. This can also be considered a virtuous cycle, but such a cycle may gradually decrease over time. Only 9 days left. TSK, I'm really reluctant to leave. Suja thought to himself that the daily chaos invasion was quite good. It was really comfortable to be able to provide him with resources steadily. However, once the novice period is over, these beautiful days will probably come to an end. Ding! Chaos invasion is about to start. Please select the difficulty level. S, A, B, C, D. S level. Suja responded in a flat tone. He felt sorry for himself if he didn't choose the S class. Suja took out his interstellar sports car and drove towards the Blackstone City wall like a gust of wind. Suja looked at the Blackstone wall and the Elemental Tower and felt a little guilty, as if there was no need to build them in the first place. But at that time, how could Suja have expected that he would have technological troops in the future? After all, Even the technocracy barracks hadn't appeared at that time. Should I continue to upgrade, or just demolish it? Suja stared at the black stone wall and the primary element tower and fell into deep thought. It feels like it would be too expensive to continue upgrading it, but it would be a shame to demolish it. I'll demolish it after the novice period is over. Anyway, there will be no more chaos invasions by then. As long as I don't show off and don't reveal my whereabouts, no one will be able to find my territory, not even the gods. Suja thought to himself. In the end, it was decided to demolish them, but they still have some use at present. At least they can restrict the monsters that invaded by chaos from running around. Although the effect is not very significant, it is better than nothing. In this way, there is no need to waste resources to upgrade the city walls and elemental towers, and a lot of resources can be saved. Suja thought to himself. Because of the entry, Escape 1, no one can find his territory unless Suja voluntarily dies and exposes himself. Just like the reborn Sato Ichiro. The reason why he was able to find Suja's territory was because Suja intentionally revealed it to him. Otherwise, Suja would not have to worry about being discovered by others in the vast void. Pull your thoughts back to the present. Suja looked into the boundless nothingness and saw only darkness surging. One after another, hideous monsters slowly walked out, and they turned out to be Zerg. TSK Tisk, it's worthy of being called a natural disaster. There are really a lot of them. Suja couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the Zerg, constantly emerging from the void. The war broke out instantly. The battle officially began with a shrill hissing of insects. Suja saw a grumpy little Loli appear among the insect swarm. She had scarlet eyes, and the shadow of an endless black hole was intertwined behind her. It's the Star Eater, Luo Mao. Now she has reached level 10, holding a heavy hammer in her hand, and rushing among the Zerg with a terrifying crazy laughter. As the heavy hammer fell suddenly, the black hole shadow instantly covered a large number of Zerg shadows. After the shadows dissipated, a large area suddenly became empty in the sea of Zerg. As time slowly passes, when the last insect falls to the ground, the battle is over. Suja stood up from the Blackstone City wall to check today's harvest. Gold coins x 1.4 million, common loot chest x 8,000, rare loot chest x 2,000, 1 S-level evaluation box. This drop rate is too outrageous. There isn't even a high-level loot box. Suja couldn't help but complain in his heart. Chapter 165. Plan preparation. Make a big profit. 1,400,000 gold coins, which means there are 350,000 monsters in the Chaos Invasion today. Since these monsters are all level 10, each monster drops 2 gold coins, and the benefit for novices are doubled. So the total amount is 1.4 million gold coins. The number of ordinary loot boxes doubled to 8,000, including the newbie benefits. But in fact, only 4,000 were dropped originally. The number of rare loot boxes was only 1,000 originally, and it was doubled to 2,000. I can only say that the drop rate is ridiculously low. Since it is set as S-level difficulty, the drop rate should be higher. Moreover, there are as many as 350,000 monsters, but the result is only this low. Suja simply couldn't imagine what the explosion rates other lords faced were. This is too exaggerated. Suja couldn't help but think, and then he thought that after becoming an official lord, nothing other than gold coins would drop. That's right, after becoming an official lord, monsters will no longer drop loot, treasure chests, or the like, only gold coins and nothing else. The gap has widened now. Suja thought to himself. Before, everyone chose to keep a low profile and the gap was not obvious, but now the situation is different. If you want to keep a low profile, you must be prepared to be left behind by others, and the gap will only get bigger. Suja looked at the ordinary loot chests, and then opened 8,000 of them at once. Basic wood x 1,000, basic stone x 1,000, basic meat x 2,000, copper or x 2,000, iron or x 2,000. It's okay. Suja nodded slightly as he looked at the resources he had obtained. Then Suja opened 2,000 rare loot chests in one breath. High-grade wood x 500, high-grade stone x 500, mithril x 500, gold x 500. Let's make do with it. Suja looked at the resources that were available. Although it felt like there were fewer than before, it was better to have them than nothing. After all, I have been accustomed to rich harvests in the past, and now I feel that it is a little too little. It seems I have to find a way to make a fortune. Suja thought, but there seemed to be no suitable opportunity at the moment. There was one S-level treasure chest left, and Suja chose to open it directly. Sure enough, just as Suja expected, it was still the same 3 things. Ding! You get a barracks upgrade card X1. Ding! You received 1 soldier recruitment card. Ding! You get a wonder upgrade card X1. Suja looked at the items that came out of the S-level treasure chest. Although they were better than nothing, these 3 things were relatively easy to get during the novice period. It would be very difficult to get them again after the novice period. To put it bluntly, these items cannot be traded and can only be used by the Lord himself. They are specially prepared by the Supreme Will for novice lords to improve their strength. Only in this way can the novice lords quickly improve their own strength. After all, the strength of the Lord depends to a large extent on the type of soldiers, so these items are the exclusive benefits given to the novice lords by the Supreme Will. It is almost impossible to get these things after the novice period. If you want to upgrade the barracks, you can only rely on materials. The barracks upgrade card may not seem valuable to novice lords, but it is extremely valuable in the eyes of those big bosses. For novice lords, the level of the barracks in their hands is limited. Except for special cases like Suja, other novice lords can only use barracks upgrade cards on troops above level 10 to avoid disadvantages. Although using barracks upgrade cards for troops below level 10 will not lead to losses, you will definitely not make any money, which can only be described as unsatisfactory. This leads to the fact that, as mentioned earlier, in the eyes of novice lords, this thing is not much different from the guaranteed reward. This can be understood by taking a simple example. When the 3rd level barracks is at level 1, the number of recruited units is 1,000. At level 1, 1,000 units of troops can be recruited. The number of recruits depends on the strength of the troops. Some 3rd level barracks can even recruit 2,000 or 3,000 units of troops at level 1. Just like the God level barracks in Suja's hands, the Star Archer can recruit 20 units at level 1, while other types of troops can only recruit 10 units. The same principle applies. The individual combat power determines the number of recruits. The topic has gone a bit off track. Let's get back to the present. A level 3 barracks can recruit 1,000 units at level 1, and when upgraded to level 2, it can recruit 2,000 units. Therefore, for a novice lord, the importance of barracks upgrade cards is far less than resources. Is it that what the novice lord lacks are military units? What they lack is gold, resources, and food. What's the use of recruiting more soldiers? The key problem is that we can't afford to support them, which is the most fatal. The core problem lies in the fact that even if a novice lord is able to recruit more troops, he or she cannot afford it. Therefore, the barracks upgrade card is like a chicken rib in the hands of a novice lord who has troops below level 10. My thoughts return to the present. Suja opened the 3D territory plan. Swallow. Suja directly used his own power to start swallowing. Ding! Your entry's blessed land attribute is triggered. Your territory expands by 30,000 meters. So say, that's all. Nothing else? Suja looked at the prompt log with a speechless expression. Suja curled his lips and pushed the wall outward, leaving 500 meters of space bordering the void. Then Suja closed the 3D panel. My lord, a lovely voice came. Suja turned his head and saw Luo Mao looking at him with a slightly broken smile with her head tilted. What's the matter? Suja looked at Luo Mao with a hint of surprise in his eyes. My lord, can I eat them? Luo Mao pointed at the gods in the sky and looked at Suja with a broken smile on her face. Suja rubbed his eyebrows, thinking that this little guy was also a troublesome problem child. No, all companions in the territory are not edible. Suja said hurriedly. Is that so? Luo Mao pouted in disappointment, staring at the gods in the sky and swallowing her saliva. Be good. I will give you something delicious in the future. Suja reached out and stroked Luo Mao's little head and said, Yes, okay, my lord. Luo Mao swallowed and responded obediently. Okay, you just follow me from now on. Suja looked at Luo Mao and said slowly. Suja was really worried about letting Luo Mao go out alone. After all, this little girl has some mental illness and Yandra attributes. Apart from showing a well-behaved side in front of Suja, she is a character who dares to show her teeth, even in front of Yuying. Suja was really worried about letting her act alone, so it would be safer to watch over her himself. Okay, lord. Luo Mao responded with a smile, and Suja followed him obediently. Luo Mao belongs to the alien god race, and is the one and only Star Eater, Luo Mao. Apart from her, there are no other Star Eaters. She is similar to Shikigami and Zeely, and is a separate hero unit. Currently, there is no army that requires her to manage, at least for now, and it is difficult to predict what will happen in the future. Suja looked at Luo Mao, who was jumping behind him. If it weren't for her pair of scarlet eyes, she would not be much different from an ordinary little loli. Amaya, Luna. Suja called out. Amaya and Luna appeared in front of Suja in an instant. Chapter 166, A Brand New Black Iron World. Oh, Luo Mao sat down next to Suja with a look of grievance. Suja looked at Luo Mao and knew what she was thinking like a mirror. It was obvious that she was pretending to be aggrieved. What she actually wanted in her heart was to go to the canyon and eat a lot of food to her heart's content. This was her real purpose. Suja was sitting in the viewing area, concentrating on watching the battle in the canyon. Luo Mao was twisting and turning in her seat as if she had ADHD, unable to sit still for a moment. Seeing Luo Mao like this, Suja simply held her in his arms like a doll, and Luo Mao calmed down. 10 minutes later, Suja found that Luo Mao had fallen asleep, with saliva dripping from the corners of her mouth and snoring soundly. Then Suja settled Luo Mao in the Lord's mansion. Suja looked at the bronze-level SSS resource chest he had just obtained and opened it directly. The stuff inside is exactly the same as what I got before. Not bad. I've accumulated a new wave of resources. Suja looked at today's harvest and then set off for the future hub. After all, there are still 2 barracks that have not been recruited. Zeely had been waiting there for a long time. Suja took Zeely straight into the future hub. Ding, do you want to spend 1 gold coin to recruit daily? Recruitment. Suja stared at the big ball of light in front of him with anticipation in his eyes. At this time, a sci-fi door of time and space slowly appeared, and a drawing slowly floated out. Suja raised his eyebrows and reached out to take the drawing. High-frequency psychic knife, diamond-level weapon, requirement, mechanical unit. Suja put the drawings away without saying a word. Diamond-grade weapons are of very good quality, but unfortunately they cannot be used now, or they cannot be produced under the current conditions, Suja said as he carefully put away the drawings. Afterwards, Suja took Zeely to the shrine. Yao Dao Ji and others have been waiting there for quite a while. Suja immediately started daily recruitment. Ding, do you want to spend 1 gold coin to recruit daily? Recruit. Suja looked at the shrine with anticipation, curious about what rare things he could recruit this time. A sharp sword with a cold glow appeared in front of Suja, and he hurriedly checked its properties. Name, Imno Murakumo. Level, Legend. Function, Ignore Defense. Features, Indestructible. Description, one of the 3 legendary Island Nations artifacts, possessing the properties of ignoring defense and being indestructible. Note, after all, it's a small nation, and the so-called artifact is nothing more than self-aggrandizement. That's it. Suja looked at the sharp sword in his hand. Objectively speaking, the sword was indeed not bad, but as one of the 3 legendary artifacts, wasn't it a bit too unsatisfactory? As for the indestructible characteristic, Suja was puzzled. How could something that didn't even have divinity be indestructible? Perhaps it is that special form of indestructibility, such as being able to reappear even if destroyed, which makes some sense. Although this knife seems to have the function of ignoring defense, in fact, the improvement of combat power is quite limited. If the gap in combat power between the 2 sides is too big, the so-called ignoring defense is like a joke. Suja curled his lips and completely lost his expectations for the shrine. The legendary 3 sacred artifacts were just at this level. He casually threw the sword into his own royal treasury and let it gather dust there. It's okay as a collectible. The main thing is, how can it be called a divine weapon if it doesn't even have a bit of divinity? After the recruitment was completed, Suja stretched and began to look around his territory, checking it carefully to make sure that everything that needed to be done had been done. Then Suja turned his attention to the terrain module in the territory. Suja had unlocked the terrain module long ago. Forget it. Let's not rush it now. It's not appropriate to create these terrains now. Suja looked at the scope of the territory and felt that it was not a wise choice to install the terrain module at the moment. The bottom line is that Suja's territory is too small. Once these terrains are arranged, except for a few types of troops, the activity space of other types of troops will be compressed due to the terrain, which is not good. It's time for fun. Suja touched his chin and suddenly found that he seemed to have nothing to do. After thinking about it carefully, it is indeed the case. At present, Suja does not need to worry about scientific research, and other branches of the army are also arranged in an orderly manner. Naturally, there is no need for Suja to do anything. Wait, It seems like I haven't been back to the main world for a long time. It's time to go back and take a look. Suja suddenly slapped his forehead and remembered that he had not been back to the main world for a long time. The novice period is about to enter the countdown, and it is indeed time to go back and check the situation. Thinking of this, Suja called Manhwa over. Manhwa, I have to go back to the main world, so I'll entrust the territory to you first. Suja said to Manhwa, Lord, if you return to the main world, Ella said you have to visit her before you leave. She has something to give you. Mingerile to Suja. Huh? Why did she ask you to tell me? Suja asked curiously. Ella has informed all the heroic units in the territory, but she has too many things to do and is busy running between the territory's technology center and the Black Iron world all day long. She really can't spare the time, so she asked us to keep an eye on it and remind you to go to her if you want to go back, Lord. Manhwa explained slowly. After hearing Manhwa say this, Suja nodded. Where is Ella now? Suja looked at Manhwa and asked. Usually they are either in the Technology Research and Development Center or in the technology base of the Black Iron world. Forget it. I'll take you there, Lord. Manhwa said as she picked up Suja and arrived at the Technology Research and Development Center in the blink of an eye. However, there was no one inside. That's probably in the technology base of the Black Iron world. Suja and Manhwa immediately went to the technology base of the Black Iron world. My lord. Liyu's face immediately broke into smiles when she saw Suja. What are you going to do? Suja asked Liyu curiously. I'm planning to go somewhere else with Aaliyah. Liyu replied to Suja with a smile. Oh. Suja responded and looked at the technological base that was changing dramatically in front of him. Robots are busy everywhere. Brand new flat roads crisscross the ground, and factories are springing up like mushrooms after rain. Suja suddenly felt a little unfamiliar, as if he was completely unfamiliar with many things here. Liyu, how did you make all this? Suja asked Liyu curiously. This is all thanks to Sister Ella. The factory building over there is the production workshop, and the one over here is the storage warehouse. Liyu introduced Suja enthusiastically. Chapter 167, Comprehensive Upgrade of the Technology Base. There are 2 rows of factory buildings arranged neatly. One row is the production workshop, and the other row is the storage warehouse. Production? What kind of things are produced? Suja continued to ask curiously. It mainly produces some industrial products, such as cement, steel bars, and the like, which can be used in construction. Of course, Lord, please look over there, Liyu said while pointing in a direction. Suja looked in the direction that Loali pointed, and a huge arsenal stood before him. That's the HD-1 heavy truck factory developed by Sister Ella. Liyu introduced with a smile. Suja? How come I didn't know anything about this? Suja looked at the huge truck factory and was full of doubts. When was it built? Sister Ella said, these are just small things, and there's no need to tell you. They're not a big deal. Liyu explained with a smile. Suja, tell me all the other little things you have. Suja looked at Liyu and said slowly. Also, the engine factory can only produce truck engines at present. Although it uses psychic engines, it has not achieved the effect that Sister Linksy expected, so it can only be used in heavy trucks as a transition. Of course, Sister Ella has already developed a train engine and is now laying rails. Once the construction is completed, it will be much more convenient to reach other mining areas. However, the tracks are underground. Liyu talked incessantly. Suja took a deep breath and looked at the technology base in front of him in a daze. He felt that he, the Lord, was just a decoration. Everything was arranged by Ling Shi, and he didn't have to worry about anything at all. Then where do these materials for building the factory come from? Suja looked at Liyu again and asked. Of course it is mined in this world, Lord. There is a spirit stone vein not far away that can fully meet the technology base's demand for the use and research and development of spirit ores. Liyu's face was filled with a proud smile. Suja? Spiritualore veins. Listen to it yourself. Is this reliable? By the way, were these things made by Lingxi and you? Suja looked at Liyu and asked seriously. Liyu smiled and nodded. Yes, Lord. How impressive, isn't it? Liyu said to Suja with a look of seeking credit. Amazing, really amazing. Suja said after taking a deep breath. I still underestimated Ella's independent research and development capabilities. It's not that Ella can't make these things, but that she just didn't plan to do them before. Where is Ella? Suja asked Loali. Sister Ella is in a temporary base over there. Lord, I will take you there, Liyu said and led the way. Suja nodded and took Manhwa and Liyu to the temporary base where Ella was. Manhwa didn't feel anything special. In her eyes, no matter how many of these things there were, they could be dealt with just one knife. It was that simple and direct. This is because the systems are different. She doesn't understand the technological side of things, so naturally she can't understand Suju's feelings at the moment. She just thinks these are all very normal. This is the gap and separation caused by the system and has nothing to do with other factors. When Suju arrived at the temporary base, he saw Ella busy checking the data in front of her and recording something. Sister Ella, the Lord is here. Ella turned her head and looked at Suju and Manhwa. Lord, are you going back to the main world? Ella asked, pushing her glasses. I'm going to go back and take a look. It's been so long since I've been back. I want to see if there's any new news. Ella nodded as well. This is for you, Ella said, and took out a black watch and handed it to Suju. Suju looked at the black watch in his hand with curiosity in his eyes. He noticed that Lingxi also had a similar thing in her hand. He knew that it could store artificial intelligence and was an incarnation of the Radiant. Ella had demonstrated it before during the Sato Ichiro incident, but Suju didn't take it too seriously at the time. This is a smartwatch. The Radiant has an avatar inside. In layman's terms, it is a piece of intelligent data. It can help the Lord connect to the main world's network. At the same time, it is also a small energy barrier protector. When the Lord encounters danger, it will generate a bronze-level psychic barrier to ensure the Lord's safety. However, this barrier can only withstand 10 bronze-level attacks. It will be ineffective above this level. Ella introduced slowly. Suju looked at the smartwatch in his hand and checked its properties. Name, smartwatch. Level, bronze. Functions, network connection, artificial intelligence, psychic barrier. Introduction. A small artificial intelligence watch that stores a piece of intelligent data and can resist attacks from bronze-level players. It is a casual creation of the mechanical overlord Ella. Suju was quite surprised when he looked at the smartwatch in his hand. Can this thing be mass-produced? Suju looked at Ella and asked. You can, but I don't recommend it. Ella shook her head and said. Huh. Suju looked at Ella in confusion. This is just a transitional product. There's no need for mass production. No one else in the territory needs it either. Ella said calmly. After hearing what Ella said, Suju nodded. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that this thing really didn't have much value in mass production. Although it can protect the Lord, its effect is limited, and there are many good things in the Lord's world that can protect the Lord, many of which are better than this. What is truly valuable is the artificial intelligence clone data stored in it, but this is only of great significance to Suju and is not so important to other lords. Suju gave up the idea of mass production and then looked at Ella. What new things have been added to the Ella technology base? Can you tell me in detail? Suju asked curiously. Ella looked at Suju with some curiosity and surprise. Lord, when did you become interested in these things? Huh, this is my world, so what if I care about it? And the look in your eyes, am I so unreliable in your eyes? Suju looked at Ella in disbelief and said, well, the Lord is indeed very reliable. It would be great if he stopped giving blind orders and became a mascot. Ella said seriously. Suju looked at Manhwa and Liyue. They were both trying to hold back their laughter, and he felt helpless. Ella, you really hurt my young heart. Suju looked at Ella with a little resentment. Although this was true, could he not be so blunt? Really? I am sorry. Ella said calmly, without any change in her expression. Your apology doesn't have any sincerity at all. Suju couldn't help but complain. Although Ella's sharp tongue made Suju a little depressed, that was all. He was not that petty. There's a saying that goes, if someone has to be a waste, why can't it be me? Tell me quickly what new gadgets have appeared in the technology base. Suju asked Ella with interest. The engine factory can currently only provide power for cars and trains. It doesn't have enough power to power airplanes. Apart from that, it also has some steel smelting technology, cement production, and other things. It has all the basic things a factory should have. Ella gave a brief introduction. Chapter 168, The Traces of the Fallen Lord. Suju nodded slightly and asked, so, modern infrastructure construction has already started in some aspects? Am I right? That's not a wrong understanding, but there are still many imperfect links, and we're still a long way from true modernization. At this stage, we're more focused on laying the foundation for the industrial base. Ella said slowly. Suju knew that all the facilities in the science and technology base were obviously arranged around industrial development. After all, there was no need to consider the living needs of ordinary residents, so he moved straight towards heavy industry. Are there enough resources for development? Suju turned his gaze to Ella and asked. Suja always adheres to a principle that he can choose not to participate in specific affairs, but must never become an obstacle to development. Ella looked at Suja with a smile and said, "My lord, if there is a shortage of resources, I will definitely inform you. As far as the current situation is concerned, the basic resources provided by this world can meet the development of basic industries, so there should be no problem. Okay, I'll leave this matter to you, and I won't interfere any further." Suja smacked his lips and said with a smile, "Ella nadie." Then Suja looked around the industrial base and found that the number of auxiliary robots had increased by 500 units. This is understandable. After all, these auxiliary robots are responsible for tasks such as mining, laying railway tracks, and building factory facilities, all of which cannot be done without them. Moreover, these auxiliary robots were all manufactured by Ling Si after mining resources in the Black Iron world, and they are completely self-reliant. Afterwards, Suja took Manhwa back to the territory. "Oh, I feel like a failure as a lord," Suja said with pretended self-blame. If it weren't for the smile on his face, Manhwa would have almost believed it. "Okay, Manhwa, I'll go back to the main world first, and we'll be back soon." After Suja said this, he disappeared from the territory. Return to the main world. Suja stretched his body and sighed. "It's been a long time since I came back." He took out his phone to check, but found no response. Out of battery? Suja was a little frustrated and was about to charge his smartwatch when he heard the radiant voice. "Lord, has the available network been detected? Is it connected?" "Connect," Suja said, looking at the smartwatch on his hand. "The connection is successful." "Lord, do you want to transfer the information in the mobile phone to the watch?" Tianhui asked Suja. "Transfer," Suja said curiously. "All the data has been transferred. Lord, you can check the data yourself." A blue floating screen appeared in front of Suja, and all the software on his mobile phone had been transferred here. "Tianhui, open WeChat and help me sort out some useful information," Suja said to Tianhui while lying on the bed. "Yes, my lord." In less than 10 seconds, useful information appeared in front of Suja. The first message, released on the 10th of this month, stating that traces of the fallen lord were found in Luotian City, reminding novice lords to pay attention to safety. The second piece of information is related to the major exam. This year's final exam has been brought forward and will be held 1 week after the end of the novice period. Suja looked at the message with confusion in his heart. You should know that in previous years, the major exams only started 1 month after the end of the novice period. This is to allow novice lords time to fully digest the resources obtained during the novice period and thereby enhance their own strength. It's actually earlier this year? Interesting, Suja muttered to himself. Then comes the third and final important message. Lords taking the final exams need to report to the school, preferably as soon as the novice period ends. At the same time, the school will reward some resources to lords who successfully pass the novice period, but Suja does not know the specific amount. Are we going to participate in the baby cup? Suja touched his chin and thought for a moment before deciding to go. He has always liked competitions like the baby cup. After all, participating is as risk-free as frying fish. In a way, frying fish is where the real fun is, especially in an event like the baby cup. Actually, I'm pretty lucky this time. The big exam will be in a week, so I don't have to worry too much about facing those second-generation lords. Suja thought to himself. In previous years, 1 month was enough for the second-generation lords to achieve complete transformation and grow stronger. Those guys taking the big exams are the real fish fry behavior. But this year's exam only lasts for 1 week, which is not enough time for the second-generation lords to develop. Recruiting soldiers is a difficult problem, and the number of soldiers is also a problem. It is difficult to make them form a strong combat force in just 1 week. Maybe I can strive for the first place. The first place in Luotian City seems pretty good. At least I can get a lot of resources. Suja thought. If there was a month like in previous years, Suja would not have such an idea. It is basically impossible to get first place relying solely on the robot army. After all, there is a level limit. But now there is only 1 week left, and Suja is still full of confidence. If it takes a month, Suja will give up hope. The mechanical troops under his command are no match for those second-generation lords. Unless he lets his god-level troops take action, but it is not worth it. Suja would expose himself for the sake of the first place in the city. Only someone who is not in his right mind would do such a stupid thing. It seems like there's really a chance. Suja thought to himself that he had a chance to compete for first place. But why is the final exam brought forward? Suja narrowed his eyes slightly and thought. Normally, the time of the final exam is fixed and will not be changed unless there is a major change. But now it has been brought forward, which was beyond Suja's expectation. Fortunately, he came back today and checked the news. I can prepare in advance. Suja thought. There are currently 2,000 level 19 robots in the territory, but none of them have been equipped. It would be fine if it was equipped with equipment, but without equipment, its combat effectiveness would be average and not strong. No matter what the reason is, if the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. Why should I, a small person, be anxious? Suja said with a smile. Now, even if something really happened, Suja would be powerless to do anything. Suja turned off the projection in front of him and went to the bathroom to wash up briefly. He looked around the room and then returned to his territory. Suja lay directly on the grass, gazing at the azure sky with his eyes slightly squinted, enjoying it. It's really more comfortable to stay in my own territory. Suja murmured. The final exam has been brought forward, so it's time to prepare. I'll let Alia lead the robot army into battle then. Suja lay on the grass thinking. Alia, the king of war, is the only hero unit under Suja who has the ability to command large-scale troops. Moreover, Alia belongs to the Science and Technology Department, so Suja is not worried about her being exposed. Chapter 169, The Big Test, is imminent. There is nothing to reveal about Alia. Even if she appears on the battlefield, others will only regard her as a technology-based war commander at most and will never associate her with a god-level troop. It is normal for technological troops to be equipped with commanders, and usually the commanders themselves are relatively weak, which is also a common weakness of technological troops. In this case, Alia will lead the test, but aren't 2,000 level 10 robots a bit too few? Suja pondered in his heart. Under normal circumstances, a lord would have at least tens of thousands of military units. If they recruited every day for more than a month, the number of 6th and 7th level units could reach tens of thousands. No, we have to build more robots and also arrange drones and bombs. Suja thought that these could be used to arm the troops. If it really doesn't work, let's build 100,000 combat robots first. They won't be wasted anyway and can be sold later. Suja muttered to himself. We can get as many weapons and equipment as we can. Anyway, these resources are now serving the Science and Technology Department, so it's not a big problem. Suja frowned and thought. Ouch, a voice came. Suja looked up, the sky darkened, and a figure rushed towards him. It's Luo Mao. My lord, where have you been? Luo Mao has been looking for you for a long time. Luo Mao rode directly on Suja and asked Suja, who was lying on the ground. We're going back to the main world. You can go and play by yourself. Suja said with a smile. Luo Mao wants to play with the Lord. Luo Mao opened her scarlet eyes and looked at Suja with a cute expression on her little face. Okay, then I'll play with you. Suja stood up from the grass and took Luo Mao to play. Time passes slowly. The next day, Suja got up from the bed and looked at Luo Mao beside him with a smile on his face. Little Loli has her own cuteness, like being able to be hugged. Ahem. Looking at Luo Mao, who was drooling in her sleep, Suja did not wake her up. Suja simply washed up. As usual, I received 100 spirit ores as a reward from the battle power list, as well as 10,000 gold coins from the spirit crystal fruit tree. Then daily recruitment will begin. Immortals plus 160, Protoss plus 160, Elementalists plus 160, Star Archers plus 320, Dragons plus 160, Elves plus 160, Fallen Angels plus 160. Although no heroic units appeared, this was enough. Daily recruitment could meet the growing demand for the number of troops in Suja's territory. Ding! Chaos Invasion is about to begin. Please select the difficulty, S. A, B, C, D. S-level difficulty. Suja directly chose the S-level difficulty. Just as he was about to head to the Blackstone City Wall, a figure appeared beside him. It's Luo Mao. My lord. Luo Mao, still a little sleepy, appeared beside Suja. Go to sleep if you want to, Suja said to Luo Mao. Luo Mao smiled at Suja, her scarlet eyes becoming more and more devilish. With a broken expression on her face, she looked at Suja and said, No, Luo Mao won't sleep anymore. Luo Mao wants to go kill monsters. Those monsters are delicious. As Luo Mao spoke, her saliva was almost flowing. Blackstone Wall. Suja sat cross-legged on the Blackstone City Wall. Today was the 22nd day, and there were still 8 days left until the end of the novice period. Except today, there's still 8 days left. I hope I can level up again and draw a useful entry. Suja was secretly looking forward to it. The novice period will end after 8 days. The entry, Become a God in 7 days, gives Suja the attribute and allows him to draw another entry during the novice period. By the way, do I not have to participate in the baby cup? Suja suddenly remembered that the Empire has always had a policy of supporting technological lords. Technology lords are different from regular lords. In the lord world, technology lords have another nickname, merchant lords. This name comes from the fact that all technological products of the technology lord can be used for trading. Forget it, let's go. Otherwise, there will be no hope of getting into the Imperial University. Suja smacked his lips. If he did not participate in the baby cup, Suja would have had a chance to enter the Imperial University due to his status as the lord of the technology department and the quality of the robots he made. Note that there's only a chance. But some things cannot be done just by being qualified. There are many local forces in the Imperial capital. Suja thought it was unrealistic to expect to be specially recruited into the Imperial University just by relying on his identity as the Lord of the Science and Technology Department. Human relationships are the same in every world. It's a bit annoying. Suse murmureth. It's not for any other reason, but he just thinks participating in the baby cup is boring. Things like frying fish don't interest him, and it's a waste of time. With this time, Suja would rather develop his territory and run his own business. Is this what it means to be a special recruit without any background? It's just wishful thinking. Why not give it a try? Suja thought. The Empire has a special channel for applying for special recruitment, where he can fill out the application. Go and give it a try. It's free anyway. I'll fill it out after the novice period is over. If I'm lucky enough to be specially recruited, I won't have to waste time participating in the baby cup. Suja thought. That's settled then. Let's apply for special admission. Suja took a deep breath. In fact, he didn't have to go to the Imperial University. In addition to the Imperial University, there are several other universities in the Empire that are comparable in strength to the Imperial University. You could try them all. Since the application is free, you can apply to all of them when the time comes. Suja withdrew his thoughts and looked into the void. One after another, insects emerged from the void. All of them were old rivals. Each bug has a strength of more than level 16. The war begins. Suja sat cross-legged on the Blackstone City wall without even glancing at the battlefield. A massacre began. Over time, 2 hours later, the last bug fell to the ground and the invasion ended. Suja stretched and stood up from the Blackstone City wall. Boring. Suja yawned and looked at the corpses of insects that filled the open space where the territory bordered the void and checked his harvest. Gold plus 1.6 million. 10,000 gold coins for a common loot chest, for 1,000 gold coins for a rare loot chest, and 1 S-rated loot chest. Suja curled his lips and looked at today's harvest. Although the number was not small, there were as many as 400,000 monsters invading today, and all of them were above level 16. From this perspective, the resources seem too scarce, and the effort and reward are typically not proportional. Suja directly opened the 3D territory plan. Swallow. Suja directly used his power. Chapter 174 Keys. Ding. Your territory's blessed land attribute has been activated. Your territory expands by 40,000 meters. Huh, that's all the hint. Suja looked at the prompt log that came to an abrupt end with astonishment in his eyes. It had been several days in a row, and every time it was triggered, it was just such a simple hint. As per convention, Suja pushed the Blackstone City wall out of the territory, leaving 500 meters of space connected to the void. Then he closed the 3D territory plan. Looking at the 10,000 ordinary loot chests in front of him, Suja opened them all at once without hesitation. Basic wood X 2000, basic stone X 2000, basic meat X 2000, iron or X 2000, copper or X 2000. Suja looked at the resources that were opened up and thought to himself, not bad. These resources are not bad. Then Suja opened 4,000 rare loot chests in one go. High-grade wood X 1000, high-grade stone X 1000, mithril X 1000, gold X 1000. Suja directly put these resources into the territory warehouse. Finally, his eyes fell on the S-rated treasure chest. Ding. Do you want to open the S-level evaluation treasure chest? Open it. Suja said in a flat tone and yawned. Ding. Barracks upgrade card X1. Ding. Soldier recruitment card X1. Ding. Wonder upgrade card X1. Suja curled his lips as he looked at the items that he had opened from the S-level treasure chest. It was exactly as he expected. This was the only kind of thing he could get at the moment. The reason is actually very simple. The evaluation treasure chest will open corresponding items based on what the Lord lacks. Suja is not short of resources at the moment. The only thing he lacks is barracks upgrade props and more military units. This was also a loophole. Suja deliberately did not upgrade the barracks to the top level at once. After all, this thing doesn't seem to be very useful now, but once the novice period is over, you won't be able to buy it no matter how much money you spend. Suja collected all the things he had opened. He leaped from the black stone wall, with countless light particles emanating from his body, and landed steadily on the ground, then walked slowly towards the Lord's mansion. There is still a ring battle to be fought, and 2 special barracks to be recruited. Hurry up and get it done, then we can rest. Suja muttered softly, and quickly returned to the Lord's mansion. Amaya, Luna. Lovely. Amaya and Luna fell from the sky like meteors and appeared in front of Suja. Suja looked at the 2 of them and said, "Let's go." Amaya and Luna nodded at the same time. Suja walked into the Lord's space, touched his chin, and muttered to himself, "I feel like I've forgotten something. Oh yeah, where's Luo Mao? Never mind, let's talk about it after the ring battle. Anyway, nothing will happen to her in the territory." 10 minutes later, Suja came out of the Lord's space with a bronze-level SSS grade resource treasure chest. "Thank you for your hard work. You should go and rest first," Suja said to Amaya and Luna. "Okay, my lord." Amaya responded with a smile. Suja returned to the Lord's mansion and sat on the sofa, staring at the bronze-level resource treasure chest in front of him. "Ding, do you want to open the bronze SSS Lord resource chest?" "Open it," Suja responded with a yawn. "Ding, you get the Black Iron World Key X1. Ding, you get Bronze World Key X1. Ding, you get Silver World Key X1. Ding, you get the Golden World Key X1. Ding, you get a Barracks Upgrade Card X1. Ding, you get a Soldier Refresh Recruitment Card X1. Ding, you get a Wonder Upgrade Card X1. Ding, you obtain Special Metal Resource Card X1000. Ding, you get 1000 Advanced Alloy Resource Cards. Ding, you obtain 100 Special Alloy Resource Cards." Huh. Oh my gosh. Suja looked at the things that came out of the resource treasure chest. He originally thought that they would be similar to the previous ones, but he didn't expect to get so many different things. The key to the Black Iron World? What can this thing do? Suja stared at the key to the Black Iron World. To him, this thing was useless now. Suja didn't want to go to the Black Iron World at all. The things in that world were basically useless. Even if he could open a treasure chest, it would only be a guaranteed opening and a pure waste of time for Suja. But the other keys are pretty good, whether it's the Bronze World Key, the Silver World Key, or the Gold World Key. These are all what Suja needs, but there's a problem. These keys are time-limited and can only last for a maximum of 24 hours. How can I maximize the benefits? Suja fell into deep thought. As of now, Suja does not plan to use the Silver World Key and the Gold World Key for the time being. First of all, due to his own strength, Suja did not consider using the key to the Golden World. Secondly, although Suja's strength had reached the standard for entering the Silver World, Manhwa and others had also reached the 20th level. But the problem is that Suja is currently at level 10, and Manhwa and the others are unable to advance to level 30, so there is no way to maximize the benefits of the Silver World Key. For Suja, he adheres to the principle that if he doesn't pick up money when he goes out, he will lose money, and if he cannot maximize his profits, he will lose money. The key to the Black Iron World can be sold. I guess many people will want it. After all, the treasure chest in a broken Black Iron World is still very attractive. As for the key to the Bronze World, we can wait until the number of troops increases. The keys to the Silver and Gold Worlds can be kept for now. Suja made a decision quickly. Going to the Black Iron World is a pure waste of time. For Suja, it would be better not to go. Using the keys to the Silver and Gold Worlds now is undoubtedly a waste of resources. It would be a loss if the benefits cannot be maximized. Suja would never do such a stupid thing. The most suitable one is the Bronze World Key, but now is not the time to do that. Wait until you have accumulated some more military units. My luck seems to be pretty good today, Suja said as he looked at the things that came out of the resource treasure chest. He then heads to the future hub. Zeely had been waiting there for a long time. Emperor, Zeely looked at Suja with fanaticism in her eyes. Suja nodded. Let's go and see if we can recruit new partners today. Zeely responded and followed Suja into the future hub. Ding, do you want to spend 1 gold coin to recruit daily? Recruit, Suja said. looking at the big ball of light in front of him. A space-time door full of science fiction atmosphere appeared in front of Suja, and a blueprint slowly floated out. Suja looked at the drawings and was not surprised. He picked up the blueprint and saw that it was an equipment. Positron hand cannon, diamond level. Requirements. Available to mechanics. Although I don't quite understand it, but since it's diamond grade, it shouldn't be bad. Suja looked at the drawing in his hand and put it away. At present, Suja has too many drawings in his hands to count. Most of them are on the technology side, and the lowest level is platinum, which is simply outrageous. Chapter 171, the last 7 days of the novice period. But when I think about the recruitment of future hubs, if there is no wanton consumption term, it will cost 1 million for one recruitment, which seems reasonable. Zili, let's go to the shrine, Suja said to Zili with a smile. Okay, Emperor. Zili nodded and followed Suja. Zili, smile more. You look so beautiful when you smile. Don't keep a straight face all day long, Suja said as he gently lifted Zili's chin. Zili's face flushed instantly. You understand, Emperor. Okay, let's go. Suja walked towards the shrine with a smile on his face like a dude. When they arrived at the shrine, Yudaheim, Tamamanomi, Rakage, and Susriheim were already waiting there. My lord, Tamamanomi walked straight up to Suja with a smile on her face. This slutty vixen. Susriheim looked at Tamamanomi's actions, and a hint of displeasure flashed across her face. Rakage and Yutuheim didn't have any special reactions. Wait a minute, let me finish recruiting first. Suja looked at Tamamanomi and said, Now, the people who often accompany Suja are Zili, Luo Mao, and the 4 people from the shrine. As for the other hero units, they all have their own affairs to attend to and subordinates to manage. So naturally, they don't have that much time to accompany Suja all the time. Most of those who can follow Suja are heroic units that have no subordinates to manage. It's not that the other hero units don't want to follow, but they really all have their own things to do. According to unreliable rumors, Manhwa is now busy managing the 7 heroic units under his command. Of course, this is just a rumor, and its authenticity needs to be verified. Suja didn't care too much about the specific situation, but he believed that Lilith could handle it. When Mingwei really encounters a problem that cannot be solved, she will naturally come to him. The guys under her are not the kind of people who would keep quiet, so it is naturally quite difficult to manage them. Thoughts returned to the present. Suja walked into the main hall of the shrine. Ding, do you want to spend 1 gold coin to recruit daily? Recruit. Suja touched his chin and stared at the shrine, looking forward to what treasures he could recruit today. A white light flashed by. A long sword appeared in front of Suja. This. Suja looked at the long sword in front of him and hurriedly checked its properties. Name, 10-fist sword. Level, legend. Function, god killer. Ability, god-killing power. Introduction. The 10-fist sword is also known as Tainuzan. It is the sword of the gods in the island country's legend and has the ability to kill gods. Note, killing gods? Are you kidding? Who knows if it's true or not? However, it does possess a slight hint of god-killing power. If fed with the blood of gods, perhaps one day it could truly transform into a true god-killing sword. Suja looked at the 10-fist sword in his hand. To be fair, this sword was not bad. Although it only had a slight power to kill gods, it seemed okay when he thought about it. However, it is of little practical use to him at present, and he can only put it in his own royal treasury as a collection. After all, none of the troops under Suja can use this thing at the moment, and the troops that need it already have their own companion weapons. Not bad. Suja gave his evaluation and then put it into his treasure house. There are currently 4 collections in Suja's treasure house, namely the demon swords Ikimurasame, Onmyuko, Aim no Murakumo, and the now recruited Tatsuka sword. Why are there only knives? Are there no other types of things? Or is it that the island country is too poor and can't produce better treasures? Suja couldn't help but think. So far, apart from the highest level treasures recruited by heroic units, which are of legendary level, there is not even a demigod level treasure. But in a small place like this, having these things is already pretty good. What else can I ask for? Suja comforted himself. Then he took Zili and others to Xingqiuan to take a bath. Today's task had been completed, and it was time to relax. Lord, open your mouth. Tamamanomi's gentle voice sounded, and Suja opened his mouth obediently. Tamamanomi held a golden tangerine in his mouth and gently put it into Suja's mouth. Lord, is it delicious? Tamamanomi asked Suja with a smile. Suja was lying lazily on a beach chair in his shorts, and he couldn't help but nodded. He was enjoying Susuri's massage while letting Tamamanomi feed him. In front of him was the star spring. Many beauties were bathing in the lake, and from time to time, they cast seductive glances at Suja as if they were trying to seduce him. Days like this are real life. Suja's face was filled with a satisfied smile, and he felt very satisfied looking at the scene in front of him. "My lord, you really know how to enjoy yourself." A voice came, and a white Pegasus slowly landed beside Suja. Bingna got off the back of Tianma. "Bingnai." Suja turned his head and looked at Bingnai. "Have you finished your work?" Suja asked Bingna. "I'm done. By the way, where are Leon and Liue?" "Lord, do you know where they went?" Bingnai sat down next to Suja and asked casually. "If Leon and Liue are not in the territory, they should be in the technology base of the Black Iron World." Suja said slowly. "Is that so?" Bingna smiled and suddenly picked up Suja, lay down on the recliner, and put Suja on top of her. "Bingnai, what are you doing?" Suja was a little confused by Bingnai's sudden action, but the soft feeling of leaning on her was quite comfortable. "It's been a long time since I hugged the Lord," Bingna said with a smile. Suja curled his lips. It was just the night before yesterday. But Suja didn't care too much. He felt more comfortable this way. In the following time, Suja had fun with the soldiers in the territory. Time flies. The next morning, Suja found that Tamamanomi's tail was covering him. He stretched and gently pulled away Luo Mao, who was lying on him, then got up from the bed. A new day has begun. Suja took a deep breath. Time flies. Suja muttered to himself as he put on his clothes and went to wash up. As usual, collect the daily rewards first. Don't miss out on the 100 spiritual ores on the battle power list and the 10,000 gold coins produced by the money tree. Then Suja directly started daily recruitment. Immortals plus 160, Gods plus 160, Elementalists plus 160, Star Archers plus 320, Dragons plus 160, Elves plus 160, Fallen Angels plus 160. After completing the daily recruitment, Suja stretched again. "No, I can't be so decadent anymore," Suja thought to himself as he recalled yesterday's indulgence. There are only 7 days left. Time flies so fast. Successive. In the blink of an eye, there are only 7 days left in the novice period. Chapter 172, The Murderous Little Lowly. Ding! Chaos Invasion is about to begin. Please select the difficulty. S. A, B, C, D. S-level difficulty. Suja decisively chose S-level difficulty. Just as Suja was choosing the difficulty level, a sleepy little girl walked past him. "It's Luo Mao." "Luo Mao, where are you going?" Suja asked the little lowly. "Luo Mao is going to kill monsters. Monsters are delicious." Luo Mao muttered as he walked towards the black stone wall with his eyes closed. That look, without any skill at all, just based on passion. The corners of Suja's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at this murderous little lowly. This little guy has a really strong desire to kill. Then Suja turned his attention to the Institute of Biology. 2 days had passed, and it was time to go and check out the situation. Thinking of this, Suja went straight to the Blackstone Wall, planning to go to the Research Institute after the Chaos Invasion was over. As the saying goes, a quiet child is always up to something. Since being recruited, Alice and Qin Shuriyao have plunged into the Biological Research Institute. The two have been there for 2 days, and no one knows what they are tinkering with. The key point is that these two are the most dangerous people in the territory, and they are together. To be honest, Suja was still a little worried. This is not a simple matter of 1 + 1 is equal to 2. On the Blackstone Wall, Suja stared at the surging void and saw strange heads coming out of it. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Today it's not bugs, but monsters? Suja looked at these monsters with some surprise. Essentially, these anomalies are all sources of pollution, and ordinary soldiers can easily be contaminated by them. However, Suja's military type is another matter. If even his troops can be contaminated, then there is probably no other troops that can resist these monsters. Time passes by every second. 2 hours later, Suja opened the 3D territory map and shouted, "Swallow!" Ding! Your territory entry, Fujian Baodi, has been triggered. Your territory expands by 40,000 meters. That's it. Suja was stunned when he saw this prompt message pop up. This has been going on for several days in a row, and every time it's triggered, it's such a simple prompt which makes him speechless. Afterwards, Suja began to count the gains from today's Chaos Invasion. Gold plus 1.8 million. Common loot chest plus 4,000. Rare loot chest plus 4,000. 1 S-level evaluation chest. This is outrageous. There are only 8,000 ordinary loot chests for 450,000 monsters. No, it should be 4,000 chests. Can the drop rate be lower? Suja looked at today's harvest and felt as if he was being targeted. Without saying anything, Suja opened all the ordinary loot chests and rare loot chests at once. Basic wood x 1,000, basic stone x 1,000, iron or x 1,000, copper or x 1,000. This is what you get from a normal loot chest. High grade wood x 1,000, high grade stone x 1,000, mithril x 1,000, gold x 1,000. This is from the rare loot chest. The S-level evaluation box still has the same 3 items. 1 soldier refresh card, 1 barracks upgrade card, 1 wonder upgrade card. Suja took a look and put it away. Then, according to his old habit, he pushed the black stone wall outward to leave a 500-meter open space bordering the void. Almost. Suja touched his chin and jumped down from the black stone city wall. At this time, a black shadow appeared beside him. It was the little lowly Luo Mao. Are you full? Suja looked at Luo Mao and asked. I'm full. Luo Mao replied with an honest smile on her face. Okay, then you go play first. I'll come find you later. Suja said to Luo Mao. Luo Mao nodded and left with a hop and a skip. Zili, let's go to the Institute of Biology. Suja said to Zili. Okay, Emperor. Zili nodded and followed Suja to the Biological Research Institute. Soon, Suja and Zili arrived here. As soon as he entered, Tianhui's voice rang out. My lord, are you looking for Miss Qin Shiyao and Ms. Alice? Tianhui asked Suja. Huh? Why do you call Qin Shiyao Miss and Alice Miss? Suja asked curiously. Is there any special meaning in this? This is the name set by Miss Qin Shiyao and Ms. Alice themselves. Lord, you can also set your own exclusive name. Tianhui replied. Is that so? Then just call me Lord. I'm here to find them. Which floor are they on now? Suja asked slowly. My lord, Ms. Alice and Ms. Qin Shiyao are both on the 3rd underground floor. Please go to the 1st underground floor for disinfection and put on protective clothing. Tianhui said. Suja raised his eyebrows and then took Zili to the underground floor. After a simple disinfection, he put on heavy protective clothing and entered the 3rd underground floor. As soon as I stepped into the 3rd underground floor, a roar was heard. Roar! The roar was filled with pain and endless anger. Although I'm not quite sure what happened, it feels like the lair of the villain in the movie. Suja looked at the entire 3rd underground floor and smacked his lips. Then he put on protective clothing and took Zili, who was not wearing protective clothing, towards a laboratory on the 3rd floor, passing by some detention rooms on the way. Although Suja didn't know what happened in the room, the screams of pain that could be felt across races made him realize that what happened inside was probably not good. These were not there when I came last time, and there were more level 10 robots guarding the area. These were not there last time. Is it to prevent riots? Suja thought to himself as he looked at the underground base. Soon, Suja found Qin Shiyao in a hall, but did not see Alice. My lord, Qin Shiyao looked at Suja and said slowly, but her eyes were always fixed on the test tube in front of her, which contained a scarlet unknown liquid. What is this? Suja looked at Qin Shiyao curiously and asked. Horn Demon Gene Potions. Qin Shiyao replied with a smile. Horn Demon Gene Potions? What's the use of this thing? Suja looked at Qin Shiyao with a hint of curiosity. Lord, do you want to know? Qin Shiyao looked at Suja with a smile. Suse Nadif. He felt very uncomfortable wearing the heavy protective suit. My lord, you can take off your protective suit unless you're going to special area. With your current physical condition, it should be fine. You only need to disinfect when you come in. Qin Shiyao said slowly. Is that so? After hearing what Qin Shiyao said, Suja immediately took off his heavy protective suit and felt a lot more relaxed. Come, let me see what this thing is used for. Suja stared at the scarlet gene potion in Qin Shiyao's hand curiously. Okay, Lord, please follow me. Qin Shiyao said to Suja. Chapter 173. Damn it. I became the villain boss? She brought Suja to an experimental room where a sleeping void worm was imprisoned, with several robotic arms beside it. Qin Shiyao put the medicine into a container in front of Suja. As the container moved, the robotic arm rotated and a syringe appeared at the front end of the robotic arm. The robotic arm rotated the syringe and directly penetrated the body of the void worm, and the scarlet potion was slowly injected into the body of the void worm. Lord, please don't blink. Qin Shiryao said with a mysterious smile on her face. Hearing Qin Shiryao's words, Suja stared at the void worm closely. The originally quiet void worms suddenly rioted wildly and made bursts of hissing sounds. Its body surged violently, as if an invisible force was pulling at its flesh and blood. Suja's pupil shrank as he saw the body of the void worm growing larger and larger. There seemed to be countless worms rolling and surging under its black, keratinized skin. Some corrosive liquid flowed out of the void worm's body, and Suja narrowed his eyes slightly. There was nothing unusual on the white floor except some dirty and turbid liquid. This is a special floor that Ella helped make. It can resist the corrosion of void worm liquid. Qin Shiryao explained with a smile, answering Suja's doubts. Suja nodded and continued to stare at the void worm. It kept rolling and expanding, and finally the keratinous skin fell off the void worm as if it was being peeled off alive. The void worm, which originally had nothing under its skin, actually grew scarlet flesh and blood. A bunch of claws suddenly tore out from under the void worm's skin. A terrifying creature that looked like a void-horned demon, but had a void worm-like head like a meat grinder appeared in front of Suja. Roar! With a deafening roar, the terrifying creature slammed the glass in front of Suja, making a sound like a muffled drum. Suja looked at the violent monster inside and turned to look at Qin Shiryao. Has this thing turned into a void-horned demon? Suja asked slowly. Qin Shiryao shook her head. It can't be said that it turned into a void-horned demon. It should be genetic evolution. After fusing with the void-horned demon's genetic potion, this creature combines the advantages of the void-horned demon and the void worm. Qin Shiryao explained slowly. It has the ability of the void worm to melt everything and the powerful physical ability of the void-horned demon. Qin Shiryao explained to Suja one by one. What a pity, this is a failure. Qin Shiryao said with a hint of disgust in her tone. In Qin Shiryao's opinion, such a work is not perfect, and it is not even qualified to be a biochemical war puppet. Is this still a failure? It looks pretty powerful to me, Suja said as he looked at the creature in front of him that was constantly pounding on the glass. Qin Shiryao shook her head again and continued. This fusion creature has no reason and only kills crazily. Even its own kind will kill each other. It is impossible to control it. Having said that, Qin Shiryao rubbed her eyebrows. Perhaps it's because the level of the void worm is too low, or perhaps the genes of the void-horned demon are too violent. The specific reason still requires further experimental data to determine. Qin Shiryao said in a deep voice, then looked at Suja. Suja also looked at Qin Shiryao. Why are you looking at me? I don't understand these. I need your support, Lord. I heard that different monsters appeared in the world you visited last time. Qin Shiryao said with a smile on her face. No, that thing is too dangerous. The world was destroyed because of the research on that thing. Suja refused without thinking. My lord, I'm not talking about now. I'm talking about later. Qin Shiryao said with a smile. Suja looked at Qin Shiryao's expectant eyes and was silent for a moment. Let's talk about this later. By the way, where is Alice now? Suja asked Qin Shiryao. Qin Shiryao looked at Suja with a strange look in her eyes. Lord, are you sure you want to go? Hearing Qin Shiryao's words, Suja thought to himself that he came here just to find out what these two women were doing. He had to have an idea in his mind. Otherwise, why would he come here? Since the Lord wants to go, I will take you there, but don't regret it. Qin Shiryao said with a smile, taking Suja and Zili deeper into the Biological Research Institute. Suja and Zili followed Qin Shiryao closely. Looking at the danger signs posted everywhere, Suja couldn't help but feel a little scared. But he still followed Qin Shiryao to a laboratory. This is the deepest laboratory on the 3rd floor. Alice was wearing a white coat and seemed to be preparing something. Lord! Alice turned to look at Suja. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She didn't expect Suja to come here. Alice, I came to see what you have been busy with recently. Suja said slowly. Oh, there happens to be an experiment. Would you like to take a look, Lord? Alice looked at Suja and asked. A strange look flashed in Qin Shiryao's eyes. Suja was filled with curiosity. Experiment? What kind of experiment was it? Okay. Suja walked up to Alice with curiosity. In front of Alice was a huge experimental room where a void-horned demon was imprisoned. My lord, you've come at the right time. The experiment is ready. Alice pressed a red button. A colorless and transparent gas spurted out from the experimental room, and the only sound that could be heard was the sound of the gas being released. In an instant, Suja's face changed drastically. The Voidhorn demon in the experimental room let out painful howls, its body decaying at a speed visible to the naked eye. Suja almost vomited the barbecue he had eaten last night. It's over, it's over. I've become the villain boss. This was the only thought left in Suja's mind. What on earth is this thing? Suja stuttered and looked at Alice, watching the Voidhorn demon in the experimental room being rapidly corroded. You know, this is a bronze-level Voidhorn demon. Corrosive bacteria. Alice pushed her glasses and said slowly, "These are bacteria extracted from dead void creatures. I discovered something interesting. These extraordinary creatures already have bacteria in their bodies, and they will even produce decomposition bacteria after death." Alice explained slowly, "I just made some minor modifications to this corrosive bacterial group. I didn't expect it to have such a significant effect on living void creatures." Alice looked at Suja with a smile. Suja's face was full of confusion. "Just a slight modification? Listen to yourself. Is what you said reasonable? Is this thing harmful to us?" Suja asked solemnly, looking at the experimental subject's room with a hint of fear in his eyes. "Yes, but the danger is not great. As far as the current situation is concerned, it can be easily dealt with. This horned demon is so scary because it has been injected with an inhibitor and cannot exert its extraordinary characteristics," Alice said with her arms folded across her chest, carefully observing the condition of the Voidhorn demon. Chapter 174, The Perfect Pathogen. Bronze-level extraordinary creatures are far superior to iron-level creatures in both physical strength and power. If it were an iron-level creature like a lesser demon, it would probably be dead by now. The fact that it's still struggling shows that the effect of the corrosive bacteria is not ideal, and it's because the inhibitor has made it lose its ability to resist. Alice said slowly, "Maybe I have to try other methods. At present, this type of bacteria is not suitable for actual combat." Alice looked at Suja and explained. Suja was speechless for a moment. "But this thing has one advantage. It will automatically disappear after decomposing an individual. If there are no decomposable individuals, its survival time will not exceed 24 hours, so the harm is not as serious as imagined." Alice said slowly. Suja couldn't help but ask, "Will there be a mutation or something like that?" "Mutation?" Alice looked at Suja with a hint of doubt in her eyes. "Why would it mutate? This bacterial group is cultivated by simply decomposing bacterial groups. Theoretically, there is no possibility of mutation. Of course, the possibility of mutation cannot be completely ruled out, but the probability is almost zero," Alice said rigorously. "I won't say anything without proof. This thing looks dangerous, but it's actually inefficient and doesn't achieve the expected results." Alice shook her head helplessly. "Inefficient?" Suja looked at Alice in surprise. "Is this inefficient?" "It's clearly insufficient for a bronze-ranked biocorrosive bacteria colony. If this Voidhorn demon hadn't been injected with inhibitors, it wouldn't have achieved the current effect. Even with the inhibitors, it took so long. It's clearly not up to standard. Secondly, this type of bacterial colony is extracted from the corpses of void creatures. While it has a significant effect on void creatures, its effect on other creatures is greatly reduced, or may even be completely ineffective. Finally, this type of bacterial swarm does have a significant effect on iron-tier void creatures, but that alone isn't enough. It has many flaws, such as its infection rate, survival rate, and its lethality that doesn't distinguish between friend and foe. In short, this thing is not good enough at the moment. It needs further training before it can be used in actual combat," Alice said slowly. Suja felt scared when he heard this and felt as if he was in danger. "But don't worry, Lord. You have many special abilities and don't have to worry about these things," Alice said with a smile, and hurriedly explained to Suja, who was a little uneasy. Well, I just came to see if you're not scared. By the way, Zeely, what are we going to eat later?" Suja tried to change the subject by speaking incoherently. Hearing Suja's words, Alice and Qin Shiryao couldn't help laughing. "By the way, Alice, have you ever thought about developing a zombie virus?" Suja felt a little embarrassed and spoke while looking at the two people who were laughing at him, trying to get back at them. "Zombie virus? Lord, can you tell me its characteristics in detail?" Alice asked Suja with interest. Suja smiled slightly, thinking it was time to show off. "As far as I know, there is a virus that can resurrect the dead as long as the body is not completely rotten. After resurrection, they will indiscriminately attack other creatures as long as they are alive. And there's also a strong desire for bloodthirstiness and attack. The more Suja spoke, the more he felt that the atmosphere was wrong. He saw Qin Shiryao and Alice staring at him with a hint of fanaticism in their eyes, and his voice became smaller and smaller. "My lord, please continue. What happens next?" Alice said with a hint of fanaticism in her eyes. Suja calmed himself down and thought that this was just something he had seen in a movie in his previous life. It was not from the same world, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Thinking of this, Suja continued, "People attacked by carriers of the zombie virus will also turn into zombies in a short period of time, joining the zombie army to continue attacking other creatures. Unless the zombies' heads are destroyed, they will not stop. That's probably it. By the way, these are what I heard. I don't know the rest." Suja said slowly, listing out all the characteristics of the biochemical zombies he had seen in his previous life. Alice's eyes lit up, and Qin Shiryao also looked at Suja with interest. According to what the Lord said, this type of virus is indeed very novel, manipulating the dead to attack. This is an idea that has never been thought of, but it does provide a new direction, Alice said to herself. Soon, Alice looked at Suja. "My lord, you said that only by destroying their heads can we completely eliminate these living dead. It is most likely because of the nervous system, so they will stop moving after the head is destroyed. After all, the dead are resurrected because the virus controls the nervous system of the corpse. It is truly a genius to come up with this virus." Ellie became more and more excited as she spoke. Suja's eyes widened, his face full of surprise. "Is this true?" He looked at Alice and felt a little panicked. He just casually mentioned the characteristics of the zombie virus in his previous life. "And you deduced the principle so quickly?" "I didn't mention the nervous system. Plus, this virus can revive the dead, so there's no need to worry about the virus's mortality rate because the carrier itself is dead. Other viruses need to consider the mortality rate when they spread, but once the carrier dies, it's easy to stop the spread of the virus. But this virus won't. As long as the corpse isn't decayed, it can become a carrier of the virus. It's amazing how it continues to spread. I just don't know what tier of creatures it's effective against. Creatures above the gold tier are basically immune as long as their vital parts aren't damaged. Creatures above the diamond tier no longer have any real weaknesses. If you want to kill them, you can only rely on absolute strength. Taking this into consideration, it can be confirmed that this virus is ineffective against creatures above the diamond rank. Whether it is effective against the gold rank remains to be verified. After all, gold creatures have real fatal weaknesses. However, because they have undergone a metamorphosis, the specific effects can only be known through experiments. Alice muttered to herself and took out a small notebook to write it down. "It's so interesting. I never thought this virus could be like this. Using dead people as virus carriers is simply amazing." Alice's eyes flashed with fanaticism as she kept recording the characteristics of the virus that Suja mentioned. A perfect way to carry pathogens, an excellent route of transmission, effective infection, and lethality. This virus is really great, Alice said with a burning light in her eyes. Chapter 175 Wonder, The Fountain of Youth. Suja was completely panicked. It's over. Have I gotten into big trouble?" Suja felt extremely regretful as he watched Alice fall into a frenzy. "My lord, do you know any other characteristics of this virus?" Alice looked up at Suja and asked. Suja was speechless for a moment. As for the characteristics, it can evolve and repair the body by devouring flesh and blood. Suja said slowly. "Is that so? That's fantastic," Alice said with a fiery glint in her eyes. "Well, I'm just saying it casually. Don't take it too seriously." Suja couldn't help but say as he looked at the fanatical Alice. No, my lord. I know you said it casually, but this virus is indeed the most perfect means of transmission from the perspective of pathogen carriers." Alice said seriously. "I will try to develop a virus for this purpose," Alice said with a burning light in her eyes. "Really? Then good luck. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." Suja forced an ugly smile on his face, and then hurriedly left with Zili. Qin Shiryao looked at Alice and said with a smile, "You scared the Lord away. It looks like the Lord won't come to us again in the short term." Alice looked at Qin Shiryao. "Don't you want to study such an experimental subject?" "Yes," Qin Shiryao answered without hesitation. Although the Lord said it casually, since the Lord can think of it, such a thing is likely to exist. Ellie said slowly. Qin Shiryao looked puzzled. "Is that so? Well, I'm also quite interested in this creature." To some extent, this creature will be a perfect sample of a biochemical war puppet, Qin Shiyao said slowly. Alice nodded with a fiery glint in her eyes. Suja sighed. Suja took Zi Li out of the Biological Research Institute and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zi Li, do you think I'm in trouble? Suja scratched his head and asked Zi Li. If he had known earlier, he would not have pretended to know. Emperor, everything you said is right, Zi Li said firmly, her eyes revealing absolute trust in Suja. Well, it's useless to ask. Given Zi Li's fanaticism towards her, even if Suja was wrong, he would still be right in her eyes. There was no other possibility. Forget it. Let's not think about it for now. Today's recruitment hasn't started yet. Let's go recruit first. Suja's expression became serious, and he took Zi Li back to the future hub. Ding, do you want to spend 1 gold coin to recruit daily? Recruit, Suja said in a deep voice as he looked at the big ball of light in front of him. A space-time door full of science fiction atmosphere appeared in front of Suja, and a blueprint slowly floated out. If I can get a blueprint every day for recruiting, it seems acceptable. Suja looked at the blueprint in his hand and couldn't help but think that everything seemed to be abnormal since he recruited Alice. Including Ella. Ella looks normal on the surface and is actually not much different from Qin Shiyao and Alice. The only difference is that one focuses on machinery, while the other two delve into biological genes and viruses respectively. They're all essentially dangerous. Suja looked at the drawing in his hand. Laser gun, platinum-level blueprint, requirements, mechanical units. That's good. Suja looked at the laser gun blueprint in his hand. He had a laser sword before, but now he has both melee and long-range weapons. If I add a piece of individual equipment that can cause group damage, then I'll be complete. Suja looked at the laser gun blueprint in his hand, thought to himself, and then put the blueprint into the territory warehouse. Zi Li, let's go to the next place. Suja took Zi Li and went straight to the shrine. Yudaheim, Tamamanomi, Susriheim, and Reikage are already waiting here. Suja walked straight into the shrine. Ding, do you want to spend 1 gold coin to recruit daily? Recruitment, Suja said while touching his chin and looking at the shrine. Golden light suddenly rose up and illuminated the entire shrine. Suja narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the golden light. Could it be that they have recruited another heroic unit? The golden light gradually dissipated, and a figure appeared in front of Suja. This person was wearing a kimono and looked at Suja with a solemn and sacred expression. Amaterasu, hello, Lord, Amaterasu said to Suja with a solemn expression and a sacred tone. Amaterasu, Suja looked at Amaterasu with curiosity in his eyes, and then checked her attributes. Name, Amaterasu. Loyalty, 100. Experience value, 0 out of 100. Level 1. Rank, God level. Arms, Hero, Great Sun Spirit Amaterasu. Talent, Eternal Sun. Skill, Eternal Flame. Potential, S-level, Saint level, entry bonus. Introduction. The legendary sun god of the island nation, the god who controls the sun, possesses the majesty of the sun god, and has not yet truly developed his own divinity. Suja looked at Amaterasu with great interest. He had to say that Amaterasu was extremely beautiful, and she exuded an awe-inspiring and inviolable aura. Of course, this temperament is effective for others, but it is a different story for Suja. The most important thing is that it is still difficult to confirm whether the person in front of us is the legendary sun goddess of the island country. Amaterasu, this is Yudaheim, and that is Reikage. There are also Susriheim, Tamamanomi, and Shiri. Please get to know everyone, Suja said with a smile. Amaterasu nodded slightly, her eyes sweeping over Yutuheim, Reikage, and the others one by one. Reikage, Tamamanomi, Yutuheim, Susriheim, I'll ask you to take good care of Amaterasu, Suja said with a smile. Understood, Lord. The Reikage and others responded in unison. Amaterasu still had a condescending look on her face. Seeing this, Suja just smiled and didn't take it to heart. To him, God, the thing his territory lacked the least was God. Amaterasu's arrogance only stems from her identity as the sun goddess. It has no effect on Suja as long as his loyalty is not a problem. Suja then took Zi Li out of the shrine and returned to the Lord's mansion. Amaya, Luna, Suja called out. Amaya and Luna appeared in front of Suja in an instant. Let's go. Today's resource war hasn't started yet, Suja said to the two of them. The two nodded and led the Protoss army into the Lord's space. 10 minutes later, Suja, Amaya, and Luna returned to the territory. Suja looked at the bronze-level SSS resource treasure chest that appeared in his backpack. Ding! Do you want to open the SSS-level resource chest? Open. Suja looked at the SSS resource treasure chest with anticipation, hoping to get some surprises, just like the resource treasure chest yesterday. Ding! You obtained the first-level barracks, skeleton, cemetery. Ding! You get a barracks upgrade card X1. Ding! You get a soldier refresh recruitment card X1. Ding! You get a wonder upgrade card X1. Ding! You have obtained the wonder. Fountain of Youth. Suja looked at the things that came out of the SSS-level resource treasure chest and was a little bit unbelievable. Chapter 1, 76 Temple of Death. Is this really something I can open myself? Wow, is it real or fake? Suja looked at the things that were opened, a barracks plus a wonder. Although they're just two different things, just the barracks makes him feel like he has made a fortune. You have to know that getting a barracks is completely a matter of luck. No matter how much resources you spend, you may not be able to get it. Basically, no one will sell a barracks. Unless one is not in a clear mind, no one will act rashly, even against the worst barracks. Wonder. Fountain of Youth. Suja turned his gaze to the wonder that opened, although the amount of resources obtained from the SSS-level resource chest today was not much. But just a barracks is already worth the money, not to mention the extra wonder. Suja hurried to check its specific properties. Name: Fountain of Youth, one-time drawing. Level: Advanced. Materials: high-grade wood X100W, high-grade stone X100W, life type Divine Blood X100, Spirit Stone X100W, gold coins X100 million. Introduction: the legendary spring water that can make people immortal. After drinking it, you can have endless life. Of course, the premise is that you don't get killed by others. Note: in the face of absolutely powerful force, the so-called immortality is just a joke. Are you tempted? Suja raised his eyebrows and stared at the Fountain of Youth. This was a high-level wonder, and it was the first time he had ever seen one. However, given his current situation, he simply cannot gather all the required materials. Not to mention anything else, the prices of gold coins, spirit stones, high-grade wood and high-grade stones are all ridiculously high. I'm afraid only high-level lords can afford them. Suja simply doesn't have that ability now. Not to mention the 100 units of life-related divine blood. Where could he find a life-related god and then bleed him? Even if they can really find it, who knows who will bleed whom then? Maybe it was the gods who bled him in the end. This thing is indeed valuable. If it can be built, we will have an endless supply of resources in the future. But for me, it doesn't seem to have any practical use at the moment. Suja touched his chin and pondered. To Suja, this blueprint is a bit useless, and the gains are not proportional to the efforts. But for the big chambers of commerce in the main world, the value of this thing is quite huge. After all, there are always some people in this world who fail to become lords, including some members of top families who miss the chance to become lords due to various accidents or other reasons. There are quite a few people like this, and similar situations exist in many large families. This thing can be considered a good auction item. Suja thought to himself that the value of this blueprint was really high, but it also seemed reasonable to say it was low. High-ranking lords do not necessarily have infinite lifespans. You know, not everyone can get a statue of faith. It depends on luck and opportunity. It's okay. Suja felt that this blueprint could bring him a lot of resources, so he put it away. As for building this thing himself, regardless of the effect, the materials alone are not cost-effective for Suja. Besides, can he really keep this thing? This is also a big issue that must be considered. Suja then turned his attention to the first-level barracks that had opened, the Skeleton Cemetery, and then checked its properties. Name: Skull Cemetery. Level 1. Rank: First. Recruitment: 10,000/10,000 daily. Cost: 1 gold coin /1 time. Introduction: this is the Chaos Faction's basic undead unit, and also a crucial one. You may think it's weak, but you can't say it's useless. Note: we are the Scourge. It's actually the undead type of troops. Suja narrowed his eyes slightly. To some extent, this type of undead type of troops is very unpleasant. After all, they are undead. Living beings inherently have a sense of disgust towards the undead. Similarly, the undead are also full of hatred towards life. This is a reason that is engraved in their bones. Moreover, according to statistics from the Lord's World, 9 out of 10 soldiers who betrayed the Lord came from the Chaos Camp, and 8 of these 9 betrayers were from the undead faction. This is not an exaggeration, but a real fact, and there may even be more to it. Even the demonic troops, as long as their needs are met, are not as easy to betray the Lord as the undead troops. The most fundamental reason is the undead army's hatred of life. This is the key. This means that when the undead army develops to a certain stage, it will often become hostile to the Lord. At that time, the Lord will only have two choices. The first option is to give up the undead army, and the second option is to transform yourself into an undead. Of course, after the transformation, he is still a lord, but he has become an undead. In fact, there are quite a few lords who choose to transform into undead. When most high-level lords have no hope of breaking through, they will try to transform into undead in order to gain more life. Of course, this approach is not advisable and is explicitly prohibited, because after transforming into the undead, the Lord will also develop hatred for life, will be unconsciously distorted by this emotion, and will unknowingly hate life. This is the biggest reason for being banned. But as people often say, you can't completely eliminate this thing by banning it. Thoughts return to the present. Suja was a little undecided about whether to deploy undead troops. From a certain perspective, if he places undead troops, he will have an extra god-level barracks under his command, which is indeed a good thing. Suja was not worried that the undead would rebel. After all, the setting of 100% loyalty was there. The problem is that other types of troops reject the undead type of troops, which is the most fatal thing. The undead are naturally hostile to all types of troops, even those belonging to the Chaos faction. They hate all life. I need to think about it carefully. Suja took a deep breath. What would happen to his territory if he recruited undead soldiers? Will there be skeletons and rotting corpses everywhere, or even hundreds of ghosts roaming around in the middle of the night, and suddenly a ghost appears in front of you while you're sleeping? Thinking of this, Suja suddenly became conflicted. How about we wait and not recruit now? Suja thought, why not put this matter aside for now and recruit again after the territory expand a little more? But he also didn't want to waste time. After all, recruiting one more person now would feel like a profit. God-level undead troops shouldn't be too ugly, right? Suja muttered to himself, thinking about the high-level undead troops currently known in the Lord's world. The corpse fusion monster, the metal butcher, the bone dragon, the lich, and the necromancer are all okay. He can tolerate them if they're a little ugly, but the key is the stench. Imagine that in your fairyland-like territory, a mountain-like corpse fusion monster suddenly appears, dropping rotten flesh from time to time and emitting a foul stench. Swarms of flies buzzed incessantly like black clouds. Just thinking about it made Suja feel like he was about to collapse. Among the undead troops, the only one Suja thinks is handsome is probably the Death Knight. The Black Knight, riding on the Nightmare, is really handsome. Forget it, let's just recruit them. It's not like the god-level troops are all filled with disgusting things. Suja thought and took out the cemetery of the undead. Ding! First-level barracks detected. Undead cemetery, your entry's god-level evolution is triggered. Ding! You have obtained the god-level barracks. Death Temple. Suja looked at the Temple of Death that appeared in his hand. It was full of the unique style of the undead. The walls were made of bones. The whole building exuded a gloomy and terrifying atmosphere and was glowing with a black light. Chapter 177 Daughter of Death, Rona. Suja checked its properties. Name, Death Temple. Level, none. Rank, God level. Arms, undead. Recruitment, 1/1 daily. Cost, 1 gold coin / 1 time constant. Original price, 1,000 W gold coins / 1 time. Upgrade, not upgradable. Introduction. This is a unique, God-level structure unique to the undead, unprecedented and unparalleled. Born of miracles, it cannot be upgraded or refreshed for recruitment. Note, death is the eternal destination. This is too outrageous. Suja looked at the attributes of the Death Temple. The recruitment price of 10 million gold coins per time was far more than the cost of recruiting other types of troops before. Suja became more and more curious about what kind of god-level troops the Temple of Death could recruit. At present, he still doesn't know what the god-level undead troops are like. It seems that he has never had the impression that god-level undead troops have appeared. Suja directly placed the Temple of Death next to the Shikigami Shrine, of course, in order. A terrifying palace full of white bones appeared in Suja's territory. The entire Temple of Death is built from countless piles of bones. Suja looked at the Temple of Death filled with bones and walked in with Zili. There was nothing in the empty hall except the pentagram magic circle on the ground. Ding. Do you want to spend 1 gold coin to recruit daily? Recruitment. Suja stared at the magic circle on the ground curiously. The magic circle flashed with a strange glow, and then endless black light shot up into the sky, and a red aura spread. A figure slowly walked out from the scarlet light. Oh my, you are the Lord? A little lowly with golden twin tails carrying a giant scythe, wearing a purple-black Lolita dress, with a proud smile on her delicate face and purple-black lips, exuding a dark style. Suja was surprised. This. Looking at the little lowly in front of him, Suja's eyes were full of curiosity. This doesn't look like the undead image we were expecting. Where are the ghosts? Where are the zombies? My lord, you are such a weirdo. You're staring at a young girl like that. The little lowly looked at Suja with a teasing smile. Suja was stunned again. Huh? By the way, what's your name? Suja looked at the little lowly and asked. My name is Rona. My lord, please remember it well, otherwise I will be very angry. Rona looked at Suja seriously and said, Rona? Okay, I'll remember it. Suja looked at Rona, then checked her attributes. Name, Rona. Loyalty, 100. Experience value, 0 out of 100. Level 1. Rank, God level. Class, Hero, Rona, Daughter of Death. Talent, Death Touch. Skill, Life Harvest. Companion weapon, Death Scythe. Potential, S-level, Saint level. Introduction. According to legend, she is the incarnation of death. Wherever she goes, everything will wither. However, she's still too weak now. Note, death is the end of all life, but also the beginning. Suja looked at Rona's attributes. The concept of death can be regarded as the ultimate killing weapon. The previous ability of Yao Dao Ji to curse people to death was already outrageous enough. But Rona's talent is even more exaggerated. Touch of Death. There's a certain chance to ignore the level and trigger the instant death effect. This talent is simply too exaggerated. It can actually ignore the level and trigger the instant death effect. Suja looked at Rona and felt that this arrogant lowly was a bit similar to the previous star Eater Luo Mao. It's just that Luo Mao is a little crazier. Once she starts fighting, she will fall into a frenzy. As for Luo Na's specific situation, Suja doesn't know much about it. My lord, you keep staring at me like that. Are you planning to do something strange to me? Are you trying to make me pregnant with your child? No. I will never resist if that happens. Rona said as she closed her eyes. Her face flushed, and she looked like she was ready to be taken advantage of. Suja's face suddenly turned dark. He tapped Rona on the head unhappily. Rona looked at Suja in confusion. Don't you, Lord, want this? Don't you want to turn me into? Before Rona could finish her words, Suja covered her mouth. Suja looked at the little Lolita Rona with a dark face. What is this little guy thinking about all day? Is it all just some messy yellow waste? Stop. There are some things you can't say anymore. If you continue, it won't pass the review. Suja said to Luona. Hearing Suja's words, Rona looked at him and said, Isn't what I said what the Lord is thinking? Suja's face darkened. Zili, I'll leave her to you. Take her to upgrade first. Suja said to Zili. Understand, Lord. Zili nodded in response. Be obedient and follow Zili. Come back when you reach level 10. Suja said with a smile. Chapter 178 Healthy Competition is the best development trend. I know. I will definitely listen to you. Luo Mao responded, and followed Zili's footsteps with her twin ponytails swinging proudly. Suja breathed a sigh of relief. It's completely different from what I imagined. Suja thought to himself. He originally thought that an extremely ugly monster would be summoned. I didn't expect that the person I recruited was actually a little lowly. If you think about it carefully, it makes sense. Except for some other god-level creatures in the Pantheon, the appearance of other people is very good-looking, which is beyond doubt. None of them are ugly. Of course, the individual pantheons mentioned here naturally refer to the Cthulhu Pantheon. To be honest, no one in this pantheon is good-looking. Just be thankful to have someone who looks like a human being, and don't expect anything else. Suja left the Temple of Death. As soon as he came out, a figure flashed beside Suja Minghua. Suja looked at Minghua. Lord, is this the new barracks? Minghua asked, looking at the Temple of Death behind Suja. Suja nodded and looked at Minghua with curiosity in his eyes. Is it done? Minghua smiled and nodded. How did you solve it? Suja looked at Minghua curiously. If the child is disobedient, just give him a beating. Minghua replied with a smile. Suja looked at Minghua with a hint of surprise in his eyes. If it was really that simple, Manhwa wouldn't have taken so long. It means defeating them in the areas they excel in. Manhwa explained with a smile. Suja's pupil shrank, and he looked at Manhwa. No wonder it took so many days. Beat them in other areas where they are good at? Suja couldn't help but be stunned. Manhwa nodded. That's right. Manhwa responded with a smile. Where are they now? Suja looked at Manhwa curiously. They're now obedient and have taken their legions away. I am now free. Manhwa stretched, revealing her graceful figure. Okay, you can now relax about these matters of the Immortal Clan, but they are still under your responsibility. I don't care about other things, and you don't want to be outdone by others, right? Suja said with a smile. When Manhwa heard Suja's words, the smile on her face froze. As the first type of soldier recruited by Suja, Manhwa naturally did not want to see the immortals surpassed by other types of soldiers. But now, among the legions under Suja's command, there is the Dragon Legion, which can compete with the immortals in terms of individual strength. When it comes to legion warfare, the Frost Warrior Legion is undoubtedly ranked first. This is why Manhwa's smile froze when Suja said this. Today's immortal army is comparable to the Dragon Army. The ordinary fairy warriors below are easy to deal with. But the 7 immortal army commanders, Leon and others, all refused to submit to Manhwa. Even though they were convinced now, it did not mean they would be so in the future. They are also extremely outstanding people, and each of them has distinct personality traits, which is also the root cause of their dissatisfaction with Manhwa. It was fine before liberation, but it got worse after liberation. On the Dragon Army side, Shadow and Ogles basically don't care about anything. Unless the little female dragon makes a mistake, no matter what happens, Shadow and Ogles will not intervene. My lord, the pressure you put on me is too great. What if I can't handle it? Manhwa said unhappily. I believe you, Manhwa, just like you trust me. Suja responded with a smile. You are all already at level 20. As long as you have enough resources, you could be promoted to level 30. You don't want your territory legion to be ranked behind by then, right? Suja said with a smile. Manhwa looked at Suja in silence for a moment, then took a deep breath and nodded. I will definitely not let the Lord down. Hearing Manhwa's words, Suja smiled and said, Then I look forward to the performance of the Immortal Legion. When the time comes, except for the 3 special barracks, I will rank the other 7 barracks from the 1st to the 7th. It will be up to you then. Suja looked at Manhwa with a smile. My lord, you really know how to put pressure on me. Manhwa said helplessly, but her eyes showed confidence. Suja smiled, put his arm around Manhwa's waist, and walked toward Xingqiuan without saying a word. The so-called Legion ranking was just something Suja said casually. Suja can only form an army of 7 major camps. The 7 god-level troops of the Immortals, Gods, Elementals, Frost Warriors, Dragons, Elves, and Fallen Angels. As for technology, Shikigami, and Undead, they cannot form a legion at present, or they may become one in the future. Technology and Undead will definitely form an army in the future. But compared with these 7 god-level arms, the gap is too huge. Both in individual strength and legion strength are far inferior. The 8th and 9th legions may appear in the future, but definitely not now. Suja already had a plan for the legion ranking in his mind, and he arranged them according to the time the barracks were acquired. He was very careful. Are they really going to let them fight and rank them according to their strength? That's definitely impossible. After all, Suja said this just to make his troops more active and not be so lazy. Moreover, since they are ranked in order of time of acquisition, there is no question of everyone being treated equally. Otherwise, if a legion war really breaks out, there will be no doubt that the Frost Warrior Legion will win. With the various barracks characteristics of the Frost Warriors and the buff bonus of the territory attribute, there is basically no legion under Suja that can compete with the Frost Warriors. In terms of individual strength, the Immortal Clan is trying to maintain 2nd place and strive for 1st place. To some extent, the Dragon Legion is the most powerful ace legion under Suja's command. With the characteristics of the barracks and the strength of the troops themselves, the Immortals can indeed compete with the Dragons, but they are not as good as the abnormal ones like the Shadows. It's hard to say about Manhwa. I can only say that she will try her best to maintain the 2nd place and fight for the 1st place. Manhwa's strength is no joke. Now the fairy warriors have begun to unleash their own power. This is a power that can rival divinity, and being on the same level as divinity can also be understood as a manifestation of divinity. After all, Suja said this just to stimulate the competitive spirit of other branches of the territory and make the territory full of vitality. Otherwise, everyone would be like a salted fish now. Especially the dragon soldiers. They are extremely lazy and basically sleep unless it is necessary. Manhwa cried out in comfort. I haven't felt this relaxed in a long time, and it's only been a few days. Manhwa smiled and soaked in the lake, with Suja lying beside her. Chapter 179, A Despairing and Terrifying Atmosphere. This can only mean one thing. Suja looked at Manhwa and said with a smile, "What's the problem?" Manhwa looked at Suja curiously. "It means you miss me," Suja said with a smile. Hearing Suja's words, Manhwa glanced at him charmingly, and then turned over and soaked in the lake face to face with Suja. "My lord, I think you are right," Manhwa said with a smile, and finally sat on Suja. The hot spring lake water ripples. Inside the Zaxiantai, Leon, Dana, Elemi, Gaia, and others gathered together. Leon sat in the church with a carefree and indifferent look on his face. Dana ate the barbecue with big mouthfuls. Alamai lay lazily on the ground, looking nonchalant. Gail looked at the others expressionlessly. "Hey, have you had enough of the trouble?" Leon said lightly, with a strong sense of oppression in his tone. Dana looked at Leon, not convinced. "It's so boring," Alamai said lazily, yawning, and stood up from the ground. "If you lose, you lose. Don't be too embarrassed to admit defeat, otherwise no one will want to play with you in the future." Alamai yawned and looked lazily at Leon and Dana. "We lost this time, but I don't plan to play this boring game anymore. You guys can do whatever you want," Dana said lightly. "Dana, what do you mean?" Leon looked at Dana. "Literally, there's nothing shameful about losing to Manhwa." Dana responded with a yawn. "If you want to get back at me, go ahead. I won't accompany you anymore. Playing with you once is enough." Dana said slowly. "Me too. This game is boring, like a child playing house." Alamai said lightly. "Alimi is right. If you lose, you lose. There's no point in saying more. You might as well eat more," Dana said while eating barbecue. "I don't mind, but it seems our alliance is broken up," Alamai said with a smile. Gaia looked at the others with smiles on their faces, especially Leon. "Is that it?" Leon glanced at Gaia. This guy loved to stir up trouble and had the most twisted personality. She is jealous of everything in the world that she does not have. She appears to be the most normal on the outside, but is actually the most twisted and outrageous. "Forget it. I can't convince you. Next time, don't ask me to get involved in this kind of thing. Don't wait for the Lord to take action, otherwise it will be difficult to end," Leon said lightly, and was the first to leave the immortal creation platform. "Leon is right. I don't care who is the boss as long as there is food," Dana said carelessly and left. Elemi smiled and looked at everyone. "I don't care about this kind of thing, but it looks like our alliance is over." With that, Alamai also left. Suja sighed. "My lord." Alamai appeared and saw Manhwa and Suja. She took off her clothes and walked into the lake. Manhwa looked at Alamai curiously. "Big sister, don't look at me like that. I just came here to play. I don't want to play anymore," Alamai said with a smile. "I'm afraid it's not that simple. If I'm not strong enough, it won't be as simple as playing around." Manhwa directly exposed Alamai's little thoughts. Alamai was not embarrassed. She just smiled and said nothing. "Okay, we are all companions. I don't care about other things, but the bottom line cannot be broken. No one is allowed to break the rules." Suja leaned against the hot spring lake, closed his eyes, and said in enjoyment. Alamai smiled. Manhwa didn't say anything more. Time passes slowly. The next morning, Suja watched Manhwa and Ilimi get up from the bed beside him, and, as usual, collected 10,000 gold coins from the spirit crystal fruit tree and 100 spirit ores from the combat power list. A new day has begun. There are only 6 days left after today. Time flies so fast. Suja narrowed his eyes and thought. There's still 6 days left. There's no need to rush the robot core. We just need to upgrade the territory to level 5 on the last day. We can almost complete the production of the super large energy barrier device. Suja was thinking about his next plan. Suddenly, I found that my task was quite easy. Forget it. Let's recruit first. Suja went straight to the immortal creation platform. Manhwa and the 7 legion commanders of the immortal warriors, Leon, Dana, Elemi, Gaia, and others are all here. Suja greeted Manhwa and the 7 legion commanders with a smile, and then walked into the immortal creation platform. Ding, do you want to spend 160 gold coins for daily recruitment? Recruit. Suja looked at the statues of the ancestors of the gods who built the immortal terrace, and a black light lit up. Immortal warrior plus 160. Then Suja began to recruit daily in order. Protoss Warrior plus 160, Elementalist plus 160, Frost Warrior plus 320, Dragon plus 160, Elves plus 160. The units recruited are ordinary military units, no hero units. Finally, Suja came to the fallen temple. My lord. Chelsea looked at Suja with a smile on her face. Suja smiled and nodded. Let's go and recruit companions first. The chaos invasion is about to begin. Suja said with a smile and took Chelsea into the fallen temple. Ding. Do you want to spend 160 gold coins for daily recruitment? Recruit. Suja looked at the fallen angel statue. A gray light rose, and Chelsea looked at the scene in front of her thoughtfully, with a strange color in her eyes. Suja also saw that when fallen angels appeared, they were usually covered in endless black, and only when heroic units appeared would there be light curtains of other colors. A grayish-white figure appeared in front of Suja. As soon as it appeared, Suja felt endless negative emotions such as extinction, withering, and emptiness. Chapter 180 Pale Wings Kia. It seems as if everything in the world is withering, disappearing in silence, and sinking towards annihilation. Kia, I'm here to meet the Lord. Kia knelt on one knee and bowed his head to Suja. She was tall with long gray hair that was slightly pale, and the pair of wings behind her were also pale. Get up first, Suja said to Kia. The fallen angels recruited this time were all pale like Kia. Kia slowly stood up, his eyes empty, as if he was born that way, with endless dead silence in his eyes. Sujetic case attributes. Name, Kia. Loyalty, 100. Experience value, 0 out of 100. Level 1. Rank, God level. Unit, Hero, Pale Wings Kia. Talent, Nirvana. Skill, Pale Falls. Companion weapon, Spear of Annihilation. Potential, Saint level. Entry bonus. Introduction. The legendary fallen angel of death has brought misfortune since birth. Everything around him is heading towards extinction and death. He controls the power to wither all visible and invisible things. He is a fallen angel that symbolizes death. Note, Nirvana, returning to the abyss, and withering are the eternal destination. Suja took a deep breath and looked at Kia. This time he actually recruited a powerful character. The power that can make everything wither is truly terrifying. Suja looked at the other angels of annihilation again. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call them angels of death. Their talents were different from Kia's. They possessed the power of destruction and had attribute bonuses, and each possessed a companion weapon, the Spear of Death. Another legion has been added. That's good, Suja said with a smile. Kia, the angels of death will be under your command in the future. This is Chelsea. You two should get to know each other. Chelsea will explain to you all the rules in the territory, Suja said to Kia. Kia nodded. His expression was indifferent and expressionless. Even his eyes were still empty. Suja left the fallen temple and left the rest of the matters to Chelsea with confidence. As soon as he walked out of the fallen temple, two figures gracefully descended from the air and appeared beside Suja. They were actually two little Lolas. Luo Mao Rona. One carries a sledgehammer in his hands, and the other carries a scythe on his shoulder. Suja couldn't help but feel a headache when he saw this. Now he was sure that Luo Mao was a person with severe self-perception mental illness, and Luo Na was a dirty lowly with a head full of pornographic garbage. We all saw it. What the Lord did to Sister Mingwe and Sister Alamai in the hot spring lake yesterday was really perverted. The dirty lowly Rona with a habit of speaking attacked Suja as soon as she opened her mouth. Suja looked at Luo Na and saw that her face was flushed. He cursed himself in his heart for blushing. The Lord is looking at me with such a perverted look. I feel like I'm not clean at all. Will the Lord fill me with water and turn me into a cream puff? It's so scary, Rona said as she leaned toward Suja. Suja's face darkened. This lowly was simply a dirty girl whose head was filled with pornographic garbage. Luo Mao on the side stood there obediently and let Rona hold her hand. Ding! Chaos invasion is about to begin. Please select the difficulty level. S, A, B, C, D. S-level difficulty. Suja chose S-level without hesitation. The chaos invasion is about to begin. Let's go, Suja said to the two little Lolas. Hearing this, Luo Mao's scarlet eyes became even more red. Luo Mao, can I go kill the monster now? Yeah. Suja looked at Luo Mao and nodded in response. But go find your sister Zili first, Suja said to the two little Lolas. After saying that, Suja took the two little Lolas and went straight to the future hub to find Zili. Afterwards, Suja brought the three of them to the Blackstone City wall. Suja sat cross-legged on the Blackstone City wall, staring at the surging void from which countless insects emerged. Luo Mao wants to kill monsters. These monsters look delicious. Luo Mao's eyes became more and more scarlet, and her saliva was almost flowing. Rona let out a strange laugh. Suja looked at Rona. Rona's eyes also flashed with deep red murderous intent, and the aura of death filled the air. Suja retracted his original evaluation of Rona. This Rona was not only full of pornographic garbage in her head, but she was also a god-level undead who hated all living beings. Luo Mao can't help it anymore. Let's start killing. Luo Mao had a wicked smile on his face. He picked up the disproportionate hammer and jumped directly from the Blackstone wall. It crashed into the insect swarm like a cannonball. A black hole appeared behind her, spinning continuously, absorbing, crushing, and devouring any insects that approached. On the other side, Rona looked much more elegant, wearing a black Gothic Lolita dress and holding a huge scythe of death. Although the bodies of the insects were not destroyed where the sickle passed, their souls had been completely extracted by Rona. Suja witnessed this scene. Whether it was Rona or Luo Mao, once they entered the battle, they became completely different people. What's most frightening is that they all have great potential and are at the same level as Manhwa, Yuying, and others. I am not afraid of meeting people with mental problems. I am just afraid of strong people who are mentally unstable. It just so happens that these two crazy Lolas have both the ability, potential, and mental illness. It seems that I have to keep these two little ones with me from now on. Suja looked at Luo Mao and Luo Na. If these two crazy girls were allowed to run around, who knows what disaster might happen. Zili, pay more attention to these two crazy girls when you are free. Suja said to Zili. Zili nodded. As time slowly passes, 2 hours later, with the last monster falling to the ground, today's chaos invasion came to an end. Suja immediately opened the 3D territory map. Swallow. Suja used his power. Ding. Your territory's blessed land attribute is triggered. Your territory expands by 40,000 meters. Ding. Your territory's blessed land attribute has been triggered. Primary Eldritch Metal has been upgraded to Intermediate Eldritch Metal. Note, 100 units can be mined daily, with an over limit of 1,000 units. Suja looked at the prompt with a hint of surprise in his eyes. It actually triggered additional attributes, and the demonic metal vein was upgraded. Not bad. Suja looked at the triggered additional attributes. Although he was not sure what the use of the demonic metal was at the moment, the more of this kind of thing the better. As for materials, they will always be useful. Even if they're not useful, it is still good to exchange them for resources. As per convention, Suja directly pushed the territory outward to leave a 500-meter open space connected to the chaotic space, and then closed the 3D territory plan. Suja began to count today's harvest. Gold coins x 2 million, common loot chests x 10, 000, rare loot chests x 4, 000, and 1 S-level evaluation box. 500,000 invading monsters, and this is all we get? Suja couldn't help but complain as he looked at what he had gained from the invasion. This drop rate is too outrageous, comparable to the Antarctic beasts in the previous life. Suja directly opened 10,000 ordinary loot chests at once. Basic wood x 2,000, basic stone x 2,000, basic meat x 2,000, iron ore x 2,000, copper ore x 2,000. Is this the final madness? Suja thought to himself as he looked at the resources he had obtained, then shook his head and continued to open 4,000 rare loot chests at once. High-grade wood x 1,000, high-grade stone x 1,000, mithril x 1,000, gold x 1,000. Not bad. Suja looked at the last S-level evaluation treasure chest. Chapter 181 Super Teleportation, Jump Gate. Ding. Do you want to open the S-level evaluation treasure chest? Ding. You get a barracks upgrade card x1. Ding. You get a soldier refresh recruitment card x1. Ding. You get a wonder upgrade card x1. Suja was not surprised when he saw the items that were opened. Now, if he wanted to get other things, he could only hope to get treasure chests of gold or above and bronze level SSS resource chests. The other treasure chests basically have a fixed guarantee. It's okay. It's better than nothing. Suja looked at the harvest of today's invasion and said the same thing again. After the novice period is over, you can only explore on your own. It is basically impossible to wait for invasion and obtain resources like this. Suja took Li and went straight back to the Lord's mansion from the Blackstone City Wall. As for where those two crazy girls, Luo Mao and Luo Na, ran off to, Suja didn't know, but it didn't matter. After all, to a certain extent, the safety factor in the territory was still quite high, especially after Suja has the entry of escaping one of them. Basically, unless he is very unlucky. Only then would a monster accidentally enter the territory. There is no other possibility. The Black Iron world is a paradise for Luo, Mao, and Rona, so Suja is even less worried. Amaya, Luna. Suja called out. Amaya and Luna appeared beside Suja. Suja looked at the two of them with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. What are you busy with recently? Amaya looked at Suja with a smile. My lord, you will know later. Suja looked at the mysterious Amaya and didn't ask any more questions. Recently, Amaya and Luna had been waiting for him in the Temple of Divine Source except when recruiting. At other times, unless summoned, they would not appear and would remain mysterious above the sky. Okay, just follow the arrangements. Let's go. Suja said to Amaya and Luna, not caring too much. No matter what they do, Suja firmly believes that they will not harm him. This is the key. It doesn't matter what they do, the purpose is the key. Suja took Amaya and Luna and went straight into the Lord's space. 10 minutes later, Suja, Amaya, and Luna returned to the territory, only to see Suja holding a bronze-level SSS resource treasure chest in his hand. My lord, we'll get busy first. Have fun, Amaya said to Suja. Suja looked at Amaya and Luna and became interested. Okay, you two will accompany me tonight. Amaya rolled her eyes at Suja, then returned to the sky with Luna in a charming manner, leaving behind a sentence. I understand, Lord. Suja was a little curious when he saw Amaya and Luna returning to the sky, but he didn't care too much. After all, no matter what, Amaya and Luna will not harm me, and that's enough. Suja looked at the bronze-level SSS-grade resource treasure chest in his hand. Ding, do you want to open the bronze SSS-level resource chest? Open it. Suja looked at the resource chest with anticipation. Ding, you received 1 soldier recruitment card. Ding, you get a barracks upgrade card X1. Ding, you get a wonder upgrade card X1. Ding, you get a special metal card X1000. Ding, you get advanced alloy card X1000. Ding, you get special alloy card X100. Ding, you get a flame element crystal card X1000. Ding, you get thunder element crystal card X1000. Ding, you get frost element crystal card X1000. Ding, you obtain earth element crystal card X1000. Are all the things open today resources? Suja thought to himself as he looked at the resources that opened from the treasure chest, and then put them away. These things are what Suja needs. The fire element crystal card can be used to make psychic bombs, and the same goes for other element crystal cards. Wonder upgrade card? Suja looked at the wonder upgrade card. Unknowingly, he had 17 wonder upgrade cards in his hand. However, Suja currently has no wonders that need to be upgraded urgently. The Fountain of Life does not need to be upgraded, nor does the Star Spring, let alone the veneration of the statue. The King's Treasury? This thing hasn't developed its features yet, so even if it is upgraded, it probably won't be of much use. Let's talk about it later. Suja thought to himself. By the way, the venerated statue will soon be able to be upgraded. Suja looked at the venerated statue standing in the territory. The current power of faith has reached more than 4.5 million. He will be able to upgrade tomorrow. As the number of troops in the territory increases, Suja will obtain more and more power of faith. It's a pity that Suja cannot communicate with the power of faith now. This is the most terrible thing. Forget it, let's wait first. Suja looked at the venerated statue. It was useless to think about these things now. The road to becoming a god was still long. If you want to utilize the power of faith, you must at least wait until you reach the legendary level. At that time, you must communicate with the power of faith, condense divine power, and temper your divine body to reach the demigod level. In essence, the power of faith is exclusive to gods, and the lords can only use it by taking advantage of it. Go recruit, today's mission is completed. Suja walked towards the future hub with a smile on his face, and Li followed behind him. Suja went straight to the future hub. Ding. Do you want to spend 1 gold coin to recruit daily? Recruit. Suja looked at the space-time gate in front of him that was full of science fiction atmosphere. A drawing slowly floated out, and Suja was not surprised. He picked up the blueprint and examined it carefully. Warp gate, legendary blueprint, requirements. Mechanical units can learn it. Gota. Suja looked at the design drawings in his hand and carefully studied the function of the jump gate. Jump gate, a space jump technology from the science department, which can achieve space jumps from planet A to planet B. Description, the precursor building of the space-time gate. Suja narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the jump gate. This thing could be understood as a technological version of a teleportation array. With it, one can travel from one planet to another in an instant. Transporting troops is essential for the technology department in the later stages. Of course, if it is an interstellar war, a space-time gate will be needed. Not bad. Suja put the drawings away directly. This thing is of great use to Suja. Conquering a world is not an easy task. Both military force and resources are indispensable, especially for large worlds and large worlds with starry seas. Interstellar war is inevitable. Otherwise, it would be impossible to conquer such a world. Most of the high-level lords participate in this kind of interstellar war, which is the so-called high-end game. It is not yet the peak game. It is almost impossible for a lord to conquer a large world. Even if it is possible, no one is willing to try, unless the troops do not need to be consumed. Otherwise, if there is a mistake in such a high-end game, it is often the loss of troops on an entire planet. This is no joke. Who can withstand such consumption? With the jump gate, there is still a glimmer of hope, but without it, it is basically a dead end. This type of high-end game is often simple and rough. No one will waste time with you. Basically, they just blow up the planet directly. The gate of transition should be able to sell for a good price. Suja brought Zi Li to the shrine with a smile on his face. Suja looked into the shrine and saw only Amaterasu. Amaterasu, where are they? Suja asked Amaterasu. They went out to play, and I don't want to go, so I'll stay here. Amaterasu said slowly. Susenadif. Chapter 182, The Flesh and Blood of the Old Gods. Okay, if you want to play, you don't have to stay here. Suja said to Amaterasu. Amaterasu nodded and said nothing more. Suja walked into the shrine with Amaterasu and Zi Li. Ding, do you want to spend 1 gold coin to recruit daily? Recruitment. Suja looked at the shrine with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. In an instant, white light intertwined and was dazzling. A long black sword suddenly appeared in front of Suja, with black flames burning on the blade. Suja raised his eyebrows, looked at the black sword, and then checked its properties. Name, Dark Flame Blade. Gray Diamond. Function, Flame of the Underworld. Features, Never Extinguished. Introduction, the legendary Hell's Blade, forged from the fire of hell, burning with a flame that never goes out. P.S. Is there really an unquenchable flame in the world? Well, it's okay, it meets the collection standards. Suja looked at the nether flame knife with surprise in his eyes. It's diamond grade after all, so it's nice to have as a collection. Suja directly put the dark flame blade into his own king's treasure house. Suja saw that there were already 5 items in the king's treasury, but it was still too early to generate characteristics. Let's go. Suja took Zi Li and Amaterasu out of the shrine and headed to the last recruiting camp, the Temple of Death. Suja looked at the Temple of Death in front of him. Sure enough, that perverted little lowly Rona is not here. Suja walked straight in with the 2 of them. Ding, do you want to spend 1 gold coin to recruit daily? Recruitment. Suja looked at the Temple of Death with anticipation. In an instant, countless auras of death gathered together, and eerie white bones suddenly appeared in front of Suja. Suja looked at the thing that appeared in front of him and found it was a crown. A crown made of bones appeared in front of Suja. It seemed as if countless dead souls were wailing miserably above the eerie white bones. The strangest thing was that traces of terrifying light were flowing and flickering on this bone crown. Suja checked the attributes, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Name, the Undead Emperor's Crown of Destruction. Level, Demigod. Function, Resurrection of the Dead. Features, Law of the Undead, Self-Repair. Introduction. The Crown of Destruction was created by a demigod-level undead emperor. It contains a trace of the law of the undead. As long as there are corpses, the undead can be resurrected infinitely. P.S. I am the world-destroying natural disaster. Suja took a breath of cold air. Is this true? Suja looked at the Crown of Destruction and found that it was a semi-artifact. It also contains the power of loss. This thing is simply a powerful weapon. Suja muttered to himself as he looked at the crown of destruction. Forget it, I'd better put it away, Suja thought. It seems that no one in his territory can use this thing. Not even crazy lowly Rona can do that. To be precise, Rona is a god-type soldier of the undead system. Theoretically, she can use this thing, but for Suja, forget it. After all, Rona is crazy. Who can expect her to remain normal? If you're not careful and trigger an undead riot in the territory, it will be a big trouble. Suja directly put the crown of destruction into his own treasury of the king. Suja looked at his own royal treasure house. With a thought, golden ripples appeared around him, and treasures appeared in front of Suja in an instant. TSK, it really turned into gold. Suja couldn't help but laugh and teased when he saw this. He then closed the treasury. Where should we go today? Suja narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. Just then, a figure hurried in. Something happened to the Lord. Dina walked in from outside and said to Suja anxiously, "Huh? What's going on?" Suja looked at Dina with confusion in his eyes. Dina glanced at Amaterasu and then took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Sister Ella said that some bad things were found in the Black Iron world. Dina said in a deep voice. Suja looked at Dina and then walked out of the Temple of the Dead. Is it troublesome? Suja asked Dina. Yeah. Dina nodded honestly. Jiddo, I'll hush this. Suja called out loudly. Augustus and Shadow, who were originally resting near the Void Dragon's nest, slowly opened their eyes, and the next second 2 huge dragons appeared in front of Suja. Lord, Augustus and Shadow said in unison. Let's go to the Black Iron world first. Dina, tell me what happened there while we walk. Suja said to Dina. Dina nodded. Augustus looked at Amaterasu in surprise and felt a sense of attribute from her, which was the breath of the sun divinity. Amaterasu also looked at the giant dragon in front of her that looked like it was made of gold, and she also sensed the power that came from the sun. Too weak. Augustus looked at Amaterasu coldly and said, then flew into the air with Shadow. Augustus, Shadow, you two go to the Black Iron world first and protect Ella. Suja said to the 2 dragons. Ella is the top priority. Everything else can be put aside. Understood, Lord. Augustus and Shadow responded in a deep voice, then spread their wings, instantly passing through the gate of time and space, and headed for the Black Iron world. Suja turned and looked at Dina. What is it? My lord, we have dug up some bad things in that world. Dina said slowly. What bad thing? Suja frowned slightly as he looked at Dina. The flesh and blood of the old gods. Dina's voice was low. The flesh and blood of the old gods. Suja looked at Dina with a serious look in his eyes. Is this true? Suja couldn't help but think of the astropath, who was mentioned in the main quest triggered when he first went to the Bronze Incomplete world. The world of astropaths probably became so dilapidated because of a piece of flesh and blood of an old god. If that's the case, Dina, are you okay? Suja looked at Dina and asked with a hint of worry. Dina looked confused. Huh. Then, Dina realized what Suja meant. My lord, are you talking about the pollution of the old gods? Dina asked with a little surprise. Yeah. Susen Nadif. The so-called old gods. No, it should be said that all gods are like this. They're all extremely powerful sources of pollution. Even gods are no exception. To some extent, gods are the biggest source of pollution because they are too powerful and too perfect. Biological instincts have always been to strive for perfection. The pursuit of perfection is an instinct in every living being's genes. The more powerful the god, the stronger the power of pollution. This does not only refer to the gods in the Cthulhu system, but covers all known or unknown gods, who are all powerful sources of pollution. Because they are too powerful, weaker races will instinctively worship this strength and perfection. The only difference is that the gods of the Ku series will cause people to be distorted, while other gods will not. This is the only difference. Chapter 183, The Terrible Source of Pollution. Every god is a terrible source of pollution, which does not come from their hearts but from their divinity and the biological genes' instinct for pursuit of perfection. This is why it is said that every god is a powerful source of pollution, which is the suppression of lower dimensional life by higher dimensional life. Whenever a god truly appears, there will always be people who will involuntarily worship him. Ultimately, this is an instinctive choice of biological genes. My lord, you have misunderstood. Although we are old gods, our status is not low either. Although there's a big gap in strength, we're not weak in terms of status. Dina explained to Suja. Position. Suja looked at Dina, then understood and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The so-called status is actually the rank. Dina and the others are already god level, so Suja's worries are a bit redundant. The real problem of Dina and the others is that they are weak. In terms of status, each of them is a god-level being, and their status is naturally not weaker than those gods. I was too worried, Suja said slowly. As he said that, he walked into the time and space gate with Dina, Zeeli, and Amaterasu and came to the Black Iron World. My lord, it's over there, Dina said to Suja, pointing at Augustus and Shadow in the distance. Okay, then get in the car and let's go. Suja took a look and found that the distance was quite far. The huge bodies of August and Shadow now looked like millet grains. The place where the flesh of the old gods was found was outside the technology base. Suja drove directly over with Dina. Zeeli and Amaterasu caught up with their own abilities. Soon Suja arrived at his destination. August, Shadow, Ella, and Aaliyah were all here, standing at the edge of a big pit. Suja got out of the car and walked forward to stand on the edge of the pit. He estimated that the pit was about 100 meters deep. Beneath the big pit, scarlet flesh was still beating, and thick things like blood vessels were deeply embedded in the earth. The earth is constantly changing, just like the color of your hands gradually changes when you wash them with stains. The earth is also changing at this moment. Under the action of those thick blood vessels, the nutrients in the earth are being continuously extracted and devoured. When was this discovered? Suja asked, taking a deep breath as he looked at the flesh and blood in front of him. However, at this time, Suja overlooked one question, which was why he could withstand the influence of the old gods. Obviously, Suja did not notice this small detail at the moment. Today, Ella's eyes flashed with strong interest as she stared at the crimson flesh and blood, her eyes full of curiosity. Suja looked at Ella with the same look he had seen in Qin Shi Yao and Alice's eyes. Suja had a headache. The flesh and blood of the old gods was a complete disaster. Although it had certain uses, it also had great potential dangers. However, seeing Ella's expression, Suja understood that Ella was also interested in this thing. Fortunately, Ella is in the mechanical department and does not study genes, biology, viruses, bacteria, etc. Moreover, the two key figures, Qin Shi Yao and Alice, are still unaware of the situation here. However, a voice rang out the next second. What a beautiful treasure. Suja turned around and saw that it was Qin Shi Yao and Alice who appeared here. What was going on? Manhwa, Isabella, and others also came. Suja couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed when looking at the scene in front of him. Lord, can I eat it? Luo Mao's voice came. Suja looked at Luo Mao, who appeared here at some point, only to see that she was swallowing her saliva and staring at the flesh and blood in the pit. How did you know? Suja said with a headache, grabbing Luo Mao's collar with one hand and pulling the little lowly. It can be seen that the little lowly Luo Mao really wants to devour the flesh and blood of the old god. My lord, you have caused such a big commotion in your territory, it is hard for us not to know about it, Manhwa said with a smile, while looking at Augustus and Yuying. Suja looked at August and Shadow. These two huge monsters basically would not leave their territory unless there was something important, and they would not move easily. Because they are so destructive, they spend most of their time dormant and growing. But once they take action, it will be hard for other people in the territory not to notice them. The target is too big, and without special circumstances, August and Shadow will never come to the Black Iron World. Stop! What do you think we should do with this piece of flesh and blood now? Suja asked the heroic unit present. Research genetic drugs. Study the virus. Qin Shi Yao and Alice spoke almost at the same time. The other heroic units watched this scene indifferently. They were not interested in this thing. After all, it was just a piece of flesh and blood. Even if it is a real godhood, they will not be tempted. They all have their own power. There is no need to seek the power of other gods. It is completely not worth the loss. Before we consider how to deal with it, Ella, can you first tell me how this thing appeared? Suseaskedeya. Lingxi pushed up her glasses. A meteorite fell here from the sky this morning. I sent a few robots to investigate, and the result. Ella looked at Alia. Aaliyah clapped her hands. Several robots threw some debris over from a distance, but did not dare to approach the big pit. What's weird is that flesh and blood have grown on the remains of these robots. Yes, flesh and blood, and it's flesh and blood combined with steel. This is the most terrifying thing. It's as if the steel has grown flesh and blood. Note that it's growing. It's flesh and blood growing on the steel. This flesh and blood grew out of the robot's steel body and emitted a fishy stench. Suja took a deep breath as he looked at this strange scene. Although he knew that the old gods had a great influence, he had to know that this was a robot. It is made of steel and has no intelligence in essence, or even no intelligence. Even so, it has been distorted by the influence of the flesh and blood of the old gods, and flesh and blood have grown from its steel body. As soon as these robots arrived here, they were affected by the flesh and blood. They rebelled and began to indiscriminately attack any living creature. Ella said, pushing her glasses. So far, only robots have been affected. Of course, this may be because these robots are too low in status, or it may be related to the divinity possessed by this piece of flesh and blood of the old god itself. Anyway, these are what happened before you arrived. Ella said slowly. Did it fall from the outside world? Suja looked up at the sky. This is a black iron world. As mentioned before, it is only as big as the blue planet in the previous life. Beyond this is endless nothingness. It is possible that this piece of flesh and blood was accidentally captured by this world and fell into it. Of course, it is also possible that it is extremely bad news. That was when two old gods were fighting in the void, and this piece of flesh and blood accidentally fell into the black iron world. If it is the first case, it would be fine. But if it is the second case, it would be a big trouble. This world would have to be abandoned. There is no way around it. Suja cannot afford to provoke the old gods now. But it must have fallen into our world accidentally, Ella added. Why? Suja looked at Ella and asked. If there really were old gods fighting outside the black iron world, this world would have ceased to exist long ago. Ella looked at Suja and explained slowly, as if she understood what Suja was thinking. Chapter 184, The Power of the Moon Goddess, the power to purify everything. After hearing Ella's words, Suja came back to his senses and realized that he had indeed been worrying too much. Just as Ella said, if two old gods really fought each other, the aftermath of the battle alone would be enough to destroy the world countless times. The only problem right now is whether the owner of this piece of flesh and blood is still alive. If he is still alive, I suggest not touching it for the time being. Ella said slowly, if he is dead or in a sleeping state, then things will be relatively easier to deal with. Ella looked at Suja. Susenadif. If the old gods are still alive, it would indeed be a huge trouble. But if they have fallen or are sleeping, it might be good news. But for now, we don't have the ability to judge whether the owner of this thing is alive or dead, or whether he fell into a deep sleep because of the war between gods, right? Suja said slowly. That's right, Ella replied. It seems that this is really tricky. Suja touched his chin and stared at the flesh and blood of the old god. This is really a hot potato. Do you have any ideas? Suja turned his head and looked at the other hero units beside him and asked. Kill it. Eat it. Study it. Suse. Suja finally understood that each of these heroic units under his command really had their own unique ideas. Putting aside these suggestions, just talking about eating it is absolutely crazy. Suja looked at Luo Mao, who was being carried by him. Well, she was indeed not mentally normal. Then what do you think we should do? Suja asked Ella, hoping that Ella could come up with a proper solution. He couldn't just leave this piece of flesh and blood here. Isolate it first, and at the same time, explore the resources of this world as soon as possible. However, I feel that the owner of this thing is probably dead. Ella said hurriedly as if she suddenly thought of something. Hearing Ella's words, Suja looked at her with surprise in his eyes. How could Ella come to such a judgment? Ichiro Sato, Ella said in a deep voice. Is it the guy who I transformed into a biochemical war puppet in the future? Qin Shiryao also remembered. If Ella hadn't mentioned it, she would have almost forgotten that there was such a guy. If that's the case, then Ella's judgment should be correct. Qin Shiryao's eyes lit up, and she looked at the piece of flesh with a hint of excitement in her eyes. Suja looked at Ella in silence. Although I don't know exactly when Sato Ichiro was transformed, I remember Sato Ichiro said that he was captured by us in a world full of lords. This means that at that time, we already had the ability to block the world, so that those lords had nowhere to escape, and we were able to capture him. Ella said slowly. We currently don't possess such capabilities or technology, which is enough to indicate that according to the timeline, Sato Ichiro was captured after we had the ability to block the world. After being captured, Ichiro Sato stayed in this world as a biochemical war puppet for 15 years. This means that the owner of this piece of flesh and blood has either completely died or at worst fallen into an endless sleep. Ella said slowly as she looked at the flesh and blood in the pit. Although our timeline has changed, the changes are mainly concentrated on Sato Ichiro and have little to do with other aspects. Of course, it has a greater impact on the lords of the island country. Sato Ichiro's position should be replaced by others, but it has little impact on us, Ella said in a deep voice. Suja looked at the big pit in front of him with flickering eyes. No one knows what can be researched out of the flesh and blood of the old gods. But as of now, what Ella said seems to make some sense. So this isn't a hassle, but a big gift? Why don't we try out the capabilities of this thing first? Suja said in a deep voice. Ella nadif. I'll do it. Mingwe stood up. Susen nadif. He backed away holding Luo Mao. Ella, Aaliyah, and others also retreated to the back. Shadow and Augustus stood beside Suja, looking at the pit vigilantly. A red moon appeared in Mingyue's hand, and as she swung her arm, a purple slash flew out. Just as the slash was about to reach the flesh and blood of the old god, a thick tentacle suddenly broke out from the ground and directly blocked the slash. However, a deep cut was still made on the tentacle. Woo! A low roar was heard, and the earth shook. Tentacles emerged from the ground one after another. The skin of the flesh cracked. A bloody eye filled with evil and chaos slowly opened, and blood gushed out. Damn bugs, you all must die. The roar made people's eardrums hurt. Suja narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the hill of flesh and blood that was slowly floating up in front of him. This piece of flesh and blood was 100 meters high and hung in the air. Countless tentacles stretched out from beneath the flesh and blood, constantly absorbing nutrients from this world. That blood red eye was flowing with blood, and its eyes were full of chaos, evil and boundless tyranny, staring at the bright moon. Seeing this, Suja's face instantly darkened. It's not because of anything else, but because the earth appears grayish-white as if it is gradually fading, and this grayish-white color is still spreading. This means that the nutrients of this land are being madly extracted by this piece of flesh and blood of the old god. Zhao, cut off for me. I've never suffered such a big loss before. Where do you get the courage from? Suja gritted his teeth and looked at the gray earth. The land was dead silent and lifeless, completely turned into a dead place. In Suja's heart, everything in this world belongs to him. Even a blade of grass or a stone is his property. Why the hell do you do this? I am flesh and blood. The flesh and blood of the old god had not yet finished speaking. Shadow blew out a breath of dragon directly. Annihilation? The flesh and blood of the old god let out a cry of pain, with a hint of disbelief in his voice. How could these ants possess such powerful power? It stands to reason that only divine power can fight against divinity. Chapter 185, Who is the Ant? Even though it is now just a piece of flesh and blood of an old god, it possesses divinity and is considered a divine creature, not to mention that it has developed intelligence. Although his rank is not high, it is not something these ants can contend with. It's so brave. Doesn't it know who I am? Suja said with a dark face as he looked at the flesh and blood of the old god. Maybe it really doesn't know. Ella said meaningfully. Liu on the side couldn't help but laugh heartlessly. Suja's change from being cautious before to being arrogant now perfectly illustrates what it means to change one's attitude faster than turning the pages of a book. I was worried before that the big boss behind this old god's flesh and blood was not dead, but now it seems that even if the big boss behind him is not dead, he must be in a deep sleep. Gods generally don't get hurt easily, but once they are hurt, it's not like ordinary people who can recover with just a few stitches and some medicine. The worst that can hurt them is an opponent of the same level or even a higher level. It would take at least 100,000 years to heal such an injury. No matter what the situation is, Suja is not worried. If the first type died, then he died. If it was the second type, Suja would be even less worried because this kind of injury could not be healed in a short time. It takes a long time to wash away the scars left behind and rely on the precipitation of time to slowly repair them. But Suja's growth rate is extremely fast. It won't be long before Suja will be invincible in the world in 10 years. It will be hard to say who will be the prey and who will be the hunter by then. Mingyue's red moon fairy sword shines with the purest moonlight power. Isabella's elemental power seems to judge everything in the world. The shadowy dragon's breath seemed to be able to annihilate everything. The dragon breath of Augustus shines with eternal golden light. The four generals under Suzhou attacked at the same time. The old gods were completely stunned. It never imagined that these ants actually possessed extraordinary powers that could rival the divinity. The reason why gods are gods is because they have divinity. Divinity is the foundation of gods and the embodiment of power. It can be regarded as the product of the ultimate sublimation of the individual power of gods. Only forces of the same level can fight against it. But these guys in front of me are not gods and have no divinity at all, but they have the power to counter divinity. This is simply incredible. In fact, both Mingyue's power of original sin and Isabella's elemental divine power belong to high-level and high-dimensional powers. Otherwise, how could they become god-level powers? The same goes for Shadow and Ogul's. The only difference between the power they possess now and divinity is that they lack divine power. That's the only difference. But the flesh and blood of the old gods are just a piece of flesh and blood that fell from the old gods. Even if they are born with intelligence and possess divinity, they still do not have divine power. In fact, the situation is similar to that of Mingyue and others. The only problem is that this piece of flesh and blood of the old god is at level 40, which is one level higher than Mingyue and others. But it's not a big problem. Mingyue, Isabella, Shadow, and Augustus, except for Isabella, who is relatively weaker. The weak here refers to Mingyue and others. But each of them is a bug-level hero unit. Moles! The old god's flesh and blood roared angrily and was about to speak when he was interrupted by the Shadow. The Shadow's huge body, carrying the power of annihilation, pressed directly onto the flesh and blood of the old god, and the violent dragon body stepped on its face without any mercy. The Shadow's dark golden dragon eyes were filled with boundless coldness. It stared at the flesh and blood of the old god at its feet with its dragon mouth opened, and a violent breath was brewing in its mouth. Dragon breath. The dragon's breath of annihilation once again sprayed towards the flesh and blood of the old gods. The old god's flesh and blood were furious. An endless blood-red light burst out from his body. That was the power of divinity, representing the ultimate power possessed by this god. Although this attack did not completely destroy the old god's flesh and blood, the Shadow still directly cut off a layer of flesh and blood. Roar! The flesh and blood of the old gods roared in anger. Although it was angry, it could only be anger or pure impotent rage. After all, it was being trampled under the feet of the Shadow. Arrogant. Golden light bloomed from Mingyue, and endless power of arrogance quickly gathered, and the aura on Mingyue suddenly changed. How can a piece of trash like you condense divinity? Mingyue's voice sounded like a queen high above, exuding endless arrogance. The power of the moon goddess, the power to absolutely control everything. As the power of the moon goddess condensed, Mingyue's hair turned pure silver white, and the red moon in her hand turned into a silver sword. Really? Garbage should stay in the garbage dump. Mingyue's figure seemed to travel through time and space, and instantly appeared on the flesh and blood of the old god. The silver moonlight intertwines and shines like a deep, full moon. Two bright moons rose in the silver pupils, and the bright moons looked coldly at the flesh and blood of the old gods. Divinity of flesh and blood? Rubbish, Mingyue said disdainfully, the silver light covering the old god's flesh and blood and constantly corroding it. You dare! The old god's flesh and blood roared angrily. It felt that its own divinity was disintegrating and distorting. It was simply terrifying. How could divinity, the ultimate power, be distorted and disintegrated? You rubbish, just shut your stinky mouth. Mingyue's cold and arrogant voice sounded. She swung the silver sword in her hand and pierced directly into the flesh and blood body of the old god. Silver light interweaves brilliantly. Divide! Mingyue's extremely arrogant voice sounded, and the silver power directly decomposed the flesh and blood of the old god. The old god's flesh and blood instantly split apart and was physically divided into large and small pieces that fell to the ground. Seeing this, Isabella, Augustus, and Shadow stopped taking action. Suzhou watched this scene with excitement in his eyes. Handsome. Chapter 186 Old God Flesh and Blood Research Plan. It's really handsome. The silver light on Mingyue's body gradually dissipated. She looked at the flesh and blood of the old god that was cut into pieces on the ground. There was still a silver light slowly flowing on the pieces of flesh. It was the lingering power of the moon goddess. This guy shouldn't be dead yet, right? Suja said slowly, looking at the pieces of flesh still wriggling in the big pit. They were divided by the power of the moon god and could not be reunited. It's not dead, Lord. Do we need to kill it? Mingwei asked Suja. No, this guy has moved into my territory. It's not that easy for him to die. But is there any problem if he is still alive in this state? Suja said in a deep voice. There will be no problem. The power of the moon goddess has cut off its way of absorbing external power and split its body into pieces. Unless it can break the blockade of the moon goddess power on its own, it will remain like this. Mingwei answered seriously. Suja looked at Mingwei. He didn't expect that the power of the moon goddess used by Mingwei had such a wonderful ability. What exactly is this moon goddess power? Suja asked curiously. The power of the moon goddess is the power of absolute control, which can control any power, including divinity. Mingwei explained softly. Suja's pupil shrank slightly, and he looked at Mingwei. The power of the moon goddess has absolute control. What about other gods? Do they also have unique powers? I just used its divinity to restrict itself. It is actually not as powerful as it looks. Mingwei said softly. Suse. Okay, stop talking. If you continue, it will sound like you're showing off. By the way, will there be any sequelae after using the power of the moon goddess? Suja looked at the flesh and blood of the old god that was still wriggling in the pit, trying to merge but failing, and thought to himself, what should I do with it next? It would be such a waste to destroy this thing. But keeping it seems to have no practical use. Just as Suja was thinking, Qin Shiyao and Alice came to Suja's side. My lord, can you let us deal with these things? Qin Shiyao said with fanaticism in her eyes, staring at the flesh and blood of the old gods in the pit. Alice on the side also looked at Suju eagerly. Susefel Saident. From a certain perspective, is it possible to kill this old god of flesh and blood? The answer is yes. But the key is whether it is more beneficial to kill it or to keep it for research. This is a question that needs careful consideration. Another point is that Alice and Qin Shiyao are both research maniacs. Once they enter the research state, they will ignore any taboos and do anything crazy. Ella, do you think it's better to completely destroy this thing or keep it for research? Suja said slowly. Ella looked at Suja with a hint of surprise in her eyes, and then she understood what he was thinking. If Suja really wanted to kill this old god of flesh and blood, he would not have come to ask for his opinion. When he raised this question, he had actually already decided the fate of the flesh and blood of the old gods. Do research, Ella said slowly. Okay, since Ella said so, let's study it, Suja said slowly. Ella looked at Suja and thought that this guy didn't even pretend anymore. However, research cannot be conducted within the territory. It can only be carried out in the Black Iron world. In addition, someone must be on guard here every day to prevent accidents. Suja said seriously. The other heroic units nodded in understanding. Alice and Shiyao, if you conduct research, it's best to have a high-end combat force present. I don't want you to encounter any accidents. Suja said solemnly. Alice and Qin Shiyao responded with a smile. Understood, Lord. Then the rest of the matters are left to you. From today on, except for Rona and Luo Mao, all other hero units in the territory will take turns to guard here for one day. No changes can be made without special circumstances. By the way, Amaya and Luna can't come due to something, so you can arrange the others by yourselves. Thank you all for your hard work, Suja said seriously. Mingwei and others nodded. On the one hand, it is to prevent accidents from happening, and on the other hand, if anything happens to the flesh and blood of the old god, it can be destroyed immediately. Then who should we send to protect you? Suja looked at Alice and Qin Shiyao. Then Suja glanced at the people around him. The people who were to protect them could not have any military units under them and should not be busy with other matters at the moment. Suja looked at Zi Li and Amaterasu. At present, apart from the two crazy Lolas who have no military units under their command and can stay in the Black Iron world for a long time to protect Alice and Qin Shiyao, the only ones are the 5-member group from the shrine and Zi Li. Let's talk about this when we get back to the territory. Suja took a deep breath. Let me guard here today, Mingwei said calmly. The other heroic units nodded in agreement. To them, this was just a matter of changing their location for the day. Suja looked at Alice and Qin Shiyao and warned them, don't mess around. I understand, Lord. We will be very obedient, Qin Shiyao said with a smile. Suse. Afterwards, Suja took Zi Li and others and left the Black Iron world. Qin Shiyao, Alice, Ella, Liue, Alia and manhwa stayed in the Black Iron World, while the others returned to the territory. After returning to the territory, Suja brought Li and Amaterasu to find Yutaheim and others. Yutaheim, Tamamanomi, Susriheim, and Reikage are soaking in the hot spring pool. My lord, Yao Daoji and others greeted Suja. Lord, would you like to come down and play with us? Tamamanomi looked at Suja with a smile on his face. Let's talk about fun later. Let me tell you something first. Suja said to Tamamanomi and others. Lord, what's the matter? Tamamanomi asked curiously. Something happened in the Black Iron World, and Ella and the others need someone to protect them. I think it's not fair to send anyone, so I plan to arrange for you, Amaterasu, and Zili to take turns protecting Alice, Ella, Qin Shuriao, and the others, with each person taking turns every day. Suja said slowly. I understand, Lord. Tamamanomi nodded in response, and the others also expressed their understanding. Chapter 187 Bio Strong Armor. Today, Zili, you go and protect them first. Remember, if we encounter danger, nothing over there is important. Your safety is the most important. We can find more resources if we lose them, but I can't afford it if something happens to you. So your own safety is the most important thing. Suja said seriously, preparing for the worst. Although the chances of this happening are very small, it is still possible. Suja didn't want his hero units to be damaged because of his negligence. Also, if anything happens, please notify me immediately. Suja said solemnly. Zili nodded to show that she understood. Suja rubbed his eyebrows and felt a little helpless. How come the flesh and blood of the old gods appeared, and it's a level 40 existence? If it were any other lord, he would have been destroyed by now. Again, the only power that can fight against divinity is the power at the same level as divinity. Fortunately, I have manhwa. Suja couldn't help but think of manhwa. To some extent, I had underestimated manhwa's power before. Or maybe it meant that manhwa had never shown her true strength in front of him. Of course, one of the reasons is that no enemy before was worthy of manhwa's full effort. Before the appearance of this old god's flesh and blood, no one had been able to force manhwa to use his true power. The power of the moon goddess. The power of absolute control. Suja narrowed his eyes slightly. This power was indeed terrifying. It is easy to control the flesh and blood of the old gods. It's a pity that there are not many people in the territory who possess this kind of power. Forget it. I can't keep thinking about this. My mind will get confused if I continue to think about it. Suja thought to himself. On this side of the Black Iron World, Ella, Qin Shuriao, Liwe, Aaliyah, and Alice are all here. It's somewhat creepy to see the flesh and blood wriggling in the pit. But in the eyes of Ella and others, this is excellent research material. This thing is, in a sense, part of God. What do you plan to do with it? Ella said slowly. I want to see what the genetic medicine made with this thing will look like. Qin Shuriao did not hide her thoughts. Viruses and genes cultivated with the flesh and blood of gods should be very powerful. Alice said, pushing her glasses. After saying that, both of them looked at Ella. Isla looked at the squirming pieces of flesh, a strange light flashing in her eyes. Bio-enhanced armor. It would be interesting to use this to make biological armor. Perhaps the biological armor we create will have unexpected effects. Ella said slowly. Biological armor? Liua looked at Ella with shining eyes. Yeah, ella nadif. Biological armor is much more complicated than nano armor. It can grow with the host and is alive. Liu said excitedly. This can be said to be an advanced product of the combination of biology and machinery. It's not that easy to make it grow with the host, and the side effects of biological armor are very serious. I just want to give it a try. Ella said slowly. It's so rare to have such materials now. It would be a shame not to try it. Ella said with a smile and looked at Alice. If you want to use this to cultivate new viruses or microorganisms, it's not an easy task, Ella said seriously. Alice nodded. What is God? God is the final evolutionary form of living things and can be said to be the ultimate life form. Putting aside the existence above God, God himself is the ultimate life form. Whether it is bacteria or viruses, it is basically impossible to cultivate them on the flesh and blood of the old gods. Although the flesh and blood of the old gods is just a piece of flesh and blood, it comes from gods. Even if it has been given intelligence and turned into a divine creature, it is weakened to some extent. However, it is still difficult to use it to cultivate viruses and bacteria with terrifying lethality. The first thing to face is the divinity of the old god's flesh and blood and the divine power contained therein. This is the biggest challenge. Secondly, even if they are really researched, these viruses and bacteria are too terrifying. It means that viruses and bacteria that destroy the existence of divinity have appeared. Such things are simply unimaginable. To sum up, this is by no means an easy task, and Alice cannot do it just because she wants to. Time passes slowly. The next morning, Suja woke up from bed and looked at Luo Mao and Luo Na lying on him with their legs spread out. Suja rolled his eyes helplessly. These two crazy Lolas were really brave. Only they dared to use him as a cushion. If it were anyone else, he would have to lie on them. Suja gently pushed aside the two Lolas lying on top of him and got up from the bed. Suja's spiritual power surged, and he upgraded. Have 7 days passed without me noticing? Suja felt the surging spiritual power or chaotic power in his body. In fact, Suja's spiritual power was basically increasing every moment. Ding! Your level has been upgraded. Current level, level 7. There's one more chance to draw an entry. Suja touched his chin and thought, a new entry? This is probably my last chance to draw entries during my novice period. Don't rush to extract entries. Just finish the daily recruitment first. Suja thought about it and started to collect the 100 spirit ores and 10,000 gold coins from the spirit crystal fruit tree as rewards from the battle power list, and then simply washed up. Then Suja started daily recruitment directly. Immortals plus 160, Protoss plus 160, Elementalist plus 160, Frost Warriors plus 320, Dragons plus 160, Elvis plus 160, Fallen Angels plus 160. All the recruited units are ordinary units, and no hero units appear. After the recruitment was completed, Suja took Zi Li and walked straight towards the Blackstone City Wall. Nothing happened in the Black Iron world yesterday, right? Suja looked at Zi Li and asked, My lord, nothing major happened in the Black Iron world. The only thing was that an auxiliary robot accidentally came into contact with the flesh and blood of an old god and was corroded. Zi Li replied in a deep voice. Suja looked at Zi Li. It was an accident. The auxiliary robot accidentally touched it. Zi Li said softly. Really? Suja nodded without saying anything more. Who are we going to protect today? Suja looked at Zi Li again and asked. It's Yu Dao Ji. Today it's her turn to go to the Black Iron world to protect Ella and others. Zi Li said slowly. Okay, I got it. Suja nodded and touched his chin. The flesh and blood of the old gods. A trace of thought flashed in Suja's eyes. He did not choose to destroy the flesh and blood of the old gods. In the final analysis, he just wanted to see if Ella and the others could research out something useful. He had already made the decision in his heart when he asked Ella what to choose. After all, he was greedy and wanted to see if he could produce some special results. This was what he really wanted. Right on the Blackstone City wall, a prompt sound rang out. Ding! Void invasion is about to begin. Lord, please select the difficulty level. S, A, B, C, D. Suja directly chose the S-level difficulty. Chapter 188 Fallen Kreaturas. Here they come. Suja looked at the surging dark void and saw hideous monsters emerging from it one after another, with terrifying black fog lingering around them. Fallen Kreaturas. Suja looked at the void monsters that invaded this time. Some were in human form, and some were in beast form. Without exception, they were all shrouded in endless black fog. To a certain extent, these creatures are not void creatures in the traditional sense, but fallen creatures that are transformed from normal creatures. Before the transformation, these creatures might have been just ordinary beings in a certain world, but due to the erosion and pollution of the power of the void, they became fallen creatures. Some of them fell into depravity voluntarily, and of course there were also those who were forced to convert. Has everyone reached level 17 or above? Suja thought to himself as he witnessed this scene. If this trend continues, will there be level 20 invaders on the last day of the Chaos Invasion? Am I the only one who encounters this situation, or is it the same for everyone? Suja stared at these chaotic, invading creatures with suspicion. You must know that enemies at level 20 are beyond the capabilities of a novice lord. I shouldn't be the only one who is so unlucky. Suja suddenly realized the problem. He seemed to have fallen into a misunderstanding. Is the S-level invasion of his territory different from others? It shouldn't be that serious. The Supreme will never discriminate. Suja pondered in his heart, but he also felt that something was wrong. After all, this was too outrageous. Suja could barely accept the Void Zerg, but these fallen creatures were really a headache. After all, they were all intelligent. Of course, there are intelligent individuals among the Zerg, but they're only limited to high-level Zerg. Oh my god, I'm being targeted. Suja only realized it now. After thinking about it carefully, it was indeed possible. Whoever chooses the S-level Chaos Invasion will face hundreds of thousands of troops at once. It seems to be true. Suja couldn't help but think. No wonder he thought so. After all, it was his first time to participate in the Novice Lord test. Who could have expected this? There is no detailed explanation of the difficulty of S-level to the outside world. We only know that it is extremely difficult, but no one can clearly explain how difficult it is. But at this moment, Suja understood that the S-level difficulty he faced was completely different from that of others. It was the appearance of these fallen creatures that made him realize this. The most important thing is that these fallen creatures have intelligence. No matter how many Zerg and Void monsters there were before, most of them were brainless guys. But things are different now. Suja looked up at the sky, helplessly. The fallen creatures were also speechless. They thought they had discovered a novice territory and could plunder it at will. It would be fine if this territory was large, but who would have thought that there would be such powerful beings as elementals and dragons here? And they were not ordinary dragons. Form a formation. The ancient war drums in the camp of fallen creatures sounded loudly. They were on full alert and stared closely at Suja's territory. Suja narrowed his eyes slightly and examined the formation of these fallen creatures. Their infantry, cavalry, beast legions, and spellcasters were arranged in an orderly formation. This is the difference between having an institution and having no institution. The leader of the fallen creatures was also stunned at this moment, wondering, damn, have we come to the wrong place? This doesn't look like a territory at all. Judging by the level, it's still a novice territory. Zhao! The commander of the fallen creatures had a gloomy look on his face and cursed in his heart. How the hell could this be a novice territory? Are you kidding me, brother? You can't make jokes like this, or someone will die. However, this time Suja was not in a hurry to take action, but was waiting for the fallen creatures to gather. Chaos invasion is not that simple. To put it bluntly, it is a life and death struggle between the Lord and the invader. There are only winners, no draws or retreats. Woo! The war horn suddenly sounded, and the fallen creatures launched a charge. They now have no way to retreat, and their only way to survive is to rush into Suja's territory and destroy the heart of the territory. Otherwise, there is only one way out, death. Invisible shadows shuttled through Suja's territory. A thief has sneaked in. Manhwa quietly appeared beside Suja and said softly, "Assassination team?" A hint of curiosity flashed in Suja's eyes. Manhwa nodded first and then shook her head. "I guess so, but not entirely. These guys seem to know that they are no match for us, so they plan to attack the Lord Crystal," Manhwa said slowly. In her perception, hundreds of assassination troops used their own abilities to hide in the shadows, crossed the black stone wall, and sneaked into Suja's territory. Interesting, it turns out that people with brains are harder to deal with than those without brains. Suja's mouth corners rose slightly. Then he looked at the commander of the fallen creatures. That guy was at level 19 and was staring at him solemnly as he commanded his army to charge towards his territory. SSS-level. It's true that a kind person cannot command an army. Suja saw the thoughts of his corrupt commander. He planned to use the hundreds of thousands of troops in front of him as cannon fodder. The real killer moves are those shadowy assassins who sneak into Suja's territory. These assassin troops are the trump cards of his corrupt commander. It seems that this guy is quite experienced in dealing with lords. Suja thought to himself. However, no matter how rich your experience is, you must have sufficient strength. Otherwise, everything is empty talk. Roar! Accompanied by a giant dragon's roar, an ancient fire dragon howled towards the sky, and its violent dragon breath swept across the battlefield like a surging wave. A trace of despair flashed across the face of the fallen commander. Still pretending. Suja curled his lips in disdain when he saw this scene. If it were any other lord, he might have been paralyzed by now. If Suja's troops were not strong enough to detect these assassins, other lords might not even be aware that their homes have been robbed. The simplest and most effective way to deal with the Overlord is to directly destroy the Overlord crystal. Many novice lords tend to ignore this point, which is normal in a way. After all, the Lord Crystal has basically no practical use. That's right, it's really useless. doesn't need to be upgraded and has no other special abilities or features, so it's easy for the Overlord to ignore it. Many lords lost everything not because they were not strong enough, but because of a fatal negligence that caused their Lord Crystal to be destroyed. In the Lord's mansion, dark shadows quietly emerged from the void, and a dark human figure appeared here, staring at the Lord's mansion in front of them. They are very familiar with stealing houses, and this is not the first time they have done it. However, this time they hit a wall. A grayish-white figure slowly floated down from the sky. The stars are shining above the sky, and the whole world seems to be dyed with a layer of grayish-white. A pair of dead, empty eyes stared at the group of shadow assassins expressionlessly. Dead silence, emptiness, withering, extinction, all kinds of terrible scenes bloomed one by one in the eyes of this gray-white angel. As if abandoned by the world, endless loneliness lingers around this gray-white angel. Pale wings, Kia. Just as these shadow assassins were about to make a move, the gray-white world completely enveloped them the next moment, and the breath of loneliness, death, despair, and withering hit them in the face. Chapter 189 God Level Macross. When a gray-white angel figure disappeared, these shadow assassins also completely disappeared, as if they had never existed, abandoned and forgotten, with all traces wiped out. This side of the Blackstone Wall. The fallen commander couldn't hold back any longer. According to the time calculation, the shadow assassin should have succeeded, but why hadn't the territory collapsed yet? When he saw the mocking smile on Suja's face, the fallen commander was completely panicked. His face was as pale as white paper, and he was filled with despair as he looked at the one-sided massacre on the battlefield. A breath of dragon swept straight towards the fallen commander. Suja curled his lips in disdain, thinking, "That's it? Too boring." However, Suja knew in his heart that only he could deal with it. Apart from him, the novice lords today would basically die if they encountered this fallen legion. The reason is very simple. Just because Suja can detect the shadow assassin doesn't mean that other lords can also detect it. Moreover, there are hundreds of thousands of troops approaching, and Suja may not be able to slaughter others one-sidedly. As the last fallen creature fell, the invasion was declared over. Swallow. Suja opened the 3D territory map and directly exerted his power. Ding! Your territory entry, Fujian Baodi, is triggered, and your territory expands by 50,000 meters. Suja looked at the notification log and was stunned. That's it? Suja pushed the wall outward somewhat helplessly, still following the old rules and leaving 500 meters bordering the chaos. Then Suja began to count the harvest. Gold coins x 2.2 million, common loot chest x 10, 000, rare loot chest x 8, 000, 1S level evaluation box. The harvest is getting smaller and smaller. Suja looked at the harvest. There were 550,000 fallen creatures participating in the chaos invasion today. But this is all they got? Suja directly opened 10,000 ordinary loot chests and 8,000 rare loot chests. Basic wood x 2,000, basic stone x 2,000, basic meat x 2,000, iron or x 2,000, copper or x 2,000. These are the supplies that come out of 10,000 ordinary loot boxes. They're all basic resources and nothing else. Afterwards, Suja opened another 8,000 rare loot chests. High-grade wood x 2,000, high-grade stone x 2,000, mithril x 2,000, gold x 2,000. It's okay, better than nothing. Suja looked at the resources he obtained today. Although it was not a loss, it could not be said to be a profit either. After all, facing 550,000 fallen creatures, it is hard to say that it is a profit if the harvest is so small. Suja looked at the S-level evaluation box. Ding. Do you want to open the S-level evaluation box? Open it. Suja stared at the S-level evaluation box with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Ding. You get gold coins x10W. Ding. You obtained 1W spiritual ore. Ding. You obtained 1W spiritual ore. No way. Suja looked at the things that came out of the S-level evaluation box with surprise in his eyes. Damn. Can it be any more outrageous? Suja took a deep breath and looked at what he had opened. This was too ridiculous. Now the guaranteed reward is not given. Just 20,000 spiritual ores and 100,000 gold coins. Are you trying to get rid of a beggar? Outrageous. Suja couldn't help but complain as he looked at the S-level evaluation box. Then he walked towards the Lord's mansion. Soon Suja returned to the Lord's mansion. Thank you for your hard work, Kia. Suja said to the empty Lord's mansion. A grayish-white figure instantly appeared beside Suja. "This is what I should do," Kia said softly, her voice pleasant but cold and empty. Perhaps this was related to the power she possessed. "Kia, try to interact with more people. Maybe you can find a companion you like." Suja looked at Kia with a smile. Since recruiting Kia, she has been with Suja except for going to the Black Iron World to upgrade to level 10. Suja is very clear about this. Of course, this was also what Kia took the initiative to let Suja know. The reason is simple. Kia is a loner and not very sociable. He doesn't know how to communicate with other people in the territory. "Okay, I understand," Kia responded softly. A hint of intelligence flashed in his empty eyes, but quickly disappeared. Suja looked at Kia and smiled slightly. Kia then disappeared from Suja's sight. Suja knew that she had not left, but was hiding beside him. As long as he needed something, he could call Kia, and she would appear immediately. "Amiga, Luna." Suja called out, and Amaya and Luna gracefully descended from the sky. "My lord." Amaya looked at Suja with a smile. Suja nodded and looked up at the sky. He really didn't see any changes, so he gave up the idea of finding out what Amaya and Luna were doing. He thought they would tell him when they were done. "Let's go." Suja took Amaya and Luna directly into the Lord's space. The same old rules still apply: Lord resource battles and arena competitions. As for the rest, the same thing applies. You can do whatever you want. I am invincible. 10 minutes later, Suja walked out of the Lord's space with a bronze-level SSS resource treasure chest. Looking at the SSS-level resource chest in front of him. "Ding. Do you want to open the bronze SSS Lord resource chest?" "Open." Suja looked at the Lord's resource treasure chest with anticipation. "Ding. You get a barracks upgrade card X1. Ding. You get a unit refresh card X1. Ding. You get a wonder upgrade card X1. Ding. You have obtained the Black Iron World Key. Ding. You have obtained the Bronze World Key. Ding. You have obtained the Silver World Key. Ding. You have obtained the Golden World Key." Wow. Suja looked at the things that came out of the SSS-level resource treasure chest and had to say that the harvest was great. Except for the Black Iron World Key, Suja can use everything else, and he needs it very much. He had opened something similar before, and now Suja has X2 keys from iron to gold. Forget it. I'll keep the Black Iron World Key and sell it. It's a good thing for those bronze-level lords. After all, it represents resources and treasure chests. Of course, this refers to ordinary lords. Second-generation lords will not lack this. Not bad. Suja directly collected all the resources. Today's harvest was generally good, except for the S-level rated treasure chest. Although the gold coins and spiritual ores obtained cannot be said to be useless. On the contrary, they are very useful. You should know that gold coins and spirit ores are stable trading currencies in the Lord's world. Basically, transactions between lords are conducted with gold coins or spirit ore. As for the imperial currency, it is the currency used by ordinary people. Transactions between lords are either conducted with gold coins or spirit ore. It is worth mentioning that 1,000 gold coins is equivalent to 1 spiritual ore, and the two can be interchangeable. Okay, that's it. Suja put his hands behind his back and took Zili with him as they walked towards a future hub. There are still 3 barracks that have not been recruited today, namely the future hub, the shrine, and the death temple. Come to the future hub. Suja took Zili directly in. Ding. Do you want to spend 1 gold coin to recruit daily? Recruit. Suja said in a deep voice. A space-time door full of science fiction atmosphere appeared in front of Suja. A drawing slowly floated out. Isn't this a bit too much? Suja thought to himself as he looked at the drawing in his hand, and then checked the contents of the drawing. Macross, God level, requires, mechanical units can learn. Suse. Then Suja put the drawings directly into the warehouse. There was no need to look at them any longer. Looking at them would only make him more upset. Next, Suja touched his chin and went straight to the shrine. The cherry blossoms slowly fell, and pink petals covered the ground. Tama Minomi sat on a cherry tree with a smile on her face and looked at Suja. Chapter 190 Yasakani no Magatama. Suja's face turned dark in an instant. Lord, Tama Minomi called softly and flew straight to Suja's side. Suja looked at Tama Minomi and smelled the scent emanating from her, which was a mixture of alcohol and the fragrance of fruit. You drank secretly again, Suja said with a headache. My lord, I only drank a tiny bit, Tama Minomi said with a smile. Suja looked at Tamamanomi and wondered in his heart. There's no way I would believe you. How could you get so drunk with just a little bit? Suja simply threw the drunk guy to Li and walked into the shrine. Susriheim, Amaterasu, and Reikage are all in it. Lord, Susri, Amaterasu, and Reikage looked at Suja and said respectfully, Susenadif. Except for Yu Daoji in the Black Iron World, all other soldiers recruited through the shrine are here. Ding, do you want to spend 1 gold coin to recruit daily? Recruit. Suja looked at the shrine in front of him with a hint of curiosity in his eyes, wanting to see if he could recruit anything new and interesting. White light rose up. Finally, it condensed into a Magatama and appeared in front of Suja. Can it be that thing? Suja narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the Magatama in front of him. I saw that the Magatama was green in color with a warm and smooth texture, and it flashed from time to time. Suja immediately checked its properties. Name, Yasakani no Magatama. Level, Legend. Function, Light of the Soul. Features, Nourishing the Soul. Introduction. One of the 3 legendary island nations' sacred artifacts. It can protect the soul and resist all soul attacks at the legendary level and below, and it also has the effect of nourishing the soul. A pretty good little gadget. That's what a certain god said. Protect the soul? A gleam of light flashed in Suja's eyes. This is not bad. Soul attacks of legendary and below levels are ineffective against him. Although Suja has the ability to be immune to curses, it can only exempt him from those evil ways of doing bad things in secret, such as making paper figures, drawing circles and curses, etc. Suja can only be exempted from these, but cannot be exempted from direct soul damage. Suja directly put the Magatama into his own royal treasury. At present, there is no practical use for hanging it on your body. Okay. Suja left the shrine with a smile on his face. Suja brought Li straight to the Temple of Death. Suja looked at the Temple of Death and found that there was naturally no one guarding it. After all, the 2 most mischievous guys in the territory, Luo Mao and Luo Na, had gathered together and no one knew where they had gone. However, Suja didn't care. After all, the future hub, the shrine, and the Temple of Death all belonged to special barracks, so it didn't really matter whether there was someone guarding here or not. Suja brought Li and strode into the Temple of Death. Ding, do you want to spend 1 gold coin to start daily recruitment? Recruitment. Suja looked at the Temple of Death with anticipation in his eyes. The previous 2 recruitments brought him huge surprises, and he didn't know what would happen this time. So Suja was full of expectations. The black light quickly gathered together countless wronged souls, who let out miserable wails, and a huge blood-red sickle suddenly appeared in front of Suja. Suja stared at the blood-red sickle with curiosity in his eyes, and then directly checked its properties. Name, Death's Reaper of Souls. Level, God level. Function, Soul Obliteration. Features, Law of Death, Indestructible. Description, the Death Scythe, imbued with the Law of Death, can inflict irreparable damage to the soul. Note God, I wonder if a god soul feels the same. A fallen death god said with a hint of regret. A divine weapon. Suja looked at the Scythe of Death in front of him. This was a true divine weapon. What a pity. Suja directly put it into the king's treasury. This thing is indeed powerful, but the only one who can use it in Suja's territory is the little lowly Rona. As for the others, it is not possible yet. After all, there is a problem of incompatibility between attributes and rules, which is also the most common situation. At that time, forget about unleashing its power. We'll just have to be thankful if we don't get backlashed. As for Suja himself, if he used this thing, he would be beaten dry in an instant. Suja let out a long sigh and left the Temple of Death. Originally, Suja planned to go directly to the hot spring lake, but after thinking about it, he decided to go to the Black Iron World. It wouldn't take much time to go take a look. Li, let's go, Suja said to Li. Li nodded and followed Suja to the Black Iron World. A temporary scientific research base was erected in the Black Iron World, and the equipment inside was naturally moved from the Biological Research Institute. This is where Alice and Qin Shuyao temporarily study the flesh and blood of the old gods. Suja first came to the big pit. The flesh and blood of the old gods were still wriggling in the pit, looking a little scary. Suja looked around in some confusion. Why weren't there any void creatures coming here, since this place was not within the base? Are these void creatures afraid to come? Or do they simply not know that the flesh and blood of the old gods exist here? Suja muttered to himself curiously. He must have sensed the danger here, so he didn't come. Zeely said in a deep voice. Is that so? Suja stared at the flesh and blood of the old god in the big pit and fell into deep thought. Who's stationed here today? Suja looked around curiously. No one. How could that be? Then Suja looked up at the sky. A white Pegasus is patrolling the sky. Bingna? Suja looked at the person on the white Pegasus. It turned out that Bingna was stationed here today. But this guy seems to be sleeping. Suja didn't care too much and took Zeely back to the technology base. Lord, you are here. Liu and Ilea greeted Suja hurriedly when they saw him. Where are you going? Suja looked at Liu and Ilea curiously. Lord, let's go catch some void creatures. Sister Ella and the others want to use them for experiments. Liu said with a smile. That's right, Lord. Do you want to join us? Alia also looked at Suja and said, forget it, you guys go. Okay then, we'll go first. Liu said and left with Ilea. It has become a common occurrence for them to capture void creatures. Suja went straight to where Ella was. Ella is from the technology department and shouldn't be researching the flesh and blood of the old gods. Suja took Zeely and walked into Ella's temporary research institute. Ella, Alice and Qin Shuriao are not in the same research institute. When Suja stepped into Ella's research laboratory, he was completely shocked. What did he see? Pieces of wriggling flesh. Suja's mouth couldn't help but twitch. She was careless. As a science and technology major, how could she not study this kind of thing, even if she was from mechanical department? Chapter 191. Divinity is fading? Ella, what are you doing? Suja asked curiously. Ella raised her head and looked at Suja, then put down the tweezers in her hand and took off her gloves. Researching biological armor. Ella said lightly. Biological armor? Suja looked at Ella with surprise in his eyes. That's right. Bioarmor is something similar to a symbiote. It is somewhat similar to nanoarmor, but it is completely different. It can grow together with a host. Ella explained todo su ser. A thought suddenly flashed through Suja's mind. Isn't that venom? So you're studying this thing? Suja asked curiously. Maybe we can succeed if we try the research, but relatively speaking, there are still some things missing. Ella rubbed her brow and said, What's missing? Suja immediately became interested. Which boy doesn't want armor? Suja was also very excited about such a cool thing. Some materials that can carry the divinity of these flesh and blood. Ella said to Suja. Suja was silent for a moment. Is there such a thing? Yes, of course. But even if Suja added up all his current resources, he probably wouldn't be able to buy one of this kind of thing. Something that can carry divinity is not an ordinary object. It is a material that can be used to create artifacts. Don't think that Suja is worthless just because he has drawn some semi-artifacts or artifacts. In fact, that is because of the special nature of his barracks. Without the barracks, do you think Suja would draw anything above level 40? Basically none. So don't think that semi-artifacts, artifacts, legendary items, and the like are not valuable. In fact, these things are very precious, but they don't seem so rare to Suja. As for the reason, it is of course because Suja is the protagonist. Why else? Sorry to bother you. Suja's mouth twitched again, and he said helplessly, If you ask Suja for a magic weapon, he can actually give it to you. After all, he just drew one. But if you ask him for the materials that carry divinity, I'm sorry, Suja really can't get it. By the way, what do you plan to do with the biological armor? Suja asked curiously. Ella pushed her glasses, then looked at Suja seriously and said, I just did it because I wanted to. There's no special reason. Very good. This reason is strong enough. Suja looked at Ella and said silently, Yes, do we really need a reason to do things? Okay, do whatever you want, but be careful. Suja said with some concern and turned to leave. But then he stopped and turned to Ella. Well, even though we don't have the materials to bear the divine power, can't we make this biological armor? Ella was stunned when she heard Suja's words. Seeing that Ella didn't respond, Suja thought he had said something wrong. Go on, I just said it casually. Sorry for disturbing you. Suja took Zeely away directly. A gleam flashed in Ella's eyes. Making materials that can carry divinity? A thoughtful look appeared in Ella's eyes. Then she turned her head inadvertently and saw that the tray that originally contained the flesh and blood of the old gods had been corroded to the point that only some black matter remained. This is because of the flesh and blood of the old gods themselves. Although their divinity has been sealed, it is ultimately the flesh and blood of the gods, and ordinary objects cannot carry it at all. Ella stared at the black substance with a gleam in her eyes. Maybe there's a way, but we have to try it. Ella murmured softly, and then continued to devote herself to her research. Suja took Zili to the temporary Biological Research Institute. I thought about it and decided to give up. Suja stood at the door of the Institute of Biology. After thinking for a while, he decided to give up going in. But just when Suja was about to leave, a figure walked out of the temporary Biological Research Institute. It was Qin Shiyao. Lord, are you here to see us? Qin Shiyao asked Suja and Zili. I just came over to take a look, Suja said after a moment of silence. Really? Qin Shiyao looked at Suja with a half-smile on her face, knowing in her heart that Suja just came to see what they were doing. It was normal for Suja to be worried, and Qin Shiyao did not expose Suja's thoughts. My lord, since you are here and the experiment is about to begin, would you like to take a look? Qin Shiyao looked at Suja and said with a smile. After hearing Qin Shiyao's words, Suja was silent for a while and then nodded. Okay. Then, my lord, I will take you there. Qin Shiyao led Suja directly into the temporary Biological Research Institute with a malicious smile on her face. Soon they arrived at a makeshift laboratory. What kind of experiment is this? Suja asked as he looked at the void demon in the experimental room. Lord, you will know if you read on, Qin Shiyao said with a smile, and then activated the button in front of her. A mechanical arm stretched out the syringe and pierced it directly into the body of the void demon. What's in this? Suja asked, looking at the yellow liquid in the syringe. This is some muscle tissue extracted from the diluted flesh and blood of the old gods, Qin Shiyao said in a deep voice. Suja's pupils suddenly shrank, and he stared at the void demon inside. After being injected with this thing, the body of the inferior demon began to deform in just a few seconds. It continued to expand at a terrifying speed, and some granulations grew wildly from the skin that was cracked due to the rapid expansion. This void demon was like a balloon that continued to expand and then exploded with a bang. Countless pieces of blood and flesh splattered onto the walls of the experimental room, and the flesh was still wriggling in growing granulations. This is unscientific. Suja's pupils shrank again as he looked at the squirming granulations in the experimental room. These granulations seemed to have life. No, not as if they were alive. That's very scientific, Qin Shiyao said with a smile. This is muscle tissue extracted from the flesh and blood of the old gods. Although it has been diluted many times, in essence, it is still a part of the gods, Qin Shiyao said slowly. Do you know what we discovered after research? Qin Shiyao looked at Suja with a burning light in her eyes. What did you find? Suja asked Qin Shiyao with curiosity in his eyes. The reason why this old god's flesh and blood can give birth to spiritual intelligence is because it has existed for a long time. Lord, do you know what this means? Qin Shiyao looked at Suja and asked, What does it mean? Suja raised his eyebrows and asked cooperatively. It means that the divinity in this piece of old god's flesh and blood is less than 1,000th of its peak value. Qin Shiyao said with a smile. The reason why gods are gods is because of their existence. Even a hair on their body is of extraordinary value. The things they separate are generally impossible to give birth to intelligence unless they actively separate them. But this piece of old god's flesh and blood gave birth to intelligence, which is very interesting. Qin Shiyao pushed her glasses and continued. The reason this piece of flesh and blood of an old god can give birth to spiritual intelligence is that there is a serious problem with this god itself. Otherwise, even if this flesh and blood has existed for thousands of years, it would not be possible to give birth to spiritual intelligence. The fact that it can give birth to spiritual intelligence can only mean one thing. There's a big problem with that god, and his divinity is dissipating. Qin Shiyao said in a deep voice. Is the divinity fading? Suja looked at Qin Shiyao, a hint of solemnity flashing in his eyes. Yes, according to our investigation, an interesting thing has emerged. That is, the divinity in the flesh and blood of the old gods is much weaker than what we see. It can be said that they're strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. Qin Shiyao pushed her glasses. In other words, it's not as powerful as we imagined. Suja looked at Qin Shiyao and said, Chapter 192, Red Lord Entry, All-Seeing Eye. Qin Shiyao nodded. Divinity is the embodiment of a god's authority. In a sense, divinity is the authority and power held by that god. Although the flesh and blood of an old god is just a piece of flesh and blood that fell from the old god, it is essentially a part of the old god and should not be so weak. But in fact, it is much weaker than we imagined. No matter what, it is the flesh and blood of the old god. In essence, is a part of the old god. It actually has spiritual intelligence and is only at level 40. This already explains a lot of problems. Qin Shi Yao said with a smile. So this thing is useless now, or is its divinity fake? Suja asked curiously. It's all true. We're just lucky. Qin Shi Yao looked at Suja with a smile on her face. It will be an excellent experimental subject, high-quality material, and a rare nursery. Qin Shi Yao said seriously, with a hint of enthusiasm and excitement in her eyes. Suja looked at the granulations in the experimental room that were still wriggling and growing wildly. Even if it's just a tiny amount of flesh and blood, the energy contained in it is beyond imagination. It's really hard to imagine how powerful the gods were in their heyday. If we can capture a god as an experimental subject, I think it must be an extremely wonderful thing. Qin Shi Yao looked at Suja with madness in her eyes and said, Qin Shi Yao had only obtained the flesh and blood of the old god for less than a day, and she had only figured out the energy contained in it. As for the genes, she had no idea or had no way to analyze it at all. Suja felt his scalp tingling when he heard Qin Shi Yao's words. It turns out that people who engage in scientific research are all crazy. They actually dare to think of capturing gods as experimental subjects. But then again, it seems that this kind of thing is not completely impossible when I really grow up. But forget it for now. Okay, then you guys continue, and I'll leave first. Suja felt a little physically uncomfortable looking at the experimental room, and then left with Zili. What a pity. Qin Shi Yao looked at the squirming and growing granulations in the experimental room with a hint of obsession in her eyes. Qin Shi Yao was not contaminated by anything. She just wanted to study the gods. In terms of status, Qin Shi Yao herself is also a god-level being, and there is no possibility of being contaminated. Suja took Zili and left the Black Iron world directly. To be honest, Suja did feel some physical discomfort, which was understandable. Although it was just a void demon, it was really outrageous to watch a creature explode in front of his eyes, with those sticky fragments covered with countless crazy, wriggling flesh buds. Now that we're back in the territory, the air feels much fresher, don't you think, Zili? Suja said softly to Zili. Zili nodded. Then Suja brought Zili to Xingqiuan. Taking a bath is really comfortable. Suja thought to himself with a smile on his face, and then laid down in the hot spring. Zili was staying beside Suja with a slightly flushed face, not sure if it was because of the temperature of the hot spring water or Suja's restless hand. While holding Zili, Suja checked his talent, the Dao entry. Extract the entry, Suja said in a flat tone. All-seeing eye, Lord's entry, unique in red. After binding, the Lord can query the attributes and talents of any creature. Note, almost omniscient and omnipotent. Suja touched his chin and his eyes suddenly lit up. Able to see the attributes of any creature, which naturally includes the talents of other lords. It seems that it is quite useful. Suja narrowed his eyes slightly and thought to himself. The reason why my future self was able to discover Sato Ichiro's talent must be because of this entry. Suja couldn't help but think of it, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. To some extent, this talent is absurdly powerful. You should know that what the Lord can usually see is mostly superficial information, especially when facing troops that are not under his command. Zili, if there are two abilities in front of you, one is to see all the attributes of the enemy, and the other is to increase your combat power by 100% when facing non-human creatures. What would you choose? Suja looked at Zili and asked seriously. After hearing Suja's words, Zili thought about it seriously. I choose to be able to see all the attributes of the enemy, Zili said in a calm tone. Why? Suja looked at Zili with some confusion. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle, Zili said softly. Another point, if the enemy is one that we cannot deal with, can we defeat the opponent even if our strength is increased by 100%? Zili said slowly. Suja was stunned for a moment, then looked at Zili with a smile. Indeed, with the strength of Zili and others, they would not be defeated easily if the gap in their ranks was not too great. If even Zili and the others lost, then it would not be a problem that could be solved by simply increasing their strength. The gap would be so huge that Zili and the others would be defeated. In this case, what good would it do even if there was an increase in strength? In a sense, it makes no sense. To put it bluntly, when the opponent is able to crush Zi Li, Ming Yu, and others, it is no longer a simple matter of strength. Doubling the strength will not help. This is an absolute crushing of the level. Therefore, it doesn't really matter whether there's such an increase or not to mention that there's an increase with restrictions. I understand, Suja said with a smile. Bound, eye of all-seeing, Suja said in a firm tone. Ding, bound entry, all-seeing eye. Specific attributes can be viewed in the Lord's own attribute panel. Suja took a look at his panel and then closed it directly. It's time to play, Suja said with a smile on his face. Time passes slowly. The next day, Suja stretched and got up from the bed. Zili had woken up a long time ago and had been waiting for Suja by the side. A new day has begun. There are only 4 days left before the novice period ends. Those guys are probably going to start going crazy, Suja thought to himself. As it stands, there are only 4 days left after today, and all novice lords have entered the sprint stage. Of course, this mainly applies to ordinary lords. For the second-generation lords, they do not lack these resources, and there is no need to take risks and do something unsafe for these resources. After all, the risk is not proportional to the reward. The best option for them is to just safely get through the novice period. Whatever they lose during the novice period, the family will provide them with resources to help them grow after the novice period is over. Chapter 193, Chaos Invasion Upgrades, Void Orcs. At this stage, only ordinary lords fight desperately. As for the second generation of lords, most of them hold the mentality of, I can do nothing, but I must not make mistakes. Suja went straight to wash up, and on the way he received the reward for the combat power ranking list and 10,000 gold coins produced by the Lingjing fruit tree. Then the daily recruitment began. Immortals plus 160, Protoss plus 160, Elementalist plus 160, Frost Warriors plus 320, Dragons plus 160, Elvis plus 160, Fine Angels plus 160. Although there are no hero units and only ordinary units, Suja thinks it is not bad. Let's go, Suja said to Zili. As the number of military units in the territory gradually increased, Suja's territory became lively. It was no longer as deserted as before where no one could be seen for a long time. This situation is more likely to occur when the territory is large and the population units are small. But now it's different. The number of various types of troops in Suja's territory is basically over 1,000. With the increase in population, it naturally won't feel deserted anymore. As Suja walked towards the Blackstone City Wall with Zili, he was thinking about when to use the terrain modules in his territory. Now that Suja's territory has become quite large, those terrain modules can naturally be loaded. However, the number of terrain modules in Suja's hands is not large. It seems that I still have to wait until the novice period is over. Suja thought that he would not be able to dismantle the city walls and magic towers until the novice period was over. The reasons have been mentioned before. Suja climbed up the Blackstone City Wall while thinking. Plans can never keep up with changes. Suja couldn't help but sigh. It is true that there is no perfect plan in the world. Whenever you plan everything, there will always be changes that disrupt your rhythm. This is the case with Suja's territory. Ding! Today is the 5th day of the novice trial period. The Chaos Invasion difficulty has increased. Please choose the challenge level carefully. The prompt sound suddenly rang. Suja raised his eyebrows. The difficulty had increased, but it didn't make much difference to him. It didn't matter whether it was increased or not. Just don't let anyone above level 40 come. Below level 40? Suja said he could kill them at will. Suja can easily deal with creatures below level 40. It doesn't matter. Ding! Chaos Invasion is about to begin. Lord, please select the difficulty level. S, A, B, C, D. S-level difficulty. Suja chose S-level difficulty without hesitation. Endless black fog was swirling in the void, as if some terrifying monster was about to emerge from it. The green-skinned creatures that appeared in front of Suja, walking upright, were the Void Orcs, a branch of the Orcs similar to the Zerg. However, these Orcs are not the kind of humans and animals with animal characteristics as described in novels, but rather big guys with green skin all over and more than 3 meters tall. Suja looked at these big green guys. It just so happens that I got the eye of all-seeing yesterday. Let's see what I can find out, Suja said and looked directly at one of the big green guys. Name, Void Orc. Level, 1719. Talent, Void Energy. Skill, Void Corrosion. Features, none. Introduction. The Void Orcs, a branch of the Greenskin Orcs, worship the Void after falling into the endless void, becoming its apostles. Their goal is to draw all creatures into the void, making them extreme void worshippers and fanatics. While most are simple-minded and strong-limbed, some are adept at combining the power of the void with technology. TSK. They actually fell into the void voluntarily? Suja narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at these green-skinned guys. The next moment, war broke out. These green-skinned orcs charged fearlessly. Seeing this scene, Suja was not worried about these void orcs, but rather a little curious. The green orcs can be considered a powerful and intelligent race, and the void orcs are just a branch of the green orcs. Many races have branches, some fall into the void voluntarily, and of course some are forced. But for now, this has little to do with Suja. However, Suja did not expect that the Eye of All-Seeing was so useful. It could not only check the attributes of the void orcs, but also tell him relevant information about these orcs. Should I use the All-Seeing Eye to take a look at the flesh and blood of the old gods? This thought suddenly popped up in Suja's mind. But Suja quickly gave up this somewhat reckless idea. It will be troublesome if you really saw something you shouldn't have seen. And the most important thing is that Suja has no idea whether the old god is completely dead. If he accidentally senses it because of this glance, it will be a big joke. The old gods are not to be trifled with. As time goes by, 3 hours later, the invasion ended with the last green-skinned orc falling in Suja's territory. Suja opened the 3D territory map. Swallow. Ding. Your entry's Blessed Land attribute is triggered. Your territory range is expanded by 70,000 meters. Suja looked at his territory and found it had suddenly expanded by 70,000 meters, which was a little unbelievable. Was this true? Suja immediately counted today's harvest. Gold coins x 2.8 million, ordinary loot chests worth 14,000, rare loot chests worth 8,000, and one S-level evaluation box. Are there 700,000 monsters invading today? Suja looked at the number of gold coins and calculated in his mind. 2.8 million gold coins, 2 gold coins for each level 10 monster, plus the novice welfare buff doubles the gold coins, which makes up exactly 700,000 monsters. The difficulty has increased quite a lot. Suja couldn't help but sigh. After all, today's prompts have already shown that the difficulty has increased. However, Suja didn't expect the difficulty to increase so much. Open. Suja directly chose to open 14,000 ordinary loot chests. Basic wood x 2,000, basic stone x 2,000, basic meat x 4,000, iron or x 3,000, copper or x 3,000. Not bad. Suja looked at the basic resources harvested today. Meat is the most harvested commodity, and it is also the most urgently needed resource in Suja's territory. Now, Suja's territory basically requires 2,000 meat basic resource cards for food consumption every day. That's right, 2,000 meat-based resource cards. This is actually not bad. After all, most of the consumption is from the dragon type of troops, and the total consumption of other types of troops is not much compared to it. The dragon is the main source of food consumption in Suja's territory. If he consumes 2,000 meat resource cards freely, it will only be a basic requirement. 4,000 meat resource card a day will not be enough, and will basically consume all of Suja's stock. Suja looked at the remaining 8,000 rare loot chests, and chose to open them all at once. High-grade wood x 2,000, high-grade stone x 2,000, mithril x 2,000, gold x 2,000. Not bad. Suja was quite satisfied with the resources he had obtained. Although the difficulty has increased, the drop rate has also increased a lot. The resources obtained are more than yesterday, which is enough. Suja is not afraid of the difficulty increasing, but he is afraid that the difficulty will increase but the drop rate will not change, which would be very uncomfortable. Chapter 194 Legendary, Trans-Spacetime Satellite. Then Suja opened the S-level evaluation box. Ding! You get a barracks upgrade card X1. Ding! You get a soldier refresh recruitment card X1. Ding! You get a wonder upgrade card X1. It seems that I have good luck today, Suja thought. Although the things that came out are not top-notch, they're not bad either. Then Suja pushed the wall outward as usual, still leaving a distance of 500 meters bordering the chaotic space, and then headed towards the Lord's mansion. Amaya, Luna. Suja called out, and Amaya and Luna came down from the sky and entered the Lord's space with Suja. As usual, the ring match begins. 10 minutes later, Suja returned with a bronze-level SSS Lord treasure chest. Both recruitment and resource battles are considered daily routine tasks. Of course, you can choose not to do it, but you will lose out if you don't. Chaos invasions will only occur during the Novice Lord stage, and will not occur again after the Novice Lord period ends. However, it is still recommended to do daily recruitment and Lord battles. It doesn't matter if you don't do it, but as the saying goes, you will lose if you don't do it. If you don't recruit every day, the recruitment opportunities will be wasted because they are not accumulated but reset daily. There are only so many recruitment opportunities every day. If you don't recruit, they will be reset the next day, so not recruiting will be a loss. The same is true for the Lord Resource War. There's only one chance every day. It doesn't matter whether you win or lose. It doesn't matter whether you do it or not. It all depends on your personal wishes. Of course, if you don't do anything, you will get nothing, but if you do, you will gain something. That's about it. Basically, daily recruitment and Lord Resource battles are things that must be done. Ding! Do you want to open the bronze SSS Lord Resource chest? Open it. Suja looked at the resource treasure chest in front of him with anticipation. Ding! You get a barracks upgrade card. Ding! You receive a unit refresh recruitment card. Ding! You get a wonder upgrade card. Ding! You obtain special metal resource card X 1000. Ding! You get 1000 advanced alloy resource cards. Ding! You obtain 100 special alloy resource cards. Ding! You get flame crystal resource card X 1000. Ding! You get thunder crystal resource card X 1000. Ding! You obtain 1000 frost crystal resource cards. Ding! You obtain earth crystal resource card X 1000. Suja took a deep breath and looked at the resources he had obtained today. It can be said that he had reaped a lot. Suja put everything he obtained into his own territory warehouse. Let me explain here that all the hero units in Suja's territory have the authority to use the territory warehouse, and Suja has opened up permissions to each hero unit. For Suja, these resources are meant to be used. Otherwise, why collect them? Is it to eat them? Therefore, Suja has open access to the territory warehouse, and all hero units in the territory can use it. There's still 3 barracks left. Today's recruitment will come to an end after it is completed. Suja thought to himself as he took Li towards the future hub. Ding! Do you want to spend 1 gold coin to recruit daily? Recruitment. Suja looked at the big ball of light in front of him with anticipation in his eyes. Every recruitment is like a lottery, except that there will be no thank you for your patronage situation in Suja's recruitment, and the minimum reward is a level 50 blueprint. These drawings could be sold at a sky-high price in the outside world, but to Suja, they are just ordinary drawings. A space-time gate full of science fiction atmosphere appeared in front of Suja, and a blueprint slowly floated out. Suja raised his eyebrows as he looked at the floating drawing and took it to check. Hyperspace satellite, legendary, requirements, available to science and technology mechanical units. Trans-time and space satellite. Curiosity flashed in Suja's eyes, and he immediately began to examine it carefully. Hyperspace satellite can realize cross-world communication and transmission. It's just a short sentence, but it has extraordinary meaning. Suja had never even heard of cross-world communication and transmission, let alone whether it existed or not. You must know that in the cross-world warfare of the Lord's world, the most troublesome thing is that the communication technology cannot keep up in time, which is the most fatal. Currently, in a Lord world that Suja knows, cross-world information transmission mostly relies on traditional manual methods. There's no way it is easy to communicate between different worlds. Manual transmission is actually faster. No wonder it's legendary. Suja muttered to himself as he looked at the introduction of the super-time and space satellite. The reason why Suja's territory was able to communicate with the Black Iron world before was entirely because the Black Iron world was bound to the territory. To a certain extent, it itself was equivalent to a part of the territory. Of course, the premise is that the space-time gate cannot be closed, otherwise communication will not be possible. This is also the reason why the Radiant was able to detect the information when Sato Ichiro arrived before. Similarly, Suja was able to return to the main world because one side of the Radiant data was in the watch on Suja's hand. With this thing, I won't have to go to the front lines when fighting across worlds. Suja was secretly happy. With the super time and space satellite, he could command the battle and see the situation in another world even if he was sitting in his territory. Of course, the prerequisite is that he must enter that world first. Not bad, not bad. Suja smiled and took Li to the shrine. At the shrine, it is Tamaminomi's turn to go to the Black Iron World today. So even though Tamaminomi is not here, everyone else is. Lord, Yao Daoji and others greeted Suja softly. Suja nodded and looked at Yao Daoji and others. Compared with their other troops, Yao Daoji and others seem to have nothing to do at the moment. That's right, there is nothing to do. It's not for any other reason. It's just that there are no tasks. Because Suja doesn't need protection now. Fortunately, Tamaminomi can play with the immortals. The remaining Yutaheim, Reikage, Amaterasu, and Susriheim are all relatively calm. When they have nothing to do, they basically stay in a shrine or take a bath in the hot spring lake. You don't have to wait for me here all day. If you want to follow me or go to the territory or the Black Iron World, you can do so. There's no need to be so restrained, Suja said to Susriheim and others. After hearing Suja's words, Susariki and others nodded. Suja also discovered that the heroic units recruited from the shrine all had very island-like characteristics, with strict concepts of respect and hierarchy. Whether it's Yutaheim, Reikage, Amaterasu, or Susriheim, without exception, they all seem to care particularly about this aspect. Even Tamaminomi, who seems to talk the most, is like this, especially in front of Suja. She almost treats herself as a slave. Of course, this is what they think. But there's also an advantage, that is, absolute loyalty will prevent the situation of insubordination like that of island countries. Suja walked straight into the shrine. Ding, do you want to spend 1 gold coin to recruit daily? Recruitment, Suja said with anticipation in his eyes. Chapter 195, The Lord of the Undead, Allay. A white light flashed, and a long sword emitting a soft and bright light appeared in front of Suja. Suja checked the properties directly without any surprise. Name, Guanza Massimian. Level, Legendary. Function, Indestructible. Features, Absolutely Sharp. Introduction, the legendary sword, with an indestructible and absolutely sharp blade. Note, can anything really be cut through? Said a warrior about to slay a dragon. Legendary? Not bad. Suja directly put it into his own royal treasury. Anyway, in his treasure house, only things that are at least diamond level have collection value. Things below diamond level are basically useless. Suja walked out of the shrine. You can follow me or go out and play by yourself. The only rule in the territory is that you cannot hurt each other, so you can go wherever you want to play. Suja said with a smile and took Li to the Temple of Death. Arriving at the Temple of Death, Suja touched his chin. Since they separated yesterday, Rona, the crazy Loli, and Luo Mao have disappeared, and they were not seen during today's chaos invasion. Where's Rona? Suja asked curiously as he walked into the Temple of Death. Emperor, it seems that Rona and Luo Mao went to the Black Iron World yesterday. Zili replied in a deep voice. Yesterday, Suja shook his head helplessly. These two crazy Lolas were probably killing people wantonly in the Black Iron World. Thinking of this, Suja didn't care too much and started recruiting immediately. Ding, do you want to spend 1 gold coin to recruit daily? Recruitment. Suja looked at the Temple of Death with anticipation in his eyes. The first 3 recruitments did not disappoint him. First, it was the question mark level Rona, followed by the semi-artifact and artifact. There were endless wailing of wronged souls and an atmosphere of fear in the air. A tall figure dressed in white gauze and with terrifyingly pale skin slowly walked out of the endless darkness. Every step she took was accompanied by the howling of countless wronged souls, and every time her high heels stepped on the floor, a soul dissipated. She has long pale hair, wears a white crown on her head, and has gorgeous makeup on her face, especially her red lips that look like they're stained with blood, making her look like a ghost bride in a white wedding dress. Alice, greetings to the Lord. Alice looked at Suja. A smile appeared on her blood-red lips, and she looked at Suja with endless darkness and greed in her eyes, as if she wanted to eat Suja alive. Suja looked at Ale and directly used the eye of all-seeing to check her attributes, which was not an ordinary way of checking attributes. Name Ale. Loyalty, 100. Experience value, 0 out of 100. Level 1. Rank, God level. Arms, Overlord of the Undead Ale. Talent, Death Master. Skill, Resurrection of the Dead. Companion weapon, Death Staff. Potential, S-level, Saint level. Introduction, the only Overlord of the Undead, a being beyond death, possessing absolute dominion over the undead. Note, I am the Scourge. Note 2. This person is extremely Yandere. Beware, she will take anything she likes for herself. Suse. Suja looked at Alice. No wonder he felt something was wrong just now. It turned out that it was not an illusion. The possessiveness in Ale's eyes was not just an illusion. A hint of hostility instantly appeared in Zili's eyes when she looked at Ale, and unknowingly, a black aura appeared on Zili's white hands. Alice, Suja said in a deep voice with a gloomy expression. Alice looked at Suja. Understand, Ale said somewhat unhappily, and the black aura on Zili's arm disappeared. Don't do this again in the future. No one in the territory is allowed to hurt each other. Suja looked at Ale seriously and said in a deep voice. Ale nodded with some grievance. Although she looked like a queen, she ran to Suju and begged, I understand, Lord. Suja looked at Ale with a headache. This guy was both a Yandere and a lunatic. She just attacked Zili directly because Zili was too close to Suja. So Suja said that she was both a Yandere and a lunatic. Suja looked at Ale. This is the first and last time. Alex's behavior just now violated Suja's bottom line. For Suja, the people in the territory could do whatever they wanted, but the only thing they couldn't do was attack their companions. Ale attacked Zili directly, which was why Suja was so angry. I understand, Lord. Ale begged for mercy from Suja cautiously. You shouldn't have said that to me. You should apologize to Zili. Suja said in a deep voice. Zili was stunned, and Ale was also stunned. Then Ale said to Zili obediently, I'm sorry. Zili shook her head. Forget it this time. Adels pursed her lips and looked at Suja. Okay, don't do it again. What should I do if everyone in the territory is like you? Suja said unhappily. Hearing Suja's words, Alice nodded. Okay, that's it. Suja said after taking a deep breath. Zili, take Ale to the Black Iron World to upgrade first. Suja looked at Zili and said. Zili nodded, then took Ale out of the Temple of Death. Suja looked at the Temple of Death with a complicated look in his eyes. He was not sure whether this barracks building was good or bad. After all, both the heroes and treasures recruited from this barracks were very useful. But the only problem is that the hero units recruited by this barracks are very dangerous. Whether it was the first hero unit recruited, Rona, or the currently recruited Ale, they were both extremely dangerous undead god-level units, and they were also question mark-level existences. In terms of status, they were extremely high and far exceeded ordinary hero units. Are there any who can rival them in Suja's territory? Yes, but not many. If it gets out of control, it will be troublesome if I'm not there. Suja was worried. Undead troops have the risk of getting out of control, which is a drawback common to the entire undead system. This loss of control was certainly not directed at Suja, but at others, because of the god-level evolution. The military units recruited by Suja are 100% loyal to him, which is a constant attribute that will not decrease. But the undead lose control, mostly because of their hatred and distortion of life. This has nothing to do with loyalty, but is a problem with the undead themselves. It seems I need to find someone to keep an eye on them. Suja thought, it is impossible for you to be there all the time. After the novice period, you have to go to the main world to prepare for school and prepare for obtaining resources in the future. I wish there was someone who could stop them from losing control when I'm not around. He didn't mean to target Rona and Ale. They were already at risk of getting out of control. If no one could stop them, no one could predict how much chaos would result. This is why the undead class is a double-edged sword. It is really strong, and once it takes shape, it will be a natural disaster. But the problem is also big. Once it gets out of control, it will become a huge riot. This is why all lords love and fear the undead system. Suja is not worried about loyalty. The only thing he is worried about is losing control. And even if they lose control, they will not attack Suja. Their target will definitely be other people in the territory. This is the key thing that Suja is worried about. But this kind of thing cannot be hidden. It must be explained to their faces. Suja thought, of course, he couldn't tell Rona and Alice behind their backs. It would be best to tell them in front of them. They also knew that if Suja was not around, they might lose control at any time. It would be okay to tell them in person. Chapter 196, Selection of the Imperial Guards. This is something they themselves understand. In fact, many undead troops will give advance notice before they are about to lose control and go berserk. This is not a sudden loss of control, but they themselves can sense the uncontrollable murderous intent, distortion, and hatred of life in their hearts. Although this sounds a bit absurd, it is true. Even if many lords have a high degree of loyalty to their undead troops, when these undead troops feel they are about to lose control, they will tell the lord in advance so that the lord can be prepared. This is why Suja mentioned this matter in person. After all, this is a problem that the undead troops themselves are aware of. Shadow and Agullas are pretty good. Suja thought to himself that the two of them were very suitable to balance the out-of-control Rona and Ale. In terms of individual combat capabilities, they are top-notch in the territory. In terms of group damage ability, both Shadow and Agullas are quite outstanding. Just enough to restrain Rona and Ale. Rona is a type with strong single-player combat power, while Ale can continuously summon an army of undead like an undead lord. To deal with her, you need powerful group damage capabilities. And if all else fails, there are other heroic units in the territory, so suppressing the out-of-control Rona and Ale won't be a big problem. Time passes slowly. Suja was soaking in the lake. He had no plans to go to the Black Iron World today. On the one hand, he was a little lazy and didn't want to move. On the other hand, the Black Iron World was too dangerous. Those 3 research maniacs were tinkering with things there. Suja planned to wait a few days before going there for fear that his little heart could not bear it. Suddenly, 2 black spots fell straight down from the sky. Suja opened his eyes and saw 2 crazy Lolas appearing on his left and right. "Where did you go?" Suja asked with a smile as he looked at Luo Na and Luo Mao. "Going out to play." Luo Mao answered with a smile, and the lingering smell of blood still lingered in her scarlet eyes. "My lord, isn't it a bit abnormal to stare at a young girl like this?" Rona spoke with a lot of witty remarks as soon as she opened her mouth. "Speak properly. You don't even know how old you are, but you still act like a little girl. Where did you go to get so crazy?" Suja looked at Luo Na and asked. He probably wouldn't get any useful information from Luo Mao. "My sister and I went to the Black Iron World to help her fill her stomach," Rona said with a smile. Suja looked at Luo Mao. "Fill your stomach?" According to Luo Mao Star Eater, the celestial body represented is a black hole. How could it be able to eat its fill? "Forget it, just be careful," Suja said with a smile, without any intention of blaming him. "Tell me when you go out next time." Suja looked at Rona and reminded her. "We know." Rona looked very comfortable, her whole body immersed in the water with only her little head exposed. Luo Mao also followed suit and struck the same pose as Rona. Suja smiled and closed his eyes to enjoy it. Time flows slowly. The next morning, Suja opened his eyes and looked at Xinglan and Chris lying beside him. Suja stretched and got up from the bed. Then he left the Lord's mansion. After Suja left, Xinglan and Chris slowly opened their eyes with a hint of shyness in their eyes. Although this was not the first time, they still felt a little embarrassed. After all, they were elves and this was inevitable. After leaving the Lord's mansion, Suja went straight to the Fountain of Life. Along the way, he received daily rewards, including the gold coins produced by the spiritual mines and spiritual crystal fruit trees. Suja accepted them all. By the way, is the power of reverence for the statue of God sufficient? Suja suddenly thought that he seemed to have forgotten one thing. That is, the power of reverence for the statue of God has not been upgraded yet. Forget it. Let's go and have a look after today's chaos invasion is over. Suja thought to himself. Suja began his daily recruitment routine. Immortals plus 160, Goats plus 160, Elementalist plus 160, Frost Warriors plus 320, Dragons plus 160, Elves plus 160, Fallen Angels plus 160. At present, the number of Suja's total troops has exceeded 1,000, and he can upgrade the territory to level 5 at any time. However, Suja has no plans to upgrade for the time being and plans to get these things done on the last day of the novice period. It's almost time. There are only 3 days left after today. Suja thought as he walked towards the Blackstone City Wall. There are still 3 days left. I'll go and ask about the progress of the development of the genetic medicine. Suja thought to himself. The Empress had customized a batch of genetic medicine before. In addition, it's time to start working on a robot core, super large energy barriers, and territory upgrades. Suja touched his chin and thought, and unknowingly came to the Blackstone City Wall. Ding! Chaos invasion is about to begin. Lord, please select the difficulty level. S, A, B, C, D. S-level difficulty. Suja chose S-level difficulty without hesitation. Kia, you come with us. Suja said softly. The space around Suja began to ripple like the surface of water, and a grayish-white figure slowly appeared beside him. Yes, Lord, Kia responded softly, and then a series of gray-white angels emerged from beside Suja. Pale Angel. This is Kia's ability, Pale World. The Pale World is similar to the inner world, just like the mirror space, but it is much more terrifying than the mirror space. Suja looked at Kia, a hint of thought flashing in his eyes. At present, Suja's candidates for the Forbidden Army are Zili, Leon, and now the Pale Wing Kaya. The three of them are the most qualified candidates to become the Imperial Guards around Suja. Of course, Bingnai is also more suitable, but Bingnai is better at leading Frost Warriors in large-scale battles. The Frost Warriors' Legion combat capability is the strongest among Suja's troops. If they were allowed to serve as the Imperial Guards, the Frost Warriors' Legion combat advantages would not be fully utilized, which would be a waste, so Suja directly excluded them. At present, the candidates for the Imperial Guards have been confirmed to be these three. As for the others, they just command their own legions normally. The heroic unit recruited by the Shrine will serve as Suja's personal bodyguards. The heroic units recruited by the Temple of Death belong to the Legion level, especially Ale. On the battlefield, she can have an endless supply of undead to fight for her. It can be said that she can form a legion by herself. Although it seems that she is the only one, she is actually equivalent to the combat power of a legion. As for Rona, she is a strong individual fighter, just like Luo Mao. Just let them play freely. In this way, we have a preliminary structure. Suja thought to himself, looking at the chaotic land not far away. Chapter 197, The Primordial Sea. In the chaos, countless darkness surged. One after another, insects crawled out from the darkness. We meet old friends. Suja smiled as he looked at the insects. A hint of surprise suddenly flashed in Suja's eyes as he stared at the insects. Something's not right. Suja narrowed his eyes and looked at these bugs carefully and found that they were all above level 18, and there were even some huge tank bugs in the swarm. These tank worms are huge in size and covered with thick armor. The most important thing is that these worms have evolved organs that can spit fire, which can spit out temperatures of thousands of degrees. In addition, there are flying zerg above the sky, sickle bugs, whose 2 arms are like sickles. Zili. Suja called softly, and Zili appeared beside him in an instant. At the same time, Ale, who had been promoted to level 10, also appeared beside Suja. My lord. Alice looked at Suja with a smile on her face. Suja looked at Alice, his eyes unconsciously falling on the large white area on her chest, which trembled slightly with her movements. Alice noticed Suja's gaze, and a blush appeared on her face, but she deliberately straightened her body and leaned forward so that Suja could see her more clearly. At this moment, countless murderous intent suddenly appeared in Ale's eyes, and a hint of scarlet appeared in her hand. The long sword in Zili's hand was instantly unsheathed, carrying violent spiritual energy and slashing directly towards Suja's back. Suja's face was calm, without any abnormality. A shrill voice rang out. A bug was cut in half by the long knife in Zili's hand, and green blood splattered on the ground. Suja looked at the insect. It had a body similar to that of a human, but was very thin. It did not have those strange limbs. Its head was a complex insect-like shape, and its huge compound eyes had lost their luster. Cryptozoology. These are low-level assassin masters among the Zerg. Each of them has the talent of invisibility and breath retaining, and is a natural-born assassin. My lord, it's very dangerous here. Zili turned to Suja and said, azure spiritual energy bursting out from her body, completely covering the environment around Suja inch by inch, not missing any corner and carefully examining it. Aren't you guys here? Suja said with a smile. My lord, I want to take action. Ale looked at Suja with a fanatical look. The assassination attempt of the hidden stinger directly made the sickly Ale enter a dark state. Go. Suja also wanted to see how strong Ale was. Alessi showed a crazy smile on her face and looked more and more broken. The gray light continued to spread outward with Alice as the center, and white bones broke out from the ground. The dead are resurrected. There are the bones of insects, the bones of inferior demons, the bones of horned demons, and even the bones of strange creatures that had died in Suja's territory before. They all turned into undead and stood up again. The white sea of undead and the swarm of insects instantly fought each other. Explode! Scarlet light flashed in Ale's eyes, and those undead began to self-destruct one by one without fear of death. Then a sick smile appeared on Alei's face, and the gray light swept across the battlefield again, and all the dead insects revived again. Suja looked at this scene and then looked at Alei. This is the horror of the undead hero units, especially in large-scale Legion battles. As long as there are deaths, the undead department will have a constant supply of troops and does not need to worry about the so-called combat losses. What is a battle casualty? To die is simply to stand up again and continue fighting. This is the horror of the undead. As a terrifying existence like a natural disaster, especially when the enemy is stronger, the resurrected undead will be stronger. Gradually, the white sea of undead gained the upper hand on the battlefield. Perhaps Alei's strength in one-on-one combat is not top-notch, but in terms of Legion combat, especially in this kind of large-scale Legion combat, her strength is unquestionable. Over time, the last bug disappeared from the battlefield. Suja opened the 3D panel of the territory. Swallow. Suja directly chose the Swallow command. Ding. Your entry's Blessed Land attribute is triggered. Your territory expands by 100,000 meters. Ding. Your entry's Blessed Land attribute has been triggered. Intermediate Spiritual or Vein has been upgraded to Advanced Spiritual or Vein. Note, 1,000 units of Spiritual or can be mined daily, with an over limit of 10,000 units. Ding. Your entry's Blessed Land attribute has been triggered. Obtain a Primary Spiritual Vein. Ding. Your entry's Blessed Land attribute has been triggered. Obtain the Primordial Sea, 100,000 meters. Suja looked at the attributes triggered by the Blessed Land, his eyes flashing with thought and speculation. So many of them were triggered today. Could it be that they were accumulating before, and when they accumulated to a certain level, they would burst out in a concentrated manner? Suja pondered to himself. First of all, there are spiritual veins. The existence of spiritual veins will make the entire territory more fertile. In addition, the spiritual energy in the territory will also be richer, which means that Suja's territory is truly evolving towards a blessed land. The second is the Primordial Sea. Although the pristine sea is only 100,000 meters in size, it has a complete marine ecological chain. Although it is small in scale, it has all kinds of creatures. In this case, the terrain we obtained before, the blue sea, can be used. Suja thought to himself, the value of the pristine sea is quite high. Although the ecological chain inside, it only has ordinary species and no special creatures. These complete ecological chains can make Suja's territory more vibrant. The most important thing is that there is the seaside and the beach, and you can also imagine the scenes of beauties and bikinis. Although the previous Xingqiuan was also good, there is still a certain gap compared to the real seaside. But if the primitive sea and the blue sea merge, will it lead to the extinction of the creatures in them? Suja couldn't help but worry. The food chain carried by the terrain is different from the ordinary food chain and belongs to the extraordinary food chain. This is one of the reasons why Suja had not settled the terrain before. These food chains have the potential to bring benefits as well as problems. Suja opened the 3D territory plan and began to adjust the plan. As for the primitive sea, let's place it in the west. The factories there have all been demolished and relocated, so it shouldn't be a problem. Suja thought. As for the spiritual vein, place it below the Lord's mansion. It's located in the center of the territory, so it can spread out in all directions. Suja placed the spiritual vein directly under the Lord's mansion, allowing it to slowly nourish his territory. The rest still follow the old rules. Suja directly pushed the wall outward, leaving a 500-meter area bordering the chaotic space, and then closed the panel. Chapter 198. Troop Upgrade Card. Let's leave it at that. We can slowly adjust it if there are other situations in the future. Suja thought to himself. The central area of the territory is where Suja's Lord's Mansion, barracks, and 3 wonders are located. The sea is in the west, the forest is in the south, the time and space gate is in the north, and other facilities are mostly distributed in the middle. As for the east, there is currently no construction. After closing the territory 3D panel, Suja began to check the gains of this invasion. 4 million gold coins, 10,000 ordinary loot chests, 4,000 rare loot chests, and 1 S-level evaluation box. Suja looked at today's harvest and couldn't help but complain. Zhao, 1 million bugs, and you only gave me this little bit. Is that reasonable? Suja looked at the harvest from today's chaos invasion with a helpless look on his face. 1 million bugs, including some intermediate Zerg units such as tank bugs, suicide bugs, and stealth bugs, but this is all we got. Despite all the complaints, Suja still opened 10,000 ordinary loot chests. Basic wood x 2000, basic stone x 2000, basic meat x 2000, iron or x 2000, copper or x 2000. Then Suja opened 4,000 rare loot chests. High-grade wood x 1000, high-grade stone x 1000, mithril x 1000, gold x 1000. Okay. Suja turned his gaze to the S-level evaluation box. Ding. Do you want to open the S-level evaluation box? Open it. Suja said in a flat tone. Ding. You receive a unit upgrade, card X1. Huh? Suja was stunned when he saw the troop upgrade card in his hand. Is it true? Suja stared at the card in his hand. He had always thought that this thing only existed in Legends, but he didn't expect it to actually appear. You should know that although the ranks of military units are not fixed, how many military units can break through their own ranks and achieve upgrades? Basically, only a very small number of individuals have this ability to break the limitations of their own rank and advance to a higher rank. However, a troop upgrade card, in simple terms, can directly upgrade a 5th level troop to the 6th level. This is not an ordinary upgrade, but a leap in rank. Improving the rank of a unit will allow a 5th level unit to directly become a 6th level unit. Suja knew about this kind of card and always thought it only existed in Legends. After all, this kind of card is a tradable item, and its value is self-evident. It is not only extremely rare, but also extremely precious. It is completely not on the same level as cards such as barracks upgrade cards and troop refresh recruitment cards. TSK Tisk. Suja thought to himself as he looked at the golden troop upgrade card in his hand. This thing actually has no practical use in Suja's hands. The god level is already the upper limit of the level, and the god level is only the limit of the level, not the limit of Suja's troops. This must be made clear. To some extent, this card is like chicken ribs to Suja. However, Suja has no intention of selling it. Selling this thing is tantamount to aiding the enemy. How could Suja do that? Even if I let it sit idle, I would never sell it. To put it bluntly, this card can completely enable a second-generation lord to achieve a qualitative leap. For example, if you upgrade a demigod-level troop, it will directly become a god-level troop. Why would Suja sell it? It seems that there should be god-level troops out there. Suja narrowed his eyes slightly and couldn't help thinking in his heart. Since there is such a card, there must be someone who has a god-level barracks, but I don't know what kind of god-level barracks it is. This is interesting, but I wonder if their god-level troops are so easy to control. Suja thought to himself with a smile on his face. It's not that easy to get along with god-level troops. Look at the god-level soldiers under Suja. Even though they are 100% loyal to him, each of them has his or her own unique personality and temper. This is under the premise of absolute loyalty to Suja. If there is no such loyalty, Suja dare not imagine what will happen. For other people, god-level troops may not be a good thing. Maybe the one they recruit is a nemesis. Suja couldn't help but think with a smile. There's also the issue of loyalty. Do you think a powerful being would be absolutely loyal to someone who is much weaker than himself? I'm thankful that I didn't betray you. Unless the troops are of a very low rank when recruited at the beginning and then gradually upgraded through troop upgrade cards, they may still have some loyalty. However, this situation almost does not exist. Suja always chooses S-level difficulty and has only opened one now. Even if there are such cards out there, the number must be extremely rare and the difficulty of obtaining them can be imagined. The conditions for obtaining it are too harsh. Suja couldn't help but sigh. If others wanted to get it, they could only rely on luck. Although this card is very good, I still feel a bit of a loss to have only one. Susa mater softly. Now Suja's needs are completely opposite to those of other lords. Other lords dream of this card, but it is useless to Suja. It is absolutely impossible to sell it. He will never sell it in this life. Even if he lets it gather dust in his hands, Suja will not sell it. Once you sell it, you don't know who will get it, and they may become potential enemies. So why sell it? Suja directly threw the troop upgrade card into the territory warehouse to collect dust. Zili Ale, let's go back. Suja said to Z, Li, and Ale. Then they went straight to the Lord's mansion. Today's battle for Lord resources hasn't started yet, but it's only a matter of 10 minutes and won't take much time. Amaya, Luna. Suja called out. Amaya and Luna fell from the sky and appeared beside Suja. My lord, Amaya and Luna said to Suja. How is your work going? Suja asked curiously. Soon, Amaya replied with a smile. Susen nadit sotfeli. During this period, except for Amaya and Luna appearing during recruitment, After taking the newly recruited Protoss warriors to the Black Iron world, they returned to the sky, and no one knew what they were busy with. Okay, today's resource battle hasn't been concluded yet. Let's finish it first, Suja said with a smile, and then took Amaya and Luna to the Lord's space. 10 minutes later, Suja took Amaya and Luna back to the territory. After saying something to Amaya and Luna, they returned to the sky. No one knew what they were doing. Suja looked at the bronze SSS-level resource treasure chest in his hand. Ding! Do you want to open the bronze SSS-level resource chest? Open. Suja looked at the treasure chest in front of him with anticipation. Ding! You get a unit upgrade card X1. Ding! You get a barracks upgrade card X1. Ding! You get a soldier refresh recruitment card X1. Ding! You get a wonder upgrade card X1. Ding! You obtain special metal resource card X1000. Ding! You get advanced alloy resource card X1000. Ding! You get special metal resource card X100. Ding! Flame crystal resource card X1000. Ding! Thunder crystal resource card X1000. Ding! Earth crystal resource card X1000. Ding! Frost crystal resource card X1000. It seems pretty good. Suja looked at the resources that were opened and found that they were all high-end goods. Chapter 199, Upgrade the Sublime Statue. 4 Top Halos. However, Suja was a little conflicted about this troop upgrade card. It was useless to keep it in his hand, but if he sold it, it would only cause trouble for himself. Damn it, I'll just find some time to upgrade a random type of soldier. Suja thought to himself. His own barracks would not use this card anyway. However, these high-end materials are really needed by Suja. Today, there are still 3 barracks that have not been recruited, and the venerated statue needs to be upgraded. I don't know how much venerated power the venerated statue has stored now. Suja touched his chin and looked at the venerated statue not far away. In that case, let's upgrade the veneration statue first. Anyway, it's close here, so we can go to the 3 barracks later. Suja muttered to himself. As he said this, he walked towards the venerated statue and checked its attributes. The power of reverence, 7.8 million. Oh, there are already 7.8 million reverence powers? It's growing really fast. Suja thought to himself that the soldiers in his territory were all 100% loyal, and the reverence powers were increasing like crazy, as if they were free. Ding! Do you want to consume 5 million reverence to upgrade the wonder reverence statue? Upgrade. Suja touched his chin and looked at the revered statue in front of him. A white light lit up on the revered statue, and the revered statue instantly expanded to 50 meters high, standing in Suja's territory like an immortal monument. Brilliant light intertwined in Suja's territory. Reign of Reverence. This is a unique phenomenon when the venerated statue is upgraded. It can nourish Suja's territory and at the same time make the connection between Suja and the territory closer. It seems to have a good effect, but in fact it doesn't help much for Suja because he doesn't need it. Ding! Your wonder reverence statue has been upgraded. Current level, intermediate. Please check the specific attributes yourself. Intermediate? Suja looked at the statue he revered. This is the only wonder that Suja has upgraded to the intermediate level so far. Suja directly used the Eye of All-Seeing to check the attributes. Name, worship the statue. Level, intermediate. Functions, blessing, top recovery aura, top attack aura, top defense aura, top speed aura. Reverence, 2.8 million. Upgrade, 100 million reverence. Hidden attribute, path to godhood. Note, this is the cornerstone of your godhood. Hidden reward, upgrade the statue once within 1 month of the novice period to obtain the top level halo. Next stage, hidden rewards. Upgrade to advanced level within 1 year to get hidden rewards. Introduction. This is your path to godhood and also your ladder to the heavens. The next level requires 100 million reverence powers. Suja took a deep breath and looked at the reverence statue, but he felt it was worth it. Although this upgrade cost 5 million reverence points, it was definitely worth it. For top halos, the halo only appears in wonders. Moreover, sucede a hidden reward. It is not easy to upgrade the statue within a month. First of all, the power of reverence must be sufficient. Although it seems easy for Suja to obtain the power of reverence, for other lords, it would be very good to obtain 10,000 powers of reverence in a month. After all, the power of reverence is closely related to loyalty. Not all lords have a 100% loyalty of their troops like Suja. The power of reverence will only be generated when the loyalty level is above 60, and the amount is pitifully small. 100 million a year? It's not impossible. Suja narrowed his eyes and thought. For him, it was not a difficult task to gain 100 million respect powers in a year. As long as you have enough troops, you will naturally have more power of reverence. 100 million a year is absolutely no problem. Suja looked at the halo attributes obtained by worshipping the statue. Top recovery aura. In the territory, the recovery speed of your soldiers' spiritual power, mental strength, and injuries will increase 100-fold. Top attack aura. In the territory, your troops' attacks increase 100-fold. Top defense aura. In the territory, your troops' defense is increased 100-fold. Top speed halo. In the territory, the speed of your troops increases 100-fold. Outrageous, but also reasonable. Suja looked at the 4 top halos and could only sigh that although the effects were exaggerated, they were also reasonable. It is almost impossible for anyone except Suja to obtain these halos. First of all, the venerated statue must be upgraded within 1 month, and this is during the novice period. Except for Suja, who is cheating, no one else has the chance to get it. This difficulty in obtaining them means that even if the effects of these halos are outrageous, they're still very reasonable. Secondly, these halos have great limitations, although they look very powerful and can increase various attributes by 100 times. But the problem is that they have a limitation that they are only effective within the territory, and there will be no aura amplification effect outside the territory. Not bad. My 5 million reverence points were not wasted on the upgrade. Suja nodded with satisfaction and thought to himself. In other words, in the territory, Suja's troops can exert their ultimate combat power with the blessing of various buffs. Even a hero unit of level 30 with awaken characteristics can only admit defeat in Suja's territory. A level 40 unit might be able to struggle for a while, but it is estimated that only a level 50 unit may be able to slightly suppress Suja's troops. But you have to know that Suja's highest level of troops is only level 20, which is already exaggerated. Especially after level 30. The hero units will awaken their own unique characteristics, which is the most terrifying thing. Even so, Suja's troops still have the upper hand. Now it's foolproof. Suja took a deep breath. With the enhancement of these halos, as long as the rank gap is not too big, the troops in his territory will be invincible. Suja hummed a little tune and brought Zili and Ale straight to the future hub. Ding, do you want to spend 1 gold coin to recruit daily? Recruitment. Suja looked at the big ball of light in front of him with a smile. Today's upgrade of the statue worship brought Suja a lot of surprises and made him feel particularly happy. A space-time gate full of science fiction atmosphere appeared in front of Suja. A drawing slowly floated out. As expected, for a special barracks like this, it's easy to recruit hero units at the beginning, but it becomes increasingly difficult to recruit later on. Suja thought to himself and reached out to pick up the blueprint. After just 1 glance, Suja's pupils shrank instantly. Black hole pistol. Legendary. Requirement. Technology-based mechanical unit. Black hole pistol? Suja looked at the drawing in his hand and remembered that in the future image he had seen before, his future daughter was holding a strange gun in her hand. 1 shot can create a black hole. I originally thought I was seeing things, but now it seems to be true. So, I should have become a god by that level. This is good news. Suja was secretly happy, and then put away the blueprint of the black hole pistol. This thing can only be left gathering dust for now, as it cannot be manufactured under current conditions. So there is no need to read other information about it. It is completely meaningless. Chapter 200, the Blue Sea and the Pristine Sea Merge. Black hole pistol? Sounds pretty good. Suja said as he put away the drawings of the black hole pistol and walked towards the shrine. Zili and Ale followed Suja closely and went to the shrine together. Come to the shrine. Yudaheim, Tamaminomi, Susriheim, and Amaterasu are all here, but the Rakage is missing. It turned out that the Rakage went to the Black Iron World to take turns protecting Alice, Qin Shiyao, and Ella in the Black Iron World. My lord, did you miss me? Tamaminomi said to Suja in a sweet voice, and the witty words came out of her mouth. Yes, I miss your big one especially him. Suja responded with a smile, deliberately dragging out his tone. How annoying. Tamaminomi's face turned red instantly. Although she looked more lively than other Shikigami hero units, there was not much difference in essence. It was normal for Tamamanomi to blush after Suja responded so directly. Suja walked into the shrine with a smile on his face. He found that the only person who could deal with someone like Tamamanomi was her, as long as he spoke more playfully, boldly, and shyly than her. Otherwise, he would be the only one being teased. Enter the main hall of the shrine. Ding. Do you want to spend 1 gold coin to recruit daily? Recruitment. Suja said expectantly. White light flashed, and a long sword appeared in front of Suja. Suse. Suja didn't say anything and directly checked the properties of the long sword. Name, Dragon Slayer. Level, Legendary. Function, Dragon Slaying Power. Ability, Dragon Slayer. Description, legend has it that this sword, once said to have slain a dragon, has a suppressive effect on dragon-like creatures. Note, is it the sword that slays the dragon or the person? This is a question worth pondering. Suja raised his eyebrows and looked at the dragon-slaying blade in front of him. In a sense, this knife does have a restraining effect on dragon-attributed creatures. But if you think that you can easily restrain all dragon-attributed creatures with this knife, you are too naive. The remarks have made it very clear. Is it the sword that kills the dragon, or the man who kills the dragon? The answer is self-evident. Of course, it is humans who play a key role in slaying the dragon. No matter how powerful a sword is, it is ultimately a dead object. Ultimately, it is the person who controls the sword that is the core of slaying a dragon, not the sword controlling the person. It's like letting Suja take this knife to fight any ancient dragon in the territory. The result is likely that if Suja is not beaten badly, he will be lucky. It's okay. Suja touched his chin and looked at the dragon-slaying blade in his hand. This sword is different from ordinary swords and feels much heavier. However, since the level has reached the legendary level, it is enough to be placed in his own royal treasury. Collection +1. If this continues, it won't be long before the characteristics of the king's treasury are activated. Suja thought to himself with a gleam in his eyes. The characteristics of the king's treasury require the collection of 100 diamond level or above treasures to be activated. At present, Suja has collected quite a few treasures, 10 in total, and has completed 1/10 of the progress towards activating the characteristics. Don't be in a hurry. Take your time. Suja thought to himself, and then walked out of the shrine and headed towards the last barracks of the day, the Temple of Death. Let's go, Suja said and left the shrine with Li and Ale. As for Tamamanomi and the others, Suja didn't care whether they came or not. Come to the Temple of Death. Suja walked straight in with Li and Ale. Ding. Do you want to spend 1 gold coin to recruit daily? Recruitment. Suja said as he stared at the hall with his eyes slightly narrowed. I saw endless black fog began to condense. Countless wronged souls and evil ghosts emerged, and the ghostly green fire kept flickering. A black bead appeared in front of Suja. Suja's eyes lit up, and he picked it up to check its properties. Name, Soul-Devouring Pearl. Level, Demigod. Function, Soul Refining. Ability, Soul Devourer. Description, possesses the ability to devour souls, and after devouring souls, can refine soul essence. Note, soul essence can increase soul strength without side effects. Increase soul strength without side effects. Suja's eyes were full of surprise. This is really a good thing. But where can I get the soul now? Suja narrowed his eyes slightly and fell into thought. Chaos Invasion seems to be a good option. Suja suddenly thought that Chaos Invasion and the Black Iron World could both collect good souls, but he didn't know how much soul essence he could get at that time. Improving soul strength is a treasure that lords dream of. You know what the lord is most worried about? The most feared thing is the assassination of the soul, which is an attack that is hard to defend against. Suja was very clear that his biggest problem at the moment was his soul. The lack of soul strength was his biggest weakness, but other aspects were easy to deal with. Suja directly put the soul-devouring orb into his own royal treasury. It's a pity that Ella is not able to manufacture weapons above diamond level now. Otherwise, the collection progress of the king's treasury would be accelerated. Suja looked at the high-level blueprints in the territory warehouse with some envy, but unfortunately, there was not a single one that he could use now. Suja took Li and Ale out of the Temple of Death, then looked around and found that there seemed to be nothing to do. The venerated statue has been upgraded, today's daily tasks have been completed, and the newly recruited troops have gone to the Black Iron World for upgrades. The lowest rank of the troops remaining in the territory is level 10. It seems that there is nothing I have to do. Life is really lonely sometimes. Suja thought to himself and walked towards the west. This was originally the location of the future hub and several arsenals. After the arsenal moved to the Black Iron world, the future hub was also moved to the center of the territory, leaving this place empty. Today, the Blessed Land triggered the original sea, and there is already a sea area of 100,000 meters and a beach here. Wow! Suja's eyes suddenly lit up when he looked at the beach and sea in front of him. The strange thing is that there is no common fishy smell at the seaside, perhaps because this sea has only recently appeared. There are a few coconut trees growing on a white sandy beach. Of course, they are just ordinary coconut trees. To some extent, this is already good. It is the inherent characteristic of the primordial sea. Suja directly took out the terrain template of the blue sea from the territory. Ding! Do you want to load the terrain? Azure Sea? Ding! The Azure Sea and the primordial sea will overlap, and irreversible changes will occur. Will they overlap? 2 prompts popped up instantly. Irreversible changes? Suja looked at the blue sea template in his hand curiously. The pristine sea has only an ordinary ecological chain, while the blue sea has an extraordinary ecological chain. These are the characteristics carried by the terrain.